In December of the year 734 of the AG calendar, on the planet Vegeta, within the infant nurturing chamber, dozens of infants with tails protruding from their backsides peacefully slumbered in their incubation pods. Among them, one particular infant, with wide, curious eyes, pressed against the glass of the pod, eagerly observing the surroundings, its brown tail swaying back and forth. Wow, wow, wow. Chubby little hands repeatedly patted against the glass, attempting to open the pod and venture into the world beyond. How infuriating. Being cooped up in here is unbearable. How long must I wait to explore the outside world? Having traversed into this world for quite some time, I found myself idly confined here, with days spent in slumber or waiting for the staff to conduct their rounds. The monotonous white ceiling had become a source of irritation over time. I could only babble in frustration to vent my pent-up feelings. Meanwhile, in the control room of the base, a bald, blue-skinned alien captain observed the unusual situation in the nurturing chamber via the monitors. He instructed a subordinate on duty beside him. Is there a problem with pod number 6 in nurturing room 101? Why is this little Saiyan still awake? This will disturb the rest of the infants. Please relocate him to another room and check if pod 6 requires maintenance. The beleaguered subordinate, juggling a pile of documents, immediately responded, fearful of inciting the captain's ire. Yes, Captain. I will attend to it right away. You scoundrel. Always assigning me work. One day, you'll regret this. Despite his inner resentment, the disparity in their ranks compelled him to comply, hoping for a day when he could rise above. Thud, thud, thud. The empty nurturing room echoed with hurried footsteps. Pod 1, 2, 6. Yes, this little rascal is the one causing all the commotion. Let me check your information and see your battle power. That he reached out and tapped a few times on the pod, triggering an electronic voice to announce. Name, Kafiza. Qualification, intermediate battle power, 69 parents. Mulinal, Kalimulan, deceased during a mission. Battle qualification is slightly below average. Future. Potential to become a high-ranking warrior. In Science Society, battle power represented everything, even for newborns. Potential to become a high-ranking warrior. Alas, your qualifications limit your growth. Within the pod, the curious eyes gazed at the blue alien outside. Wow, wow, wow. The infant's cries echoed loudly in the quiet room, for such a young one could not yet articulate words. The staff merely glanced at the noisy Kafiza and ignored him, their fingers swiftly gliding across the control panel. In no time, the application for a room change was completed. This little Saiyan is quite the troublemaker. Conveniently, the adjacent room just received a whiny, low-tier infant. You can accompany him. With that, the staff member picked up Kafiza and headed toward the neighboring nurturing chamber. A moment later, in the new room. Wow, wow. WOW.in this new dwelling. A baby with a crab-like hairstyle was wailing loudly, as if the heavens were about to crumble. Beside him, his small companion looked utterly distressed. Enough, Kakaluot. Stop crying. You've woken up Burori. Look, I found you a new bedmate. Kafiza, come and greet Kakaluot. Kafiza, cradled in the staff member's arms, stared in shock at the incessantly crying crab-headed child. That distinctive crab hairstyle belongs to Kakaluot. And is that Burori beside him? Wow, wow, wow. What should I do? I can't believe I've encountered the young Sun Wukong. This means Frisia is about to obliterate the planet Vegeta. What am I to do? In an instant, the room was filled with the cacophony of their cries. Sigh, truly, a low-tier child with such a penchant for weeping. Irritated by the continuous wailing of the two infants, the staff member placed Kafiza on the empty bed beside Kakaluot. Disregarding them, he switched off the lights and leisurely returned to the bright duty room, taking a sip of cosmic coffee, only to suddenly furrow his brow in thought. Did I forget something? However, after pondering for quite some time, he could not recall. Later, he faced severe reprimand for neglecting to inspect the nurturing pod. Upon the staff member's departure, Kafiza ceased his cries and turned to the still wailing Kakaluot, feeling an overwhelming surge of annoyance that in just a brief moment, my heart had undergone a roller coaster of emotions. During this time, I had resolved to refrain from eating beef, yet reality had dealt me a double blow. According to the unfolding narrative, in 2 or 3 years, the planet Vegeta will face destruction, and Kakaluot will undoubtedly be sent to Earth to escape calamity. What about me? If I am not evacuated in time, will I be doomed? Oh heavens, why must you be so cruel to me? In the days that followed, Kafiza was routinely awakened by Kakaluot's incessant cries. Kadej, could you please stop crying? Can't you see that Burori beside you is utterly fed up with you? I beg you, let me sleep soundly. The relentless cries persisted, showcasing the boundless energy of Saiyan children, truly a testament to their warrior lineage. Unable to endure the rising anger within, Kafiza finally sprang from his bed, leapt onto Kakalate's bed, and extended a mischievous little hand to grasp his tail firmly. Ah, oh heavens, finally some peace. Even if the world were to end in the next moment, do not hinder me from enjoying a good sleep. Kafiza gazed down at the now silent Kakaluot, and his heart swelled with relief. Thus, whenever Kakaluot would cry, Kafiza would seize his tail and forcibly shut him down. 3 years later, one morning in the Saiyan training base's lounge. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the serene rest area as a Saiyan warrior named Bardock, adorned with a red cloth band on his forehead, halted to observe the two sleeping figures, one large and one small. As for Burori, he had been taken away by the king of Vegeta's agents unbeknownst to anyone. Possessing the ability to foresee the future, Bardock naturally glimpsed some of the tragic experiences that awaited the Saiyans. He found himself lost in memories of the past shared with his comrades. Mullinal, your son bears a striking resemblance to you. In honor of a dear friend, he resolved to take both of them along. May you two support each other and forge a deep friendship in the future. With a single punch, he shattered the glass, grasped the tails of the sleeping duo, and swiftly departed. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the alarm blared across the planet Vegeta, summoning even those Saiyans engaged in battles abroad back under Frieza's command. Bardock arrived at the spaceship's flight control center, disregarding the staff's attempts to stop him, and unceremoniously tossed both children inside. As he gazed at his child within the spacecraft, a wave of reluctance washed over him. Kakaluot, once I resolve this crisis, I will come back for you. I hope you both can thrive on that unknown planet. With that, Bardock pressed the launch button and sped toward the royal palace of Vegeta. Frieza, I shall succeed in thwarting you. In the month of December in the year 734 of the AG calendar, on the planet Vegeta, within the nurturing chamber designated for Saiyan. Infants, numerous babies, each with tails sprouting from their backsides, lay quietly asleep in their incubation pods. Among them, one curious infant, with large, inquisitive eyes, pressed against the glass of his pod, eagerly observing his surroundings, while his brown tail swayed back and forth. Behind him, wow. Chubby little hands repeatedly slapped against the glass of the pod, attempting to pry it open to explore the world beyond. How infuriating it is to be confined here day after day. How much longer must I wait to venture outside? Having traversed into this world for quite some time, he found himself idle, spending each day either sleeping or waiting for the staff to conduct their inspections, his gaze fixed on the unchanging white ceiling, which had grown increasingly unbearable. The only outlet for his frustration was to babble incoherently. At that moment, in the control room of the base, a bald, blue-skinned alien captain noticed the unusual situation in the nurturing chamber through the surveillance monitors. He instructed one of his subordinates, who was preoccupied with a stack of documents. It appears that pod number 6 in the 101 nurturing room is malfunctioning. This Saiyan child has not fallen asleep, which could disrupt the rest of the other infants. Please relocate him to a different pod and check if pod 6 requires maintenance. The beleaguered subordinate, fearing his superior's wrath, quickly replied, Yes, Captain. I will attend to it immediately. Despite his internal grievances, the disparity in their ranks compelled him to comply, harboring hopes of one day overturning the hierarchy. Thud, thud, thud. The echo of hurried footsteps resonated within the spacious nurturing room. Pod 1, Pod 2, Pod 6. Yes, this little rascal is indeed the one causing all the fuss. Let me check your information. What is your battle power? As he spoke, he tapped a few buttons on the pod, and an electronic voice announced. Name, Kafiza. Qualification, Intermediate Battle Power, 69 parents. Mule, Kalimulan, deceased during a mission. Battle qualification is below average, with potential to become a higher-level warrior in the future. In Science Society, battle power signified everything, even for a newborn. Potential to become a higher-level warrior, is it? What a pity that your qualifications limit your growth. Inside the pod, Kafiza's wide eyes brimmed with curiosity as he gazed at the blue-skinned alien. Wow. The infant's cries echoed noisily in the quiet room, for he was too young to articulate his thoughts. The staff merely glanced at the commotion caused by Kafiza, their fingers swiftly gliding over the control panel, completing the paperwork for the room transfer in no time. This little Saiyan is quite the troublemaker. Conveniently, the adjacent room has recently received a crying low-level waste of a child. You can keep him company, the staff member remarked, scooping up Kafiza and heading towards the neighboring nurturing room. A moment later, in the new chamber. Wow, wow, wow. In this new abode, a baby with a crab-like hairstyle was wailing loudly, as if the heavens themselves were about to shatter from his cries. Beside him, his companion looked equally distressed. Enough, Kakarot. Stop your fussing. Broly has been awakened by your racket. Look, I found you a new bedmate. Kafiza, come and greet Kakarot. Kafiza, cradled in the staff member's arms, stared in shock at the incessantly crying child. That distinctive crab-like hairstyle, Kakarot. And beside him, could that be Broly? What should I do? What should I do? I have encountered the young son Goku. This means Frieza is about to annihilate Planet Vegeta. What am I to do? In an instant, the room was filled with the cacophony of their cries. Ah, truly, these low-level warriors are such crybabies, the staff member remarked impatiently as he placed Kafiza onto the empty bed beside Kakarot, disregarding the noise, and casually returned to the brightly lit duty room, sipping on cosmic coffee, suddenly furrowing his brow as he pondered, am I forgetting something? Yet, after much contemplation, he could not recall. As a consequence of neglecting to inspect the nurturing pod, he faced severe reprimands later. Once the staff member departed, Kafiza ceased his cries and turned his attention to the still wailing Kakarot, a wave of irritation washing over him. In that brief moment, his emotions had been a tumultuous roller coaster. I had resolved not to consume beef in the future, yet reality has dealt me 2 swift blows. According to the unfolding narrative, in 2 to 3 years, Planet Vegeta will meet its demise, while Kakarot will surely be sent to Earth to evade catastrophe. And what of me? If I am not evacuated in time, will it not signify my end? Oh, heavens above, why must fate be so cruel to me? As days passed, Kafiza would find himself roused at regular intervals by Kakarot's cries. Kakarot, could you please refrain from crying? Do you not see that Broly is utterly exasperated with you? I beg you, allow me some peaceful rest. Yet the powerful wails persisted, a testament to the boundless energy of Saiyan children, true to their warrior lineage. Unable to endure the rising frustration, Kafiza finally succumbed to his anger. He climbed out of bed, leapt onto Kakarot's mattress, and extended his tiny hand towards the future protagonist of Dragon Ball, giving his tail a firm grip. Ah, oh heavens, finally silence. Even if the world were to end in the next moment, do not prevent me from enjoying my slumber. Kafiza, gazing down at Kakarot, who had finally quieted, felt a wave of serenity wash over him. Thus, every time Kakarot cried, Kafiza would seize his tail to enforce a temporary shutdown. 3 years later, one morning in the Saiyan training base's resting area, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the tranquil nap room as Bardock, a Saiyan warrior adorned with a red headband, came to a halt, observing the slumbering duo of one large and one small. As for Broly, he had been taken away by emissaries dispatched by King Vegeta at an unknown time. Possessing the ability to foresee the future, Bardock was acutely aware of the impending misfortunes that awaited the Saiyans. In that moment, he fell into reminiscence of past memories shared with comrades. Mule, your son bears a striking resemblance to you. In honor of his former friend, he resolved to take both children with him. I hope that you two will support one another and forge a profound friendship in the days to come. With a single punch, he shattered the glass, swiftly grasping the tails of the 2 sleeping infants and making his escape. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, alarms blared across Planet Vegeta, summoning even those Saiyans engaged in battles far from home back to their base in haste. Bardock arrived at the spaceship's flight control center, disregarding the protests of the staff, and unceremoniously tossed the 2 children inside. Gazing at his child within the spacecraft, Bardock's eyes filled with reluctance. Kakarot, once I resolve this crisis, I will return for you. I hope both of you thrive on that unknown planet. With that, Bardock pressed the launch button and sped towards the palace of King Vegeta. Frieza, I will surely thwart your plans. Chapter 2, A Successful Escape Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully escaped from Vegeta Star. The multiverse crossing system is now officially activated. Still enveloped in slumber, Kafiza was abruptly awakened by a series of electronic chimes echoing in his mind. What is happening? Was I not resting in the lounge? How did I suddenly find myself aboard a spacecraft, soaring through the atmosphere? Gazing out at the swiftly retreating white clouds, Kafiza was momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. With a whoosh, another single-pilot spaceship elegantly overtook him, and the brief encounter allowed him to see the occupant within. It was none other than Kakaluot, lost in deep sleep. Goodness! Upon awakening, Vegeta Star was on the brink of destruction. Unbelievably, the place he had long endeavored to escape from had finally been achieved with a mere nap. Overcome with joy akin to being unexpectedly struck by a pie, Kafiza began to dance with exuberance. Although he remained puzzled about how he ended up here. Could it be that Bardock saved me? It was perplexing, given their infrequent encounters. Kafiza scratched his head vigorously, feeling as if he were about to outsmart himself. Never mind. Surviving is what matters. Everything else is inconsequential. Abandoning his aimless musings, he turned his attention to the system prompt that had activated the multiverse crossing capability. Surviving great calamity surely brings immense fortune. The heavens are vast, the earth is immense, but I am the greatest. The system, though tardy, has indeed arrived. Quickly, let us begin a new round of crossing and rescue me from this sea of suffering, O esteemed system. However, after calling out several times, the system did not transport him across dimensions. Kafiza felt as if a crow were cawing at him for being foolish. Redirecting his gaze to the system interface, he pondered for a moment before sliding his right index finger across the screen. A new page appeared before him. Name, Kafiza Current World, Dragon Ball Race, Saiyan Age, for years combat power, 300 skills, Saiyan flight technique, artificial moon, basic energy attack. Crossing count, 1 system, energy nearly depleted. Next crossing unknown. Please replenish energy promptly, requiring 100,000 combat power. For a moment, Kafiza almost believed he had encountered a mute system, startled when it suddenly spoke. I shall leave you a poor review. But why did you not appear in previous years, only to show up after my escape from Vegeta Star? Kafiza rubbed his bald chin, squinting at the screen. The system replied, Did you think I would reveal my secrets? Honestly, I doubted your intelligence would lead you to escape the impending planet explosion. You simply fell into a deep slumber and pretended to be dead, avoiding contact with me. This system brought you here, but its energy was already nearly exhausted, and it has only recently rebooted by absorbing the energy you released during your training. Oh, his skeptical gaze narrowed once more. Attempting to glean some insight from the electronic screen proved fruitless. After a prolonged silence, he decided not to engage in this futile conversation. It seems that to attempt another crossing, I must elevate my combat power to 100,000 to fully recharge you. Or is this energy cumulative? Lowering his head in contemplation, Kafiza resolved not to hesitate any longer and poured most of his strength into the screen. Immediately, the energy display at the bottom of the screen began to change. Energy, 100,000, 200 Hahu. With 2/3 of his strength expended, Kafiza found himself gasping for breath. His already meager physique now strained. Nevertheless, the results of the experiment proved promising. Indeed, crossing energy can be accumulated. This means I only need to regularly submit a fixed amount of energy, and I will soon be able to initiate a new round of crossing. System, the host is quite weak. You could hardly manage such a small amount. Truly the disgrace of Saiyans. The system's derisive tone pierced Kafiza's heart like a dagger, and he clenched his fists, wishing he could land a blow on this virtual nuisance. Calm down. Do not let your temper flare. Do not stoop to the level of a fool. By the way, aside from this interface, do you have any other functions? System, indeed, host. The interface flickered, revealing a new panel. System, ding, ding, ding. A must-have for interdimensional travel, the language translator. As the name suggests, I can translate all texts and languages. Surprised? Excited? Thrilled? This function seems quite useful. By the way, how many items can I bring with me during a crossing? System, regrettably, I must inform you that you cannot bring any items during a crossing. And the reason? System, well, you know, the Dragon Ball world is governed by the All-King, meaning that every blade of grass and every tree belongs to someone. It is not a lawless land. However, there is good news. Everything that belongs to you remains yours. Not the All-King's, as you are a traveler. Hearing the system's decree, Kafiza felt as though his entire being had turned gray, as if he could shatter into countless pieces with a gentle touch. The system spoke again, its voice seemingly reduced by 80%. Of course. As long as it is your own possession, you can take everything with you. Silence enveloped the moment, reminiscent of the farewell at Cambridge. Then tell me, how can a 4-year-old Saiyan child, who knows nothing but fighting, create his own possessions? Look into my eyes, tell me. System, host, you must believe in yourself. As a traveler, it is only a matter of time before you become a ruler and an ancestor. Do not dismiss yourself just because you cannot achieve it now. I believe in you. Keep striving. Moreover, I can conduct combat power assessments. Of course, I can also infiltrate networks and such. Chuckling at the motivational platitudes he had grown weary of in his past life, Kafiza simply wished to laugh, no longer engaging with the superfluous system. He found the mute button and silenced it with a single press, letting out a deep sigh. He then activated the spacecraft's sleep mode, praying that he would awaken at his destination. Meanwhile, on the far side of a distant planet, report to King Gula, 2 Saiyan spaceships have just escaped from Vegeta Star. Should we intercept them? Within a colossal spacecraft, Gula stood with arms crossed, his blood-red eyes and purple-black lips betraying his disdain for the report from his subordinate. Oh dear, I traveled all this way to watch my foolish brother put on a fireworks display, and unexpectedly, I get to witness such an amusing turn of events. This is simply too entertaining. Let them go. Consider it a minor lesson for my inept brother. Ha! The bonds of brotherhood and father-son relationships among the Frozen Demon clan were well understood by Gulia's subordinates, who bowed their heads in silence, unwilling to speak. The trajectory of fate began to spin rapidly like a wheel. Chapter 3. Diverging paths. At this moment, Kafiza, lost in slumber, remained oblivious to the fact that the 2 spaceships, initially flying parallel, were gradually drifting apart due to predetermined reasons. The spaceship carrying Kakalua was heading towards the story's origin, while Kafiza's vessel displayed the name of an unfamiliar planet, Alyakongla planet. Estimated arrival time, 2 months. The muted system, having detected this situation, began frantically shaking its window, hoping that a certain individual would notice the issue, but to no avail. System, forget it. I'm tired. Whatever will be, will be. The system then autonomously shut down, falling into a slumber alongside Kafiza. Beep. The destination is nearing, initiating awakening protocol. A peculiar blue gas began to emanate within the spacecraft, and as the gas made contact with Kafiza's body, his fingers stirred slightly. Soon after, his tightly shut eyes began to move restlessly. System, wake up. Kafiza's eyes suddenly opened wide, and he abruptly sat up straight, his heart racing as it provided oxygen to his still-dazed brain. The system chimed in. Host, you have regained your senses. The sun is shining on your backside. If you continue to sleep, the spaceship will soon reach its destination. Still in a state of confusion, Kafiza was jolted awake by the system's forceful wake-up service and slowly began to grasp the situation. What the hell? Didn't I mute you? How can you unmute yourself? You nearly scared me to death. The system responded with an air of pride. Humph, such trivial matters are inconsequential to me. There's nothing that a simple reboot can't resolve. Useless system, report the current situation. Is there a significant distance between the location where Kakarot and I are landing? Observing the bewildered individual who had just woken up, the system could not resist prompting him to glance at the spaceship's panel. Perhaps you should take a look at the spaceship's display while we're at it? If you hadn't muted my speakers, we would have likely arrived on Earth by now. Stretching lazily, Kafiza finally noticed that the destination displayed on the panel was not Earth, but rather the planet Orolong. Gravity. For compared to Planet Vegeta's 10. Slogan, Great Saiyan Warriors, we look forward to your swift conquest of this planet. What? Where on Earth is this place? Why isn't it Earth? Kafiza stared incredulously at the spaceship's panel, hoping beyond hope that this was all just a figment of his imagination. However, the system's disdainful voice echoed in his ears. Who told you to mute me for no reason? I had already detected that the spaceship was headed to the wrong location. But alas, you silenced me. Oh, what a pity. Just a step away. Watching the host's cheeks flush, the system could not help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, come now, host. Don't be so pessimistic. Show your pride as a Saiyan. Conquer this planet and use it as a stepping stone to battle across the universe. Heh, I merely wish to be an unambitious slacker. Kafiza reflected on the time since he had traversed to Planet Vegeta, feeling a pang of emotion in his eyes. Who would be so deranged as to bring a mere toddler into a training facility, relentlessly tormenting them day and night? That was how Science operated. There were frequent instances of broken bones during training, but fortunately, advanced medical technology ensured that no permanent disabilities remained. Yet, on the other hand, The exhilarating battles during training were truly addictive. One could always wish for just a few more encounters. On Orolong, a colossal bird resembling a divine winged dragon was pondering what to have for breakfast when, unexpectedly, a spaceship plummeted from above, taking it by surprise and bringing it down with it. Gah, farewell, Hong Hong. Forgive me for not being able to accompany you as your husband departs. The crystalline tears were swiftly evaporated by the heat of the descent, leaving no trace behind. Boom. A tremendous noise reverberated through the valley, startling the nearby creatures foraging for food, causing them to flee in haste. Beep, beep, beep. Destination reached. Opening cargo door. With a whoosh, Kafiza eagerly dashed out of the spaceship the moment the door opened. Ah, solid ground. It feels like ages since I felt this comfortable. The creatures that had not managed to escape halted, staring at the peculiar being behaving strangely in front of them. After stretching his stiff body and gathering a few oddly shaped breakfast items, Kafiza returned to the landing site. Content. The system interjected. Host. I advise you to immediately destroy the combat power detector in the spaceship. Why? Suddenly, Kafiza recalled something and promptly found and destroyed it. It seemed that this device was also a surveillance tool. Had it not been for the system's reminder, he might have forgotten. Thanks, system. You're somewhat useful after all. Humph. How do you speak to me? Clearly, it's your own foolishness that necessitated my reminder. The system, feeling a bit haughty, retorted. You're merely a system. So get a grip. Kafiza remarked while reaching for the panel, a flash of white light enveloping him. Name, Kafiza. Current world, Dragon Ball race, Saiyan age, 4 combat power, 300 skills, Saiyan flight technique, artificial moon, basic energy attack. Number of transitions, 1 transition energy, 100, 000. 300 system, smash, smash, smash. Such a combat power at such a tender age, what a pity. Let me find that mute button. Hearing this, Kafiza's eyes widened in disbelief as he gritted his teeth, threatening the system in a low voice. Soon, the system succumbed. I'm sorry, dear host. Please forgive me. I won't do it again. Disregarding the system's antics, Kafiza hastily prepared the food he had brought with a quick burst of energy and eagerly began eating. How to describe the taste? It was rather bland, as there were no seasonings nearby. Moreover, he had long since grown accustomed to such simplicity. Understanding the reality of culinary desolation beyond Earth in the Dragon Ball universe. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Kafiza found a cliff nearby, blasted a large hole into it with energy, marked it, and stored the spaceship within. Host, is it truly necessary to be this cautious? This is merely a planet for Saiyan children to grow up on. With your combat power, you are almost at the top tier. What do you know? If the natives discover my identity as a Saiyan, that would be disastrous. You must realize that the reputation of Saiyans in the universe is infamous. If they decide to gang up on a 4-year-old child, I cannot fight off multiple assailants. After expressing his disdain for the system's intelligence, Kafiza meticulously eliminated any traces before turning to the task of seeking out the natives. Chapter 4. The abandoned planet. Having flown in one direction for quite some time, Kafiza had yet to encounter a single soul. He discovered the ruins of a city, but it appeared to have been in decay for a long while. And upon searching thoroughly, he found it completely deserted. The buildings crumbled at a mere touch, indicating that this planet had been abandoned for ages. He paused his search, speculating on 2 possible reasons for the absence of natives. 1. The technology was too advanced, prompting the natives to collectively flee. 2. They were exterminated by other races or malevolent beings. Kafiza quickly dismissed the second possibility, as the surrounding buildings did not exhibit signs of large-scale combat. Thus, only the first scenario remained. System, what a pity. Host, you're being so cautious, fearing the natives will discover you, yet they have likely already fled. This isn't necessarily bad news. Perhaps you might still find some useful high-tech blueprints. Selling them on the interstellar market could yield a significant profit, as the technology to enable global migration must be valuable. Resolved, Kafiza and the system enthusiastically began their collaboration, scavenging through the ruins of the city. 10 days later. Ugh, what a dreadful place. After searching for so long, I haven't found a single useful piece of information. This is infuriating. He unleashed an energy blast towards the ruins ahead. Boom. A relatively intact city vanished before Kafiza's eyes. Real men never look back at explosions. System, host, what a disgraceful waste. That blast was worth at least 50 to 60 points of energy. You truly don't understand the value of resources, do you? I've been charging you daily. Is that really necessary, system? Once I rise to power, I'll have you eating your fill every day. The system was momentarily stunned. Are you implying that if I can't consume it, I can take it with me? What a profound interpretation. Thus, the two continued their search for several more days, yet they remained empty-handed, leaving them baffled by the strange circumstances. In the frigid northern land, Kafiza gently descended before a dilapidated temple. The stone walls were inscribed with unfamiliar runes, which shimmered mysteriously. Fortunately, the translator function of his device quickly deciphered the incomplete message. The forbidden seed devours life. Our kin sealed it, far removed from the starry sky. Seal? He narrowed his eyes, gathering a faint energy at his fingertips, and lightly touched the stone wall. Boom. In an instant, the entire temple trembled, the ground suddenly splitting open, and a dark purple light seeped from the depths. Kafize swiftly retreated, but an eerie pull abruptly yanked him toward the earth. System, it's a trap. Host, run. Damn it, he growled, unleashing his energy to resist, but his combat power of 300 felt utterly insignificant against this force. Soon, his body uncontrollably plummeted into darkness, ultimately crashing onto an underground altar. The sound of dripping water echoed distinctly in the silence. Kafiza propped himself up, surveying his surroundings. The well-equipped facility detected his presence, activating the day mode automatically, and the scene before him took his breath away. At the center of the altar floated a pitch-black seed, encased in a dark purple energy shield that emitted a faint glow. The seed was merely the size of a fist, yet it radiated a heart-stopping energy, resembling a miniature black hole, warping the surrounding light. The system exclaimed excitedly. Good news, host. This seed is from the spirit tree that can drain the energy of an entire planet and produce forbidden fruits that amplify combat power. Quickly, retrieve it. Hearing this, Kafiza cautiously approached, only to find the altar's base inscribed with a final warning. The seed of the spirit tree devours all vitality, blooming into flowers of destruction and bearing fruits of evil. Our kin exhausted the power of civilization to seal it, yet it cannot be destroyed. Those who see it depart swiftly. It was evident that this seed had been forcibly sealed by some technology. However, such a treasure was destined to be his. He reached out to touch it, but suddenly halted a mere inch away. Zing! A flicker of purple light flashed across the surface of the shield, instantly scorching his fingertip. Kafiza let out a muffled grunt and quickly retreated. Such formidable protective measures. The seed hovered silently, seemingly mocking his helplessness. A duck that was so close could not simply fly away. He distanced himself and activated the prince's battle technique. A series of earth-shaking explosions ensued, and the purple shield's energy began to wane. System, well done, host. Keep going. Victory is within reach. A drop of sweat trickled down his youthful face, landing on the parched ground. Fool, look at my current situation. I can no longer perform the prince's battle technique. The system expressed regret, alas. But it appears that the shield is on the verge of breaking. Giving up now would be a shame. The corner of Kafiza's eye twitched involuntarily, realizing that his system must have been damaged during the traversal, hence its foolishness. If it couldn't be opened today, then perhaps tomorrow or the day after. After all, he was the only living soul left on this planet, and who could possibly take it from him? After flying out of the cave and properly repositioning his spacecraft, he spent several consecutive days without recharging the system, fully focused on breaking the shield. On the 17th day, the energy shield surrounding the seed exhibited its first subtle crack. By the 25th day, the entire altar began to emit unstable humming, the dark purple energy fluctuating in strength. Almost there, Kafiza wiped the grime from his face. His 4-year-old body was utterly exhausted. With one final assault, the stubborn shield finally shattered. At last, before he could rejoice at breaking the shield, the temple began to shake violently, debris raining from above. In his weakened state, Kafiza could no longer afford to hesitate. He summoned his last ounce of strength and lunged toward the altar, seizing the seed and flying toward the cave's exit without looking back. In the sky, having narrowly escaped being buried alive, Kafiza could no longer resist glancing at the seed in his hand. It appeared utterly unremarkable. Could this truly be the seed of that tree? The system seethed with indignation. Are you questioning my authority, host? This is an exceptionally rare treasure. Just plant it. And once it bears fruit, consuming it will swiftly enhance your strength. But does it have any side effects, such as dependency from overconsumption? System, rest assured, host. Your body's resistance is formidable. Even if there are side effects, they would be trivial, akin to a mere sweet treat. Gazing at the seed before him, Kafiza swallowed hard. I will trust you this once. He opened his palm, allowing the seed to plummet rapidly from the air. Chapter 5. Is it a miracle or destruction? Upon touching the ground, the seed grew at a visibly accelerated pace, its primary root burrowing hundreds of meters underground in mere moments, the surface erupting with grotesque veins. Kafiza observed the seed's changes daily. Day 1, the roots spread, turning the rocks within a 10-kilometer radius to sand. Day 3, a 3-meter-tall seedling broke through the surface, its leaves razor-sharp. Day 7, the tree crown took shape, bearing a fist-sized, unripe fruit at its peak. Kafiza refrained from consuming it hastily, opting instead to scan its internal energy with the system. Energy purity, 7, estimated amplification. Combat power 3000, 1 time. Side effects, none. The disparity compared to Dale's from the theatrical version was disheartening. He felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, this fruit was not yet ripe, and true benefits required patience. 3 days later, seeing the tree laden with unripe fruits, Kafiza plucked a slightly reddish fruit and swallowed it. Boom! A torrent of scorching energy surged through his limbs, muscles screaming between destruction and reconstruction. His combat power skyrocketed. Combat power, 300, 1000, 1800, 3200 not enough. He licked the fruit juice from his lips, gazing up at the towering crown of the tree. How long until the next fruit ripens? The spirit tree entered a rapid growth phase, doubling its energy absorption from the planet daily, and the fruits gradually matured. Day 15, the fruits grew to the size of apples, and energy purity rapidly improved. Day 25, the tree soared above 50 meters, the surface utterly transformed into desert. Day 30, the first fully ripe dark red fruit fell. This time, the amplification from the ripe fruit was significantly more pronounced. Combat power, 3200, 15,000. Kafiza was continually inundated by the fruit's energy, his body gradually swelling like a balloon. Oh no, I cannot absorb this much energy. I must release it quickly. The system complied. System, what? So good. A torrent of energy flowed toward him as if seeking an outlet. System energy, 100,000, 22,000. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Kafiza felt a wave of apprehension for his earlier recklessness. His combat power had surged to a staggering 10,000. The previous boost had already pushed his body to its absorption limits, and now this additional surge was overwhelming for his still-developing physique. It seemed that future training would need to be intensified. To hasten the digestion of the fruit's energy, Kafiza carried a massive stone on his slender frame, simulating gravity training. As soon as the stone made contact with his back, his youthful knees crashed into the ground, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading. Each breath felt like swallowing flames. His lungs compressed to near incapacity, his face flushed. Yet he persisted, repeating the most fundamental physical exercises until he could no longer stand. Cough. One more time. The only thing that could possibly interrupt his cultivation was the sound of a meal being served. Before him lay a peculiar creature. An 8-meter-long amalgamation of an octopus and a bison, lying still on the dining table, while a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Starved to the brink of madness, Kafiza devoured the food before him with terrifying speed, leaving behind nothing but a bizarre skeleton that stood forlornly, as if lamenting its untimely demise. On the 45th day, the entire planet was on the verge of collapse. The atmosphere was thin and barely breathable, and the core's energy had been drained. At that moment, the spirit tree ceased its growth, and the majority of its unripe fruits withered due to the energy being directed towards a single fruit at the crown. Kafiza felt a pang of sorrow, wishing he had harvested them sooner. In the end, the spirit tree bore but one deep crimson fruit, its energy purity far surpassing any of the previous fruits. The system announced, current combat power of the host, 11,000, estimated fruit enhancement, 50,000, but accompanied by uncontrollable explosion risk. Gazing at the system's assessment of the fruit, Kafiza, in a moment of painful clarity, obliterated the flesh of the fruit, preserving only the seed for future use. The system was astonished. Host, you shouldn't. The absorbed energy could be utilized by me. Kafiza explained. My combat power is already over 10,000. Absorbing 50,000 energy would instantly overwhelm me. I do not wish to gamble with my life. Fortune favors the bold. yet it can also lead to ruin. Ultimately, the planet Colossi succumbed to the extraction of the spirit tree, its surface crumbling into cosmic dust. Sitting in his spacecraft, Kafiza gazed at the vanishing planet, his thoughts shifting to the seed in his hand, a source of power, yet also a curse. System. While the rapid enhancement of power is remarkable, exchanging an entire planet for it seems rather unprofitable. Even a desolate planet, if habitable, could fetch a handsome price in the universe. It is indeed a waste. The system replied, indeed, host, your actions are deemed reprehensible in the current universe. To enhance your strength by annihilating an entire planet is truly malicious. Now you wish to sell it before extracting its energy. What a cunning plan you have devised. Kafiza dismissed the system's teasing with indifference. Sitting in the spacecraft, he idly toyed with the deep crimson seed of the spirit tree. Outside, the stars streaked by like flowing light, while his mind wandered to more practical matters. System. What do you think about planting trees on a planet that already has an owner next time? For instance, Frisia's planet. The system retorted, host. Has your moral compass shattered like the core of a planet? Just moments ago, you lamented the loss of an uninhabited wasteland, yet now you contemplate such a heartless act. Kafiza scoffed. What do you mean by crossing the line? This is called optimizing resource allocation. Those planets will inevitably fall prey to Frisia or other cosmic marauders. So why not allow me to put them to good use first? The system conceded, as you wish, host. Before that, let us visit the cosmic black market to procure some goods. Do you know the coordinates? Without them, you shall never find the black market. Who said I lack coordinates? You must understand, as a rogue in the universe, a Saiyan spacecraft has far more than just 1 or 2 planetary coordinates. Do you truly believe my years of plotting an escape from Vegeta were mere words? With youthful hands, Kafiza deftly manipulated the ship's controls, soon confirming a new flight path. The system exclaimed, I am utterly astonished. This maneuver has truly left me in awe. System, display the current progress of our travel energy. Following the command, the system revealed. System energy, 100,000, 22,000. Only 78,000 points of energy are needed to traverse again. At the host's current combat power of 11,000. It will only take 7 or 8 more charges to unlock the ability to travel. In Chapter 6, before the journey begins, one may perish, the system announced. For a period, I will enter sleep mode. During this time, the spacecraft's safety protocols are entrusted to you. You may absorb energy at your discretion, provided it does not disturb my rest. However, remember, do not attempt to traverse until I have prepared everything. Understood, host. I shall take care of everything. After confirming with the system, Kafiza, aided by the spacecraft's hypnotic mode, began a deep slumber. With the hostess authorization, the system absorbed the dissipated energy while turning its attention to the spacecraft's backup power source, an antiquated interstellar network terminal. It could hardly contain its excitement at the thought of Kafiza's astonished expression upon awakening. After a fierce cyber battle, the system successfully infiltrated the database of the cosmic black market auction house, fabricating a listing for a Royal Saiyan single-person spacecraft. Product name, Saiyan Elite Reconnaissance Ship, with Royal Certification Seal, historical achievements, participated in numerous high-level battles, falsely claimed, starting price, coordinates of 1 life-sustaining planet, 10,000 cosmic coins. Within 20 minutes, the bidding surpassed 30,000 cosmic coins and continued to soar. Ultimately, an anonymous cosmic merchant secured ownership for the price of 1 barren life energy planet's coordinates and 1 modified transport ship. Transaction successful. Please proceed to Dock 3 of Goku's in 7 days to collect your item. There was no intention of fulfillment, as the item was Kafiza's own single-person spacecraft, and he remained asleep. 7 days later, when Kafiza was forcibly awakened by the spacecraft, he found himself docked at Goku's, Dock 3, before a brand-new YC-7 model transport spacecraft, alongside a suspicious-looking Muffer merchant. The merchant, somewhat uncertain, remarked, "You are the seller? Truly impressive for one so young. Oh, a Saiyan. It seems I've struck a great deal here. By the way, where's the royal spacecraft I purchased?" Kafiza was bewildered. What is going on? What royal spacecraft? The system suddenly reminded him, "Host, whatever I say, just repeat it. Do not ask why." With no grasp of the situation, Kafiza reluctantly complied. Echoing the system's words, "This must be the spacecraft you purchased. I was sent here specifically to facilitate the transaction. The spacecraft you ordered is on its way." and I need to verify your items. The merchant, seeing Kafiza's Saiyan identity, hesitantly began introducing the spacecraft he had brought, at which point Kafiza finally understood the situation. What? You used my name to commit cyber fraud? The system clarified. Host, this is called strategic resource exchange. It is not fraud. With a hand to his forehead, Kafiza glanced at the spacious transport ship, which included seating for 8, a cargo hold, and even a basic medical bay, and decided to fully commit to the ruse. Well then, if there are no issues, let us proceed. Just as he turned, Kafiza suddenly rushed into the control room and swiftly closed the hatch. The merchant, sensing something amiss, commanded his subordinates to stop the spacecraft from taking off. Wait, where is my royal spacecraft? Are you attempting to pull a fast one? What about the dignity of the Saiyans? News of the Saiyans' extermination had yet to reach the black market. Kafiza remained unperturbed. The spacecraft will arrive shortly. I am merely taking it for a test drive to ensure you have not substituted it with a lesser model. Do not be anxious, relax. Upon uttering the command to initiate, the vessel accelerated seamlessly, colliding with the minion obstructing its path, leaving the merchant in disarray amidst the exhaust fumes. Robbery. A Saiyan is committing robbery, echoed throughout the black market. Yet the extraterrestrial denizens, adhering to a mindset of self-preservation, chose to remain indifferent. Utilizing the coordinates acquired from the transaction, half a month later, Kafiza arrived at a desolate life-energy planet. The surface was littered with exposed crystal mines, the atmosphere thin. Yet data indicated that the core brimmed with energy, a perfect nursery for spiritual saplings. Armed with prior experience, Kafiza no longer hesitated to plant the seeds. As the spiritual tree sapling broke through the soil, he prepared to artificially restrict its growth. Daily energy extraction would align with the core's natural recovery speed, while excess branches would be pruned to prevent an overabundance of fruits that could hasten the planet's demise. Furthermore, he planned to harvest the fruits early, allowing him to control the energy purity of the freshly ripened fruits, thus avoiding the peril of excessive consumption leading to explosive outcomes. The system inquired, Host, are you preparing for recycling? Kafiza shook his head. No, I merely wish to avoid being overwhelmed by surging energy, for that sensation is quite unpleasant. Preparations aboard the new spacecraft were already complete during the journey. The cargo hold was cleared, sufficient to store future harvests. The ship's camouflage system had been diligently crafted to simulate a standard merchant vessel signal. The concealed weapon slots remained empty, primarily due to financial constraints. The system remarked, By the way, Host, during your rest period, I have replenished the energy required for the next traversal, having just located food on the planet and preparing to eat. Kafiza felt a wave of frustration. No wonder I have felt unwell upon waking these past few days. I thought it was a side effect of consuming the spiritual tree fruits, yet it turns out you, and scrupulous system, absorbed too much at once. The system, feigning innocence, replied, But Host, you clearly stated I could supplement energy at will. Enough of that. I have a plan. We can sell the fruits that have just ripened to exchange for the resources we need. The system responded, a commendable idea, but won't this attract too much attention? These treasures can directly enhance personal strength. Are you not concerned about potential theft? I have pondered your concerns. Firstly, the premature, unripe fruits provide limited combat enhancement, at most 50 points. Secondly, due to the unique nature of the spiritual tree, the fruits lack seeds before ripening, rendering them unplantable by others. Lastly, we can enlist someone to sell on our behalf. With my strength, I only need to act as a behind-the-scenes supplier. There is no need for me to appear personally, allowing us to reap the benefits while avoiding risks. In the vast cosmos, as long as I do not actively disclose my whereabouts, I am confident no one can locate me. Even if cornered, I still have you, my system. The system conceded, that is a valid point. Now, let us seek someone who can assist us in selling the fruits. Wait. Why is the interstellar news broadcasting my image? The internal screen of the new spacecraft prominently displayed. Bounty, members of the fraudulent syndicate, remaining Saiyan, accompanied by a photo of Kafiza during the ship theft. Charges. 1. Fraudulent auction of royal property. 2. Illegal seizure of a transport vessel. 3. Deceptive conduct towards the Star people. Kafiza exclaimed, This is disastrous. The system queried, What should we do, Host? Do we need to flee? Kafiza glared at the screen and bit down hard on the unknown fruit he had found on this planet. Such a perfect plan. Yet it seems I am doomed before I even begin. How infuriating. Chapter 7. The bold shall survive. 7 days later, on the desolate energy planet. Kafisa stood beneath the towering spiritual tree, gazing up at the branches laden with blue-green fruits. Unable to contain himself any longer, he soared upward and swiftly plucked the fruits. Each the size of a fist, their surfaces shimmering with faint energy auras, still far from full maturity. The harvest was commendable, 99 unripe fruits, with one mature fruit remaining sufficient. He picked up an unripe fruit and took a bite. A weak surge of energy flowed into his body, and the combat power detector displayed fluctuating numbers. Combat power, 11000, 11050. Indeed, the enhancement from unripe fruits was limited. My hypothesis was correct. He then commanded the system, initiate the recovery task. Do not disturb the fruit atop the crown for now. Understood. The spacecraft's mechanical arms swiftly operated, neatly packaging the 98 unripe fruits for transport. While awaiting the final fruit's maturation, Kafisa diligently engaged in physical training daily. To better assimilate the energy from the fruits, he commenced a rigorous regimen, bearing heavy stones, performing squats under a 100-ton boulder until his bones groaned under the strain. Nightly meditation, eliminating unnecessary movements during combat. Attuning to the natural flow of energy on the planet. Extreme resistance training, allowing the system to control the mechanical arm to launch multi-angled attacks on him, honing his reflexes. 30 days later, the system reported, after nearly a month of dedicated training, host, your current combat power stands at 11050, 14000. At that moment, Kafisa, indulging in a meal, felt quite satisfied with his training results. Not bad. I truly am a prodigy in cultivation. Haha. Laughing heartily, he casually grabbed a nearby spiritual tree fruit, consuming it in a few bites. The system quipped, if you weren't eating a fruit daily, I might actually believe you were a genius. As if stepping on a sore spot, Kafisa's eyes widened in indignation. Hey, what do you, a mere system, know about talent? My achievements today are solely due to my own efforts. These fruits are merely sustenance. After speaking, he felt as if he could sense the system's disdain through the screen. The system replied, ahem. Now, system, please check if the last fruit can be harvested. Skillfully redirecting the topic back to the fruits. The system scanned and provided the following information. Energy purity, 51. Fruit is mature, expected combat power increase, 12,000. Excellent, it is time to harvest. Further delay would only lead to waste. As the final fruit was plucked, a tremendous rumble ensued. The ground shook violently, rock layers crumbled, and countless fissures spread like a spider's web. The roots of the spiritual tree frantically withdrew, although the core energy of the planet had not been entirely depleted. The surface was visibly collapsing at an alarming rate. The system issued a warning. Warning. The planet is entering collapse countdown. Estimated remaining time, 12 hours. Kafisa sneered, perfect. It's time to leave. Gazing at the fruit in his hand, he no longer hesitated and consumed it. The torrential energy surged through him, guided by his own strength, creating an exhilarating sensation. Combat power surged to 26,000. Within moments, he fully digested the energy, turned, leapt onto the spacecraft, activated the engines, and, against the backdrop of the collapsing planet, the transport vessel pierced through the atmosphere, sailing into the depths of the cosmos. Frisia's army's secret communication channel. Frisia sat upon his floating throne, fingertips lightly tapping the armrest, listening to reports from the reconnaissance team below. The scout reported, my lord. We have just received confirmation of a surviving Saiyan. The single-person spacecraft is suspected to have launched from Planet Vegeta, and the occupant is a child, combat power unknown. Frisia narrowed his crimson eyes. Oh, besides that trio from Vegeta, there is still a survivor? He gently waved his hand, retrieving Kafisa's bounty notice, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Handle this discreetly. Do not let Vegeta know he will become one of my most valuable weapons. Yes. From the shadows, a tall figure slowly emerged. The cosmic assassin, Sabo, current combat power, 21,000. Frisia's army temporary base. 8-year-old Vegeta donned a combat suit, arms crossed. His gaze defiantly fixed on Frisia, his voice grave. You promised to help me investigate the other survivors. What is the result? Frisia smiled. Do not fret, dear Vegeta. The universe is vast, and locating a single individual requires time. By the time we find him, he will have become a mere corpse. Once again met with the same response, Vegeta turned away in resignation, his hands clenched tightly, lost in his thoughts. He sensed that Frisia was concealing something. But given his current predicament, he could do little but endure. Nonetheless, he believed that one day things would change. A month later, Kafiza's transport ship silently descended upon the cosmic black market dock, its hatch opening. Cloaked in a voluminous cape that concealed his Saiyan tail and battle attire, he emerged. System. Pinpoint the location of that Mufer merchant. The system presented the pre-gathered intelligence. Target locked. The individual is conducting business at Dark Star Bar, accompanied by 6 guards. All with combat power below 800. Kafiza grinned widely, energy coalescing in his palm. This will be an excellent opportunity to test my current strength. Inside the Dark Star Bar, the Mufer merchant was boasting proudly to a client about the royal treasures he had recently acquired. Suddenly, the bar's door was kicked open, drawing everyone's attention to a small figure emerging from the dust. Who goes there? Wait, you're that Saiyan trickster? Kafiza unveiled his face with a cold smirk. To correct you, I am now a Saiyan partner. With a flick of his hand, the 6 guards were instantly pinned to the ground by an invisible force, unable to move even a finger. Now, you have 2 choices. Kafiza tossed a green, unripe fruit before the merchant. Either assist me in selling this merchandise, and you shall receive 30% of the profits, or I will dismantle your bones and seek another. The mysterious fruit pulsated with enticing energy at the merchant's feet. He swallowed hard, realizing this little devil's strength is beyond imagination. He can so easily control the highly paid guards I have hired, who possess combat power of at least 10,000. Damn it, had I known you were this formidable, I would have given you a transport ship without hesitation. My lord, I was blind to your power. Please spare me. I will have the bounty revoked immediately. Additionally, I shall provide you with a luxury spaceship equipped with the finest technology for your convenience. The Mufer merchant, drenched in sweat, trembled with fear. The bounty was trivial. For now, it could remain as is. After all, no one would suspect that I would return to seek a partnership with you. Though the Mufer merchant was greedy, he valued his life even more and quickly changed his tone. It is my honor to serve you, my lord. I will heed your commands from now on. Chapter 8. A brush with fate. Kafiza suppressed his aura, grinning at the merchant. Remember your words. Should you dare deceive me, I will obliterate both you and this planet. He projected an image of a desolate planet, which vanished entirely upon collision with his energy sphere, transforming into a beautiful display of fireworks. Witnessing this, the merchant turned pale, nodding frantically, terrified of becoming the next explosion. Remember, this fruit can enhance personal power without side effects. Instruments indicate a combat power increase of approximately 20 to 50, and it can be used multiple times. Your task is clear. Sell these 60 fruits, and I trust you will deliver a delightful surprise. The inexplicable pressure lifted from the merchant as he nodded repeatedly. One more thing. If anyone inquires about my information, you know what to do. Understood. With their pleasant negotiations concluded, Kafiza pushed open the bar's door and stepped into the narrow alleyway of the black market. The air was thick with the scent of subpar fuel and rusted metal, accompanied by the distant hum of machinery and the raucous laughter of inebriated patrons. He lowered his hat's brim, walking with steady steps, though his muscles remained slightly tense, energy circulating within him, ever prepared for unforeseen circumstances. After all, this was the black market, a realm devoid of order, rife with chaos, robbery, and murder. Immorality was the norm. System. Host. High-energy reactions detected nearby. Distance. 200 meters. Moving in this direction. Kafiza's pupils constricted, yet he did not falter, quickening his pace to depart. As he passed by the individuals identified by the system, he noted their tall, statuesque forms, approximately 2 meters in height, with skin of a soft mint green, smooth as that of a maiden. However, they donned the custom battle attire of Frisia's elite forces, deep purple and tightly fitted, showcasing their powerful musculature, with golden energy conduits embedded in their chest and shoulder armor, signifying their status as high-level warriors. This is Frisia's subordinate, Zabo. What brings him here? With no time to ponder, Kafiza wished to avoid trouble, concealing his aura and masquerading as an ordinary extraterrestrial while passing by. System. Host. The individuals may be searching for you. They have been scanning the area with instruments. Observing them more closely, Kafiza's unease intensified, realizing that Frisia's reactions were swifter than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Zabo and his team, having finished their scans, reported, "Sir, we have completed our examination of this area and found no suspicious individuals. Most here are ordinary aliens with combat powers not exceeding 20. Save for a merchant accompanied by 6 guards with around 800 combat power. Oh, is this the merchant who issued the bounty? Bring him here. Under the dim lighting. The Mufer merchant, Canabad, was sweating profusely as he counted the recently acquired spirit tree fruits. He cautiously sealed them in a high-tech energy box, fearful of any leakage of energy. One fruit goes for 5,000 cosmic coins. No, 8,000. Or perhaps a direct price of 100,000 cosmic coins. Those noble lords will surely fight over them to enhance their strength. Just as he was lost in dreams of wealth, the iron door of the warehouse was suddenly blown off its hinges with tremendous force. Boom. Amidst the dust, 3 towering figures stepped inside. The leader donned a crimson cape, with skin of green and cobalt blue eyes that gleamed like blades in the shadows. Zabo. Canabad's blood ran cold. And my lord, what brings you here? Zabo raised his hand, and 2 Frisia soldiers immediately advanced, restraining the merchant from either side and forcing him to kneel before Zabo. I intended to inquire about the bounty, but it seems there is an unexpected discovery. Zabo's voice was soft, yet sent chills down Canabad's spine. He flicked his finger, and a spirit tree fruit flew from the shelf into his grasp. After a series of questions, it was revealed, a fruit that enhances combat power without side effects. Zabo chuckled, commanding his subordinates to consume one of the fruits. He then proceeded to scan with his instruments. 122,172. My lord, my combat power has truly increased. And how do you feel now? I feel comfortable all over, warm, and there's nothing amiss. Zabo fixated on the spirit tree fruit in his hand, his pupils narrowing slightly. He gently caressed the surface of the fruit, sensing the pure energy coursing through it. Intriguing. He raised his gaze, his eyes piercing like blades directed at the kneeling Canabad. Such a treasure of this caliber is not something just any cosmic merchant can acquire. Canabad's forehead beaded with cold sweat, his throat tightening. Noticing the rotating surveillance camera in the corner, he swallowed hard, striving to keep his voice steady. And my lord, this was discovered by my subordinates during an expedition on a desolate energy planet. There is only this batch. Its production is extremely limited. Zabo raised an eyebrow, a smile curving his lips. Oh, is that so? He stepped closer, towering over the merchant, the crimson cape billowing behind him, exuding an almost suffocating aura that pressed down on Canabad. Then, why not take me to see this desolate energy planet? Canabad shuddered and quickly waved his hands, proclaiming, no, that's impossible. That planet has already collapsed. When we left, the entire planet had turned to ruins. Zabo narrowed his eyes, lightly tapping the edge of the energy detector with his fingertips. Collapsed? What a coincidence. Such a pity that you missed the opportunity to serve under the great Lord Frisia. After leaving the warehouse with a pile of boxes filled with fruits, Zabo turned to the 2 soldiers behind him and commanded, keep a close watch on him and investigate the source of these fruits. If you find anything suspicious. Zabo did not finish his sentence, but made a subtle gesture across his throat. The 2 soldiers immediately understood and bowed their heads in response. Yes, Lord Zabo. On the outskirts of the black market, Kafiza stood in the shadows, coldly observing everything happening in the warehouse through the hacked surveillance feed. The system remarked, host. Zabo clearly does not believe that story. He has now sent people to monitor the merchant Canabad. Accompanied by 2 Frisia soldiers, Canabad left the warehouse. His face as pale as paper, clearly having been thoroughly targeted by Zabo. Kafiza's gaze grew increasingly icy as he unconsciously rubbed the edge of his cloak. Indeed, Frisia's subordinates were not so easily deceived. The system suggested, shall we eliminate those 2 soldiers now? With your current strength, you could silently take them out. Kafiza shook his head. No, killing them would only alert the snake. Zabo is no fool. He must have a backup plan. After pondering for a moment, Kafiza suddenly conceived an idea. Since he wanted to investigate, let him investigate. The system inquired, what do you mean, host? Kafiza turned, his short cloak rustling in the wind. Let the merchant inadvertently reveal a clue, perhaps that a certain Saiyan survivor may have gone elsewhere. The system responded, host, are you trying to lead him astray? Kafiza smiled slyly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. No, this is called strategic misdirection. In the command room of Frisia's reconnaissance ship, Zabo stood before the viewport, lightly tapping the armrest. The cosmic police? He squinted, pondering the credibility of this information. As a notoriously infamous Saiyan in the universe, finding himself on the turf of the cosmic police was quite intriguing. Notify all teams to pay close attention to the movements of our old friend. If any suspicious Saiyan activity is detected, report to me immediately. Sabo's voice was chilling. Yes, Lord Sabo. Chapter 9. A first encounter. Kafisa stood within the spaceship, gazing at the vast cosmos. The failure of the wealthy plan, compounded by being discovered by Frisia's forces, meant he had temporarily evaded them, but he would eventually be found. He desperately needed strength. Sabo's pursuit made him realize that remaining in the seventh universe would only lead to constant anxiety. The system reminded him, Host, have you forgotten my primary function? Let us commence the traversal. Kafisa raised an eyebrow. Traversal? The system replied, there are countless wonders across the myriad realms. Magic, superpowers, cultivation, and more. Simply gather some fine treasures, and defeating Frisia will not be a dream. Kafisa contemplated for a moment. Visions of powerful beings from the myriad realms flashing through his mind, igniting a fervent battle spirit within him. Let us take the chance. But there's one issue. He tapped the spaceship's wall, casting a wary glance at the system panel. I recall you mentioned that the warehouse cannot carry any items not created by me. The system wiped the sweat from its panel, responding, well, if we can't take them, we can refine them on the spot. As long as we breathe in a bit of air, we profit. Kafisa scoffed. I knew you were an unreliable piece of junk. Fortunately, I just devised a countermeasure. The system queried, could it be the Dragon Balls? Indeed, it's not entirely hopeless. Whether on Earth or Namek, as long as one makes a wish to the dragon. The issue of carrying supplies can certainly be resolved. The system asked, will that actually work? How would we know if we don't try? If it succeeds, we can traverse later. Taking advantage of Frisia's forces currently targeting the cosmic police, Kafisa commanded the system to swiftly retrieve the planetary coordinates for Earth and Namek. However, contrary to expectations, the system scoured the entire publicly available planetary coordinate system and found no trace of Namek's location. How could this be? Could it be that Namek's coordinates have not yet been disclosed? It appeared that the locals had intentionally obscured them. If so, he would have to gamble on Earth. Adjusting the course, he input the coordinates for Earth, estimating that the spaceship would arrive in 3 months. 3 months later, at the address of the Capsule Corporation in West City, an 8-year-old girl named Bulma, with light blue hair tied into 2 small ponytails adorned with bows, was riding a small motorcycle in her yard, enjoying herself when she suddenly noticed an unfamiliar person seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The individual had an exaggerated hairstyle, with long dark hair casually tied back, standing at roughly 1.2 meters tall, and sporting a tail. Bulma exclaimed, wow, wow, wow. Hurry and move aside. I can't stop the bike. With a crash, the boy single-handedly halted the erratic motorcycle and effortlessly caught the startled child. Kafisa thought to himself, so this is the young Bulma, indeed quite the mischievous one. After the near accident, Bulma cautiously opened her eyes and found herself in the boy's embrace. Am I still alive? What about you? She quickly got up and began inspecting him. He wore a white short-sleeve shirt on top, paired with dark gray casual pants, and somewhat ordinary white sneakers, complemented by a blue wristband, giving him a relaxed yet vibrant appearance. So handsome and muscular. No, this isn't the time to be swooning. 3 minutes later, the initially anxious Bulma regained her composure and curiously asked Kafisa, oh my gosh, how did you stop my bike? It was going at 100 km/h. And you emerged unscathed to save me. That's incredible. The girl's curiosity left Kafisa momentarily at a loss, as he was used to solitude and was unaccustomed to such warmth from another. It's nothing, just a trivial matter, nothing to worry about. Realizing that he was indeed unharmed, Bulma's clever mind quickly deduced that he was likely the alien her father had mentioned. Are you from outer space? Caught off guard by his identity being revealed, Kafisa chuckled. You guessed correctly. Let me introduce myself. I am Kafisa, a wandering Saiyan from the universe. Rather than wasting time deceiving her, he decided to be direct, as there were no intricate schemes here. Hello, I am Bulma, the pride of Capsule Corporation. It's a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing her guess was right, Bulma excitedly introduced herself. Thus, the two formally acquainted themselves, and as they chatted, Bulma invited Kafisa to her home for a visit and some afternoon tea. In the living room, Kafisa engaged in a fierce battle with the food before him, devouring a feast meant for 30 to 40 people in the blink of an eye. Only empty plates remained in front of the onlookers, reminding everyone just how much this alien could eat. Mrs. Brief's face was adorned with a continuous smile as she cupped her cheeks with her hands. Oh dear, Our little guest has quite the appetite. I shall go have the kitchen prepare some more food. Bulma, do take good care of him here. All right, Mama, hurry back. He must have been starved in the universe for quite some time. Remember to bring back plenty of meat dishes. Understood. Oh, what a handsome young man. Little Bulma will surely be very happy in the future, she said as she stealthily snapped a photo of the two. Mom. Realizing her mother was likely thinking something inappropriate again, Bulma couldn't help but facepalm in exasperation. Before long, Kafiza lay back on the sofa, pausing his meal and letting out a hearty burp. Ah, so full, so full. It has been ages since I have tasted such delicious food. Wow. Are all you aliens this ravenous? You've eaten enough for at least 50 people. It's simply astonishing. Bulma squatted beside him, poking his belly in disbelief. No. It is just that my species has a larger appetite due to our unique physiology. Other beings in the universe eat quite normally. By the way, Kafiza, are you here on Earth seeking refuge? You look as if you haven't eaten in ages. Bulma inquired, recalling his self-introduction. Well, somewhat. The main reason I came to Earth is that I heard there exists a magical orb that can grant any wish. I wish to gather them all to fulfill my desires. He divulged his objective, hoping for Bulma's assistance with the Dragon Ball radar, while also seeking the help of Dr. Brief, a magical orb that can grant any wish. Dr. Brief, dressed in a white lab coat over a blue shirt and black trousers, with rectangular glasses perched on his nose and a cigarette dangling from his lips, chimed in, I believe I have encountered a similar description before. Where was it? Ah, I recall now. It was in my laboratory. Is it true? Do such orbs really exist? Bulma eagerly questioned. Haha. I cannot say for certain. So far, I have only read about it in books. Legend has it that one must gather 7 identical orbs, and then one can summon Shinran to grant a wish. There is a sample in my lab. If you are interested, you may search for it. Chapter 10, An Unconventional Adventure with Dr. Brief's Permission. Bulma excitedly led Kafiza into her father's laboratory to search for experimental records. Time passed without them noticing until Kafiza crouched on the metallic floor of the Capsule Corporation lab, his tail swaying gently, creating a soft rustling sound. Finally, with a gasp of surprise, Bulma uncovered a long-sealed sample. Ugh, Dad, why is this laboratory such a mess? It took me forever to find this. I'll tell Mom about it later, she said, her face covered in dust. At that moment, the system in Kafiza's mind joyfully exclaimed, Host, look, is that the Dragon Ball radar? Calm down. Calm down. No need to shout in my head, he thought. Yet his tightly clenched hands and the rapidly swaying tail betrayed his excitement. He watched as Bulma leaned over the expansive lab table, her fingers dancing among an array of precise components and holographic screens. Her blue pigtails swayed gently with her movements, the bows at the ends brushing against the tabletop, gathering a bit of silvery metallic powder. Just 3 more electronic calibrators to go, she muttered. Moments later, she raised her head, biting down on the end of an orange pencil, her nose smeared with dark grease, resembling a mischievous kitten that had just indulged in ink. Wait, don't touch anything. This is my Super Dragon Ball Radar 2 Malawian Quatches, which I designed overnight. It has an integrated terrain analysis module and an energy fluctuation amplifier, making it 10 times more accurate than the old model Dad dug up from the warehouse. She shook the metallic casing in her hand, the edges still rough and unpolished. Clearly a sign of a rushed job. Kafiza nodded, observing as Bulma inserted the last diamond-shaped chip into its slot, her fingertip gliding over the final command on the screen. And the radar lit up instantly, 7 green dots pulsating steadily on the 3-dimensional Earth model. Done. I am truly a genius, Bulma exclaimed, jumping up with the palm-sized radar, her red shoes clattering crisply against the metallic floor. Let me see. The first one is in the forest to the east. We need to prepare a waterproof tent, compressed biscuits, and I must bring my stun gun in case of wild beasts. Oh, and don't forget the camera to document any rare plants we encounter. After a day's rest, she found a regular backpack and began to stuff it with supplies. 2 hours later, the once small backpack had grown round and bulging, having been filled to capacity. Finally, when she could no longer fit anything else inside, Bulma sighed and ceased her packing. Look. This is the route map I drew last night. We need to cross 3 streams and climb over a low hill. We might even see a herd of deer in the morning mist. After that, we will find the first Dragon Ball. After glancing at the map, Kafiza approached the laboratory window, pointing towards the eastern horizon. Is it over there? Bulma, close your eyes. In the next moment, Bulma felt a tight grip around her waist, lifting her effortlessly like a plush toy. Before she could scream, the world around her began to zip past, the wind slicing against her cheeks. Kafiza's speed was so swift that she couldn't discern the scenery, her eyes tightly shut, gripping his collar with all her might, her pigtails straightened by the rushing air. In mere moments, her feet landed upon the soft, decayed leaf litter, the scent of damp vegetation filling her nostrils, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. "Look, we've arrived." Kafiza pointed to the gnarled roots of an old tree not far away, where a lustrous yellow orb partially embedded in moss glimmered, its two-star mark subtly visible in the dappled light. "Am I seeing things?" Bulma stared at the two-star Dragon Ball, then glanced back at the radar screen in her palm, which indicated that the first Dragon Ball's light had indeed extinguished, with a message popping up: "Objective acquired. Time taken, 1 minute and 23 seconds. "Yes, that's it." She opened her mouth, swallowing back the words about not following protocol, feeling a persistent gloom like rain in her heart, unable to feel joy. The adventure she had envisioned involved riding a modified motorcycle through golden wheat fields, collecting water by the stream with a filter, and confirming their position with the radar by the campfire in the evening. Perhaps she would even encounter poachers requiring clever teamwork, rather than being whisked away by a gust of wind to their destination. "All right, you're impressive. Let us go find the next one." She picked up the Dragon Ball and tucked it into the side pocket of her backpack, forcing a smile while subconsciously tightening her grip on the straps. "The next one is in the icy crystal snow mountain to the north. We must wear winter gear, use ice picks to forge a path, and perhaps we might even see the aurora." Before she could finish her sentence, the familiar sensation accompanied by biting cold winds rushed toward her, with snowflakes striking her face. In yet another swift maneuver, Kafiza set her down in the midst of a vast, white snowfield, the snow barely reaching his knees, while he stood as steady as if on solid ground. Beside a massive block of ice, the 4-star Dragon Ball lay peacefully, its surface encased in a thin layer of ice, refracting light like a rainbow. At this moment, the 4-star Dragon Ball had yet to be claimed by Sun Wukong, as it remained frozen in time. Bulma wrapped herself in her summer attire, shivering from the cold. Observing her plight, Kafiza temporarily constructed an invisible barrier of energy around her, instantly dispelling the chill. Watching him effortlessly shatter a half-meter-thick layer of ice with his bare hands, tiny ice shards danced around like scattered diamonds, landing in his dark hair. "Aren't you afraid of the cold? The temperature here is at least minus 50 degrees. Kafiza shook his head and tossed her the Dragon Ball encased in the ice, responding, "This temperature is nothing to me," as he casually picked up a block of ice the size of a car and threw it into the distance. The sound of its collision with the rocky wall echoed through the valley, triggering an avalanche. Bulma observed his exposed arms, devoid of even a frostbite mark. Suddenly recalling the data she had seen in the laboratory stating that humans exposed to such temperatures for 10 minutes would suffer frostbite, remarking in awe, "The physical prowess of aliens is truly extraordinary." The next 3 days disrupted Bulma's adventurous plans. The third Dragon Ball lay in a deep-sea trench where she had prepared a diving suit and an underwater propulsion device, even consulting the tide chart to time her descent during low tide. However, Kafiza simply leaped into the sea with her in his arms, the water parting around him like a protective bubble. She watched him navigate the dark trench with ease, his fingertips brushing against glowing jellyfish, and effortlessly lifting the sunken ship wreckage that bore down on the Dragon Ball. The rusted vessel, towering 3 stories high, felt as light as foam in his grip. When he handed her the 5-star Dragon Ball, she noticed several sharks nearby flipping onto their backs from the shockwave he released. The 4th Dragon Ball resided within the ruins of an ancient city deep in the desert, and she had brought an archaeological manual and a professional shovel, fantasizing about deciphering mechanisms amidst the crumbling walls. Yet, Kafiza merely stood atop a sand dune, closed his eyes, and in the next moment, had leaped with her into the center of a collapsed temple, retrieving the 6-star Dragon Ball from the crevices of the stone pillars. The snakes and quicksand she had anticipated avoiding either curled up in fear or lay flat, as if strolling through her own backyard. Chapter 11. A wish. What shocked Bulma the most was the 5th Dragon Ball, hidden within a lava lake of an active volcano. She thought, finally, my skills will come into play. She had devised an intricate heat-resistant plan, even sketching out a blueprint for retrieving it with a drone. Yet, that rascal jumped directly into the boiling lava, the red molten rock parting around him as if meeting a barrier, revealing the 7-star Dragon Ball embedded in the rock below. When he swam back, his clothing bore not a single scorch mark. He simply flicked off a spark lodged in his hair, causing Buluma's carefully drawn diagrams to flutter to the ground, along with the adventurous spirit she had held. By the 7th day's dawn, when Kafiza found the last 1-star Dragon Ball from a 10,000-foot-high cliff nest, Buluma felt as if her life had lost its color. Sitting in the spacecraft returning to Shidu, she gazed at the neatly arranged 7 Dragon Balls in her backpack, her nose suddenly tinged with emotion. All those late nights spent drafting route maps, preparing equipment lists, and even envisioning disaster scenarios now felt like mere jokes at the bottom of her backpack. What's wrong? Noticing the girl's dejection, Kafiza leaned closer, his black tail cautiously brushing her cheek, prompting Buluma to swat it away. The system chuckled oddly. Shouldn't the host cheer her up? Raising an eyebrow. He could certainly sense the melancholy radiating from her, almost palpable. This isn't fun at all, Buluma sniffed, tossing the Super Dragon radar 2 Malawian quatches aside. The radar screen stubbornly flashed the message mission complete. Clearly, my adventure should include the panic of getting lost, the burnt bread from camping, and troubles that require my wit to resolve, not you completing everything in a flash. As her grievances intensified, tears finally spilled down her cheeks, landing on her backpack. You make me, the radar designer, seem utterly useless, like just a little tail following behind you to pick up things. Kafiza was taken aback. After being reborn as a Saiyan, his method of problem-solving had always been to achieve goals at the fastest speed. Strength was everything. But at that moment, he recognized Buluma's distress, her tearful eyes reminiscent of a drenched kitten he had seen in the forest. He pondered for a moment, reaching into his backpack to pull out a wild fruit he had casually picked along the way, its bright red hue complemented by a green leaf. Here, have this fruit, and please stop crying. Next time, I will accompany you on a proper adventure. Suddenly recalling something, Kafiza hesitated before adding, by the volcano. I saw a glowing flower. You mentioned wanting to document rare plants. I remembered the location. We can follow your route and photograph it. Buluma regarded his earnest expression and then the wild fruit, a laugh escaping her lips. Tears still clung to her lashes, yet her smile began to blossom. Now that is more like it. She wiped her tears, stashed the fruit in her pocket, and poked his solid arm. But first, when summoning the dragon, you must follow my steps. We need to recite the incantation to make a wish. These rituals cannot be overlooked. Kafiza quickly nodded in agreement, eager to prevent the young lady from bursting into tears again, nearly toppling the nearby first aid kit with his swaying tail. As the spacecraft soared through the clouds, sunlight bathed them, and Buluma animatedly began explaining the process of summoning the dragon while Kafiza listened attentively. Time passed, and in Buluma's living room, the 7 Dragon Balls rested on a specially designed floating tray, emanating a gentle glow that cast a fantastical hue over the surrounding smart home devices. Kafiza stood before the tray, his fingertips grazing the surface of the 3rd Dragon Ball, a subtle tremor resonating beneath his touch, evoking memories of the excitement he felt while watching the protagonists of the Dragon Ball series make their wishes. Is it really about to begin? Buluma leaned against the doorframe, her white boots lightly tapping the metallic floor, her curiosity palpable. He nodded, refocusing his attention on the Dragon Balls. Let us give it a try. After all, gathering them wasn't easy. Come forth, Shenlong. Grant my wish. As the light from the 7 Dragon Balls converged into a golden beam shooting towards the ceiling, Buluma instinctively took a half-step back, nearly dropping her juice cup. It seems we should have tried this outdoors. The beam shattered through the roof, the 7 Dragon Balls swirling into the vast outdoors. The bright sky had turned overcast, and the scales of Shenlong shimmered coldly under the lightning's illumination, casting a shadow that nearly engulfed both Kafiza and Buluma. Whoever gathers the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. No matter what it is, I shall grant it. Shenlong's booming voice resonated. Steeling himself, Kafiza declared his long-prepared request. I wish to transform into a Super Saiyan, without any limitations. No sooner had he finished speaking than the system's voice echoed in his mind. What a brilliant idea. Well done. Moments later, Shenlong slowly shook his head, red light flickering in his colossal eyes. I am sorry, but this wish is beyond my capabilities. Please choose another. Indeed, the powers of Earth's dragon were limited. They were not omnipotent. Kafiza felt no significant disappointment at the outcome. Fortunately, he had a backup plan, and he addressed Shenlong again. please grant me the ability to master perfect instant transmission, just like the KO Shin, without any restrictions. After a prolonged wait, the Shenlong let a bead of sweat trickle down its forehead. I am sorry, but this wish remains beyond my capabilities. Why, Shenlong? You can grant immortality. Yet these two wishes elude you. The Shenlong, slightly flustered, explained, the first wish requires elevating your power to over 1,000,000, which exceeds my abilities. The second wish, perfect instantaneous movement, necessitates you becoming a deity and possessing divine energy, which, regrettably, is also beyond my reach. Bulma crossed her arms, turning her head aside and muttering, what a useless Shenlong. Ka Fei Jia, perhaps you should try a different wish. At that moment, as Ka Fei Jia pondered a new wish, a system notification chimed in his mind. Host, you may wish for a personal spatial dimension. This would resolve the dilemma of transporting items across dimensions. Indeed, the system has finally proven useful. With renewed determination, Ka Fei Jia articulated, Ahem, Shenlong, please grant me a personal spatial dimension within your capabilities. Upon receiving the new wish, the Shenlong's eyes flickered with red light. Your wish has been granted, but within my powers, I can only provide you with a space of 100 cubic meters, suitable for storing living beings. Until we meet again. It then transformed into Dragon Balls, scattering in all directions, awaiting the next gathering. Chapter 12. A familiar stranger Ka Fei Jia attempted to probe with his mental energy, and indeed, he sensed a cubic space within his body, where the dry air even carried a faint hint of dust, reminiscent of the training grounds on Planet Vegeta. Had he truly succeeded? Where is it? Let me see. Bulma leaned closer, scrutinizing Ka Fei Jia's form. Noticing the intensity of his gaze, Ka Fei Jia cleared his throat and shifted the topic. Bulma, could you ask your father to modify my spaceship? I require a gravity training room for my regular training. Bulma patted her chest confidently. Of course. My father is the most brilliant scientist on this planet. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Dr. Brief's laboratory, which was even more chaotic than Ka Fei Jia remembered from the military lab on Planet Vegeta. The room was filled with floating screens displaying complex equations, while robotic arms assembled unknown components. Dr. Brief, wearing magnifying goggles, became animated upon hearing the request. A gravity training room? How fascinating. What do you think of a maximum of 100 times gravity for training? I can also add a universal capsule storage function, allowing you to carry it in your pocket. He almost forgot about the genius invention of universal capsules. But would 100 times be too low? Ka Fei Jia furrowed his brow, recalling that on Planet Vegeta, 10 times gravity was often the starting point for many Saiyan children. Haha, you are currently in a growth phase. Excessive gravity might hinder your height. Take it slow, Doctor. Brief chuckled, explaining to the young child who stood at a mere 1.2 meters tall. Ka Fei Jia contemplated his future transformation into a Super Saiyan. A mere 100 times gravity seemed trifling. Nevertheless, he acknowledged his youth and the absence of urgency. Host, a gravity training room at this stage is sufficient for you, and your body still has room for enhancement. Once you master gravity, it may become superfluous. The system's voice chimed in at an opportune moment. Indeed, possessing the ability to traverse myriad realms, the future held endless possibilities, no further effort required on his part. All arrangements would be handled by the doctor. Realizing Ka Fei Jia had grasped the situation, Dr. Brief hurried to the control panel, typing swiftly on the virtual keyboard. 3 days. In 3 days, you will have your revamped spaceship. Observing the busy doctor, Ka Fei Jia and Bulma instinctively felt they could do little to assist and quietly exited the laboratory. In the days that followed, Bulma insisted on exploring West City thoroughly with Ka Fei Jia. They watched as hover cars zipped by like schools of fish from the high-end restaurant. And Bulma poked at her cake with a fork. You seem to show no interest in anything other than training? Gazing out at the vibrant nightscape, reflecting on his years spent on Planet Vegeta, Ka Fei Jia softly replied, I am simply unaccustomed to such a leisurely life. Previously, I awoke each day to relentless training, driven to complete tasks, and my kin could be described as battle maniacs, revered across the cosmos for our martial prowess. How is it possible for a nation solely focused on combat to survive? That must be incredibly dull. Bulma supported her head with her hands, shaking her head in disbelief. Well, now my kind has dwindled to a mere few in this universe, having been nearly exterminated. Ah, I am so sorry. I did not mean to. It is all right. They brought it upon themselves. By the way, I recall there is another member of my kin on this planet, recently dispatched here. Would you like to accompany me to see how he is faring? Can we? When do we leave? Realizing they could embark on another adventure, Bulma eagerly urged him to depart. There's no rush. We have spent an entire day exploring, and a brief rest before we continue is not too late. The following morning, eager to savor the joys of travel, Bulma declined Ka Fei Jia's rapid mode of transportation. They drove their hover car towards Baozi Mountain. Along the way, they ambled, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Following the map, they arrived at Baozi Mountain. Walking along a forest path where the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot resonated. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of earth, instilling a sense of tranquility. Before long, they reached the mountain summit. Who are you? A crab-headed youth tightened his grip on the wooden stick he held, his tail flicking nervously behind him. Bulma peeked out from behind. Is he the last of your kin? Ka Fei Jia fixed his gaze on Kakarot, searching for a glimmer of familiarity, yet only encountered pure unfamiliarity. He mused, truly, he is the protagonist. His amnesia is utterly complete. Just recently, he was crying and swearing vengeance against me. System, what else could it be? Saiyans are inherently violent. Had he not lost his memory, the Earthlings would have perished at his hands. Ka Fei Jia swallowed hard, ultimately managing a gentle smile. It has been a long time, Kakarot. Do you remember me? Sun Wukong regarded him, feeling a hint of familiarity but hesitating before turning away towards the wooden house, his tail swaying behind him. Observing his retreating figure, Ka Fei Jia recalled the clumsy individual who could barely stand during training on Planet Vegeta, now standing in the sunlight, exuding the scent of grass and wood, akin to a seed freshly planted, entirely liberated from its former soil. Wow, he truly is your kin. I never imagined your kind, all boar tails. How fascinating. Bulma marveled, examining the features of both individuals. A moment later, Sun Wufan emerged from the wooden house, following his grandfather. Upon seeing the newcomer with the same tail as his adopted grandson, he immediately speculated, "Are you here to find this child?" Realizing a potential misunderstanding, Ka Fei Jia hastily clarified, "Sir, you may be mistaken. He and I are not related. I am merely here to see how he is doing, especially since his parents have perished in battle." Sun Wukong stood beside the elder, his eyes brimming with curiosity, drawn to the one who shared his tail and exuded a sense of familiarity, while the other, entirely different and lacking a tail, made him wonder if she was the woman his grandfather had mentioned. During the moment when Sun Wukong was lost in thought, Sun Wufan had already learned through Kafiza about the identity of the child he had found, Kakarot, who should now be called Sun Wukong. After an extensive conversation, Kafiza inquired about the whereabouts of Corinta. "Corinta, you wish to visit the sacred land as well? How commendable. I recall it is located to the east from here, beyond a desert and a glacier, followed by a forest at its center." Reflecting on his youthful experiences of climbing the tower, Sun Wufan's chatter inadvertently lulled Sun Wukong into slumber. After acquiring a general idea of Corinta's location, Kafiza quickly rose, grasping Bulma's hand, and hurriedly took his leave. Remembering something, he urgently advised, "Old sir, our kind transforms into a giant ape on full moon nights, gaining tenfold strength. Please ensure he does not gaze at the moon. Additionally, you may sever his tail to facilitate his return to normal." Without waiting for a response, he accelerated and flew away, a hapless bird plummeting from the sky in his wake. Chapter 13. Exponential Growth and Strength. Kafiza, slow down. Let me down. I wish to ride the flying machine. After soaring through the air for a while, Bulma could no longer endure the scorching sun and recalled the flying machine stored in her universal capsule. Once aboard, she set the navigation target to Kafiza, ensuring he could fly ahead while the machine would automatically lock onto him, alleviating her fears of losing track. With Kafiza's deliberate control of speed, they finally arrived at Corinta's location after a considerable time. When the tower piercing the clouds came into view, Bulma gasped, "Wow, what a towering structure. I wonder if my flying machine can reach its summit." "Hold on tight." Kafiza positioned himself beneath the flying machine, exerting his strength, and soon they ascended to the tower's apex. "All right, we have safely arrived. You may disembark now," he informed Bulma. On the tower's edge, the cat sage languidly licked his paw upon their arrival, exclaiming, "A rare visit. I did not expect 2 guests at once, meow." Bulma, who had just stowed the flying machine, interjected, "A cat can talk?" "Indeed, I am the cat sage, meow. One is exceedingly strong, the other pitifully weak, meow." The cat sage assessed Kafiza, licking his paw, and inquired, Have you come to seek the ultra-holy water? I must be frank. Such a substance would be of no benefit to you, meow. No, I am here for something else, Siendo. The imposter ultra-holy water. Designed to deceive the ignorant and enhance strength, would not ensnare me. Not even the genuine article would I accept for free. Meow, Siendo. It is my sustenance. At most it can be used to restore energy. If you desire it, simply leave me 2 canisters. The cat sage was perplexed as to why this mortal would covet his food. Perhaps he had peculiar tastes. Approaching a corner where jars were stacked, the cat sage opened one and gestured for Kafiza to take what he wished. With permission granted, Kafiza extracted a universal capsule and filled it with 5 canisters of Siendo, preparing to depart. So, you came here merely for these beans? They look so ordinary. Like any regular beans, Bulma remarked, squatting to examine one closely before consuming it. The moment the Siendo was swallowed, a sensation of fullness surged within her, and her fatigue dissipated. Her eyes widened in astonishment, a look of delight gracing her face. How marvelous! This is truly a weight loss miracle. Bulma retrieved a makeup mirror. Discovering the dark circles under her eyes had vanished, momentarily captivated by her own beauty. Cat sage, please teach me how to sense chi. Meow, how peculiar. You are so strong yet lack the ability to sense chi. It is quite simple. You need only calm your mind, control your own chi, and focus on feeling the energies around you. Gradually, you will sense them. Upon hearing the instruction, Kafiza grasped the concept and, within mere breaths, mastered the ability to sense chi. This remarkable learning speed astonished the cat sage, who had anticipated amusement at his expense. How terrifyingly perceptive this young one is. Having acquired all he desired, Kafiza no longer lingered and bid farewell to the cat sage alongside Bulma. Departing from Corinta, they returned to West City. As soon as they entered the living room, Dr. Brief tossed a silver capsule to Kafiza. It's modified. The 100x gravity chamber is equipped with the latest materials. Use it with confidence. Gazing at the capsule in his hand, a surge of eagerness welled within Kafiza, eager to use it at once. After all, no Saiyan could resist equipment that promised swift enhancement and strength. Beside him, Bulma's eyes sparkled as she grasped his wrist. Wait, let me examine my father's invention. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kafiza's forehead as he felt her grip. He reluctantly acquiesced, allowing her to inspect it first. Outside, her eyes gleamed with excitement as she explored the interior of the ship, muttering an array of technical jargon that left Kafiza bewildered as he patiently awaited her conclusions. At last, after an extensive examination, Bulma emerged from the ship, still eager. All right, you may take it now, but next time you return, you must share your experiences with me. Kafiza sighed in relief, packing the silver capsule and storing it within his personal space. He approached Bulma's family, sincerely bidding them farewell. Dr. Brief, Mrs. Brief, Bulma, thank you for your assistance during my stay. I must take my leave. Bulma, feeling a tinge of reluctance, replied, All right. When you next visit Earth, remember to find me. Mrs. Brief exclaimed, Oh dear, you are so young and already venturing out on your own. How unfortunate. Why not stay and live with us? After all, we have more than enough resources, don't you agree, dear OO? Huh, yes. Dr. Brief, seeing his wife's gentle smile, hurriedly concurred, fearing a delayed response. Under Bulma's expectant gaze, Kafiza ultimately chose to say farewell. Rest assured, I shall return. He promised. Remember, I will await your return for new adventures. Standing at the ship's entrance, he waved his final goodbye to them. Subsequently, Kafiza boarded the ship, soaring into the vast expanse of the universe. During the voyage, he eagerly entered the ship's gravity training room. The instant 20x gravity was applied, his legs trembled slightly, yet his resolve burned brighter. He understood well that he must grow stronger swiftly, and with the aid of Siendo, he need not fear severe injuries. Thus, throughout the month of travel, other than necessary rest and nourishment, Kafiza devoted nearly every moment to the gravity training room. He continuously pushed the limits of his body, drenched in sweat, which evaporated under the heat. Each muscle ache and every laborious breath brought him closer to becoming a formidable warrior. In the 60x gravity training room, a flash of white light illuminated the space as Kafiza's frail body suffered extensive burns, muscles damaged. He lay on the floor, breathing faintly. Ugh, how infuriating. I overdid it. System, quickly, deactivate the gravity. System, received. I have warned you numerous times against such reckless training. You never listen. Were it not for my presence, You would have to start anew. Now, express your gratitude. As the gravity system shut down, Kafiza, who had been barely conscious, now greedily inhaled every breath of oxygen. Huh, that was a close call. Thank you, Tanzi. After resting for a moment, he struggled to rise from the floor and staggered towards the Siendo, promptly swallowing one whole. In an instant, his previously grievously injured body was restored to its former state. However, the surge of power within him caused him to furrow his brow. It appeared that the effectiveness of the Siendo in enhancing combat strength when on the brink of death had diminished significantly. The increase was nowhere near as profound as the first time he faced death. Contemplating the disparity in his strength, the system perceived his confusion and offered an explanation. Host. As a Saiyan, you do not gain strength from every brush with death. It consumes your inherent potential. Once your potential is depleted, significant enhancements in power become impossible. Indeed, I had suspected as much. My youth means I have yet to accumulate sufficient latent potential, unlike Sun Wukong, who possesses a profound foundation of potential in Dragon Ball Z. With this realization, he ceased using the Siendo for training and opted to maintain his daily basic training regimen. Furthermore, he had the spirit tree fruit, which could directly augment his strength without depleting his potential. After a month of intense training and consuming dozens of Siendo, Kafiza's combat strength soared to an impressive 187,000. Chapter 14. The journey begins. Having drifted through the cosmos for an extended period, he finally located a suitable planet for cultivation, Wotelistar. This celestial body radiated a mysterious glow and was rich in energy fluctuations. Upon landing, Kafiza surveyed his surroundings, finding no immediate danger, and promptly planted the spirit tree seed. The seed took root and grew rapidly. Within 7 days, a robust trunk emerged from the once barren ground, its dense foliage sprawling outward. Kafiza closely monitored the growth of the spirit tree, preparing to conduct human intervention in its pruning. The seed took 40 days from rooting to fruiting, and after a month and a half of waiting, Kafiza had grown increasingly impatient. Through daily pruning, 5 fruits matured, while the remaining unripe fruits were discarded early. He instructed the system to scan the 5 ripe fruits, which revealed that each contained energy ranging from 200,005 to 5,000. If consumed in their entirety, they could potentially enhance his combat strength by approximately 200,000. After devouring 3 of the fruits, the system confirmed an immediate increase in combat strength to 324,000. Resisting the urge to indulge further, he stored the remaining 2 fruits in his personal space and swiftly departed from the impending collapse of the planet aboard his spacecraft. Subsequently, utilizing his abilities and a modicum of assistance from the system, Kafiza successfully smuggled himself onto a planet governed by the Galactic Patrol. He found a secluded dwelling on the planet, and with all preparations completed, he resolved to embark on his journey through dimensions. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the system. Tanzi, prepare for the traversal. The system responded, understood, host. The crossing is about to commence. Please brace yourself. In a flash of light, Kafiza vanished from the room. As his consciousness returned, Kafiza felt as though his brain and internal organs had been tossed into a tumultuous washing machine. An indescribable wave of nausea surging from his chest. He collapsed to the ground, eyes tightly shut, retching uncontrollably. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes to behold a canopy of trees obscuring the sun, its light fragmented into delicate patches upon the decaying leaves at his feet. The air was imbued with a previously unknown energy, faint and chaotic, carrying a sticky sensation reminiscent of emotion, starkly contrasting the pure energy of the Dragon Ball universe. System, are you still there? Kafiza furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with discomfort. The system responded, yes, host, we have successfully crossed over. We are currently in the world of Inuyasha. Due to the absence of a network, you must verify the timeline yourself. Furthermore, the next traversal will require a 1-month wait, necessitating a recharge of 100,000 energy to return to the Dragon Ball world. Can I traverse back here again? The system replied, regrettably, no. This system lacks coordinate functionality. You must keep track yourself. It seems the rapid traversal plan is off the table. Kafiza took several deep breaths to calm his queasiness. He glanced down at his small hands, pale and slender, much like they were before the journey. However, when he attempted to harness the familiar energy within him, it was as if he had stirred a hornet's nest. A surge of unfamiliar energy rushed in from all directions, frenziedly penetrating his body along the trajectory of his own energy. This energy bore a chilling, tumultuous nature, gnawing at his being like countless tiny insects, clashing violently with his originally pure energy. Realizing something was amiss, Kafee's gaze sharpened, and almost instinctively, he summoned his energy to coalesce into a pale blue shield around his body. The foreign energy collided with the shield, emitting a sound akin to frying oil, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Yet, some of it still seared against his neck and arms, igniting a burning sensation as he utilized the energy from the Dragon Ball universe. Kafeeza gritted his teeth to maintain the shield, glancing down at his arm, where irregular red patches emerged, their edges tinged with a strange purple hue, reminiscent of burns. His neck likely bore similar marks. Even more concerning was the itch on both sides of his cheeks. Upon touching, he found several soft tufts of downy fur, faintly golden in hue. System, what is this? Detected adaptive mutations in the host's body due to rule conflicts. Semi-demon characteristics, monkey species, have emerged on the surface, and energy-repelling patterns have appeared at the tail's tip. This is a temporary phenomenon. Prolonged exposure to the current world's energy may trigger irreversible changes. Kafeeza swiftly turned to examine his once smooth tail, which now bore several spiraling black patterns at the tip, as if painted with ink, subtly glowing with his breath. Half-demon, he traced the patterns on his tail, feeling no pain, only a peculiar heaviness in the energy flow at that spot. The rules of this world are indeed intriguing. Warning, a conflict in world rules has been detected. The host's energy system exhibits compatibility discrepancies with the current world. It is advised to minimize high-intensity energy usage. Tanzi, why didn't you inform me of such crucial matters sooner? I am also experiencing this for the first time, the system replied. Before long, the energy swirling around began to dissipate. Once he felt a semblance of calm, Kafeeza lowered his shield. At that moment, a sharp shriek echoed nearby, accompanied by a faint energy fluctuation that resonated with that which had previously invaded his body, albeit with an additional element. Kafeeza suppressed his aura and approached the source of the commotion, concealing himself behind a sturdy ancient tree to observe. Not far away, a wolf-like creature with 3 eyes was pressing its paw against a fragment emitting a soft pink glow, surrounded by a black aura that fluctuated in intensity. The Shirkan jewel? Kafeeza's eyes brightened. He fixated on the shard, clearly sensing the energy within. Though it was chaotic, if purified, its essence might approximate a fraction of the spirit tree fruit's purity, albeit the most ordinary of fruits. The system suggested the host might consider using the purified Shirkan jewel as nourishment for cultivating the spirit tree seeds. It could yield unexpected results. A splendid idea. I like it. Kafeeza nodded, the red patches on his neck warming slightly in excitement. He summoned his internal energy, concentrating it into a sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. Perfect, let me test it out. The energy sphere flew forth with a whooshing sound, accurately striking the 3-eyed wolf demon on the back of its head. A whoo. The wolf demon had no chance to react. Its body exploded as if struck by a cannonball, disintegrating into a mass of flesh. The fragment of the Shirkan no Tama lost its anchor, tumbling through the air before falling to the ground. Kafeeza approached and picked up the fragment. Its surface was icy to the touch, and a peculiar energy attempted to burrow into his hand, but was repelled by the residual shield energy lingering in his palm. The fragment emitted a faint glow, and within the pink light, countless tiny black shadows twisted and screamed, likely representing negative emotions. Purification? Kafeeza grasped the fragment and raised his gaze towards the distant sounds of voices and demonic energy. It seemed he needed to first understand what spiritual energy was. He placed the fragment into his spatial pouch and turned to delve deeper into the dense forest. The crimson markings on his neck still burned, and the black patterns on his tail had grown increasingly distinct, yet he paid them no heed. His mind was solely focused on collecting enough fragments and discovering a method for purification. Then, he would plant that seed of the spiritual tree. The energy of this world might prove to be more useful than he had anticipated. Chapter 15. Purification? That night, hidden in the shadows of the secretive forest, Kafeeza had changed into the precious clothing of this era, curling up behind a rock partially concealed by vines, his fingertips clutching the recently acquired fragment of the Shirkan no Tama. A soft pink light leaked through his fingers, illuminating the newly sprouted golden fur on his cheeks. The fur was slightly longer than the day before and felt somewhat prickly, reminiscent of the down of a young beast. The crimson markings on his neck had expanded slightly, radiating a faint heat as if a small flame danced beneath his skin. During this time, he had consumed a magical bean, but the results were unsatisfactory. The crimson markings remained. Exhaling softly, he attempted to probe the energy within the fragment. The energy from the Dragon Ball world was pure and powerful. The moment this energy made contact with the fragment, it trembled violently, a strange black mist rising to the surface, neither solid nor energy, but more like a twisted fog that surged back towards him along the energy line. Ugh! Kaifiza grunted, feeling a cold, vengeful power race up his arm towards his heart. As it traveled, his veins felt as if they were being clawed at by invisible talons, both numb and itchy. He immediately withdrew his energy. But that strange force had already left a faint black mark on his wrist, intertwining with the crimson markings in a rather eerie manner. System warning. The fragment of the Shirkan no Tama contains impurities of negative emotions. Direct contact may lead to cognitive pollution. Emotions materialized? Kaifiza frowned, gazing at the black mark on his wrist. This was entirely different from the Dragon Ball world, where energy was solely concerned with strength and control, devoid of any mystical emotional attacks. He raised the fragment again for a closer inspection. Within the pink stone, that strange energy writhed as if alive, and he could faintly sense the anger, fear, and greed mixed within. These emotions were not abstract. They had genuinely transformed into perceivable energy, albeit in a disturbing form. It seemed that by stripping away these impurities, one could access pure energy. Kaifiza rubbed the edge of the fragment with his fingertips. However, forcing his energy upon it would only result in backlash. He needed to find the correct method for purification. Perhaps he could try to envelop the fragment with the faintest energy, cautiously probing like one would peel an eggshell. Yet that strange force clung to the fragment like a parasite, resisting any attempts to separate them. Instead, the prolonged contact deepened the black mark on his arm, and the black spiral patterns on his tail brightened, seemingly in response to this negative energy. It seems I must find Gao to observe how she purifies with spiritual energy. Kaifiza stored the fragment away and leaned against the rock, closing his eyes to rest. The discomfort in his body grew increasingly pronounced, the pressure from the conflicting rules tightening like a net. He could feel the energy within him growing restless, seemingly resisting the pollution of this world's rules. On the morning 2 days later, after searching for the main characters for a long time, Kaifiza stood atop a towering tree with lush foliage, peering towards the source of the sound. In a clearing hundreds of meters away, a girl dressed in modern school attire crouched on the ground, holding a pink fragment similar to the one in his hand. Beside her stood a silver-haired boy with dog ears, impatiently poking at the corpse of a demon on the ground with his tetsusaiga, grumbling, "Gao, hurry up with the purification. What are you dawdling for?" I know. The girl, referred to as Gao, furrowed her brow as she pressed her hand against the fragment. A gentle white light surged from her palm, enveloping the fragment like a warm stream. The moment the spiritual energy came into contact with the malevolent aura, a sizzling sound erupted. The originally murky pink glow became increasingly clear, ultimately transforming into a pure, transparent stone radiating gentle energy, devoid of any impurities within the pink halo. System: spiritual energy can neutralize impurities of negative emotions. The principle is akin to positive energy counteracting negativity. The host may simulate this method or directly utilize a spiritual energy medium for purification. So that's it. Kaifiza clenched his fist. It wasn't about forcibly stripping away the impurities, but rather using an energy of an entirely opposite nature to neutralize them. Positive energy, perhaps I could give it a try. System: host, do you want to reflect on your actions? What qualifies you to be a good person? Recalling his deeds thus far, having obliterated planets without scruples in pursuit of power, he awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. Inuyasha seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his head towards Kaifiza's hiding spot, his gaze wary. "Who's there?" Kaifiza immediately held his breath, compressing his energy to the lowest level while utilizing the surrounding demonic aura to conceal his presence. He saw Inuyasha approach with tetsusaiga in hand, while Gao stood up, nervously watching in his direction. "It's just a little mouse." Inuyasha scanned the area but found nothing unusual, curling his lip in dismissal before turning back. "Come on, Gao, we still have many fragments to find." Before leaving, Gao glanced back towards Kaifiza's direction, her brow slightly furrowed, as if she had sensed a strange aura that was neither demonic nor spiritual. carrying a hint of unfamiliarity not belonging to this era. It was only when their figures disappeared completely into the depths of the forest that Kai-Fiza finally exhaled slowly. He looked down at his palm, recalling how, while simulating Gao's spiritual energy fluctuations, a faint trace of spiritual energy had emerged in his palm. Though weak, it had indeed caused the black mark on his wrist to fade slightly. I truly am a genius. He took out the fragment left by the three-eyed wolf demon and tried again. This time, he did not use the energy from the Dragon Ball world. Instead, he mimicked the energy frequency Gao had just used, channeling a thread of extremely faint, harmonious energy from within. The moment the energy touched the fragment, the strange force still struggled, but it no longer retaliated with the same ferocity as before. It was now akin to a sugar cube gradually dissolving in warm water. The pink stone began to emit an increasingly clear glow, and though the progress was slow, it was genuinely becoming purer. Effective. Kai-Fiza felt a surge of joy, but soon furrowed his brow again. His simulation efficiency was abysmally low. While Gao could purify a fragment in mere seconds, he took several minutes to remove the impurities. Moreover, maintaining this state of harmonious energy felt exceedingly awkward for him, as if he were forcing a raging river to become a placid lake. System. The simulation efficiency is influenced by the host's understanding of spiritual energy. It is recommended to collect more fragments for practice or seek a high-concentration spiritual energy environment for assistance. A high-concentration spiritual energy environment? Kai-Fiza recalled the intensity of the spiritual energy surrounding Gao earlier. He tucked away the purified shards, feeling the notable increase in energy purity within them. Although they still could not compare to the fruits of the spirit tree, they were sufficient to serve as base fertilizer for the spirit tree seeds. Rather than burdening himself with unnecessary effort, he preferred to reap the benefits effortlessly. Ka-Fei-Jia ran his fingers over the black markings on his tail, sensing a smoother flow of energy there. He hoped this would serve as a suitable fertilizer and not disappoint him. He then stood up and headed in the same direction as Inuyasha and Kagome. Chapter 16, Half-Demon. The golden fuzz on his cheeks glimmered in the sunlight, while the red spots and black markings on his arms intertwined, and his tail swayed gently behind him, the spiral pattern at its tip resembling some mysterious sigil. The rules of this world continued to erode his body, but he remained indifferent. As long as he could collect enough shards of the Shirkan jewel and purify sufficient energy to plant the spirit tree, what did a little mutation matter? Ka-Fei-Jia had been trailing Inuyasha and his companions for some time. Instead of laboriously gathering shards one by one, it was far more economical to pick up the ready-made ones. Furthermore, simply following the main characters would allow him to ascertain the current timeline. The idea was sound, yet fate had other plans. The next day, Inuyasha and Kagome jumped into an ancient well, traversing to modern society. System. Do you think I can also use the well to travel through time? System. Give it up, host. You have no ties to this world. Why would they allow you to traverse? Only I, out of pity for you, would take you along. Noticing the system's erratic behavior and seeing that the others had left, Ka-Fei-Jia jumped in regardless, resulting in the system's mockery. Ha ha, I told you long ago, yet you did not believe me and insisted on trying. Humph. What an ungrateful well. Just wait, I shall fill you in due time. After yet another failed attempt at time travel, and being ridiculed by the system, a thoroughly dejected Ka-Fei-Jia arrived at a nearby lake. Facing the lurking monster within, dozens of energy blasts erupted forth, instantly creating colossal waves upon the lake's surface. A dragon-like creature was blasted onto the shore by this unknown force. Having been awakened from its slumber at the lake's bottom, it glared at Ka-Fei-Jia with rage. You little brat, was that commotion caused by you? How dare you disturb my rest? Since I haven't eaten today, you'll do nicely to fill my belly. Roar. With that, it lunged towards Ka-Fei-Jia with its gaping maw. Any ordinary child would have been terrified and cried for help. However, he remained still, calmly watching as the ferocious dragon charged at him. Just as its blade-like fangs were about to make contact, the dragon discovered that its vision was drifting further from the little brat. It felt a terrifying lightness throughout its body, and turning back, it saw its form cleaved in two, its head severed from its body, just as it sought to inquire what had transpired. A heavy blow landed upon its head, and consciousness succumbed to darkness. System. Wow? Host, are you truly going to eat it? It was just speaking a moment ago. With practiced precision, Ka-Fei-Jia skinned and dismembered the dragon, the blood flowing in a seamless rhythm, and the creature met its end in an instant. What is so frightening about this? I have tasted all sorts of bizarre meats on Vegeta Star. As the saying goes, donkey meat from the ground, dragon meat from the sky. How could he refuse such a rare offering? Ka Fei Jia expertly turned the dragon meat over the fire, the dancing flames licking its surface. Before long, the edges began to take on an enticing golden hue, the fat sizzling and bubbling, sliding down the grooves and dripping into the flames, sending up a shower of fragrant sparks. A rich, robust aroma filled the air, unique and commanding, mingling with a hint of char and the dragon meat's inherent freshness. As if nature and fire had collaborated to compose a delectable symphony. Ka Fei Jia inhaled deeply, feeling the scent penetrate his lungs and instantly awaken his taste buds. Finally, the surface of the roasted meat achieved a perfect caramelized color, and Ka Fei Jia eagerly tore off a piece. The molten meat, upon entering his mouth, first revealed its crispy exterior, shattering like a delicate shell. Following that, the tender, juicy interior unfolded on his palate, the texture firm yet succulent, each strand bursting with savory juices. The rich flavor exploded in his mouth, reminiscent of fine aged wine, becoming increasingly delightful with each bite. Ka Fei Jia closed his eyes, savoring the exquisite taste, the meat's freshness dancing on his tongue, balanced with the perfect amount of saltiness and a hint of smokiness. As if nature and flames had woven a beautiful culinary masterpiece, eliciting a satisfied sigh from him. Delicious. Thus, having developed an addiction to dragon meat, all-powerful monsters resembling dragons inexplicably vanished from the vicinity in the following days. Some rumored they had ascended to a higher realm, while others whispered they had been captured and consumed. 3 days later, in the early morning, beside the dry well by the sacred tree. System. When do you think Inuyasha and Kagome will return? It has been 3 days. Do you know how I have spent these 3 days? I am utterly bored. The system rolled its eyes internally. Yes, you nearly starved yourself to death in these 3 days. Why do you think all the renowned dragon demons fled in the night? Are you truly unaware? The system's indifference only heightened his boredom, leading him to recline against the sacred tree and play with leaves. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. Saiyan Moroku, Shippo, and a raccoon demon arrived at the dry well and took out cards, preparing to wait for the two's return. After playing for about an hour or two, Inuyasha and Kagome climbed out of the well. Amidst their surprise, they learned that a clan of leopard cats had begun collecting shards of the Shirkan jewel, seeking to resurrect their lord. What? So the current timeline is only in the mid-stage? It's time to stretch my legs. Ka Fei Jia stood up, stretching his stiff body. Inuyasha and his companions merely felt a gust of wind pass by, and suddenly, a strangely dressed child, a half-demon, appeared before them. Kagome, a half-demon? A child? Inuyasha instinctively placed himself in front of Kagome, one hand resting on Tetsuzaiga, prepared to draw it if the situation turned dire. Sniffing the air, he noted the faint demonic aura, and judging by appearance, the child indeed seemed to be in his youth. He removed his hand from Tetsuzaiga, lowering his guard. Hey, little brat, are you lost? If you are, you should leave here quickly. Be careful not to get subdued by that sorcerer over there. Hey, Inuyasha, don't scare the child like that. Hello, everyone. First of all, I am not lost. Secondly, Miss Kagome, please hand over the shards of the Shirkan jewel you possess. Ka Fei Jia's keen gaze remained fixed on the shards that Kagome carried. Upon hearing that he had come to seize the shards, the group exchanged glances. Inuyasha pointed at Ka Fei Jia, laughing mockingly, secretly guessing, another fool who dreams of becoming a complete great demon with the Shirkan jewel. With you, a mere half-demon child. I advise you to return home early to avoid crying later. Chapter 17. A desperate escape in an instant. Ka Fei Jia darted forth like a wraith, his speed akin to lightning. The group barely registered a shadow flashing before them when he had already reached Kagome, snatching the container, holding 3 shards of the Shirkan jewel from her. You little brat. Inuyasha reacted instantly, his eyes widening in anger and disbelief. He scrutinized Ka Fei Jia from head to toe. Return the shards. The Shirkan jewel is not something you can control. Kagome, startled and anxious, raised her voice involuntarily. Ka Fei Jia clutched the shards tightly in his hand, their pale pink glow illuminating his youthful face as he smiled. I'm sorry, everyone, but the shards now belong to me. Inuyasha drew Tesseiga with a swift motion, preparing for battle. The blade glimmered ominously in the sunlight. Humph. Let us see if you can protect yourself, he declared, addressing the young half-demon. Watch how I teach you a lesson. With that, He swung Tesega fiercely towards Ka Fei Jia, thinking to himself that this inexperienced half-demon would be an easy opponent. Ka Fei Jia's eyes glinted with disdain as he gracefully sidestepped, moving with the elegance of a dancing butterfly, effortlessly evading Inuyasha's ferocious strike. In an instant, he retaliated with a punch so swift it was nearly imperceptible, striking Inuyasha squarely in the abdomen. Inuyasha felt a tremendous force crash upon him, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, tracing an arc through the air before crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Tesega slipped from his grasp and fell to the earth. "Kagome!" she cried out in terror, her eyes filled with worry and urgency. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly unremarkable half-demon child possessed such formidable strength. Coral, refusing to back down, recognized the dire situation and immediately hurled a flying bone. The massive bone blade spun through the air, accompanied by a rushing wind, heading straight for their adversary. Ka Fei Jia remained unfazed, raising a hand to unleash an energy wave that struck the flying bone with pinpoint accuracy. There was a resounding explosion as the bone was sent spiraling away, landing far off in the distance. Coral, still processing the shocking turn of events, was caught off guard as Ka Fei Jia delivered a swift kick. Too fast for her to evade, landing solidly against her body. She felt a wave of excruciating pain wash over her before losing consciousness. Miroku sensed the gravity of the situation and thought to himself, "This child is no ordinary foe. We have underestimated him." He rushed to provide support, releasing several talismans as he clasped his hands together and chanted, "Subdue. Exterminate the demon." As his incantation took effect, the talismans surged towards Ka Fei Jia, seemingly intent on devouring everything in their path. However, Ka Fei Jia stood firm, and a protective barrier intercepted all the talismans. Realizing the futility of his actions, Miroku quickly opened his wind tunnel, yet its pull had no effect on Ka Fei Jia, as if it were merely a gentle breeze. Alarmed, Miroku retracted the wind tunnel, beads of sweat forming on his brow. How is this possible? This power? Just as the group felt utterly defeated, Ka Fei Jia prepared to depart when a cacophony of manic laughter echoed from the sky. The members of the leopard cat tribe, Chunlan, Xiaolan, and Xiulan, along with their feline demons, appeared, having long coveted the shards of the Shirkan no Tama. "Ha ha, you are doing well, and we shall graciously accept those shards," Xiaolan boasted, his eyes glinting with greed. Chunlan added, "Little half-demon brother, kindly hand over the shards." Xiulan chimed in, "Hurry up and give us the shards." Ka Fei Jia turned, his gaze condescending. "Interesting, but you think you can act like mantises catching cicadas while the oriole waits in the rear? You overestimate yourselves." Before they could utter another taunt, the three leaders of the leopard cat tribe fell to the ground, startling the surrounding feline demons into retreat, hesitant to act. Inuyasha lay on the ground, astonished by the swiftness of Ka Fei Jia. Could this child truly be a half-demon? Despite sharing the same bloodline, he recalled his own childhood, when he was bullied by other demons and forced to hide. "Hey, kid, I don't care where you heard that the shards can make you a pure-blooded great demon. But as you can see, countless individuals and demons desire them. I advise you to return the shard quickly." Despite being downed, Inuyasha held on to the dignity befitting a senior half-demon. "Oh, really? Rather than worrying about whether I can take the shards, you should be concerned for yourselves," Ka Fei Jia replied. As Inuyasha attempted to rise and fight again, Ka Fei Jia stepped forward and struck him once more, embedding him into the ground, rendering him unconscious. "Inuyasha!" Both Kagome and Miroku shouted anxiously, disregarding their safety as they rushed to his side to rescue him. Ka Fei Jia slowly walked to where Tesega had fallen. Gazing at the weapon that had once captivated him, he extended his right hand to grasp the hilt, envisioning a dramatic draw that would astonish everyone. Unfortunately, Tesega did not recognize him, remaining tattered and unchanged. "TCH, lacking vision," he muttered, casually resheathing Tesega. Looking back at the leopard cat tribe, he noticed that the three leaders had already fled while he toyed with the sword. Pathetic, not even worthy of a warm-up, and they claimed to be pure-blooded great demons. Shaking his head, he felt no thrill for battle and leapt into the air, departing towards a nearby town. Meanwhile, at the gathering place of the leopard cat tribe, the atmosphere was tense. Chunlan, Xiaolan, and Xiulan slowly regained consciousness, gazing at their anxious elder sister, Donglan, filled with remorse. Chunlan struggled to sit up, embarrassment etched on her face. "Elder sister, we failed our mission. The shards were taken by a strange half-demon. Donglon's brow furrowed, a flash of shock and anger crossing her features. What? A half-demon? You three, actually. She took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. Please, explain in detail what transpired. That half-demon appeared quite young, around 7 or 8 years old. Due to his height, we misjudged his age. But he looks like a monkey demon. His strength was astonishing, and his speed so rapid that we couldn't react. His demonic aura was pitifully weak. The trio recounted the events in turn. After listening, Donglon fell into deep thought. Moments later, her gaze became resolute. It seems this half-demon is not to be trifled with. We cannot allow the shards to fall into the hands of others. Dispatch a command. Let the lesser demons of our tribe immediately search for the whereabouts of that half-demon. This time, I shall lead the charge. We, the 4 siblings, must reclaim the shards. Yes, elder sister. They responded in unison. Simultaneously, Inuyasha was surrounded by companions, the atmosphere equally somber. Gritting his teeth, he punched the ground. Damn it! That little brat better watch out. The next time we meet, I will retrieve those shards. His eyes blazed with fury, regret flooding his heart for his earlier carelessness. Kagome looked at Inuyasha, just freed from the stone, with concern. Inuyasha, that half-demon is incredibly powerful. We cannot act recklessly again. Miroku nodded in agreement. Indeed. We know nothing of his capabilities. Caution is prudent. Inuyasha scoffed, rising to his feet. What are we afraid of? I cannot believe he is as formidable as they claim. Had it not been for his youthful appearance deceiving me today, I would not have been caught off guard and brought down by his sudden attack. We shall rest tonight, and tomorrow we will set forth to find him. The others, resigned to their fate, had no choice but to heed Inuyasha's plans and prepare to gather their strength, embarking on the quest to locate Kafiza the following day. Shippo, having already fallen asleep, lay across Kagome's lap. Meanwhile, Sango diligently repaired her weapon, the Hireikatsu. The formidable Hireikatsu had been shattered into 2 pieces by a casual strike from the adversary, and now it required thorough mending before it could be wielded again. At that moment, Kafiza was leisurely wandering through a town. The system remarked, "Host, there is nothing of interest here. How much longer do you plan to linger? It would be prudent to collect the fragments and return to your original time." However, cherishing this rare opportunity to explore the ancient past, with an uncertain fate in future travels, he felt it would be a great loss not to savor the beauty surrounding him. Life demands that one pays attention to their environment to discover its splendor and continue onward. Yet, the tail trailing behind him led the townsfolk to mistakenly perceive him as a half-demon, quickly inciting panic among the residents. Upon learning of the presence of a demon, the town's lord urgently summoned a sorcerer to exorcise the creature. Before long, the sorcerer arrived in grand fashion, accompanied by a throng of disciples, and boldly confronted Kafiza. Clad in silk robes adorned with yin and yang symbols, the sorcerer brandished prayer beads and pointed a staff at Kafiza, proclaiming loudly, "You half-demon dare trespass here. Today shall be your end." With that, he commanded his disciples to advance. Kafiza was momentarily taken aback, but soon furrowed his brow, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. "Host, it seems there are indeed those who lack insight, thinking me easy prey." The system chuckled in response. "Host, with your appearance as a half-demon child, who else would they target if not you? Act swiftly." With a disdainful snort, Kafiza raised his hand, unleashing a surge of energy that sent the assailants flying. The sorcerer, aghast, attempted to cast a spell but was struck by an energy orb from Kafiza, turning to ash without uttering a single cry. His disciples, witnessing their master subdued by such a powerful demon, fled in terror, abandoning their magical tools as they screamed and rushed away, calling for their ancestors, fearing they might be caught and devoured. The subsequent attempts by other sorcerers to exorcise the demon extinguished any desire. Kafiza had to explore the town, and with a frigid tone, he remarked, "Humph. Since you have chosen to disregard my mercy, I shall not be at fault. The Lord's mansion need no longer exist." With that declaration, he concentrated his energy and stomped the ground, causing the Lord's mansion to crumble into ruins. As dust and smoke enveloped the area, Kafiza dusted off his hands and turned to leave, muttering, "What a bore! If the tiger does not show its might, they shall mistake me for a sickly cat." He then arrived at the riverbank, his hunger peaked, and spotted a massive bull demon. Licking his lips, he declared, "Host, this will be my meal tonight." In an instant, he appeared before the bull demon. Sensing danger, The creature attempted to resist, but was swiftly subdued by Kafiza, skillfully skinning and preparing the meat. He soon had a fire roaring and the aroma of roasting flesh wafting through the air. Before long, a girl who had wandered away from the crowd stumbled upon Kafiza feasting. Curiously, she approached, and, upon discovering he was of similar stature to herself, tilted her head and inquired, "What are you eating?" Kafiza looked up and, noticing her friendly demeanor, graciously invited her, "Roasted beef. Would you care to join me?" The system interjected, "Host, be cautious. This is Rin, the child attendant who follows Sesomaru." Hearing the invitation, Rin's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance. Jaken, leading a two-legged dragon alongside Sesomaru, raced toward them. "Rin, I told you to wait for me. Slow down. Why won't you listen? Half-demon. Rin, hurry over. It's dangerous there." Jaken fussed like a worried elder, fretting over Rin's safety. "Ah, Jaken, Lord Sesomaru, you've arrived," Rin exclaimed. "Rin, come." At her obedient approach, Sesomaru, sensing Kafiza's immense power, instinctively placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, his gaze cautious, ready to act at the slightest hint of danger. Aware of Sesomaru's hostility, Kafiza glanced up, silently noting, "Host, this Sesomaru truly is as cold as depicted in the anime." The system reminded him, "After all, he is a pure-blooded demon. Pride is to be expected." "Humph, as if I am not a pure-blooded Saiyan," Kafiza retorted internally. "But have I ever carried myself with such aloofness?" Taking another bite of beef, he signaled that he meant no harm. "Lord Sesomaru." Sesomaru gently stroked Rin's head, casting another glance at Kafiza. Seeing no immediate threat, he departed with Rin and Jaken. Watching their retreating figures, Kafiza murmured, "This journey is becoming increasingly intriguing." With that, he resumed enjoying his dinner. Chapter 19. The gathering of forces. Half a month later, Kafiza leisurely traversed various towns, relishing the culinary delights and novelties of this world. Temporarily setting aside the quest for the shards of the Shirkan no Tama, he indulged in an array of delectable snacks while meandering through bustling marketplaces, his tail occasionally swaying in delight. The passers-by could not help but steal glances at the young half-demon, whose seemingly insatiable appetite sparked their curiosity. Drawn together by intrigue, they whispered amongst themselves, speculating about the peculiarities of his existence. "Host, in this era of scarcity, how do chefs manage to remove the strong flavors from meats?" Kafiza asked, his mouth full of food and his words muffled. The system replied with exasperation, "Host, do not forget our mission is to collect the shards and return to our original time. Do not become overly distracted." Kafiza pouted, I know. It's rare to relax." Just as he relished life, a small demon from the leopard cat clan, having discovered his whereabouts through domesticated cats, rushed to report back to its kin. "Excellent. Chunlan, gather our forces. We must depart." Upon receiving the news, Donglan, the leader of the four heavenly kings, immediately summoned Chunlan, Xiaolan, and Sholan, along with a host of leopard cat demons, and they set off toward the town where Kafiza resided. Their resolve to reclaim the shards and resurrect their father unwavering. Curse that half-demon. Donglan's eyes gleamed with determination, his weapon shimmering ominously. Simultaneously, Inuyasha and his companions, guided by Kagome and Inuyasha's keen sense of smell, relentlessly pursued their quarry. One day, Inuyasha abruptly halted, sniffing the air. "Strange, there's a scent of leopard cat demons. It seems they are heading in the same direction." Kagome queried, "Could this be related to the half-demon who stole the shards?" Miroku pondered briefly. "It's quite possible. Let us follow them." Sengo remarked, "Yumiko is trailing behind those cat demons." Thus, Inuyasha and his group stealthily followed the leopard cat clan, advancing toward the town. Upon their arrival, the ordinary townsfolk, upon witnessing the approaching demons, scurried back to their homes, fearful of being captured for a gruesome feast. Kafiza sat comfortably in a tavern, leisurely dining. Xiaolan spotted him instantly and cried out, "There he is! Attack, my kin!" The leopard cat demons surged toward Kafiza like a tidal wave. Kafiza, setting down his utensils, wore an expression of resignation. "Host, my peaceful days have barely begun, and trouble finds me already," the system teased. "Who told you to take their coveted shards? Resolve this swiftly." Rising to face the onslaught of foes, Kafiza smirked slightly. "I spared you once. Yet you show no gratitude and dare to return. Truly, you know not what is good for you." The members of the leopard cat clan roared and charged towards Kafiza. who swiftly vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Xiaolan, delivering a powerful punch that sent her crashing into several buildings. Such meager skills dare to seize the fragments? Kafiza's voice echoed within the tavern. Xiaolan, witnessing this, glared fiercely and brandished her blade, rushing towards Kafiza, demanding, "You little wretch. Hand over the fragments of the Shirkan jewel." Chunlan, Xiaolan, do not be fooled. Coordinate your attacks. This little demon possesses remarkable strength. Donglon unleashed an ice attack upon the battlefield, but Kafiza effortlessly evaded it, chuckling, "If you desire the fragments, let us see if you possess the capability." At that moment, Inuyasha and his companions also arrived outside the tavern. Upon witnessing the standoff between the Leopard Cat clan and Kafiza, Inuyasha exclaimed with delight, "I've finally found him. This time, I will teach this little demon a lesson." Kagome anxiously interjected, "Inuyasha, forget about that for now. While they are engaged in battle, we should stealthily retrieve the fragments." However, Inuyasha disregarded her advice, swinging Tetsusaiga as he boldly entered the tavern. "You little brat, you won't escape this time," he shouted at Kafiza, unleashing a wind scar attack. Noticing the sudden involvement of Inuyasha and his group, Kafiza frowned. "You all have come as well? How troublesome." Chaos erupted within the tavern as both the Leopard Cat clan and Inuyasha's group sought to seize the fragments from Kafiza. Spells and weapons illuminated the space. Amidst a cacophony of battle cries and disputes, "Inuyasha, do not take advantage of the situation. The fragments were first targeted by our Leopard Cat clan." Chunlan yelled at Inuyasha. He retorted, "Humph, spare me the nonsense. Those fragments rightfully belong to us, merely snatched by this little demon, and we certainly intend to reclaim them. You all should refrain from causing further chaos." Kafiza navigated effortlessly through the fray, skillfully countering attacks from both sides. Savoring this rare post-meal entertainment, he decided to indulge them a little longer. After a brief interval, Kafiza's eyes glimmered with a fierce light as he gathered energy, exuding a powerful aura. With a triumphant laugh, a formidable wave of energy radiated from him, sending surrounding demons and Inuyasha's group sprawling backward. The onlookers crashed to the ground, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, gazing up at Kafiza in astonishment. At that moment, Kafiza was enveloped in a white aura, emanating an overwhelming presence that left everyone paralyzed with fear. Stretching his body, he casually surveyed the crowd. "The post-meal activities have concluded. Now I shall take this more seriously." With that, he charged towards the Leopard Cat clan, rapidly swinging his arms and unleashing waves of energy, inflicting severe casualties upon them. Despite Donglon and the others attempting to resist, they were no match for Kafiza, who swiftly dispatched them. Observing this, Inuyasha charged at Kafiza with Tetsusaiga, declaring, "I will not be defeated by you." Kafiza sidestepped Inuyasha's attack and retaliated with a swift strike, sending him flying. Kagome, Moroku, and Sango, witnessing Inuyasha's defeat, grew frantic. Having engaged Kafiza twice, they understood the vast disparity in strength and were left uncertain on how to proceed. Positioning themselves protectively in front of the fallen Inuyasha to prevent further harm, Yumu continuously sounded warnings from the side. Just as Kafiza prepared to deliver a final blow, a shadow darted past in the corner. Kafiza, keenly sensing the presence, launched an energy blast towards the corner, demanding, "Who is it? Show yourself." It turned out that Naraku, who had been observing Inuyasha and his group from the shadows, had stealthily followed the Leopard Cat clan to this location. Seeing Kafiza's formidable prowess, he concocted a scheme to eliminate Inuyasha under the guise of this opportunity. However, as he attempted to reveal himself, Kafiza casually struck the hiding place, shattering the powerful demonic barrier surrounding it and obliterating Naraku's form, reducing him to a mere puppet. Kafiza scanned the surroundings, realizing the foe's presence had vanished. Picking up the fallen puppet, he instantly comprehended the situation, scoffing, "A puppet? How fitting for Naraku's character to hide and skulk." Turning to the fallen four heavenly kings and Inuyasha's group, he remarked, "With such frailty, I have yet to exert myself, and you are already incapacitated. I shall spare you today. Do not trouble me again next time." With that, he swaggered out of the tavern. Inuyasha and his companions watched Kafiza's retreating figure, filled with frustration. Yet, they were acutely aware that with their current strength, they could not contend with him. "Curse that little demon. Next time, I will surely reclaim the fragments." Inuyasha clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. In a secluded dwelling, Naraku observed Kafiza through the mirror of Kagura, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Interesting, we shall meet again soon. Chapter 20. Naraku's recruitment. Kagura, Shinon, go find that half-demon and offer him a tempting promise. Tell him that if he is willing to serve me, not only will I assist him in becoming a true great demon, but I will also grant him a fragment of the Shirkan jewel. Naraku's gaze was cold, his tone deep as he commanded. Understood. Kagura and Shinon replied in unison before vanishing into the shadows. Naraku intends to leverage this half-demon to eliminate Inuyasha and his companions. Could I not use the power of another to kill Naraku and regain my freedom? Kagura tightened her grip on her fan, her expression complex. Only Shinon remained expressionless, devoid of joy or sorrow, resembling a porcelain doll. Shinon departed. Kagura transformed the feathers on her head into a vehicle, carrying both of them away. Meanwhile, after leaving the tavern, Kafiza did not venture far, but instead sought a concealed spot near the town to linger. He understood that Naraku's nature would not allow him to relent, and he was eagerly awaiting Naraku's next move. He intended to follow the trail and locate Naraku's lair, aiming to eliminate this old schemer while simultaneously claiming his fragments of the Shirkan jewel. Zongzi, who do you think Naraku will send? Kafiza reclined on the grass, gazing at the glittering night sky. The system responded, given Naraku's modus operandi, it is highly probable he will dispatch Kagura or Shinon. Both not only possess formidable strength, but also each have unique abilities. Kafiza smirked, a traitor ready to betray at any moment, and a doll-like girl, whoever it may be. It matters not. As anticipated, Kagura and Shinon soon found him. Kagura, fluttering her feathered attire, landed in front of Kafiza, while Shinon stood silently beside her, her mirror reflecting the cool moonlight. Are you the powerful half-demon? Kagura scrutinized Kafiza with her crimson eyes, a hint of caution present. A half-demon capable of easily defeating numerous foes, regardless of youth, warranted vigilance. Kafiza sat up, regarding them. Have you come to recruit me on Naraku's behalf? Kagura, a touch surprised, responded, you know of Naraku, but it matters not. Naraku admires your strength. If you are willing to serve him, he promises to aid you in becoming a great demon and will also provide you with a fragment of the Shirkan jewel. Realizing the misunderstanding regarding his identity, Kafiza chuckled inwardly, maintaining an impassive facade. Become a great demon? With Naraku's assistance? Isn't he still a half-demon himself? As long as my own power is sufficiently strong, I have no need for his help. As for the fragment of the Shirkan jewel, I will acquire it myself. I have no desire to be anyone's lapdog like you. Kagura, infuriated by Kafiza's attitude, gathered wind blades in her hand. Unappreciative little brat. Do not think that just because you possess some skill, you can be arrogant. With that, she launched several wind blades towards Kafiza. Ka Fei Jia, with an unhurried demeanor, raised his hand and gently waved it, dispersing the wind blades with a wave of energy. As he concentrated his attack and directed it towards Shinwu, witnessing the scene, raised her mirror to shield Shinlu. The moment the attack made contact with the mirror, it was slowly absorbed within, without any rebound. What is happening? Shinwu explained indifferently. The power of this attack is simply too great. The mirror cannot reflect it and can only absorb it first, otherwise it would shatter. Suddenly, Ka Fei Jia appeared before Shinwu and struck her mirror with a powerful punch, causing an explosion of light. The sound of cracking echoed as the mirror shattered, sending Shinwu flying. Shinwu, that wretched scoundrel. Seizing the opportunity, Shinlu attempted a surprise attack from behind, but Ka Fei Jia swiftly kicked her away. Shinlu struggled to rise from the ground, her heart racing with fear. This fellow's strength is astonishing. We are in deep trouble. Ka Fei Jia looked at the two with a cold smile, saying, with such meager skills, you dare to recruit me? Return and tell Nai Luo to safeguard the fragments of the Shirkan no Tama for me. I shall seize them soon. Trembling, Shinlu stood up and glanced at her equally disheveled sister. They exchanged knowing looks, realizing they were no match for him, and fled in panic. System, are you really letting them go just like that? This is called fishing with a long line to catch a big fish. I have already locked onto their auras. Once they return to their lair, the Shirkan no Tama will be at my fingertips. System, you are indeed the best at this. Nai Luo is finished now. Ka Fei Jia concealed his aura and stealthily followed Shun Lu and Shun Wu towards Nai Luo's lair. Shun Lu and Shun Wu returned to Nai Luo's hideout in disarray, their breaths ragged and their bodies marked with obvious wounds. Nai Luo slowly emerged from the shadows, his gaze as cold as frost, sweeping over the two with a heavy, oppressive voice. What happened? Shenwu lifted her head, her tone flat, yet revealing a hint of fatigue. The opponent refused our recruitment. He is far too strong for us. Nai Luo's expression darkened instantly, and he scoffed. Humph, he does possess some ability. At that moment, Ka Fei Jia had followed all the way to the castle where Nai Luo resided, a strong barrier enveloping it, emanating an eerie glow. System, look. This is Nai Luo's barrier. Ka Fei Jia curled his lips in disdain. Watch how I break this barrier, system. With that, he gathered energy in both hands, his aura radiating magnificently, and then forcefully thrust the energy towards the barrier. With a thunderous roar, the barrier shattered like fragile glass, its light dissipating. Everyone within the castle felt the powerful shockwave, and Nai Luo was utterly astonished. What is happening? How could someone so easily break through the barrier I meticulously crafted? Stay here, he commanded, then made his way alone to the castle hall, where he found Ka Fei Jia leisurely standing there. Nai Luo assessed him, secretly amazed at his strength, yet still attempted to recruit him. Half-demon, you are indeed extraordinary. If you surrender to me now, I will let the past be the past and grant you the power to become the mightiest demon in this world. Ka Fei Jia scoffed. Nai Luo, spare me your pretenses. I am not so easily deceived. Hand over the fragments of the Shirkan no Tama. Seeing his recruitment efforts in vain, a ruthless glint flashed in Nai Luo's eyes as he transformed. His body twisted and morphed, the upper half remaining humanoid, while his lower half sprouted numerous thick, demonic tentacles, resembling a gigantic octopus. Simultaneously, bat-like wings sprouted from his sides, and a scorpion tail emerged from his back, rendering his form vast and terrifying. Nai Luo swung his tentacles at Ka Fei Jia, their speed swift and accompanied by a rushing wind. Unperturbed, Ka Fei Jia nimbly dodged the tentacle assaults, even taunting Nai Luo. With such feeble attacks, you think you can defeat me? You are dreaming. Speed up, faster, faster. Are you starving? With such sluggishness, do you think you can hit me? I might just fall asleep. Chapter 21. Nai Luo's defeat. Nai Luo commanded all his tentacles to attack simultaneously, hoping to ensnare Ka Fei Jia. Seizing the opportunity, Ka Fei Jia landed a powerful punch on one of the tentacles, causing it to snap instantly and green blood to splatter. How disgusting. Oomph, soon you will be part of me. Nai Luo, in pain, let out an enraged roar, and the remaining tentacles surged wildly towards Ka Fei Jia. Ka Fei Jia danced gracefully, leaping into the air and then crouching low to the ground. Each evasion perfectly timed while striking back and severing Nai Luo's tentacles one by one. System, host, you must stop playing around. What if Nai Luo escapes later? It is rare to have a durable punching bag for entertainment, and Ka Fei Jia found it hard to let go of the opportunity to toy with him. This half-demon brat is incredibly fast. Even the steel teeth infused with the fragments of the Shirkan no Tama cannot match his speed. Nai Luo, witnessing the situation, felt a flicker of resolve as his body began to reconstitute, the severed tentacles regrowing thicker and stronger. He unleashed a plume of purple miasma towards Ka Fei Jia. How vile! Ka Fei Jia frowned, conjuring an energy shield to keep the miasma at bay. The miasma hissed upon contact with the shield, rippling the surface. Yet it remained steadfast. My friend, fighting is one thing, but could you at least provide some fresh air? This is quite unsanitary. Seizing the moment between Nai Luo's attacks, Ka Fei Jia charged forward, unleashing a rapid barrage of energy waves. Nai Luo, caught off guard, was struck and instantly disintegrated into countless pieces of flesh, scattering across the ground. However, to Ka Fei Jia's astonishment, the flesh did not perish. Instead, it began to writhe, attempting to reassemble. Ha! You cannot kill me, little brat. Submit and become sustenance for my body. Just as a head began to form, Nai Luo mocked, secretly plotting his escape. His opponent was simply too swift, and he could not land a single blow, having fought for so long without a moment to catch his breath. It was clear that his true strength had yet to be revealed. Continuing this way would be detrimental. It would be wiser to retreat for now and reevaluate later. If you have the capability, try to swallow me. System, the host is indeed a true Saiyan. A heart that loves to play will never go out of style. Ignoring the system's jibes, Ka Fei Jia thought to himself that Nai Luo truly was an unkillable pest. Even after being reduced to mere flesh, he still lived. It was likely that his heart had been separated from him. Closing his eyes, Ka Fei Jia began to sense the surrounding auras, using his energy to probe while evading Nai Luo's tentacle attacks. It was not fear of breaking through his defenses, but rather the thought of being attacked felt utterly revolting. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on a distant mountain. So that is where it is. Gathering energy at his fingertips, a brilliant beam shot forth, traveling hundreds of kilometers to the valley. In an instant, the mountainside collapsed, the barrier shattered, and Nai Luo's heart was exposed, instantly reduced to ash upon being struck by the beam. Nanny, this is impossible. How could such a thing happen? My heart. Nai Luo, in disbelief, felt his heart's destruction, his body starting to uncontrollably disintegrate as his consciousness slowly faded. To think that I, Nai Luo, would be defeated by a half-demon. How ironic. In the final moments of his life, the image of Jing Ke's face filled his mind, a deep yearning and regret for not possessing her. So it was Jing Ke that I have always desired. Before his consciousness fully dissipated, Nai Luo summoned the most ferocious insects to carry his fragmented body to Jing Ke's location. System, host, hurry and finish him off. Nai Luo is about to escape. There is no need for that. His aura is on the verge of complete dissolution, and fleeing would be futile. Moreover, the Shirkan no Tama is already in our possession. As Nai Luo was taken away by the poisonous insects, a substantial fragment of the Shirkan no Tama fell from the sky, emitting a murky glow. Ka Fei Jia reached out to catch it, gazing pensively in the direction Nai Luo had departed. Is this a desire to bid farewell to Kikyo before vanishing? System, I fail to comprehend your human emotions. When you possess power, you remain indifferent, yet once stripped of everything, you begin to cherish what you once disregarded, utterly perplexing. At that moment, Kagura and Shinwu hurriedly approached from the castle, and after a tremor shook the ground, the poisonous insects monitoring them were suddenly summoned away by Nai Luo, leaving not a single one behind. They wished to witness what was unfolding. To their astonishment, they beheld Nai Luo on the brink of dissolution, willingly surrendering even the Shirkan no Tama. Nai Luo is dead. How long has Kagura awaited this day? It is known that Nai Luo had countless enemies, many eager to end his life. Even the likes of Sesshomaru and Inuyasha had failed to achieve this. Yet now this mysterious half-demon has accomplished it with such ease. The freedom she has long yearned for has arrived so abruptly. At this moment, she feels the rhythm of her heartbeat resonating in her chest. A most enchanting sensation. My heart has returned. Nai Luo is truly finished. Shinwu, can you hear the heartbeat emanating from my chest? Ha! I am free, I am free. The connection has been severed. He is indeed at death's door. In stark contrast to Kagura's elation at regaining her freedom, Shinwu remained impassive, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Amidst her surprise, Kagura observed Ka Fei Jia approaching, her grip tightening around her fan, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Ka Fei Jia, regarding Kagura and Shinwu, both pitiable figures from the original tale, decided to extend them a reprieve. Congratulations, you have escaped Nai Luo and regained your freedom. With that, he turned to leave, leaving Kagura and Shinwu standing in stunned silence, gazing at his departing figure, their hearts brimming with disbelief. He actually spared us. In a tranquil forest, Kikyo stood quietly, witnessing the broken body of Nai Luo, brought low by the demons and poisonous insects. Shock filled her eyes. Nai Luo, it is astonishing that anyone could inflict such harm upon you. How utterly disgraceful. Nai Luo looked at Kikyo, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Indeed. Even I did not anticipate that events would unfold in this manner. As if sensing something amiss in Nai Luo's demeanor, Kikyo asked in astonishment, your current state is such that your heart has been destroyed by the opponent. What a clever woman you are. You have guessed correctly. Kikyo, at this moment, I am merely relying on the last vestiges of my demon power to see you one final time. Kikyo furrowed her brow slightly and asked softly, why do you come to see me now, at the brink of death? Nai Luo offered a bitter smile. I do not know. Perhaps all along, what I truly desired was simply you. His voice grew fainter, and he slowly closed his eyes, his face etched with endless regret and unwillingness. His body gradually collapsed, transforming into countless fragments that scattered with the wind. Kikyo looked upon Nai Luo, a flicker of pity crossing her features, yet she merely sighed softly. There are still more pressing matters awaiting her attention. She must locate the Shirkan no Tama fragments left behind in Nai Luo's lair. It is imperative that they do not fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions. With Nai Luo now deceased, the task of ensuring the Shirkan no Tama's disappearance shall be mine to fulfill. With her bow and arrows in hand, and the Shirkan insects leading the way, Kikyo's gaze was resolute. I am sorry, Inuyasha, forgive me. Chapter 22. The contribution of Steel Fang in a dark and cramped corner. A nauseating scent of decay permeated the air. How long has it been since there was any ventilation? The moldy odor is overwhelming. Ka Feijia waved his hand, creating a hole in the wall for fresh air to enter. As time passed, Ka Feijia arrived at a room devoid of any amenities. Amber lay quietly on the bare floor, as if trapped in an unending nightmare, his brow furrowed tightly as he clutched his weapon with a death grip. Only the faint, flickering glow emanating from the shard of the Shirkan no Tama on his back attested to its existence. Alas, this is a tragedy. Nai Luo has committed countless evils and has met his rightful end. The system chimed in. Indeed, indeed. Approaching Amber, Ka Feijia crouched down, attempting to reach for the shard. At that moment, Amber opened his eyes and quickly sprang back, his gaze shifting from confusion to one of fear and vigilance. Who are you? Upon recognizing that he was in Nai Luo's castle, memories surged within him like a torrential tide. Amber recalled the towering figure of his father collapsing, the desperate cries of his kin echoing in his mind, and guilt and anguish pierced his heart like a sharp needle. No, do not remember. Forget, quickly forget. It is all my fault. I brought ruin upon my father and my people. Amber's voice trembled as he cradled his head in his hands, tears brimming in his eyes. He had long been ensnared in the torment of being manipulated by Nai Luo to slay his loved ones, becoming a weapon of destruction against his own kin. Each awakening was a torment, a reminder of his suffering. He had once willingly submitted to Nai Luo's control, seeking to escape the wounds of his heart. But now he could no longer evade them. Ka Feijia regarded Amber with a sympathetic gaze. If you wish to forget everything, why not entrust the shards on your back to me? Consider it my payment for slaying Nai Luo. Nai Luo has been killed by you. Is this true? Amber looked up at the young half-demon before him in disbelief, his voice trembling as he sought confirmation. Ka Feijia produced a substantial shard of the Shirkan no Tama. This should serve as proof, would it not? Upon seeing the familiar shard of the Shirkan no Tama, Amber could no longer contain his tears, which flowed freely down his face. Thank you, thank you. Please take the shards from my back. Perhaps this will slightly atone for my wrongs. Amber spoke resolutely, a glimmer of relief shining in his eyes. You need not bear such burdens. This was not your intention. All is a scheme orchestrated by Nai Luo. With that, Ka Feijia reached out to remove the shard from Amber's back. In the moment the shard was separated from him, Amber's body swiftly disintegrated into white bones, his light extinguishing like a candle flickering in the wind. Ka Feijia silently gazed at the place where Amber had vanished, reflecting on the capricious and cruel nature of fate. Arranging the shards he possessed, he found that only 2 or 3 more were needed for the complete jewel. The system inquired, why does the host not seek Kikyo to rescue him? Why should I rescue him? For him, death is the best form of salvation. Furthermore, am I well acquainted with Kikyo, or is the current Amber familiar with her? The system harbored serious doubts regarding the host's empathy. By the way, system, do you remember where the remaining shards are? The system, with a hint of pride, replied, since you asked earnestly, I shall graciously enlighten you. The remaining shards are located. Ah? Found it. There are 2 shards in that direction. I recall it being Steel Fang's. The system's tone shifted. Alas, wait. Host, you cannot treat me this way. Utilizing aura to locate shards is utterly unfair. Ignoring the system's lamentations, Ka Feijia departed the castle, guided by the sensation of the aura, heading towards Steel Fang's dwelling. Along the way, the howling wind roared in his ears, and the trees along the path appeared to retreat at an accelerated pace. In no time, he arrived at Steel Fang's territory, a vast expanse of grasslands, with distant mountains undulating like the spine of the earth. As Ka Feijia ascended the peak where the wolf pack gathered, the fierce wind alerted Steel Fang to the presence of an unfamiliar aura. Like a beast poised to pounce, he burst forth from his lair. The shards of the Shirkan no Tama on his legs shimmered with an extraordinary light. As he glared at Ka Feijia with vigilant eyes, bellowing, You, little brat, which half-demon dares to intrude upon my domain? Recognizing the gravity of the situation, one should swiftly depart, lest they provoke my wrath. Furthermore, why do you reek of Nai Luo? Ka Feijia's lips curled into a slight smirk. revealing a smile. You must be Ganya. I have come to retrieve the shards of the Shirkan no Tama from your legs. Ganya scoffed with derision. Bursting into laughter, you? That is utterly preposterous. It appears Nai Luo has sent you. In that case, you may stay. Before he could finish his words, Ganya transformed into a gust of wind, charging at Ka Fei Jia with an overwhelming force, his legs striking like hammers at the half-demon before him. Ka Fei Jia remained composed, though Ganya's assault was swift. To him, it unfolded as if in slow motion, evading with ease. He let Ganya's attacks pass him by multiple times, effortlessly dodging yet another direct strike. It seemed that even with the shard's enhancement, his opponent's speed was rather mediocre. Your speed is nothing remarkable. With the power of the shards, your swiftness is still quite limited, Ka Fei Jia remarked, his tone flat, yet laced with disdain. How infuriating. You little brat. Do not let me catch you. Sensing that he had toyed enough, Ka Fei Jia seized the opportunity, striking with mechanical precision to grasp Ganya's legs. Ganya struggled desperately, only to find himself ensnared by an overwhelming force, utterly immobilized. Release me, you scoundrel! Ganya bellowed in fury, his eyes ablaze with rage. Ka Fei Jia remained unfazed, extracting 2 shards of the Shirkan no Tama from Ganya's legs. Ganya watched helplessly as the shards were taken from him, his heart seething with unfulfilled wrath, yet utterly powerless. Ultimately, he was cast aside like a useless rag. Meanwhile, Inuyasha and his companions were hastily making their way. Miroku suddenly felt an emptiness in his palm. The familiar pull of the kazana had vanished without a trace. In disbelief, he unsealed his hand, exclaiming, "How can this be? The kazana has disappeared." Kagome, Sango, and Shippo turned at the sound of his exclamation. Sango, her face etched with concern, asked, "Miroku, what has happened? Why has the kazana suddenly vanished?" Inuyasha furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps Nai Luo has perished, and the curse he placed on the kazana has been lifted as well." Miroku nodded in agreement. "That is highly plausible. Nai Luo had been fiercely controlling my kazana, and now that he is dead, it is only natural that the curse would cease to be effective." Shippo exclaimed, "What? That wicked Nai Luo has actually died?" Kagome inquired, "Who could have done such a thing?" Upon hearing of Nai Luo's demise, Sango initially felt a flicker of joy, but her thoughts quickly turned to her brother Kahaku, worry flooding her heart. What about Kahaku? If Nai Luo is dead, what of him? Kagome grasped Sango's hand, gently reassuring her. "Sango, do not worry too much. Let us first ascertain the situation. Kahaku may have already escaped." Sango bit her lip. Her eyes filled with concern and longing, yet she could only nod in response. Sango asked, "How can we confirm that Nai Luo is truly dead?" A thought struck Kagome, and she raised her hands. "Right. We can seek out Ganya. With his pack of wolves, he should be able to help us verify this quickly." "No, I disagree. Even without that foul wolf, I can still find out information about Nai Luo." Inuyasha was the first to voice his objections to Kagome's proposal, still harboring resentment over Ganya's attempts to claim Kagome as his own. The rest of the group disregarded Inuyasha's dissent, quickening their pace toward Ganya's territory, their hearts filled with both trepidation and a glimmer of hope. Chapter 23, Truly Dead. 1 shard, 2 shards. Why is there still 1 shard missing? As the 2 gathered shards fused into the larger jewel, the Shirkan no Tama began to take shape, only to reveal that 1 shard was still unaccounted for. Ganya struggled to lift his upper body from the ground, incredulous at the sight before him. This little brat was on the verge of completing the Shirkan no Tama. Is Nai Luo not concerned about betrayal? Or is this fellow merely another new incarnation of Nai Luo? "Hey, you, return my shards to me at once." Ka Fei Jia cast a fleeting glance at the ground-bound Ganya, ignoring him entirely as he took to the sky, leaving behind a trail of intermittent curses. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed an energy blast, restoring tranquility to the world. Where could the remaining shard be? I have scoured this island thoroughly, yet it remains elusive. In the sky, Ka Fei Jia floated among the clouds, his body cloaked in mist, pondering for a long while without arriving at an answer. At that moment, the system couldn't help but interject. "Ahem, host, I know the location of the final shard. If you plead with me, I shall reveal its whereabouts." "What? You knew this and did not say so sooner? Speak up at once, or else, you shall never enjoy my bounty again." The system replied, "Alas. How can you speak so? I shall tell you. The last shard lies within the realm of the deceased, taken by the Baoxian ghost." "Baoxian ghost? No wonder I could not find it. How could I forget about him? With the system's reminder, Ka Feija suddenly understood. After all, it was a childhood animation he had seen, and forgetting some details was only natural. Is there any way to find the entrance? The system replied, yes, host, there is. The first method, travel to the land of fire, where there exists a gate leading to the boundary between the underworld and the mortal realm. There, you must defeat the guardians, Nyoto and Mamien, to gain entry. Oh, that gate. I recall that one must gain the guardians' approval to pass through, and only those wielding Tensiga can proceed. Forcing the gate open would only result in petrification by light. Ka Feija frowned, contemplating the strategy of forcibly seizing Tensiga, then dismissed it as impractical. If this gate only recognized Sesomaru, it would be utterly futile. Do not be anxious, host. I have a second method. Locate the great demon Taiji, behead him, and follow the flowing river of blood to reach the underworld. That will do. It's exceedingly simple. A smile crept upon Ka Feija's lips as he unhesitatingly soared in the direction he believed Taiji might appear. Meanwhile, Kagura, who had been spared by Ka Feija, spread the news of Nai Luo's death upon the winds of freedom. She first found Sesomaru by the riverside, where he stood, his expression as cold as ever, overlooking the forest below from a high cliff. Kagura landed not far behind him, her fan obscuring half her face. Her voice tinged with a hint of malicious glee. Sesomaru, I have good news. Nai Luo is dead, slain by a half-demon named Ka Feija. Sesomaru frowned slightly, a flicker of displeasure evident in his eyes. Humph. A trivial farce. What scheme is Nai Luo concocting now? No, I speak earnestly. With a snap, Kagura closed her fan, her expression serious, dispelling any notion of jest. In Sesomaru's heart, Nai Luo had always been the target he yearned to eliminate himself. The adversary had taunted him repeatedly, and the quarry took precedence over Inuyasha. Now, however, someone else had seized the opportunity, filling him with profound dissatisfaction. That scoundrel can only be slain by my hand. Gripping the hilt of the Tokujin, he resolved to track down the half-demon who dared to usurp his prey and eliminate him. Kagura, having crossed paths with Sesomaru numerous times, understood his thoughts well and said, I advise you to abandon the pursuit. I have faced him, and he is formidable, incredibly strong. He even obliterated the heart that Nai Luo had concealed. Sesomaru's tone was frigid as he replied, I, Sesomaru, fear not a mere half-demon. When I find him, he shall understand the consequences of stealing my prey. The individual before him was impervious to reason. Kagura let out a resigned sigh, plucking a feather from her hair and transforming it into a means of flight as she departed. A day later, the group of Inuyasha found themselves resting in a forest when suddenly, Kagura appeared, causing everyone to be on high alert. Kagura, what do you want this time? Inuyasha asked. Gripping Tetsusaiga with caution, Kagura rolled her eyes in exasperation and leaned against a tree. Calm down, I come bearing good news. Naraku is dead, slain by a half-demon named Kafiza. Upon hearing this news, the group's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Naraku is truly dead, and by a half-demon? Tell me what he looks like. Where are the remaining shards of the Shurkan no Tama? Kagura, uninterested in answering, turned to leave. Her only reason for informing them of Naraku's demise was their shared objective. As she attempted to depart, Inuyasha swung Tetsusaiga to block her path. Answer my question, or you shall not leave. Kagura dodged his strike, and, upon regaining her footing, noticed that the others had drawn their weapons, ready for battle. Realizing that she needed to provide some information to secure her escape, she sighed. You're still as reckless as ever, Inuyasha. All I can say is that the one who killed Naraku appears to be a young half-demon with monkey-like features. As for the shards of the Shurkan no Tama, I cannot disclose that. Seizing the opportunity, Kagura conjured a fierce wind and fled swiftly. Damn it, Kagura. Have the courage to face us. Kagome frowned, her expression grave. A monkey-like half-demon. He must be the one who took our shards. Moroka stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems we must locate him quickly. The remaining shards are likely in his possession. Unlike the others, Sango, upon hearing the news of Naraku's death, immediately thought of her brother, Kahaku, wondering about his fate. Noticing Sango's concern, Kagome spoke reassuringly. Do not worry, Sango. With Naraku's death, Kahaku will surely break free from his control and be safe. Kagome, you need not comfort me. Sango replied, knowing deep down that the shard on Kahaku's back had likely been taken, which meant he was probably dead. Tears welled in her eyes as she trembled, uttering, Kahaku. Inuyasha and Moroku, witnessing Sango's sorrow, felt a profound sadness. Inuyasha stepped forward, patting Sango's shoulder in consolation. Sango, do not despair. We will find that bastard and avenge Kahaku. After deliberation, the group decided to head towards Ginkitsu's territory, waiting for the opportunity to strike. As anyone wishing to make a wish must first gather all the shards of the Shurkan no Tama. With Ginkitsu possessing a shard, his speed would prevent their enemies from catching up, granting them a chance to defeat him. Meanwhile, Kikyo had journeyed long and hard to Nariku's castle. Observing the once ominous fortress now devoid of life, she felt a wave of nostalgia. Nariku, how unfortunate it is that I could not be the one to end your life. Kikyo sighed softly, a complex expression crossing her visage. She had come seeking the shards of the Shurkan no Tama, but it appeared that all had transpired too late. Now, where could the shards be? Kikyo furrowed her brow, her heart heavy with concern. She understood the catastrophic potential of the Shurkan no Tama if its power were to spiral out of control. At this moment, Kafiza was swiftly navigating through the mountains, focused on finding Tetsukawai. Unbeknownst to him, the news of Nariku's death had stirred various factions into action, heralding a new storm surrounding the Shurkan no Tama. Kafiza interrogated every demon he encountered about the whereabouts of Tetsukawai, turning those who could not provide answers to ash, instilling fear in the surrounding demons who fled at the sight of this madman. Hey, where could Tetsukawai's lair possibly be? I've asked hundreds of demons and haven't even seen a feather. Kafiza grumbled, lifting a hapless demon by its neck. Could you not provide me with a map and guide me there directly? The system replied, exasperated, Host, do you think finding a demon is as simple as ordering takeout? Tetsukawai is a major demon with powerful barriers. Ordinary demons would have no knowledge of its location. I'm losing my patience. Kafiza fumed, tossing the demon aside, which scurried away in fright. At this rate, the entire world knows I'm searching for Tetsukawai, and from the small demons, they've learned of your notoriety, having slain Nariku, a powerful half-demon with numerous shards of the Shurkan no Tama. You're practically a walking delicacy. The system could not help but tease. Hey, you're just here to mock me. Why don't you go search instead? Kafiza rolled his eyes. If I could go search, I wouldn't need you floundering around here. The system urged him to continue searching, suggesting that the next demon might have the information he sought. Kafiza resumed his search, soon capturing another small demon. Before he could speak, the creature fainted in terror. Am I really that frightening? Kafiza asked helplessly, attempting to rouse it. Just as he was about to lose his patience, he finally learned the location of Tetsukawai's lair from the trembling demon. Kafiza immediately flew toward the mountain enveloped in barriers, only to feel a strong resistance as he approached. Well, this barrier is quite sturdy, but before me, it is merely a flimsy facade. Kafiza scoffed, knocking on the barrier dismissively before gathering energy and launching a powerful strike. With a deafening crash, the barrier shattered, dispersing into countless beams of light. Mother, we have an intruder on our territory. Princess Abi of the Vampire Bird clan sensed the barrier's destruction and quickly summoned her flock to protect her mother. Daughter, do not worry, it is merely a half-demon. A half-demon? Let us turn him into Mother's blood feast. Tetsukawai, having consumed hostile demons, was currently poisoned and could only hide within the mountain, awaiting the daily offerings brought by Princess Abi to detoxify itself. It would take a long time for it to fully recover. Upon entering the barrier, Kafiza quickly discovered Tetsukawai's hiding place. You little demon? Half-demon. You are the one who destroyed our barrier. The vampire birds swarmed around Kafiza, chattering excitedly, waiting for the princess's command to attack and drain the blood of this intruder. Annoying pests, too loud. With a wave of his hand, a powerful energy swept through the flock, causing the once chattering vampire birds to vanish without a trace. You bastard! What have you done? You will pay. Seeing her subordinates slain, Princess Abi lost control of her emotions and charged at Kafiza, intent on tearing him apart. Before she could reach him, Kafiza casually walked past her and approached Tetsukawai. Before he could finish, Princess Abi was struck by an energy blast, hurtling into the distance as her body disintegrated in the explosion. Mother, I will kill you, half-demon. The death of her daughter ignited Tetsukawai's rage, breaking free from its confinement. With a thunderous roar, the mountains began to crumble, revealing a massive hen, adorned with demonic flames, standing in its place. Prepare to meet your end, half-demon. The enormous maw opened wide, belching forth flames, intent on incinerating Kafiza. Humph, such meager heat isn't even enough to make me perspire. And you, attacking there. Kafiza deftly evaded the assault, positioning himself atop the Iron Chicken, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed the creature relentlessly spewing fire upon the stones. Tongzi, don't you think renaming it to Fire-Spitting Chicken would be more fitting? The flames show no sign of abating. System, host. It is called Iron Chicken due to its formidable physique, and the creature is currently afflicted by poison, not in its prime state to engage. I suggest you find a remedy for it. Poison? That is easily resolved. Kafiza nonchalantly retrieved a mystical bean, tossing it into the creature's mouth just as it turned to consume him. Upon swallowing the bean, a surge of extraordinary energy erupted within. The Iron Chicken's feathers gleamed vibrantly, its ferocity restored, and the flames atop its head blazed even more fiercely, evidently back to its peak condition. Ha 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 ha, little imp. Do you think curing my poison will spare you? Today marks your demise. The Iron Chicken cackled triumphantly, flapping its enormous wings and lunging at Kafiza with a speed several times greater than before, the air around them roaring from the force of its wings. The gusts, sharp as blades, surged towards Kafiza. Unmoved, Kafiza stood his ground, as the wind blades shattered upon approaching an invisible barrier surrounding him. Is that all you've got? Not even worthy of my attention, Kafiza mocked. The Iron Chicken screeched in anger, its feathers standing on end, evidently incensed by Kafiza's taunt, preparing for a more ferocious onslaught. But at that moment, Kafiza abruptly vanished from sight. Before the Iron Chicken could react, Kafiza reappeared behind it, energy coalescing in his palm into a long blade. Striking down decisively, the Iron Chicken's head was severed in an instant. The massive body, bereft of its head, plummeted, blood gushing forth like a torrent, forming a winding river of crimson. Look, I told you the Iron Chicken's strength was nothing to write home about. Kafiza remarked triumphantly as he advanced along the blood river, boasting to the system. All right, you are the greatest. Now hurry and collect the fragments. With over 300,000 combat power, you dare to bully a native monster? The system replied with a sense of resignation. 2 seconds later, a radiant light appeared at the river's end, growing ever brighter. Kafiza plunged into it. At that moment, a black hole materialized in the sky of the underworld, from which Kafiza burst forth. Excellent. The final fragment belongs to me. Below, a colossal skeleton loomed amidst the swirling mists, the remains of Inuyasha's father, Inu Teisho. Recalling the original tale where the Baoxian ghost resided within the body, Kafiza wasted no time and flew straight towards it. Soon, he located the Baoxian ghost. Suddenly, a beam of light flickered from Inu Teisho's chest as several massive diamonds surged toward him. This formidable assault, perhaps overwhelming for others, could not even breach Kafiza's energy shield at this moment. You, grave robber seeking the Shurkan fragments. The Baoxian ghost, its body entirely composed of diamonds save for its head, questioned the intruder with an irate tone, assuming a battle stance and exuding a powerful aura. Hand over the Shurkan fragments. No. The will of the Shurkan fragments themselves brought me to this land of the deceased. I am the demon who controls the jewel, endowed with the ability to hear the stone's voices. They do not wish for the Shurkan no Tama to reform. Therefore, leave this place at once, outsider. The Baoxian ghost attempted to persuade Kafiza to depart, but upon witnessing the ghost's obstinate demeanor, Kafiza resolved to seize the fragments. In an instant, he vanished from sight. And before the Baoxian ghost could react, the fragment at its neck was snatched away by Kafiza. You, despicable thief, return the jewel at once. The Baoxian ghost exclaimed upon realizing the jewel had been stolen and attempted to reclaim it. However, Kafiza had already returned to the realm of the living, carrying the final fragment along the still-flowing blood river, leaving the Baoxian ghost to roar in impotent fury. System. That was close, too close. Tongzi, what are you afraid of? Even if we were a moment too late, it shouldn't have any significant consequences, for your ability is to traverse worlds. The system suddenly enlightened. Right. Hee, I accidentally brought this native into this world. The system's unreliability caused the trust level, which had just risen, to plummet back to its original state. Chapter 25. Arriving a moment too late when Inuyasha and his companions reached the territory of Koga, they stumbled upon him seated upon a boulder, his legs wrapped in bandages, reproaching his underlings below. What have you all been doing? I asked you to find someone, and you failed to do so for so long. It infuriates me. Boss, this isn't our fault. Koga, Your fragment Kagome sensed the absence of the fragment's aura from Koga's leg, her heart sinking. They had indeed arrived too late. Kagome, did you come specifically to see me? Next time, you could come alone. I'll come to fetch you personally. No need to bring this filthy mutt. Upon hearing Kagome's voice, Koga leaped down before her, appearing entirely uninjured. He naturally took hold of Kagome's hand. Let go of my hand. You jerk. Inuyasha immediately jumped forward, delivering a kick towards Koga. Fortunately, Koga was prepared, easily evading with a backward leap. The two then engaged in a childish quarrel, with neither willing to back down. Sit down. Just as Inuyasha was getting heated, the beads around his neck activated, slamming him back to the ground in a familiar reunion. Kagome, unable to tolerate their childish antics any longer, resorted to using her words to control Inuyasha. Koga, can you tell us who stole the fragment from your leg? During this time, he had learned through clan inquiries the name of the individual who had seized the fragment, as well as the news of that person slaying Naraku. It was snatched by a little half-demon named Kafiza. Upon finishing, Koga angrily struck the wall behind him. That little imp's speed is absurd. I couldn't even graze the hem of his clothing. Moreover, I have some bad news to share with you, Kagome. The fragment of the Shurikon no Tama is only one shard away from being complete. What? Koga's revelation left everyone astonished. Inuyasha, sitting up, appeared to have anticipated the outcome. So it was him. Sango tightened her grip on Hireikatsu, tears brimming in her eyes. Kahaku had the group fell into silence, unsure of how to comfort one another. Let Sango cry if she wishes to. Miroku gently embraced Sango, resting his shoulder against hers, whispering softly. Priestess Sango stood frozen, akin to a statue suddenly stripped of its soul, her eyes rapidly reddening with unshed tears, accompanied by a sob that emerged from the depths of her chest. She curled inward, her shoulders trembling violently, her cries evolving into a stifled, intermittent gasp. Scalding tears cascaded like rain onto her clothing, rapidly soaking dark stains into the fabric. Her sobs transformed from restrained to a prolonged, desperate wail, as if seeking to tear her very insides apart. Kahaku, after all the hardship, has finally returned from the other side. Why? Why can't the gods show him even a modicum of favor? I still have so much to say to him. As Kahaku's sister and the last remaining member of the demon-slaying village, she had thought her life would be spent in pursuit of vengeance against Naraku, until her brother's sudden return illuminated her gray existence. Even upon learning of her brother's control by Nero through fragments, as an elder sister, Shanhu steadfastly believed that Hoopa would eventually recall their past and liberate himself from the ensnarement, joining her in exacting vengeance upon Nero for their kin. However, this flicker of hope felt akin to a jest played by the heavens, arriving swiftly only to depart just as quickly, leaving her utterly unprepared. Shanhu, my dear, I am aware that no words can alleviate your present anguish. Miro's voice softened, yet his resolve remained unwavering. But remember, regardless of what the future holds, you still have us. We shall remain by your side. I shall wield my staff, my very life, to avenge Hoopa. This solemn vow, akin to a confession, stirred Shanhu from her sorrow, lifting her tear-streaked visage to meet Miro's unwavering gaze, causing her heart to race fervently. Such a poignant scene brought tears to the eyes of Gao, who could not contain her emotions. Only Inuyasha discerned Miro's ulterior motives, evidenced by his hands resting inappropriately. Witnessing the imminent kiss between the two, Inuyasha launched a sudden attack, catching Miro off guard. A sizable lump swiftly formed on the back of Miro's head. Inuyasha, what are you doing? You are the one who. Your hands were just there. Don't think I don't know what you were attempting. The two seized each other by their garments, with Miro adamantly denying any wrongdoing. This behavior was a habit inherited from ancestors cursed by Nero. Regaining her composure, Shanhu recalled Miro's earlier actions, her tear-stained face turning an alarming shade of red, akin to a kettle boiling over. At that moment, Gao also reacted, taking Shanhu's hand to comfort her, while gently admonishing Inuyasha. We are companions after all. Just let it be. Inuyasha, hearing Gao's agreement to his actions, Inuyasha ceased holding back. He pressed his right hand against the knuckles of his left, producing a crisp crack. Wait, I did not mean it. It was merely a habit. Before Miro could finish his defense, Inuyasha's fists rained down upon him relentlessly. For a time, Miro was left cowering, shielding his head and refraining from retaliation. Half an hour later, Shanhu, do not worry. I have taught this guy a lesson. Inuyasha, holding Moreau by the collar like a lifeless pig, approached Shanhu to apologize. Die Biuchi. With his face swollen like that of a pig, Moreau mumbled an apology, eliciting laughter from Shanhu. I forgive you, monk. Wiping away the tears from her eyes, Shanhu turned and delivered a punch to Moreau, causing Inuyasha to hastily seek refuge behind Gao, peeking at the unfolding drama. Did you think I would say that? Now it is fair. Humph. The blow to his abdomen caused Moreau to roll his eyes back, expelling a spirit, as he peacefully succumbed to slumber. What a terrifying woman. From the outset, Ganya had been lurking silently, ultimately finding an excuse to slip away unnoticed. After Moreau's ruckus, Shanhu, who had been engulfed in sorrow over the loss of her family, momentarily regained her spirit. The others collectively sighed in relief. After all, if Shanhu remained in such a state, they could hardly fathom what she might do, likely seeking revenge alone. Chapter 26. The influence expands. Meanwhile, having obtained the fragments and returned to the mortal realm, Kafiza soared through the air, cradling the complete Shirkan no Tama in his palm. However, it emanated a murky glow, with dark mist swirling around it, as if it were on the verge of manifesting. Kafiza furrowed his brow at the malevolent essence struggling within the jewel, echoing the disdain of its later incarnation, Chu Ling. What a repulsive thing. It is no wonder Nero could coexist with such a vile entity. The system interjected. There is no choice. This jewel is composed of countless malevolent spirits and demons, so a few flaws are to be expected. While that may be true, who would genuinely enjoy residing in a cesspool? With that, Kafiza grasped the Shirkan no Tama, maintaining a safe distance from it. The system, resigned, remarked. The host merely needs to inject pure positive energy, and the malevolent essence within will be purified, but caution against backlash is advised. Upon hearing this, Kafiza scoffed. Huh? Is it just this trifling thing? He then gathered his power, infusing white light into the jewel. The Shirkan no Tama trembled violently, the black mist writhing as if alive, attempting to escape its confines, but was firmly suppressed by the white light. Stop it, please stop. I am the will of the Shirkan no Tama. I can grant your wishes. Any wish will do. I beg you, halt this. Enough with the nonsense. Unmoved by Chu Ling's temptations, Kafiza intensified his energy output. Vanish. The white light surged dramatically, enveloping the jewel entirely. When the radiance dissipated, the Shirkan no Tama had transformed into a transparent, pristine gem, exuding a gentle glow. The system congratulated. Well done, host. I knew you could do it. Such trivial malevolence is but a trifling matter. Of course, I would not even desire to wish for it. Dragon balls are far more appealing. The pure Shirkan no Tama was tossed into the air by Kafiza, only to be caught again. Observing the shimmering light within the jewel, he felt the time had come. He then retrieved the seed of the spirit tree, burying it in the valley and placing the Shirkan no Tama at the center of its roots, serving as a temporary power source. System. Can this tree truly absorb the jewel's power? Absolutely. However, before the system could complete its sentence, the earth trembled, and numerous flying demons gathered from the surrounding hills, as if sensing something. What is this? Kafiza looked up, and in a mere moment, the mountains were alive with howling demons. The system explained. They must have sensed the powerful energy emanating from the fusion of the spirit tree and the Shirkan no Tama, resulting in their gathering here in hopes of devouring both. Kafiza said nothing, merely stretching his limbs. Why worry about so much? Since they have come, they should not expect to leave. They will serve as nourishment for the tree. Initially worried that the Shirkan no Tama would not suffice to meet the spirit tree's demands, Kafiza's smile could no longer be concealed with the influx of continuous nourishment. A brawl? A Saiyan, have never backed down. Although they were a mere horde of insignificant creatures, their sheer numbers would suffice. Sensing the impending battle, the blood within him surged, culminating in an explosive energy as he charged into the throng of demons, wreaking havoc. With every swing, energy waves erupted, decimating countless demons. In an instant, the ground was soaked in blood, with dismembered limbs raining down like a torrential downpour. The flesh and blood of the demons nourished every inch of the land, the air thick with the aroma of roasted meat and the stench of blood. The demons, perishing in agony and resentment, continued to attract others, leading them to the scene. As night fell, Kafiza had cleared away the demons before him, yet he knew that fresh waves of fertilizer would soon follow. This is utterly relentless. The small island, though not expansive, was cluttered with debris. He contemplated simply blowing it all up. munching on a piece of unfamiliar demon flesh. Kefisa, in irritation, effortlessly cleared away yet another group of demons that had gathered for the umpteenth time. The system chimed in. Host, since they continue to come forth, why not reap them like harvesting chives, batch by batch? This method, however, served as a reminder to Kefisa that eradicating them was merely a matter of convenience. Yet, the relentless waves of creatures became tiresome, as there was no enduring solution to eliminate them at their source. Without a doubt, anyone would find it exasperating. Resolute in his decision, a vast white protective barrier unfolded, safeguarding the spirit tree with unwavering resolve. In an instant, thousands of monsters erupted into a frenzy, howling in agitation as they relentlessly attempted to batter the barrier with their bodies, demonic energy, and claws. While one could not claim that their efforts were entirely fruitless, the reality remained that they were ineffectual. Nevertheless, with the prospect of a few days of respite, he planned to clear them out subsequently. Observing the creatures swarming like insects upon the barrier, futilely attempting to breach it, he nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the system interjected, Host, have you seen the film Jiang Shixian? Although puzzled by the system's inquiry, he naturally responded affirmatively to such a classic supernatural film. Suspecting that the system was merely seeking a nostalgic recollection, the system continued, Do you recall where Qiuxing and Wenkai overlooked while playing with the ink stick? Realizing he had nearly forgotten the area below, Kefisa hastily expanded the barrier, quickly enveloping the roots of the spirit tree beneath. Fortunately, aside from the initial surge of monsters, subsequent arrivals were predominantly flying creatures, preventing any incidents of home invasion. Thus, the risk of subterranean monsters gnawing at the roots was entirely averted. After confirming that there were no other oversights, he selected a promising location, unleashing energy to clear the debris above. With a keen eye scanning the outside monsters, he pinpointed a target, momentarily deactivating the barrier to dart out, only to return an instant later with his dinner in hand. Unbeknownst to him, while he indulged in his feast, countless monsters scurried under the moonlight, spreading the word of the complete Shirkan no Tama and a tree whose effects rivaled those of the Shirkan no Tama. The system curiously noted a sudden decrease in the number of monsters outside. Host, look outside. It seems the monsters have diminished significantly. Lifting his gaze to the situation beyond the barrier, Kefisa nonchalantly replied, It's nothing. They are likely seeking assistance. Unable to breach my barrier, they must be searching for other scapegoats. It matters not who comes. After satisfying his hunger, he found an exquisite spot upon the spirit tree and reclined. For he was still bound by the limitations of a mortal form, requiring sustenance, rest, and all the basic necessities. Chapter 27. The South? Danger. On a rural path, a mage clad in a straw hat, wielding a staff, and draped in a robe, followed two women with a serious expression towards a willow tree. It was evident that someone awaited their arrival there. Ah, Kagome, you have returned. Any news? Inuyasha, as a dog demon, immediately detected the familiar scent. It was indeed the group who had just returned from the city to gather information. The reason for him staying behind was his half-demon status, which might attract unnecessary trouble. Hence, after a unanimous vote from Kagome and the others, it was decided that Inuyasha and Shippo would remain behind until their return. There is news, but it is not entirely accurate. Recently, rumors have spread that a gigantic divine tree has suddenly appeared in the south, and those who come into contact with it can attain immortality. There are also tales claiming that it is merely a hell on earth, and the divine tree does not exist at all. The only useful lead is that the rumored divine tree is guarded by a powerful demon monkey. The group quickly shared the intelligence they had gathered. So, you suspect that the guardian is the individual we seek? After listening to the information provided, Inuyasha reached a conclusion. But that wretched wolf mentioned that they were searching for the great demon, Tetsuoni, did he not? No, according to the new information sent by Gangxia. Tetsuoni was slain over a month ago. Slain? Shippo's face turned pale with fear. When did a great demon become as easy to kill as a cabbage? This news had been relayed to them by Gangxia while they were en route home. Although Inuyasha harbored disdain for that foul wolf, he could not deny the effectiveness of his intelligence. In that case, let us proceed south and investigate. With the target confirmed, and considering the dangers of this journey, Kagome advised the weakest among them, Shippo. Shippo, the upcoming journey may be perilous. Please stay here with Keed and await our return. Yes, I will wait for your good news at home. Aware of his limitations, Shippo readily agreed. only requesting that Kagome bring back some delicious treats next time. Sango knelt down, gently patting Shippo's fluffy head, commending him for his maturity. After their discussion, Sango summoned Yum, instructing it to take Shippo home first. Yum, please take Shippo back swiftly. Meow? Yum responded, suddenly enlarging and lifting Shippo into the air. You must be careful and return safely. Shippo shouted from Yum's back, as it was the only thing he could do at that moment. Kagome waved reassuringly. Do not worry, we will return soon. Shortly, Yum carried Shippo out of sight. Have you sensed the aura of the Shirkan no Tama recently? After sending Shippo off, Inuyasha inquired of Kagome. No, the distance is too great. I can't sense anything at all. Her perception was limited. She could detect it nearby, but anything slightly distant was beyond her reach. With no other choice, they had to wait in place for Yum's return before continuing onward. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept towards them. Inuyasha sniffed the air and sensed something amiss. What a strong scent of blood. Has there been a battle up ahead? The group looked tense. Kagome recalled that the direction they were headed was a village they had just passed through. We must hurry to check it out. As a kind-hearted girl from modern society, Kagome could not stand idly by and insisted on visiting the village. After packing their belongings, without Yum as their steed, Inuyasha had to carry Kagome on his back as they set off. Kagome and I will go ahead to help. Be sure not to fall behind. Moroku and I know the village's location. Rest assured, we will follow shortly. With Kagome guiding them, and the scent of blood in the air, Inuyasha dashed forward barefoot. And soon the two arrived at the village first. Flames engulfed the landscape, houses billowing thick smoke, and the ground was littered with corpses. Inuyasha sniffed the air and drew Tetsuzaiga, positioning it protectively before Kagome. Be cautious, there's a scent of demons in the air. Kagome paused, bewildered. Demons? How could there be demons here? Didn't the mages in the city say that all the nearby demons had vanished? I'm not sure. We'll capture a few and ask them later. Amidst the flames, the figures of demons flickered in and out of view. A mere small fire did not intimidate Inuyasha. As he draped his fire rat robe over Kagome and plunged into the inferno, swiftly dispatching any demons he encountered with a single strike. By the time Moroku and Sango arrived, Inuyasha had already vanquished the demons. So many demons. Observing the numerous demon corpses strewn about, Sango and Moroku tightened their grips on their weapons, wary of ambush. Perplexed by the stark contrast to the information they had received in the city, spotting Kagome in her fire rat robe amidst the chaos, they hurried over to inquire. Kagome, what is going on? Why are there so many demons here? Realizing who approached, Kagome lowered her bow and replied, I'm not sure. But Inuyasha left one small demon to interrogate. We can check with it for clues. The group swiftly located Inuyasha, who was drenched in demon blood. Inuyasha, did you manage to find out why they attacked this village? Upon seeing them, Inuyasha sheathed Tetsuzaiga, his brow furrowed in concern. This group of individuals has fled from elsewhere, with the intention of heading to a certain location in the south. Their assault on the village is driven solely by hunger. The howls of wolves drew the attention of a few. Two wolf-like beings, riding on the backs of wild wolves, swiftly approached them. They were indeed the subordinates of Ganya. At last, we have found you. There is a crucial piece of information that I forgot to mention. The boss instructed us to warn you to steer clear of the south, as far away as possible. The south is currently littered with corpses, teeming with monsters. It can be said that all the creatures are flocking there. The news brought by the two left Inuyasha and his companions in shock. Kagome quickly inquired, wait a moment. Clarify what exactly is happening. Why are all the monsters gathering in the south? The two subordinates exchanged glances, scratching their heads, and replied, we are not entirely sure. But according to the little demons that escaped from there, a gigantic divine tree mysteriously appeared in the south a while ago. Yes, it's enormous, over 1,000 meters tall. All the monsters are fighting fiercely to seize that tree. The south, once again, what could possibly be occurring there to attract such a multitude of demons? Could the rumors regarding the divine tree be true? Suddenly, a conjecture emerged in their minds. This divine tree could very well be a creation of the Shirkan no Tama. This thought instilled a sense of dread within them. Perhaps they should hasten their pace and not linger any longer. Chapter 28. Determined to proceed. You all return and inform that wretched wolf that we must go south at all costs. However, the two subordinates wished to dissuade them. But before they could protest further, Inuyasha, accompanied by the three, swiftly departed. What should we do? Will the boss kill us? Do not worry, he will not. at most. We will be forbidden from eating meat for a year. That would be preferable to death. The journey back was as swift as their arrival. Yet the return felt interminably slow. As Inuyasha led his companions along the path before dusk, he suddenly felt a familiar sensation on his neck. Smack! A hand came down, squashing the flea at the nape of his neck. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Maiga. Maiga, when did you arrive? With a bang, Maiga transformed back into a round form. Long time no see, Inuyasha-sama. I came along with those two little wolf demons. Listen to me, Inuyasha-sama. You must not go south. It is incredibly terrifying there, and what those little demons said is true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The group halted, intending to seek information from the demon. And here it was, delivered right to their doorstep. Inuyasha grasped Maiga's body and demanded, "Less chatter, speak quickly." Maiga wriggled free and perched on Kagome's shoulder in a cross-legged position. It was a sunny day, and I was riding on a deer, enjoying the scenery. Smack. Before he could finish, Maiga was squashed again. Kagome fiercely pinched him, draining his blood. Get to the point. Sensing the murderous intent, Maiga hurriedly relayed everything he knew. From the emergence of a half-demon wielding the complete Shurikon no Tama to the opening of barriers, followed by the gathering of demons. So that is how it is. The group suddenly understood. Their conjectures were indeed correct. That tree was indeed a creation of the Shurikon no Tama. The guardian was also the individual they had been searching for. After flicking Maiga away, they pressed on without a moment's pause, leaving Maiga behind, hopping in frustration. It seems my only option is to seek out Sesomaru. I hope he can prevent Inuyasha from engaging in self-destructive behavior. A week later, in a dense forest, Jaken frantically called for his master. Lord Sesomaru, it is bad, it is bad. Sesomaru remained expressionless, silently observing Jaken. Rin, who was picking flowers, looked at the flustered Jaken with curiosity. What is it, Jaken? Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jaken gasped, Lord Sesomaru. I just encountered Maiga and learned some very important news. As a servant to the son of Inu no Teisho, Jaken reluctantly agreed to convey the message. In summary, this is the entirety of the matter. Lord Sesomaru, do we need to stop Inuyasha? After all, he is your brother. Jaken cautiously glanced at Sesomaru, but the coldness in his eyes made Jaken swallow the remaining words. After a moment, Sesomaru replied indifferently, let us go. Jaken mumbled behind him. Lord Sesomaru truly has a cold demeanor, yet a warm heart, putting aside past grievances to save his brother. Just recently, the two had been locked in a fierce battle. Unbeknownst to him, Sesomaru did not intend to stop Inuyasha. He had his own motives. From the earlier news, he had learned that the half-demon he had been searching for was there. As punishment for stealing his prey, he intended to eliminate the opponent and cleanse the humiliation. By the time Jaken realized it, he found himself alone in the clearing and hastily pursued after Sesomaru. Wait for me, Lord Sesomaru. Hee, Jaken, you are so slow. At the peak of the divine tree, Kafiza gazed at the throngs of demons surrounding the valley, remaining unfazed and even slightly amused. Over the past month, had it not been for them serving as fertilizer, the Shurikon no Tama alone would not have been sufficient to sustain the immense energy demands of the divine tree. Casting a glance at the increasingly robust branches, the sparse fruits did not compare to the yield of the Dragon Ball world, yet fortunately, the fruits were on the verge of ripening. The rest mattered little. He hoped that the soil of this world would yield some unique changes. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the fertilization efforts expended thus far. Kafiza twisted his wrist, looking toward the densely packed demons outside the barrier. It was time to replenish the fertilizer. As the barrier opened, the demons, having long desired entry, surged forth like a frenzy, rushing toward the fruits borne by the divine tree. The barrier is down. Get away from me. The treasures are mine. Mine, mine. The divine fruits are all mine. I shall devour it. I shall consume you. Ha ha ha. You cannot kill me. Give up resisting and hand over the divine fruits. What right do you have to monopolize the divine fruits? With a thunderous shout, a wave of energy swept across the scene like a tsunami. A flash of blue light cut through the chaos, and the demons who had charged forward were unable to utter a sound before their bodies dissolved as if melting into water, transformed into fresh fertilizer falling to the ground. The demise of the demons at the forefront did not deter the determination of those behind. On the contrary, they believed their kin had perished too slowly and sought to bring more, for only then could the divine fruits ripen more swiftly. The throngs of demons and creatures regrouped, obscuring the sky once again, recklessly pressing forward. Too weak, but thankfully, their numbers are sufficient. Kafiza smirked disdainfully as the myriad of demons, regardless of strength, vanished beneath the blue waves of energy. The sky briefly reappeared. What is the status system? How long until the fruits mature? The system observed the rapidly diminishing special energy fertilizer across the 100-mile radius and, after a brief calculation, replied, they will soon mature, approximately 2 to 3 days more. Hearing this, Kafiza stretched lazily, expressing that this was the best news he had heard in a month. The incessant cries and wails had been utterly exasperating. The system interjected. It is not entirely your fault. Your laziness in failing to promptly clear away the demon corpses led to the frenzy of demons outside. Consequently, a multitude of demons perished, giving rise to new ones from their remains. I had not anticipated that, but no matter how many come, they are merely fertilizer. For Kafiza, who could not even breach the barrier, they were inconsequential. After yet another round of harvesting the leaks, the once formidable horde of monsters had been reduced to mere scattered individuals, ceasing the fertilization process to avoid leading any subsequent monsters astray. A select few with acceptable appearances and sizes were captured. Dinner was thus secured. With the barrier re-established, the remaining monsters were safeguarded. As evening descended, the once tranquil valley erupted into liveliness once more. Chapter 29. The Battlefield? Meanwhile, after escorting Qi Bao back to Fengji Ciyuan, Yunmu hastened to reunite with Inuyasha and his companions. Thanks to Yunmu's assistance, their pace of advancement surged dramatically, reducing the expected travel time to their destination from a week to merely 2 days. Shanshu gently caressed the fur atop the other's head, offering praise. Well done, Yunmu. You've worked hard during this time. Miaowu. Yunmu affectionately nudged Shanshu with her head. After a lengthy journey, Inuyasha's group finally arrived at the southern region described by the monsters. Although they were still far from Ka Feija's location, they had to slow their pace due to the overwhelming presence of monsters. It could be said that tossing a stone would likely hit a monster rather than simply land on the ground. Before reaching their destination, they collectively accepted that the number of monsters could only be in the thousands. Yet, a single wind scar would effortlessly dispatch them. However, as they delved deeper, they discovered the situation exceeded their wildest imaginations. The south had transformed into a veritable paradise for monsters. Flying creatures blotted out the sky, while those on the ground engaged in predatory behavior, with larger monsters devouring the smaller ones in a relentless cycle of consumption. Danger lurked everywhere, and a moment's carelessness could leave them without even a corpse to recover. Galway, Milu, Shanshu, be cautious of the airborne monsters. I'll handle the ground. With that, Inuyasha brandished Tetsusaiga and leapt from Yunmu's back. Before he could touch down, the ground suddenly split open, and a massive mouth erupted from the fissure, lunging to swallow Inuyasha whole. Inuyasha! Galway's heart leapt to her throat, taken aback by the swiftness of the attack. Just as she was about to shoot an arrow for his rescue, Milu shook his head in protest. Galway, look! As the monster prepared to retreat underground, it emitted a blinding light from within, accompanied by excruciating pain, resulting in its body exploding apart, with Inuyasha bursting forth. Before his feet could touch the ground, 7 or 8 more monsters swiftly emerged from the crevice, jaws agape, eager to snatch the falling prey. Damn it, it never ends. Inuyasha tightened his grip on Tetsusaiga and unleashed a downward wind scar. The powerful attack struck the ground, annihilating all the monsters concealed beneath the surface. Hey Galway, you can come down now. After ensuring the surroundings were safe, Inuyasha called to the others still airborne to descend. As Yunmu landed, the trio on her back wielded their weapons, eyes alert for any ambush. Cough, cough. Oh no, poisonous miasma. Leave that to me, wind scar. Inuyasha executed 4 consecutive wind scars, gradually dispersing the surrounding miasma. Given the peril ahead, the 4 decided to take a moment to rest for the night. The warm glow of the fire illuminated their faces, yet provided no sense of security. Sensing movement nearby, Shanshu hurled a bone projectile, dispatching a dozen small monsters that had intruded. There are simply too many monsters here. We cannot sustain this indefinitely. Curse be that guy. While they rested, a shooting star streaked across the sky, and as the bright moonlight filtered through the gaps, another meteor flashed by, revealing it to be a sacred arrow. But Galway was still present. Who could it be? The answer was clear: Kikyo. Inuyasha immediately resolved to investigate. Let's go together. Galway, Shanshu. and Milu quickly mounted Yunmu, pursuing Inuyasha's figure. The path forward was obstructed by relentless monsters, and Inuyasha raised his hand, unleashing Windscar to clear the way. "Get out of my way." The night forest resounded with thunderous noises as Inuyasha drew closer to the location where the sacred arrow had appeared. His heart filled with an anxious desire to see Kikyo. "Kikyo, is that you? Wait for me, I'm almost there." Behind him, Galway intermittently shot sacred arrows to carve a path for Inuyasha. Mila leaned closer to Shanshu, whispering, "Miss Galway seems to be acting strangely. You know how she feels about Inuyasha. And don't lean so close to me, monk." With a firm grip on Mili's waist, Shanshu twisted, causing him to nearly fall from the air. Galway naturally overheard their conversation. Her heart was in turmoil, her focus scattered, and she nearly shot Inuyasha several times. But he managed to react in time, avoiding any mishaps. After a brief moment, they finally arrived at Kikyo's location. It was evident that even the powerful priestess could not continuously fend off the endless onslaught of monsters. Her spiritual energy was finite, and her arrows would eventually run out. Seeing the one he had longed for, leaning against a boulder and exhausted from defending against the surrounding monsters, Inuyasha's heart ached as he charged in with Tetsusaiga raised. In just a few swift moves, he cleared the monsters clustering around her. "Kikyo, are you alright?" "Inuyasha." Their eyes met, filled with surprise, joy, and a hint of unnoticeable panic. "Inuyasha, is Kikyo alright?" The delayed Yunmu, along with the others, landed slowly. "I'm fine, just overwhelmed by the sheer number of monsters. My spiritual energy is somewhat depleted, but a bit of rest will suffice." Kikyo struggled to stand with the aid of her bow. Seeing this, Inuyasha rushed forward to support her. Milu and Shanshu exchanged worried glances, sensing trouble. Looking at Galway, they found her seemingly unconcerned, though her grip on her bow was tense. The situation was deteriorating. Milu quickly suggested, "Inuyasha, I think Kikyo is a bit drained. Perhaps we should find a place to rest." Inuyasha readily agreed. Moments later, they discovered a cave, and after clearing out the monsters within, Milu and Kikyo set up a barrier to prevent any intrusions, making it a suitable resting place for everyone. A campfire quickly blazed to life. Inside the cave, an unusual silence enveloped them, broken only by the crackling of the meat sizzling over the flames. The intense heat from the fire soon prepared their dinner, and as Inuyasha eyed the cooked food, he approached Kikyo with a portion in hand. Having regained some spiritual energy, Kikyo declined Inuyasha's kind offer, explaining that her sustenance did not come from the nutrition in food, but rather from the fragments of her soul and her formidable spiritual power. She did not experience hunger or thirst like the living, nor did she require food to maintain her heart's rhythm or her breath. Turning to see Milu and Shanshu already devouring their meals, even Yunmu was enjoying his share. Just as he intended to ask Galway, he heard her flatly reply, "Thank you, but I don't need any." With that, she took a portion from the fire and began to eat. Chapter 30. Who is watching whom? Milu and Shanshu squatted in a corner, silently refraining from uttering a sound, while Yunmu looked on in confusion, tilting her head at the two, unable to fathom their behavior. Eyes in the darkness seemed to flicker with unusual light, alternating between glancing at Kikyo, then at Galway, before finally resting on Inuyasha, accompanied by a collective sigh, followed by a shake of the head and a nod. Just as the two thought the night would remain in a stalemate, Galway broke the silence, asking, "Kikyo, how did you come to be here?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Jeking did not conceal her concerns about the shards of Naraku falling into the hands of nefarious individuals after his demise. Thus, she set off towards Naraku's castle in search of the fragments, only to arrive a moment too late. Then, one day, she sensed the complete Shirkan no Tama had manifested, and following its guidance, she found herself here. After understanding the circumstances, Inuyasha extended an invitation. "We are here to investigate. It is perilous here. Jeking, why not join us? It is far too dangerous for you to venture alone." Indeed, Inuyasha speaks the truth. You have seen for yourself that you cannot locate the Shirkan no Tama alone. Kagome added. Upon hearing this, Moroku and Sango's eyes widened in surprise. If Inuyasha was one thing, but for Kagome to agree to allow her to join their party was truly remarkable. It is evident she has come from the modern world. After much contemplation, Jeking ultimately decided to accept Inuyasha's invitation. Once the issue surrounding the Shirkan no Tama was resolved, she aspired to become a wandering healer, ensuring her paths would no longer cross with Inuyasha's. I may become a burden to you all, she said. Not at all, not at all. Moroku and Sango exclaimed in unison, though their expressions bore a hint of awkwardness. What is the matter with you two? Inuyasha asked, perplexed, to which they responded. It's nothing, nothing at all. Witnessing Inuyasha's continued obliviousness, Kagome felt a surge of frustration and urged, it is getting late. We should rest early. Tomorrow may bring a fierce battle. With Kagome's command, the others complied, and soon they all drifted into a peaceful slumber. Jeking, who required no sleep, discreetly opened her eyes and glanced at Inuyasha, who was asleep against the stone wall, before quietly stepping out of the barrier. It turned out that the Shurikon no Tamashi were seeking her. As the luminous spheres of souls entered her body, Jeking gradually regained her strength. She instructed the remaining Shurikon no Tamashi to be cautious and to leave quickly. Just as she intended to return to the cave, she inadvertently collided with a figure. Watch out! Just as she was about to fall, a sturdy arm caught her in a firm embrace. It was none other than Inuyasha, in such a treacherous place. Who could truly be asleep? In the middle of the night, upon discovering Jeking had stealthily left the cave alone, Inuyasha had followed closely behind, intending to protect her. Certainly not out of fear that she might abandon him. Inuyasha, the warmth of his familiar embrace stirred her, causing her powers, which were akin to clay, to become momentarily unsettled. She reassured herself that it was merely the souls she had absorbed that had yet to settle, causing this surge of energy. Yet, was it truly just that? Suddenly, bolts of lightning erupted in the distance, accompanied by the roar of dragons. Coming back to her senses, Jeking resolutely pushed him away and said coolly, "Thank you for your concern, but I am fine. You may leave now." Inuyasha reached out, wanting to retain her presence. But the words fell silent on his lips. His outstretched hand slowly retracted. A shadow swiftly departed from the scene. Returning to her resting place, Jeking's gaze lingered on Kagome, who was peacefully asleep with Yumi in her arms. For a fleeting second, perhaps out of envy or some other sentiment, she eventually averted her gaze. When Inuyasha returned and saw that everyone was safe, he sighed in relief, sitting at the cave entrance to keep watch. After all, being half-demon, he could manage without rest for a day without much consequence. Behind him, Kagome feigned sleep, peeking through a narrow slit to observe Inuyasha's silhouette. Remembering the earlier scene, her heart ached. After all, she was merely a later arrival. Shifting her position to embrace Yumi's soft fur, she murmured, "Inuyasha." Hearing his name, he turned, realizing she must be dreaming. Honestly, even in sleep, she cannot remain still. Observing Kagome tightly clutching Yumi, he removed his fire rat cloak and draped it over her. Witnessing this, Jeking feared being discovered for eavesdropping and quickly shut her eyes when Inuyasha glanced in her direction, unsure of why she had reacted that way. Perhaps it was simply a desire to avoid misunderstandings. The two who had been secretly watching each other silently lit a proverbial candle for Inuyasha, wishing, "Inuyasha, may you find eternal peace in the Pure Land." The following morning, everyone awoke early, appearing to have rested well, exchanging greetings as if nothing had transpired the previous night. No one ventured outside, nor did anyone spy on the others. After finishing breakfast, the group set out towards the enormous tree visible in the distance. Their journey resembled a demolition team, noisy and bustling. This commotion inadvertently roused a certain someone still in slumber. Enough noise. Do you all wish to become fertilizers so hastily? If that is the case, I shall oblige. With a disgruntled expression, Kafiza burst forth from the barrier, attacking any demon in sight with a barrage of energy blasts. The projectiles fell like rain, mercilessly obliterating countless demons, leaving the ground cratered as if struck by a meteor shower. The tempestuous onslaught nearly annihilated Inuyasha and his companions. But Inuyasha, noticing just in time, redirected the blasts with a wind scar, averting dire consequences. The cost, however, was that Tetsusaiga entered a brief recovery phase. That was close. I nearly met my end. Inuyasha thought, is that fellow truly half-demon? Or has he become so formidable due to the Shurikon no Tama? Thankfully, due to the surface cleansing assault, the number of demons had significantly diminished, providing them an opportune moment to rush towards the sacred tree. Upon their arrival, they discovered the ground littered with the remains of demons consumed by Kafiza. Inuyasha, the Shurikon no Tama lies buried beneath that tree. Kagome pointed towards the roots, where the faint, flickering aura of the Shurikon no Tama emanated, akin to a lamp on the verge of extinguishing. Jeking's perceptive abilities were even greater. She clearly sensed the cracks covering the Shurkan no Tama, its colors dim and lifeless. When the fruits of this tree ripened, it would signify the Shurkan no Tama's complete dissolution. "Hey, you little brat, what have you done?" Inuyasha shouted as he charged forward. Tetsuzaiga, having regained its demonic power after a brief rest, swung to unleash a wind scar at the sacred tree. 3 waves of ferocious energy carved through the earth, leaving deep furrows in their wake. Yet, just before reaching the sacred tree, an invisible force halted them. A barrier, is it? If that is the case. The blade of Tetsuzaiga transformed into a crimson edge specifically designed to breach barriers. With a powerful leap, he executed a downward strike. Nanny. Chapter 31 Hope? It failed. This was the first time Tetsuzaiga had faltered since its inception, aside from Naruto. The sensation from the blade felt as though he were attempting to cleave iron with a wooden sword. Even as Inuyasha gritted his teeth and pushed forward, the barrier remained steadfast, not yielding an inch, and Tetsuzaiga did not penetrate even a millimeter. How did they even find this place? Inuyasha wondered aloud. System, do not inquire. It is the arrangement of destiny. The protagonist is destined to fulfill his mission. Are you certain? Look at him, giving it his all, and yet. Even the barrier I casually created cannot be shattered. He cannot possibly complete his mission. Defamation. This is defamation. The system, exasperated, raised its voice. Host. You may doubt my intelligence, but you must not question my authority. I wager that if you take action, the protagonist group will surely enter before the fruit ripens. You have no body to make such bets. System. If you win, you are indeed impressive. Fine, I accept your wager. With that, he ignited a fire and began to prepare the food he had captured that morning, skinning and skewering it over the flames. A layer of oil brushed on, sizzling as the enticing aroma wafted into the air. Next, he liberally sprinkled chili powder and pepper, the piquant fragrance bubbling forth under the intense heat. A pivotal moment has arrived. The cumin must be abundant, allowing the granules to burst under high temperatures, releasing an aroma that tantalizes the senses. Finally, a generous drizzle of garlic sauce is poured in, the mingling of garlic fragrance and savory meat juices creating a delightful symphony. As the meat sizzles, the main characters engage in their comical antics, basking in the leisurely atmosphere. Frustratingly, Inuyasha's relentless attacks prove futile against the hard shell that is tougher than a tortoise's. His curses echo as his companions, after more than an hour of utilizing various skills, such as the arrow of demon purification and bone flying, find the barrier unyielding. Exhaustion weighs heavily on them, especially Inuyasha, whose continuous use of wind scar strains even his robust stamina, causing Tetsuzaiga to revert to a dull blade, and he collapses. Watching the nonchalant adversary within the barrier, Inuyasha's fury ignites. He springs up, throwing punches and kicks at the barrier, demanding the cowardly foe to emerge from their shell. In response to such indignity, Kaifaza merely shrugs, dismissing the insult with a comment on its childishness and suggesting a re-evaluation of its approach. Ignoring him completely, Kaifaza tosses out a piece of meat, further infuriating Inuyasha, who longs to sink his teeth into the insufferable creature. Yet, unable to breach the barrier, he strikes it weakly with his fists. 3 minutes pass, and seeing Inuyasha's energy wane, Kaifaza, attempting to uplift his spirits, offers encouragement. Just a bit more effort, and I can sense the barrier is on the verge of breaking. At that moment, Kikyo approaches, assessing the barrier. Inuyasha, coordinate with Kagome and me. Together, we can shatter this barrier. Kagome, are you ready? Taking a deep breath to calm her nerves, Kagome replies, let us do this. The two grasp the same bow, their spiritual energy converging in unison, and after a brief moment, they are charged and ready. Such potent spiritual energy emanates from them. This just might work. Inuyasha, Moroku, and Sengo are filled with confidence regarding their combined assault. The arrow begins to glow faintly as their energies gather. Are you prepared, Inuyasha? Oh, let us go. Tetsuzaiga, sensing its master's resolve, revitalizes its demonic power. Go. Super arrow of demon purification. The arrow shoots forth at astonishing speed, encircled by purple rings of light. As it travels, the very fabric of space warps, and the earth is carved into deep furrows, not destroyed but purified, banishing all impurities and malevolence before it. Boom. The super arrow of demon purification strikes the barrier, producing a resounding roar. At that moment, the barrier ripples like a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone. Interesting, but still insufficient. Do not underestimate our conviction. You scoundrel. Wind Scar. How can this be? Inuyasha gazes in disbelief at Tetsuzaiga. For the wind scar he intended to unleash does not materialize. Ha. Within the barrier, Kaifaza nearly gasps for air from laughter. Previously, the area was replete with demonic energy, allowing for the unfettered use of wind scar, but the recent super arrow of demon purification has cleansed the surrounding aura, rendering wind scar ineffective. Kagome and Kikyo exchange surprised glances, having forgotten that Tetsuzaiga requires demonic energy to unleash its power. They now find their hopes resting solely on the arrow's success. As the barrier quivers with increasing intensity, the super arrow of demon purification inches closer. Each heart silently encourages its success. Time ticks away, and at last, the arrowhead pierces through the barrier. The system exclaims with excitement, "Host, do you see? It has entered." But that is all. Kaifaza observes as the arrowhead loses its momentum, slowly falling at his feet. He kicks it away, expressing his disappointment. Almost there. However, the others perceive it differently. It actually penetrated. Indeed, Kagome and Kikyo are remarkable. Fantastic. Let us try again. Next time, we will surely break through this shell. Although this attempt ended in failure, it ignited their fighting spirit. Kagome, can you endure once more? I'm afraid that was already my full strength. No matter, you've done exceedingly well. Exhausted, Kagome sits on the ground, needing time to recover her energy. The previous attack revealed a disparity in their combined spiritual energy, leading to one being drained while the other remained unaffected. Suddenly, Kikyo tightens her grip on her bow, her demeanor alert as she warns the others of an approaching malevolent presence. The ground trembles violently. Sensing the impending danger, Inuyasha seizes Kagome and Kikyo, leaping into the air. In the next moment, the ground collapses, forming a gaping hole, and dense demonic energy surges forth. Before Inuyasha can land, grotesque demons spring forth, lunging at the trio, unable to adjust their positions in midair. At this critical juncture, Sango's bone flying arrives just in time, its powerful strike obliterating dozens of demons into nothingness. Thank you, Sango. Returning to the ground, Inuyasha sets the two down, drawing his weapon and positioning himself protectively in front of them, ready to eliminate any threat to their safety. Chapter 32. The arrival of Sesomaru before him. Throngs of demons present no more than a trivial matter that could be easily resolved with a simple wind scar. As he raises Tetsuzaiga to unleash the attack, a familiar voice calls from behind. Instantly, a green whip slices through the air, reducing an emerging demon to mere chunks. How pathetic, Inuyasha. Turning to see his brother Sesomaru, accompanied by Jaken and Rin, wielding the coldly glimmering Tukijin, Inuyasha scowls. What brings you here? Suddenly, a realization strikes. I didn't expect the esteemed demon lord Sesomaru would concern himself with such trivialities. Coldly dismissing his foolish brother, Sesomaru states, I have found you, half-demon. The intention behind his arrival puzzles Kaifaza. Sesomaru? What is he doing here? I do not recall any conflict with him. Sesomaru remains silent, kicking aside Inuyasha, who stands in his way and swings Tukijin downwards. The blade clashes against the barrier, yet it remains unyielding. Frowning, Sesomaru raises Tukijin anew, demonic energy surging forth. White lightning crackling through the air with a sharp snap. The swirling demonic energy erupts, pouring into Tukijin's blade, unleashing an indescribable azure beam that takes the form of an enraged blue dragon, charging towards the barrier. In the wake of a violent explosion, the barrier remains intact, igniting Sesomaru's ire. Inuyasha mocks him, asserting that he is not as formidable as he claims, and seizes the opportunity to strike with Tetsuzaiga, avenging the earlier kick. Spare me your chatter. That prey is mine. No one is permitted to steal it. With an ethereal grace, Sesomaru swiftly approaches Inuyasha, delivering a powerful strike. Inuyasha defends with his blade. You scoundrel. The two become embroiled in a contest of strength. Observing the escalating tension, Kagome interjects urgently. Sesomaru, please wait. Perhaps we can collaborate. You have already attempted this. The barrier cannot be breached by one alone. Our goal is, before she can finish, Sesomaru unleashes a forceful strike, forcing Inuyasha back. No need. Subsequently, all the demonic power around him was unleashed, transforming him into a magnificent silver-white canine, with sharp fangs and claws relentlessly assaulting the barrier. Upon witnessing the escalating chaos, The onlookers swiftly distanced themselves from Sheng Shengwan to avoid collateral damage. Hey, Xie, why is Sheng Shengwan here? Inuyasha, observing Sheng Shengwan's complete loss of reason, approached Xie alongside Kagome and the others to inquire. This is because Lord Sheng Shengwan claimed someone has stolen his prey, and he intends to teach that person a lesson, which led us here in our search, Xie explained to the group. That guy really hasn't changed at all. But what about you? What are you doing here? From a distance, Xie had noticed Inuyasha and the others engaged in combat, albeit suffering defeat. Listen to me. We must unite and destroy that tree. Otherwise, the entire world might plunge into peril. Kagome urgently grasped Xie shoulders, shaking him as she elucidated the dire situation. She pointed to the mental tree, which was voraciously absorbing demonic energy, its canopy overshadowing the entire valley. Is it really that severe? Kikyo affirmed her statement. However, Lord Sheng Shengwan is completely irrational at this moment. My words may not have any effect. Xie wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling helpless. At that moment, Rin stepped forward, spreading her arms and loudly proclaiming, Lord Sheng Shengwan, please revert back quickly. I have very important news for you. Rin, don't waste your breath. In this state, Lord Sheng Shengwan will not heed you. We can only wait. Xie words trailed off as they witnessed Sheng Shengwan regain control over his demonic power, transforming back into human form and glaring at Xie. Oh no, my previous disrespect. He couldn't have heard that, could he? Kikyo's gaze swept across the group before settling on the mental tree. The power of the Shirkan no Tama had already been completely absorbed. Yet this forced absorption showed no signs of abating. We must intervene. Did you feel it too? Kagome exclaimed, astonished. The surrounding spiritual energy is being continuously siphoned. Indeed, Kikyo's arrowhead began to shimmer with a faint glow. This tree is converting all the demonic energy from the yokai, even our spiritual energy, into pure energy. If we do not stop it soon, the world may ultimately transform into a lifeless wasteland. Yet it is encased in a barrier. Ordinary attacks are utterly ineffective. Inuyasha tightened his grip on Tetsusaiga and stepped forward, declaring, Kagome, Kikyo, leave the barrier to you. I trust you can create miracles once more. Anticipating an impending battle, Sheng Shengwan turned to Rin and instructed, it's dangerous here. Retreat to safety. But Rin attempted to protest, but was pulled away by Xie. Inuyasha and Sheng Shengwan positioned themselves on opposite sides, while Kagome and Kikyo stood behind. Let us go. Inuyasha was the first to leap into action, unleashing the wind scar with Tetsusaiga, while Sheng Shengwan wielded Tokujin to execute the Tsunglong break. The surge of demonic energy clashed with Inuyasha's wind scar, merging into a formidable force directed at the barrier. A flash of white light erupted. Seizing the moment, Kagome and Kikyo drew their bows simultaneously, releasing two purple arrows that struck in unison with the brothers' attack. However, the collision of demonic and spiritual energy only stirred a slight ripple, proving less effective than the earlier combined strike of the two priestesses. Xie observed the group's efforts with disdain. The barrier is self-repairing. Kikyo frowned. Then let us try again. Inuyasha roared, swinging his sword once more, only to be obstructed by a sudden onslaught of countless yokai. Sheng Shengwan faced a similar fate. Unbeknownst to them, the area had attracted a multitude of spirits and monsters, all frantically attacking the barrier while indiscriminately assaulting everyone present. Inuyasha. Kagome attempted to rush to his aid, but was restrained by Kikyo. We must deal with these yokai first. The two stood back to back to fend off surprise attacks, unleashing purification arrows against the tide of monsters. However, the path they cleared was swiftly overtaken again, making escape impossible in the short term. Lord Sheng Shengwan. Rin's startled cry pierced the air. A flying yokai had seized her clothing, lifting her into the sky, its sharp claws piercing her sleeve. Rin, hearing her cry for help, Sheng Shengwan's pupils constricted as he leaped into the air, only to find his path blocked by a swarm of flying yokai. Annoying pests, Tsunglong break. Sheng Shengwan had just cleared the yokai in his line of sight, yet the next moment, more yokai surged forth, filling the void endlessly. Chapter 33, Defeated. Leave it to me. At that moment, Kikyo shot an arrow that pierced the wing of a yokai, causing Rin to plummet, but Sheng Shengwan caught her just in time. Lord Sheng Shengwan. Meanwhile, Xie, drenched in sweat from clearing the path, arrived late. Rin, thank goodness you're safe. Sheng Shengwan shielded Rin and attempted to retreat, but they found themselves encircled by the yokai, all of whom exuded a ravenous desire to consume them. Lord Xingxingwan, please, you must destroy that tree, I beg of you. Rin clutched the hem of Xingxingwan's garment with her injured hand, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded. In that moment, for reasons unknown, Xingxingwan felt an unprecedented determination to fulfill a goal, one that surpassed even his earlier quest for Tetsusaiga. Very well, I promise you. The left hand, left behind on the bones of Inuteisho in the underworld, stirred with sudden energy, emanating white light that transcended the barriers of the realms, appearing before Xingxingwan, carrying a sword. What is this? Oh, it's Bakasega. It seemed that Totosai had arrived on the battlefield, effortlessly clearing a small area of yokai with a single strike. Old fool, when did you arrive? Inuyasha rushed over and punched Totosai on the head. I've been here for a while, but I never expected Xingxingwan to take things seriously because of a human's words. It's truly remarkable. Totosai rambled on, admiring Bakasega. You have always possessed the sword within you. Only when you understand what it means to protect and to make promises will you become a formidable yokai. And only then will it manifest. Xingxingwan gazed down at his reappearing left hand, pondering deeply. So that's how it is. Lord Xingxingwan. Xiejian, take care of Rin. Got it. Grasping Bakasega, Xingxingwan returned to the battlefield and, in mere moments, had cleared a vast area of safety. Xingxingwan, you rascal. Inuyasha, not to be outdone, unleashed his wind scar to clear a large section as well. Before long, the horde of yokai that had just gathered was reduced by 70 to 80% by the two brothers. The remaining yokai could easily be handled by Moroku, Sango, Yura, and Xiejian. Inuyasha intended to continue their coordinated assault on the barrier, but unexpectedly, Xingxingwan bypassed him and approached the barrier directly. Huh! With a furious roar, he swung Bakasega, and upon contact with the barrier, it violently trembled, disintegrating like snowflakes. It shattered. What a terrifying sword! The protagonists were incredulous. A barrier that required their combined might to breach had been effortlessly demolished by Xingxingwan with a single sword. Xiejian's expression mirrored their astonishment as he stared fixedly at the sword. Bakasega, cough, cough, this thing actually appeared ahead of time. The system triumphantly declared. How about that, host? I told you they would definitely come in, didn't I? Losing a bet to the system. Xiejian felt his fair complexion flush, as if blushing. The system continued to mock him. Host. Oh dear, this is a serious matter. Bakasega is quite peculiar. Be careful not to get cut. All right, I admit, things have gotten a bit out of hand, but it's not a major issue. It has to hit me first. It's time to stretch my legs. Xiejian leaped down from the treetops, positioning himself in front of the group. All right, everyone, the path ahead is blocked. The condescending tone of Kafiza, treating them as mere foot soldiers, caused both Inuyasha and Sesomaru to furrow their brows in displeasure. You scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. Get lost. He is my prey. As Kazufuka initiated the wind scar, Sesomaru, wielding Tetsusaiga, closely followed suit. Kagome, Kikyo, hold them off. You must hurry to deal with that tree. All right, but please be careful. It was absurd to conspire against my tree in my presence. I shall not allow you to pass. Kafiza swiftly appeared before Kagome and Kikyo, leaving them utterly unprepared, and with a single strike, they fell to the ground, incapacitated. Kagome, Kikyo, you bastard. I will kill you. Witnessing the harm inflicted upon the two most important women in his heart, Inuyasha furiously charged at Kafiza with his sword. Too slow. With such sluggish speed, whom do you think you can save? Gripping Tetsusaiga that swept towards him, Inuyasha found himself utterly unable to budge at an inch, no matter how he exerted himself. In the next moment, a heavy blow struck his abdomen, a fierce impact that knocked the breath out of him, leaving him gasping as if all the air had been drawn from his lungs. He felt darkness creeping in, collapsing to his knees. A wave of nausea surged through him, each spasm intensifying the turmoil within. He struggled to suppress his discomfort, lifting his head to glare at Kafiza, enunciating each word with determination. I will not. His words were abruptly cut off as he was sent flying, crashing against a rocky surface, his face meeting the stone with a jarring impact. Inuyasha, Sango exclaimed, attempting to rush to his aid, only to be restrained by Moroku. Do not act recklessly. Do not approach him. Moroku's throat tightened, a sudden thirst overtaking him. The disparity in their powers was too great, and approaching carelessly could prove fatal. Let go of me. I must avenge Kahaku. Moroku could only hold Sengo tightly, preventing her from rushing to her demise. Kafiza's gaze fell upon Sengo, realizing she must think the shards were forcibly taken from Kahaku. Reflecting on the siblings manipulated by Naraku in the original tale, he contemplated revealing the truth to her. I regret to inform you that the shards were willingly given to me by Kahaku, as a reward for eliminating Naraku. No, I refuse to believe it. Sengo trembled, recalling her brother's visage, asking shakily, is he? For him, life is a torment, each time he awakens. He is engulfed by the memories of the village's destruction. He chose eternal slumber. Unable to contain herself any longer, Sengo fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Moroku embraced her, attempting to console her. Sengo. Just then, a revived Kikyo sensed the power of the Shurkan jewel waning, its spiritual energy now barely emanating. Such formidable willpower, telling you, is of no consequence. The power of the Shurkan jewel, along with the spiritual and demonic energies of this world, will be absorbed by the sacred tree, ultimately transforming into nourishment to nurture the fruit. Kafiza then turned, casting an expectant gaze upon the sacred tree. The side effect may soon result in this world no longer giving birth to anything beyond mortal strength. Do you intend to destroy this world? No. I have no interest in world destruction. My goal is merely the fruit. Kafiza, wishing to clarify Kikyo's misunderstanding, continued. However, if this continues, the tree will drain the entire world. I implore you, let this tree cease its growth. Chapter 34. Departure yet. To halt now would render all previous efforts futile. Perhaps due to being out of its element, the sacred tree had not taken root deeply. Even if left unchecked, it would not obliterate the world, at most causing frequent earthquakes. Naturally, Kafiza rejected Kikyo's plea. Swoosh! A purification arrow flew towards the trunk of the tree, taking Kafiza by surprise. In an instant, he caught the arrow with one hand, rendering the powerful purification arrow no more formidable than a common branch. With a mere flick of his fingers, he snapped it in two. Undeterred, Kagome unleashed every arrow she had, hoping to destroy the towering tree. Boring tricks. Kafiza conjured a barrier with his energy, deflecting all of Kagome's arrows. What? How could this be? Only the cold presence of Sesomaru remained, poised for battle. Kafiza approached him leisurely, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. How dare you treat me as a mere rodent to be toyed with? Unforgivable. Sensing Kafiza's intentions, Sesomaru's demonic aura erupted. His fangs bared, hinting at a return to his beastly form. In the blink of an eye, Kafiza appeared beside Sesomaru, whispering with a smile, so fierce, so terrifying. It's normal to feel dizzy after taking a deep breath. In that instant, Sesomaru's gaze began to drift, finally settling on the flat horizon. The battle is over. Dusting off imaginary dirt from his hands, he mused about the ease of the confrontation. Lord Sesomaru. Rin, do not approach. It is dangerous. Lord Sesomaru was defeated in an instant. I must stop Rin from going. Despite Jaken's desperate attempts to prevent her, Rin rushed towards Sesomaru without a second thought. Do not harm Lord Sesomaru. Even after stumbling and scraping her palms, blood streaming down her dirt-stained face, Rin trembled and pointed the Tetsusaiga at Kafiza. After all, Tetsusaiga was a weapon of demons. It held no allegiance to humans. The young girl's delicate hands felt as if grasping a searing iron rod, smoke rising from her palms. Tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Release it. You should not wield that weapon. Moreover, I have no intention of harming him. No, I must protect Lord Sesomaru. I've already told you, I want to lay a hand on him. The fervor of infatuation was truly formidable, completely disregarding others' explanations. System, host. The fruit is about to ripen. Hearing the system's notification, Kafiza sighed, effortlessly knocking the demon's sword from Rin's grasp and producing a healing bean to pop into her mouth. In the blink of an eye, her battered body returned to health. As Rin noticed Kafiza's disappearance, she forgot the miracle that had just occurred and knelt beside the unconscious Sesomaru, shaking him incessantly. Jaken arrived late, gazing at the motionless Sesomaru on the ground, his eyes brimming with tears. Lord Sesomaru, oh, I will surely find a good place to bury you. The incessant wailing stirred Sesomaru from his stupor. Enough noise. Jaken. Oh, wonderful. Lord Sesomaru merely fainted. Thank goodness. Rin threw herself into Sesomaru's embrace, holding him tightly. Jaken quickly wiped away his tears, overwhelmed with joy. What were you saying just now? As Sesshomaru propped himself up, his gaze turned coldly towards Jaken. What did you say? I didn't say anything. It is a relief to see you safe. Fortunately, Rin spoke just in time to save Jaken's life, his heart racing in anxiety. Where's that scoundrel? Sesshomaru's icy words sent Jaken pointing towards the sacred tree. He is over there. With a hint of gentleness in his eyes, Sesshomaru gently stroked Rin's hair. He then stood, seizing Tetsusaiga, and pursued Kafiza. Meanwhile, Inuyasha awakened slowly in Kagome's embrace, his eyes fluttering open. Inuyasha. Upon realizing he was awake, everyone gasped in surprise. Kagome. Kikyo, how are they? Do not worry, they are all safe. They proceeded to recount the events that transpired while he was unconscious. No, I must help. Ignoring their protests, Inuyasha dashed towards the sacred tree. As the moment for ripening approached, the sparse fruits on the tree directed all nutrients towards the most developed fruit, striving to fill it to the brim. Even if all the other fruits wither away, it is of no consequence. At the apex of the tree's crown, a single fruit emanates a faint glow, growing ever brighter until it transforms into an enchanting shade of purple. With a series of thuds, several desiccated fruits fall from the branches, signaling that the fruit has reached its complete maturity. Examined from the outside, it bears no significant difference from those in the Longzhu world. However, the effects remain uncertain. The system assures, rest assured, with the system's name at stake. This fruit is undoubtedly extraordinary. The system's unwavering declaration piques Ka Feija's curiosity even further. In the blink of an eye, he plucks the fruit from its perch. Unlike before, the fruit is enveloped in a peculiar halo, its texture reminiscent of flesh, pulsating with life. In the next moment, the spirit tree begins to crumble from the bottom up. It turns out that Sanada Maru has breached the protective barrier with his Bikisega and has struck the roots. This is the unique ability of Bikisega. Once any object is sliced by its blade, the wound is continually eroded by destructive energy, spreading like a virus until the target is utterly annihilated. It matters little now that the fruit is in hand. There is no need to linger in conflict with them. Opening his spatial pocket, he discards the fruit within. Just as he intends to activate the traversal function, Sanada Maru ascends alone and unleashes a series of slashes at him. Regrettably, in the face of absolute power, Bikisega fails to even graze Ka Feija's garments. Are you underestimating me? Or do you believe I am unworthy of your efforts? The familiar sensation of dizziness washes over him as another strike lands, sending Sanada Maru plummeting from the sky. But fortunately, Inuyasha arrives just in time to catch him. Well then, until we meet again, Inuyasha. System returns to the Longzhu universe. Inuyasha watches as Ka Feija's figure abruptly fades until it vanishes completely. Damn it, you won't escape. Sen Huntiejiao. Alas, he has indeed managed to flee. After confirming the other party's disappearance, he returns to his companions and relays the news of the departure. He has gone. Did he simply give up? Or has he acquired what he desired? Fortunately, thanks to Sanada Maru's blade, they ultimately succeeded. What a relief. As the ruined spirit tree comes into view, the group erupts in jubilant cheers. Young Master Sanada Maru is truly impressive. Of course, this is Lord Sanada Maru. Inuyasha, who arrived a moment too late, feels a surge of frustration as all credit is claimed by Sanada Maru, and he turns his face away. I concede this time. Kagome picks up a branch, feeling the dissipating life force within, and cannot help but sigh. It's finally over. Indeed, it is over. At this moment, Moroku pulls Inuyasha aside and whispers, Inuyasha, now that Naraku is dead and the Shurkan jewel is gone, the crisis of world destruction has been averted. Have you decided between Kagome and Kikyo? Kagome rises, secretly eavesdropping on their conversation, as do the others. Inuyasha ponders earnestly for quite a while. One is his former love, the other his present. Had it not been for Naraku's meddling, perhaps. I suppose I want both. Sit down. At Kagome's command, Inuyasha finds himself once again making intimate contact with the ground. Kikyo, seemingly unfazed, polishes her bow and arrows, oblivious to Inuyasha's remark. Yet why does she continue polishing when her bow gleams sufficiently? Chapter 35. The Harvest in the Realm of Longzhu. In a remote dwelling within the jurisdiction of the Galactic Patrol, Ka Feija's figure suddenly materializes. Upon returning from his journey, he finds himself unable to endure the nausea churning within, bending over to vomit. After some time, his spirit finally stabilizes. System, Why have these two traversals been so unbearable? Is this your deliberate doing? The system responds, please do not slander me, lest I accuse you of defamation. It seems suspicious indeed. Yet Ka-Fei-Jia lacks evidence and reluctantly lets the system off the hook. The system urges, hurry, present your gains from the Inuyasha world. The mutated spirit tree fruit is the most significant harvest of this journey, which Ka-Fei-Jia secured as the tree was destroyed. System. Cannot you update the system to assess this item? Will consuming it pose a risk? The system reassures, rest assured, it is perfectly safe. Although such words are spoken, Ka-Fei-Jia cannot shake the nagging doubt regarding this peculiar mutated fruit. Should I consume it? At that moment, the entire tree bore only this single fruit. There is no way to conduct an experiment now. While the system may be unreliable at times, it should not betray me on such a critical matter. Steeling himself, Ka-Fei-Jia resolves to take the plunge. He swiftly devours the fruit, finding its texture and flavor akin to raw meat, yet with a delightful sweetness reminiscent of fruit. Standing before the mirror, Ka-Fei-Jia scrutinizes his current appearance. All physical anomalies have vanished, his tail restored to normal. The only difference from before is that he has aged a year, now 5 years old and approximately 1.3 meters tall. System. Why do I feel there has been no change? The system begins a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, Ka-Fei-Jia feels a tremor within, his eyes widening in astonishment as his body becomes rigid. The only sound echoing through the dwelling is the relentless thumping of his heart, growing ever louder. Thud, thud, thud. 5 minutes later, with each beat of his heart, his body displays a glitch akin to a television screen malfunctioning. It hurts so much. His agonized cries reverberate through the room, but thankfully, no one is around to hear. As the flickering intensifies, the torment reaches a level beyond mere physical sensation. Lying on the cold floor, his gaze vacant, he stares at the ceiling. Time stretches on until suddenly, a resounding thud indicates that the television has finally been forcefully repaired. Regaining control of his body, Ka-Fei-Jia manages to move slightly. He feels as if he has been electrocuted. Every nerve from his head to the tip of his tail buzzing and numb. Tears brimming in his eyes, he weakly inquires, System, do you have anything to say? The system replies innocently, your body seems quite healthy. I do not understand why you were shouting earlier. For a system that has never possessed a body, questioning it about corporeal suffering is akin to a chicken conversing with a duck. I was foolish to trust your deceitful words. Trembling hands retrieve a senza bean from his spatial pocket, and after several attempts, he finally manages to place it in his mouth. With a sudden surge of energy, he springs to his feet. Now, he is eager to capture the system and give it a thorough thrashing, ensuring it understands the reason behind the flower's vibrant hue. You had better pray that my suffering was worthwhile. Open my information list. Name, Ka-Fei-Jia. Current world, Longzhu race, Saiyan age, 5 combat power, 334. 000 skills, Saiyan flight technique, artificial moon, basic energy attacks, Oozuru transformation. Number of traversals, 3 energy charge. Max, his combat power has not seen a significant increase, merely rising by 10,000. Isn't the Oozuru transformation something I could already achieve? Why is it displayed separately? The system replies, do not rush. Let me check your physical condition. A minute passes, and the system completes its assessment. It pauses for dramatic effect. Ahem. After the examination, it appears that the fruit you consumed has unlocked your biological limiter. Previously, you required a full moon to transform into an Oozuru. Now, you can freely transform without the moon and retain control. Your tail has officially become a symbol of your identity, no longer a mere weakness. The unexpected revelation leaves Ka-Fei-Jia stunned, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Laughter erupted from my lips, for I had achieved what I longed for. The ability to transform into a being of unparalleled freedom signified that I could unleash tenfold my current combat prowess. With a battle power of 3 million, I could easily annihilate Frieza in his first form, provided I struck when he least expected it. No longer would I have to live a life of evasion and concealment. The system, disdainful of its host's exuberance, increased the volume to its maximum. Hey, you wretched fool, what have you accomplished? Hurry and wake up. At that moment, Ka-Fei-Jia's mind buzzed, his consciousness wandering through realms unknown. After a while, he regained his composure. Ahem, I was merely overwhelmed with joy and momentarily lost my grip. He took a moment to assess his physical condition, confirming the system's assertion that he could transform at will. were it not for the tail still protruding behind him. He might have doubted whether he had truly changed his lineage. Although the fruit had bestowed upon him formidable abilities, mastering this transformation would require relentless training and practice. For a period thereafter, Ka-Fei-Jia engaged in rigorous daily training. As the first rays of sunlight graced the land, he arrived at an open space behind his dwelling. Stretching his limbs and loosening his joints, he allowed his body to gradually acclimate to the impending high-intensity regimen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Following a thorough warm-up, Ka-Fei-Jia began to harness the power within him. With a mere thought, a layer of violet energy enveloped him. A subtle transformation brought about by consuming the fruit, causing the ground beneath him to crack and expand outward rapidly. The momentum surged, causing the entire continent to tremble, mountains to crumble, and fierce winds to howl. Ka-Fei-Jia's physique began to swell, muscles bulging, his height and hair lengthening, transforming instantaneously into a colossal ape. At that moment, his awareness was strikingly clear. The overwhelming desire for destruction dissipated, allowing him to deftly control every movement of the giant ape. He attempted to swing his arms, and the immense physical strength unleashed a tempest that sent nearby trees swaying wildly. The energy inadvertently leaked during his transformation caused the ground to quake with every step he took. Chapter 36. Overtaking on a curve? Such a delightful dream. Focusing intently, he leapt into the air. Aside from the gravitational pull upon descent, no power escaped him. Excellent. This sensation is utterly addictive. Surveying the landscape for the nearest peak, he leapt effortlessly, soaring thousands of meters. Boom. The ground was struck with such force that a deep crater formed, fortuitously unseen by others, allowing him to emerge from the pit with only a mouthful of dirt. The system chuckled to itself. Assessing the mountain before him, he thrust his arm into the earth. As he exerted force, the mountain trembled, splitting open a colossal gash. The peak was lifted as if it were a mere toy, tossed into the horizon with a mighty throw. Gathering energy into a fist-sized orb, he locked onto his target. With a whoosh, the energy sphere launched into the sky, striking the previous peak with precision. Boom! The tremendous explosion transformed the previously overcast sky into a realm of clear blue. Indeed, I am invincible in this form. In the span of merely a year, who would have imagined that my innate talent would elevate my base power from a mere 300 to an astounding 334,000? The system retorted disdainfully. Yes, you possess remarkable talent. The Saiyan and the spirit tree fruit are but trifles. System, would it kill you to refrain from undermining me? The system corrected. Host, I merely wish for you to confront reality. After bickering with the system, Ka-Fei-Jia muted it with a single button press, not out of hurt from its words, but to meticulously sense the distribution of power and the flow of energy within his giant ape form. A multitude of energy orbs gathered around the giant ape, as Ka-Fei-Jia skillfully maneuvered them, creating a dazzling display in the air. Occasionally, collisions occurred, resembling a fireworks show. He continuously adjusted and adapted, striving for perfect control. The landscape, from towering mountains to vast plains, made significant sacrifices for Ka-Fei-Jia's training. The experience of transforming into a giant ape was exhilarating. Maintaining this form for an entire day posed no challenge. Even if his tail were severed by an adversary, he could still transform. After awakening from a restful sleep in his human form, Ka-Fei-Jia controlled the energy orbs in his hands and abruptly released them. The orbs shot forth like meteors across the sky, detonating upon distant mountains and triggering a minor landslide. Compared to my giant ape form, my strength is significantly diminished. Transitioning from simplicity to extravagance is no easy feat. Ka-Fei-Jia furrowed his brow. Alas, he was still human, not a monstrous entity from the Godzilla universe. His human form remained his primary means of traversing the world. The system chimed in. Host, you might consider attempting to create a barrier today. I am not a demon. How could I possibly conjure a barrier? The system urged. Give it a try. Theoretically, it should be feasible. With a thought, a violet circle of light materialized beside Ka-Fei-Jia, the signature barrier from the world of Inuyasha. It actually works, the system remarked. That fruit harbors yokai and spiritual energy, albeit not as potent as your own. However, from the moment you ingested it, you should be capable of manifesting a barrier. Though merely defensive in nature, its efficacy was commendable. Compared to barriers formed from chi, a powerful barrier could effectively suppress and diminish the strength of all entering beings, which is quite advantageous. Upon contact or breach of the barrier, one would instantly perceive it, with the option to keep intruders at bay. In simple terms, it is an alternative upgraded version of a barrier. Why was this skill absent from the skill list yesterday? The system responded, did you know how to do it yesterday? No. Then why display it? Such logic left him momentarily speechless. The system then suggested, host, since you can freely transform into a giant ape, why not try to overtake on a curve and transform into Super Saiyan 4? Keep in mind that the primary condition for transforming into Super Saiyan 4 is to first achieve giant ape form, followed by maintaining rationality. Currently, you possess both attributes. Perhaps success is within reach. No, that is impossible. System, I have already attempted this. Regardless of whether I unleash all my energy or compress it to the extreme after transforming into a giant ape, I cannot achieve Super Saiyan 4. The system expressed astonishment. That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that due to a genetic mutation, you are fated to be incompatible with Super Saiyan 4? Ka Fei Jia pondered the system's conjecture, recalling the narrative of Sun Wukong's transformation, realizing the only plausible explanation was his insufficient strength to trigger a qualitative change. Perhaps when my base battle power reaches 100 billion, I could successfully transform, or even into Super Saiyan 1. When Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his foundational combat power was astoundingly formidable, a culmination of decades of accumulation that led to his success. Otherwise, considering the several millennia of Saiyan history, it would be inconceivable that no one could fully control the giant ape form. The sole truth is that the combat power simply does not meet the standard. The system inquired, so, will the host continue with the traversal? No, let us wait a while. Traversal resembles a gamble. One never knows what kind of world lies ahead. In an ordinary world, I would be invincible, embodying my homeland's spirit without consuming beef. However, I dread the prospect of abruptly traversing into a high-level world, only to be slain as an otherworldly demon. Furthermore, planting the spirit tree seeds necessitates selecting planets with abundant energy or utilizing fertilizers akin to the Shurkan jewel to potentially yield high-quality fruits. If any random planet sufficed, I could simply become a farmer, cultivating fruits throughout the cosmos. However, speaking of farmers, it is indeed quite a challenge to return home after a long absence, necessitating a careful selection of planets to embark on his old profession. In the midst of contemplation, he suddenly recalled the 2 spirit tree fruits he had stored away in his spatial pouch for emergencies after his traversal. He had forgotten about them, but fortunately, items within his space did not decay and possessed a self-preserving quality. After consuming the fruits, his combat power soared to 388,000 in just a few breaths. Ha ha ha, I truly am a genius. My battle prowess has significantly increased in mere moments. He casually destroyed the seeds to prevent others from obtaining them, as he now had superior options, specifically seeds he had brought from the Inuyasha world. Who would settle for inferior seeds when better ones were available? He took out a universal capsule and pressed the switch. With a loud bang, a spaceship materialized before him. He piloted the vessel, bidding farewell to the planets within the jurisdiction of the Galactic Patrol, and set off once more on his quest to find a suitable planet for planting spirit trees. Chapter 37. The Diligent Farmer. On board the spaceship, he declared, System, it is time for you to take action. System, acknowledged. No sooner had he spoken than the system linked to the spaceship's network, analyzing various coordinate data within this star system and filtering out several potential target planets. These planets boasted abundant energy resources and unique geographical environments, making them ideal for the growth of spirit trees. Well done, system, he praised. The system responded with pride, Humph. I told you not to underestimate me. Confirming the destination, he activated the spaceship's autopilot program. Entering the gravity training room, he immediately set the gravity to 100 times, determined to make up for the time wasted. The gravity system emitted a low hum as the number slowly escalated from 1 to 100 times. Ah, how light. What is going on? I can't feel the pressure of 100 times gravity at all. Has the machine malfunctioned from not being used for so long? Upon closer inspection, he realized the machine was functioning correctly. It was simply that his current foundational combat power was exceedingly high. After completing several warm-up exercises with mediocre results, the system suggested. The host can transfer the majority of his energy to me, allowing you to continue your training. In the Dragon Ball universe, energy represented everything. The more energy one possessed, the stronger they became. Conversely, a decrease in energy would weaken one's capabilities. When a person's energy was robust, they could withstand the impact of a nuclear bomb. But if their energy was overly depleted, even a regular bullet could easily take them down. After a moment's contemplation, Kafiza transferred 300,000 of his combat power to the system, ensuring his own safety. Instantly, his energy diminished several folds, and 3 seconds later, what had previously felt effortless now made him acutely aware of the creaking sounds of his bones under strain. Crack, crack. Excellent, it's working. He felt every cell in his body being compressed by an invisible hydraulic press, his lungs fiercely constricted within his chest, rendering breathing a luxury. He suddenly dropped to one knee, his elbow crashing against the ground with a heavy thud. Whoa, perhaps I've overdone it. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to rise. And under the immense pressure capable of flattening any creature on Earth, he threw his first punch. The air felt thick, akin to a non-Newtonian fluid. And the speed of his punch was laughably slow. Within minutes, his bones emitted a sound akin to tearing. Damn, Kafiza grimaced, clenching his jaw as sweat began to seep from his pores, only to be pulled down by gravity, forming a distorted puddle on the ground. The second punch, the third punch, the 1,000th punch. His movements gradually transformed from sluggish to sharp. Bouncing off the walls, his body became a blur, and despite the creaking of his joints, he persisted without pause. The brutal practice of resistance, energy blasts colliding with his body, and his rapidly moving shadow filled the space. His already limited energy was rapidly depleted, and his stamina dwindled under the 100 times gravity, bringing him to the brink of collapse. Gasping for breath, half kneeling on the ground, he trembled as he reached for a green senzu bean. Without hesitation, he tossed it into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Instantly, a surge of vitality swept through him like a tsunami. All exhaustion vanished, his torn muscles healed in an instant, and his depleted energy surged once more, even more potent and concentrated than before. Combat power, 388,000, 460,000. Continue. The gravity reading remained relentlessly at 100. He once again infused energy into the system, commencing a new round of training. The senzu beans granted him boundless endurance, enabling him to push each training session to its true limits, only to subsequently return to a state of peak condition for even more intense cultivation. After 2 months of travel, Kafiza finally arrived at the first target planet, Gamma Star. The surface of Gamma Star was shrouded in a thick mist of energy, as the planet harbored immense energy crystals within, rendering it particularly beautiful in the cosmos. What a stunning planet! Having concluded 2 months of rigorous training, Kafiza stood at the observation window of his spaceship, gazing in anticipation at the approaching planet, his heart brimming with joy. After all, the days spent in the spaceship were filled with nothing but training and sleep, and he was nearly bored to death. Fortunate to have the system to alleviate his tedium. System, display my current combat power. System, acknowledged, host. Your current combat power is 800,000. Only 800,000. That's merely a slight edge over the first stage Frisia. After 2 months of arduous training, supplemented by senzu beans, his combat power had only increased by about 400,000, leading Kafiza to let out a resigned sigh. What could he do? After all, he was only 5 years old, and his body had yet to fully mature. He was simply incomparable to the adult son Wukong from Dragon Ball Z. With a combat power of 90,000, experiencing a near-death revival, it had skyrocketed to 3 million. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach growled with hunger, and he instinctively reached for a senzu bean to satiate his appetite. They're gone. Did my training consume them so quickly? His small hand rummaged through the empty canister, even poking his head inside to confirm it was entirely devoid. Fortunately, I still have plenty of senzu beans from the cat sage. Opening his spatial pouch, 4 canisters of senzu beans were neatly arranged, quietly awaiting their master, each containing approximately 100 beans. With 1 senzu bean swallowed, he swiftly vanquished his hunger and returned to his former self. An hour later, the spaceship landed on Gamma Star. Kafiza stepped out of the cabin, inhaling deeply the fresh air. The long-awaited land. A gentle breeze brushed against his hair, and he felt a tranquility within that was distinctly different from his training. Jumping down from the spaceship, the sensation of landing puzzled Kafiza, and he crouched down to knock on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of metal striking metal echoed from the ground. What a hard surface. It feels like iron. Can this place really be suitable for planting? The system replied nervously. It should be fine. Look, there are trees and grass over there. He picked up a stone and hurled it at the nearest tree. Thud. What a good tree. The sound that returned was crisp and pleasant. That's not the same. It's a native plant. Never mind. The system's unreliability isn't a new occurrence. Let us give it a try. Perhaps it could work. However, when he prepared to plant the mutated spirit tree seed, he discovered that due to the excessively hard ground, the seed did not immediately take root as it had before. It remained in seed form. Unyielding, he created a massive pit 1,000 meters deep with energy blasts, but still could not plant it. Kafiza ground his teeth and asked, System, I believe you intentionally chose this location to help me develop a steel physique, compensating for my weaknesses even without energy, right? The system awkwardly chuckled. Haha, a mistake. A mistake. It won't happen again. With no choice but to leave Gamma Star, he continued his search for the next target. Chapter 38, Covetousness. Another month of interstellar travel passed. The lengthy journey offered little aside from training, but thankfully, the system kept him company, preventing him from becoming too bored. Hey, how much longer until the system arrives? I feel like I'm going to die of boredom. Kafiza lay listlessly on the bed, his tail drooping behind him, lacking the usual vigor and resembling more of a decorative object than a living being. The system replied cheerfully, It won't be long. You carbon-based life forms are so fragile. It's only been 3 months of continuous travel, and you've even had time to stretch your legs. Your mental fortitude is truly lacking. You're one who can traverse the cosmic network at will, and you dare to say that? Just then, the spaceship's voice announced that they would arrive at the target planet in 2 hours. With a sudden burst of energy, Kafiza dashed to the cockpit, rapidly operating the controls to switch to manual mode. 2 hours is too long. Just watch me get there in 20 minutes. Initiating overclock mode. In an instant, the spaceship surged forward at 5 times its normal speed. He could not bear to remain aboard the ship for even a second longer. Each moment was a monotonous repetition of the same dull sights. He was no training fanatic like Sun Wukong or Vegeta. With a power level that had risen from 800,000 to 1,200,000 in a month, he was quite content, especially considering it had cost him half a jar of Senza beans, a feat in itself. 15 minutes later, the spaceship landed successfully, 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Ajo Xing was a cerulean planet, its surface predominantly covered by oceans, with only a few landmasses scattered about. The energy of this planet was relatively mild, and its surface was rich with the breath of life, though inhabited solely by non-sentient beasts. After spending an hour surveying the entire planet, Kafiza remarked, If this were on Vegeta, anyone who discovered it would surely strike it rich. This place is practically a perfect candidate for colonization. The planet boasted a stable climate, stunning landscapes, and vast plains, with no particularly dangerous beasts in sight. The native inhabitants had yet to evolve, likely due to the oversight of the Kaioshin at the time. Kafiza leaped down from the air, scooping up a handful of fertile soil and decisively declared, This is the spot. The terrain is flat, and the land is suitable. He then carefully took out the mutated seeds and buried them in the ground. After a lengthy wait without any signs of growth, he inquired of the system, Something seems off. Why haven't the saplings sprouted yet? The system suggested, Perhaps you should wait a little longer, as they are mutated products. It's normal for them to grow slowly. Kafiza nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rationale. However, a week passed, and while the seeds finally began to germinate, their growth rate was exceedingly sluggish. System, this is not right. Why are they growing so slowly? Shouldn't mutations lead to more efficient development? The system urgently scanned the saplings and responded, I regret to inform you. The current seed may require up to a year to grow into a towering tree and bear fruit. Does that mean I must stay here for an entire year? The system added, However, there is some good news. The fruits produced in the future may yield better effects than before. Upon hearing this, Kafiza collapsed, gazing skyward with an exasperated sigh. What a loss. If only I had known, I could have filled my warehouse in a year. Regret washed over him for not keeping some of the previous seeds. The system, in a state of exasperation, replied, Be grateful. Treasures like the spirit tree are typically immutable. You were merely fortunate to encounter a mutated variety. Take joy in that. As the saying goes, life is like a game of cat and mouse. If you cannot resist, then lie back and enjoy it. Gazing at the sapling at his feet, Kafiza felt a twinge of regret for not having saved a few seeds, leaving him to play the role of a guardian spirit, watching over the treasure as it matured, lest he end up sewing garments for others. The system reassured him. There's no need to be so pessimistic. If worst comes to worst, you could explore other worlds. The idea of leaving and returning only to find the tree gone was a foolish suggestion that only the system could propose. One must understand that while a star system may appear small, it is, in fact, vast. The number of merchants, bandits, and malevolent forces lurking on various planets is incalculable. The planet you may call home for a lifetime could be sold off in an instant, leaving you without a penny and transforming from a native to refuse needing disposal. One should not underestimate the random twists of fate. Tomorrow is uncertain, and one cannot predict which will arrive first, the mundane or the unexpected. Rather than dwell on such matters, it is far more practical to contemplate what to eat next. However, tranquility did not last long. As the mutated spirit tree gradually matured, the unique energy fluctuations it emitted caught the attention of the Frisia force. Report to the captain. We have detected unusual energy fluctuations on a planet, and the source appears to be a peculiar fruit tree. The images of the fruit on the tree were reminiscent of what they had been instructed to seek by Lord Zarbon. Odom, a captain within the Frisia force, had once had the fortune of tasting a fruit brought back by Zarbon from a cosmic merchant. He vividly recalled its appearance and the energy it contained. It could enhance a person's strength without side effects, something Lord Zarbon was particularly interested in, commanding his subordinates to scour the universe in secret. The report from his subordinates made Odom spring excitedly from his seat. Well done. Who would have thought a simple stroll today would lead to such an opportunity for merit? Immediately report the situation here to Lord Zarbon. Remember, it must be done discreetly. Anyone who leaks this information will find themselves turned into useless debris. Odom's battle power exceeded 1,000, and he unleashed it recklessly aboard the spaceship. His subordinates felt an immense pressure, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows, as they were merely low-tier fighters with a battle power of just over 100. Soon, the information was relayed through secret channels to Zarbon. Due to pressing duties, Zarbon did not respond immediately. The eager Captain Odom, unable to wait for Zarbon's new instructions, arranged for the spaceship to land on that planet, envisioning a bright future. From now on, I shall be the most capable subordinate in Lord Zarbon's eyes. Just wait, and I'll show everyone in the base that they should never underestimate me. The spaceship accelerated, successfully arriving at Ao Xing an hour later. What a beautiful planet. As the crew disembarked, Odom gazed at the flourishing spirit tree, his eyes gleaming with greed. This tree will soon belong to us. No, to Lord Zarbon. He laughed boisterously, completely oblivious to the small figure beside the distant spirit tree. Chapter 39, The Cat and the Mouse. Or rather, he had not noticed at all. In his eyes, his battle power of over 1,000 was more than sufficient to dominate this planet, and scanning for combat power was entirely unnecessary. Not every native of a planet possessed combat prowess. Those with power levels in the dozens or hundreds would find such strength unattainable throughout their lives. Thousands of battle power were exceedingly rare, and Odom, blessed with extraordinary talent that surpassed countless opponents, had achieved his current status thanks to Lord Zarbon's guidance. He could not fathom the existence of anyone more talented than himself on such an inconspicuous planet. If there were, then alas, Lord Zarbon's attention would only belong to him. With a snap of his fingers, he commanded, "You lot, go check the tree. As soon as you find any fruit, pluck it immediately. Anyone who dares to hide or steal will find themselves turned into fertilizer for this tree." "Yes, Lord Odom." His subordinates hastily sprang into action, terrified that moving slowly would result in their demise at the hands of their captain. "Ah, Lord Zarbon, I will soon bring you precious treasures that can enhance one's strength." Outing knelt on one knee and bowed towards the direction of Frisia's base, confident that no one could hinder his rise to greatness after today. Beneath the spirit tree, Kafiza had long sensed a visitor through his aura perception, but he was surprised to discover that it was a member of the Frisia force, unmistakably identifiable by their iconic spacecraft. Fortunately, he had not left. Otherwise, he would have returned to a bewildering situation. He pondered whether he might encounter an acquaintance this time. The system exclaimed, "Host, many extraterrestrial beings are disembarking from the spacecraft." Host. They must be after your wealth. Quickly eliminate them. Kafiza, perplexed by the system's fervor for battle, thought it ironic that he, a Saiyan, was the one being cautioned. I see. Dear system, I am aware. He replied calmly, as a mighty elephant would not concern itself with the movements of mere ants. The combined strength of the opposing forces was hardly sufficient even to scratch his itch. Moreover, after months of rigorous training, his combat power had reached an impressive 2,400,000, while the strongest among them barely surpassed 1,000. It was inconceivable for him to be defeated. The disparity in their strength did not deter him from playing with them, indulging in a game of cat and mouse to add some zest to his otherwise mundane life. In a flash, Kafiza stood before Outing, blocking his path. The expendable soldier scoffed at this sudden obstruction, taunting, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, scram. This tree is coveted by Lord Sabo. Otherwise, you might end up as its fertilizer." The mere mention of Sabo furrowed Kafiza's brow, igniting a surge of anger within him. Sabo. He thwarted my plans last time, and before I could settle the score, his underlings have come knocking. What perfect timing to take it out on them. In an instant, Kafiza had disarmed the soldier, a kind reminder. You should hurry and find your companions for help. Otherwise, it will be time for you to bid farewell. Realizing his overconfidence, the expendable soldier panicked and fled to seek assistance from his comrades. Help! Someone please. The trio of Y, B, and D, who rushed to the scene, could not suppress their glee at the sight of their comrades' misfortune. Y laughed. Haha, what happened to you? Did you slack off on the job and get caught by the captain, resulting in this predicament? B replied, No, it wasn't the captain. It was a native brat. C chimed in. Hey, is this brat the one you mentioned? Upon hearing this, the expendable soldier turned to see the direction his teammate indicated, and to his shock, the little brat had been following him all along, deliberately leading him to seek assistance. His face, already pale from blood loss, grew even paler. Trembling, he stammered. It's him. Combat power, 50. The trio, who had been on high alert moments before, erupted in laughter at the detection results. Y jeered, haha. This is hilarious. You got ambushed by a brat with only 50 combat power. I'll clean up your mess for Captain Outing later. B added, you guys. Y reassured him, don't worry, for the sake of our team, I'll make it quick. D remarked, let me handle it. It looks like he won't survive 2 minutes anyway. In an instant, Kafiza seized D by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Don't just steal someone else's prey. D cried out. Help me. With a swift release of energy waves, D was instantly reduced to ashes. Y and B quickly distanced themselves from Kafiza, trembling as they activated their combat power detectors once more, only to find the result was still 50. Damn, this device must be broken. How can a being with only 50 combat power move so swiftly and obliterate someone with 145 combat power? With a snap, they removed the device and crushed it underfoot. Upon returning, they would ensure the technical department faced consequences for this failure. Another energy blast was unleashed, causing C to freeze in terror, slowly turning to see that their companion had vanished without a trace. Dripping with sweat, he clearly had been terrified. P, please spare me. I don't want to die. C collapsed to his knees, weeping and pleading for mercy. Kafiza smiled and raised his hand. Boom. The energy blast struck its target with precision, while he had already succumbed to blood loss. Next, it was time to deal with the others. A protective barrier, centered around the spirit tree with a radius of 5 kilometers, suddenly emerged. Outing and his companions gazed in astonishment at the protective shield that enveloped them all. Is this the natives' defense mechanism? How laughable. Allow me to shatter their illusions with my power. Boom. The energy blast collided with the barrier, not even causing a ripple. The attackers were stunned. That strike had contained a staggering 150 combat power. Let me handle this. Outing smirked, gathering energy in the palm of his hand. After 10 seconds of preparation, he unleashed a colossal energy orb. Boom. Aside from the thunderous explosion, nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. What? This is impossible. This thing can't even be shattered by the captain. Outing concluded that the captain must have held back during the previous attack. Look, the captain is serious this time. How infuriating to have been humiliated before my subordinates. Once I find the mastermind behind this, I will ensure they meet a cruel fate. For the sake of his pride. Outing recharged the energy orb, this time for a longer duration, before aiming at the sky to launch it. Chapter 40, Double Happiness. Impossible. This time, I've concentrated at least half of my power, and it still can't break through. I need to think of a way to bluff my way through. Oh, it seems I have underestimated the technological level of this planet. This is quite intriguing. However, usually, a higher technological level implies lower combat power. If I can locate their control room, I can threaten them into compliance. With his arms crossed, Outing appeared self-assured, successfully deceiving his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, Outing suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. It took a while for anyone to react and dig him out. "Captain, are you all right? Who was it that ambushed me?" Outing demanded, gripping his subordinate's collar in anger. The subordinate stammered, "I don't know. It all happened too quickly for anyone to see who was responsible." The others, feeling guilty, quickly lowered their heads, afraid to meet their captain's fiery gaze. Meanwhile, Kafiza, who had remained unnoticed a short distance away, kindly reminded them, "Hey, fools, look over here." Upon hearing the voice, the group turned their attention to the source and suddenly realized that a seemingly youthful native had appeared beside them. Gasp! Realizing that this was the individual who might have knocked their captain down, they instinctively gasped. "You bunch of useless fools, what are you afraid of? I was merely ambushed by him. Why don't you check the detector? You lot are such idiots." The moment Outing spotted Kafiza, he activated his combat power detector. And upon seeing the result, he sighed in relief. With only 50 combat power, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. His subordinates could handle it. Yet, seeing his subordinate's pathetic demeanor, his anger flared. "Go, break every bone in that native brat's body. I intend to torment him thoroughly." At that moment, a teammate beside Outing could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, "Captain, he is the wanted Saiyan." Only then did the others notice the tail coiled around the waist of their opponent, a definitive symbol of the Saiyan race. Outing's fury, born from the ambush, swiftly transformed into exhilaration at the prospect of achieving a significant accomplishment. On the surface, he had come to apprehend a fugitive, but in reality, he was fulfilling the task assigned by Lord Sabo. With this dual purpose, was it not a splendid case of covertly achieving two objectives with one action? "Do not move. This brat is mine. Little rascal, you should blame your misfortune for crossing paths with me." With that, Outing, who had previously seemed weary, erupted with a fierce aura, shoving aside the subordinates who supported him and charging directly at Kafiza. Such a formidable presence. Outing had somehow grown stronger. Lord Sabo had praised the captain's innate talent. "Eliminate him, Lord Outing." Faced with the incoming attack, Kafiza appeared unimpressed, casually extending his hand to intercept it. I did not expect you to possess some strength. However, this is where it ends." Outing adjusted his technique, creating distance as he gathered energy in both hands, preparing a massive energy sphere 2 meters in diameter in the blink of an eye. With a powerful thrust, it surged towards Kafiza. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, accompanied by a blinding white light that engulfed the surroundings in dust. Haha, that brat is finished. Indeed, no one can survive under the captain's death bomb. A direct hit would undoubtedly leave nothing behind. The captain is invincible. Promotions and raises for the captain. In midair, Outing was not in good condition. He had exerted all his strength in that previous strike and was now merely holding on, perplexed. How strange, what is happening today? I should not feel this fatigued after using my ultimate move. Could it be that I expended too much energy earlier? His chest rose and fell as he gasped for breath, yet the smile on his lips was impossible to conceal. Confident that his enemy had been vanquished, Outing turned to his subordinates and commanded, "Go and pick all the fruits from that tree and bring them to me." Are you all frightened by my earlier attack? Hurry up and get to work." However, the remaining few seemed deaf to the captain's words, retreating in terror. Sensing something amiss, Outing attempted to glance back, only to feel a small hand on his shoulder. An overwhelming force emanated from behind him. Instantly, Outing's body trembled uncontrollably, and he could no longer sustain his energy, falling from the air in a daze. This won't do. I haven't even unleashed my full power yet." The system's voice chimed in. "Host, your current combat power is such that it would be fortunate if he does not perish on the spot." Outing's subordinates, in a panic, rushed back to the spaceship, eager to escape without a care for their captain's fate. After all, their own lives took precedence. It is well known that Saiyans cannot survive in the vastness of space, and as long as they could escape into the cosmos, they would endure. "Forgive me, Captain. Your valiant efforts will be reported to Lord Sam." The spaceship quickly powered up under their frantic maneuvers. "We survived. We are alive. Hi, where do you think you are going?" Just as they believed they were about to escape safely, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the spaceship. The group exchanged alarmed glances towards the exterior. Quick, run. Smash through the barrier with the ship. Hurry. Watching them collide recklessly with the barrier, an explosion was inevitable. Boom. After dealing with the fleeing subordinates, Kafiza's figure flickered and vanished from sight. The next moment, he appeared beside the unconscious Aodamu. Wake up! Wake up! Slap! Slap! Two resounding slaps landed on Aodamu's face. In his daze, Aodamu opened his eyes, wishing fervently that this scene was merely a mirage and that he was being carried away by his subordinates. However, the stinging sensation on his face confirmed the harsh reality. Spare my life, my lord. I do not wish to die. Aodamu knelt and prostrated himself, pleading for mercy as though he had rehearsed this act 100 times. I ask, you answer. If your reply is unsatisfactory, you know the consequences. Kafiza's finger glimmered with a white light, and the terrifying energy frightened beads of sweat to trickle down Aodamu's face. Do not be nervous. First question, why have you come here? I received reports from my subordinates about unusual energy fluctuations. The source is this tree. Recently, I had consumed a fruit similar to those from this tree at Lord Sabo's behest, and I suspected they might be of the same kind. Hence my desire to take them back. Chapter 41. The Arrival of Sabo. I did not expect it to have an owner. I implore you to spare me. Oh, so you are Lord Sabo's subordinate. Second question, have you leaked any information about this place? Upon hearing this inquiry, Aodamu's heart raced, wishing he could strangle his past self, and he trembled as he answered breathlessly, and no. Aodamu attempted to protest further, but was instantly obliterated by a surge of overwhelming energy, leaving nothing behind. The system anxiously inquired, what will you do, host? This place has surely been compromised. The spirit tree still requires time to fully mature. What is there to fear? A year ago, I would have fled without a second thought, but now. Kafiza remained unperturbed, instantaneously transforming into a great ape. The culmination of his long-term training erupted forth in an instant. The terrifying aura seemed to mute this planet, rendering all living beings silent in fear. System. Display my current status. Name. Kafiza. Current world. Dragon Ball race. Saiyan age. 5 combat power. 24,000. 000 skills. Saiyan flight technique. Artificial moon. Energy attacks. Great ape transformation. Barrier. Number of crossovers. 3 energy charge. Max. Observe the tenfold increase in my combat power after transformation. That is a staggering 24 million. I declare here and now, even if Frieza were to personally arrive, I could effortlessly erase him from existence. The system queried, what if Frieza in his third form arrives? Cough, cough. By the way, system, who is your manufacturer? Can you introduce me? I am genuinely curious about how your linguistic functions were installed. The great ape transformation revealed a hint of irritation on his face. The system replied, I am sorry, host. I do not possess any knowledge of a manufacturer. Amidst the chaos and noise, the necessary tasks must continue. Meanwhile, Sabo had just finished reporting today's work arrangements to Frieza when he noticed his personal assistant approaching him. Report, Lord Sabo. Here is a private message for you. Please check it. Sabo received the communication device from his assistant and began to review it. Being handsome is indeed troublesome. I receive messages daily. It is quite bothersome. As one of the few striking individuals in Frieza's army, Sabo had a throng of admirers relentlessly pursuing him, showering him with compliments. Unexpectedly, it was a surprise from his subordinate Aodamu. He had found the mother tree of the fruit he had brought back last time. He had already gone to investigate and would soon return with the spoils. This was 3 hours ago. Indeed, my loyal subordinate has lived up to my expectations. When Aodamu returns, I must reward him handsomely. In his private lounge, a smile could not be suppressed from Sabo's face. The thought of presenting this treasure would undoubtedly elevate him in Lord Frieza's eyes, making him an exemplary employee, and even placing his trusted aide Dodoria behind him. The joy was immeasurable. In a reverie, Frieza, oh ho ho ho, Mr. Sabo, you truly are my most capable and exceptional subordinate. Claps hands meanwhile. The ineffectual Doria was kicked away. What is most significant is that this merit is known solely to oneself. Just pondering it is irresistible. He promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare a welcoming ceremony and brought forth his cherished fine wine, eagerly awaiting the triumphant return of Outing. However, as days turned to weeks, he received no further communication from Outing, apart from the initial message. Sabo could not help but speculate. What could be the matter? Why had Outing not sent any updates? The silence was perplexing. It had been so long. Could it be that he had gone silent? Recently, Sabo had attempted to reach out to Outing through various means. But it was as if his messages had vanished into the abyss, receiving no response. The more he pondered, the more likely it seemed. He immediately summoned his personal assistant and commanded, "Notify the technical department to retrieve the coordinates of Outing's last transmitted message. I shall investigate personally." Frowning, Sabo felt a creeping unease. Turning his ire towards the communications personnel, threatening, "If no further information is found, I shall reduce you all to cosmic dust." "Yes, Lord Sabo." The panicking soldiers sprang into action, meticulously searching for any crucial details, for no one desired to become mere dust. They found it. After a challenging data search and comparison, they finally uncovered a clue, a series of coordinates within Outing's last message. Analyzing these coordinates, they swiftly deduced that Outing was likely headed to AIO Star. "Excellent. Congratulations on surviving." Before the others could relax, Sabo continued, "Relay a message to King Frisia. I shall be seeking a treasure to present to the most esteemed Cosmic Emperor. I beseech King Frisia to await good news." With that, he took his most elite subordinates aboard a spaceship equipped with advanced propulsion, racing towards AIO Star. "Humph. Whoever dares obstruct Lord Sabo shall meet their demise. Once I locate that tree, I shall reap an unending harvest, and my long-stagnant power shall finally see hope." As Sabo sat in the command room of the ship, holding a wine glass, a determined expression graced his face. After all, a battle power exceeding 20,000 is not to be trifled with, except for that peculiar Ginyu force. 2 months later, Sabo's ship finally arrived at AIO Star. Upon exiting the vessel, the technical team swiftly detected a unique energy wave emanating from a colossal tree before them, identical to the last message sent by Captain Outing. "It seems we have indeed arrived at the right place. What a magnificent treasure!" The enormous ancient tree towered over the plains, nearly impossible to miss. "Spread out and search for the natives. Eliminate any living beings without leaving a trace." Sabo's demeanor turned cold as he gestured for his subordinates to conduct a thorough search. "Yes, my lord." The team members received the order, each leading their squads to activate battle power detectors, gradually narrowing down their search area. Shortly after, a subordinate reported, "Report. Lord Sabo, we have found no signs of native habitation on this planet. Please provide further instructions." Without any natives, how could Outing have fared? Did he succumb to greed and abscond with the treasure alone? No, that cannot be right. I must have overlooked something. Returning his gaze to the towering ancient tree, Sabo pondered for a moment before commanding, "Gather everyone there." "Yes." Chapter 42, The Advantage is Mine. There were 50 individuals, most of whom possessed meager power, with only 5 exceeding 1,000 battle power, likely the captains, while Sabo alone boasted over 10,000. Pathetically weak. At that moment, Kafiza lounged lazily upon the spirit tree, eyes closed as he counted the approaching numbers. Regrettably, Frisia had not come. He had expected to encounter Frisia personally this time. Oh well, let that fellow Frisia live a little longer. The system also expressed surprise. The host visitors include our old acquaintance Sabo. Indeed, I have some scores to settle with him. Kafiza revealed a confident smile, and in the next instant, vanished from sight. The hastily assembled group brought Sabo a new lead. "Lord Sabo, we have discovered a crashed spaceship to the southeast. According to the remnants, it belongs to Captain Outing, yet we have found no trace of Outing's body." Sabo hovered in midair, halting the advance of others as they awaited further orders. "You have done well. Ignore that waste and proceed." Yes. Sabo had now concluded that Outing was dead, and the circumstances were quite peculiar. On a planet devoid of any native life, a squad leader with only 1,000 battle power should have been unharmed. Yet, he had not even managed to send a single message. This indicated the presence of an unknown, formidable creature on the planet, which had swiftly eliminated all. The fruit of this tree could potentially enhance battle power without side effects, likely a guardian of the tree itself. Conservatively estimating a battle power of around 5,000 would explain why the entire squad was suddenly wiped out. But this time, he was personally overseeing the operation. With a battle power of 23,000, who could possibly stand against him? No one could obstruct his path to glory. The monumental achievement lay before him. With exhilaration, Sabo approached the great tree. Upon reaching it, he realized a slight complication in his plan. The tree was simply too colossal. towering over 1,000 meters. Transporting it outright was impractical. Suddenly recalling that his team included genetic cultivation experts, he commanded, "Collect some samples from this tree and return to the ship. Let us see if we can cultivate new saplings." "Yes, Lord Sabo." Just as three individuals prepared to gather samples for research and planting, a beam of light shot forth, and in an instant, they vanished. Clap, clap, clap. A splendid idea. It has indeed opened up a different line of thought. As a token of gratitude, let us bid you farewell. Kafiza's voice echoed chillingly in the air. "Who goes there? Show yourself." The group huddled together, wary of their surroundings, while Sabo gathered energy, unleashing hundreds of energy blasts towards the spirit tree. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blasts detonated upon encountering a barrier laid by Kafiza just 3 meters from the trunk. "What? It can withstand my attacks?" Sabo was momentarily incredulous, but quickly regained his composure. Perhaps the opponent simply possessed exceptional defensive capabilities. In the vast universe, he had encountered many species specializing in defense. No matter how thick the armor, it ultimately succumbed to oblivion along with their home planet. As the dust settled, a figure emerged before the barrier. Sabo squinted, initially taken aback, then sneered. "So it is you, little brat. I never imagined Outing and his team would fall to your hands. Although I am unsure where you acquired such defensive techniques, with your mere 1,000+ battle power, you think you can eliminate us? Ha ha ha. Green Toad. Perhaps you should contemplate how to escape from my subordinates." Kafiza regarded Sabo with disdain, his eyes filled with mockery. Green Toad. Sabo was infuriated by the mere mention of those three characters. He was renowned as a strikingly handsome man under the command of King Frisia. Countless individuals envied and despised him for his looks. At this moment, he found himself insulted by that little brat, and he was determined to wrench Kafiza's head off and trample it into oblivion. He bellowed, "Charge at him. Eliminate this arrogant Saiyan brat." Sabo's subordinates rushed towards Kafiza, unleashing a barrage of energy attacks that fell like rain. Yet Kafiza remained undaunted. With a flicker, he vanished from his original position. In the next instant, he materialized before a soldier, delivering a punch that sent the soldier flying, crashing into the sea and creating a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, he darted through the crowd like a specter, each strike expertly incapacitating an enemy, who then became adept at skipping across the water. Remarkably, he had struck precisely 68 times. Perhaps due to angles, Sabo's palms were drenched in cold sweat. In merely 3 seconds, he had witnessed all his subordinates vanish without a trace. This speed was astonishing. A wave of panic engulfed him, the sweat on his forehead refusing to cease. "Who are you?" "A mere Saiyan brat, whose Prince Vegeta possesses merely a battle power in the thousands." Why are you so powerful?" Sabo's gaze was filled with terror as he looked at Kafiza, unable to fathom how this seemingly weak youth had become so formidable. He recalled that he had once pursued him. "I understand now. It must be the fruit of that tree that has granted you such immense power." Sabo's eyes darted towards the tree behind Kafiza, a sudden realization dawning upon him. "Congratulations. You have guessed half of it, but this is your final farewell." Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Kafiza, Sabo frantically racked his brain for an escape. He refused to accept defeat so easily. Resolutely, he decided to fight back, instantly appearing before Kafiza, his hands striking like lightning. Kafiza effortlessly defended against the attack, perceiving Sabo's speed as slower than that of a snail. Feeling a tickle in his nostrils, he casually scratched them while mocking Frisia's right-hand man. "Is this all you can do? You disappoint me. If you were any faster, I might actually feel it." A sense of humiliation flooded Sabo's mind. His appearance no longer mattered. He simply wanted to survive. He roared in fury as his visage began to warp grotesquely, his mouth enlarging, boils appearing on his skin, which turned as repulsive as that of a toad. In Chapter 43, Changing the Course, Sabo's battle power surged to 30,000, instilling him with newfound confidence. "Die, you wild monkey. Attack, attack, attack." However, his frenzied assaults failed to inflict even the slightest harm on Kafiza. "Weak, utterly insipid," Kafiza remarked, suddenly seizing Sabo's arm and with a light toss, sent him soaring like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Sabo struggled to rise, his eyes brimming with fear and resentment, desperate to distance himself from the Saiyan. "No, this cannot be. How could I, Sabo, perish at the hands of a wild monkey? The world is vast, and the extraordinary abound. Nothing is impossible," Kafiza replied, advancing step by step towards Sabo. Seeing this, Sabo turned to flee. Yet Kafiza would not grant him such a wish. In an instant, he stood before Sabo, unleashing an energy wave that struck without giving Sabo a chance to react, transforming him into sustenance for the spirit tree. This is for obstructing my path, Kafiza declared. After dispatching Sabo and his crew, Kafiza approached their parked spaceship. It appeared to be in good condition, likely to fetch a handsome sum from a black market dealer. He estimated its worth. The system replied, please hold on, host. I have some unfortunate news. The black market does not accept any items related to Frisia's army. Kafiza was taken aback. There were indeed items the black market would not touch. Upon reflection, it made sense. Frisia, as a professional garbage collector backed by the destroyer god Beerus, was also a formidable real estate mogul in the universe, his power being extraordinarily overwhelming. Even the Cosmic Patrol could do little against him. The black market remained prudent, avoiding any entanglement with Frisia's forces. So be it if they refuse, Kafiza thought, casually dispatching an energy blast to resolve the matter. The system anxiously interjected, wait, host. Why are you so hasty? Just because the ship is unwanted doesn't mean the technology on board is of no interest. The technology of Frisia's army spaceships was unrivaled, and many had long coveted it, merely waiting for someone brave enough to hijack a vessel to breach the technological barriers. Gazing at the now useless hunk of scrap metal that had once been a spaceship, Kafiza's mouth twitched. Next time, convey information in one go without pauses. The system retorted, I was merely gathering data. How was I to know you would be so impatient? Forget it. I do not wish to argue. How long until the spirit tree matures? Kafiza inquired. 1 week. A week was remarkably brief compared to a year, yet time was a fickle entity. For those indifferent, it flew swiftly, while for the aware, it dragged on interminably, making each day feel like a lifetime. The next day, Kafiza asked, System, how much longer? 2 days. System, is that tree on the verge of maturity? 3 days. System, I feel it is ready to be harvested. 4 days. Why hasn't Frisia sent anyone yet? On the final day, the system could no longer contain its impatience, exclaiming, this is your 583rd inquiry. It's almost there, but it feels so slow. After a while, the spirit tree finally reached its moment of maturity. The branches bore fruits that radiated a gentle glow, exuding an enticing aroma that invigorated the senses, though regrettably, only 10 were present. It was much more bountiful before. The system angrily corrected him. Host, how dare you complain? You truly are a mountain pig unable to savor fine grains. The previous fruits, and these are not of the same caliber. Do you understand the value of rarity? Suddenly, Kafiza felt a buzzing in his head, quietly lowering the system's volume before continuing to inquire, then enlighten me on their worth. The system, still agitated, elaborated, listen well. The spirit tree has been altered by the spiritual and demonic energies of the Inuyasha world. After being brought back, it merged the rules of 2 different worlds, resulting in fruits that not only significantly enhance your personal power, but also increase cellular vitality. Then what are we waiting for? Let me taste one first. Kafiza eagerly picked all of them, placing one in his mouth and swallowing it in 2 or 3 bites. Instantly, an explosion of energy erupted within him. He felt his body continuously strengthening, his power rapidly increasing. This sensation was exhilarating. Power surged forth. Kafiza laughed joyously, his energy erupting, triggering a minor earthquake on the planet. As he absorbed the energy from the fruit, his battle power soared to 6 million. One fruit had directly boosted his power by 200,000, whereas previously, a few tens of thousands had been considered abundant energy for a planet. However, he still needed 400,000 more to transform into Super Saiyan 1. He pondered whether he could successfully achieve the transformation. The system, anxious, remarked, as for whether you can succeed, I cannot say. But I do know that if you do not leave soon, this planet may very well explode beneath you. Shortly after the fruits were harvested, the entire planet began to tremble violently, with landslides, volcanic eruptions, and billowing smoke everywhere. It was evident that it would not last much longer. We must flee, Kafiza urged. Swiftly activating the universal capsule, I boarded the spacecraft, which was deftly maneuvered by the system, propelling us away at remarkable speed. Boom. 5 minutes later, Ioxing transformed into a breathtaking spectacle of fireworks in the cosmos. The system announced, Host, We are 1 month away from the next planet suitable for cultivation. Kafiza, munching on fruit, muttered nonchalantly, "There's no rush. It's been over a year since I last left Earth. It's time to return and take a look. Adjust the course towards Earth." The system replied, "Very well. You are the master. Your word is law." The spacecraft executed a graceful drift in the void of space, hastening in a new direction. Kafiza's return to Earth was not solely for the purpose of reconnecting with long-lost friends. The cooling period for the Dragon Balls had also concluded. It was time for a second wish. The system interjected, "Host, there is something I must remind you of. Do you recall that Sun Wukong contracted a viral heart disease in his adulthood?" The infamous viral heart disease was certainly etched in Kafiza's memory. As a Saiyan, he had roamed the universe, indulging in excess and engaging in battles without incident until his twilight years, save for Sun Wukong's unfortunate affliction. The system continued. According to the records, Jekka is responsible for patrolling the Earth region under the jurisdiction of the Galactic King. He was once tasked with eliminating the malevolent Saiyan intruder, who was none other than the young Sun Wukong. For the safety of Earth, it's highly plausible that the heart virus was intentionally disseminated, as this virus was specifically engineered to target Saiyans and would not affect ordinary humans. Chapter 44. The Leftovers Dilemma. The system's hypothesis was not without merit, and Kafiza found himself lost in contemplation. From his own understanding, Sun Wukong's heart disease could very well have stemmed from consuming rodents in his youth, coupled with the use of super god water and repeated applications of the Kaioken technique, which might have precipitated the viral heart disease. The sudden emergence of a conspiracy theory was unexpected. Who would have thought the system possessed the ability to instill fear? He acknowledged that he had indeed been unsettled by the system's conjecture. However, upon reflection, he realized that his Saiyan lineage had undergone mutations, rendering any such virus ineffective against him, thus alleviating his concerns. After tidying his long-neglected tail, he instructed, "System, wake me when we arrive at Earth. I need to rest." With that, he consumed a Sinza bean for sustenance and lay down, drifting into slumber. After all, he was at an age where growth required ample food and sleep to ensure robust development. "Dear little Bulma, dinner is ready. Come quickly." A gentle voice resonated from outside the laboratory. The once busy lab now felt eerily tranquil, as Bulma languidly leaned over her workbench. The pen twirled between her fingers, punctuated by frequent sighs, while her oversized white lab coat looked particularly comical on her petite frame. "Ugh, this is so annoying. Why is he taking so long to return? I want to go on an adventure in the universe too. He promised to come back whenever he had the chance. The next time we meet, I shall ignore him." Humph. Lost in her musings, her hunger and her mother-esque call snapped her back to reality. "Wow, Mom, why is dinner so lavish today? Dad and I can't possibly eat all of this." The dining table was laden with an array of delicacies, enough to last a week even for the entire family. "Oh dear, I don't know how I ended up making so much tonight. Such a headache. If only little Kafiza were here. He would surely help me finish all this hard work. I apologize, little Bulma, but I am currently monitoring sugar intake, so the excess food falls upon you and your father." Mrs. Brief wore a sheepish expression as she sampled the delicious pudding before her. Meanwhile, Dr. Brief held a newspaper in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other, occasionally sipping as if the table's bounty was of no concern to him. Glancing around, Bulma found herself ensnared in a dilemma surrounded by food. If only he were here right now, just as she lamented. The sound of the spacecraft's landing reverberated through the room. With no time to ponder, Bulma sprang from her chair, opened the door, and rushed into the courtyard to greet the arrival. Mr. and Mrs. Brief exchanged glances and leisurely exited the room. Their eyes fell upon a spacecraft descending gracefully. The hatch opened, and a slender youth emerged. "Hello, Dr. Brief, Mrs. Brief, and Bulma. It's been so long." Kafiza stepped out of the spacecraft and approached the three, exchanging greetings. After more than a year apart, he missed them dearly. "Ah, it's Kafiza. Wonderful. Now dinner will be taken care of." Contrary to her expectations of a warm welcome, Bulma perceived herself as merely a heartless food-consuming machine. In the time apart, the lad had grown significantly, now taller than Bulma. Mrs. Brief cupped her face in her hands, her gaze shifting lovingly between the two. "You rascal, you've been silent for so long. I thought something had happened to you." Bulma, hands on her hips, wore a fierce expression that left Kafiza feeling somewhat bashful. "Ha ha ha, it's not that I didn't want to send a message. The universe is vast, and my messages may very well have been intercepted by some civilization along the way." With his thick skin, Kafiza was confident that Bulma would be unable to hold it against him. The system interjected, "Lies come easily to your lips. I disdain you for this, host. You? A mere system. What do you know about emergency precautions? If you don't understand, refrain from speaking out of turn." Kafiza silenced the system in his mind once more. Meanwhile, Bulma, somewhat persuaded by Kafiza's explanation, invited him to join for dinner. Hee. After drifting through the universe for so long, you must be famished. Since you've come from so far, I shall begrudgingly allow you to enjoy a good meal tonight. It was evident that Bulma's invitation was not solely out of kindness, as she sought assistance to tackle the overflowing feast. Mrs. Brief's teasing echoed in Bulma's ears. "Mom, you're so annoying." With that, Bulma turned away in a huff, her ears flushed red, which did not escape Kafiza's keen observation. "Little Kafiza, living alone in the universe must be quite dull. Would you like someone to accompany you? What do you think of Bulma? Her only flaw is her excessive exuberance." Faced with Bulma's parents' inquiries, Kafiza felt a bit awkward, scratching his head, unsure of how to respond. He couldn't find the right moment to present the gifts he had brought. Had he known it would unfold this way, he would have revealed them immediately. It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow. At the dining table, under the watchful eyes of the three, Kafiza savored every morsel of food. After finishing, he let out a contented burp. "Ah, it's been so long since I've had such delicious food." Kafiza patted his round belly, collapsing onto the sofa, his face radiating happiness. Each day had been filled with either sins of beans or lackluster grilled meats missing various seasonings. It always felt slightly lacking, just enough to keep him from starving. "Fear not. As long as you visit often, I assure you there will be an endless supply of gourmet delights." As the princess of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma proudly proclaimed, "Such trivial food is of no consequence. Indeed, as long as Kafiza is willing to stay, I would be most delighted." Mrs. Brief gazed lovingly at her daughter and Kafiza, as if observing a pig rooting through cabbage. Chapter 45, Tranquil Daily Life. "I must trouble you then. By the way, I have brought you a small gift from Earth, and I hope you will like it." In the blink of an eye, Kafiza had retrieved gifts from the spaceship and placed them in their hands, introducing each one. "Madam, this is currently the finest skincare product in the universe, which I procured especially for you. The vendor claimed it could make you appear 10 years younger, but do use it sparingly. I fear that when you and Bulma go shopping, you might be mistaken for sisters." "Oh dear, you are simply too charming," Mrs. Brief exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she lovingly caressed the gift. "Doctor, this memory contains the latest technological knowledge developed in the universe. It is not much, but I hope you find it enjoyable." Dr. Brief instinctively adjusted his glowing spectacles and remarked, "Quite intriguing," before hastily departing. Lastly, Kafiza lifted the gift in Bulma's hands and said, "Bulma, I know you adore gemstones. Tada! This is a special gift prepared just for you, a seed for a gemstone flower that can grow indefinitely. Take good care of it, and it will produce a gemstone randomly every month, bringing you delightful surprises. What do you think? Do you like it?" At that moment, Bulma's gaze was fixated on the gemstone flower seed, as if she might be absorbed into it. Aside from hearing the words monthly gemstone, she registered nothing else. So beautiful. Truly perfect. Mrs. Brief, who had just applied the skincare product, mistakenly believed Bulma was praising her as she admired her own exquisite visage in the mirror. "By the way, how much universal currency did you spend on these items?" "Ah, well, I had them test the product quality, and they gifted me these items, haha." When Bulma suddenly inquired about the origin of the gifts, Kafiza could not reveal the truth, so he simply stated they were gifts. Fortunately, Bulma did not press further and excitedly went off in search of a flower pot. In the early morning, with the sun shining brightly and the air crisp, Kafiza rose early to commence his warm-up exercises. The sounds of his training roused Bulma from her slumber, who had been searching for her desired flower pot all night. Groggily, she glanced at her alarm clock. 9:12. It's still early. I shall sleep a little longer. She pulled the covers over herself, curling up to block out the noise. At 11:40, Mrs. Brief habitually approached Bulma's room and knocked on the door. "Bulma, hurry and get up. It's time for breakfast." "Mom, just a little longer, please." "All right then, but I must remind you that next meal will be in the afternoon. Kafiza will help himself to your portion as well." Upon hearing this, Bulma sprang out of bed in a panic. "Oh no, I completely forgot. The glutton has arrived. My egg tarts, tiramisu, fruit tarts." At 11:45, Bulma swiftly dressed and dashed to the dining table. In the familiar setting, The only difference was that a voracious eater was devouring food at an alarming rate. Wait, that cream pudding is mine. Bulma swiftly grabbed a plate, desperately protecting her last dessert. Wow, it's all gone. My sweets. As she tasted the remnants of her breakfast, Bulma felt a wave of sorrow. She regretted her earlier words. Having finished her meal, Mrs. Brief could not help but laugh upon seeing her daughter in tears. Kafiza, having eaten his fill, pushed aside a towering plate and retrieved Bulma's favorite dessert, placing it before her. There, don't cry anymore. I saved these sweets just for you. Bulma ceased her tears, opened her eyes, and, upon seeing her beloved desserts still intact, shot an annoyed glare at her chuckling mother. Moments later, Bulma swallowed the last piece of pudding and extended an invitation. As compensation for intentionally scaring me, you must accompany me to the mall. No refusals. Kafiza pondered for a moment, realizing they had ample time, so he agreed to accompany her shopping. The following days would prove that Kafiza had underestimated a woman's shopping prowess, especially one with financial means. Over 2 days, he followed Bulma through every clothing store in the city, burdened with numerous bags, enjoying their leisurely escapades. Had he not been unable to carry any more items, Kafiza felt Bulma would have dragged him on indefinitely. They later visited an amusement park, riding roller coasters and Ferris wheels, playing various games in the arcade. Except for puzzle games, they engaged in everything else, relishing the thrill of infinite respawns. In shooting games, Kafiza's Saiyan reflexes and extraordinary observational skills garnered him numerous prizes, infuriating the proprietor, who blacklisted them from returning, much to Bulma's amusement. At night, under the luminous moon, the two strolled along the beach, gazing at the twinkling stars and sharing amusing tales from the past year. Wow, are there truly such bizarre creatures? When they flee, they kick their own rear ends to accelerate. How absurd, ha ha ha. And what you just mentioned about that iron planet. How fascinating. I wonder if there is a planet made entirely of various gemstones in the universe. Promise me, if you ever encounter such a gemstone planet, you must return and share its coordinates. At that moment, Bulma's heart was lost in dreams of the gemstone planet. It was only when Kafiza playfully flicked her forehead that she snapped back to reality. Ouch, my planet has flown away. You must return my gemstone planet. Bulma pouted in anger, playfully tackling Kafiza from behind. As a powerful Saiyan, Kafiza was hardly affected and continued to saunter leisurely with Bulma. On his back, Bulma listened to Kafiza speak of the vastness and mysteries of the universe, her heart filled with both longing and concern. The universe is so vast, and there are so many dangers. Why can't you stay on Earth? Kafiza shook his head in refusal. It is precisely because the world is so immense that I wish to explore it. Suffering and danger will only make this journey more exhilarating. Moreover, in the future, many formidable foes will arise in this world. I must grow stronger to survive. For 10-year-old Bulma, thoughts of the future were still too distant. And soon she drifted into slumber on Kafiza's back. Chapter 46, A Day of Rapid Progress. The next morning, Bulma, wake up. If you don't hurry, little Kafiza will be leaving. Mrs. Brief expertly called to the lazy girl to rise. Miraculously, Bulma did not linger in bed this time. Upon hearing that Kafiza was leaving, she quickly tidied herself and rushed downstairs. Oh dear, this child is truly concerned for little Kafiza. In the living room, Bulma's sharp gaze swept across the dining table. But unfortunately, she did not find Kafiza among the heaps of dishes. Mom, has he left? How could he go on an adventure without me? Bulma stamped her foot in frustration, pouting angrily. Following closely behind her, Mrs. Brief stifled a laugh with a hand over her mouth. No, he went to find your father. It seems they are discussing the modifications for the spaceship. Upon hearing that the other party was currently with her father, Bulma's anger dissipated in an instant. I shall visit my father's laboratory, she declared, and without even pausing for breakfast, she hurried away. Inside the laboratory, Kafiza walked alongside Dr. Brief, proposing the idea of upgrading the spaceship. What do you think, Doctor? Is it possible to extend the upgraded gravity system throughout the entire ship? As the greatest inventor on Earth, Dr. Brief would never concede to any task being beyond his capabilities. This is rather straightforward, but have you truly considered it? Such modifications might significantly affect the ship's speed. Speed is irrelevant. Doctor, you only need to ensure that the ship is spacious and robust. Kafiza's requirements for the spaceship were simply that it could navigate through the cosmos. As for combat, he could handle that himself. Winning was inconsequential, and losing merely meant trying again. All right then, we shall proceed according to your vision. After receiving the doctor's affirmation, Kafiza continued to suggest new ideas, such as automatic repairs for the ship, cloaking capabilities, artificial intelligence, and medical pods. Before he could finish his list of modifications, Dr. Brief interrupted him. After all, he was merely an ordinary scientist, not a magical wish-granting entity. Hold on. The earlier modifications you mentioned are quite innovative, but I will need some time to conduct research before they can be completed. As for the medical pod, given the current medical technology, I fear it may not achieve the instantaneous recovery you envision, unless there is a significant breakthrough in medicine. Indeed, no matter how brilliant Dr. Brief was in technology, he was ultimately a genius in invention, while matters of medicine remained a different field altogether. Suddenly, Kafiza recalled that Frisia's minions possessed blueprints for medical pods. Perhaps he could borrow a few for research purposes next time. He contemplated whether he could develop a healing liquid akin to the senza beans, perhaps even incorporating them into the formula for extraordinary effects that could be used repeatedly. Ka, Fei, Za. Bulma stormed in, her demeanor fierce. Are you planning to abandon me again and venture off alone? I refuse to allow it. I want to join you. Growing weary of staying at home, she added, besides, have you forgotten the promise you made me last time? Faced with Bulma's relentless questioning, Kafiza hurriedly shook his head. No. How could I forget about bringing you along on this adventure? I'm simply asking your father to assist me in upgrading the spaceship. Bulma placed her hands on her hips and leaned closer, fixating her gaze on Kafiza. You better not deceive me. 3 seconds later, she straightened up and directed her sharp eyes towards her father. Witnessing his daughter's gaze shift towards him, Dr. Brief quickly averted his eyes, pretending to be busy. Bulma's eyes darted between the two before she huffed and turned away. Phew. Dr. Brief wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. His daughter possessed neither her mother's grace nor his own composure. When she was angry, she was truly formidable. Kafiza, equally startled, mused that it was no wonder Vegeta feared her so much. Her presence was indeed powerful. After Kafiza and Dr. Brief agreed upon a timeline for the spaceship's modifications, he requested the Dragon Ball radar from the doctor before hastily departing. After wandering the estate for a while, Bulma's anger had largely subsided. Just as she considered turning back to find Kafiza, she heard his voice. So you are here. Your home is truly vast. I've searched high and low for you and finally found you. As a Saiyan who had mastered the use of ki, Kafiza effortlessly located her. However, due to the girl's emotional state, he chose to tell a little white lie. Look, what is this? The Dragon Ball radar. So, how about joining me on an adventure to find the Dragon Balls? Kafiza earnestly invited Bulma to accompany him on his quest. Just as she was about to agree, the memory of their last Dragon Ball search flooded her mind. Although she had prepared thoroughly and felt confident, the adventure had been completed at lightning speed, leaving her with no real sense of excitement. Now, after more than a year apart, he had undoubtedly grown even stronger, meaning he could gather all the Dragon Balls in a single day, completing the adventure in no time. How infuriating. This guy was definitely mocking her. Rather than being a mere spectator, she preferred to embark on the adventure alone. Resolving her thoughts, Bulma firmly declined Kafiza's invitation. No, I shall collect the Dragon Balls by myself. I refuse to team up with you, the cheater. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Kafiza bewildered. Just moments ago, she had complained about him leaving her behind, and now she was refusing to join him. Truly, a woman's heart is as elusive as the depths of the sea. Now unencumbered, Kafiza, armed with the Dragon Ball radar, began his quest to gather the Dragon Balls worldwide. Utilizing his keen perception and swift movement skills, he darted through mountains, rivers, and deserts like a bolt of lightning. Along the way, he encountered a few audacious bandits attempting to rob him. Brother, today is our lucky day. Look at that kid's outfit. He must be worth millions, all designer. The son of a wealthy family is always a fool with money. Why else would he take a back road? It's only fitting that we reap a fortune today. The two bandits shamelessly plotted in front of Kafiza, but with just a glance, he released a hint of his ki, sending them flying away, unable to approach him. Terrified, the two bandits abandoned their firearms and fled in panic. As a person of justice, Kafiza could not allow them to escape. He summoned a massive boulder, launching it in a perfect arc, hitting the criminals squarely. Bullseye. Remarkable. This world truly needs more benevolent individuals like me. He dusted off non-existent dirt from his hands, feeling inspired. Chapter 47. The journey ahead. After another half a day's effort, aided by the Dragon Ball radar, he had gathered 6 Dragon Balls, leaving only one remaining, the 4-star ball. The radar indicated its location at Bao Mountain, conveniently not far from his current position. 10 minutes later, Kafiza arrived at Bao Mountain, where the scenery remained as serene and beautiful as during his last visit. Upon landing, he heard the sounds of martial training nearby. Following the sounds, he discovered Sun Wukong and his grandfather, Sun Wufan, practicing their martial arts. Sun Wukong still looked the same, small and underdeveloped. Kafiza pondered how, being a Saiyan, he had turned out so peculiar. His stunted growth was a disgrace to the Saiyan race on Planet Vegeta. He had certainly faced ridicule from other Saiyans because of it. Perhaps it was due to Earth's low gravity that he now appeared vibrant and full of life. Sun Wufan, diligently instructing, paused upon noticing Kafiza's arrival, initially surprised before breaking into a delighted smile. "It's you. Long time no see." Sun Wukong stopped his training, looking at Kafiza with curiosity. "I remember you. You came with a strange person last time." Sun Wufan chuckled, explaining, Wukong, the person beside him last time was a girl, not a strange individual." Observing the innocent Sun Wukong, Kafiza chuckled as he ruffled his hair, saying, "Mr. Sun Wufan, it has been a while. I am relieved to see you safe and sound." This fellow now appeared far more energetic than before. Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan smiled kindly, stroking his beard. "That is thanks to you extraterrestrials' superior physical abilities. I've merely taught him some basic martial arts." "All right, Wukong, let us conclude your training for today. We have guests arriving, so hurry and prepare the food for later." Upon hearing his grandfather's arrangement, Sun Wukong obediently departed to prepare the food. "I shall assist as well, for there are 2 Saiyans present. An ordinary fare would scarcely suffice to satiate their appetites." With the aid of Kafiza, we quickly gathered a sizable feast consisting of a wild boar measuring around 7 to 8 meters, 3 3-meter-long piranhas, and 3 colossal triceratops, along with provisions sufficient for 2 Saiyans and 1 Earthling. After the meal, Sun Wukong addressed Mr. Sun Wufan, expressing his desire to acquire a pearl containing 4 5-pointed stars. Kafiza presented the remaining 6 Dragon Balls for inspection. Indeed, I discovered something akin to these pearls not long ago, though I seem to have misplaced them. Please wait a moment while I search," Sun Wufan recalled, realizing he had stored it in the warehouse. He then instructed Kafiza to wait while he went to rummage through the storage. After Sun Wufan's departure, Sun Wukong stood beside Kafiza, curiously observing the latter's brown tail. Akin to his own, he reached out to grasp it, eager to ascertain its authenticity. Noticing Sun Wukong's playful demeanor, Kafiza grinned mischievously. Suddenly, his tail sprang to life, ensnaring Sun Wukong before he could react, rendering him unable to escape. "Come on, put in a bit more effort, and you'll be free in no time." Kafiza teased as he watched Sun Wukong's face grow red from exertion. "I can't anymore, I concede. But your tail is truly impressive. Could you teach me?" In moments of boredom, Sun Wukong had attempted to grasp his own tail, only to find himself instantly drained of energy. Seeing Kafiza unaffected by the grasping of his tail ignited a spark of curiosity within him. "Certainly, you simply need to train it daily, and over time, you will naturally overcome this weakness." Kafiza did not conceal the Saiyan's fatal flaw regarding their tails, knowing that, whether he mentioned it or not, Sun Wukong would ultimately surmount this limitation. "Understood. By the way, your strength was quite formidable. Would you be willing to spar with me?" The eager Sun Wukong was clearly driven by his Saiyan blood, forever yearning for a challenge with a worthy opponent, even if it meant risking his life on that path. However, Kafiza, observing the obvious disparity in strength between himself and the young Sun Wukong, found little interest in the prospect of a duel. Yet, the thought of playfully besting a future champion of the universe intrigued him. The two ventured outside, with Sun Wukong adopting a stance, ready to launch an attack. "Come, Wukong. Let me witness the extent of your growth during this time." Sun Wukong leaped forward, delivering a flying kick aimed at Kafiza's chest. Kafiza did not flinch, effortlessly blocking the attack. Your speed is somewhat lacking, and your power is rather minimal. Keep at it. I can still handle this." Provoked by the taunt, Sun Wukong ceased to conceal his prowess, unleashing a mighty roar as he surged forward with even greater speed, launching a relentless barrage of strikes towards Kafiza. His fists sliced through the air, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Kafiza deftly sidestepped, and as Sun Wukong continued his series of punches and kicks, Kafiza maintained a serene smile, evading with ease and occasionally gently capturing Sun Wukong's fists or arms to neutralize his attacks. After countless exchanges, Sun Wukong found himself breathless yet unwavering in resolve. Seizing the opportunity, Kafiza raised a hand, enveloping Sun Wukong in a gentle yet formidable force that rendered him immobile, anchoring him in place. Eventually, after a prolonged bout, Sun Wukong collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. "Wow, you're incredibly strong. I am no match for you." "Huh." Kafiza squatted down to meet Sun Wukong's gaze, smiling as he remarked, "Is that so? Then you must diligently train. This world is vast, with powerful beings scattered across the cosmos, and many exist with strength beyond imagination. My current power is merely adequate. There is a deity who can obliterate an entire galaxy with but a flick of their finger." Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with curiosity and longing. "Is that true? I wish to become as strong as you, or even stronger, to explore the outside world. But what are galaxies and deities? Can they be consumed?" Kafiza affectionately ruffled Sun Wukong's hair. "If you put in the effort, you will surely achieve it. By the way, I know of a place called Corinta. If you ascend Corinta and find the Corinta sage, he can assist you in rapidly enhancing your strength." Sun Wukong leaped with excitement. "I want to go, Grandpa. I want to climb Corinta." Meanwhile, Sun Wufan, having located the 4-star Dragon Ball, observed the sparring match between the two for quite some time. Kafiza was undeniably powerful. Even his own master would likely fall short against him. Realizing that Sun Wukong, sharing the same bloodline as Kafiza, was ultimately held back by his own limitations, he nodded at the determined gaze of his grandson, saying, "Since you possess such resolve, you may proceed." "Really? That is wonderful." Kafiza supported Sun Wukong's early journey toward strength, knowing that the future of Earth would be fraught with peril. Accepting the 4-star Dragon Ball from Sun Wufan, the 7 Dragon Balls were finally gathered. Before departing, Kafiza turned to Sun Wukong and suddenly revealed, "Let me share a secret about your bloodline. You are a Saiyan, like me, a warrior race from the cosmos. Through relentless training, you can unlock your potential and grow stronger. Corinta possesses a magical bean that can swiftly heal your injuries. Consuming it when on the brink of death will significantly enhance your power, though it is not limitless. It is an excellent choice for rapid strength increases in the early stages." Sun Wukong clenched his fists, resolutely nodding. "I shall remember this." Kafiza then produced a bag of magical beans, handing them to Sun Wukong to ensure his safety during his journey. Chapter 48. SLs after departing from Bowsy Mountain. The system expressed concern. "Host, is it truly wise to alter the Dragon Ball narrative in advance? The current strength of the protagonist still pales in comparison to the original timeline. What if unforeseen circumstances arise? Trust me, with Sun Wukong's current strength, there are few on Earth who could defeat him. Ordinary firearms would pose little threat. Do not underestimate the Saiyan bloodline." Kafiza reassured. "Besides, I have left behind magical beans as a safety net." The system inquired once more. "Are you certain that Sun Wukong won't resort to using the magical beans for sustenance like you did?" Kafiza's heart skipped a beat, uncertainty creeping in as he replied. "He should, perhaps, likely will not." Even he found it hard to believe, as there was a particular bean that, once consumed, would eliminate the need for food for 10 days, a temptation nearly impossible to resist. Setting aside those concerns, let us have faith in Sun Wukong's self-discipline. By the way, system, do you have any suggestions regarding this wish? Please share your thoughts. The system contemplated seriously before responding. "I believe the host still lacks survival skills. While a power level exceeding 1 million is impressive, it remains insufficient in the Dragon Ball world. I recommend wishing for immunity to physical or energy attacks." Kafiza stood dumbfounded at the system's suggestion. Clearly, this system had overestimated the capabilities of Earth's dragon. If it were not beyond the wish-granting capacity of the dragon, he would simply challenge Beerus directly. It seemed that if one relied on the system, pigs could indeed climb trees. These 2 wishes were far too unrealistic. He would do better to devise his own plan. "The system's idea is decent, but perhaps we should wait until night to make the wish, as it is easier to realize in dreams." The system, slightly defensive, retorted, "Then why not simply wish for eternal life? The Earth Dragon can undoubtedly fulfill that." Kafiza once more applauded the system's intelligence. Yet again, it was a seemingly perfect wish. Though one must consider why so many powerful beings in the Dragon Ball universe have refrained from making such a wish. Given the current circumstances, What significance lies in granting a 6-year-old child the gift of immortality? To remain forever in a childlike form seems more a burden than a blessing. I apologize, Tongzi. For my previous remarks, you should continue your play. In my future wishes, if I dare to inquire further with the system, I shall consider myself a fool. With a firm resolve, Kafiza contemplated a notion that lingered in his mind, in the realm of Dragon Balls. The Saiyant's ability to transform into Super Saiyans primarily hinges upon the quantity of S cells within their bodies. If only the S cells could be significantly increased, even a low combat power could facilitate the transformation into a Super Saiyan, akin to the effortless transformations of Sun Wukong's descendants. It might even be possible to maintain that form indefinitely, transitioning from Super Saiyan to base form, thereby achieving a true evolution of bloodline, is not merely a dream. After careful consideration of the feasibility, Kafiza soared to a desolate wilderness, retrieving the Dragon Balls to summon the Shenlong. Arise, Shenlong. Fulfill my wish. Upon uttering the incantation, the clear sky swiftly transformed into a tempestuous scene filled with thunder and lightning. In a moment, a verdant figure emerged from the 7 Dragon Balls. To the one who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. No matter what it is, I shall grant it, the Shenlong intoned. It has been a while. Dear Shenlong, I have returned, Kafiza replied, feeling somewhat familiar with the dragon. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds comfort. The Shenlong responded calmly, speak. What wish do you desire this time? After a moment of contemplation, Kafiza articulated, please maximize the rapid growth of the S cells within my body, ensuring there are no adverse effects. Upon hearing this wish, a flash of red light flickered in the Shenlong's eyes. This wish was far simpler than those previously made. Your wish has been granted, until we meet again. Noticing the Shenlong's intention to disperse into the Dragon Balls, Kafiza hastily interjected, wait, Shenlong. You have yet to inform me of the rate at which the S cells will increase. However, the Shenlong had already transformed back into the 7 orbs, preparing to scatter across the globe. Kafiza felt a wave of exasperation at the Shenlong's unreliability. Unlike before, he was not prepared to let it depart so easily. In an instant, he ascended into the air, swiftly collecting the 7 orbs into his personal space. This action saved him the trouble of searching for the Dragon Balls again in the future. Once the cooling period had elapsed, he could conveniently retrieve them, making the process efficient and straightforward. Henceforth, the Earth's Dragon Balls were officially his private possession. After securing the Dragon Balls, Kafiza took a moment to keenly sense the changes within his body. It was a subtle sensation, coursing through him like a gentle spring breeze, leaving him feeling invigorated. With a light exclamation, a portion of Kafiza's energy erupted, causing the ground to tremble violently. The clouds above were dispersed, and the surrounding beasts instinctively sensed danger, fleeing deeper into the forest. This brief release of energy resulted in a significant tremor in the area. Was it possible that the wish had truly succeeded? Why then? Did he not feel a substantial increase in power? At that moment, the system spoke. Would you like me to display the panel, host? Name: Kafiza, current world, Dragon Ball. Race: Saiyan. Age: 6. Combat power: 400,000. Skills: Saiyan Flight, Artificial Moon, Basic Energy Attack, Great Ape Transformation, Barrier, Number of Crossings, 3. Energy Charge: Max, aside from the 2 million combat power increase from consuming 10 Spirit Tree Fruits. This wish had not resulted in any notable change. The increase in S cells would not directly amplify combat power, but would instead gradually enhance his physical potential, achieving a qualitative transformation through quantitative change. Observing his combat power now at an impressive 4 million, Kafiza resolved to attempt transforming into a Super Saiyan. Previously, he had refrained from trying on the spaceship, fearing he might uncontrollably unleash a surge of energy that could destroy it. It is known that Saiyans, prior to achieving divinity, cannot breathe in the vacuum of space, no matter how powerful they may be. This is the inherent flaw of a cone-shaped warrior. While their combat power is formidable, other attributes leave much to be desired. In the realm of cultivation, this would be akin to a typical brute who focuses solely on physical training while neglecting other essential skills, resulting in numerous shortcomings. Nevertheless, Kafiza recalled the technique used by Sun Wukong in Dragon Ball Super, directing his energy to his back before unleashing it. Chapter 49. In times of trouble, seek doctor. Briefs. It seemed that the Saiyans of the 6th universe could successfully transform using this method, Why was it not working for him? Kafiza attempted to transform 3 or 4 times, only to meet with repeated failure, vexed as he tugged at his hair. A crow flew overhead, cawing, "Fool! Fool! Fool!" Could it be due to his status as a traveler? That shouldn't be the case. The system then clarified, failure to transform is quite normal. Firstly, while you have met the combat power requirement, a significant portion of your S cells remain dormant and must be activated, much like how Sun Wukong first transformed, requiring extreme emotion to do so. Secondly, the Saiyans of the 6th universe possess a fundamentally different disposition compared to those of this universe. One is benevolent, while the other is brutal. Their long-standing penchant for peace has resulted in a naturally higher quantity of S cells compared to the Saiyans of the 7th universe, allowing for easy transformation once combat power is met. So that is the crux of it. Upon reflection, it makes perfect sense. If transformation could be achieved merely through energy concentration, the Super Saiyan would not be a legend. Just as maintaining consciousness in the Great Ape form allows for a transformation to Super Saiyan 4, specific conditions must be met. However, activating S cells through extreme emotion would be somewhat challenging for Kafiza, as he found it difficult to invest emotionally. He was inherently indifferent. In his previous life, he could forget about relatives who visited after a year or two without contact. As for the troublesome matters at work, he believed that overthinking would only prolong his discomfort. Forgetting early leads to happiness, and he refused to let the negativity of others dictate his daily life. Thus, after much contemplation, he realized there was nothing that could evoke extreme emotions within him. The system reassured him, "Host, do not be overly disheartened. You successfully made a wish to the Shenlong just now. Simply go with the flow, and believe me, once you grow up, transforming into a Super Saiyan will be effortless." For now, he could only pray for the Shenlong's power to take effect swiftly, sparing him a lengthy wait. Kafiza had initially considered asking Tongzi to calculate the current rate of S-cell proliferation and how long it might take to make the Super Saiyan form his base state without regression. However, given that he couldn't even transform at present, it was evident that it would take a considerable amount of time. As the saying goes, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. When the car arrives at the mountain, a path will emerge. Rather than dwelling on uncertainties, it would be more pragmatic to contemplate what to have for dinner. As long as he remained untroubled, worries could never catch up with him. Having completed his business, it was time for him to return. Kafiza flew toward Bulma's home. Meanwhile, Bulma observed the once clear sky suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, followed by a tempest. And a moment later, the sun broke through again. She wore an expression of knowing. She had anticipated that with his efficiency, he would soon gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Deciding not to join him in his adventures had proven to be an astute choice. "Oh dear, why has the sky cleared again? I just brought out my beloved umbrella. What a pity," Mrs. Brief lamented, glancing at the sky with disappointment as she opened her umbrella and walked away. "What a lovely day. Why is your mother carrying an umbrella?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, startling Bulma, causing her to shudder and swiftly turn around. "Ah, you scared me to death. It's you. When did you return? You walk so silently. Don't you realize that scaring someone can be lethal?" Observing Bulma's indignant demeanor, Kafiza struggled to suppress his laughter, his tense toes almost gouging the floor as he composed himself. "I just arrived and intended to greet you. I didn't expect you to be so timid," Kafiza teased. Who is timid? Any normal person would be startled by you." "Humph. I'm ignoring you. I still want to enjoy my afternoon tea," Bulma declared, turning to leave, unwilling to engage with the person who embarrassed her. "Oh, come on. Can't you accept my apology? Don't be angry. I'll take you to a fun place," Kafiza pleaded. Regrettably, Bulma truly did not wish to pay him any heed, and it had nothing to do with his solo quest for the Dragon Balls or his deliberate scare tactics. It was genuinely a matter of principle, more precious than gold. Kafiza stood there, perplexed. In his previous life, as a noble singleton, he had little interest in deciphering others' thoughts. If things worked out, they did. If not, then so be it. Spending days guessing would only shorten one's lifespan. For now, he would wait for Bulma to cool down before approaching her again. Perhaps it was best to visit Dr. Bulafu's laboratory. 10 minutes later, Kafiza skillfully opened the door and called out, "Doctor, I am here. Is there anything I can assist you with?" The busy Dr. Bulafu did not look up, pointing towards the spaceship with one hand and casually instructing, "Just in time. Please help me push the spaceship over there." Certainly. The spaceship's considerable weight posed no challenge for him, and Kafiza effortlessly pushed it aside. Found it. It had fallen beneath the spaceship, Dr. Bulefu exclaimed, holding a peculiar tool, as if he had searched long for it. Doctor, what is this? Oh, you mean this? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. This is my tool assistant. With it, I can work in peace. Observing the clamping tool, Kafiza surmised that the doctor likely used it to retrieve some kind of implement. By the way, Dr. Bulefu, I would like to ask for your assistance in researching this item. I hope to enhance its productivity and accelerate its growth rate. Kafiza presented a fruit seed, specifically from the spirit tree. Taking the item, Dr. Bulefu examined it closely and noted that it was a plant seed never seen on Earth. He then expressed a desire to take it back, plant it, and study it once it grew, as he had never tasted alien fruit before. Upon hearing this, Kafiza hurriedly interjected, "You must not. If it grows, it would be catastrophic. Doctor, this thing relies on the planet's energy for nourishment. When the fruit matures, it signals the planet's destruction. Please do not be curious and plant it on Earth." Dr. Bulefu gazed incredulously at the fruit in his hand, and then at Kafiza, seemingly questioning the veracity of his claim. Such a dangerous item, and you so readily handed it to me. At least find a box to store it in. Honestly, the youth of today have no regard for safety. After rummaging through the lab for a while, Dr. Bulefu finally located a simple plastic bag and placed the seed inside. Doctor, is this what you consider safe storage? A plastic bag? You could find a plethora of these on the street. Children should refrain from making such remarks. This is the only safe, simple, and effective protective measure in my laboratory. Observing the doctor's serious expression, Kafiza could only hope that Dr. Bulefu would not actually plant it in the ground. Otherwise, he would be left with no choice but to cut down the tree. Chapter 50. Journey to the Temple. Kafiza watched as Dr. Bulefu turned to fiddle with the nearby instruments, placing the fruit seed along with the plastic bag atop the apparatus. Wasn't a commitment to scientific inquiry supposed to be upheld? Is this haphazardness truly acceptable? Perhaps the equipment was of exceptional quality, as a flurry of intricate data soon filled the screen, though, to Kafiza, it was completely indecipherable. Doctor, what does this data represent? Perhaps captivated by the overwhelming experimental data, Dr. Bulefu became engrossed, ignoring Kafiza's repeated attempts to rouse him from his reverie. Kafiza could only wait for the doctor to snap back to reality. Half an hour later, not only had the doctor not regained his focus, but he also appeared to be sinking deeper into his obsession, his hands flying across the instrument's controls in a flurry. The surrounding monitors displayed an array of sophisticated, incomprehensible papers, and Kafiza stifled a yawn at the sight. After waiting an eternity, and with Dr. Bulefu still showing no signs of returning to normalcy, Kafiza decided to excuse himself, feeling a bit hungry and eager to replenish his energy. Unexpectedly, he encountered Mrs. Bulefu in the hallway, still holding her umbrella, which seemed to have undergone some unique modification, maintaining its elegance even in daylight. "Ah, is that not young Kafiza? I did not see you at lunch. Have you been eating well? You must remember, like Burma, you are at that age where your body is growing." The moments when one feels most drowsy are twofold: when one is absorbed in their studies, entering a state of oblivion, or when an elder is prattling on. The relentless sonic assault proving nearly impossible to withstand, one could easily succumb to slumber. "I understand. I will be more mindful in the future. Goodbye, Mrs. Bulefu." Kafiza quickly made his exit, firmly believing that if he ran swiftly, he could avoid further discomfort. What a spirited child. Though surprised by Kafiza's sudden departure, Mrs. Bulefu felt a surge of joy at his vibrant demeanor. After turning a few corners and losing sight of him, Kafiza let out a long sigh of relief. "That was terrifying. I'm glad I got away." The system inquired, "Why are you so frightened by mere ordinary concern?" Kafiza was at a loss for words and replied, "You will understand once you become a person." Clearly, this was merely a deflection from the host, and the system responded with disdain before retreating back into the depths of the network. With the spaceship still undergoing renovation and Burma's home lacking any training equipment, Kafiza found himself feeling somewhat restless in this period of leisure. After much contemplation, he suddenly recalled a certain location. How could I forget it? The residence of the Earth deity, the temple, is a splendid place to explore, and I could also experience the legendary room of spirit and time. Resolute, Kafiza approached Burma, who was busy tinkering with her inventions, and explained his intentions. "No way. I want to go too." Upon hearing that there was a deity residing on Earth, Burma immediately discarded her current task and insisted on accompanying him. But you've met the cat sage before. There's no need to be so dramatic. That's different. I absolutely must go. Well, all right. But there is one thing you need to do first. What is it? Inform your parents about our outing, so they won't worry. No problem, leave it to me. In no time, Boerma produced a pink flip phone and began dialing. Yes. I'm going out to the temple with him for a bit, and we'll be back soon. Don't worry, Mom. Please be careful on your way. In just a few exchanges, Mrs. Bulefu was easily persuaded. Truly, one could not deny that wealthy families possess a commendable level of trust in their children, showing little concern for potential mishaps. Okay, I've convinced Mom. Now on to Dad. The phone rang for an extended period, yet no one answered. Forget it. He is probably too busy with his scientific experiments to pick up. Let us go. Just as Kafiza emerged from the laboratory, he was well aware that the doctor remained engrossed in his experimental data. Bulma retrieved a universal capsule and pressed the switch. With a resounding bang, a brand new pink aircraft materialized. Let me show you the flying machine I personally modified. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get on. Upon seeing the machine's pink exterior and hearing Bulma's urging voice, Kafiza resignedly stepped inside. Oh, let us go. After pressing the ignition button, the aircraft soared into the sky within a second, with the modified 6 propulsion systems activating simultaneously, propelling them 1,000 meters away in an instant. How about that? My modified aircraft is certainly much faster than before. Buckle up, I'm about to accelerate. The aircraft left a long white trail in the air. One could not help but acknowledge that calling Bulma a genius was merely the most basic appraisal. In the temple, Heavenly Lord, an outsider is about to arrive. Is this truly acceptable? Do not worry, Bobo, that child is not a malicious being. However, upon seeing the heavenly god depart after observing the lower realms, Bobo ceased to persuade him, for since Kafiza made his first wish using the Dragon Balls, he had been under the watchful eye of the heavenly god regarding this formidable youth visiting Earth. It was a relief that the visitor was not as brutal as his kind. Otherwise, Earth would have no means to withstand such a threat. Yet both Bobo and the heavenly god were puzzled about how the visitor had learned of the Dragon Balls and the temple's existence. They speculated that perhaps deities from other planets had informed him, as the heavenly lord's authority was limited to Earth and did not extend to monitoring the entire universe. Half an hour later, Bulma skillfully arrived at Karen Tower. Hi, Master Roshi. Long time no see. The cat sage, who was washing his face, turned around to see an aircraft soaring in the sky. Meow, it's you. Long time no see. Where are you headed? To the temple. We are going to the temple. Upon hearing this, the cat sage widened his eyes in disbelief. How did they know of the temple? He had certainly not informed them, but that was of little consequence. The temple was situated at a great height. Could their aircraft reach such altitudes? No problem. Do not underestimate my invention, Bulma replied, brimming with confidence in her machine. Kafiza nodded in agreement, acknowledging the aircraft's impressive performance. Meow, then I wish you good luck, but do not offend the heavenly lord. See you next time. With a thunderous roar, the aircraft began to ascend rapidly, the immense sound echoing throughout the area, even at a considerable distance. The cat sage on Karen Tower could hear it. The intelligence of humanity is truly formidable, Meow. Chapter 51. The shattering of illusions after piercing through thick clouds. The aircraft successfully arrived at the temple. A vast white stone platform with simplistic architectural designs exuded an ancient, yet dignified aura. The buildings featured predominantly white and pale yellow hues, appearing especially sacred against the backdrop of blue skies and white clouds, enveloped in an absolute tranquility that felt detached from the mundane world. Disembarking from the aircraft, Bulma scrutinized the temple and remarked, "So this is where the heavenly god resides. It's nothing particularly special, just a bit hard to breathe. The air is rather thin here. That's quite normal, after all. The temple is located far from the ground. You'll get used to it over time." Bulma opened her mouth wide to inhale, attempting to alleviate her oxygen deprivation. "Welcome to the temple, you too. I am Bobo, servant of the heavenly god. Please follow me. The heavenly lord has been waiting for you." The sudden appearance of Bobo immediately captured Bulma's attention. The being had black skin, wore a white turban adorned with an orange gem, was short and rotund, and donned a sleeveless robe with a stoic expression. Aside from his appearance, his terse demeanor aligned perfectly with her expectations of a deity's servant. Had Kafiza not watched the animated series and prepared himself, he would have been just as captivated by Bobo's appearance. Navigating through the long corridor with Bobo, the trio arrived at the temple entrance. "Here we are, the heavenly lord is inside." Bobo opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. What should we do? We're about to meet the legendary heavenly god. Do you think he will be handsome? I'm so excited. Kafiza looked at Bulma with a sympathetic gaze. Knowing that once she beheld the heavenly god, she would undoubtedly be disappointed, for in her mind, the heavenly god was not only unattractive but also an elderly green-skinned man. The thought alone was amusing. With excitement coursing through her, Bulma followed Kafiza into the grand hall. The interior of the temple was even more austere than she had imagined. Lacking ornate decorations, with only several rows of white stone columns standing tall, and the floor laid with reflective white stone slabs. Atop a raised platform sat a peculiar old man clad in a white cloak, entirely green. With antennae protruding from his forehead and a face lined with wrinkles, a clear indication of his extraterrestrial origin, gently tapping the ground with a wooden staff. Is this the heavenly god? How can it be so? Bulma's voice dropped, her excitement deflating like a punctured balloon. She discreetly tugged at Kafiza's sleeve and whispered, "Wasn't it said that heavenly gods possess a pair of pure, sacred wings and a halo above their heads? Why does this one look older than my grandfather?" Kafiza stifled a laugh and gestured for her to remain calm. The heavenly god slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the two since their entrance, or rather, on Kafiza, unknown young Saiyan, and this earth girl. Welcome to the temple. I am the heavenly god. His voice, though not loud, resonated around them, causing Bulma to instinctively suppress her curiosity. Kafiza was somewhat surprised, realizing that the heavenly god had been aware of his presence for some time. He was merely unsure since when or for how long. "Hello, I am Bulma. Hello, I am Kafiza, a remnant of the Saiyans." The heavenly god leaned on his staff to rise, his tall stature overshadowing his frail appearance. "I wonder what brings you here. If it is to seek breakthroughs in martial arts, I regret to inform you that my insights may not be of much assistance given my current realm." The heavenly god spoke solemnly, having never encountered anyone with such formidable energy, and the rapid progression of their strength was indeed alarming. "Your humility is commendable, heavenly lord. I believe that even the finest jade can be refined into a gem, and I am certain we will achieve unique insights here. I have heard that the temple contains a time chamber that can provide additional training time. I have come for that." The time chamber indeed exists within the temple. "It seems you are quite knowledgeable about our affairs. Of course, there is no problem. However, I must caution you both that time within the time chamber flows differently. 1 year inside is equivalent to 1 day outside. Moreover, only 2 individuals may enter at a time, and each person can only remain for a maximum of 2 years, or 2 days in the outside world. Should you exceed this duration, the exit will permanently close, and you will never be able to return." As far as Kafiza knew, it was not the case that each person could only enter twice in their lifetime. Theoretically, one could enter an infinite number of times. In the original story, Son Goku had entered multiple times for training, far exceeding the heavenly god's stipulated 2 days. Those who surpassed the limit could only rely on their own strength to break through the dimensional barrier, much like the Super Saiyan transformation of Gotenks. After all, great power allows for great freedom. Bulma, hearing of such a wondrous place for the first time, promptly stated, could I examine this time chamber? Also, I want to be going in. The one who needs to train is him." The celestial deity continued to inquire, "Are you the only one?" It was indeed logical, as the young girl exhibited no signs of martial cultivation whatsoever. Subsequently, the celestials summoned Bobo to explain the situation. Bobo assured, "You need not worry. I shall prepare provisions for 2 years and place them in the time chamber. Please be patient." He added, "I have also prepared resting quarters, so please follow me." Bobo led the way, guiding the two to their place of respite. Just as Kafiza was about to proceed, he heard the celestial's deep voice behind him. "Could you share your perspective on Earth?" Kafiza paused, uncertain of why the celestial posed such a question, and suddenly recalled his own identity. It was understandable, after all. The Saiyans had a notorious reputation, and suspicion was only natural. He replied without hesitation, "It is but a substitute for my homeland, rest assured. I harbor no intentions of causing harm to Earth, as I can never return. Moreover, I have friends here, and I would contribute should danger arise." The celestial, possessing the ability to sense the emotions of all beings, was convinced that Kafiza spoke the truth and was not deceiving him, which surprised him. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." After Kafiza departed, the celestial murmured to himself, "A substitute for Vegeta's star. What a peculiar Saiyan indeed. Perhaps he ought to cast aside his prejudices and attempt to trust the other." Bulma, waiting outside for Kafiza to emerge, expressed her indignation. The Celestial is himself an alien, and yet he dares to question you. How outrageous. Kafiza had already shared tales of the Saiyans with her. And being as astute as she was, she understood the reason behind the Celestial's inquiry. Chapter 52, A Trap? As the saying goes, good news does not travel far. But bad news spreads like wildfire. Particularly with the notorious Saiyans, the first reaction of anyone who discovers them is to report swiftly and focus fire to eliminate the threat. After all, no one wishes for their home planet to change hands after a full moon. Let us go see the quarters Bobo has prepared for us. Kafiza playfully tugged at Bulma's cheek, enjoying the texture. Bulma swatted his hand away, concerned. You are quite carefree. Do you not fear they may set a trap for you? Kafiza shrugged. It matters not. Trust me, the Celestial would not dare to act against me. The consequences are beyond his capacity to bear. Besides, he has no reason to strike at me. The two chatted casually as they followed Bobo, completely unperturbed by the fact that he could hear them. Here we are. This is where you shall rest. Bobo pointed to two unremarkable small houses that were clearly newly constructed, accustomed to spacious living. Bulma was reluctant to settle for less and retrieved a capsule from her belongings. With a pop, a luxurious villa materialized above the two small houses, crashing down with a thud. My apologies, I am more accustomed to this type of dwelling. Bobo shook his head, unfazed, as he had witnessed far more ludicrous events as a servant of the divine. The demolition of two small houses elicited no disturbance within him. As you have a place to stay, that is splendid. The provisions for your training will require some time to prepare, so please wait a moment. Bobo politely bid farewell and headed towards the temple's storeroom. You carry your abode with you when you venture out? Kafiza inquired curiously. Of course. While the universal capsule may be expensive for an ordinary person, for me, it is as trivial as a stone by the roadside. To possess resources and not utilize them would be foolish. Bulma held her head high in pride, then produced another capsule. With a pop, a small laboratory appeared in place. Anticipating Kafiza's query, Bulma explained, better to be prepared. Besides, it can be carried easily. After a flurry of activity within the laboratory, she emerged only when Bobo returned, holding a peculiar item which she promptly thrust into Kafiza's arms, instructing, I know you might not comprehend, but simply insert this into the ground upon entering that room. It is my data recording tool. The following morning, bright and early, the two accompanied Bobo to the time chamber. This is the venue for your training henceforth. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, moving in and out as she marveled. It appeared to be a mere small house from the outside, yet inside was an expansive space. Though the interior was blanketed in white, she wondered how such a feat was accomplished. Incredible, she exclaimed, crouching down to search for concealed machinery. But after running several hundred meters without finding an end, she returned, only to find the exit piled high with food. Bobo announced, These are your provisions for the next 2 years. Fruits, meat, and vegetables are all here. He then retrieved a clock, set the time, and placed it at the exit. This is a timer. It will ring when the time is up, so remember to exit on time. Do not delay. Yes, I shall remember, Kafiza replied. As Bobo and Bulma departed, Kafiza no longer concealed his strength. He unleashed his aura and commenced his 2-year training regimen. Outside the time chamber, Miss Bulma, please follow me. I have prepared your food over here. Bulma followed Bobo to the dining area, only to discover the Celestial was also present. Greetings, Bulma, the Celestial greeted. Could you introduce me to Kafiza? What sort of person is he? Or rather, what is his character like? Bulma pondered for a moment. How should I describe him? He seems to be a training fanatic. Every time I see him, he is preparing for training. Although he appears unassuming, I can sense his loneliness. His kind has vanished, leaving him wandering alone in the universe at such a young age. Yet, at times, he is quite reliable, considerate of my feelings, as if he were an adult. As if a dam had burst, Bulma and the Celestial engaged in a lengthy conversation, recounting their initial meeting to their blossoming friendship, sharing everything without reservation. Thank you for your insights. I shall not disturb your meal any longer. Enjoy your dining, the Celestial said before departing with Bobo. Finally, Bulma had the opportunity to examine the food Bobo had prepared. Wow, there is even cream pudding. The divine food is so avant-garde. It seemed even gods were not above the human experience. Initially, she had expected plain fare akin to what Kafiza had. Delicious. Bobo, you are quite impressive. She praised after tasting, though the subject of her compliment was no longer present. Meanwhile, Bobo, who had been following the Celestial, could no longer contain himself. Lord Celestial, do we still need to destroy the exit of the time chamber? After a moment of contemplation, the Celestial tightened his grip on his staff and halted. No longer, Bobo. You heard Bulma's words. As a deity, no one can deceive us. The Saiyans were indeed a scourge across the universe, wreaking havoc and aiding Frieza in his malevolence. Perhaps Kafiza, embarking on this journey, is akin to the boy named Sun Wukong, a rare exception. We cannot dismiss the existence of benevolent beings. Bobo's expression remained unchanged. The Celestial's decision was his decree, and he was to merely follow the Celestial's orders. The nights in the temple were cold, painfully cold. Bulma felt this acutely. Fortunately, she had prepared well. The room was equipped with all necessary amenities, and as the temperature rose, she indulged in a bath and sipped on soda, reclining on her bed in contentment. Ah, this is the life a normal person should lead. The rigorous training was unbearable for her. Reflecting on the past few days, she found it astonishing. Just days prior, she had been at home inventing, and now her life had been completely disrupted by his presence. As an ordinary person, she had never envisioned that one day she would encounter a celestial being. Though he was an alien, she had to admit he was undeniably a true deity. As the scattered thoughts converged once more, Bulma cast a glance at the screen on the table. The incessantly scrolling data was enough to make even her head spin. It was all information emanating from the Jingshan Shiguangwu. A day in the outside world equated to a year within. Truly a fantastical premise. If he were to remain inside for 5 or 6 days, he would emerge older than I. I wonder how he is faring in there. Well, I might as well get some rest. Otherwise, as a beautiful girl, I risk waking up with dark circles under my eyes tomorrow. This absolutely cannot happen. With the lights extinguished and the covers drawn, it wasn't long before the sounds of deep slumber filled the air. Chapter 53. Serene moments in the early morning, or perhaps it should be said, around noon, Bulma awakened languidly, her hair in disarray as she stretched her body. I'm so hungry. Even before fully waking, her stomach began to gurgle insistently, urging her to eat. Blinking away sleep, she opened the refrigerator, her hand exploring inside only to find it utterly bare. It then dawned on her that she had forgotten to restock it. Damn, I was too busy decorating my room. It seems I must trouble Bobo. Meanwhile, Bobo, having just finished pruning the flora surrounding the temple, was about to leave when he heard Bulma's shy voice from behind him. Good morning, Bobo. Is there breakfast available? Bobo turned around and replied nonchalantly. Yes, I called for you this morning at your door, but when you didn't rise, I saved some for you. Come with me. How wonderful. I thought I would have to wait until afternoon to eat. Relieved at the prospect of food, Bulma continued. By the way, Bobo, do the plants in the temple also require pruning? Shouldn't they always maintain their most splendid state? Bobo, taken aback, explained that the temple's plants were just like those on the ground, requiring human intervention. I think you may have misunderstood. These plants were transplanted from the surface. There is nothing extraordinary about them. Bulma expressed her astonishment. But I just saw you watering a flower that had withered, and it revived instantly. Bobo, accustomed to such inquiries from every candidate for celestial deity, shook the watering can in his hand and explained, that is the miraculous effect of divine water on dead plants. However, if consumed by a human, it becomes highly toxic. Those fortunate enough to survive will see a significant enhancement in their abilities. As Bulma inspected the watering can closely, she was so startled that her hand trembled, sending the can flying far away and spilling water everywhere. Realizing her blunder, she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You need not be so anxious. Just avoid drinking it, Bobo said, finding her demeanor quite in line with the girl's character. Phew, that was terrifying. After a brief moment, Bulma, feeling bored, continued to inquire, Bobo, what do you do every day at the temple? Bobo replied, daily, I water the plants and occasionally prune them. Additionally, I prepare food for the celestial lord, though this current lord does not require sustenance. Suddenly, Bulma recognized a gap in her understanding. This current celestial lord? Are there many celestial lords? She was puzzled, as she had always thought celestial beings were immortal. Indeed, the temple has seen many celestial lords. Each has passed away in due time, Bobo explained calmly. Bulma gasped in surprise. Oh, so even celestial beings cannot achieve immortality. Does that mean each celestial lord is an alien? Understanding her misunderstanding, Bobo shook his head and clarified. Only this current celestial lord is unique. previous lords were distinguished martial artists selected from Earth. Moreover, even celestial beings cannot attain eternal life. I see, she replied. As they conversed, they soon passed by the entrance of the Jingshan Shiguangwu. Buerma paused to observe for a moment. It was eerily quiet. Not a sound emerged from within the door, and she asked with some concern, Bobo, is he truly all right inside? It seems rather frighteningly silent. Bobo, having been through it himself, understood her worry for her companion and reassured her, rest assured, there is no issue. I left ample food inside, prepared according to his Saiyan appetite. He should be able to emerge by tomorrow morning. We will be here to greet him then. Furthermore, this door can be opened from the inside. It is not solely accessible from the outside. It is a double door. Despite Bobo's assurances, she could not shake her anxiety. Silently, she prayed for Ka Fei Jia until her stomach's growl reminded her to leave. Here, wait for a moment while I retrieve the food, Bobo said as he entered the nearby kitchen. Upon his return, he carried 3 steaming plates, seemingly impervious to their heat. Buerma inhaled the delightful aroma wafting towards her. How fragrant! Truly, as a professional servant of the celestial deities, your culinary skills are commendable. After ravenously finishing her meal, she looked around and curiously asked, where is the celestial lord today? Usually, celestial beings maintain the safety of the earth and seldom leave the temple. After the meal, with some time on her hands, Buerma took the watering can from Bobo and voluntarily assumed the task of watering the flowers. Under the nurturing care of divine water, the blossoms soon regained their vitality. For some reason, witnessing this scene reminded her of the gift Ka Fei Jia had given her. She hurriedly rushed to her room, rummaging through her belongings. At last, she found the solitary gemflower seed on her desk. She had searched for a suitable pot the previous night, but had forgotten it in the end. Today, she finally remembered and eagerly borrowed a pot from Bobo to plant the seed, watering it with divine water while sitting beside it, anticipating a miracle. Pop! A tender green sprout broke through the soil. It's a success. Yay! The vibrant green sprout resembled jade, and Buerma found herself increasingly enamored, eagerly pondering what it would look like when fully grown. She raised the watering can to add more water to the pot, but Bobo quickly intervened. Miss Buerma, if you do that, the flower will soon drown. Plants require a fixed amount of water each day. Upon hearing this, Buerma promptly ceased watering, fearing she might kill it, and entrusted it to Bobo for care while she continued watering the other plants. Although Bobo wished to remind her that he had already watered these plants that morning, seeing her goodwill made him think that a little extra water wouldn't hurt. So he let it be. The day swiftly came to a close. That night, a brand new pot rested on Buerma's bedside. One specifically chosen by Bobo for its breathable and water-permeable qualities, aimed at preventing her, a novice in plant care, from overwatering and drowning it. Gemflower, gemflower. Grow quickly and fill the entire room with blossoms. I have no high demands. I merely wish for them to be of different colors, and the bigger, the better. Chapter 54. The Beggar Among Beggars. Ding, ding, ding. The irritating alarm clock rang incessantly. An arm emerged from the covers, groping about until, after some time, it finally found the clock. With a clap, the ringing ceased. Buerma rubbed her eyes and reluctantly got up to wash up. Knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Miss Buerma, it's time to rise. Today is the day Mr. Ka Fei Jia emerges, spitting out the foam in her mouth. She lazily responded, I will be ready shortly. After hastily splashing water on her face and adjusting her appearance, Bulma opened the door and greeted Bobo. Good morning, Mr. Bobo. Let us go. I am eager to see what he has become after 2 years. Bobo remained stationary, pointing at her collar. Bulma, puzzled, tilted her head, only to feel her cheeks flush with embarrassment. One of her socks was inexplicably hanging there, having been discovered by others. This was utterly mortifying for a young lady. She swiftly closed the door, quickly reassembled her outfit, and after ensuring everything was in order with a thorough check in the mirror, opened the door again. Fortunately, this time Bobo did not offer any special reminders, allowing Bulma to breathe a sigh of relief as she hurried to catch up. In the distance, Bulma spotted the Kai already waiting. Lord Kai, you have arrived. The three stood together in silence, awaiting the moment. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, the inadequately dressed Kafiza hesitated, wrapping a few oversized strips of cloth around himself, uncertain about venturing out in such a state. The system encouraged him, saying, What is there to fear? Everyone out there is familiar. Even if you wear just a triangle, I assure you, no one will ridicule you. Kafiza scoffed. Who would believe such nonsense? Why did I not bring more clothes? Now, he felt utterly embarrassed, regretting not learning the ability to change clothes directly from the Kai. As it stood, his meager coverings could barely conceal his modesty, leaving much on display. The system continued to prod. Every ugly bride must eventually meet her in-laws. The sooner you confront it, the sooner you can move on. Do not fear. I am with you. Kafiza gritted his teeth and retorted, leave me be. The timer chimed again, signaling that time was running short. After 3 minutes, the door finally creaked open. Kafiza stepped out, his upper garments in tatters. With only a few strips of cloth haphazardly draped over him, while his lower half barely concealed his essential parts, exposing his bare feet. He looked more destitute than a beggar. Bulma, who was about to embrace him, hit the brakes abruptly. Kafiza, it's been a while. Could you please stop staring at me? It's quite embarrassing. Despite having only been apart for 2 days, Kafiza's height had already surpassed hers significantly. Standing at an estimated 145 meters with a well-defined muscular physique that made her drool. Had it not been for his disheveled appearance, she might have reached out to touch him. Unlike Bulma's flirtatious nature, Bobo and the Kai, standing nearby, distinctly sensed the aura emanating unintentionally from Kafiza. Beads of cold sweat dripped down their foreheads as they quickly congratulated him. Congratulations on your newfound strength. The aura you project is absolutely terrifying. Bobo wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, Saiyans are indeed a fearsome race. In just 2 short years, you have grown to this extent, oblivious to their apprehension. Bulma wore a confused expression, entirely unaware of what they were discussing. To her, Kafiza merely appeared taller and slightly more mature. She could not fathom why they were so alarmed. Kafiza glanced at his data panel. Name, Kafiza, current world, Dragon Ball, race, Saiyan, age, 8, battle power, 50,000,000. Skills, Saiyan flight technique, artificial moon, basic energy attack, great ape transformation, barrier, number of crossings, 3, energy charge, max. 2 years of relentless training had exhausted all the sins of beings, culminating in a battle power of 50 million. A year prior, he had successfully mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, he pondered why he needed to adopt others' methods. Son Goku harnessed his anger, and Vegeta relied on pride. Perhaps he could discover a transformation method unique to himself. The ocean is not only frightening during a storm, even beneath a calm surface. Treacherous currents may surge forth. He sat cross-legged, clearing his mind. His aura became as tranquil as a serene sea. His will sank deeper, seeking the treasures hidden in the ocean's depths. Time slipped away, long enough for the system to feel compelled to awaken him. Kafiza quietly opened his eyes. His aura surged, cracking the ground beneath him, 5 meters, then 10. As he slowly rose, his energy reached its zenith. This was not the deliberately guided energy of before, but a force surging from within his very marrow, from every cell. With a resounding shout, a golden flame erupted from his form, enveloping him in radiant golden light. His hair stood on end under the impact of this golden energy, transforming into a dazzling gold, while his pupils shifted from black to a vibrant green. The system rejoiced. You did it, host. You have succeeded. Bobo, could you please prepare a new outfit for me? I am absolutely famished. The urgency of his hunger was exaggerated. He could hardly bear the gazes of the others. Of course, Bobo quickly responded, rushing to the storage area, soon returning with a fresh set of clothing. In an instant, he discarded the tattered garb he had worn for 2 years and donned the new attire. It must be said that Bobo's craftsmanship was remarkable. The fit was impeccable. The three felt a gust of wind as Kafiza transformed before their eyes. Quite impressive. You look far better now and much more handsome. Welcome back. Bulma patted Kafiza on the back, only to recoil in pain as though she had struck steel. Ouch. Are you made of iron? How can you be so solid? Kafiza flexed his muscles and replied, It's just fine. Perhaps you are simply too weak. Would you like me to help you train? Upon hearing Kafiza's offer, Bulma envisioned her own muscular frame and felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, causing goosebumps to rise. No, thank you. I'm just fine like this, haha. Just then, a rumbling sound interrupted. Sorry. I'm just so hungry. Can we eat first? Kafiza scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Of course, Bobo confirmed, already preparing the ingredients. The Kai, regaining his composure, interjected, You Haven Tea already devoured all the food. Have you? Bulma cast a skeptical glance toward the inner chamber, but alas, It was merely a white void of nothingness. Chapter 55. Unity. Bulma had never realized how voracious Kefisa could be until now. Before her, he single-handedly consumed the equivalent of 100 servings of food, devouring each plate almost as soon as Bobo presented it, his speed remarkable. Bobo, striving to enhance his cooking efficiency, worked at a pace that left remnants of his movements in the air, accomplishing the work of 10 chefs. Bulma, holding her bowl, was utterly astonished. Wow, that's incredible. Half an hour later, Kefisa patted his round belly and exclaimed, "Ah, I'm full. It has been ages since I enjoyed such delicious food." The ground was littered with plates, leaving no space to step. 500 servings. Kefisa had consumed the entirety of it alone. Bulma and the Kai stared, dumbfounded and incredulous. Bobo lay exhausted on the ground, unable to move, his arms aching. Bulma was deeply curious about the life Kefisa must have led inside that chamber, which had driven him to such extremes. It was terrifying, and she was grateful not to have been inside. After the meal, the Kai hesitated, unsure whether to ask the person before him for a favor, knowing that the situation had arisen because of him. Ultimately, he decided to speak. "Kefisa, I have something I wish to ask of you." Just say it, Kai. "If I am able, I will certainly assist." Hearing Kefisa's willingness to help, the Kai sighed in relief and began to recount the troubling matter of his malevolent doppelganger. In his youth, he devoted himself to relentless training in pursuit of becoming a celestial deity. At long last, he succeeded in separating his inner darkness and attained the coveted position of a celestial god. However, the joy was short-lived, as the dark aspect he had cast away wreaked havoc among mortals, leaving them in despair. Fortunately, a remarkable martial arts prodigy emerged in the mortal realm and, after a fierce battle, successfully sealed this malevolent entity. Yet, bound by the rules of the celestial realm, he could not intervene directly, as the demon remained alive, tethered to his very existence. Furthermore, due to the celestial decree forbidding suicide, he could not simply take his own life to atone for the chaos unleashed upon the world. "Please help me eliminate him," the celestial deity implored. After grasping the general overview of the situation, Kefisa expressed some doubts. "Since the dark side was actively separated by you, it stands to reason that it could be reintegrated as well. A person cannot be solely benevolent. There exists an inherent duality of good and evil within." Thus, Kefisa proposed, why not embrace the darker aspect and merge once more? After all, there is no absolute good or evil in this world. Sighing, the celestial god lamented, "Alas, I too wish to reintegrate and subdue my evil self. However, ever since the separation, that part has developed an independent personality and consciousness. Unless I can incapacitate it, forcibly absorbing it again would be impossible." "Not so," Kefisa countered. "In the past, perhaps no one could achieve this, but the present is different. A formidable Saiyan, surpassing all earthly martial prowess, stands before us. That terrifying aura is something even your complete form would struggle against. Moreover, if he is willing to assist, it implies that we could once again imprison your dark side." The celestial deity wrestled with his thoughts for a moment, then conceded, "You speak the truth. In my obsession with divinity, I made a grave mistake. It is time for me to reclaim my other half." "Where is that fragment now?" Bulma inquired at that moment. The celestial deity replied, "I have been monitoring its sealed location closely. Allow me to lead you there." "Sure, I just finished my meal and could use some exercise," Kefisa responded. To accommodate Bulma, who could not fly, both the celestial deity and Kefisa deliberately adjusted their flying speed to allow the craft to keep pace. 10 minutes later, they descended near a secluded valley. "Here we are," announced the celestial deity. With that, he leaped off the precipice to retrieve the seal. Moments later, he soared back up, carrying what resembled a rice cooker. Bulma pointed incredulously at the seal on the rice cooker, unable to believe that the embodiment of the celestial god's darkness was contained within. "Is it really that simple? This feels rather trivial." "Indeed, this is the seal of my other half," the celestial deity admitted, though reluctant to concede it. A hint of embarrassment tinged his green visage. Could the martial artist not have chosen a more aesthetically pleasing vessel for the seal than a mere rice cooker? How utterly humiliating. "Bulma, please step back a few paces. I am about to break the seal." With that, the celestial deity tore off the seal. Instantly, the rice cooker began to tremble violently, slipping from his grasp, and a blinding light erupted, revealing a Namekian identical to the celestial god. "Ha! I am free. At last. I am liberated, and this world belongs to me." Piccolo the Great Demon. With his purple attire emblazoned with a large character for demon, Piccolo suddenly noticed the trio before him. Humph. I wondered who had released me. So it was you. Why waste your time as a celestial god when you could be here with two little brats? Are they your appetizers? Piccolo scoffed, dismissing the celestial deity's allies. With the martial artist having failed to vanquish him, he felt confident that he could easily overpower these newcomers. The celestial god had truly become senile. It seemed time to consume him. Though sealed for ages, Piccolo believed that he was still stronger than the aged deity. With a surge of power, he lunged at the celestial god, his palms aimed at the deity's neck, intent on decapitating him. Bang! To his astonishment, Piccolo found himself hurtling backward, embedded into the mountainside. His mind buzzed, vision blurred, and he spat a pool of blood, seeing multiple celestial gods approaching. What just happened? How did I end up here? Trembling, he attempted to rise again. Bang! Another blow rendered him unconscious, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed, twitching sporadically. Kefisa watched, his face twitching in disbelief as the celestial deity's dark side was utterly dominated, not even a match for a single strike. This should suffice, no? Do you require me to deal further damage? Kefisa crouched down, grasping Piccolo's antennae and shaking him gently, inquiring if the celestial deity needed to finish him off. The celestial deity shook his head, firmly declining, stating that it was no longer necessary and that he would handle the aftermath. He placed his hand on Piccolo, and with a flash of white light, the great demon vanished. The celestial deity closed his eyes, seemingly in deep concentration. 2 minutes later, as a gentle breeze swept by, he opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. His aged form pulsed with newfound vigor, albeit still dwarfed by Kefisa's power. Chapter 56, A Token of Gratitude. You, wait for me. Bulma exclaimed breathlessly as she finally caught up with them. What on earth just happened? One moment, you three vanished, and I was left alone in this desolate wilderness. If I hadn't spotted the celestial deity's cloak, I might still be lost. Where did that person go? Why is he nowhere to be seen? Bulma scanned the area, noting only the large crater on the ground, devoid of anything else unusual. She cautiously approached Kefisa, seeking answers. He has been absorbed back. Look, the celestial deity seems different now, Kefisa remarked, confident in his ability to defeat a foe with a power level of mere hundreds. Indeed, the celestial deity does appear stronger than before, Bulma observed closely, noting the enhanced vitality of his once frail form. Realizing the integration was a success, the celestial deity expressed his gratitude to Kefisa. I am profoundly thankful for your assistance. Without you, I would have been at a loss for how to deal with my other half, perhaps waiting until my demise. The celestial deity is exaggerating. Even without my intervention, someone would have arisen to assist you in the coming years, Kefisa replied. However, he recognized that by prematurely resolving the issue of the great demon, he might have significantly altered the original storyline. The second incarnation of Piccolo would never be born, leading to the celestial deity's continued existence. Goku would lose his early rival and future companion in Gohan's upbringing. Upon reflection, Kefisa wondered if he had committed a foolish act. Well, it doesn't matter. Fate will unfold as it must. Since I am here, whether I act or not, the butterfly effect has already commenced. Rather than passively waiting for the story to begin, I shall take proactive measures to steer events in a favorable direction. I refuse to believe that tragedy will continue to unfold. Wait, what is my purpose in following you here? Bulma pondered, contemplating whether she should have been so curious about the celestial deity's other half. Had she remained indifferent, she would not have chased them through the mountains, only to end up seeing nothing. Come, Bulma, let me take you back to the temple. No, declared Bu-erma resolutely. As a beautiful girl, how could I allow myself to be constantly exposed to the wind? I wish to return via the flying vehicle. She firmly rejected Ka-Feija's invitation, contemplating that if he were to plead with her once more, she might forgive him and accompany him back. Very well. Take care on your journey. I shall depart with Tian Shun ahead of you. With that, the two departed swiftly, leaving Bu-erma fuming in place. That insufferable Ka-Feija. How dare he not wait for me? Could it kill him to ask me once more? I could just kick him to death. Flustered, she anxiously glanced around, fearing a wild beast might emerge from the surrounding woods. In a panic, she retrieved a capsule and activated the flying vehicle to chase after the two. Once Bu-erma had left, Ka-Feija and Tian Shun stepped out from behind the trees. Tian Shun, perplexed by the antics of the youthful pair, remarked on his inability to comprehend the ways of the younger generation. Ma is still quite young. As a man, don't you think you are being somewhat petty? Ka Feijia retorted, what? I am merely an 8-year-old child. A little mischief is perfectly normal, right, Tianxin? Tianxin shivered inexplicably but decided not to engage in their playful banter. With that, the two resumed their journey, trailing far behind Ma. In the temple, Bobo awoke to find that Tianxin, Ka Feijia, and Ma were all missing. Recalling Tianxin's words from a few days prior about needing to rely on Ka Feijia to resolve his malevolent side, he pondered the implications. However, their fates were intertwined. If one encountered danger, the other would perish as well. Standing in the center of the temple, Bobo silently prayed, awaiting someone's return. Suddenly, a flying vehicle approached, revealing Ma. Where is that scoundrel Ka Feijia? Bring him out. I have a lesson to teach him. Mr. Ka Feijia and Lord Tianxin have yet to return, she was informed. Taken aback, Ma considered that, given their speed, they should have arrived by now. Just then, both Ka Feijia and Tianxin descended simultaneously. Upon seeing Tianxin return safely, Bobo's typically stoic face was flooded with tears. Lord Tianxin, you have returned. I thought I would never see you again. Having shared countless moments together, Bobo cherished each incarnation of Tianxin, and every separation was a source of sorrow. Thankfully, this time, Tianxin had returned safely, allowing her to continue serving him. Now, Bobo, I have returned safely. Haven't I? You are of a certain age. Do refrain from weeping and allow these two to avoid laughter at our expense. Bobo wiped her tears, as if nothing had transpired. The moment Ma spotted Ka Feijia, she rushed behind him and executed a one-armed chokehold. Ka Feijia readily complied, loudly pleading for mercy, knowing he had erred. Otherwise, Ma's exertion would not budge him an inch. You frightened me. You left me behind. I will choke you. Ah, I'm dying. It hurts, it hurts. I shall bite you. As the two bickered, completely oblivious to their own ridiculousness, Bobo and Tianxin discreetly stepped away, choosing to wait until the commotion subsided to express their gratitude. Humph, I shall forgive you this time. After venting her frustrations, Ma released Ka Feijia and turned to leave, having run through the forest for so long that her attire was now adorned with burrs. Particularly in her hair, she needed to attend to her appearance. This left Ka Feijia lying on the ground, gazing blankly at the sky. This way of life seems rather pleasant. However, as he sat up, he noticed Bobo standing awkwardly nearby, fidgeting with her nose. Mr. Ka Feijia, please follow me. I have a token of gratitude to present to you. Upon hearing of the gift, Ka Feijia sprang to his feet and followed Bobo deep into the temple's inner sanctum. The chamber was filled with scrolls and tomes, and upon opening one, he discovered it contained the martial insights of past deities and some knowledge regarding plant cultivation. You are free to peruse all the texts in this storeroom. I am unsure of their utility to you. This is the only gift I could think of. I hope it meets your approval. Bobo extracted invaluable tomes in the eyes of earthlings, allowing Ka Feijia to explore their contents at his leisure. Thank you. I truly appreciate this gift. Subsequently, Bobo left him to immerse himself in the wealth of knowledge. Days passed within the storeroom, and it was undeniable that the wisdom of Earth's martial artists astounded Ka Feijia. Lacking the catastrophic power to obliterate, they could exert the greatest force with minimal energy. If previously Ka Feijia's application of power resembled a brute force approach, he could now achieve greater devastation with significantly less energy. This dramatically reduced unnecessary energy expenditure, concentrating his chi rather than scattering it. It was akin to the difference between a regular flame that engulfs a metal plate entirely and a welding torch that focuses its heat to a single point. Among the most valuable insights were those penned by Bobo, who eloquently conveyed the importance of maintaining a calm demeanor akin to a still lake while executing movements with the swiftness of lightning. In combat, one must control emotions such as anger, anxiety, arrogance, and fear. These emotions could disrupt one's chi, causing superfluous movements and openings. One should not frequently dwell on thoughts of what should I do next, or what if I lose. Instead, one should clear the mind, allowing the body to act instinctively without the brain's interference. A tranquil mind can accurately perceive the opponent's chi, every breath, the slightest tremor of muscles, and even the faintest intent to kill. When the heart is serene and perception is heightened, the body no longer waits for the brain to issue commands but reacts instinctively based on honed reflexes and immediate information. This embodies the nascent form of the effortless mastery that only angels possess. As for why Bobo had such profound insights into this crucial practice, the answer was simple. Bobo was indeed an angel. He, like the angels, could not interfere in earthly conflicts but assisted each deity, sharing an uncanny resemblance, perhaps merely of a lower rank. A week later, in the temple courtyard, Ma donned her martial attire, undergoing basic training under Bobo's guidance. Keep your legs steady, raise your arms higher, and your punches must retain power. Never expend it all. Bobo wielded a teaching staff, occasionally striking Ma to correct her posture. After a brief session, he sighed in defeat. I must regretfully declare a death sentence. Miss Ma. I must be frank, you are truly not suited for martial arts. Ma, in a moment of whimsy, sought to experience the sensation of flight and approached Bobo for guidance. However, she learned that she needed to start from the basics. Determined to soar through the skies, she gritted her teeth and consented. A prodigy like her could not possibly fail to learn the simple art of flying. Yet, it became evident that when God opens a window, he might inadvertently close a door. Defiant, Ma sought to peek outside, only to have the window come crashing down on her head. Woo-woo, what a wretched flying technique. I am no longer interested. I shall never learn again. In the courtyard, Ma wept bitterly, while Bobo stood by, helpless, pondering whether he had been too harsh. From a distance, Tian Shun observed the scene and could not help but sigh and shake his head. He had recently attempted to guide Ma, but her martial aptitude was indeed lamentable. Just then, Ka Feijia emerged from the storeroom and, upon witnessing Ma's tears, approached with a mischievous grin. Who is weeping? Did not someone declare that such a trivial flying technique would be effortless for her intellect? What happened to her confidence? With a swift retaliation, Ma struck him twice, returning to her quarters in a huff. Mr. Ka Feijia, such behavior is unbecoming. Miss Ma has put in her utmost effort. Bobo attempted to defend her. There is no need for concern. With her robust spirit, she would soon return to normal. Kafiza waved his hand dismissively, viewing the minor setback as inconsequential. Based on his understanding of Bulma, she was not the type to be overly petty. Additionally, the meal would take a bit longer to prepare. Bobo mistakenly assumed that Kafiza was hungry and reminded him to eat. Actually, I am not here because I am hungry. I have come to bid farewell to the god. He clarified. Although Saiyans were notorious for their appetites, it was not as if he would be ravenous so soon after a meal. He had spent a considerable time in the temple, and the spaceship entrusted to Dr. Brief should have been completed by now. It was time to return to Bulma's home. Upon hearing of his departure, the god urged him to stay, as he had envisioned Kafiza succeeding him as the next guardian of Earth. I understand your desire to pass the divine position to me, but I regret to inform you that I do not wish to remain on Earth indefinitely. The universe is vast, and I wish to explore it. Kafiza declined the god's goodwill, believing that he would eventually attain divinity through his own efforts rather than relying on the charity of others. The system lamented for the host. Once, a divine position was readily available before me, yet I failed to cherish it, only to regret its loss. If given another chance, I would certainly make amends. Neural system, do you think I am oblivious to your attempts to alter my words? Go reflect on your actions in the corner. A divine position is indeed a legitimate one. The god had sacrificed so much to attain this role, yet Kafiza seemed to regard it with disdain, a profound sense of defeat swelling within him. Do not worry. I shall keep the divine position reserved for you until you are willing to return and assume it. The god remained hopeful that Kafiza would eventually change his mind. After parting from the god, Kafiza stepped outside the door only to discover Bulma hiding behind it, eavesdropping. Bulma stared at Kafiza as if he were a fool, placing her hand on his forehead to check his temperature. You are not even feverish. That is a divine position. Many covet it, yet you refuse it. Bulma expressed her astonishment. If it were her, she would have accepted it without hesitation. Only this fool would decline. While it may seem that the god of Earth is admirable, in the grand scheme of the universe, it is merely a position akin to that of a village chief. This cannot be attributed to Bulma's lack of vision. She had yet to encounter figures like the Kaioshin, the gods of destruction, angels, or Zeno, and thus viewed the god as a commendable position. Once Bulma gains broader experiences, he would be sure to mock her for her actions today. Well, we shall discuss the matter of the god later. It is time to send you back. Oh, but I have not yet had my fill. Can I not stay a few more days? She lamented, recognizing that home could never offer the same freedom and unrestrained nature as the outside world. Regrettably, Kafiza was resolute, and her plea was dismissed. Bulma could only reluctantly pack her belongings into the universal capsule for transport. Chapter 58. A longing for home, or perhaps not. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Bulma hesitated at the entrance for quite some time. Despite her reluctance, fate had compelled her to return home. "I am back," she uttered weakly, her voice resonating in the expansive room, which appeared unusually vast to her due to its emptiness. "I knew no one would be here," she huffed as she entered, disregarding her image and collapsing onto the sofa. Kafiza, who followed closely behind, felt a sense of helplessness. He recalled that Bulma had mentioned her parents' progressive approach to parenting, allowing her to grow independently. Unlike typical families who constantly monitored their children's activities, her parents rarely inquired about her studies or life, leaving everything in the hands of their servants. Remarkably, Bulma had not gone astray. In fact, she had excelled in technological innovation through self-study, a testament to her fortunate circumstances. "Come, my spaceship should be ready for inspection. Would you like to join me?" Kafiza invited the listless girl. "What are we waiting for? Let us hurry." With a swift motion, Bulma eagerly seized his hand, leading him toward her father's laboratory. Her enthusiasm momentarily left Kafiza uncertain about whose spaceship it truly was. Before they could reach the laboratory, they passed through the garden, where a familiar spaceship stood at the center, with Dr. Brief gazing dreamily at it. "Doctor, how is the modification of the spaceship coming along?" Kafiza waved his hand in front of Dr. Brief. Coming back to reality, the doctor replied, "Oh, you are back. The spaceship was modified a couple of days ago. Although its appearance is somewhat unappealing, I was contemplating whether to redesign it. A spaceship is merely a means of transportation. As long as it functions properly, that is sufficient." Kafiza naturally declined the doctor's proposal, certainly not because of the pink paint bucket and rabbit insignia nearby. "What a pity. I spent 2 days thinking of an exterior design, only for it to be discarded," Dr. Brief lamented, leaving with a hint of disappointment. His shoulders slumped. Kafiza winced, realizing that beneath the doctor's seemingly staid demeanor lay a whimsical spirit. Luckily, he returned in time. Otherwise, he could not imagine the future of piloting such a spaceship. "By the way, in my eagerness for the spaceship, I forgot to inquire about the research on the spiritual tree seeds I entrusted to you." "Doctor, wait. Oh, have you changed your mind?" Dr. Brief exclaimed, his face lighting up, eager to apply a fresh coat of paint to the spaceship. "Actually, I just wanted to ask about the seeds I gave you. How is the research progressing?" Kafiza awkwardly rubbed his face. Unfortunately, the time was too short. There has been no progress whatsoever. I require a substantial amount of time to simulate the data. It is impossible to yield results in the short term." Dr. Brief shrugged, lamenting the countless brain cells he had lost in his attempts to alter the seed to thrive on planetary energy. Night and day he labored, losing hair in the process. Yet the experimental results remained unsatisfactory. Either the yield increased while the fruit's quality diminished to less than 1/10 of the original, or it matured prematurely, resulting in ordinary fruit. In short, it was a complex situation. It was evident that the doctor had exerted considerable effort, and Kafiza refrained from pressing for a timeline, forcing a smile. "Haha, no need to rush, doctor. Take your time." Eventually, he managed to see off the doctor. The system then mocked him from within. "In less than a month. You expect results? Dear host, perhaps you should dream about it at night." Kafiza felt a vain throb on his forehead. The system was becoming increasingly insufferable. Silence. Taking a deep breath, he resolved not to let the triviality of the system affect his mood. Now that his father had departed, he would take a chance to test the modified spaceship. "Come, let us quickly board and try it out." Bulma eagerly tugged at Kafiza's hand, pulling him into the spaceship. Hee. Bulma wore an odd smile as she surveyed the control room. With a flurry of activity, the spaceship successfully ascended and shot forth into the cosmos. "Not bad. It is not much different from the aircraft." Kafiza remained bewildered throughout the experience, having never known that Bulma could pilot a spaceship. "This is what it means to be a genius. Let me have a go. What features did my father add?" She pressed the white button, and the spaceship's exterior shimmered brilliantly. In an instant, the entire vessel vanished from sight. "Wow, I did not expect the doctor would actually achieve that." Kafiza was once again astonished by the doctor's ingenuity as he gazed at the prompts on the display. Meanwhile, Bulma continued to experiment with other functions, pressing the red button. Greetings, I am the Artificial Intelligence AI-01 of this spaceship. Please set the destination for this voyage, and I will arrange the optimal travel time based on the ship's coordinates. The artificial intelligence appears to be quite impressive. At this moment, the system protested, "Host, I object. The spaceship can function perfectly well with me alone. There is no need for this insignificant entity. I suggest immediate deletion." The request was promptly dismissed by Ka-Fei-Jia, who silenced the system with a swift action. The destination is set for Earth, home of Bulma. Acknowledged, the spaceship began to alter its course. As the vessel accelerated, it unexpectedly veered away from Bulma's control. How can this be? I haven't even had my fill of excitement. Bulma attempted to wrest control from the spaceship's AI. With a flurry of actions, she succeeded. Exclaiming, "You thought you could challenge me? You are a century too early." Now back in command, Bulma steered the spaceship out of Earth, recklessly navigating through the cosmos. Upon spotting a small asteroid field, her eyes sparkled with delight, and without hesitation, she accelerated towards it, confident in the ship's advanced self-repair technology. The ship collided with the asteroids, creating numerous dents on its surface, yet it successfully emerged from the field. Within moments, the damage began to vanish. This spaceship is incredible. I want my father to build me one too. Watching Bulma's exhilaration, Ka-Fei-Jia felt a chill run down his spine. He had anticipated a gentle test, not a full-on crash. Thankfully, the doctor had not skimped on quality, or the day could have ended disastrously. It was imperative that Bulma ceased her reckless driving. It was simply too perilous. Pretending to be eager to experience the new ship's features, Bulma unwittingly relinquished the control room to Ka-Fei-Jia. "Wait, what are you doing? I'm not done playing yet. Stop this." However, Ka-Fei-Jia, with clear intent, redirected the ship back to Earth, while Bulma futilely protested beside him. They were forced to return to Earth passively. Chapter 59, Arrival, a confrontation of enemies. The hatch opened, and Bulma stormed out of the spaceship, fuming, "You are insufferable. After finally getting the chance to race through the universe, that wretched guy forced me out." Just then, Mrs. Brief, who had been wandering nearby, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Observing the discord between the two, she refrained from intervening, merely reflecting on the exuberance of youth. "What is so great about it? I can't stand him." With a huff, Bulma turned away. Ka-Fei-Jia sighed. Indeed, it was best not to provoke an angry woman, regardless of her age. Shifting his gaze towards Mrs. Brief, he informed her of his impending departure. "Oh, want you stay a few more days? With you gone, there will be no one to resolve the meals at home. What a pity." Mrs. Brief had just been contemplating a new dish she had concocted the previous day, hoping that he could taste it. It seemed this task would now fall to Bulma. Not far from them, Bulma inexplicably felt a chill. "Little Ka-Fei-Jia, be sure to come earlier next time. I have new dishes waiting for someone to taste." Watching the spaceship ascend rapidly into the sky, Bulma halted in her hurried steps, feeling a surge of frustration. Honestly, it's always like this. I, too, want to embark on grand adventures in the cosmos. Little did she realize that what she perceived as adventure was merely a death wish in the eyes of others. AI-01, set the destination for Frisia's base. Beep. Destination successfully set. The silenced system cried out in desperation, "It's mine. It's my duty. Little brat, once I'm out, I'll hack into your motherboard and reshape you." As the spaceship sped along, Ka-Fei-Jia suddenly remembered something crucial. The system shouted, "Senza beans. Senza beans. Senza beans. Important matters must be repeated thrice. Did you forget that we ran out of senzu beans long ago?" When exiting the hyperbolic time chamber, it had repeatedly warned him. Yet, he had turned a blind eye and muted the system. Bulma was right. This was utterly outrageous. Feeling guilty, Ka-Fei-Jia remained silent, allowing the system to berate him. Meanwhile, the cosmic tyrant Frisia sat in his hovering infantile pod, coldly observing his subordinates below. He bellowed, "How can you useless fools still not have located Mr. Cyberman? You are utterly worthless." With a flicker of light from his fingertips, the kneeling researchers below hastily begged for mercy, promising they would find him immediately. Unfortunately, it was too late. In an instant, they vanished without a trace. For Frisia, eliminating his subordinates was a trivial matter. He had no use for the incompetent. Gazing at the starry night sky illuminated by the full moon, he turned to Dodoria and said, "You have worked hard during this time, Dodoria." Dodoria was taken aback. Mr. Cyberman's mysterious disappearance had sparked ambitions within him to seize control of his territory. Initially, it had been mere skirmishes, but seeing no updates from him, he grew bolder, voraciously consuming Cyberman's enterprises. To date, he had fully taken over all of Cyberman's supply chains, making him undeniably Frisia's most esteemed subordinate. It is an honor to serve the greatest emperor of the cosmos, Dodoria humbly bowed. However, the next words sent chills down his spine. I trust the acquisition of Cyberman's enterprises has gone smoothly, Dodoria? In an instant, cold sweat poured from Dodoria's brow. He could not fathom how Frisia knew of his clandestine dealings. Wait, does the king suspect I had a hand in Cyberman's demise? A wave of terror engulfed Dodoria's mind as he hastily knelt and pleaded, No, it wasn't me. I merely took care of his enterprises temporarily since he hasn't returned. I will certainly return them upon his arrival. Besides, I have always been your loyal right-hand man. How could we ever turn against each other? His pale and feeble justifications made his heart race, the sound echoing throughout the room with increasing intensity. Trembling uncontrollably, he internally calculated whether he could escape if he exerted every effort. Yet, being one of Frisia's closest aides, he understood the tyrant's terrifying nature. Escape was not an option. At this point, he could only hope Frisia would believe his words. Tap, tap, Frisia's finger rhythmically drummed against the armrest of the spacecraft. Under Frisia's icy and ruthless gaze, Dodoria was drenched in sweat. Why would I doubt you, Dodoria? I hope the new batch of employees brings me good news. Dodoria exhaled with relief, his breath coming in heavy gasps. It had been too perilous, akin to walking on the brink of death. Rest assured, my lord. I will swiftly report Mr. Cyberman's whereabouts to you. Frisia remained silent, and Dodoria dared not breathe loudly, stealthily retreating towards the door. He yearned to distance himself as quickly as possible. Just as his left foot stepped out of the hatch, an alarm blared throughout the base, nearly causing him to stumble. Frisia's gaze grew increasingly frigid, and the surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees. Sensing the dire situation, Dodoria hastily sought an excuse to investigate. In the monitoring room of the base, Dodoria anxiously inquired about what had transpired. Reporting, sir, we have detected an unidentified spaceship approaching the base at high speed. We dispatched the defense team to intercept, but they were all eliminated. This is the appearance of the enemy's ship. The display screen projected an unfamiliar spacecraft, hurtling towards the base at breakneck speed. The collective self-detonation of the ships attempting to obstruct the journey was indeed bizarre. It was akin to courting death. However, as Duodalia contemplated, Lord Frisia was currently engulfed in a state of rage. Fearing for his own safety, he found it fortuitous that a hapless fool had come to him. Allowing Frisia to vent his fury, he urgently instructed his subordinates to permit the intruder's entry without obstruction. After understanding the situation, Duodalia reported this matter to Frisia. Oh, how intriguing. Truly fascinating. Someone dares to intrude upon my territory. Come, let us see this audacious individual, Frisia declared. With the absence of enemy interference, the ships swiftly descended. Although Kafiza was unclear about the reasons for their welcoming, it did not diminish his determination. Upon disembarking from the vessel, he encountered the two figures of Frisia, who had been waiting eagerly. After discerning their appearances, Frisia mocked. I wondered who it could be. Turns out, it is merely a young Saiyan. What brings you to my domain, seeking refuge? Chapter 60. Ashes to ashes. The mocking words of Frisia, laden with disdain for the young Saiyan, reverberated in the air. The final notes tinged with a hint of ridicule. His lips curled in a cruel smile, as if he could already envision the scene of this audacious Saiyan begging for mercy. Yet, in the blink of an eye, boom. Kafiza's original position was left only with a swirling mist and ripples of disturbed air, as his figure vanished without a trace. The speed was astonishing. It exceeded the limits of Frisia's and Duodalia's visual capabilities, surpassing even the speed at which Frisia's mind could react. At this juncture, Frisia and his elite troops had yet to learn to sense their opponents using ki, overly reliant on advanced reconnaissance devices and visual observation. This absolute disparity in strength and the fatal flaw in combat techniques silently tolled the death knell for this self-proclaimed cosmic emperor, robbing him of the chance to transform into a more formidable form. Disappeared? So fast. Where did he go? In an instant, a hand, silent and unseen, pressed against Frisia's smooth, cold forehead. The smile on Frisia's face froze abruptly. What nonsense! A mere lowly Saiyan dares to touch my noble form? Frisia's thoughts erupted in madness, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks, a primal sense of deadly danger coursing through him like a jolt of electricity. It was peril. Extreme peril. What? Duidelia's shout pierced the air, his corpulent form staggering back in shock. What had he witnessed? A Saiyan had audaciously touched Lord Frisia's head. His subconscious screamed. This Saiyan was finished. Frisia would unleash his wrath in the most brutal manner, reducing him to cosmic dust. Frisia, intending to unleash his cruel threats, found his throat constricted, only managing to utter a vague syllable. Kafiza's fingers pressed gently against Frisia's forehead. There was no dazzling light, no earth-shattering buildup. It was merely a casual press. A terrifying energy, far surpassing Frisia's current battle power of 530,000, instantly penetrated his hard skull, with a soft yet horrifying sound. Akin to a ripe fruit bursting from within, the expression of shock, anger, and disbelief on Frisia's face became his final visage. Duidelia's flesh trembled violently, cold sweat streaming down his face, his features contorted in disbelief. The symbol of invincibility in his mind, the Cosmic Emperor, had just perished. Killed in an instant by an unknown Saiyan with but a finger? The head, now with a gaping hole, caused the broken body to lose all support. With a thud, it fell from the ship, raising a minuscule cloud of dust. Silence. An eerie silence. Kafiza disdainfully flicked his hand, though it bore no trace of blood. He turned to the petrified Duidelia, who resembled a statue. You are a monster. Duidelia finally snapped back to reality, his voice a hysterical scream. His massive frame erupted with the instinct to survive, yearning to distance himself from this place as quickly as possible. Kafiza casually raised a hand, and an energy ball swiftly coalesced at his fingertips. Farewell, he uttered nonchalantly, as the energy ball unerringly struck Duidelia's rotund back. Boom. Duidelia did not even have a chance to emit a final cry, vanishing completely in the radiance, leaving no trace behind. Effortlessly, it was even simpler than anticipated. Kafiza remarked coolly, as if he had merely disposed of a couple of pieces of trash. In his mind, the system timely chimed with cheerful notifications. Congratulations, host. You have completed the First Blood of Frisia achievement. Well done. First Blood? Kafiza keenly grasped the implications behind the term, raising an eyebrow. Are you suggesting he may resurrect through various means later? With that thought, his gaze shifted once more to Frisia's remains on the ground, narrowing his eyes. In that case, I cannot be blamed for my thoroughness. Gathering energy in his palm once more, he unhesitatingly unleashed it upon the corpse. Boom. The energy wave utterly consumed the remains, obliterating every inch of tissue, every single cell. All right, the body has been scattered, not a single cell remains. Let us see how he plans to resurrect using technology. Kafiza declared, clapping his hands with a tone of assurance. A powerful key, like a radar, rapidly expanded from his center, enveloping the entire Frisia army base. He raised both hands, a mass of energy far larger and more resplendent than before quickly coalescing, emitting a heart-stopping pulse. It is time to clear the field, to eradicate the roots. With a mighty thrust of his palms forward, boom, the colossal energy ball instantaneously devoured everything before it. All matter touched was reduced to the most basic dust in the universe in an instant. Time to leave, host, if you linger any longer. The shockwave from this planet's explosion will catch up to you, the system urged in his mind. Upon hearing this, Kafiza ceased admiring the explosive spectacle of Frisia's base and swiftly entered the ship. The engines roared to life, propelling them away from the impending doom of the planet at breakneck speed. A moment later, the ship halted at a safe distance from the planet. He wished to witness the complete disintegration of this world, ensuring no potential survivors could escape to relay messages. However, in the final minutes before the planet's explosion, in a communication room that remained partially intact, a communications officer, utilizing the last of the backup energy, forcibly activated an ultra-long-range communication device. He recorded a clear video of Frisia being instantaneously vanquished by the mysterious Saiyan, along with a brief warning message, sending it with all his might. The signal's destination was marked for the exclusive channels of King Gula and King Kurd. In the moment of completing his task, the officer was buried beneath the collapsing dome. 10 minutes later, the amassed energy finally erupted completely. The massive planet crumbled from within, transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks, blooming in the silence of the starry void. Kafiza, lying in wait, meticulously sensed the explosion area, confirming that no escape pods had breached the explosion radius at the last moment. The slaughter of an entire family, the grinding of bones to ash, is nothing short of this, he murmured to himself. Thus, the Frisia Force and its emblem of power were utterly erased from the cosmos. 01. Depart from here, destination. The jurisdiction of the Cosmic Patrol, ordered Kaifiza. The command was received, and optimal navigation recalculations were complete. Estimated time of arrival at the nearest target location, 1 month. The spaceship's engines roared to life once more, emitting a ghostly blue arc of light from its rear, transforming into a meteor as it sped into the unfathomable depths of the starry sky. A tempest sweeping across the galaxy may have only just begun to brew. Chapter 61. A loving family in a distant, bountiful star system, far removed from Frisia's realm, a significantly larger interstellar fleet lay quietly anchored in orbit around a resource-rich planet. Within the flagship, a colossal warship known as the Gula Throne, the atmosphere was dark and cold. Gula, Frisia's elder brother, with his towering and icy demeanor and unique fourth transformation, sat regally upon his throne. He closed his eyes, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest while listening to reports from subordinates regarding the conquest of new star systems. The aura surrounding him exuded a subtle, yet absolute dominion, lacking Frisia's overt arrogance, but imbued with an undeniable restraint. He maintained his final form at all times, scoffing at his brother Frisia's self-entrapment, having long mastered his own power. Suddenly, report. King Gula. We have just received a high-priority encrypted communication. Source, Frisia Force Headquarters, Level Red. A communication officer's voice trembled, shattering the silence of the Grand Hall. Communications of this magnitude typically herald catastrophic calamity. Gula's rhythmic tapping ceased abruptly. He slowly opened his emotionless eyes, revealing no trace of emotional fluctuation. Bring it forth, he commanded calmly. The main screen flickered momentarily before playing a brief, yet impactful video. A somewhat familiar young Saiyan instantaneously struck down Frisia before he could react. As the video concluded, a terse text alert appeared. Warning. Unknown Saiyan invasion. Frisia the King confirmed fallen. Assailant's power level unquantifiable. Base is about to. Silence enveloped the Grand Hall. All personnel dared not even breathe, cautiously observing their king. Gula remained silent for a full 10 seconds. His expression betrayed no emotion, neither anger nor sorrow, as if the footage he had just witnessed was utterly inconsequential. Gula finally spoke, his tone steady, although the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Humph, my foolish and arrogant brother has finally paid the price for his hubris. To walk about in his first form all day. Unlike what his subordinates had anticipated, he did not erupt in fury. Instead, he exhibited a near-cold rationality and a hint of glee. The opponent evidently understands our race's characteristics, opting for the most extreme decapitation tactic. Speed, strength, timing, everything was executed flawlessly. Truly an intriguing adversary. Gula rose from his seat, pacing to the viewport, gazing into the vastness of the cosmos. Gather all information on this Saiyan. Utilize all our intelligence networks. I wish to know his origins, combat capabilities, and his next potential target. However, King Gula, a senior commander cautiously interjected. Frisia the King's enmity? Gula interrupted, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Of course, we shall take revenge. However, it shall not be for that worthless brother of mine, but rather to uphold the dignity of our Frisia clan. Anyone daring to provoke us must be eradicated in the most thorough manner. A sharp glint flickered in Gula's eyes. Dispatch orders to adjust the fleet's course, drawing closer to the former core region of the Frisia Force. Simultaneously, closely monitor all anomalous energy reactions in the universe, particularly the movements of high combat individuals. He paused before adding, additionally, pay close attention to movements from my dear father, King Cooled. He should have received the news as well. I do not wish for him to get a head start. Gula emphasized the urgency of getting ahead, hinting that it was not merely revenge, but perhaps also the allure of Frisia's remaining influence. To him, Frisia's demise represented both a threat and a potential opportunity to expand territorial boundaries. Meanwhile, in an even more distant star system, King Cooled, the father of Frisia and Gula, lounged within a nutrient-rich maintenance pod. His prominent horns appeared particularly menacing, and his physique towered over both his sons, exuding an oppressive presence. Even in a dormant state, the unconscious energy waves emanating from him were enough to instill fear in ordinary warriors. Suddenly, a piercing alarm and an urgent communication request jolted him awake from his slumber. The liquid level in the maintenance pod rapidly descended as King Cooled abruptly opened his fierce eyes. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" His voice resonated like thunder within the confined space. "Your Majesty, the communication is from Lord Frisia's base." A nearby aide stammered, filled with dread. "Frisia?" King Cooled's brows furrowed. An ominous premonition coursing through him. Open the communication and check. Boom. A violent surge of energy erupted from within King Cooled. The maintenance pod shattered instantly. The sturdy alloy walls groaning under the strain, and spiderweb-like cracks spread across its surface. Alarms blared throughout the fortress as energy readings skyrocketed. Frisia, a roar, imbued with rage and disbelief, reverberated throughout the entire mobile fortress. All subordinates were compelled to kneel, trembling under the weight of his overwhelming presence. Unlike Gula's calm demeanor, King Cooled exhibited a raw, primal fury. Frisia was his most cherished son. Although he often found him overly playful and complacent, he was nonetheless Cooled's bloodline. The prince of the Frisia clan. "My son, my dear Frisia, has been slain by a lowly Saiyan monkey." His voice twisted with anger. "Unforgivable. Unforgivable." He turned towards the kneeling aide, bellowing, "Investigate. Utilize all our resources to uncover this wretched Saiyan hybrid. I want him torn to shreds. I demand the planet he resides on to pay for his transgressions." Pure murderous intent nearly solidified into a tangible form. "Immediately advance at full speed. Destination, Frisia's base." He gasped for breath, momentarily regaining composure, but the murderous intent in his eyes remained undiminished. "Also, contact that lad Gula. Tell him to drop everything and join me in hunting down this Saiyan rat." Thus, in contrasting corners of the universe, two colossal and terrifying forces began to mobilize. Driven by the same message, they both aimed at a singular target, the mysterious Saiyan. Meanwhile, Kaifiza, aboard his spaceship heading towards the cosmic patrol, remained blissfully unaware of the brewing storm. Having recently resolved a significant threat, he was relishing a fleeting moment of tranquility, oblivious to the greater troubles his casual act of crushing a mere insect would soon bring him. Chapter 62. The hunt concluded. The base lost a month later. Kaifiza arrived at the edge of the cosmic patrol's jurisdiction at a desolate resource planet. This star system was among the few under the governance of righteous order, with cosmic patrols passing through daily. Even the infamous Frisia force of Ur would not easily instigate a conflict. It is precisely for this reason that Kaifiza chose this location as a temporary refuge. His spacecraft, employing a simple disguise and an information shielding system, successfully navigated past the stringent border patrols of the Cosmic Guard, silently infiltrating and landing on this desolate planet devoid of any signs of life. Surrounded by undulating ring mountains and exposed rock formations, the conspicuous landing of the spacecraft upon the raised platform compelled Kaifiza to utilize a universal capsule to conceal it and seek out a spacious cave as a temporary resting place. "Zongzi, I will confirm once more, this place will not be discovered by the Cosmic Patrol." The system assured, "Rest assured, host, this planet will absolutely not be searched." A world comprised solely of stones and sandstorms would not attract even the disdain of the former Frisia force, let alone the idle cosmic patrols. Was it the coffee aboard the spacecraft that lacked flavor, or were the disputes on other planets so meager that they were blind to the existence of this wretched world? Were it not within their jurisdiction, the cosmic patrol would hardly spare it a glance, merely ensuring its existence from afar. Thus, the crossing commenced. Kaifiza remained indifferent to whether anyone would discover him, as long as this was indeed the territory of that group, preventing him from returning only to find the planet obliterated. The system responded, "Understood." Temporal anchor points activated, commencing multiverse signal scanning. A flash of white light passed by, revealing an empty cave, almost simultaneously, far across several galaxies. The Vegeta team, dispatched to clear debris from planets, finally re-established contact with Frisia's forces after several days. "Nanny, what did you say?" "The base along with the planet has been destroyed." Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa were all taken aback. The voice of the staff member on the other end of the communicator crackled with static and barely concealed panic. Yes, Lord Vegeta, when we arrived, we only saw shattered planet fragments. Frisia may have met with an unfortunate fate." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Nappa, aged 30 and hailing from a prestigious lineage with a battle power of 2400, was the first to roar, his robust arms striking the ground vehemently. How could King Frieza perish? He is the Cosmic Emperor. Who dares to touch him? Who can touch him? Raditz, a mere 15 years old with a battle power of 800, appeared pallid, cold sweat soaking his combat attire as his voice trembled. If even King Frieza has succumbed, how terrifying must his enemy be? Are we already being targeted? Vegeta, the 7-year-old Saiyan prince with a formidable battle power of 3,600, remained silent. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, his rebellious eyes now filled with shock, doubt, and a hint of covert delight. Frieza, the very architect of the destruction of Planet Vegeta, was the object of his desire for retribution. Yet, due to the disparity in power, he had been forced to bow to Frieza's subordinates. However, now, this very Frieza, along with his entire base and planet, had been utterly annihilated. Although he had not personally wrought this destruction, the demise of his enemy brought him a flicker of joy, overshadowed by the disappointment of not being able to exact vengeance himself. By the way, we just contacted Lord Cooler, and they sent over a video regarding the planet's destruction. A video? Send it over immediately, Vegeta commanded, his youthful voice imbued with undeniable authority. Soon, the video was transmitted. Silence. Upon viewing the footage, Vegeta was astounded. That iconic tale could only belong to a Saiyan. What? Saiyans. Raditz shrieked. Are there other surviving Saiyans besides us? And did he destroy the base and planet? This revelation was more difficult for them to accept than the news of Frieza's death itself. A fellow warrior from their lineage, emerging from nowhere, wielding unimaginable power, and achieving feats they could scarcely fathom. Silence, Raditz. Vegeta barked, forcibly suppressing his astonishment. The young prince quickly regained his composure, his mind racing. With Frieza, the slayer of Planet Vegeta, now deceased, his army would be leaderless, certain to descend into chaos and even civil war. The mysterious Saiyan capable of vanquishing Frieza remained an unknown variable, friend or foe. It was yet to be determined, but the displayed power was not to be underestimated. Most concerning was King Cold, and that cooler, even more ruthless and powerful than Frieza. They would not let this matter rest. The entirety of the North Galaxy would likely fall prey to the frigid vengeance of the Ice Demons, particularly as the perpetrator was a Saiyan, their kin. At this moment, they were like small boats in a tempest, at risk of capsizing at any moment. They must leave immediately, before the communicator had a chance to view the video. Listen. Vegeta turned, his gaze sharp as it swept over Nappa and Raditz. Frieza is finished, and his army will soon shatter. King Cold and Cooler will not spare the one responsible. They will eliminate all unstable factors, including us. What do we do then? Should we seek refuge with Lord Cooler or King Cold? What do you think? Raditz stammered, this being the only escape he could envision. Fool. Vegeta scoffed, continuing. To them, we are no different from ants. With Frieza dead, what value do we, the defeated, hold? We would merely be targets for their wrath or discarded trash. Nappa, agitated, scratched his bald head. Then what should we do, Vegeta? Are we to hide? Precisely. Hiding is our only option. Vegeta's eyes flickered with humiliation, but more so with a resolute determination for survival. We must disappear, seek a place where even King Cold and Cooler would not easily tread. He opened the star map, pointing decisively at a region marked with the insignia of the Cosmic Patrol. Cosmic Patrol's territory? That is, Raditz exclaimed. Exactly, because it is their territory. It is currently our safest choice. Vegeta interrupted. Despite the formidable Ice Demon clan, for reasons unknown, they would not readily engage in full-scale war with the Cosmic Patrol. It was the perfect location for us to remain hidden. He then turned to Nappa, instructing, Nappa, immediately eliminate all markings and communication records related to the Frieza force from our spacecraft. Raditz, adjust our course to avoid the main routes. We will stealthily navigate through the peripheral star regions. Nappa hesitated, but Vegeta, we Saiyans are currently like rats in the street, hunted by all. Wouldn't going to the enemy's territory be walking into a trap? Under Vegeta's unwavering gaze, both Nappa and Raditz ultimately bowed their heads in concession. They understood this was their only path to survival. Soon, under the cover of not being detected by their former comrades, they swiftly destroyed the reconnaissance devices, adjusted the spacecraft's direction, and quietly departed from their original course, stealthily advancing towards the territory of the Cosmic Patrol. Chapter 63. Awaiting developments, familiar operations, familiar sensations of dizziness. The crossing was successful. The system alerted, host, The current world is Naruto, with an unspecified timeline. You will need to gather information independently to understand the situation. Even with prior preparations, Kafiza could not entirely evade the adverse effects of traversing dimensions. He closed his eyes, floating in the air to alleviate the disorientation for a while before finally reopening them. Suddenly, a colossal meteorite appeared before him, hurtling downwards with a terrifying velocity, narrowly missing his nose. What on earth is happening? Did I just arrive to witness the end of the world by meteorite? He instinctively retreated 100 meters, glancing around, only to find that the scene did not match his expectations of a meteor shower. The gigantic meteorite was the only one that had just fallen. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an ugly, diminutive old man beneath it, straining with all his might to hold up the impending catastrophe. How familiar this scene seems. The system prompted, "This is the battlefield of the Fourth Shinobi World War, and that old man below is Inoki." Ka-Feija realized he had been thrust directly into the climax of the Naruto saga. Doton, Chokijugen no Jutsu. If he could hold on just a little longer, they might succeed in stopping it. Victory was within reach. They had succeeded, just as the crowd below erupted in cheers for Tsuchika Jinoki. Another identical meteorite plummeted from the sky, crashing directly onto the first. What? Boom. A deafening roar erupted, and the unprepared crowd could only unleash their ninjutsu in a desperate bid for survival. The air was filled with the incessant sounds of Doton techniques. After two more meteorites fell, a cloud of dust enveloped the area. Tsuchika Jinoki, depleted of chakra and gravely injured, lay on the ground, his life hanging by a thread. High above, Ka-Feija floated cross-legged at an altitude of 10,000 meters, relieved that he had flown away just in time. Otherwise, he would have been struck by the meteorite, which would have been quite unfortunate. Truly, the power of Uchiha Madara was formidable. With a mere gesture, he summoned two meteorites to clear the area. I must learn a thing or two about ninjutsu in this world when I get the chance. The system suggested. Host. Are you not going to assist them? Assist? Why would I help them? I have only just arrived in this world for less than 10 minutes. Why should I aid complete strangers? Just because I have seen the anime, does that mean I must rush to their aid? Surely, that would be overwhelming. The system queried, but by helping them, host, would you not be able to learn more ninjutsu? My dear system, you seem to have misunderstood. For someone of my capabilities, ninjutsu is merely an embellishment, optional and inconsequential. One must understand that the combat prowess in the Naruto universe is not particularly high. What is intriguing is the application of various ninjutsu techniques. The only real nuisance is jinjutsu. Even if I cannot dispel a jinjutsu, it matters little. Have you heard of a map cannon? Once the caster is defeated, the jinjutsu naturally dissipates. Of course, this is merely the simplest method. In the Dragon Ball universe, there are also mental training techniques. Ka-Feija believed that in the face of his immense power, even if Uchiha Madara himself deployed a jinjutsu, he could easily break free. Moreover, since he had entered this time period, why not observe the unfolding events and wait for Uchiha Madara to summon the God Tree? He could then simply reap the rewards, monopolizing the God Tree's fruits. If he rushed to alter the plot, it seemed he would gain nothing. He could not perform the tailed beast sealing technique, and the shinobi would certainly not assist him. To maximize his benefits, Ka-Feija decided to remain uninvolved. Returning his gaze to the scene below, he saw that Uchiha Madara had summoned the Shinju. While Naruto's shadow clone exerted every ounce of chakra to successfully block its descent with 3 Raisin Shurikens, the clone was on the brink of dissipating, its body wobbling precariously. In response to the resistance from the crowd, Uchiha Madara calmly approached them and coldly declared, "There is no longer any need for this world to grow. You shall sleep eternally in the infinite Tsukuyami." Tsuchika Jinoki, struggling to rise from the ground despite his injuries, murmured, "The one who should sleep forever is you." Tsuchikage. The sight of their leader rising rekindled the collective spirit of the assembled shinobi as they faced Uchiha Madara once more. "Oh, I did not expect you to stand again. But this is where it ends." With that, Uchiha Madara, accompanied by the reanimated Kakazu, lunged at the weary crowd, intent on claiming their lives. Bang, bang, bang. 3 figures suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, catching Uchiha Madara and Kakazu off guard. They had to retreat to their original positions, preparing for another onslaught. Kakazu found himself embedded in the rock, rendered immobile. Naruto, Tsunade Baba. Umph. Even the impetuous Raikage has arrived. The allied shinobi forces, and the Mizukage is here too. Mizukage, It seems everyone is alive. I am not too late. Raikage. Finally, we can engage in a grand battle. Hokage Tsunade. I have finally caught up. The presence of multiple leaders revitalized the previously waning fighting spirit of the shinobi. Sachikage Inoki remarked. I truly did not expect all 5 Kage to unite against a common foe. Even faced with the assembly of all 5 Kage, Uchiha Madara remained haughty, stating, "This is quite enjoyable. Otherwise, there would be no challenge at all. Come, let me see if you are worthy to dance upon this stage." Eager to engage, Raikage A and Mizukage Terumi May formed hand seals to attack Uchiha Madara. Hokage Tsunade, as a medical ninja, positioned herself behind them to heal Sachikage Inoki and Kazekage Gaara. Yotan, Yogai no Jutsu. The Mizukage unleashed a technique, directing it towards Uchiha Madara's location. Zing. As the ninjutsu made contact with the ground, clouds of white smoke erupted, melting away a significant portion of the earth. Sensing the danger, Uchiha Madara quickly retreated. What a perilous jutsu. If struck, it would be troublesome. In a moment of distraction, Raikage suddenly charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Madara's face. Taken by surprise, Madara was sent flying, crashing through several rocks. Seizing the opportunity, the Mizukage swiftly changed direction and enveloped the area with her ninjutsu. 3 minutes later, the Mizukage halted her technique, catching her breath. The allied shinobi forces stood in awe, utterly astonished. They were too powerful. There was no room for us to intervene. Have they been defeated? Probably not, for now. We must tread carefully. I am beginning to feel superfluous here. Let us divert our attention to another adversary. Agreed, let us move. As Kakuzu regained his composure, he cast a glance at the approaching minions, feeling speechless. So they were picking on the weak, were they? It was only when the mist from the Mizukage's jutsu fully cleared that everyone could finally see the scene within. A layer of white skeletal armor surrounded Uchiha Madara, fiercely protecting him, while an outer layer of black flames continuously burned. Raikage sensed something amiss, his chakras surging. Raitun, Raikyu, the jutsu converged in his hands, transforming into a blade aimed at Uchiha Madara. Chapter 64. The Siege of the Lonely Elder in a brief span of time. Tsunade's medical techniques had successfully revived Inoki and Gaara from the brink of severe injuries. While they had not fully recovered, they were no longer in grave danger. Bang! Susanu's hand sent the Raikage flying, as Madara evaluated the duo's synergy. The combination of Raikage's lightning speed and the bloodline limit of Yotan was indeed a splendid collaboration. Raikage steadied himself, his expression serious, his gaze fixed on Madara, who was shrouded in Susanoo. That fellow's defense is incredibly robust. We must intensify our assault to have any hope of breaching it. Whoosh! Several shuriken-like attacks were launched towards the assembled shinobi. Crack, crack, crack. A massive dual statue materialized, shielding them from the onslaught. It was none other than a combination of a rock statue and a sand shield. Oh, a dual defense of sand and rock. Quite impressive. Having offered a simple compliment for their defensive measures, Uchiha Madara surged forward once more, leaving no time for respite. Upon witnessing the situation, the 5 shadows swiftly evaded the attack. Sachikage Inoki, accompanied by Raikage and Mizukage, soared into the air and proclaimed, "I have devised a plan. We shall proceed in sequence. First this, then that, and finally the conclusion. Do you comprehend?" Raikage and Mizukage exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Excellent. Let us commence our operation. Mizukage Terumi May initiated the water release, hidden mist technique, enveloping the entire area in a thick white fog. Visibility became severely hindered, with only a small vicinity around them remaining clear, while everything beyond was obscured in a blanket of white. Intriguing. Uchiha Madara observed his surroundings with utmost vigilance, attuned to every sound and movement. Unbeknownst to him, Raikage, stealthily propelled by Inoki's lightweight technique, charged towards him without a whisper of warning. In that instant of close combat, the earth release, heavy rock technique was activated. With a resounding impact, what should have been a light punch transformed into a tremendous force, sending Uchiha Madara and his Susanoo flying 100 meters away. Gasping, Kafiza above drew in a sharp breath. This Raikage truly knows where to strike. Were it not for the Susanoo, Madara might never rise again. The sight was enough to induce a wince. Despite existing in a world of ninjutsu, where numerous sensory techniques abound, few seem inclined to study or develop them, relying instead on mere sight to locate enemies. It is quite perplexing. Crack, crack. The sound of cracking seeds echoed in Kafiz's ears. Warily, he scanned his surroundings, yet found no trace of anyone. Suddenly, he realized the sound originated from within his own mind. "System, what are you doing?" The system replied in a nonchalant tone, "Just like you. I am spectating and munching on seeds. What else would I be doing?" "Wait, when did you acquire this ability?" The system clarified, "Oh, I've always had it. It's merely a leisure mode, nothing to fuss about. Now, let us continue watching. I am not eating real seeds, so please refrain from overreacting. You are embarrassing me." At this, Kafiz's mouth twitched, leaving him momentarily speechless, and he silently muted the system's voice. "Remember, do not litter." Below, the fire release, great fire destruction clashed with the water release, great waterfall technique, creating a misty haze that obstructed visibility once more. Gaara utilized sand release to encircle the four, shielding them from the flames. After treating everyone, Tsunade wiped the sweat from her brow. Though the Een release was effective, she feared that if the injuries continued to accumulate, she would soon be unable to restore their stamina and chakra. After 4 grueling hours of battle, even with abundant chakra, they were nearing their limits. Their only hope lay in defeating the opponent to survive. "Reikage, how much chakra do you have left?" Tsunade inquired of the most chakra-endowed Reikage. "I can manage 2 more jutsu at most before I am spent," he replied. "How about you, Mizukage?" "Huh, I am nearly in the same predicament." A wave of helplessness washed over them. Truly, Uchiha Madara was formidable. As the sand dissipated, they steeled themselves, their gazes fixed intently on Madara in the distance. Everything was understood without words. Mizukage Terumi Mei was the first to act, unleashing the water release, water column technique, which surged toward Uchiha Madara's location. "Humph, an amusing trick," Madara retorted as he countered with the fire release, great fire destruction, filling the air with steam. "Did you think to launch a surprise attack? Unfortunately, that tactic is ineffective against me." Madara manipulated his Susanoo to swing its blade backward. With a swift motion, one of Tsunade's shadow clones was severed in half and vanished. "Humph, shadow clone." Another figure lunged from the left, only to meet the same fate. In a fit of rage, the surroundings became crowded with Tsunade's shadow clones. "Such tiresome antics," Madara exclaimed, propelling himself upward with great force, brandishing his blade to strike down and disperse the surrounding mist. What an opportune moment. Reikage and Tsuchikage coordinated their efforts, launching the earth release, heavy rock lightning technique fiercely against the Susanoo, fracturing its defenses, yet it remained unbroken. In that moment, Tsunade leaped forth, delivering a powerful kick to the fissure, shattering the Susanoo. Before Madara could react, he was sent sprawling to the ground. Reikage and Tsuchikage pressed the advantage, executing the earth release, heavy rock lightning technique once more, striking Madara's newly reconstructed but incomplete Susanoo, along with the ground, into the air. Gaara swiftly followed up, utilizing his last chakra to seal Uchiha Madara within a vast pyramid. Exhausted and drained, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. "Well done. Have we succeeded?" Reikage watched the pyramid intently, unwilling to let his guard down, fearing Madara might emerge unexpectedly. Tsunade seized the opportunity to heal and restore everyone's strength and chakra. However, contrary to their hopes, Uchiha Madara emerged from the remnants of the wood release he had summoned earlier, piercing Tsunade's abdomen. "You all rejoiced too soon. That was merely a wood clone." Crack. To the astonishment of the remaining 4 shadows, Tsunade, through sheer force of will, managed to snap the blade of the Susanoo. She kicked him back, and the gaping wound on her abdomen rapidly healed. Madara, astonished, remarked, "Such formidable vitality. Truly, she is the descendant of that individual." Dust release, world separation technique, Chapter 65. The show must go on. As the others stood in shock, Inoki seized the moment to launch a surprise attack, aiming to obliterate Madara's body and proceed with the sealing. As he appeared to succeed, Reikage praised, "Well done, Inoki." Yet, as the smoke cleared, Madara emerged unscathed. "Have you grown senile, Inoki? The Rinnegan can absorb all ninjutsu. Using ninjutsu against me is futile. You can only defeat me through physical combat, and then seal me." Observing the 5 working so diligently, Madara felt compelled to remind them of the Rinnegan's capabilities. Inoki retorted, "Impossible. My dust release previously breached your chest. It cannot have had no effect." Madara replied, "That was merely for you to glimpse Hashirama's face. I had hoped to dampen your morale. Yet it seems to have invigorated it instead." Wood release, Shadow Clone Technique X25. Now, let them dance with you. The shadow clones divided into 5 groups, encircling the 5 shadows. Now, allow me to pose a question. Do these shadow clones utilize the Susanoo? In the sky above, Kafiza lay languidly, observing the battlefield below where Uchiha Madara contended with the 5 shadows, alongside Obito, Killer Bee, Naruto, and others, engaged in a chaotic battle. He yawned widely, appearing utterly fatigued, and chatted idly with the system. System, do you think these individuals are insane? Their families, friends, and comrades have been slain by one another. Yet they continue to appeal for mutual understanding, hoping to persuade one another to change the world. Their worldview is truly unparalleled. The system pondered before responding. Host. Perhaps gaining the enemy's acknowledgement of one's ideals is deemed more significant than altering the world itself. Kafiza replied with utmost seriousness, were it me, I would scatter their ashes to the winds and cease this nonsensical dialogue. Their reasoning is utterly deranged. Unbeknownst to him, it felt akin to the atmosphere of a debate competition. Unconsciously, he had been in the world of Hoying for several hours. Aside from the initial moments when he replenished his energy with some food from his spatial inventory, he had hardly eaten since. As a Saiyan, his stomach was now protesting. It was of little consequence. After all, they were still engaged in an endless exchange of banter that could last for several episodes. He decided to seek sustenance first. Watching both sides trade verbal jabs had become exceedingly tedious. If they could eliminate each other, why not do so? Instead, they persisted in attempting to indoctrinate one another with their ideologies, seeking unanimous agreement. Such eloquence would be wasted if not employed in salesmanship. Patting his rumbling stomach, Ka Fei Jia resolutely declared that in the grand scheme of things, nothing was more paramount than a good meal. After Uchiha Madara dealt with the 5 Kage, he arrived at the battlefield where Obito, the 8 Tails, and the 9 Tails were engaged. The two utilized the incomplete 10 Tails in an intense clash, exhausting the chakra of both tailed beasts and several others. At that moment, a tailed beast bomb was rapidly gathering in the mouth of the 10 Tails, aimed at obliterating Killer Bee, Uzumaki Naruto, Might Guy, and Kakashi, who were bereft of the protective chakra of the tailed beasts. Just as the tailed beast bomb was launched, its trajectory miraculously veered to the right, narrowly avoiding the fatigued group in the center. This powerful strike obliterated several mountain peaks, creating a colossal mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. Might Guy, supported by Kakashi, gazed towards the explosion with a serious expression, muttering to himself, did it miss? Was it intentional? Kakashi understood that their support troops had finally arrived. Sorry to keep you waiting. With the assistance of the Byakugan, he executed the most precise mind-body switch technique, yet the opponent managed to dispel it in mere seconds. It turned out that the earlier deviation was not intentional. It was an emergency rescue operation spearheaded by Ino, accompanied by Hinata. Naruto, are you alright? Hinata inquired with concern from behind Naruto. Don't try to be brave just because Hinata is watching, Naruto. At that moment, Kiba and the others hastily arrived at the battlefield. The increasing number of comrades around him reassured Naruto. He was not alone in this fight. He had allies. Numerous ninjas coordinated to deploy smoke bombs mixed with insects from the evil clan, shrouding their actions in concealment. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th units arrived. The medical unit arrived. The sensory unit arrived. Did they think this would suffice to remain hidden? Absurd. Madara manipulated one of the 10 Tails' tails, sweeping forward with a powerful gust that dispelled the vast clouds of smoke, revealing all the allied ninjas on the battlefield. Under the blood-red full moon, Obito and Naruto continued their verbal sparring, each attempting to persuade the other with their ideologies, yet to no avail. The arguments during wartime were utterly meaningless. It was time to bring this to an end. Unable to tolerate the incessant banter any longer, Madara interjected. Obito, I will surely destroy this world. Naruto, I will undoubtedly save this world. The two proclaimed their final declarations in unison, and the battle was poised to erupt at that moment. Thanks to Naruto's delay tactics, the allied ninjas had already grasped the detailed strategy and began to mobilize. The first step was to use deception to hinder the 10 Tails' movements, then obliterate its line of sight. The allied ninjas declared, lightning release, lightning pillar, wind release, gale force. The powerful flashes emitted by the two techniques compelled Obito and Madara to instinctively shield their eyes. Even the 10 Tails shut its enormous eye to evade the blinding light. Wind release caused chaotic gusts to swirl, carrying the previous mist and insects towards the 10 tails, completely obstructing its vision and sensory capabilities. Earth release, earthquake core. As the ninjutsu was executed, the area where the 10 tails stood began to sink rapidly. Boil release, lime solidification technique. Water release, water bullet technique. A substantial amount of lime and water, coordinated by the ninjas, swiftly engulfed the 10 tails, which had yet to react. Fire release, great fire technique. The intense heat from the fire caused the water to harden instantly, effectively sealing the 10 tails' movements. It was truly astonishing how harmoniously the 5 ninja villages could collaborate. Madara, witnessing the 10 tails struggling against its restraints, could not help but commend the previously adversarial allied forces. Next, seizing this fleeting moment of control, they would directly assault Obito and Madara. Defeating them would prevent the commencement of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Attention, everyone! Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu is ineffective against him. Those skilled in taijutsu should engage him. Obito can withstand all attacks, but the time limit is only 5 minutes. The remaining individuals and the medical team must cooperate to sustain the assault for over 5 minutes. With the intelligence on Uchiha Madara and Obito revealed, Naruto, in Sage mode, grasped the prepared wind release, Raisin Shuriken, and joined the others in their assault on the two below. How pitiful! Indeed, the hope they believed in was non-existent. Regarding the assassination of the leaders of the allied ninjas, the two remained unfazed, even amused. Soon, the 10 tails broke free from the hardened cement, sending all the allied forces flying. Chapter 66. Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Throughout his journey, Kafeija flew towards the area with the highest concentration of ordinary people. At his speed, it was but a moment before he spotted the unmistakable Hokage Rock. Konohagakure, being the largest village in the ninja world, naturally had a populous community. The statues on the rock, now covered in a layer of dust due to the war, still retained their iconic outlines, showcasing the skill of their sculptors. The defensive barrier at the entrance of Konohagakure was in a semi-open state during the Great War. Kafeija intended to avoid alarming anyone, suppressing his presence as he glided past the gate and into the main street of the village. Ahead, ninjas rushed into the battlefield like dumplings. Yet the village itself appeared markedly different. The streets were sparsely populated, mostly by civilians and a few logistics ninjas, all wearing expressions of wartime tension as they hurried home. Even at night, the vendors called out to sell their goods, albeit their business was rather dismal. After stopping a passerby for directions, Kafeija followed the kind stranger's guidance, turning several corners until he soon laid eyes on a small establishment adorned with a sign reading Ichiraku Ramen. The small shop's awning was slightly askew, with Tucci, the proprietor, bowing his head to wipe the bowls, while his daughter Ayam busied herself behind the stove, the rising steam obscuring their profiles. Upon hearing the bell at the door, Tucci looked up and was momentarily taken aback by the arrival. This child appeared to be no older than 6 or 7, dressed in simple civilian clothing, yet his gaze bore an unsettling maturity for his age. Most importantly, he bore no ninja headband, resembling an ordinary child. "Little one, what would you like to eat?" Tucci offered a warm smile, eager to accommodate every customer despite the scarcity of supplies during wartime. Having finally arrived at the renowned Otsutsuki Ichiraku Ramen, Kafeija looked up at the menu and stated, "Boss, I would like 10 bowls of everything you can make." Upon hearing this, Ayam, who was tidying up the tables, dropped her cloth in shock. It seemed she would be working overtime again. Tucci was equally stunned, thinking he had misheard. "Young one, how many did you say?" 10 bowls of each. "If that's not enough, I'll order more," Kafeija replied as he settled into a seat by the window, casually pushing his chair back to stretch comfortably. The scattered patrons around him were drawn to his words, casting curious glances. A medical ninja carrying a medicine box could not help but chuckle. This kid must be starving. A bowl of Ichiraku ramen is enough to fill an adult. An elderly woman nearby nodded in agreement. Indeed, even for ninjas, 3 to 5 bowls is the limit. Although Tucci was perplexed, he nodded. "All right then. Please wait a moment while I prepare your order." He turned to Ayam, instructing her to bring out the extra large pot and boil more noodles. Soon, the first bowl of miso chashu ramen was served, the broth rich and fragrant, with perfectly marbled chashu and a soft-boiled egg quivering in the bowl. Kafeija was unceremonious as he grasped the chopsticks. With a flick of his wrist, they danced in the bowl like a windmill, entirely bypassing the need to cradle the bowl in his hands. The noodles leapt into his mouth with such velocity that only a fleeting shadow remained visible. In the span of merely 3 seconds, he devoured an entire bowl of ramen, broth and all, leaving the empty vessel to clatter lightly against the table's edge. "Another bowl," he called out. Han-de and Chang-pu, still reeling from the astonishment, hurriedly presented a second bowl, this time with a soy sauce tonkatsu flavor. Ka Fei-jia maintained the same method of consumption, his chopsticks almost never pausing, as the noodles seemed to vanish into his mouth, drawn by an unseen force. His cheeks barely bulged, as if a bottomless pit resided within his throat, swallowing even the soft-boiled egg, chashu, and green onions with an almost brutal rapidity. The murmurs of the patrons gradually faded into silence. All eyes widened in disbelief, jaws slightly agape, and movements came to a halt. A medical ninja, who had just scooped a spoonful of broth, found his spoon suspended midair, oblivious to the droplets falling onto the table. An elderly woman, having just purchased her sewing supplies, dropped them to the floor, transfixed by Ka Fei-jia, muttering, a monster indeed." Several passing ninja students stopped in their tracks, peering intently through the doorframe. One even forgot the lollipop dangling from his mouth, its melted syrup trickling down to his chin. The 30th bowl, the 50th bowl, the 100th bowl. The empty bowls on the table piled high, resembling a small mountain, nearly half a person's height. Han-da's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he mechanically cooked the noodles while furtively observing this enigmatic child. Ka Fei-jia's eating speed was astonishing, his expression unwavering. Breath steady, entirely devoid of the disarray typical of an average person overindulging. Chang-pu flustered, continually adding firewood and ingredients to the broth pot, which was originally prepared to last through the next day, now perilously nearing depletion. "Boss, 5 more bowls of miso, and another 5 of soy sauce." Ka Fei-jia slurped the final noodle into his mouth, licking the broth from the corner of his lips as if he had just savored a delightful pastry. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, the only sounds being the bubbling of the ramen pot and Ka Fei-jia's swallowing. Someone discreetly pinched themselves, confirming that this was not a dream. Another pulled out a small notebook, hastily recording the extraordinary spectacle, perhaps intending to report it to the intelligence department. A few audacious children tiptoed to count the empty bowls on the table, losing track upon reaching 50, their mouths agape in astonishment. After more than half an hour, when Ka Fei-jia set down his 287th empty bowl, he finally let out a satisfying belch. Finally comfortable. He patted his belly and stood up. Han-de wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. Little friend, are you full?" "Yes, the flavor is delightful, far superior to what I make myself," Ka Fei-jia replied, pulling out a piece of gold from his clothing, which he had found, roughly the size of an adult's fist, gleaming radiantly in the dim light of the small shop. He casually placed it on the table. "For the bill, keep the change." "Gold!" Han-de and Chang-pu exclaimed in unison. The surrounding patrons gasped collectively, realizing that the value of that piece of gold could likely purchase half of Konoha's ramen shops. Ka Fei-jia, unfazed by the astonished crowd, turned to leave. Just as he exited the shop, he heard Han-da's voice calling after him, "Little friend, your money is too much. I can't make change." Without looking back, Ka Fei-jia waved his hand dismissively. "Keep the rest. I shall return to dine another time." In a flash, Ka Fei-jia's figure vanished from Han-da's sight, leaving behind a chorus of gasps and murmurs within the ramen shop. Who on earth is he? How can he eat so much and remain unaffected? He doesn't appear to be a ninja. Could he be a child from a prominent clan? Surely that piece of gold can't be real, can it? But it certainly doesn't seem fake. Chapter 67. Divergence in the streets of Konoha. Ka Fei-jia meandered aimlessly, reluctant to return and endure the verbal sparring between both factions. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at the village's central hot spring district. The public hot springs were designed to assist ninjas in relaxing their muscles and treating injuries, occasionally frequented by civilians seeking a bath. Ka Fei-jia shed his garments and stepped into the men's bath, the warm spring water enveloping him up to his chest, dissipating some of his weariness. A few individuals were already present in the hot spring, predominantly dressed in casual attire, along with 2 freshly off-duty ninjas. Initially, silence reigned, broken only by the bubbling of the spring water, until a bearded man sighed, disrupting the tranquility. "I hear the front lines are fierce. I just overheard some ninjas at the izakaya saying the Ten Tails have emerged." A tall, bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and remarked coolly, that's a matter for the ninjas. What concern is it of ours, the civilians? As long as Hokage-sama and the Ninja Coalition are holding the line, we should focus on our own affairs. How can it not be our concern? The bearded man retorted, raising his voice. Do you forget the last time Pain attacked Konoha? The ninjas couldn't hold them back, and the village was reduced to rubble. Countless people were left homeless. My shop collapsed during that chaos. Pain was an anomaly, the tall man scoffed, furrowing his brow. This time is different. The 5 great nations ninjas are united, and with strong figures like Naruto-kun, we will surely prevail. Worrying about it is futile. We should focus on how to make a living. Winning would be splendid, but what if we lose? Interjected a young man hugging his knees, a scar on his face suggesting past battles. What is infinite Tsukuyami? I heard it traps everyone in a dream. If that happens, we won't even know who we are, let alone earn a living. If the ninjas fail, we civilians will bear the brunt. What do you know, lumberjack? Someone scoffed. The ninjas' duty is to protect the village. We pay taxes to support them, and they ought to risk their lives. Winning is expected, losing is incompetence. Our concerns won't change anything. Better to live our lives honestly. How can you say that? The bearded man suddenly stood up, splashing water everywhere. When Konoha was attacked, who helped rescue your loved ones from the rubble? It was the ninjas of Konoha. Now, it's them fighting desperately on the front lines, and you dare speak so callously? If we lose, do you think you can withstand the Ten-Tails-tailed beast bomb? The hot spring erupted into a cacophony of voices, each person voicing their stance. Some believed civilians should remain aloof, while others argued that the fate of one was tied to the other. Even the 2 originally silent ninjas could not contain themselves. Chiming in, the enemy this time is indeed formidable. We lack absolute certainty. But as long as a single ninja remains standing, we will ensure that no harm comes to you civilians. Ka Feijia leaned against the edge of the hot spring, listening to their debate, his arm unconsciously skimming the water's surface. It seemed that the people of this world were perpetually caught in their respective responsibilities. Ninjas felt it was their duty to protect the civilians, while some civilians relied on them, and some questioned them, yet few considered facing the challenges together. After half an hour, he had soaked enough. He stood up, dried himself, and dressed before departing. The arguments within the hot spring continued unabated, unnoticed by those present that the individual who had been bathing beside them had already left. Ka Feijia looked up towards the direction of the battlefield, where the fluctuations of energy were intensifying, signaling the end of idle chatter and the commencement of true conflict. Having eaten and drunk his fill, it was just the right time to stretch his limbs. Meanwhile, at the heart of the battlefield, Might Guy's skin transformed into a horrifying shade of deep crimson, resembling molten metal. His body radiated boiling, blood-red vapor, intricate red patterns enveloping him as if he were ablaze. His face contorted in a grimace of excruciating pain and determination. Even the breath he exhaled was laced with crimson mist. His fiery red hair stood erect, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan in transformation, exuding an aura of wild ferocity. At this moment, he stretched one leg backward, his entire body resembling a taut bow, with crimson steam swirling around him, coalescing into a massive, menacing crimson dragon. Ikai? This dragon roared, its power potent enough to distort space, leaving a warped trail in the air as it charged toward the now 6 paths sage mode, Uchiha Madara. Such chakra, I acknowledge your prowess. Among those who have engaged in combat with me in physical techniques, none surpass you. I am willing to bestow upon you the title of the strongest. Madara raised the 6 paths staff in his hand, attempting to thwart Might Guy's final strike. However, he underestimated the catastrophic force of a strike fueled by the burning of one's life. What? The space is actually being distorted. The overwhelming attack warped the very fabric of reality, rendering Madara's defenses futile. Wounded in the chest, he coughed up blood, retreating under Might Guy's unleashed might until he collided with the god tree, causing a significant tremor before finally halting. Everyone present anxiously gazed in the direction of the god tree, eager to discern the outcome. As the smoke dissipated, Uchiha Madara leaned against the god tree, panting heavily, the left side of his body nearly obliterated. Had it not been for his formidable regenerative abilities, he would have likely met his end by now. Meanwhile, Might Guy lay on the ground, appearing as though he had been charred, his life flickering away. Almost killed by you wretch. As a token of gratitude, allow me to end your life before you turn to ash. Madara, having regained some recovery, casually conjured a small-sized Shinjutsu sphere and flung it toward the carbonized Might Guy. Whoosh! Just in the nick of time, Uzumaki Naruto arrived, kicking the Shinjutsu sphere away. Observing Might Guy, now reduced to ashes, Naruto knelt and placed his right hand on his chest, channeling a miraculous chakra that temporarily preserved Might Guy's life. Witnessing Uzumaki Naruto save Might Guy, Madara felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Most importantly, the aura emanating from the other party was entirely different from before. "What did you just do, brat?" Madara inquired, intrigued by the power capable of saving a dying individual. "I don't know. I just feel as though I can accomplish many things now." Naruto gazed at the white circular pattern in his palm, a legacy of the Six Paths Sage's power. Faced with a still recovering Madara, Naruto resolved to seize the opportunity, quickly closing the distance and delivering a punch that forced Madara back against the God Tree. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara managed to reconstruct the Six Paths staff in time to block the attack, yet the force he sensed left him astounded. How did this guy suddenly become so powerful? Or is it that I have exhausted too much stamina and chakra? Before Madara could comprehend, Naruto unleashed a Sage Art Lava Release Raisin Shuriken, preparing to assault him. Chapter 68. The God Tree. Please slow down, don't even think about escaping, Madara. Naruto's cross-shaped pupils gleamed fiercely as he lifted the Lava Release Raisin Shuriken, pursuing the evading Madara. Realizing the potency of the jutsu, Madara swiftly employed the skill Rinne Rebirth to disrupt the attack. At this moment, Naruto had fully awakened his sage body, although he could not see the Rinne Rebirth's assault. He sensed it, effortlessly dodging to the side and countering with his own ninjutsu, aiming to strike Madara while simultaneously dealing with the God Tree formed by the 10 tails in front of him. That was close. Almost too late. A crisp, youthful voice suddenly rang out. In the next moment, Kafiza appeared between the God Tree and Naruto, not even glancing at the whistling Lava Release Raisin Shuriken. Simply extending his right hand, fingers spread wide. Bang! The Raisin Shuriken collided with his palm, the orange-red chakra dissipating instantaneously as if water splashing against an iron wall, leaving nothing but dust carried by the wind. Nanny! Naruto's pupils constricted, every hair on his body standing on end. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power lying dormant within the other party, neither chakra nor sage arts. It was a force he had never encountered in the ninja world. His proud Six Paths chakra appeared laughable, akin to a flickering candle before the blazing sun. "Who are you?" Naruto instinctively retreated, widening the distance and summoning Shinjutsu spheres to encircle himself. Madara also froze momentarily, fixating his Rinnegan on the suddenly appeared, unfamiliar brat. He dared not underestimate the situation. Hastily retreating and positioning his staff before him, anyone capable of taking Uzumaki Naruto's powerful strike unscathed was certainly not an ordinary person. "You all continue. I am merely passing by." Kafiza casually dispersed the smoke, turning to pat the rough trunk of the God Tree, stating, "This thing now belongs to me. If you wish to fight, please do so elsewhere, and do not damage my property. Who is in favor? Who is against?" Naruto paid no heed to the strength of the sudden appearance, reconjuring the Wind Release Raisin Shuriken with a battle cry as he charged forward. "Move aside. I intend to destroy this tree." Truly a hot-blooded fool. Observing Naruto's reckless advance, Kafiza scoffed, and in the next moment, he appeared behind Naruto, delivering a swift chop to his neck. Instantly, Naruto lost consciousness and collapsed. Such speed, completely undetectable. Witnessing this unfold, Madara's Rinnegan widened in disbelief. Despite his own strength, he had failed to notice when the other party had appeared behind Uzumaki Naruto. Was it a space-time ninjutsu akin to the fourth Hokage's, or a space-type ninjutsu? No, that cannot be. From the moment he appeared until now, Madara had not seen him perform any hand signs. Could it be pure physical prowess? Before Madara could ponder this further, he saw Kafiza floating in the air, approaching the God Tree, extending his palm to touch it, exuding a peculiar energy wave that was not chakra, but immensely powerful. "Hey, brat, do not touch other people's belongings without permission." Although Madara was unclear of Kafiza's intentions, it did not hinder him from controlling the Shinjutsu spheres behind him, launching them at Kafiza to test the other's strength. Bang, bang, bang. The Shinjutsu spheres were halted by some force, unable to advance or be retracted. "I told you, this tree now belongs to me." Kafiza flung the Shinjutsu spheres back toward Uchiha Madara. Oh no, the Shinjutsu spheres. Faced with the sudden attack, Madara reacted swiftly. forming a barrier with the remaining Shinjutsu spheres to protect himself. Boom! The Shinjutsu spheres collided, unleashing a shockwave. Moments later, the dust settled, revealing a damaged barrier formed by the Shinjutsu spheres, with Madara's right side largely obliterated. Lying inside, he gasped for breath. Clearly, his abnormal regenerative abilities had saved him once more. The Shinjutsu spheres, quite impressive, managed to survive. As long as you lie there obediently and do not move, you might just live and fulfill your dreams. My earlier strike was not intended to take your life, and given that the Shinjutsu spheres absorbed most of the damage, only half of your body was destroyed, Madara narrowly escaped with his life. Ignoring the dog-like Madara, Kafiza continued to channel energy into the God Tree, which began to flourish as if a new world had opened. This energy, distinct from chakra, resembled a person who had consumed a lifetime of bland meals suddenly indulging in a feast, unable to restrain themselves. The entire trunk began to emit a faint white light, continuously drawing energy from Kafiza's hands and delivering it to the flower buds atop the tree. To this, the God Tree responded, "I am afraid I do not recognize chakra. Please do not disturb me in the future, lest I cause a misunderstanding." As the divine tree's gravitational pull intensified, Ka-Fei-Jia's lips curved into a knowing smile. The divine tree had previously absorbed chakra, which is essentially a form of life energy, vastly different from the chi within him. There was no reason to forsake a fine nectar for inferior offerings. Given his overwhelming battle prowess, sustaining a tree was effortless. The rate at which it absorbed chi was still slower than the rate at which he could effortlessly condense a chi sphere for an attack. It was too slow. Let me accelerate things. Without further consideration of whether the divine tree could withstand this surge of chi, Ka-Fei-Jia pressed his palm firmly against the trunk and began to channel his chi. The powerful chi surged forth like a torrential flood, flowing through his palm into the tree's veins. The divine tree, which would normally require countless years to grow by absorbing chakra, now blossomed before his eyes. Akin to a parched tree rejoicing in the rain, its branches unfurled at an astonishing rate, and the trunk emitted a deep, resonant hum, which, to Ka-Fei-Jia, resembled cheers of jubilation. If the divine tree could speak, it would surely plead, "Please, slow down. I beg you, take it easy. If you pour in so much so quickly, I might burst." Lying nearby, the recovering Ban was utterly bewildered. The sudden appearance of this young entity had effortlessly withstood Naruto's formidable technique and was now supplying energy to the Ten-Tail's essence, surpassing all his tactical anticipations and understanding. "What are you doing?" A faint voice tugged at Ban's consciousness, finally prompting him to react. The divine tree was the key to his infinite Tsukuyami, and it must not fall into another's hands. He swung the six-path staff, slicing through the air towards Ka-Fei-Jia's back. Unperturbed by the ambush, Ka-Fei-Jia made a slight motion. An invisible chi wall abruptly manifested, and the staff collided with it, producing a thunderous metallic clatter, halting the relentless assault of the seeking Dao Jade. Crack! A faint sound of fracture echoed as a small crack appeared at the tip of the six-path staff. Ban stared in disbelief at his weapon, a divine tool forged from yin-yang release, now fractured by the opponent. Chapter 69. I am the tomorrow of the shinobi world. I have no time for you. Ban found Ka-Fei-Jia's persistence irksome and retaliated with a swift motion. A chi blade sliced through the air at supersonic speed, leaving a brief vacuum trail in its wake. Ban's pupils constricted. Relying on his Rinnegan's foresight, he barely evaded to the side as the chi blade grazed past him. It was visible. Just as Ban thought he had evaded the attack, his body was suddenly cleaved in half from shoulder to waist. He hadn't evaded the strike. It was simply too swift, leading him to mistakenly believe he had escaped. Even more terrifying was that the chi blade had not dissipated and continued its trajectory towards the distant mountains. With a thunderous roar, the summit of a 1,000-meter peak collapsed, revealing a smooth, mirror-like fracture amidst the swirling dust. A profound silence enveloped the area. The mountain had been severed, without employing any ninjutsu. The sheer destructive force of the attack had transcended the realm of ninjas, entering the domain of deities. Ban, now half of his former self, finally comprehended that the youth before him possessed power that far surpassed the conventional definition of strength within the shinobi world. It was a force capable of effortlessly overturning the world. Ka-Fei-Jia, undeterred by Ban's terror, focused entirely on the divine tree. As the chi continued to flow, the flower buds at the tree's apex blossomed at an astonishing rate, petals unfurling only to wither, revealing a blood-red fruit adorned with the pattern of the nine-tails Rinnegan. What would normally take a millennium to bear was now blossoming and bearing fruit in an instant due to the influx of qi. Indeed, just as anticipated. Ka Fei Jia nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the fruit. At this moment, the tree's veins emitted thick clouds of white smoke from the excessive qi. While Ka Fei Jia's own qi consumption remained below 5%, Ban gazed at the divine tree's fruit, his eyes flickering with shock and despair. He realized he was but a step away from the infinite Tsukuyami, yet a sudden monstrosity had completely obstructed his path. What manner of being are you? Ban's voice trembled slightly, for it was the first time he felt such utter helplessness in battle. Ka Fei Jia looked up at the alluring fruit radiating a captivating glow and casually remarked, "Just an ordinary traveler passing by, Ka Fei Jia." With that, he leaped into the air and reached for the divine tree's fruit. The fruit felt warm to the touch, emanating a soft luminescence. Perhaps due to the immense qi infusion, it resonated harmoniously with the qi within him. At the moment the fruit was severed from the tree, a mournful cry echoed from the divine tree. Its branches began to wither, and its massive trunk visibly lost vitality at an alarming rate. Its purpose had been fulfilled. "Naruto, how long are you going to sleep?" After being hastily awakened by Sasuke, Naruto murmured as he beheld the wilting divine tree. "Sasuke, did you do this?" "No, I just arrived and found you asleep." Having also inherited the power of the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Sasuke dared not tarry and rushed to the battlefield. Who would have thought that upon arrival, he would witness the divine tree descending into self-destruction, while Naruto, the primary combatant, lay oblivious on the ground, fast asleep, filling him with a sense of foreboding for the impending battle. If it wasn't Sasuke who had done this, and the infinite Tsukuyami had not been activated, then who could it be? Naruto suddenly recalled the mysterious youth who had appeared earlier. "Sasuke, there's trouble. A foe even stronger than Ban has emerged." "You're not suggesting that Ban has ensnared you in an illusion, are you?" Sasuke interjected, his expression one of incredulity. It seemed the Sage of Six Paths had misjudged his choice. Only he could save the shinobi world. Sasuke clearly doubted Naruto's claim. For Ban was currently the strongest entity in the shinobi world. How could a being even more terrifying suddenly appear? When he arrived, the Sage of Six Paths had instructed him to stop Ban, so the truth was evident. Naruto had fallen under an illusion. However, if Ban's illusion could ensnare Naruto, his own chances of successfully controlling the tailed beasts would increase significantly. Once he familiarized himself with this power, the fate of the shinobi world would rest in his hands. As for Naruto, the impediment, he would soon be a mere stepping stone to assist in sealing Ban. "Sasuke, why won't you believe me?" Naruto pleaded, attempting to prove he had not succumbed to an illusion, scanning around for the mysterious youth. If they were able to see Ka Fei Jia high above in the clouds, it would be a miracle. In the sky, Ka Fei Jia inspected the fruit in his hand and inquired of the system. "Do you think my skin and appearance will turn grayish-white like that of the Otsutsuki clan and grow a third eye after consuming this?" The system did not respond immediately. After a lengthy minute, it concluded through scanning. "Rest assured, host, after multiple scans and analyses, it has been determined that the Saiyan bloodline surpasses that of the Otsutsuki. Consuming the fruit will not lead to assimilation. Rather, the Otsutsuki bloodline will be entirely consumed by the Saiyan bloodline, resulting in a complete evolution. That is a relief. I certainly do not wish to adopt that ghastly appearance. After all, strength may be fleeting, but handsomeness lasts a lifetime." With this assurance, Ka Fei Jia no longer hesitated and promptly consumed the fruit. Moments later, his physique began to take on a more harmonious form, his skin becoming a shade whiter, not the pale or grayish hue of the Otsutsuki, but rather a filtered perfection. Conversely, the dark brown tail at his waist transformed into a silvery white hue. A faint white glow emanated from around him, likely a result of absorbing an excessive amount of qi, causing some slight mutations in the fruit. The iconic, exaggerated hairstyle has lengthened significantly, appearing glossy and dark. If Bulma were to see it, she would undoubtedly be filled with envy. After touching his forehead, he felt relieved that a third eye, the Tsuki no Mi, had not sprouted. However, a remarkable transformation occurred in his pupils, which unified into the Nine-Tomo Rinnegan. Before he could retrieve a mirror for a closer inspection, the Nine-Tomo Rinnegan suddenly contracted and began to spin at an increasing velocity, ultimately merging back into a black pupil. The only discernible difference was a sense of duality that inexplicably added an air of pressure. Abruptly, he awakened a unique ocular technique, reversal. This technique consumes 1/3 of his ocular power and allows him or another individual to return to their peak condition, usable 3 times a day. It effectively grants him 3 chances at survival each day. His attire transformed from modern casual wear into an ancient, sacred robe adorned with tomo patterns, featuring voluminous sleeves. Surrounding him were 6 palm-sized seekers of truth, revolving slowly. A black staff, formed from the seekers of truth, materialized effortlessly in his hand. Flanked by representations of the sun and moon, symbolizing yang and yin. With a mere thought, a life-sized mirror appeared before him. A manifestation of his newfound ability to create objects after consuming the fruit. Though still unskilled, he could only produce simple items. Glancing at his reflection, he stroked his chin and mused. Not bad, aside from his tail turning white. Thankfully nothing strange has sprouted. He struck the staff formed from the seekers of truth, producing a crisp sound, and as he concentrated, the staff shifted shape. After a minute, he found it quite solid. No longer would he need to scavenge for branches to skewer meat for roasting. The system scoffed. Host, with such an extraordinary ability, your first thought is to roast meat. Your evolved bloodline is weeping, do you not hear it? Kafiza nonchalantly dug at his ear, replying, you don't understand, to a Saiyan. Nothing is more important than food. You can never comprehend the feeling of hunger. The system fell into a brief silence, unsure how to retort. For it was merely a system without an independent form. Chapter 70. Don't come near. On the battlefield below, Sasuke and Naruto discovered that Madara, having fallen to the roots of a tree, had restored his body. At that moment, Sasuke was astonished to learn that what Naruto had said was indeed true. However, regarding the suddenly appearing stranger, Sasuke considered it a minor issue. The opponent must have relied on Madara's assistance to successfully ambush Naruto. Once Madara was dealt with, this battle could be declared over. After all, he was now the possessor of the 6 Tomo Rinnegan. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. It was better to eliminate one troublesome foe than to face 2 later. Sasuke initiated the attack, with Naruto following closely behind. Madara, now just a pair of legs away from complete recovery, sensed danger and summoned the Seekers of Truth to obstruct their advance. With a bang, the 2 protagonists leapt effortlessly to evade the attack. Failing to land a hit, the Wheel of Sorrow quietly unfolded, stealthily launching an assault on the 2. Endowed with sage power, they naturally sensed the anomaly and evaded the strike. In that brief moment, Madara's body had fully returned to normal. With a grave expression, he engaged the 2 in close combat without hesitation. It must be noted that the 2, having received assistance from the Sage of 6 Paths, were indeed formidable. A mere misstep from Madara, who possessed only 1 Rinnegan, could result in him being hit by several ninjutsu attacks, even his sage body struggling to endure. After an extended period with no sign of Kuro Jutsu's return, it became clear that according to the original plan, only by gathering a pair of Rinnegan could infinite reading be activated, yet Kuro Jutsu was delayed. It seemed that there were complications on his end, and Madara needed to retrieve the other eye himself. Utilizing the Wheel of Sorrow to temporarily escape Sasuke and Naruto's attack range, Madara sped towards the injured Kakashi. Realizing that only through Kakashi's Sharingan, which shared the same spatial abilities as Obito's, could he locate Kuro Jutsu. Kakashi, having exhausted his stamina and chakra, was unable to evade as Madara swiftly extracted his Sharingan, quickly implanting it into his own eye socket. Arriving just a moment too late, Sasuke unleashed Raikiri, severing Madara in 2. Regrettably, this was inconsequential for Madara, who possessed a sage body, and he had succeeded. Kamui, Sasuke and Naruto could only watch helplessly as Madara vanished from their sight. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi. The ever-concerned Lee and Gaara hurriedly checked on Kakashi's injuries. Suddenly, Sakura, who should have been with Obito, was transported out by Kamui. Naruto, Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei, your eye? Just as Sakura emerged. She had not yet had the chance to inquire about Naruto and Sasuke's situation when she noticed the emptiness where Kakashi's Sharingan had once resided. As a medical ninja, she quickly gathered chakra to heal Kakashi's wounds. Let me do it. Naruto stepped forward, intercepting Sakura, asserting that it was merely the loss of an eye and that he could swiftly restore it. He then placed his palm over Kakashi's empty socket, and moments later, a new eye reappeared. Naruto, how did you do that? Sakura gazed at Naruto in disbelief. while she believed in his boundless chakra. The notion of him possessing medical ninjutsu was beyond her comprehension. She would sooner believe in Madara's decisions. Well, first I need to obtain the cells, and then, well, I feel like I can do it. Sakura facepalmed at Naruto's vague explanation, realizing she should not have expected anything from this fool. Kakashi observed the three of them, now capable of standing on their own, and his thoughts wandered back to when Team 7 was first formed. The contrast with now was striking. In the realm of Kamui, Madara, now half, glanced at Kuro Jutsu, still struggling for control of Obito's body. The developments unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Had he arrived even a moment later, his Rinnegan would have likely been destroyed. After a conversation with Madara, Obito commended him. "Well done, Obito. You managed to break my curse seal. But this was within my expectations." Subsequently, Obito learned the truth behind Rin's death, realizing that he had been manipulated all along. The fury ignited by this deception drove Obito to mount a final resistance, exerting all his strength to control his body and destroy the Rinnegan. However, all was in vain. With Kuro Jutsu's assistance, Madara effortlessly acquired the other Rinnegan. Obito despairingly closed his eyes. "This Sharingan is now yours, Kuro Jutsu. I will need your help to exit this space." Obito's Sharingan returned to him, but it was not by his own volition. As Kamui activated, Madara and Kuro Jutsu reappeared. "Now, let us commence the second round." Madara confidently fixed his powerful Rinnegan upon the gathered crowd. "Obito," Naruto called out anxiously. Regrettably, Obito was no longer present. "This body is now mine," Kuro Jutsu retorted mockingly. With their reunion concluded, Madara ascended into the air, clapping his hands, summoning dozens of black orbs that began to attract the stones from the ground. With a complete Rinnegan, Madara, like Pain, naturally unleashed Shinra Tensei. Massive stone spheres floated above, poised to descend at any moment. Just as shock enveloped the crowd, Sasuke urgently reminded them, "Don't just focus on the sky. That Gaia's shadows are below us." The shadows summoned by the Wheel of Sorrow had unknowingly surrounded them, ready to strike at any moment. The rain has intensified, and its drops have become somewhat harder. "You all must prepare yourselves." With a wave of his hand, Ban summoned meteorites that fell like rain. The commotion below caught the attention of the individuals on the divine tree, who were engrossed in their own vanity. "Ah, how lively it is down there. It's the perfect opportunity to test my newly acquired abilities." The system couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. "You, a Saiyan with combat power exceeding tens of millions, are now intending to bully a group of natives who have never even left their planet. Don't you feel a bit embarrassed?" The system tactfully remarked. "Host, don't you think this might be a tad inappropriate?" "Inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? I, a mere adolescent, am not afraid. Why should they be? Moreover, it's just me against a group of them. Who should be more fearful?" The system remained speechless. "As long as you're happy, host, I hope they can withstand your first strike." As soon as his left foot stepped into the realm of Huangquan Beyond, Kafiza abruptly halted. Upon reflection, the system was right. At this moment, he only needed to slightly showcase his prowess, and the ninja world would witness a demonstration of what it truly means to perish from mere experimentation. He had indeed been too hasty earlier. Slowly retracting his left foot, he reasoned that if he couldn't directly engage, surely a clone would suffice. In the next moment, a fissure appeared at the center of the battlefield, and a figure emerged silently. "Not bad. At least I wasn't transported to an unfamiliar location." For his first use of the Huangquan Beyond portal, Kafiza felt quite satisfied. At that moment, Ban was unleashing massive meteorites, while the protagonists were preoccupied with defense, leaving them unaware of the newcomer approaching from behind. This scene felt eerily familiar. Facing yet another meteor shower, Kafiza snapped his fingers crisply. Suddenly, a vast black fissure appeared beneath the meteorites, teleporting them all away. "Nanny, was that you, Sasuke? Well done." With the pressure of the meteorites lifted, Naruto excitedly patted Sasuke on the shoulder, praising him. Now, all that remained was to clear away the Rinnegan tomb summoned by Ban. Sasuke immediately denied. "Idiot. That wasn't me. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be?" Suddenly, Naruto sensed another presence nearby. Turning around, his voice carried an unmistakable shock, causing the ninjutsu he had just gathered to dissipate in an instant. "It was you. You were the one who helped us just now?" "Help? Apologies, I merely wanted to test my newly acquired abilities, and it seems the results are quite satisfactory." Kafiza was surrounded by emerging black fissures that vanished as quickly as they appeared, seemingly flaunting his power. Upon realizing that the newcomer had not intended to assist them, Naruto and Sasuke felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. They were caught between Uchiha Ban in front and a mysterious powerhouse behind. They momentarily felt outmatched, their pressure doubled. Knowing Ban's formidable strength, he observed with a grave expression. The attire of the newcomer resembled that of the Sage of Six Paths. This indicated that he had, like Ban, transcended to a new level of existence. However, the only anomaly was his appearance. Why had it not changed? Logically, he should resemble Ban. Furthermore, the fact that he could unleash such extensive spatial ninjutsu with a mere gesture was terrifying. What infuriated Ban further was that Kafiza's aura, though less potent than before, seemed intentionally restrained. Did he believe that he could defeat everyone single-handedly? What arrogant confidence! So be it. I, Uchiha Ban, shall bring about your defeat. Though he proclaimed this, the palpable pressure he exuded caused the entire battlefield to tremble. Exercising caution, Uchiha Ban refrained from acting rashly. He awaited Kafiza and the duo of Naruto and Sasuke to make their move first, allowing him to reap the benefits. It's impossible for him to wield my mother's abilities. And what about his attire? Nearby, Kurizetsu's face darkened as he muttered in a hoarse voice. Being within the Kemui space, Kurizetsu was unaware that Kafiza had effortlessly defeated Ban moments ago and caused the God Tree, which typically took millennia to bear fruit, to yield chakra fruits in an instant. Lord Ban, who is that guy? Ban shook his head in response to Kurizetsu's question. He too was curious about the emergence of such a monstrous being in the ninja world. I admit, you are indeed stronger than I. However, I am but one step away from achieving my goal, and there is no way you can stop me. According to the records on the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan, those who possess the power of reincarnation will activate the Moon Eye, designed to realize the infinite dream. Upon nearing the moon, Ban tore away the white forehead protector from his brow, revealing a Rinnegan with 9 tomo that gradually manifested. Kafiza smiled, understanding that Ban intended to utilize the moon to cast the infinite Tsukuyami. In the next moment, he appeared high in the sky, placing a hand on Ban's moon eye and teasingly stating, "Strength must be witnessed by others. Regretfully, your unrealistic dream cannot be realized just yet." With a slight downward pressure from his palm, Ban felt an immense force descend upon him, and he plummeted from the sky. Boom! His entire body landed headfirst into the ground, rigid as a stake. Fortunately, with his sage body, he wouldn't perish. Kurizetsu, I regret to inform you that your mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, will not return. Kafiza hovered in the air, scrutinizing this peculiar creation of Ein release, exposing the deepest secret of his heart. Who are you? How do you know my objective? Kurizetsu inquired in a raspy voice. The response he received was a truth-seeking ball. Kurizetsu turned to flee, but he was too late. The truth-seeking ball enveloped him effortlessly. Well, now that the shadowy being is no longer a concern. Having dealt with Kurizetsu, Kafiza descended to the side of Might Guy, whose body had turned to char. He assessed this individual, who should have perished in the winds. This is the first time I've seen someone turn to charcoal and still able to be saved. The system scoffed. What's so special about that? In Dragon Ball, isn't it possible to bring someone back to life? In comparison, this is child's play. You stay away from teacher guy. Naruto, rushing over, saw such a dangerously powerful individual next to his teacher and immediately shouted for him to retreat. In Naruto's mind, Kafiza's sudden appearance and formidable strength, which thwarted his attempts to destroy the God Tree, clearly marked him as an enemy, making it all the more crucial to keep him away from his comrades. Unfortunately, his response was a bone projectile, the Goketsu Hoko. Those struck by it would disintegrate from the wound, turning to dust without recovery, an instant death skill. Naruto, watch out. Sasuke, sensing the danger, immediately summoned the complete Susanoo, swinging his sword at the Goketsu Hoko. Bang! The Goketsu Hoko pierced through the Susanoo, narrowly missing their faces by mere centimeters before embedding itself into the ground. Oh dear, I apologize, I accidentally misfired. A mocking voice echoed. Sasuke, startled by the previous attack, broke into a cold sweat and urgently warned Naruto, who was intent on rescuing their teacher. Naruto, be careful. That move is very dangerous. I have to save teacher guy. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of Narutos emerged, charging toward Kafiza. A sea of tactics, how intriguing. Kafiza's surroundings began to sprout countless Goketsu Hokos, and in the next second, they shot forth like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. Bang, bang, bang. Any shadow clone merely grazed by the Goketsu Hoko would start to crumble from the wound, swiftly dissipating into white smoke that enveloped the battlefield. As the chakra vibrations resonated from 4 directions, dispersing the smoke on the battlefield, it was the sage art Rasen Shuriken. For shadow clones wielding elemental Rasen Shuriken, fire, earth, water, and lightning, encircled Kafiza in the center. As Kafiza's attention was drawn to the shadow clone, Naruto's true form descended from the heavens, wielding the sage art wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Sasuke, I understand. Don't worry, go ahead. Chapter 72. A fleeting alliance. Kafiza smirked disdainfully, stepping back to join the now enlarged Shinjutsu orb behind him. Boom. A violent explosion obliterated everything within a radius of several hundred meters. I entrust the rough-browed teacher to you. Take him far from here, Naruto instructed his shadow clone. Leave it to me, the clone replied, crouching down to carry the rescued Might Guy, swiftly departing the battlefield. Applause gradually erupted, a beautiful collaboration that, while appearing as an attack, was in truth a rescue operation. As the explosion subsided, the Shinjutsu orb slowly returned to its original state. Kafiza scanned the area where Might Guy had been taken by Sasuke's heavenly hand power. Suddenly aware of an ambush from behind, he leapt up and kicked sideways. Bang! 2 clear impressions of a person were left on the mountainside, yet no figure was visible. The Rinnegan may prove troublesome for you, but for me, it is akin to turning on a light at night, merely a trivial trick. Kafiza was already acutely aware of every movement on the battlefield through his sensory abilities. The shadow clones and the Rinnegan held no significance in his perception. That is Madara's Rinnegan. Sasuke and Naruto turned to glance behind them, their expressions tense and ready for action. No need to be anxious. Your true enemy is not me at present. Madara appeared behind them using Earth Release. The forehead that should have housed the Eye of the Moon was now concealed by a black band placed there by Kafiza with the Shinjutsu orb. Do you think we would believe your words? All of this is your doing. Do you have any idea how many have perished because of you, you scoundrel? Naruto exclaimed passionately, unable to suppress his hatred towards the root cause of their woes. Those were merely necessary sacrifices to achieve peace in the shinobi world. Besides, it is your choice to either cooperate with me or watch the entire shinobi realm perish at the hands of that monster. This was naturally a lie spun by Madara to solicit assistance. Fortunately, their conversation was distant from Kafiza, who could not overhear them. Otherwise, he would have surely berated Madara for spreading falsehoods about his intentions to destroy the shinobi world. Naruto, we can pretend to ally with Madara, Sasuke signaled to Naruto, weighing the tense situation. After waiting for a prolonged period with no sign of Sasuke, Naruto, or Madara approaching, Kafiza decided to alert them, extending a finger to carve a black rift in the void. Watch out. Naruto, sensing the spatial ninjutsu, first among the 3 still deliberating tactics, suddenly tackled Sasuke to evade the attack. Madara, having just forged an alliance with the 2, was inadvertently pulled into another space, a hypergravity domain. Here, gravity was 10 times that of the outside world. For Madara, entering this realm for the first time left him firmly bound to the ground. Unable to move for a time, he hastily summoned Susanoo in an attempt to alleviate the pressure weighing down on him. Where's this place? Madara manipulated Susanoo to observe his surroundings, wary of a sudden assault from Kafiza. However, the desolation around him revealed Kafiza not far off, wearing a relaxed expression akin to that of a spectator watching a performance, as if the gravitational force had no effect on him whatsoever. What an arrogant fellow. Madara, wielding Susanoo, swiftly knocked an arrow and released it in one fluid motion towards Kafiza. The arrows vanished the instant they made contact with Kafiza's body. Did he absorb it? Who would have thought he could even absorb Sage Art Chakra? Realizing he could not remain passive, Madara summoned 4 Rinnegan shadows under Susanoo's protection, launching them at Kafiza. He hoped the Rinnegan could buy him some time, as this was, after all, Kafiza's domain, and he needed a way to escape swiftly. However, before the 4 shadow figures could entangle Kafiza, they were all annihilated midway by Kafiza's shared killing ash and the Shinjutsu orb. Gone. In the blink of an eye, Kafiza vanished from Madara's view, and his Rinnegan could not capture a trace of movement. Wood release. Birth of the Woodland Realm. Acknowledging that he could not locate Kafiza, Madara resolved to expand the battlefield. He had to concede that what release was his best ally at this moment. The instant he performed the ninjutsu, the area within 100 meters around him transformed into a dense forest. If this technique were applied on Earth, it would trivialize any issues of desertification. Just as Madara breathed a sigh of relief, Kafisa silently appeared behind him. With one hand resting on Madara's shoulder, he disregarded Susanu's defense. With a slight exertion, Madara was instantly pressed into the ground, and Susanoo dissipated once more. Ugh! Madara's lower body was crushed into a pulp by the immense force. Despite possessing formidable regenerative abilities, the repeated injuries left him in a dire state. Sage Art, Gale Palm. Madara unleashed a blue laser from his mouth, sweeping towards Kafisa's waist. Bang! Facing the sudden onslaught, Kafisa merely waved his hand dismissively, causing the Sage Art to disperse into light particles. Is this the power of the Divine Tree? Madara's expression turned to one of terror. You are correct to some extent, but alas, there is no reward for you. Kafisa snapped his fingers, and sharp stone spikes coalesced from the rock, piercing Madara's limbs, pinning him firmly to the ground. So weak, the strongest ninja in the shinobi realm is at this level. Frankly, I am genuinely afraid I might inadvertently kill you. With such meager power, do you still dare to dream of changing the world? My advice is to wash up and sleep early. After hearing Kafisa's assessment, Uchiha Madara disregarded his physical pain, gritting his teeth and struggling fiercely to break free from the restraints. What do you know? I do all of this for the sake of peace in the shinobi world. Only infinite Tsukuyomi can realize everyone's dreams, not some fictitious 5 great ninja villages. Uchiha Madara was a classic example of someone deeply deceived by Kagaya's Black Zetsu, and indeed, he had never doubted the contents of the stone tablet. A spark of insight ignited in Kafisa's mind. What would happen if he revealed the truth to Madara? It was worth a try. The infinite Tsukuyomi plan has been flawed from the very beginning. You have been deceived by Black Zetsu. The contents of the stone tablet in your clan's land have long been altered by him. Madara glared at Kafisa with his Rinnegan, stating, impossible. Though I do not know how you are aware of these matters, I have personally verified the contents of the stone tablet. Black Zetsu was even created by him after I gained Hashirama's power. Kafisa's lips curled into a smirk as he continued, if that is the case, then why have you never created a second Black Zetsu? Surely you do not truly believe he is the only one, do you? In reality, they are all white Zetsu. I believe you have had your doubts, but Black Zetsu's disguise was too convincing, leading you to completely trust his words. Chapter 73. It would be better to eat sooner. The true identity of Black Zetsu is actually the son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, a life born from In release. His real purpose is to resurrect his mother using the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. You are merely a pawn in his hands, completing a millennium-long plan. The Divine Tree is the very essence of the Ten Tails, initially absorbing the world's energy to bear chakra fruits. By unleashing the infinite Tsukuyomi, it draws the people on the ground into a dream, gradually siphoning their chakra until they transform into a white life form known as White Zetsu. In simple terms, White Zetsu are the cheap soldiers mass-produced by Kagaya using the Divine Tree. Unfortunately, Kagaya was ultimately defeated and sealed by her 2 sons. As for the stone tablet you have seen, it is merely a historical record left by the Sage of 6 Paths, which does not contain any notion of achieving ultimate peace through infinite Tsukuyomi. Once you completely absorb the Divine Tree, it will be the moment when Black Zetsu backstabs you and resurrects Kagaya. In a moment of sheer disbelief, Ban stood frozen in place. After laboriously collecting tailed beasts and strategizing for years, he was suddenly informed that he had been deceived all along, that everything he had done was merely to serve as a wedding garment for Kurizetsu. He could not accept such a conclusion. The absurdity of it all was simply too much to bear. Evidence? What proof do you have to substantiate your claims? Kafisa clapped his hands, and the Suijin orb enveloping Kurizetsu slowly emerged. The evidence lies within this orb. I trust that with your Rinnegan, extracting the information you seek should prove effortless. Humans are peculiar beings. No matter how much others may say, they will always trust only what they see and hear themselves. Kafisa left the gravitational space for Uchiha Ban, allowing him to interrogate Kurizetsu to verify the truth of his earlier statements. Whether Ban could extract the information he desired or continue to be deceived was no longer Kafisa's concern. Ultimately, Uchiha Ban merely sought to bring everlasting peace to the world. Yet having been misled by Kurizetsu, he found himself on the wrong path. Whether he could seize this opportunity now depended solely on his fate. Wait. If my ideals have always been misguided, what then are yours? Suddenly appearing on the battlefield, Ban pondered that with Kaifiza's strength, even if he teamed up with those two young ones, they would be unable to defeat him. With such formidable power, can you enlighten me on how to bring peace to the ninja world? Ban's gaze fell, contemplating the implications of Kurizetsu's words. If what they said were true, then all his efforts would have been rendered meaningless. The peace he wished to bring to the ninja world had instead resulted in calamity. It was unattainable. As long as humans existed, conflicts would inevitably arise. All one could do was mitigate the tragedies that occurred. Others were indeed hell, and he would never achieve the kind of peace he envisioned. False peace would ultimately yield only falsehoods. It was best to let things unfold naturally. Furthermore, what concern was the peace of the ninja world to him? Rather than dwelling on such matters, it would be wiser to consider what to have for breakfast instead. Upon hearing such an irresponsible response, Ban paused and burst into laughter, only to stop after a while and remark, "The peace of the ninja world is worth less than a meal." After Kaifiza departed, Ban summoned Susanoo to shatter the stone spikes. Once his injuries were fully healed, he opened the orb left in the space. Upon seeing the person trapped inside, Ben focused his mind and utilized the Rinnegan to interrogate Kurizetsu. Under the powerful control of the Rinnegan, Kurizetsu swiftly divulged everything. How ironic it was that the one who wished to bring peace to the ninja world had instead brought disaster. After learning the truth, Ban separated Kurizetsu from Obito and resealed him within the Suijin orb. Stripped of his fighting spirit and lost in thought, tears streamed down his cheeks as he seemed to glimpse his brother, murmuring, "Izuna, forgive me, your foolish brother." When Kaifiza returned to the battlefield, he was greeted by Naruto's Sage Art Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, Sasuke's Susanoo equipped with Amaterasu's double-edged sword, Shinra Tensei. The powerful repulsion force timely intercepted the attacks of Naruto and Sasuke just 20 centimeters away, swiftly pushing them back. "That was close. You nearly cut me in half." Kaifiza sighed in relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. "This is all your fault, Sasuke. If you hadn't used Susanoo earlier, we might have succeeded in our ambush." Naruto pointed angrily at Sasuke. "Idiot." Sasuke replied coolly. Just as the two were about to quarrel, another Naruto emerged from beneath Kaifiza, clutching his ankle tightly. Seeing the plan succeed, Naruto and Sasuke manifested beside Kaifiza, readying their yin-yang powers. This was initially a sealing technique prepared for Uchiha Ban, but they were now compelled to use it prematurely. Moreover, Uchiha Ban had yet to make an appearance, and they had braced themselves for the worst. He might have already perished. As the yin-yang power was about to make contact with Kaifiza's body, a colossal skeletal figure suddenly appeared before them. "Not good, retreat." Sensing the danger, the two swiftly leaped back to create distance. "Is that Susanoo?" Sasuke frowned, perplexed as the eyes of the figure were neither Sharingan nor Rinnegan. He could not fathom why the opponent was capable of manifesting Susanoo and performing Shinra Tensei. Before Sasuke could ponder further, a massive ape resembling Susanoo lunged toward him. The ape's arm raised high, creating a sound that tore through the air as it descended with force. In a moment of urgency, Sasuke activated the technique of Tenjutsu, swapping places with a nearby rock. Boom! The tremendous shockwave propelled Sasuke, who had not yet regained his footing, through the air. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Naruto discovered he could fly and caught Sasuke. A monster. Truly a monster. Subsequently, Sasuke conjured a defensive Susanoo, attempting to create as much distance as possible from the explosion's epicenter with Naruto. Yet, no matter how swift they were, they could not outrun the explosive force, as they were both blown hundreds of meters away before barely stabilizing themselves. As they steadied themselves, they gazed at the battlefield, where a massive crater spanning 100 meters had formed, yet the one responsible for the destruction was nowhere to be seen. Where did that guy go? With dust swirling and visibility limited, even with Susanoo's protection, Naruto and Sasuke could sense the tension from each other's rapid breaths. Gripping their weapons tightly, they stood back to back, vigilant against a potential ambush. Over there. Suddenly, Sasuke drew a kunai and, relying on instinct, threw it toward a spot 50 meters ahead. Clang, 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 the sound of the kunai striking metal echoed. Chapter 74. Defeat. My apologies, I may have exerted a bit too much force just now. I will be more careful next time. The kunai fell into the palm of a massive hand, which gently crushed them into dust that scattered in the wind. Kaifiza, Controlling the giant ape form of Susanoo, landed a devastating punch on Sasuke's Susanoo, sending him flying 100 meters away once again. In midair, Sasuke coughed up blood, unable to maintain Susanoo any longer. Seeing this, Naruto hastily summoned the Nine-Tails form to catch Sasuke. "Sasuke, are you alright?" Naruto placed his left hand on Sasuke's shoulder, continuously using Sage Chakra to heal him. Sasuke struggled to rise, feeling significantly better than before. "I'm fine, I won't die." Nevertheless, both his trembling body and the rapid rise and fall of his chest indicated he was merely holding on. At that moment, Naruto had no time to spare, controlling the Nine-Tails to gather a tailed beast bomb and launch it at the eerie Susanoo before them. However, to his astonishment, the deep purple-tailed beast bomb was effortlessly grasped in the hand of Kaifi's giant ape Susanoo, shrinking at an astonishing rate in the span of just 1 second. "This is impossible," Naruto exclaimed in shock, realizing that his sage art was something even Uchiha Ban could not absorb. Was that creature truly human? Kaifiza smacked his lips playfully, stating, "It tastes a bit like jelly beans, but there's just not enough of it. I suggest you increase the quantity next time." In another part of the battlefield, with Uchiha Ban's absence, the black rods embedded in the previous Hokages gradually lost their effectiveness, disintegrating into dust. The god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama, glanced at his back and remarked, "Ban's rods have finally vanished. Next, we must head toward the area with the most potent chakra. Perhaps we can discern the current situation." Following the direction of the overwhelming chakra, Hashirama encountered his brother Tobirama and several other Hokages along the way. United in their objective, they advanced toward the divine tree. Wait, that is Ban's lower half. Through the residual chakra, Hashirama quickly recognized whose body it was. As Ban's closest friend and rival, he was more familiar with Ban's chakra than anyone else. There was no possibility of misidentification. "Brother, it seems those two young ones have succeeded." Senju Tobirama, as the foremost figure who harbors a deep-seated disdain for the Uchiha clan, perceives all Uchiha as inherently malevolent, with Madara being the epitome of this evil. Now, with both human and material evidence in abundance, it can be confirmed that Madara has been defeated. He could hardly contain his inner joy, nearly bursting into exultation. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe that Naruto and Sasuke had truly achieved this feat. However, a subsequent statement caused their hearts, which had just begun to settle, to race once more. If Madara is dead, then why does that tree still remain? Minato's words poured cold water on their fervent spirits. Could it be that the chakra was exhausted, leaving no strength to obliterate that tree? Tobirama shook his head, dismissing this speculation. "No. I can distinctly sense two powerful chakra signatures engaged in fierce combat. The situation has taken a new turn. We must hasten to their aid." The group nodded in agreement and prepared to depart in support. Just then, a soul began to materialize from the lower half of Madara's form, halting their advance. "Please wait. Brother, be cautious." Tobirama drew a kunai from behind his brother, his gaze fixed intently on the ghostly apparition. "Do not be alarmed. I bear no ill will. I am the Sage of Six Paths, the founder of the Shinobi sect. My appearance here is to convey an urgent matter. The Shinobi world stands at the brink of existence. A formidable being from beyond has arrived in the Shinobi realm, possessing extraordinary strength. The two saviors have been vanquished by him, and now only your power can rescue this world." Tobirama interjected. "Isn't the Sage of Six Paths a legendary figure in the Shinobi world? Wait, are you implying that those two young ones lost?" The sage's expression remained serene as he affirmed, "Indeed, the disparity in strength was insurmountable." Tobirama queried, "Then what does this mean for us? What is this being from beyond?" Tobirama's brow furrowed, veins bulging in frustration as he exclaimed, "You foolish brother." After being reprimanded, Hashirama sulked, retreating to a corner to draw circles. "Lord Hashirama, the being from beyond likely refers to someone who does not belong to the Shinobi realm, but hails from another world." Minato explained awkwardly on behalf of the god of ninjas. "Precisely, and this entity possesses immense power, having toyed with Sasuke and Naruto during their encounter." The sage continued, "I left the yin and yang seals on Sasuke and Naruto, but they had no opportunity to be activated. Even if my mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, were to be resurrected, she would not stand a chance against him." Tobirama, with a furrowed brow, pondered for a moment before asking, "Is there truly no other way to thwart this being from beyond?" The Sage of Six Paths, furrowing his brow in deep thought, shook his head with a sigh. Alas, the disparity in strength is too great. Unless he voluntarily spares the shinobi world, there is no hope. At this juncture, Hashirama interjected, I've got it. I will negotiate with him. Perhaps he will heed my words. Bang! Tobirama's fist, filled with exasperation, struck his elder brother's head. Idiot brother. Not everyone is like you. Minato and Hiruzen felt a twinge of sorrow for the first Hokage's naive behavior. The Sage of Six Paths offered a differing perspective, saying, as the reincarnation of the former Ashura, perhaps you could indeed create a miracle. You all must hurry to support them. The situation is perilous. The group wasted no time, quickening their pace to reach their comrades. Naruto, Sasuke. From a distance, Haruno Sakura, having witnessed the defeat of the two, resolved to rush toward them, despite the battle having escalated beyond her capacity to engage. Yet, as a member of Team 7, she could not stand idly by while her comrades were in peril. They were a team. I must catch up. With the 100 healings technique, the immense chakra stored in her forehead surged throughout her body, spreading like ink and forming intricate black patterns across her form, exponentially enhancing her physical prowess, speed, and reflexes. Nearby, Kakashi extended his hand, wishing to assist. But trembling hands reminded him of his own depleted chakra reserves. Advancing would only complicate matters further, and he withdrew his outstretched hand. He could only silently pray for a miracle. The future of the shinobi world rests upon you. Chapter 75. This time, I will protect you. You shall not harm them any longer. A figure dashed into the battlefield at a speed that transcended limits. It was Sakura. She chose not to attack the invincible giant Susanoo, but instead channeled all her strength and conviction into her right hand and struck the earth with tremendous force. Boom. This was not an assault, but an effort to alter the terrain. At the point of impact, a large section of ground heaved violently, forming a thick, sturdy rock barrier that temporarily severed Kajizai from Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura, what are you doing here? Quickly leave. It's too dangerous. Both Naruto and Sasuke, kneeling on the ground, gazed in disbelief at Sakura's arrival, urgently urging her to retreat. Sasuke's Rinnegan, with its 6 tomo, had temporarily closed due to overuse, while Naruto's vast chakra reserves had been entirely depleted, and the Nine Tails within him was in a frenzy of extraction. Because we are a team. Sakura's resolute gaze remained unwavering. She was Haruno Sakura of Team 7, a medical ninja who inherited Tsunade's will. As long as there was breath within her, she would never forsake a single comrade. Kajizai, somewhat taken aback, did not rush to dismantle the fragile rock wall. To him, this scene was merely a play. He even leisurely dismissed the giant Susanoo, as he deemed it unnecessary against her. However, the moment he released the Susanoo, the voice of the wood release echoed, with style, advent of the tree world. Countless robust trees erupted from the ground, not to attack Kajizai, but to swiftly spread forth, encircling the rock barrier that Sakura had erected, forming a vibrant yet indomitable forest barrier. Senju Hashirama, I have arrived. Following closely, waves of powerful chakra signatures descended one after another. Flying Thunder God technique. With a flash of golden light, Minato appeared atop the forest barrier, his specially crafted kunai glinting ominously as his serious gaze locked onto Kajizai. Shadow Clone Technique. Hiruzen instantly created 4 shadow clones, each forming hand seals, as chakra of 5 elemental natures flowed around him, maintaining the formidable presence of the 3rd Hokage. Water Release. Water Barrier. Tobirama swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a circular wall of water that rose from the ground, encircling the forest barrier as yet another line of defense. In addition, several figures, carrying immense chakra, landed with a thunderous impact. They were the current 5 Kage, who had hurriedly arrived after receiving urgent intelligence, expending significant chakra to come to the fray. The 4th Raikage, surged with lightning chakra, roaring, is it you causing all this chaos? Sachika Jinoki, though weary in appearance, had gathered dust release energy in his palm. No matter who you are, opposing the entirety of the shinobi world is your gravest folly. Gaara manipulated an abundance of sand, forming a solid defense, standing silently yet resolutely with the allied forces. Alongside the timely arrival of Tsunade, the current 5 Kage and the reincarnated past Hokage surrounded Kajizai in an encroaching formation. This was an unprecedentedly luxurious assembly in the history of the shinobi world. united against a common, incomprehensible foe. Hashirama stood at the highest point of the tree world, solemnly addressing the battlefield. Stranger, we ask that you depart from this world. This is not a place for you to be. Ka Fei Jia surveyed the surroundings, observing the faces filled with anger, solemnity, and hatred, and instead of feeling any anxiety, he burst into laughter, a hint of amusement in his smile. What a magnificent assembly! However, have you perhaps misunderstood something? Ka Fei Jia's voice remained calm, yet it carried an invisible pressure that caused all the powerful individuals present to feel a weight in their hearts. I stand here not because I wish to annihilate anything, but simply because. He slowly raised a hand, palm facing upwards, as an energy far surpassing the essence of chakra began to gather. I am stronger than all of you combined, and the weak have no right to impose conditions on the strong. No sooner had he spoken than the energy in his palm erupted. It was not any known ninjutsu, but a pure, unadulterated energy shockwave, akin to an invisible tsunami, pushing forth towards all the powerful beings in every direction. Be careful. Defend. The Shinju wall shattered upon contact, the water barrier evaporated, Gaara's sand wall crumbled, and the Raikage's lightning armor flickered as they combined nearly all the top powers of the ninja world in a united defense. Yet this seemingly casual strike began to collapse as if made of paper. Dust soared into the sky, obscuring the figures of all present. Damn it, why? Why? I can't help it all. Clearly, everyone has made progress. Why am I still stagnant? The powerful shockwave seemed poised to engulf Team 7. Haruno Sakura shouted loudly, attempting to lift a massive stone slab in an effort to block it. Sakura, get out of the way. Behind her, Naruto and Sasuke struggled to stand. This technique was terrifying, and they could not allow Sakura to bear the brunt of the damage. Always sheltered behind the two, she now fixed her determined gaze upon them. This time, I will protect you. Boom. The shockwave subsided. The group crawled out of the ruins in disarray, a wave of fear surging within them at the power of that attack. If the opponent unleashed it again, the ninja world might face utter destruction. Behind the front lines. I'm sorry, Sasuke and Naruto-kun. I have broken my promise again. Haruno Sakura ultimately could not protect them on her own. It's all right, Sakura. You have done exceptionally well. Now, leave the rest to us. Her unwavering spirit was ultimately defeated by the harsh reality of her physical limits, and the Byakugan no Jutsu began to fade. Sakura's consciousness gradually drifted as she fell into the embrace of the Kyuubi, shielded by Susanoo. Naruto channeled the freshly refined chakra of the Kyuubi into Sakura to ensure her safety. Cough, cough. Haruno Sakura opened her weary eyes, her smile blooming upon seeing the two unharmed. Sasuke-kun, that is wonderful, I did it. Faced with the girl who would risk her life to protect him, Sasuke felt a stir in his heart. Bang! Naruto utilized a shadow clone, instructing it to take Sakura away from the scene. Leave it to me, my original. As the clone departed, Naruto's expression was devoid of the calmness he had previously displayed. How about you, Sasuke? Can you still fight? Humph. What about you? Do you need me to stall for time for you to recover your chakra? Exhausted, the two exchanged a glance and could not help but laugh heartily, both aware that the other was merely putting on a brave face, yet neither was willing to concede defeat. Chapter 76. The Invincible Flying Thunder God. The bodies of Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen, and Minato, resurrected through impure world reincarnation, were visibly repairing at a remarkable speed. However, the living Tsunade, Raikage, Mizukage, Tsuchikage, and Fukage were in disarray, their chakra severely depleted. His level of power is entirely different from ours. Senju Tobirama analyzed calmly, his sharp gaze sweeping over Ka Fei Jia. Conventional ninjutsu will likely have minimal effect. We must exert every effort to create an opportunity for Naruto and Sasuke to use the Six Paths sealing technique. Understood. The figure of Namikaze Minato shimmered like gold, constantly flashing around the battlefield, setting up the Flying Thunder God technique for subsequent maneuvers. Ka Fei Jia surveyed everyone, chuckling lightly. No matter how much you prepare, the final outcome will remain the same. He snapped his fingers. An array of deadly energy shot directly at Tsunade. To win the battle, first eliminate the healer. Flying Thunder God. Minato's figure abruptly appeared in the path of the death ray, his specially crafted kunai tracing a marvelous trajectory, creating a miniature spatial vortex that completely swallowed the lethal attack. Several kilometers away, an explosion echoed over the desolate mountains. After completing the transfer, Minato breathed heavily, Redirecting such an attack consumes a tremendous amount of chakra, more troublesome than a tailed beast bomb. Spatial abilities are indeed vexing. But this time, let us see how many you can redirect. Before Ka-Fei-Jia could finish his words, 5 energy rays surged towards him from different directions. The battlefield was once again illuminated by golden flashes, as Minato consecutively redirected 4 rays to different locations, and even in the state of impure world reincarnation. The chakra consumption was difficult to replenish in such a short time. The remaining attacks were met with the full force of 3 individuals. Wood release, wood pillar wall. Dust release, merging of the realms technique. Lightning release, lightning explosive bomb. Each employed their techniques to defend, and ultimately, with Raikage's desperate struggle, the rays were slightly deflected, narrowly avoiding the attacks. Seizing this moment, the ground beneath Tsunade cracked, as she pushed the Byakugan no Jutsu to its peak, gathering all her monstrous strength for a punch aimed at Ka-Fei-Jia's face. This was their well-planned strategy, to create an opening with their strongest melee attack. You wish to compete in strength? How commendable. Ka-Fei-Jia similarly threw a punch, a collision of pure power. Boom. The shockwave generated by the clash of fists temporarily lifted the surrounding debris into the air. Tsunade's arm instantly emitted a painful crack. The healing speed of the Byakugan no Jutsu unable to keep up with the destruction, blood splattered. She felt as though she had struck an unyielding mountain. An unmatched force surging through her arm, threatening to utterly crush her. Just at this critical moment, a golden flash darted past. Flying Thunder God technique. Namake's Minato, at the crucial juncture, forcibly intervened using the Flying Thunder God mark he had previously set near Tsunade. He wrapped one arm around Tsunade's waist, forcibly turning to absorb the opponent's attack. Crack! A sickening sound of bones breaking echoed from Minato's back as well. Even though he only endured part of the residual force, that terrifying power instantly shattered the upper half of his body. Yet in that fleeting moment, golden light flashed once more, and the two found themselves 100 meters away, escaping the most dangerous zone. Cough! Thank you, Minato. Tsunade collapsed to the ground, her right arm hanging limply, as the Byakugan no Jutsu rapidly repaired her shattered arm, completing the restoration in a short time, albeit at the cost of increased chakra consumption. Minato's back was also slowly mending. Though in the state of impure world reincarnation, the speed was significantly slower than usual. The golden flash lived up to its reputation. Ka-Fei-Jia did not pursue, but instead remarked, "The regenerative capability of impure world reincarnation is somewhat troublesome. Let us seal them first." With a thought, 3 pitch-black Shinju balls appeared behind him, swiftly transforming, one morphing into a black spear swirling with yin and yang chakra. Now, it is time to clear the field. Before his voice faded, his figure vanished like a specter. Be careful. That black object feels very wrong. Tobirama sounded the alarm first, a strong sense of danger causing his hairs to stand on end. But it was too late. Ka-Fei-Jia appeared before Senju Tobirama, the Shinju spear piercing down effortlessly. Tobirama attempted to evade using the water barrier in conjunction with the Flying Thunder God, but the black spear passed through the water and space as if they were non-existent, effortlessly cutting through. Whoosh! Tobirama's body was cleaved in 2 at the waist. There was no blood at the cut. The severed upper and lower halves fell helplessly, unable to reassemble, as long hair tethered them to the ground. Tobirama! Senju Hashirama roared in fury, absorbing natural energy to prepare for Sage Mode. Ka-Fei-Jia's figure flickered again, now standing before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Risen wielded the indestructible King Kong Rui staff with great determination, blocking fiercely. Clang! A Tao-seeking jade transformed into a long sword, striking against the Rui staff, which, renowned for its resilience, was effortlessly severed as if it were decayed wood. The sword's edge grazed Rizen's chest, nearly cleaving him in 2. The same effect manifested. The wound inflicted by the Tao-seeking jade rendered the regenerative power of the Edo Tensei completely ineffective. Rizen's body froze in place, unable to recover. His consciousness remained. Yet he had utterly lost his combat capability. Old man, Minato cried urgently, wishing to assist but delayed due to chakra exhaustion. Raikage, Tsuchikage, Kazekage, cover me. Senju Hashirama bellowed, joining his hands together. A tremendous surge of senjutsu chakra soared skyward, his visage transforming into that of a sage. This will be my only strike. Senjutsu would release. True Thousand Hands. A colossal statue of Cannon rose majestically from the ground, exuding an aura of destruction and creation. Countless massive arms raining down upon Kafiza like a torrential storm. This was the ultimate power that once quelled chaos. This is more like it, Kafiza remarked. His interest peaked as he beheld the overwhelming assault. He refrained from utilizing the Tao-seeking jade again, instead morphing into a streak of light. With either fist or foot, or even the mere force of his body, every collision produced cataclysmic echoes as he shattered the enormous arms of the true Thousand Hands with sheer strength. Wooden splinters flew like rain, resembling a snowfall of wood release. Now, in that fleeting moment when Kafiza's attention was momentarily captivated by Hashirama's all-out ultimate sage technique, Minato hurled the last of his flying Raijin Kunai with all his might towards Kafiza's rear. Simultaneously, he shouted below Naruto, "Sasuke!" Down below, amid the bloodshed, sacrifice, and the ephemeral opportunity created by the sealed Edo Tensei bodies, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were already poised for action. "Go, Sasuke! Let's end this." Naruto brandished an identical kunai, grasping Sasuke's hand, and in an instant, they materialized behind Kafiza. Chapter 77. Betting everything in the shinobi world for success. The space around them warped. Their figures vanished into thin air, only to reappear directly behind Kafiza, so close that they could feel the energy radiating from his body. An opportunity not to be missed. Time was of the essence. They unleashed simultaneous strikes, the Yin seal from Sasuke's left hand and the Yang seal from Naruto's right hand. Imbued with a resolute will to seal everything, without hesitation, struck toward Kafiza's back. This was the final blow, encapsulating all sacrifices and determination. However, I was expecting you. Kafiza's voice was calm, devoid of any turbulence, even carrying a hint of understanding. He did not fully turn, as if he possessed eyes behind him. Just as Naruto and Sasuke's attacks were about to connect, an unfathomable force erupted from him, surpassing any prior moment. Boom! This was not ninjutsu, but an absolute barrier composed purely of energy. It was a disparity born from the crushing weight of life levels. What? Damn it! Naruto and Sasuke felt as if their hands had collided with a meteor plummeting at breakneck speed. The recoil was not only immense, but bore a domineering force that threatened to obliterate everything. Could their yin-yang power truly imprison him? Kurama! Naruto roared. His body enveloped in radiant golden light, the immense chakra of the nine tails enveloping him, transforming into a colossal golden fox, attempting to forcefully break through with the might of a tailed beast. Susanoo. Sasuke's six-tomo Rinnegan spun wildly, purple chakra soaring skyward as his complete Susanoo materialized, clad in armor. Wings unfurled, wielding a gigantic chakra blade alongside Naruto's nine-tails claws, striking with all their might against that formless energy. Crack! Boom! The nine-tails claws shattered, and Susanoo's blade fractured. The forms of these newly ascended six-paths-level warriors faltered before such pure power, unable to withstand even for a moment, as fragile as glass. The energy emanating from Kafiza merely paused for an instant, then surged forth with even greater ferocity, pushing back the nine tails and Susanoo, along with Naruto and Sasuke, uncontrollably sliding backwards. Their hands, infused with sealing power, found themselves unable to advance an inch, instead retreating desperately from Kafiza's form. How could it be that they couldn't even touch him? Naruto gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Was the disparity in power so vast? Sasuke too displayed disbelief, his complete Susanoo cracking inch by inch. With the hope of victory so near, it felt utterly out of reach. But it is not over yet. An ancient, yet resolute voice resounded. It was Inoki, suspended in the air. Drawing upon his remaining chakra, he unleashed an improved earth release, ultra-light heavy rock technique. Not on himself, but transforming into myriad strands of faint light, wrapping around all the remaining Kaga-level warriors present. Tsunade, Terumi-me, Gaara, and those of you in Edo Tensei, give your strength to them. Inoki roared hoarsely, blood seeping from his 7 orifices due to the excessive strain on his chakra. Without a hint of hesitation, "Take it, kid!" Raikage bellowed, unleashing every remnant of lightning chakra within him. It must succeed. Terumi-me formed hand seals, water and fire chakra coalescing into pure energy streams. The will of the sand is with you. Gaara manipulated sand, transferring his chakra along with Shikaku's residual power. The future of the shinobi world depends on you. Tsunade forced out the last vestiges of her life force from the Byakugan technique. Naruto, Sasuke, Minato, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Sarutobi Hisashi smiled as they stripped away the fundamental chakra sustaining their Edo Tensei forms, their bodies gradually becoming translucent until they dissipated. Streams of chakra, each a different hue representing various attributes and wills, surged forth under Inoki's guidance, crossing through space like rivers converging into the sea, flooding into the struggling Naruto and Sasuke. Empowered by this influx of strength, the brilliance of the Nine Tails and Susanoo surged once more, barely withstanding Kafiza's oppressive force. And their retreating hands even pushed forward by a fraction. Yet, that was all it amounted to. Kafiza's strength seemed limitless, despite the collective might of all. They could only maintain a stalemate, their sealing hands still unable to reach his body. A futile struggle. Kafiza appeared to deem this farce should come to an end, as his aura began to rise once more, preparing to utterly crush everything before him. Just as despair was about to solidify, a wave of warmth, harmony, and immeasurable grandeur unexpectedly enveloped the entire battlefield. Behind Naruto and Sasuke and all the combatants, the spirit of the Sage of Six Paths, Daitongu Yui, manifested clearly. Holding his sage staff, his gaze was filled with compassion and resolve. Descendants of the shinobi, you are not alone. He slowly raised the staff, solemnly declaring, spirits from the Pure Land, heed my call. Lend your strength to these hands that shall forge the future. As he spoke, powerful souls traversed the boundaries of life and death, appearing beside the Sage of Six Paths. The Hokage from generations past, Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya, Shinjunai, Nagato, Konan, and all those who had left indelible marks in the history of the shinobi world, their spirits radiating light, raised their hands in unison. Filled with longing for their homeland and hope for the future, silence enveloped the atmosphere, with only the overwhelming chakra and unwavering will surging forth like a magnificent torrent that transcended the barriers of life and death, pouring into the very beings of Naruto and Sasuke. It was a power unprecedented, not merely chakra, but the collective hopes and wishes of countless ancestors. Can you feel it, Naruto? The weight of the entire shinobi world. An unprecedented radiance erupted from Sasuke's Rinnegan, adorned with 6 tomo. The two unleashed a soul-stirring roar. The combined might of the contemporary 5 Kage, all past Hokage, the strongest from the Pure Land. And the very essence of the Sage of Six Paths converged at this moment, finally overwhelming that indomitable barrier of power. Bang! The intangible shield shattered like glass, disintegrating into nothingness. Naruto and Sasuke, their hands glowing with yin-yang symbols, pressed forward with an indomitable spirit, firmly placing their palms upon Kafiza. Six Paths, Earth Explosion Star. Sealing version. The blinding black and white light instantaneously engulfed Kafiza, and the colossal sealing technique rapidly expanded around him, spinning. Had they succeeded? All held their breath. Yet, at the very moment the sealing technique fully formed, completely locking away Kafiza's power, a chilling crack followed by the harrowing sounds of bones shattering and flesh dissolving echoed. As the radiance dissipated, Kafiza's figure had vanished, successfully sealed within the immense sphere. However, at that very spot, the arms Naruto and Sasuke used for the sealing had disintegrated into nothingness below the shoulders, as if they had never existed. Their faces turned pale, staggering backward. The severed limbs charred black, with no blood flowing. Having expended all their strength and will, the two lost consciousness and began to plummet from the sky. Chapter 78. Sasuke. I am invincible in the shinobi world. Just as Naruto and Sasuke lost consciousness from the agony of their severed arms and the complete depletion of their power, a gentle force cradled them. The Sage of Six Paths, Daitongu Yui, gently lowered them to the ground, preventing further harm. At this moment, on the battlefield, others, including the 5 Kage and the surviving ninjas, found their chakra utterly depleted, watching helplessly, their hearts filled with despair and dread. Had it not been for the sage's intervention, these two heroes who had just saved the world would have likely perished on the battlefield after their victory. Gratitude poured forth from Tsunade, her voice weak. The Sage of Six Paths nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke, particularly their vacant shoulders, a flicker of compassion shimmering in his eyes. He then turned his attention to the massive stone sphere that hovered in the air, sealing Kafiza, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Leaving this here would undoubtedly pose a risk. He slowly raised his sage staff, unleashing an invisible force. Let it be cast away from the shinobi world, exiled beyond the heavens. Under the awed gazes of all, the colossal stone sphere ascended rapidly, piercing through the clouds, shrinking into a mere. Ultimately, it vanished completely from sight, entering the vast cosmos, settling into an orbit around a celestial body, becoming the second moon in the night sky. Henceforth, the shinobi world would have 2 radiant moons. A week later, a victory celebration took place in Konoha, attended by all 5 great nations, an unprecedented spectacle. Despite the heavy toll, the joy of peace permeated every heart. Naruto emerged as the undisputed hero, embraced by all. Sasuke, though equally revered as a hero, felt out of place amidst the raucous festivities. The loss of his left arm meant a significant reduction in his power. More critically, ideological rifts had emerged between him and Naruto regarding the definition of peace and the handling of tailed beasts, the absence of a common enemy making the conflicts glaringly apparent. It mirrored the historical discord between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. In a tranquil dawn, Sasuke resolved to depart alone without notifying anyone. Outside Konoha, beside the Great Gate. Must you leave? Haruno Sakura, holding back tears, stood before Sasuke. Her voice trembled, reminiscent of their confrontation at the Valley of the End. Oh. Sasuke's reply remained succinct. His remaining right arm hanging naturally by his side, his gaze calmly fixed on the horizon. I need to seek answers. About myself, about this shinobi world, and the new possibilities. Although the Rinnegan with 6 Tomo remains, the loss of his left arm renders him incapable of subjugating the shinobi world by force, let alone imprisoning all tailed beasts. He found himself in a state of confusion, yearning for exploration. I have always. Sakura mustered her courage, her cheeks flushed, yet her voice unwavering. I have always liked you, Sasuke-kun, for a long time, so please take me with you. Sasuke paused for a moment, gazing at his steadfast companion who had relentlessly pursued him. He saw the sincerity and pleading in her eyes, but ultimately, he shook his head. Thank you, he replied softly. The gentlest refusal he could muster. But, not this time, perhaps next time. Having spoken, he did not linger and turned to vanish from Konoha. Sakura stood rooted, tears silently cascading down her cheeks, yet her face was flushed and she did not pursue him. Did Sasuke-kun just acknowledge me? Days after leaving Konoha, Sasuke trekked alone through a desolate valley. He was adjusting to life and combat with one arm, yet confusion still plagued his heart. Boom. A violent explosion erupted above the river, incessantly. The shinobi world, which should have been at peace, was not meant to witness such warfare. This anomaly piqued Sasuke's interest. He decided to investigate what was occurring. Above the river, within a camp, you monstrous being, truly terrifyingly powerful, Uchiha Madara, who should have been confined within the realm of supergravity, inexplicably found himself here, sprawled on a cold stone slab, gasping heavily, voicing his grievances to the pristine youth before him. Regardless of how many times we clash, you treat me like a mere toy. The youth was none other than Kafiza, who should have been sealed, yet for some reason, he too had suddenly appeared here. I warned you long ago, our powers are vastly disparate. With a mere flick of my finger, I could crush you like an ant. As a warrior of his kind, Kafiza had to acknowledge Madara's indomitable spirit, seeking him out for a fight time and again. This should have been a source of joy for a Saiyan, yet the challenger was simply too weak, so weak that he could hardly muster any interest. He yearned for battles that were evenly matched, where formidable foes ignited his passion rather than childish play. Such words are ever so disheartening. Ha ha ha. For Madara, failure was not an unbearable fate. A ninja grows through repeated failures until they surpass their adversaries. He firmly believed that one day he would scale the heights before him. Suddenly, Madara sensed someone approaching them. That familiar chakra belongs to Uchiha Sasuke. Madara sprang to his feet, looking to Kafiza for instructions, only to find him unresponsive. Having vented his frustrations on him, now a conveniently placed punching bag had arrived. As Sasuke neared the explosion zone, he sensed danger and sidestepped, a kunai grazing his cheek and embedding itself into the ground. Had he reacted even a moment slower, he might have perished in this unknown place. Glancing back towards the direction from which the kunai had come, he unleashed a classic fire style, great fireball technique. The assailant was none other than Madara, who faced Sasuke's attack without flinching, responding with his own fire style. Madara, weren't you supposed to have perished in that battle? How could you be here? A chill ran down Sasuke's spine. Only a week prior, on the battlefield, he and Naruto believed Madara had been slain. For he had not appeared at all in the end. The situation has become rather serious. He must swiftly seek an opportunity to relay the intelligence back to Muye. The pitiable young lad remains blissfully unaware, feeling quite proud of himself despite being manipulated in that battle. How absurd it is to consider oneself a hero. What do you mean by that? Sasuke, vigilant, scanned his surroundings but found no traps. He couldn't help but ponder, since Madara is here. It implies that the earlier explosion was indeed orchestrated by him. Was it a deliberate ploy to draw him in? Did he intend to defeat both himself and Naruto one by one to realize the infinite Tsukuyomi? How laughable, based on that skirmish. He had already mastered the capabilities of his left eye. The outcome was still uncertain. With unwavering confidence, Sasuke charged at Madara, but predictably, he fell swiftly and without aid. Madara bound Sasuke like a caterpillar, sealing his chakra, and brought him to the camp. Is this food meant for me? Chapter 79, The Issues Within the Ninja World. Kafiza prodded the wriggling caterpillar on the ground with a stick, feigning ignorance. However, this meager amount of food is hardly sufficient for me. Madara admitted he had indeed been startled by the boy's appetite. Without hundreds of servings, he could never satiate his hunger. Nevertheless, he was curious, logically. Those who have completed their evolutionary cycle should no longer require sustenance. Kafizo asserted that living is about enjoying the finest delicacies, not enduring a life of hardship as a reclusive ascetic. Stop joking. You should have been completely sealed by Naruto and me. Why are you two together? Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the boy before him. Was the entirety of the ninja world's strength unable to seal him? Moreover, from their conversation, it appeared they had established some form of collaboration. Either one of them, regardless of who it was an entity that he alone could not contend with. And now they had formed an alliance. The ninja world was doomed. Young man, do you still believe that what you sealed was his true self? Madara regarded Sasuke with pitying eyes and reminded him. This is impossible. Sasuke's Rinnegan spun frantically in utter shock. If this Kafiza is indeed real, the true entity, then what was sent to the moon? Fear coiled around his heart like a cold, venomous serpent. It seems you held a rather lively funeral. Kafiza spoke with unabashed mockery. You, along with Uzumaki Naruto and the entire ninja world, have misunderstood one crucial matter. What you sealed was merely one of my clones. A trivial incarnation used to test newly acquired abilities. Sasuke lay on the ground, filled with disbelief and humiliation. To expend the entire strength of the ninja world and pay such a heavy price, only to find it was a mere ability test? As a hero, why do you find yourself alone here? Madara inquired with curiosity. However, Kafiza seemed to have guessed the reason for Sasuke's presence. Perhaps having lost an arm. You realized that brute strength alone cannot dominate the ninja world and sought a new path, am I right? Madara was somewhat taken aback, surprised to discover that Sasuke's aspirations mirrored his own youthful ambitions. However, he had long since seen through the essence of the ninja world. Even if one were to win the war, the old cycles of the ninja world would remain unchanged. Hatred, conflict, and the abuse of tailed beasts stem from the deep-seated selfishness and narrow-mindedness of humanity, from the erroneous order built upon fear and the threat of power. Madara's gaze drifted into the distance, as if he could see the tragic cycles of the ninja world throughout the millennia. I once sought to create a dream devoid of conflict through the infinite Tsukuyomi. That was a mistake. Yet, my original intention of pursuing peace remains unchanged. He then turned to Kafiza, his expression complex. And in him, I see another possibility. No, I see the very essence of our world's errors. His power, transcending comprehension, reflects our tragic journey along the wrong path. He lowered his head, looking once more at Sasuke, extending an invitation. Confused descendant of Uchiha, stay here, walk beside us. Use your eyes to witness the truth of this world, to comprehend what true peace is. This may well be the only path for you to find your answers. Sasuke lay on the ground, gazing at the unfathomable Kafiza, then at the drastically transformed Uchiha Madara, overwhelmed by an indescribable turmoil. The hatred of his family, the darkness of his village, the conflicts of the ninja world, and the unfathomable strength and mystery before him. All clues seemed to converge on these two individuals. He remained silent. Yet his silence spoke volumes. After freeing himself from his bonds, Sasuke sat up, instinctively preparing to flee, as it seemed pointless to remain. He looked at Uchiha Madara. whose Rinnegan once burned with the desire to conquer the world, now serene to the point of confusion. How do you perceive this world now? Sasuke was intrigued by the mastermind behind the Tsuki no Mi plan, now allied with an even more formidable entity, claiming to have found a new purpose. Madara did not respond directly, but instead turned his gaze toward Kafisa. Kafisa shrugged indifferently, as if to say, "This is your affair, deal with it." Madara withdrew his gaze. Producing a modest stack of pamphlets from within his robes, the cover inscribed with the words "A Brief Analysis of Marxism, Ninja World Special Edition," in a crooked script. "Here, perhaps you will find the answers you seek." Madara offered the pamphlet to Sasuke, his gaze calm. "All our past struggles and sufferings may find their roots within these pages." Sasuke hesitated before accepting it, turning the pages with his remaining right hand. Initially, he furrowed his brow, perplexed by the unfamiliar terms. Yet, as Madara elucidated the content in relation to the realities of the ninja world, his breath grew heavy and astonishment flickered in his eyes. Madara incisively pointed out the current issues plaguing the ninja world, identifying the core contradiction as the private ownership of productive resources, particularly the monopolization of chakra, juxtaposed with the socialized development of ninja productivity. The Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans, as well as various ninja villages, treat their powerful bloodlines and secret techniques as private property, passed down through generations without sharing. This has led to a severe imbalance of power, creating a class divide between the inherently noble ninjas and the commoners. No matter how hard lower-tier ninjas strive, their potential is nearly locked at birth, leaving them with no hope of rising. The daimyo and nobles control land and wealth, issuing tasks and compensating with money. In essence, ninja villages are large, highly militarized mercenary groups, trading martial prowess for survival resources. The compensation for tasks is largely siphoned off by village elites and the task system itself, leaving the lower-tier ninjas, who undertake the dangerous missions, with only a meager fraction. This is the exploitation of surplus value. The first Hokage established the ninja villages intending to end the clan wars. However, this merely magnified and integrated the enmities between clans into a larger scale of animosity among ninja villages. The economy of ninja villages relies on war and conflict. And during peacetime, they face the dilemma of reduced tasks and ninja unemployment. This system inherently depends on opposition and tension, serving as a breeding ground for war rather than a foundation for peace. The will of fire and the will of lightning. Each village cloaks itself in these noble ideals. Yet their core purpose is to compel ninjas to willingly contribute, sacrifice, and even harbor hatred towards ninjas from other villages for the sake of their own village. This obscures the true conflict of unfair resource distribution and class oppression, leading ninjas to chase after illusory glory and the interests of their villages, all while ignoring the systemic oppression that truly binds them. Closing the booklet, I gazed at the struggling expression on Sasuke's face and spoke solemnly. Both Hashirama and I, whether through absolute power to maintain balance or through infinite Tsukuyomi to escape reality, merely sought to embellish a facade of peace without disturbing the decayed foundations. For a millennium, ninjas have fought, countless lives lost. Yet never did we consider that the root of tragedy lies not in the malevolence of a single individual nor in the existence of tailed beasts, but rather in this system that ensnares everyone, rendering them unable to break free. Sasuke tightened his grip on the booklet, his fingertips whitening from the pressure. He recalled the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Itachi's sacrifice, the brutal history of the Ninja World War. Every incomprehensible and unacceptable tragedy now seemed to be linked by a clear thread. Behind the chains of hatred lies a deeper, more colossal structural violence. He glanced at Madara, then at the seemingly indifferent Kafisa beside him, and sensed a distinctly different path leading towards true understanding. Sasuke remained silent. Yet the book, A Brief Analysis of Marxism, was clenched tightly in his hand. This silence was no longer one of confusion, but rather a signal of heavy contemplation beginning to take root. As night fell beside the campfire, after a prolonged silence, Sasuke finally broke the stillness. What should we do to implement reforms? Should we incite war? Or shall we join forces to eliminate all the Hokages and overthrow the rule of the ninja villages and daimyos? Madara shook his head, the flames dancing upon his face as he replied indifferently. That is the very mistake Hashirama and I made in our time, believing that strength alone could resolve everything. In hindsight, that path was ultimately misguided. Kafisa, roasting a large beast's leg, interjected with sarcasm. Don't you think they're a bit unhinged for pondering such profound questions at this hour? With this time, they might as well flip the meat before it burns. The system retorted disdainfully, please respect the serious atmosphere of intellectual enlightenment. Moreover, according to my calculations, the meat before them is a mere 1 minute and 23 seconds from being overcooked. There is no need for haste. Kafiza grimaced, regretting ever requesting that book for Madara. Now both of them seemed entranced. Flipping the beast's leg, fat dripped into the fire, sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma. Madara did not directly answer Sasuke's inquiry, but instead countered, eliminate all Hokages and daimyos. And then what? Shall we become the new gods, redistributing interests with even greater power? Establishing new rules that we deem correct? How does that differ fundamentally from the current system? It would merely be a change of surface without addressing the core, initiating another cycle of oppression. He picked up a twig, casually drawing in the dirt. The text states that violent revolution is a last resort, a desperate choice when the path of reform is completely blocked. However, prior to that, a revolution of thought is far more essential. We must awaken the awareness of thousands of ordinary ninjas, even civilians, to realize their state of exploitation and oppression, understanding that their collective strength is far more potent than that of one or two saviors. Just like this fire. He pointed towards the flames. Relying solely on a few large logs will not sustain it for long. But if countless small branches and dry leaves come together, they can create an unstoppable blaze. Enduring and unquenchable. Our goal should not be to become the largest log ourselves, but rather to be the spark that ignites the dry leaves. Sasuke stared at the disordered lines drawn by Madara in the dirt, as if observing the intricate class structure of the ninja world. A revolution of thought? That sounds more challenging and slower than conquering by force. Madara nodded in agreement. Because it touches the very foundation, it is naturally arduous. Yet, this is the fundamental solution. He paused, organizing his thoughts, which had been on his mind recently. Firstly, we must dismantle the sacred aura surrounding the will of fire and similar ideologies, exposing their essence in upholding class domination. Secondly, we need to gradually establish a disciplined organization to propagate new ideas. Lastly, we must identify a suitable nation to serve as our stronghold, perhaps a small country suffering under the tyranny of the daimyos. Madara's gaze fixed on Sasuke, deep and penetrating. Sasuke fell into a deeper silence. The vision Madara painted was starkly different from his past understanding of power, revenge, and dominion. At that moment, Kafiza finally couldn't resist interjecting, tearing off a perfectly roasted piece of beast meat and mumbling through a mouthful. Why complicate things? Just use Genjutsu to control the daimyos. And with your combined strength, no one would ever notice. Then gradually implement reforms. Ninjas are, after all, in it for the money. And they won't care what new policies the daimyos enact. Both Madara and Sasuke paused, momentarily taken aback. Though Kafiza's suggestion sounded whimsical, even absurd, it unexpectedly offered a radically different perspective. Reform from the top down. The masses are blind. As long as the reforms are reasonable, no one will rise to oppose them. By leveraging the daimyo's control within the ninja world, they could swiftly transform the entire realm in just a few years. As for the peculiarities of ninjas, as long as everyone is treated equally, privileges would naturally dissipate. Sasuke gazed into the flickering fire, then at the booklet in his hand, reflecting on Madara's plan and Kafiza's nonsensical ramblings. The once firm constructs within him began to subtly shift. The outline of this new path seemed to unfurl before him, albeit hazily, pointing towards a direction he had never envisioned. As time flowed, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this month, Kafiza had largely adopted a tourist demeanor, trailing behind Madara and Sasuke as they traversed the ninja world. With his profound understanding of the ninja landscape and the power of the Rinnegan, Madara selected the most suitable daimyo estate as the initial target for their control. Sasuke eagerly absorbed those subversive ideas and participated in formulating concrete action plans. Kafiza mostly observed, occasionally offering a flash of inspiration during their heated debates. One day, the system alerted, host time travel cooldown has expired. Kafiza abruptly halted, calling out to the two. Madara and Sasuke turned simultaneously to face him. I've had enough of this world. It's time for me to return. Madara's expression shifted slightly, though he was not overly surprised. Sasuke, on the other hand, was somewhat astonished, having assumed this enigmatic figure would watch until the end. This past month has been quite entertaining, Kafisa remarked, shrugging. Watching you two go from fighting tooth and nail to collaborating on how to stage a rebellion is far more engaging than watching a movie. Suddenly remembering something, he slapped his forehead and continued, before I leave, I must mention this. Your planet is being used as a nursery by the Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya is one of their kin, though she betrayed them and single-handedly consumed the fruit of the god tree. Soon, they will likely send someone to harvest chakra. So while you are reforming, keep an eye on the skies and don't let them pilfer your home. His tone was light. Yet the content caused both Madara and Sasuke to stiffen instantly. The Otsutsuki clan, extraterrestrial foes. Before they could inquire further, Kafisa's figure began to fade, leaving behind a final taunting remark that echoed through the forest. Good luck, revolutionaries. I hope when I return, I will see a transformed ninja world, at the very least. The food should improve. The forest returned to silence, leaving only Madara and Sasuke standing still, digesting the weighty information Kafisa had imparted before his departure. Madara's Rinnegan turned towards the sky, his gaze profound. An external threat from the Otsutsuki? It seems we must accelerate our actions. Sasuke clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented sense of urgency. The internal reforms and the external latent threats presented a path to genuine peace that was far more arduous than he had anticipated. Yet this time, his gaze was devoid of confusion, replaced instead by unwavering determination. Chapter 81. The Frantic Trio in the World of Dragon Ball. Ka-Fei-Ja returned once more to the desolate planet under the jurisdiction of the Cosmic Patrol, its silence unchanged since his departure. A voice from the system echoed in his ears. After a month, he was finally reconnected to the cosmic network. As a system accustomed to soaring freely across the cosmic expanse, who could comprehend the torment of being forcibly disconnected for an entire month? The passage of time felt astonishingly swift. Upon exiting the cave, Ka-Fei-Ja stretched his limbs, preparing to retrieve the spaceship from the universal capsule to return to Earth. When a series of explosions erupted in the distant sky, how peculiar that a battle would occur here. Did the Cosmic Patrol not intervene? The system informed him that the Cosmic Patrol had already surveyed the planet earlier that day, and the individuals causing the commotion had likely smuggled themselves in afterward, remaining undetected. It appeared they were in a similar predicament as himself, which piqued his interest. Through his heightened senses, he detected a group pursuing 3 individuals who were fleeing ahead. The chase was intense, and it seemed the fleeing trio would soon be overtaken. Ka-Fei-Ja, initially intent on departing without interference, was taken by surprise as the 3 figures surged directly towards him. Was this an attempted robbery? His left eyebrow twitched. Adhering to the old adage that a twitching left eye signifies fortune, while a twitching right eye foretells misfortune. Thus, he decided to bide his time before acting. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Vegeta and his companions were fleeing in disarray from the forces of Gula and King Cold. Upon spotting the spaceship parked not far away, they felt a surge of hope. The trio had braced themselves for death on this planet. But fortune smiled upon them as they stumbled upon an unfortunate soul who had just arrived, conveniently offering them a spacecraft. Ha ha ha. Look, Naba Raditz. If we seize that spaceship, we will be saved. Vegeta exclaimed. Naba replied, Our luck is extraordinary, Vegeta. I thought we were doomed today. Raditz, the weakest among them, lagged behind, struggling to keep pace. As he witnessed his companion's speed towards the vessel, he pushed himself to unleash his latent potential, praying not to be left behind. Those figures in the sky, were they Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz? As they drew closer, Ka-Fei-Ja recognized them by their distinctive features. To his surprise, they were still alive. The system speculated that the trio had been dispatched on a mission at the time he obliterated the planet, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Ka-Fei-Ja, intrigued, leaned casually against the spaceship's hatch, observing the unfolding drama. Hey, you down there, hand over your spaceship. Naba's commanding voice boomed, laden with undeniable authority. Vegeta, ever direct, dove down, crossing his arms defiantly, his pride as a Saiyan prince forbidding him from appearing weak. It is a privilege for you to offer your spaceship to this prince. You lowly creatures. To avoid detection, the trio had already destroyed their earpieces. As the two, unable to sense energy, hastened to escape. They did not scrutinize the appearance of their would-be assailant. Had they done so, they would have recognized him as Ka-Fei-Ja, the one who vanquished Frieza. Raditz, panting heavily, landed last and nervously glanced back at the approaching pursuers, casting a wary eye at Ka-Fei-Ja. The sight startled him, causing him to tremble and retreat. Vegeta, Naba, stop. Wait. Raditz stammered, desperate to prevent his companions from engaging. Look, he is the one who killed Frieza. What nonsense are you spouting? Vegeta retorted angrily, noting the imminent arrival of their pursuers. Raditz, in his cowardice, was paralyzed by fear at the mere sight of Ka-Fei-Ja. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta and Naba stood frozen in disbelief, realizing their would-be captor was indeed the Saiyan featured in the footage they had seen. Yet, the tail that had once been brown and black now appeared inexplicably silver-white. Ka-Fei-Ja casually adjusted his ear, seemingly indifferent to their exclamations. Instead, looking up at the approaching attackers and leisurely remarked, "It seems you are in quite the predicament." Just then, noticing Vegeta and his companions attempting to escape in the spaceship, the leader commanded the area to be leveled. Energy beams rained down from above. Clearly, the enemy intended to eradicate both the individuals and the ship. This is it. The faces of Vegeta and his companions blanched at the overwhelming firepower. Many of their adversaries possessed formidable strength, yet their battle power peaked at a mere 30,000. Otherwise, they would not be fleeing. However, Ka-Fei-Ja simply raised his right hand, fingers splayed, directing it towards the sky. An immense barrier unfolded instantaneously, enveloping the four and the spaceship within its protective embrace. Boom, boom, boom. The energy beams collided violently with the barrier, producing a thunderous cacophony, yet the barrier remained unyielding, not even rippling under the impact. What? Vegeta and his companions stared in disbelief at the spectacle before them. The attacks they could not withstand had been effortlessly deflected by their assailant. As he lowered his hand, the barrier dissipated, and a wave of energy erupted from Ka-Fei-Ja's palm, obliterating all of their foes in an instant. Turning his gaze towards the astonished Vegeta and his companions, he inquired about the reason for their peril. Vegeta, suppressing his shock, explained that they were being hunted due to a death warrant issued by Gula, Frieza's brother, and King Cold against the surviving Saiyans. The reason for this dire fate lay with a certain individual who did not conceal his identity after committing murder, realizing his oversight had allowed the footage to be disseminated, thus placing the trio in jeopardy. Ka-Fei-Ja was filled with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Did you not say that no one escaped? What is the meaning of this? The system protested in defense. Indeed, no one escaped. Furthermore, it was your responsibility for not destroying all communication stations immediately, which allowed the footage to spread. Upon reflection, Ka-Fei-Ja acknowledged the validity of this assertion. Yet, that was of little consequence. The pressing matter now was how to deal with Vegeta and his companions. Should he eliminate them or find a way to utilize them? Chapter 82. The temptation of candy. Ka-Fei-Ja's enigmatic smile and the clear sky devoid of clouds evoked a chilling sense of dread in Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz. As they felt a bone-deep cold surge from their spines to the crown of their heads, they had no doubt that should this individual desire it, the earlier display of power could easily be replicated against them. What of kinship? In the realm of the Saiyans, only absolute strength could earn true subservience. Ka-Fei-Ja stroked his chin, his gaze flitting over the trio as though evaluating three tools still of potential use. Thus, the question arose. His tone remained neutral, yet each word bore the weight of 1,000. As punishment for your transgression against me, shall I eliminate you outright, or shall I find some utility in your existence? Vegeta's fury ignited suddenly, the dignity of the Saiyan prince compelling him to lunge forward, yet the remnants of reason held him firmly in place. The scene of effortlessly annihilating their pursuers and casually deflecting attacks replayed in his mind like a nightmare, vividly outlining the despairing chasm of power that lay before him. Eliminate us? Vegeta forced the words through gritted teeth, suppressing the humiliation. I am the prince of the Saiyans. I am Vegeta. Calm down, Naba urged urgently, his voice hoarse with fear. We are no match for him. A head-on confrontation will lead only to our demise. The weakest among them, Raditz, nearly collapsed under the weight of despair, his voice quivering as he pleaded, "Give up, Vegeta. He will kill us as easily as stepping on an insect." I don't want to die. There are hardly any Saiyans left. Vegeta trembled violently, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His companion's advice pierced through his proud exterior like sharp needles. Did he not understand the vast disparity in strength? However, the pride of a prince made it difficult for him to lower his head. Oh, the prince certainly has spirit, Kafiza remarked with a raised eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. But mere spirit will not suffice. Here is the deal. I will give you an opportunity. He took a step forward, his aura rising slowly, not the suffocating pressure of before, but precisely controlled to weigh heavily upon the three of them, rendering them barely able to stand. Come, you three, unleash your full power against me. If you can force me to move even a step or compel me to defend myself, I may consider sparing you, he teased, elongating his words. What do you say? Seems quite fair, doesn't it, Your Highness? This is a great humiliation. Vegeta's face contorted with rage, his eyes instantly bloodshot. You bastard! How dare you underestimate me? He roared, his energy erupting violently as his battle power surged to its peak of 600. The hard ground beneath him cracked under the force of his aura, debris levitating into the air. Die! Gallic gun! Naba and Raditz attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Vegeta gathered energy between his hands, pouring his entire being into this most powerful strike, aimed fiercely at Kefisa. This was the strongest attack he had ever unleashed. The devastating beam of energy tore through the atmosphere, striking precisely at the tip of Kefisa's casually raised finger. There was no cataclysmic explosion as anticipated, no rampant energy shockwave. At the moment of contact, the attack melted away silently like snow meeting the sun, failing to disturb even the slightest speck of dust. Vegeta maintained his stance, his pupils constricting to pinpricks, his mind blank. Is this all? Kefisa retracted his finger, casually blowing on its tip, his disappointment unmistakable. Is this what you call an elite warrior? You don't even qualify to warm me up. He shook his head, appearing utterly disinterested. In the next instant, an indescribable aura of terror erupted from within Kefisa. Boom! A golden flame shot skyward, his black hair transforming instantly into a dazzling gold, standing on end. His emerald eyes filled with authority and oppression. Super Saiyan, look closely. Kefisa's voice resonated with an undeniable command, each syllable striking deeply at the very souls of Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz. This was the true power of the Saiyans. Under this divine pressure, Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz could not muster even a thought of resistance. Their legs weakened, and they fell to their knees involuntarily. They felt as though they were a fragile boat amidst a raging tsunami, on the verge of being utterly torn apart. In that moment, all of Vegeta's pride and dignity were shattered upon witnessing this legendary form, leaving only boundless self-doubt and an instinctual tremor from deep within his soul. Observing the three rendered senseless by fear, Kefisa reverted to his normal state, speaking indifferently. Now, do you comprehend the disparity? He approached Vegeta, towering over the disheartened prince, and declared, Submit to me, Vegeta. I can protect you. Neither Gula nor Kurd will pose a threat anymore. I may even reveal to you the method to attain this power in the future. His voice was low, like a demon from the depths of hell, enticing him. Choose. Will you perish here with your ridiculous dignity, or will you seize this one and only opportunity? Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly, glancing at the terrified Naba and Raditz beside him, then recalling the resplendent golden power and the despair it brought. Ultimately, he lowered his proud head, forcing out three hoarse and laborious words from deep within his throat. I submit. For the sake of that legendary secret. Vegeta relinquished his princely pride and chose to bow down. Naba and Raditz, witnessing this, were ecstatic, hastily prostrating themselves in loyalty. That was the secret of the legendary Super Saiyan. No Saiyan could resist such temptation. Excellent, a wise choice, Kefisa nodded in satisfaction. He had previously considered using illusions or seals learned from the world of Hokage to forcibly control them. But such puppets would ultimately lack potential and be of no use to him. Moreover, there was a risk of backlash in the future. Weighing the options, it was better to reveal some of his strength, using his transformation to Super Saiyan as bait to lure them into genuine allegiance. Host, are you not worried that Vegeta might rebel upon learning the secret? The system inquired, puzzled. Not at all. What I relinquished were merely illusions and seals. It does not imply I lack other means to ensure loyalty, Kefisa calmly responded in his mind. The relentless psychological conditioning and the despair from the power disparity will forge the strongest of chains. He ceased further discussion, gesturing for the three to follow. Now, our first task is to return to Earth. There is a place there that will allow you to undergo a profound transformation in a short time. Chapter 83. The reunion of brothers. The group departed aboard a spaceship, traversing the boundless sea of stars, their destination set for the azure planet, Earth. The journey was long and monotonous. To avoid wasting time, Kefisa activated the spaceship's gravity training system, beginning with a basic tenfold gravity and gradually increasing it. You wretches! If you cannot even adapt to this level of gravity, how can you speak of surpassing your limits? Observing Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz drenched in sweat and struggling under 50 times the gravity, Kefisa's tone remained cold. Occasionally, he would offer a tip or two on techniques for channeling energy, attempting to teach them to sense their opponents through their aura rather than their eyes. Nappa and Raditz groaned in despair, gritting their teeth to endure. Vegeta, however, remained silent, channeling all his humiliation and resentment into sweat. He was always the first to resume training in the gravity chamber after each break. The long interstellar journey eventually reached its conclusion as the spaceship landed on a vast platform. "We have arrived. Follow me," Kefisa instructed, leading the three out of the ship. The temple was spacious and solemn. The Kai and Mr. Popo had long been waiting there, their expressions grave. Upon seeing the three malevolent Saiyans behind Kefisa, their wariness heightened. "Who are these individuals, Kefisa?" the Kai inquired with concern. "New subordinates, and of my own kin. I brought them to Earth for special training," Kefisa explained, pointing towards a peculiar door deep within the temple. "Please allow them to train in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days." As Kefisa conversed with the Kai, Raditz, feeling bored, surveyed the training platform known as the temple. He noticed a child clad in an orange GI with a spiky black hairstyle, clumsily practicing the most basic forms of training under the guidance of a pitch-black creature. The child's profile, particularly the defiant gaze and hairstyle, caused Raditz's pupils to constrict sharply. Although the detector had long since been destroyed, he could never forget that he had a brother, Kakarot, exiled to a distant planet on a mission. He gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is that Kakarot? This is the planet where his mission takes place." Raditz's exclamation drew the attention of Vegeta and Nappa. Vegeta glanced disdainfully at the pitiful little boy, scoffing, "Kakarot? That waste born with a battle power of only 2? Raditz, how could you have such a useless brother? It brings shame to the Saiyan race. At his current state, his battle power is probably below 50, a complete joke." Nappa mocked, "Ha ha ha, Raditz, your brother is truly a genius. Even more so than you. Has he been playing house in this soft place?" Raditz's face alternated between green and white, feeling utterly humiliated by Vegeta and Nappa's taunts. He glared fiercely at the distant little Goku, muttering under his breath, "This fool, not only failing to complete his assigned task, but also mingling with these inferior earthlings. Once I grow stronger, I will teach you a proper lesson." Young Sun Wukong, due to Kefisa's influence, had embarked on the path of training early. After traversing mountains and rivers, he finally reached Karen Tower. Under the guidance of Master Roshi, he utilized the Rui Jingu Bang to arrive at the Divine Temple, where he began his training under the deity. He had already been training here for a month. The Saiyans' formidable training aptitude allowed him to far surpass his former self from a month prior. Today, he was supposed to complete Bobo's training regimen as usual. But his attention was suddenly captured by a peculiar large bird that had come to a halt. More remarkably, he spotted Kefisa, along with 3 others who shared his tail. Emerging from the bird's belly, one of them regarded him with a fierce expression. The sudden hostility bewildered him, prompting him to approach and inquire, "Hello, I am Sun Wukong. Do we know each other? Why do you harbor animosity towards me?" With an innocent yet naive gaze, Sun Wukong looked at Raditz, seeking understanding. As the elder brother, Raditz was enraged to see his brother fail to recognize him. The veins on his forehead throbbed with fury. Had it not been for Kefisa's order forbidding them from acting freely, he would have relished the opportunity to thrash Kakarot. How could he not recognize his own elder brother? Had he suffered a blow to the head? Vegeta and his companions wore expressions of disbelief, taken aback by the unfolding situation. "Kakarot, you truly do not recognize me? I am your brother, Raditz. Do you remember?" "I do not recognize you. I lost my memory after hitting my head," Kakarot replied. Indeed, Raditz's fears were confirmed. Vegeta and Nappa looked at Raditz with pity, their expressions filled with schadenfreude. With no outlet for his frustration, Raditz suppressed his anger and moved aside, furiously striking the ground to vent his rage. His only brother had become a fool. He could at least have remained a waste. The Saiyans' proud self-esteem made it difficult for him to accept this reality. Kefisa observed the scene without intervening excessively, jesting, "You laugh at Sun Wukong's weakness now. But I want to point out your flaws. When he matures and his cells surpass all of you, who will be strong and who will be weak remains to be seen." Turning back to the deity, he continued, "Rest assured, It is merely training and will not cause you any trouble. The deity exchanged a worried glance with Mr. Bobo and finally nodded in resignation. All right. But please ensure that the rules are strictly followed. I understand the rules, Kafiza replied, glancing at Vegeta and Nappa, who were still laughing at Raditz, warning them to temper their mockery. Long time no see, Wukong. It seems you have grown stronger during our time apart. He ruffled son Wukong's spiky hair, admitting that the texture of a child's hair felt delightful. Hee, brother Kafiza, I am much stronger now. I want to compete with you again. After a month of training, he was eager to challenge Kafiza once more. Vegeta and his companions, upon hearing Wukong's words, felt their faces flush, barely suppressing their laughter. A waste with a battle power estimated at only 30 or 40 dared to challenge the unfathomable Kafiza. This was too amusing. Kakarot, I will fight you later. If you win against me, you can challenge Lord Kafiza? Raditz cracked his knuckles ominously, eyeing son Wukong with ill intent. Really? That is wonderful. I love fighting. Let's start quickly. Son Wukong, who had yet to fully master his ki, sensed that this self-proclaimed brother was strong, but the two others beside him were even stronger. Particularly the one named Vegeta, whose strength was simply terrifying. In comparison, Kafiza could only helplessly remind Raditz to go easy on him. After all, he was your own brother. The reality proved that Saiyans cared little for kinship, as long as one dared to challenge them, unless one possessed the strength to bring them down. One should be prepared for a thorough beating. The outcome of this battle was never in doubt. Raditz emerged victorious. As for Sun Wukong, he could barely see Raditz's movements before he was knocked unconscious with the first move. In Chapter 84, I Want It All, Bobo carried the peacefully sleeping Sun Wukong to the side to rest, while Kafiza shook his head. This result was hardly surprising. The gap between Wukong, who had yet to experience countless life and death battles, and Raditz was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The tedious farce had come to an end. Kafiza no longer focused on Wukong and turned his attention back to Vegeta and his companions, his tone returning to its usual coldness. The hyperbolic time chamber has an environment far harsher than you can imagine. Besides the endless white space, there are extreme temperatures and thin air. As for the gravity inside, I believe it is trivial for you. Once you enter, 1 year outside equates to 1 day inside. You will have 2 years. Food and water will be adequately provided. But you must emerge after 2 years. He cast a sweeping glance over the three of them. Remember, this is your only opportunity to rapidly strengthen yourselves. Let me see how the so-called elite Saiyans can progress. He specifically looked at Raditz, hinting, instead of wasting energy bullying the weak, why not think about how to quickly enhance your battle power inside? Otherwise, in a few years, you won't even be able to discipline your own brother, which would be a true embarrassment. Raditz's expression stiffened, his fists clenched, but he dared not retort. Vegeta snorted disdainfully and was the first to stride towards the peculiar door, declaring, "It's merely training. Do not compare us to that waste." His pride would not allow him to stagnate, even though he felt a twinge of caution about the unknown environment. Observing this, Nappa and Raditz hurriedly followed. Mr. Bobo silently brought in the extensive supplies prepared to last 2 years. The deity stood by, his expression still grave, reminding them once more, remember, you must return before the 2-year period is up, or else. We know. Vegeta interrupted impatiently, pushing open the heavy door, with Nappa and Raditz following closely behind. The door slowly closed behind them, sealing off 2 realms. Kafiza watched the closing door and casually remarked to the deity and Mr. Bobo, "All right, I will return in 2 days. When this kid," referring to the unconscious Wukong, "awakens, tell him that if he wishes to challenge me, he should first observe Raditz's movements." With that, he vanished from the temple, swiftly heading towards West City. It was time to check on the progress of the Spirit Tree Seed's improvement. Inside the temple, only the deity and Mr. Bobo remained, along with the recently awakened son Wukong, who was rubbing his stomach in confusion. Impressive indeed, as son Wukong reminisced about the momentary shock he had just experienced. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he felt an even more fervent determination igniting within him. That individual is truly formidable. I must become stronger and ultimately triumph over him. Observing the pure and resolute gaze of son Wukong, the celestial being felt a slight alleviation of his worries. Perhaps this child is indeed the hope for the future of Earth. Now, let us revise this chapter to include a storyline where the protagonist attempts to merge the results of 2 experiments using his newfound abilities. The figure of Ka Feijia descended upon the rooftop of the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company in West Capital. He navigated with ease towards the immense laboratory adjacent to the main residence. As he pushed open the laboratory door, a familiar amalgam of scents enveloped him. Dr. Brief was seen puffing on his pipe, furrowing his brow at the intricate molecular structures displayed on the holographic projection. "Doctor, you are quite preoccupied," Ka Feijia remarked. "Oh, it's you, Ka Feijia," Dr. Brief responded, lifting his gaze with a smile. "Are you here to see Bulma? Unfortunately, that girl is out camping." "No, I have come specifically to seek your expertise," Ka Feijia interjected. "I would like to inquire about the progress on the enhancement of the spirit tree seed." "Spirit tree seed?" Dr. Brief exclaimed, smacking his forehead. "Ah, my memory. Let me retrieve the petri dish containing the faintly glowing seeds." He hastily dug out a dish containing the seeds alongside several failed samples. The genetic structure of this specimen is remarkably unique and rather domineering. He indicated towards the holographic display, his expression turning serious. "Currently, I have only 2 potential research avenues, both of which possess their own flaws." He switched the projection. The first method successfully shortens the growth cycle and significantly increases fruit yield. However, the consequence is an exacerbation of its ability to siphon the life energy of planets, leading to a faster rate of destruction. It could deplete an entire planet's energy in less than a week. He then transitioned to the second model. The second approach involves utilizing the photosynthetic system of Earth plants to replace its energy mechanism, thereby making it reliant on light energy. Yet, its energy density is too low, requiring centuries or even longer for growth, and the energy conversion rate may not surpass the previous model's efficacy. Dr. Brief sighed, apologetically stating, "Regrettably, with the current technology, I cannot find an ideal solution that satisfies both needs. It is either rapid destruction or a protracted wait." Ka Feijia gazed at the model projections, and after a moment of silence, a spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes. He recalled the creativity he had acquired after consuming the God Tree's fruit in the world of Hokage. Perhaps he could attempt a different approach. "Doctor, maybe we could explore an alternative perspective," he suggested, extending his hand palm upward. "There is no necessity to fully adhere to genetic rules. I desire both advantageous genes." To Dr. Brief's astonishment, a strange energy, a fusion of black and gold, materialized in Ka Feijia's palm, an embodiment of the highly concentrated yin-yang release power. Closing his eyes, he enveloped the 2 experimental data samples representing rapid growth and photosynthesis, along with the original specimen in a cloak of mental energy. "Merge," he commanded in a low voice. As the black and gold radiance surged forth, resembling a miniature creative furnace. Using the original seed as a foundation, Ka Feijia forcefully extracted and tailored the active factors for rapid growth and the genes for photosynthesis. He then employed the yin-yang release as both a binding agent and a shaping tool, meticulously guiding their fusion and reconstruction. This process demanded extreme caution, requiring simultaneous control over genetic conflicts. Any lapse in concentration could lead to failure. The air in the laboratory seemed to thicken, with only the swirling black and gold light in motion, while the internal structure of the spirit tree seed underwent a revolutionary transformation. Dr. Brief held his breath, his eyes wide with astonishment as he witnessed a scene beyond his comprehension. Moments later, the light gradually receded. In Ka Feijia's palm lay a brand new seed, slightly smaller than the original, exhibiting a gentle jade green hue, adorned with extremely fine golden patterns that seemed naturally formed, radiating a warm yet vibrant energy wave. "Success. Doctor, please test this." Ka Feijia offered the new seed to the astounded Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief carefully accepted the seed, immediately connecting it to the testing apparatus. The data fluctuated rapidly, and his mouth widened in disbelief. "Incredible. This is astonishing," he exclaimed, his words tumbling over one another in excitement. "The energy absorption pattern is stable, indicating a high-level activity of light energy growth-promoting factors, with an almost negligible affinity for planetary energy. This perfectly balances the advantages of both methods while avoiding their drawbacks. How on earth did you accomplish this?" "Just a bit of creative technique," Ka Feijia replied nonchalantly, refraining from elaborating on the mysteries of yin-yang release. As he himself was not entirely certain, like Naruto, he preferred to follow his instincts. "Doctor, I entrust this seed to you. Next, I will need you to conduct practical cultivation tests in various environments." "Certainly. You can count on me, Dr. Brief exclaimed, as though he had acquired the most precious treasure, immediately immersing himself in the research of the new seed. Chapter 85. The Forgotten Talent on Earth. After departing from Dr. Brief's laboratory, Ka Fei Jia contemplated his next course of action when the system notification chimed in his mind. Host, since you have returned to Earth, why not visit Karen Tower to replenish your stock of senza beans? Such a strategic resource is always beneficial. Moreover, Sun Wukong at the temple could offer some guidance, deepening the bond between you. Almost forgetting about the senza beans, Ka Fei Jia covered his face, recalling his depleted supply, and nodded. In a flash, he appeared beneath the towering Karen Tower without alarming anyone. He ascended directly to the summit, where he found the cat sage leisurely savoring some dried fish. Ah, cat sage. It's been quite a while, Ka Fei Jia greeted him. Cough, cough. The cat sage was startled by Ka Fei Jia's sudden appearance, nearly choking on his fish, and patted his chest. Oh, it's you. What brings you here this time? Do you still have senza beans? Could you spare me some? Ka Fei Jia asked succinctly. The cat sage stared in shock at Ka Fei Jia, remembering that the last time he had taken his entire stock for 5 years. It had only been a short while, and this lad had consumed it all. Glancing at the dwindling supply of senza beans nearby, pained expressions crossed his face, but ultimately, he sighed and pushed a small bag filled with senza beans towards Ka Fei Jia. Take it, but remember to use it sparingly. By the way, how is Wukong faring at the temple? He is doing quite well and is currently undergoing training under the celestial being. Ka Fei Jia replied as he accepted the senza beans, expressing his gratitude before soaring upwards towards the temple. At the temple, Sun Wukong was engaged in training to sense energy under the guidance of Mr. Popo. With his eyes closed and his face taut, he concentrated intently on capturing the flowing energy within the air. It's still not working, Sun Wukong admitted, feeling somewhat disheartened as he opened his eyes, just in time to see Ka Fei Jia descending from above. Brother Ka Fei Jia. Sensing energy is not something to be accomplished with the eyes or merely with the ears, Ka Fei Jia approached him. It requires the heart. You must feel the flow of energy with every cell in your body. Like this. He deliberately released a faint, almost imperceptible aura, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, elusive and unpredictable. Wukong immediately closed his eyes, focusing intently with a furrowed brow. After a considerable time, he exclaimed joyfully, I felt it. Although it's quite weak, it's there. He pointed to a spot half a meter in front of Ka Fei Jia. Excellent. You are progressing rapidly. Ka Fei Jia nodded slightly, acknowledging the Saiyan's remarkable battle talent. Continue practicing until you can distinctly capture the energy trajectories of every opponent in battle, not merely relying on your sight. Yes, Wukong, invigorated by the encouragement, threw himself into his training with renewed vigor. With the earlier success as a foundation, his advancements were indeed remarkable. Ka Fei Jia observed for a moment before casually inquiring. Wukong, may I inquire how you managed to find this place all alone? I merely provided him with a name, without even disclosing the location, and I am genuinely curious about his journey. Sun Wukong scratched his head, striving to recall the details, when suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. Ah, my grandfather mentioned that he had once visited Kalinta. Following his guidance, I walked persistently in one direction. However, I became lost and encountered a starving individual along the way, whom I rescued with a fairy bean. He promised to repay me, but then a nefarious character appeared, intent on stealing my fairy beans. I refused to comply, and they dispatched numerous giant birds and formidable robots to seize the beans, resulting in the demise of many. In my efforts to save others, I exhausted all the fairy beans you provided me. My apologies, Ka Fei Jia. Nevertheless, during the full moon, it seemed they were driven away by some mysterious force. Among those I rescued, there was someone familiar with Kalinta, and with his assistance, I finally arrived here. The Red Ribbon Army. This name struck Ka Fei Jia like a bolt of lightning. He immediately recalled the scientific genius behind this organization, Dr. Gero, the mad scientist who later created androids 17 and 18, and even Cell. A glimmer of intrigue illuminated Ka Fei Jia's eyes. While Dr. Brief excelled in general technology and mechanical engineering, Dr. Gero specialized in biotechnology, energy systems, and combat robotics. This was precisely the talent he required. If he could recruit Dr. Gero, he could potentially establish his own combat battalion, a tremendous advantage. Wukong, the information you provided is invaluable, Ka Fei Jia remarked, patting Wukong's shoulder. Continue your training. I have matters to attend to. With that, He wasted no time and vanished from the temple in an instant. Tongzi, promptly locate the main base of the Red Ribbon Army and Dr. Gero's current position. Ka Feijia commanded in his mind. Unlike Dr. Brief's gentle invitation, he decided to adopt a more direct and forceful approach with the ambitious and notorious scientist, first finding him, demonstrating absolute power, and then inviting him to serve. After all, for some individuals, the allure of working under a more formidable entity is simply irresistible. Understood, linking to the Earth network, detecting a significant aggregation of anomalous mechanical signals. Coordinates have been marked. The system operated with remarkable efficiency, instantly transmitting the location information into Ka Feijia's mind. Quite efficient, Ka Feijia nodded in satisfaction, his form vanishing once more. In the next moment, he appeared above a desolate mountain range far removed from civilization. Below, a vast base brimming with military facilities and radar antennas was clearly visible, its primary structures adorned with the glaring emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. Without concealment, Ka Feijia descended directly into the center of the base's plaza, his arrival triggering deafening alarms. Enemy incursion. Highest alert. Someone has infiltrated the base. Capture him. Countless soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army, armed with advanced weaponry, surged from all directions, while armored vehicles and battle robots activated, their cannons trained on the seemingly fragile figure at the center. It was no wonder they were on high alert. Not long ago, they had suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of a child with a tail, who had reduced their fully armed base to rubble. Now, another peculiar individual had appeared, and it was only natural they would be tense. Ka Feijia didn't even cast a glance at the minions. His gaze pierced through layers of buildings, locking onto the cold, intense presence of the mad scientist deep within the mountain laboratory. Chapter 86. Voluntary joining Dr. Gero. I have come specifically to invite you to join me. His calm voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the base, penetrating every corner and even breaching the soundproof walls of the laboratory. Inside, Dr. Gero's hand trembled, nearly spilling the reagent he held. He abruptly looked up at the monitor, and the sight of the unfamiliar young man, complete with a tail, filled him with a sense of foreboding. He pressed the communicator and bellowed, "All units, apprehend him, no matter what it takes." With the command issued, the soldiers and robots outside immediately opened fire. A torrential downpour of solid projectiles rained down upon Ka Feijia. He merely raised a hand. Shen Luo Tianzheng. An irresistible, terrifying repulsive force erupted from his core. All incoming attacks, soldiers rushing forward, and massive armored vehicles and robots were struck by an invisible tidal wave, hurtling backward at a speed greater than their approach, crashing violently against surrounding structures and mountainsides, instantly incapacitating them, leaving the plaza eerily silent. With a single strike, the base's defensive capabilities crumbled. Ka Feijia stepped forward, effortlessly brushing aside all obstacles in his path with an unseen force. He strolled leisurely toward the direction of Dr. Gero's laboratory, the heavy alloy doors yielding before him as if made of paper. Inside the laboratory, Dr. Gero watched in disbelief as the extraordinary scene unfolded on the monitor, his eyes wide with shock. What kind of power is this? It resembles not ki, but some form of ability. As Ka Feijia entered the laboratory, Dr. Gero regained his composure, scrutinizing Ka Feijia. "Young man, you are indeed powerful. However, trespassing into my base and destroying my property comes at a cost." He discreetly pressed a button. The walls of the laboratory opened, revealing several grotesque, well-equipped battle robots far superior to the soldiers outside, their cold electronic eyes locking onto Ka Feijia. "A cost?" Ka Feijia chuckled, extending a finger to effortlessly deflect the robot's forceful strike. "Dr. Gero, you are mistaken. I have not come to negotiate terms. I am here to offer you an opportunity." With a flick of his finger, the latest models of robots disintegrated before Dr. Gero's astonished gaze, transforming into mere metallic debris scattered across the floor. What are you?" Dr. Gero finally felt a twinge of fear. This power surpassed his understanding. "One who can introduce you to a broader realm of technology." Ka Feijia approached him, towering over him. "The Red Ribbon Army you rely upon, I could extinguish with a snap of my fingers." He paused, casting the true bait. "Work for me, Dr. Gero. You will gain unprecedented research resources, technological knowledge from different worlds, and samples of powerful biological entities. You can delve into the mysteries of life and create true beings that transcend even the gods. Rather than remaining on this insignificant planet, toying with a child's game of power. Feija's voice resonated with persuasive power. Will you continue to reside here? A lifelong frog at the bottom of a well, ultimately becoming obsolete in the face of progress? Or will you join me and witness technologies and powers beyond your wildest imagination? Choose, Doctor. My patience is limited. Dr. Gero's heart raced violently. Fear, reluctance, but above all, the irresistible allure of the vision Feija had painted. The display of power utterly shattered his pride. He knew that should he refuse, today would be his last. Yet if he agreed, a realm of scientific grandeur awaited him beyond his imagination. Taking a deep breath, he slowly bowed his once arrogant head and knelt, uttering, I am willing to serve you. Dr. Gero, at your command. Excellent. Feija, satisfied, retracted his imposing presence. As a precaution, he imparted a mental suggestion to Dr. Gero, ensuring he would harbor no rebellious thoughts. Gather your core data and essential instruments. You have 1 hour. The Red Ribbon Army is no longer necessary. An hour later, Kafiza departed from the now-ruined headquarters of the Hong Duan Dai alongside Dr. Gua and several large crates filled with precious materials and equipment. 2 days later, the heavy door of the mental time room creaked open, releasing a wave of warmth mixed with the scent of sweat. 3 figures emerged, striding steadily with a sense of strength. After undergoing rigorous gravity training aboard the spacecraft and 2 years of arduous practice within the mental time room, the leading figure, Vegeta, had elevated his combat power from 3,600 to 8,000. Naba had increased from 2,400 to 5,500, and Raditz from 800 to 1,600. As Vegeta stepped out, his gaze immediately fell upon Kafiza and the seemingly incongruous, weak old man by his side. At this moment, the trio had learned to sense energy. Vegeta furrowed his brow, habitually casting a disdainful glance at Dr. Gua, concluding that he was utterly unimpressive. What use is it for Lord Kafiza to bring back an old fool who cannot even harness energy? Vegeta declared, crossing his arms, his contempt unmasked. Naba chimed in, exactly. I could crush him with a single finger. Raditz, though silent, also displayed unmistakable disdain in his eyes. Within the Hong Duan Dai, Dr. Gua was a revered figure. He had never endured such humiliation. However, he understood the terrifying power of the creatures before him, especially the youth named Vegeta, whose mere gaze made him feel breathless. Suppressing his anger, he scanned the trio, lingering for a moment on their muscular forms and the tales that marked their heritage. A flicker of scientific curiosity flashing in his eyes before he regained his composure, silently standing behind Kafiza. Kafiza was not surprised by Vegeta's provocation. He calmly remarked, Vegeta, watch your words. This is Dr. Gua, one of the foremost scientists on Earth and our new team member. He looked at Vegeta and his companions with an authoritative tone. Strength is not the only criterion for measuring talent. Dr. Gua's intellect and the technology he wields will prove invaluable in ways you cannot yet imagine. Whether it be healing wounds, creating equipment, or assisting you in surpassing your limits, his expertise will be essential. He paused, allowing his words to resonate within Vegeta and the others. Dr. Gua is one of the minds of our future. I do not wish for unnecessary discrimination and internal strife within our team. His worth will be proven with time. Vegeta scoffed and turned his head away, though he refrained from further mockery, indicating he was not entirely convinced. Nevertheless, the mention of assistance in overcoming limits and Kafiza's undeniable authority temporarily quelled his dissatisfaction. Naba and Raditz, accustomed to following Vegeta's lead, also moderated their demeanor. Kafiza understood that gaining the acceptance of these proud Saiyans would take time. The initial shock and explanation had sufficed. He turned to Dr. Gua. Dr. Gua, do not mind their attitudes. The Saiyans revere strength. And as long as you can demonstrate sufficient technical prowess in the future, you will naturally earn your rightful place. He then addressed Vegeta and his companions. To be frank, I am quite dissatisfied with the results of your training. Before Vegeta could retort, Kafiza gathered energy in his hand, forming an unassuming energy wave and casually hurled it at the trio. The energy wave was not particularly fast, nor did it seem extraordinary. Vegeta, feeling insulted after his recent power increase, erupted in anger. Do not underestimate me. He unleashed his full combat power of 8,000, crossing his arms in defense. Naba and Raditz also activated their energy for full defense. However, upon impact, the seemingly weak energy wave unleashed a cataclysmic force. Vegeta's defenses were effortlessly shattered, and Naba and Raditz could not withstand even a second. With a sickening crunch, their rib cages shattered, blood gushed forth, and their bodies were sent flying like rag dolls, crashing heavily against the hard ground of the temple before coming to a halt. The three lay there, their energy fading, on the brink of death. The disparity. A despairing chasm. Vegeta found himself lying in a pool of blood, consciousness hazy, filled with incredulous humiliation and shock. After 2 years of intense training, he had believed he had closed the gap, only to realize he was still perceived as an insignificant insect by his opponent. The abrupt fall from the heights of newfound power to the depths of defeat nearly crushed his pride. Dr. Gua, witnessing the scene in astonishment, felt a chill run through him. For the first time, he directly experienced Kafiz's unfathomable power and the ruthless decisiveness of his actions. The resentment born from forced submission was instantly replaced by fear and a warped sense of awe. Naba and Raditz were left with no strength to think, consumed by a terror of impending death. Kafiza approached the three, his expression unchanged, as if their lives held no significance to him. "Why, Lord Kafiza? Where have we gone wrong? Why must you attack us? Please, save me. I do not wish to die." Lord Kafiza, Naba and Raditz reached out, pleading for assistance. "I should not have opposed your will. Please spare me." In the face of death, the young Vegeta did not exhibit the calmness he would later display in Dragon Ball. He was merely a fallen prince of the Saiyans, whose planet had just been destroyed by Frieza. After imparting his lesson, Kafiza, mindful of time, produced 3 Senzu beans and placed one in each of their mouths. A miraculous scene unfolded. Almost instantaneously upon swallowing the Senzu beans, their horrific injuries healed, shattered bones reassembled, and exhausted energy surged back to its peak. Moreover, after this near-death experience, their power surged once more. Vegeta's combat power soared from 800 to 15,000. Naba's increased from 5,500 to 9,000. Raditz rose from 1,600 to 3,000. The three sprang up from the ground, feeling the tremendous surge of power within them. Far exceeding their previous strength, their faces alight with shock and ecstasy. However, as they looked at Kafiza, the defiance and disdain that had once filled their eyes were completely replaced by profound awe and fear. They understood that this man before them wielded power and resources they could not comprehend, capable of effortlessly determining their fates and strengths. Kafiza observed this transformation with satisfaction. This was the effect he desired. He casually tossed a Senzu bean to the still-stunned Dr. Gua. "Dr. Gua, this bean is for you. You have already witnessed its effects. It instantly heals all injuries and restores full energy. I want you to focus on researching it, analyzing its components and mechanisms. I do not require you to replicate the Senzu bean in its entirety, but at the very least, develop a treatment or medical technology that possesses some of its healing effects and can be produced on a large scale. This will be your first task to prove your worth." Dr. Gua received the small Senzu bean as if it were a sacred relic, his hands trembling with excitement. As a scientist, nothing thrilled him more than studying such an extraordinary creation, defying logic and imbued with miraculous powers. He bowed deeply, his voice filled with unprecedented fervor and reverence. "As you command, Lord Kafiza, such a miraculous object is undoubtedly a marvel of life sciences. I shall exert every effort to unravel its mysteries. Rest assured." Observing the revitalized and dynamic Dr. Gelo, as well as the humbled yet awestruck Vegeta and his companions, Kafiza nodded slightly. The system likewise remarked, "Well done, host. You should have acted this way earlier, but is it truly wise to entrust the Siendo to Dr. Gelo? Fear not. After these 2 days of mental suggestion and the recent intimidation, he, an ordinary individual, can no longer betray me." A vibrant voice interjected from nearby. "Wow, what an immense sound just now. What transpired, Brother Kafiza?" Goku sprinted over from the other side of the temple, his face still glistening with sweat from training. Evidently drawn by the recent commotion and the intense energy fluctuations, his curious gaze examined the trio of Vegeta, who had just emerged from a near-death state, their spirits renewed and powerful. Raditz, witnessing his ineffectual younger brother, instinctively prepared to scoff, but recollecting the terror of the recent near-death experience and Kafiza's authority, he swallowed his retort and turned away awkwardly. Kafiza waved his hand nonchalantly and addressed Goku. "It's nothing, merely conducting a special review session to assess their training results." Goku nodded, half understanding. He could sense a significant increase in the energy of Vegeta and his companions, yet the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. However, His naturally simple disposition soon diverted his attention elsewhere as he scratched his head and laughed. So that's what happened. But they seem to have become incredibly strong. I must work harder to surpass them. Raditz felt a flush of embarrassment regarding his brother's ambition to outshine them. As a warrior weaker than the lowest rank, Kakarot could never hope to surpass them, let alone Lord Kafiza. Chapter 88. The God of Heaven remains vigilant nearby. The God of Heaven and Bobo exchanged glances, each reflecting profound shock and complexity, instantly reviving from a near-death state, allowing their powers to surge dramatically in such a brief span. God of Heaven's aged voice trembled with incredulity. The potential and constitution of the Saiyan race are truly terrifying. They are monsters born for battle. Bobo's dark face was similarly grave, and he nodded. Lord God. It seems our previous understanding of the Saiyan was too limited. The old god fell silent for a moment, his gaze shifting to Goku, who was earnestly seeking counsel from Kafiza, his eyes pure and filled with determination. After observing the fierce yet subdued energy of Vegeta and his companions, he ultimately resolved, Bobo, we must alter our strategy. The tone of the god became resolute. From this day forth, we must invest more resources into Goku. Simultaneously, we shall immediately designate a plot within the temple for cultivating medicinal herbs, concentrating on the growth of Saiyan. We must amass sufficient strategic resources for the future of Earth. Perhaps we can rely on Goku, who possesses Saiyan blood yet retains a kind nature. He may be even more suited than Kafiza to inherit my position. The expanding influence of Kafiza made it clear to the god that his ambitions lay beyond Earth and into the cosmos. However, the universe is far too vast. Today, perhaps benevolent beings like Kafiza visit Earth, but what about tomorrow? If Earth lacks its own elite combat force, it cannot withstand the invasion of malevolent entities relying solely on the god and the martial artists present. Ultimately, Kafiza cannot perpetually guard Earth, so let Goku, who has lost his homeland and memories, be nurtured by this world. Let Earth become Goku's second home, entrusting its future to him. Bobo nodded solemnly. Understood, Lord God. I shall attend to it immediately. The god stood at the temple's edge, gazing down upon the diminutive mountains, rivers, and cities below, his burdened heart still heavy. His ancient eyes turned once more to the distant figure clad in orange, Goku, who was diligently practicing his energy perception. With all his might, Goku, with his small frame, moved swiftly across the temple's hard ground, eyes closed, beads of sweat forming on his brow, striving to capture the elusive energy. Although his movements remained somewhat juvenile, occasionally misjudging and missing his target, his unwavering tenacity and pure gaze seemed to illuminate a glimmer of sunshine piercing through the gloom. Perhaps he is indeed the answer. The god mused softly. The arrival of Kafiza and the Saiyans he brought was akin to a colossal stone cast into the seemingly tranquil waters of Earth, creating immense ripples. Goku. The old god spoke slowly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet distinctly reaching Goku's ears. Goku halted his motions, wiped his sweat, and looked at the god with confusion. Grandpa God, what is it? Beginning tomorrow, aside from Bobo's training, I will personally guide you in deeper applications of energy. The god's tone bore an unprecedented gravity. You must exert yourself more. The future of Earth may depend on your guardianship. Although Goku did not fully grasp the significance of safeguarding Earth, he understood the notion of growing stronger and training harder. His eyes brightening with determination as he nodded vigorously. Yes, I will strive even harder. I want to become as strong as Brother Kafiza. Observing his fervent spirit, a subtle smile of reassurance crossed the god's face. Meanwhile, on the other side of the temple, in the temporary laboratory assigned to Dr. Gelo, he carefully cradled the Saiyan bestowed by Kafiza, treating it as a peerless treasure, and cautiously placed it into a sophisticated analytical instrument. His eyes burned with fervor, embodying the scientist's insatiable curiosity and zeal, instantly healing all injuries and restoring full vitality. This defies all known biological and energy laws. He excitedly conversed with himself while operating the equipment. Superspeed regeneration at the cellular level? Or perhaps a form of temporal retrogression? Or an incomprehensible infusion of higher dimensional energy? His mind raced, already devising various experimental plans to decipher the miracle contained within that tiny being. Not far away, Vegeta, having just completed a round of adaptive training, approached alongside Naba and Raditz. Observing Dr. Gelo's enthralled demeanor towards the being, Vegeta snorted derisively. Though he refrained from verbal mockery, the disdain in his gaze remained evident. To him, reliance on external objects ultimately pales in comparison to the enhancement of one's own strength. Naba, meanwhile, rubbed his chest. Previously shattered by Kafiza and instantly healed by the Saiyan, quietly remarked to Raditz, "All things considered, this being is truly remarkable. Had we possessed such a thing in the past, we could have rapidly elevated our combat prowess." Raditz nodded in agreement, though a hint of dismay followed. Alas, this resource lies in the hands of Lord Kafiza. Furthermore, the most frustrating aspect is that Kakarot, that fool, actually wasted such a precious Saiyan to save inconsequential Earthlings. Their combat strength, though significantly boosted post-near-death revival, remained overshadowed by the lingering dread of Kafiza's casual strike and the overwhelming power of the Super Saiyan transformation, indelibly etched into their souls. At this moment, they were more focused on familiarizing themselves with their newfound strength and contemplating how to perform better in the next trial, vying for the elusive opportunity to uncover the secret of becoming a Super Saiyan. Kafiza understood Vegeta's secret thoughts perfectly. Taming a proud beast necessitates patience and absolute strength. Their current reverence is founded upon the disparity of power and the yearning for Super Saiyan prowess. Kafiza does not hesitate to occasionally grant them a taste of sweetness, such as this recent boost in strength, yet it is imperative to constantly remind them who the absolute sovereign is. Bobo has already begun cultivating the Senzu beans, and the god of the universe has formally decided to train Wukong. Dr. Glow has also immersed himself in the research of Senzu beans, while Vegeta and his companions have temporarily adopted a more compliant demeanor. Kafiza casts his gaze upon the vast expanse of the sky, as if he could pierce the atmosphere and behold the boundless cosmos. It is now time to contemplate the next step. The troublesome Gura and King Kurd. Kafiza does not believe that he can conceal the elimination of their subordinates within the territory of the Universe Patrol. One should not underestimate the level of advanced technology in the universe. To be frank, Kafiza now harbors some regret for not heeding the system's advice to obliterate the planet outright. However, with the system's covert assistance, Kafiza is confident that they will not uncover any information regarding his route. Chapter 89. Let my father and son take the lead. Time briefly rewinds. Shortly after Kafiza and the trio of Vegeta departed from the desolate planet, far away in different star domains, Gura and King Kurd, each presiding over their vast empires, received urgent reports from their subordinates almost simultaneously. The members dispatched to the outskirts of the Universe Patrol's territory to hunt down Vegeta's team, along with their spacecraft signals, vanished in an astonishingly short span of time. This was not a retreat after defeat, nor a result of signal interference, but a complete and utter disappearance, without even a distress signal or combat data being relayed back. Gura, seated upon his throne, lightly tapped his long, cold fingers, longer and more frigid than Frisia's, against the armrest. His countenance revealed little emotion, yet his cruel eyes flickered with confusion and a hint of offended anger. Simultaneously, who could be responsible for this disappearance? Gura's voice was icy, laden with a chilling tone. Vegeta's wretched dogs could not possibly achieve this. The soldiers I dispatched far outclassed them. He fixated on the holographic star map before him, where the planet was prominently marked, adjacent to the boundary of the Universe Patrol's influence. My father has encountered a similar predicament, Gura mused. Is it mere coincidence? Or has the Universe Patrol finally decided to eliminate the eyes we placed on their territory? He inclined towards the latter. Vegeta and his companions, cornered, sought refuge with the Universe Patrol, who seized the opportunity to annihilate the pursuers from both sides, thus eliminating an unwelcome force and possibly seeking intelligence about the remnants of their Frisia force from Vegeta. This hypothesis holds merit. Although the Universe Patrol typically turns a blind eye to minor theft and lowly ruffians, they have always maintained vigilance and covert opposition against forces of this caliber. Both parties have sustained a delicate balance, never truly tearing the facade. The Universe Patrol, Gura whispered this name, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. This organization has existed for countless years, its foundation profound, housing innumerable terrifying entities that even they dare not provoke lightly. The true strength of its upper echelon remains a mystery. To rashly invade their territory and demand accountability poses a considerable risk. For the sake of a few Saiyan rodents and a small squad of subordinates, confronting the Universe Patrol head-on would undoubtedly be an unwise decision. adversely affecting his planetary real estate ventures. It would be prudent to await his father's initial foray into the depths of this matter. However, he noted this grievance for future reference. Meanwhile, within the palace of King Kurd, the imposing figure of the king listened to his subordinate's report, his rugged face equally clouded with concern. Gura's men have vanished as well. This appears to be no coincidence. His voice was low. As an established power in the universe, he distinctly sensed something amiss. Those young scamps of Vegeta have indeed found a formidable ally. He and Gura arrived at a similar conclusion. The Universe Patrol is the primary suspect. Your Majesty, shall we seek retribution? A subordinate inquired cautiously. Kurd waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. Retribution? On what grounds? Shall we claim that our subordinates, dispatched to eliminate foes on foreign soil, were instead vanquished? The repugnant higher-ups of the Universe Patrol are likely eager for an excuse to trouble us. Leaning back against his throne, his eyes glimmered with the shrewdness of a merchant. Our business spans the cosmos, with many untapped planets lying on the fringes of Universe Patrol territory. If they set their sights on us, how can we continue to sell our products? Will customers still dare to come? He ultimately made the same decision as Gura, to refrain from immediate action, intensifying intelligence gathering until they ascertained the Universe Patrol's boundaries and true strength. It would be best to let his son Gura engage in a mutually destructive confrontation, allowing himself, as the father, to step in and clean up the aftermath. At this moment, the headquarters of the Universe Patrol was not devoid of turmoil. Within the command center, the alarm had just subsided. The officer responsible for monitoring the border star regions scrutinized the screen, displaying the fleeting record of an exceptionally high-energy response, along with the subsequent disappearance of signals from both Gura and King Kurd's teams, furrowing his brow. Sir, we have detected a brief but immensely powerful energy surge, the nature of which is unknown, far exceeding the energy levels of either Vegeta's team or the pursuers. Following this, both signals vanished entirely, a technician reported. These two teams had been under constant observation since they crossed the border, with personnel rotating to closely monitor their movements. Upon realizing they were sent to deal with traitors, the Universe Patrol had initially chosen to turn a blind eye, assuming that once the task was completed, they would depart. Yet, an incident had occurred within their own territory. Can we ascertain who was responsible? It cannot be determined. After the energy surge, no residual characteristics remain. The scene was left with only the dust of the spacecraft and personnel. It seems they were completely obliterated by energy. The officer's expression grew grave. Such an incident occurring within his territory, regardless of the perpetrator, was a slap in the face of the Universe Patrol. More importantly, he feared that this might be a deliberate provocation by Gura or King Kurd, laying the groundwork for subsequent antagonistic actions. Immediately, intensify patrols in the surrounding star regions, increasing the frequency from once daily to 3 times. No, 5 times. Double the patrol squad size and equip them with heavy weaponry. He swiftly issued commands. Simultaneously, closely monitor the movements of Gura's and King Kurd's forces. Any unusual activity must be reported immediately. Now, he must prepare for potential retaliatory attacks from these two cosmic bullies. Although the Universe Patrol is not afraid of them, a full-scale conflict would undoubtedly impact countless innocent planets and civilizations, which is the last scenario they wish to see. It is not a matter of fearing defeat that keeps them at bay. In an instant, centered around the Universe Patrol's border star, the personnel strength of the Universe Patrol in several surrounding star regions surged dramatically. Patrol ships emblazoned with the Universe Patrol insignia darted back and forth, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the various planets, prompting numerous significant figures to preemptively flee upon receiving the news. As a result, the 3 factions, due to Kafiz's casual elimination of obstacles, found themselves ensnared in a delicate balance of mutual suspicion and tense confrontation. None wished to make the first move, wary of becoming the prey in a larger scheme. Chapter 90. A new journey begins. As time passed, Vegeta and his companions underwent a week of adaptation and consolidation training on Earth, having essentially mastered their newfound powers, with their energy stabilizing. Kafiza felt it was time to proceed with the next phase of his plan. He returned once more to Shidu, the Wan Nung Jiaonan Company. At that moment, Ka Feijia happened upon a brand new car parked beneath the residence of Bulma. Dressed in fashionable attire, Bulma emerged with a skip in her step, seemingly about to head out, her bag in hand. "Oh, Ka Feijia, when did you return to Earth?" Upon spotting him, Bulma's eyes sparkled, and she circled him twice as if she had discovered a new continent, her gaze fervently fixed on his face, exposed skin, and lustrous, dark hair. Wow. What skincare products have you been using lately? Or have you undergone some high-tech beauty treatment? Your skin looks positively radiant. Even better than mine. Speak up. What brand is it? Or is there some exclusive maintenance secret among you Saiyans? Ka Fei Jia was momentarily taken aback by her enthusiasm, instinctively touching his face. This was likely a byproduct of multiple evolutions and the consumption of the divine tree's fruit, resulting in an elevation of his life form, enhanced cellular vitality, and naturally presenting his skin in its optimal state. Unsure of how to explain, he merely mumbled, "Perhaps it's just that I've been getting plenty of sun." Sunbathing? Bulma looked skeptical, then pointed at the vibrant colored tail coiled around his waist. And what about this? Wasn't it dark brown before? How has it transformed into this striking silver hue in just a few days? Did you dye it, or has the color faded? Well, let us call it a mutation for now. Humph, tight-lipped as ever. Forget it, Bulma pouted, thinking he must have dyed it. Afraid of her mockery, He wouldn't reveal the truth. The curiosity of youth is fleeting, quickly replaced by other matters. By the way, you came to see my father, right? He has been grinning at that precious seed of yours in the lab for several days now. If I weren't sure about his mental state, I would have contacted a hospital for him to be admitted, as he has been laughing like a fool all day. After a hurried farewell from Bulma, who wished to continue probing for skincare secrets, Ka Fei Jia made his way to the laboratory. Upon entering, he found Dr. Brief, disheveled hair and a mess, gesticulating animatedly at the complex and perfect data projections on the holographic display, murmuring to himself, "Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Every gene sequence is in the most harmonious balance. Energy absorption efficiency stabilized at the theoretical maximum. Growth factors active, yet not out of control. This is nothing short of a miracle in biology. It's art. Doctor, it seems the simulation results are promising." Ka Fei Jia interrupted his reverie. "Promising? More than that," Dr. Brief exclaimed, carefully lifting the specially crafted petri dish containing the vibrant green seed adorned with subtle golden stripes, radiating gentle life energy fluctuations. "I conducted dozens of extreme environmental simulations. From scorching deserts to frigid tundras, from high gravity to lightless environments, it has adapted and grown steadily. While the energy output efficiency may not match that of the original version's predatory surges, it excels in durability, stability, and harmlessness. As long as there is ample sunlight, it will continuously produce high-quality energy fruits." He solemnly handed the petri dish to Ka Fei Jia. "Take it, my child. It is fully mature and simply awaits suitable soil to take root and sprout." Ka Fei Jia accepted the seed, feeling the immense vitality and potential it contained. Sincerely, he expressed his gratitude to Dr. Brief. "Thank you for your hard work, Doctor. Your research achievements are of paramount importance to me." Dr. Brief waved his hand, pipe in mouth, and smiled. "It is my honor to participate in such groundbreaking research. Should you come across any more fascinating projects, do remember to seek me out." Following this, Ka Fei Jia joined Bulma and her family for dinner, unable to resist their overwhelming hospitality. However, the array of newly prepared dishes appeared strange in both appearance and flavor, yet as a Saiyan, he finished them in no time. After Ka Fei Jia had his fill, Bulma and her father were inexplicably moved to tears. Had he eaten too much? The following morning, Ka Fei Jia, with the perfect seed of the divine tree in hand, returned directly to the temple. In the square, Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, and Dr. Gero, who was carrying several sealed boxes, had been waiting for a considerable time. The boxes contained Dr. Gero's preliminary analysis data on the sins of beings, but more importantly, there was anticipation for venturing into the cosmos and encountering broader horizons. Meanwhile, Goku was still asleep, unaware that his loving elder brother was about to depart. "Are we all set?" Ka Fei Jia surveyed the four. Vegeta, arms crossed, responded coolly, yet his eyes sparkled with a thirst for power and the unknown. Nappa and Raditz stood tall, affirming their readiness. Dr. Gero hastily nodded. "The core data and portable devices have been organized, Lord Ka Fei Jia." "Excellent, let us depart." Without further ado, Ka Fei Jia bid farewell to the Kai, leading the way towards the spaceship parked nearby. The others quickly followed suit. The spaceship's engine emitted a low hum, breaking through Earth's atmosphere and once more sailing into the vast, boundless sea of stars, guided by the precise navigation of the system and the spaceship's AI. They returned to the familiar cosmic black market. They found the cosmic merchant Kanabada, whom Ka Feijia had previously persuaded amicably. When Ka Feijia's figure reappeared in his opulent chamber, the plump merchant nearly slipped from his lavish gem-encrusted seat, his expression one of simultaneous awe and dread. "Great master, what brings you here? Is there anything I can assist you with?" He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, bowing respectfully, not daring to show any sign of negligence. The last negotiation was etched in his memory, particularly the recently circulated top-secret video of Friesia's demise in the black market. He had the fortune to witness it and instantly recognized the identity of the mysterious figure. Being a clever man, he kept this information to himself. Ka Feijia directly stated his purpose. He required a planet, one sufficiently large with optimal sunlight conditions, to possess complete autonomy. Upon hearing this, the cosmic merchant's face showed a flicker of pain, but more so, relief. At least it wasn't a matter of silencing him. It was merely a request for money and a planet, not his life. "Certainly, certainly. Please wait a moment. I shall arrange it immediately." Kanabada swiftly mobilized all available resources and channels, even going so far as to sell off a significant portion of his amassed goods and real estate at a loss, gathering a substantial sum within half an hour. Through some obscure channels, he purchased the rights to a suitable uninhabited ecological planet. "Master, here is the ownership certification chip and relevant documents for the planet." The cosmic merchant respectfully handed over a softly glowing chip and a datapad to Ka Feijia, his face adorned with a fawning smile. "This planet is 15 times the size of Earth, boasting a stable atmosphere and abundant liquid water with vast land areas. Most notably, it resides within a unique trinary star system, where 3 suns rise alternately, resulting in almost no true night and nearly 24 hours of sunlight, perfectly meeting your requirements." Chapter 91. XS Ka Feijia accepted the chip from the merchant. "Tongzi, check if he has tampered with anything." Soon, the system prompted, "No issues found. All is legal and compliant, rest assured." After verifying the authenticity through the system, Ka Feijia nodded in satisfaction. "You've done well." The cosmic merchant was suddenly taken aback, feeling that this investment might not be such a loss after all, as long as this calamity did not seek him out for negotiations again. Without lingering, Ka Feijia, accompanied by Vegeta and the others, set off once more, the spaceship charting a course toward the coordinates of the planet named Adonis. Gazing out of the porthole at the swiftly swirling stars, Kafisa gently caressed the emerald-green seed of the spirit tree in his hand. The spacecraft sailed steadily through the vast expanse of the starry sea, and Kafisa did not allow time to slip away idly. He directly hurled Vegeta and his companions into the ship's gravity training room, adjusting the gravity to a level that demanded their utmost effort just to move. After the upgrade to 100 times gravity, the system could reach a maximum of 1,000 times. Do not presume that a slight increase in strength on Earth allows for complacency. Until we reach our destination, daily training will be your only respite. A Super Saiyan cannot achieve transformation through laziness. Kafisa's voice resonated through the communicator. Inside the training room, Vegeta gritted his teeth, his still-developing body trembling under the intense pressure. Enveloped in a blue aura, resisting the omnipresent, terrifying gravity. Although Vegeta's combat power had risen to 15,000, he still struggled under the 100 times gravity. Each punch and every movement became a significant burden, yet he deemed it worthwhile in his quest to surpass Kafisa. As for Nabo and Raditz, they were in even worse shape, drenched in sweat, their faces flushed, finding it exceptionally difficult to breathe. Kafisa would occasionally enter the training room, under the guise of providing combat guidance, but in reality, it was a one-sided slaughter. With his far superior speed and exquisite control of energy, he effortlessly toyed with the 3 of them. Too slow. Vegeta, is your pride merely expressed in your obstinacy? Naba, your brute strength is wasted. Your attack patterns resemble those of a 3-year-old. Raditz, you are easily distracted. On the battlefield, you would have died 100 times over, and you are simply too weak. His figure would vanish the moment their attacks approached, only to reappear at the most vulnerable angles of their defenses, delivering blows that sent them crashing against the walls like meteors, their internal organs feeling as though they had shifted. Although Vegeta and his companions were knocked down every time, they could sense their bodies adapting to this extreme pressure, gaining a more adept control over their own power. This growth, teetering on the brink of pain and collapse, carried with it humiliation, yet it also allowed them to clearly perceive the trajectory of their strengthening. The resentment and fury in Vegeta's eyes gradually transformed into a deeper obsession. One day he would surpass Kafiza and reclaim the pride that belonged to a prince. Meanwhile, in another section of the spacecraft, converted into a temporary laboratory, Dr. Gero was almost tirelessly immersed in research. On his workbench, precision instruments were deeply analyzing the microscopic structure and energy pathways of the Senzu beings, while on the other side lay the blueprints for the most advanced healing pod technology in the universe, purchased at great expense from the cosmic black market. It was astonishing how the life energy contained within these beings was so pure and immense, yet their structure remained remarkably stable. Dr. Gero stared at the complex data scrolling across the screen, his eyes gleaming with obsession. It did not merely stimulate cellular regeneration. It seemed more akin to a reset of the state of being, forcibly reverting a living organism to a predefined pristine condition. He attempted to comprehend this seemingly illogical rule, comparing it to the principles behind the healing pod technology. But if he could decipher even a fraction of the reset rules contained within the Senzu beings and integrate it into the healing pod, this thought sent tremors of excitement through Dr. Gero's entire being. He immersed himself in simulations and calculations. Although replicating the miraculous effects of the Senzu beings remained a distant goal, he had already developed a clear concept and initial technological breakthroughs for creating a new type of healing pod, one that would far exceed the current standards of the universe. He was confident that with sufficient resources, he could soon produce a prototype. Time quietly slipped away during the monotonous and tense journey through space. 2 months later, the spacecraft finally arrived at its destination. A colossal planet, radiating vibrant life, appeared outside the ship. It was surrounded by 3 equally bright stars, with the surface of the planet almost devoid of shadow, eternally bathed in sunlight that illuminated mountains, oceans, and vast primeval forests. The unique arrangement of the 3 stars had not turned it into a desolate world. Rather, it thrived with vitality, and this was the planet Adonis. The spacecraft gently descended onto a flat plateau. As the hatch opened, a gust of warm air mixed with the fresh scent of vegetation rushed in. Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz stepped out of the spacecraft, feeling the stark contrast of the environment compared to Earth and the interior of the ship. After 2 months of hellish gravity training and Kafiza's guidance, their auras felt significantly stronger than when they had departed Earth. Though their combat power numbers did not leap dramatically like a near-death recovery, their abilities had solidly advanced considerably from the original baseline. Dr. Gero also followed them out of the ship, taking a deep breath of fresh air, a satisfied expression gracing his face. The environment here would greatly benefit some of his future research endeavors. He reported to Kafiza, Lord Kafiza, the theoretical validation of the new healing pod has been completed. As soon as the materials are ready, the first batch of prototypes can be manufactured promptly. Kafiza nodded, content with the current progress. His gaze swept across the land illuminated by the 3 suns, and he felt an overwhelming sense of optimism for the future. Here was our new starting point. He opened his palm, revealing the emerald green, glistening seed of the spirit tree, adorned with golden patterns, which seemed to come alive under the light, emitting a faint glow. Your task from now on is to protect this seed. As long as it exists, so do you. If it dies, you will perish too. Though Vegeta and the others did not comprehend why Kafiza placed such importance on this seed, they resolved to guard it vigilantly to avoid an untimely demise. After emphasizing the seed's significance, Kafiza wasted no time, choosing a location abundant in sunlight, and personally buried the miraculous seed, infused with the wisdom and power of 2 worlds, into the soil of Adonis. Next, they would await its rooting and sprouting, transforming the eternal light of this planet into a bountiful harvest that would propel them toward the pinnacle of the universe. Chapter 92. Promising results. 3 months had passed since the seed of the spirit tree was buried in fertile soil. During this time, Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz faithfully executed Kafiza's orders, guarding the sowing area without fail. They witnessed an almost miraculous rate of growth. The tender shoots that broke through the soil began to grow at an astonishing pace the moment they touched the sunlight. By the end of the first day, they had already reached a height equal to a person. A week later, they had transformed into towering trees with trunks so robust that several dozen people would be needed to encircle them. Today, 3 months later, a colossal tree reaching a height of 1,000 meters, with branches and leaves so lush that they could obscure the sky, stood majestically in place. The foliage of the giant tree shimmered in a jade hue under the sunlight, with golden veins flickering across the leaves and trunk, greedily absorbing endless light energy. The massive canopy cast mottled shadows, and the air was filled with an extraordinary fruity fragrance. Most captivating were the fruits hanging amidst the layers of branches and leaves. Emanating a soft glow, they resembled the original spirit tree fruits, but were completely translucent, with what appeared to be golden liquid flowing within, releasing an enticing aroma. Is this what the tree has borne? Naba gazed upward, wide-eyed, staring at the tree canopy that obscured the sky, his throat involuntarily swallowing. He could distinctly sense that the energy contained within those fruits far exceeded his imagination. Radit's eyes were also filled with shock and desire. What a powerful energy reaction. If consumed. Even the typically proud Vegeta was now fixated on the treetops, particularly the central area of the canopy, his fists unconsciously clenching. He could sense that the closer he approached the heart of the tree's crown, the more alluring the fragrance emitted by the fruits became. Yet, none of them dared to pluck the fruits for themselves. The three stood obediently beneath the tree, awaiting the arrival of its master. As Ka Feija's figure appeared beneath the tree, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the results surpassed expectations. He leapt into the air, circling the colossal tree, carefully attuning to its essence. The system prompted, "Host," after scanning. This system has determined that the weakest of these fruits can enhance combat power by 10,000, while the one at the very top could potentially augment it by 1,000,000. What is delight? This is sheer delight. Ka Feija let out a triumphant roar. Although 1,000,000 in combat power seemed trivial to him at present, the fruits were abundant, allowing him to accumulate power gradually. Achieving a foundational combat power exceeding 100 million was not a mere dream. With his current strength of 50 million, even if he were to relax and do nothing, he would only need a mere 50 fruits, and in about 6 years, he could attain that goal. This was something many could only dream of. Yet now it was effortlessly within his grasp. Just as Ka Feija reveled in his triumph, the system advised, "Host, it is recommended to prune this tree to prevent theft, as an uncontrolled proliferation could lead to calamity. As the saying goes, one fears not thieves, but those who covet." No one could guarantee that unforeseen circumstances would not arise. If left unattended, should these fruits disperse or fall into the hands of the unscrupulous, the consequences would be dire. "Vegeta, gather all these fruits. I shall distribute them later. Anyone who dares to steal shall face my wrath." The ominous aura emanating from Ka Feija immediately silenced the thoughts of the three. "Rest assured, Lord Ka Feija, we will fulfill the task." With that, Vegeta led the team, skillfully navigating through the branches, diligently gathering every single fruit without missing a single one. 1 minute later, the fruits were harvested. The system announced, "Host, there are a total of 100 fruits here." According to this system's calculations, consuming all the fruits can instantly increase combat power by 5,000,000. Ka Feija had just been reveling in the prospect of steadily increasing his combat power by 1,000,000 every 3 months. But now the system revealed that consuming these would grant a direct boost of 5,000,000. Swallowing hard, he suppressed his desire to hoard all the fruits, reminding himself that he was a leader who needed to consider his team and could not be selfish. After a few minutes of self-reflection, he came to a profound understanding. And with a seemingly impassive expression but a heart bleeding internally, he handed a portion of the fruits to Dr. Goluo. "These 10 fruits are for you to distribute according to their strengths, but remember not to be greedy and consume fruits far beyond your capabilities, or else you may explode." Dr. Goluo solemnly accepted the 10 fruits, which shimmered with an enticing glow and pulsated with energy, feeling their weight in his hands. They were not only precious resources, but also a testament to the trust and responsibility bestowed upon him by Lord Ka Feija. He did not dare to be negligent. Immediately employing all the analytical instruments in the laboratory to conduct a rapid and precise energy intensity scan of the batch of fruits. Soon, the results emerged. These 10 fruits were distinctly categorized into different tiers based on their internal energy levels, with enhancements ranging from 10,000 to 100,000 combat power. Adjusting his glasses, "Doctor, Goluo reflected the calm light of science through his lenses. He was acutely aware that power must align with one's own capabilities, and Ka Feijia's warning echoed in his ears. Based on past records and recent observations, he evaluated the strengths and potential of Vegeta and his companions. Then began the distribution. Vegeta, Dr. Goluo first addressed the haughty Saiyan prince, pushing 3 fruits towards him. Here, your strength is the greatest. The first fruit contains an energy intensity of 20,000, the second 50,000, and the third 100,000. Vegeta snorted in acknowledgement of Dr. Goluo's arrangement, promptly seizing the fruit with 20,000 energy and swallowing it without hesitation. Instantly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted within him. Vegeta let out a muffled grunt as his energy soared at a visibly rapid pace. Dr. Goluo then turned to Naba. Naba, your potential is slightly inferior to Vegeta's. He allocated 3 fruits to Naba, with energy intensities ranging from 10,000 to 40,000. Naba gazed at the fruits before him. Although they could not compare to Vegeta's, they were sufficient for him. Grinning, he eagerly grabbed a fruit with an energy level of 10,000 and popped it into his mouth, feeling an immediate boost in his energy. Finally, Dr. Goluo looked at the weakest among them, Raditz, whose gaze was filled with apprehension and anticipation. Raditz, your foundation is the weakest and requires a gradual approach. He, too, allocated 3 fruits to Raditz, but their energy levels were generally lower, concentrated between 10,000 and 20,000. Do not aim too high. Start from the lowest and adapt gradually. It is best not to be the first to explode from consuming fruit energy. Chapter 93, Voluntary Participation. Raditz looked at the meager pile of the weakest energy fruits before him and then glanced at the rapidly ascending energies of Vegeta and Naba, a trace of barely perceptible disappointment flickering in his eyes. However, he quickly rallied himself. He picked up the fruit with the weakest energy of 10,000 and consumed it. The surge of energy coursed through him, causing his entire being to tremble as he struggled to channel this energy to strengthen himself. In an instant, Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz radiated varying intensities of energy. Ka Feijia observed them with a faint smile of approval. None of them chose to recklessly overreach. They all began with the lowest energy intensity. Only Raditz felt a bit out of place, as the other 2 experienced immediate boosts in their combat power, while he was left blushing and grunting for a while before concluding. A proud smirk crept across Vegeta's lips. His combat power surged from 20,000 to nearly 40,000. The 3 had been training consistently, resulting in an increase in their foundational combat power. Naba's power rose from 13,000 to nearly 23,000, showing significant growth. Raditz remained the weakest, absorbing energy at a slower pace. Yet his combat power also leaped from 6,000 to 16,000, marking a qualitative leap for him. His face was alight with excitement, as he never imagined a low-ranking warrior like himself could one day possess over 10,000 combat power. How does it feel? Ka Feijia's voice inquired. Unprecedentedly good. Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling the power surge within him. Although he was still far from Ka Feijia, the immense enhancement filled him with hope. Thank you, Lord Ka Feijia. Naba and Raditz quickly bowed in gratitude, their hearts racing with excitement. Their current strength was something they had never dared to dream of. Ka Feijia remained indifferent. This is merely the beginning. The spirit tree bears fruit every 3 months. As long as you demonstrate your worth, you shall receive more in the future. He paused, casting his gaze over the 3. Go and assimilate your new power, adapt to it. Remember, relying solely on external factors will not make one strong. The 3 eagerly distanced themselves from the spirit tree, engaging in a fierce melee. Each strike was a direct hit, accompanied by the sound of sonic booms. This was the unique celebratory manner of the Saiyans. Nothing expressed joy better than a good fight. As a precaution, a layer of purple barrier quietly encased the 3, who were now immersed in their energetic clash. Thus, there was no fear of the spirit tree being accidentally harmed. Ka Feijia hovered before the trunk of the tree, his gaze sharpening. He summoned the creative power within him once more. As the black-golden yin-yang energy surged from his palms, gradually permeating the core of the tree's trunk, he was not destructing. Rather, He was conducting a precise genetic-level transformation. The process lasted merely a fleeting moment, as Kafiza retracted his power. Within the trunk of the spiritual tree, the attributes representing propagation and dissemination had been irreversibly stripped away. Henceforth, all the fruits borne by this tree would solely retain the capacity for pure energy enhancement, devoid of any potential to sprout into new trees. Prior to this, Kafiza had consumed the first batch of fruits entirely, consequently obliterating the seeds. As for the fruits handed to Vegeta, along with the trio and Dr. Glow, their cores had long been discreetly destroyed. The system hastily interjected, "Host, you are out of your mind. You reckless fool, not leaving a single seed behind. If this tree were to perish, would you not weep endlessly?" However, Kafiza responded with unwavering confidence, "Do not fret. Do you think these matters escaped my consideration? Possessing the power of creation, I have already fully analyzed the genetic structure of the spiritual tree. As long as I desire, I can recreate an entirely new spiritual tree at any moment." To substantiate his claims, he conjured forth a brand new seedling of the spiritual tree, shimmering with radiant light. The system, upon witnessing this, promptly initiated a comprehensive scan. "Incredible. Host, you truly accomplished it. That means you can directly create fruits." In response, Kafiza expressed intrigue and attempted to do so, lamenting, "It is indeed possible, yet my comprehension of the creative power remains too rudimentary. I lack the capability to transcend the law of energy conservation. To directly create fruits that enhance strength, I would have to expend my own energy as the cost. Otherwise, it would merely result in an ordinary fruit." The system conveyed its disappointment. What a pity, so close to transcending limits. Meanwhile, Dr. Glow did not hasten to indulge in the spiritual tree fruit destined for him. As an ordinary human, he was acutely aware of the consequences of consumption. Yet, this did not deter him, for he was a brilliant scientist. Flesh and blood may be frail, but machinery can ascend. Dr. Glow resolved to transform himself into a cyborg. In fact, the moment he first witnessed Goku annihilate the base of the Red Ribbon Army, he discovered a power beyond technology. From then, he became deeply ensnared by the allure of this formidable strength. The cyborg project had been conceived during the trio's routine training aboard the spaceship. Though it had been shelved due to a priority focus on researching the efficacy of the Saiyan, yet just now, a breakthrough had been achieved. He had intended to incorporate the juice of the spiritual tree fruit into the liquid of the healing chamber to test if it could accelerate the healing process. Unexpectedly, the two elements merged flawlessly. Experimental data indicated that clinical trials could commence, provided the final results aligned with the experimental data. Mass production could begin. The only query remaining was, who would serve as the guinea pig? First and foremost, Kafiza was certainly not an option. Thus, the only alternative was to randomly select one from among Vegeta and the others to voluntarily partake in the experiment. When Dr. Glow, brimming with uncontrollable excitement and a hint of trepidation, expressed his request to Kafiza, the latter cast his gaze towards the trio, who had already established a victor. His eyes lingered on Raditz, who lay motionless on the ground like a lifeless dog, undoubtedly willing to volunteer. "Raditz," Kafiza called. "Yes, Lord Kafiza." Raditz jolted, eager to respond. "You shall enter and test the effects." Raditz's expression paled, yet he dared not defy the command. He could only steel himself and cautiously approach the healing chamber, which flickered with indicator lights. As the hatch slid open, it revealed a chamber filled with a pale green life energy nutrient solution. Vegeta unleashed an energy beam that struck Raditz squarely, piercing through his torso and severely damaging his internal organs, plunging him into a state of near death. Raditz gritted his teeth and lay down inside. The healing chamber immediately activated, and the green nutrient solution began to circulate rapidly, engulfing Raditz entirely. In an instant, the horrifying wound on Raditz's body began to heal at a visible speed. Shattered bones reformed, and damaged organs commenced their repair. Chapter 94. Our aspiration is the stars and the sea. Dr. Glow fixated on the rapidly fluctuating life sign data on the screen, his hands trembling with excitement. Vegeta and Naba also gazed intently at the sealed healing chamber, the air thick with a mixture of anticipation and skepticism. Time stretched on, appearing exceptionally prolonged for both Raditz within the chamber and the observers outside. 5 minutes. Merely 5 minutes later, the indicator lights within the healing chamber shifted from red to green, accompanied by a hissing sound as it slowly opened. Raditz shot up from within. He incredulously lowered his gaze to his unscathed chest, clenched his fist with vigor, and felt the surging power within him, far surpassing his previous strength. I am completely restored. And my power. Raditz's voice quivered with overwhelming elation as uncontrollable blue energy erupted around him like a tempest. Dr. Glow promptly read the final data. His voice sharp with exultation. It worked. I succeeded. Life signs are fully stable, and cellular activity has significantly increased. Raditz's combat power has surged from 16,000 to 32,000. 32,000. This figure resounded like thunder in the ears of Vegeta and Nappa. Raditz, who had always been the underdog, had doubled his combat power in a single resurrection, surpassing Nappa and nearly matching Vegeta. Nappa's mouth fell agape as he gazed at the exuberant Raditz. Then back at the healing chamber, his eyes enveloped by insatiable desire. This healing chamber was nothing short of cheating. No, it was more than that. It was a divine boon for the Saiyans. Vegeta's pupils constricted, his pride replaced by shock, soon transforming into a deeper, fervent intensity. He sought absolute power, and he would not overlook any method that could expedite his ascent. Raditz's transformation undeniably validated the terrifying efficacy of this healing chamber. It was a shortcut to power. Lord Kafiza, please allow me to utilize the healing chamber. Nappa was the first to succumb to temptation, eager to make his request. Though Vegeta did not verbalize his thoughts, his forward stride and fervent gaze conveyed everything. Kafiza observed their reactions with great satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Genuine power enhancement would bind them firmly. No Saiyan would ever reject formidable strength. Of course, Kafiza replied nonchalantly, nodding. Dr. Glow, can the healing chamber be utilized further? Rest assured, Lord Kafiza. It can continue to be used, Dr. Glow responded confidently. Even if 10 more individuals were to enter, it would be no issue. Vegeta, you shall go first. Taking a deep breath, a resolute glint flashed in Vegeta's eyes. He approached the healing chamber without hesitation, needing no assistance. He gathered energy and inflicted a near-fatal wound upon himself, then lay pale within the healing chamber, which was once again filled with the green nutrient solution. Once more, the collective anticipation soared. Raditz's enhancement had been astonishing. What heights would the already formidable Vegeta reach? 5 minutes later, Vegeta emerged from the healing chamber, unleashing his energy. Boom! A power far mightier and more ferocious than Raditz erupted skyward. His combat power had escalated from 40,000 to 85,000. Ha ha ha! Vegeta felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, unable to contain his exuberant laughter, which resonated with both exhilaration and an insatiable ambition for advancement. Next came Nappa, who, emulating the previous actions, also subjected himself to the same rigorous treatment, lying down in the healing pod. Within a mere 5 minutes, Nappa's combat power skyrocketed from 23,000 to an astounding 48,000. Though the increment was slightly less than that of Vegeta, the transformation in strength was nonetheless monumental. Most importantly, he had proven that Raditz remained the ineffectual underachiever. Just as Raditz had been reveling in the fact that he was no longer the weakest link, he now felt the universe was filled with malice upon witnessing Nappa's resurrection and newfound power. The continuous success of the experiments left Dr. Gero on the brink of fainting with excitement. His theory had been validated. Kafiza observed the remarkable transformation of his 3 subordinates, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Vegeta, 85,000, Nappa, 48,000, Raditz, 32,000. The average combat power of this small squad had reached an impressively formidable level. However, to truly establish themselves in the vast cosmos, their current strengths alone were far from sufficient. Individual valor was indeed significant, but an efficient, loyal, and versatile organization was the bedrock for enduring development. The spirit tree provided an almost limitless resource for crafting top-tier warriors, while the healing pods safeguarded the lives of the team members. These 2 trump cards must be wielded effectively to translate into tangible power. Dr. Gero. Kafiza's voice snapped the still-excited scientist back to reality. At your service, Lord Kafiza. Dr. Gero bowed quickly, his demeanor more respectful than ever. The efficacy of the healing pods had been confirmed. Now, I have 2 tasks for you. Kafiza issued his directives. First, Optimize the healing pods as much as possible while ensuring their effectiveness, reducing manufacturing difficulty and costs, so that they can be mass-produced to meet the needs of core members in the future. Kafiza paused, his gaze sharp. Second, based on the energy technology of the healing pods and the spirit tree's fruit, and integrating your previous research on combat robots and biotechnology, I hope you will begin to design a selection and enhancement system. We need to recruit new members in the future, but not just anyone. We require truly capable warriors with potential who can be controlled. A glint of understanding flashed in Dr. Gero's eyes as he quickly grasped Kafiza's intentions. As you command, my lord. I will expedite a preliminary plan for the selection criteria and enhancement scheme. As the former chief scientist of the Red Ribbon Army and a behind-the-scenes mastermind, this was merely second nature to him. One more thing, contact the previous black market merchant. I believe he would be more than willing to assist me. The Black Market Trading Center, Merchant Canabad was jolted from his reverie, an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine. Chapter 95, Voluntary Contribution nearby. His private communication terminal unexpectedly chimed with an alert. Startled, Canabad nearly tumbled from his bed, just as he was about to curse the audacity of the intruder. He was ready to teach them a lesson, hoping they would consider their property as compensation for the disturbance, and perhaps he could find it in himself to forgive them. Indeed, he was a magnanimous person. However, upon reading the message on the other end, all his anger evaporated in an instant. The scene shifted dramatically, transforming him from a furious tiger into a docile kitten. He reflexively responded with obsequiousness. My lord, how may I serve you? Canabad, it has been a while. I must first express my gratitude for the planet you gifted me. I am quite pleased. It was my duty, as long as you are satisfied, my lord. I have come to you to discuss a deep collaboration. As you know, my strength is lacking, and my heart is soft. I cannot bear to see those who have aided me suffer. Therefore, I am here to help you prosper. After hearing Kafiza's words, a cold sweat drenched Canabad's back, panic surging within him. Lacking strength? You single-handedly stormed the lair of the universe's most notorious criminal organization, the Frisia Force, and left unscathed. Videos still circulate in the black market of you defeating Frisia with a single move. And you call that lacking strength? If your heart is soft, you would not have targeted me alone. This is an overt warning of the consequences of refusal. Canabad's heart bled, yet he forced a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. It is my honor to contribute to my lord. Kafiza chuckled lightly, a sound that sent shivers down Canabad's spine. Then I have more good news for you. From today onward, I want you to officially serve me, responsible for external intelligence gathering, procurement of specific materials, and promotion of certain goods. Kafiza elaborated. First, utilize your connections to spread the word across the universe about the master of Adonis Planet, recruiting warriors with special abilities or great potential. We will provide resources beyond imagination to help them grow stronger, but they must undergo rigorous loyalty and potential tests. You will oversee the initial selection. Canabad was taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. My lord, is this the establishment of your own power? To cling to such an unfathomable powerhouse seems not entirely unfavorable. At least my life would be secured, and perhaps I could leverage this influence for greater gain. Joining now would mean I could become a peripheral member of the inner circle. He envisioned countless business opportunities beckoning to him. My lord, you can count on me. I will ensure the message reaches the right ears. Canabad almost instantly made the wisest choice, his tone becoming increasingly humble and fervent. To serve my lord is the honor of my family for generations. Please, my lord, command me. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly. A bright future was beckoning him, and only a fool would let it slip away. Excellent. Kafiza expressed his satisfaction with Canabad's perceptiveness. Dr. Gero, present your research findings to our new ally. In the next moment, a holographic image and data regarding the effects of the healing pods were transmitted directly to Canabad's private terminal. Simultaneously, Dr. Gero's voice, filled with scientific fervor, joined in. Mr. Canabad, please pay close attention. This is my latest technological breakthrough. The footage clearly documented Raditz being incapacitated by a single blow from Vegeta and then placed in the healing pod, fully healed within just 5 minutes. The detailed comparison of bodily data left Canabad wide-eyed, his mouth agape. This 5 minutes. Such severe injuries could be healed. This is nothing short of a genius invention. As a merchant, he immediately sensed a vast business opportunity capable of driving the entire universe's combat class into a frenzy. This was infinitely more enticing than any weapon or spaceship. Dr. Gero's voice brimmed with pride. Indeed, it represents the pinnacle of life restoration technology currently available in the universe. Lord Kafiza has authorized the simplified version to be marketed through your channels to select clients. Upon hearing this, Kanabad quivered with excitement. A simplified version? That was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that possessing the sales rights to this technology meant he held the lifeline of countless warriors, cosmic pirates, and even some high-ranking officials of civilizations. His name, Kanabad, would no longer merely signify a black market merchant, but rather a figure capable of influencing the cosmic power dynamic. So, it must be sold. Kanabad nearly shouted. Dr. Gero, Lord Kafiza, rest assured, I know exactly who to sell to and how to sell it. I will ensure this technology retains its value. We can auction it. We can barter. Intelligence and rare resources can be exchanged. In an instant, numerous plans flashed through his mind, envisioning the immense profits to be garnered from this technology and the establishment of a vast network of connections. The specific sales strategies and client selection would be devised by you, yet the final list must be reviewed by me. Additionally, keep a close watch on the movements of various forces in the cosmos, particularly regarding Gula and the Kurd King, as well as any unusual actions from the Cosmic Patrol. Concurrently, procure all the materials and equipment listed by Dr. Galo for research, with funding to be advanced from your investments. The Frisia Legion's dominance was not solely reliant on the personal might of Frisia and his son. The strength of the team was equally crucial. Now, with Kafiza possessing superior resources and more efficient methods, why should we not establish a more formidable order? The merchant's face twitched. Yet he dared not voice any dissent, and hastily replied, Yes, yes. It is my honor to serve you. The intelligence and materials will be delivered punctually. Kafiza's voice pulled him back from his fervor. Remember, this creation belongs to Adonis. Its dissemination is to attract the talents and resources we require, not to empower our adversaries. Should any slip occur, understood. Completely understood. Cold sweat trickled down Kanabad's back, and he hastily assured, I will exercise utmost caution, and every client will be rigorously vetted. Everything will align with your will, my lord. Once communications were severed, Kanabad collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Just conversing with Kafiza could dehydrate him significantly. Yet his eyes shone with an unusual brilliance. He immediately sprang into action, utilizing all his connections and channels. On one hand, he discreetly spread the word of Adonis, recruiting powerful individuals, while on the other, he meticulously devised plans to introduce the newly developed treatment pod, a veritable bombshell, into the cosmic black market in the most advantageous manner. Chapter 96. The birth of the cradle. 2 months slipped by unnoticed. In Kanabad's secret warehouse, 3 sleek, silver-hued pods stood silently, their surfaces bearing the minimalist leaf emblem. These were the simplified treatment pods sent by Dr. Galo, which Kanabad had endowed with the hopeful name Cradle, signifying that all who entered would be reborn like infants. Kanabad circled around the 3 cradles, his eyes shimmering with golden light. Quickly, bring out that test subject. He rubbed his hands impatiently, urging his subordinates. Soon, a subordinate, who had tragically lost half his body in a recent gang clash and was barely clinging to life with the aid of life support equipment, was brought forward. His vital signs were faint, and his mangled body was a gruesome sight. Kanabad cast a glance, devoid of any pity for his subordinate, only a desperate longing to validate the data. He gestured for his men to carefully place the dying individual into one of the cradles. The pod's door closed silently, and a pale green nutrient solution, rich in life energy, swiftly filled the chamber, completely submerging the wounded man. Kanabad held his breath, his gaze fixated on the high-precision display outside the pod. The bodily data and internal high-definition images streamed in real time. He observed as the mangled torso of his subordinate exhibited flesh granulation that proliferated at an almost unnatural speed. Bones, nerves, and blood vessels seemed to be meticulously woven and reconstructed by countless invisible nano-hands, gradually extending and healing. The indicator lights representing vital signs transitioned from glaring red warnings to a stable ascent, ultimately settling on a reassuring green. Nearly half an hour had passed when the pod's liquid drained away, and the door opened once more. A shocking scene unfolded. The man, previously deemed beyond salvation, now sat up unaided. Bewildered, he looked down at his body, now whole and without a single scar. Instinctively clenching his fists to feel the surge of power coursing through his muscles, his face overtaken by a near-manic ecstasy. "Boss, my body, my hands have all grown back. I'm healed," he exclaimed, his voice choked with overwhelming excitement. Kanabad, however, paid no heed to his subordinate's outburst, meticulously verifying the final data, and a satisfied smile finally broke through his chubby face. While the effects may not rival the miraculous 5-minute life reversal depicted in Dr. Gillot's images, this already utterly surpasses all known civilian and even advanced medical equipment in the cosmos. He was certain that the old model treatment pods required days, if not longer, to address such injuries, and were utterly ineffective against permanent limb damage. He promptly ordered a new, carefully edited video to be recorded, clearly showcasing the transformation from a bloody wreck to a pristine state, accompanied by irrefutable and detailed data comparisons. Instead of broadcasting it widely, he sent this storm-inducing video through the highest-level encrypted channels to 7 or 8 long-term collaborators with profound backgrounds and formidable financial resources. The news spread like a sudden plunge of ice water into the seemingly calm cosmic black market, igniting an explosive reaction. These esteemed patrons held significant stature, some being influential arms dealers traversing the starry seas with connections to major legions. Others commanded vast fleets, their networks spanning known star regions, and some dominated gray areas, causing significant headaches for the Cosmic Patrol. They understood better than anyone the immense value of a life-saving ace in the perilous, strength-driven cosmos. The slow efficacy of the old treatment pods was akin to a drop in the bucket in life-and-death battles, whereas the new cradle, requiring only half an hour to restore heavily injured members to combat readiness, even perfectly regenerating lost limbs, offered not merely a second chance at life, but a strategic opportunity for rebirth. In an instant, Kanabad's private communication lines were nearly overwhelmed with an influx of requests. "Kanabad, I want this. Name your price. Old friend, stop keeping me in suspense. How many do you have in stock? I'll take them all. Damn it. Is this video real? Reserve one for me. No, I want 3. Are the technical blueprints for sale? Money is no object. Just name your price." Kanabad beamed at the avalanche of orders and inquiries flooding his information terminal, his excitement palpable as his fingertips trembled slightly. He had anticipated that the cradle would create a stir, but the overwhelming buying frenzy before him far exceeded his most optimistic expectations. He took a deep breath, striving to stabilize his racing heart, cleared his throat, and donned a facade of both difficulty and restraint, beginning the performance he had long prepared. "Dear friends, please hold your horses." He elongated his tone. "This cradle, I must confess, represents the latest breakthrough from our Adonis laboratory, employing groundbreaking life-directional repair technology. The manufacturing process is exceedingly complex, and the core materials are exceedingly rare. Our current production capacity is, alas, quite limited." He intentionally paused, as if he could hear the anxious breaths and suppressed urgencies of those great figures on the other end of the line, which brought him immense satisfaction. Only after whetting their appetites did he leisurely announce the exorbitant price previously agreed upon with Kafiza and Dr. Gillot. "However, considering our long-standing friendship, I shall extend a fair price of 50 million cosmic coins per unit. Of course, equivalent rare strategic minerals, high-purity energy, or certain cutting-edge technology blueprints may be deducted as appropriate. The first batch consists solely of these 3 units. Naturally, the highest bidder prevails. 50 million cosmic coins. This price is sufficient to plunge a small civilization into ruin, even enabling the formation of a formidable private fleet. However, when faced with a second chance at life that could safeguard their core combat capabilities, even in the direst circumstances, these magnates, after a brief silence and deliberation, immediately erupted into a frenzied bidding war. "I offer 55 million, 60 million, plus 3 colonial planets. Blueprints. I can exchange 3 pieces of high-ranking information from the Galactic Patrol for priority purchasing rights." Orders and bids surged forth like a tsunami, instantly overwhelming the modest supply of 3 units. Kanabad adeptly managed these almost hysterical old patrons while swiftly recording their bids and the eclectic array of resources they could offer, his heart already brimming with joy. This had transcended mere monetary exchange. An extensive network, interwoven with interests and human connections, was quietly being forged, linked by the cradle. Chapter 97. Reactions from three parties. Canabad did not dare to hoard this success for himself and connected with Kafiza through a private terminal. My lord, great news. Upon connection, Canabad's voice soared with excitement. The cradle has been launched, and the response has been unprecedented. Orders have flooded in, and those who usually look down on others are nearly fighting for a chance to purchase. He rapidly reported the results. A preliminary estimate indicates that these 3 units alone could generate over 150 million galactic credits in cash flow, along with an astonishing amount of rare resources. More importantly, we have successfully established initial contacts with several influential factions in their respective fields, who expressed their willingness to engage in long-term cooperation with Adonis. On the other end of the communication, Kafiza listened with a smile as Canabad reported. Everything was advancing steadily and efficiently along the path he had envisioned. The foundations of supreme power, money, resources, and connections were continuously flowing towards Adonis through this device known as the cradle. Well done, Canabad. Kafiza's voice bore an implicit affirmation. Continue to follow up and accurately filter out those with the most potential for long-term collaboration. His tone grew slightly somber as he emphasized, remember, what we seek is far more than mere wealth. Understood. My lord, rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. Canabad quickly bowed in assurance, his voice brimming with unprecedented vigor. He understood that from this day forward, as long as he clung tightly to Kafiza's support, even high-ranking officials of the Galactic Patrol would have to treat him with respect and heed his demeanor. His stage would no longer be confined to this small black market, but rather the vast expanse of the starry seas. As the price of the cradle soared in the black market, far across the star domain, Gula received high-priority encrypted intelligence from a senior spy embedded within the core of the North Galactic black market. As a cold and competent ruler, weaving an intelligence network in the gray areas of various factions was merely a necessary operation. Gula sat calmly on his exclusive throne, observing the 2 videos displayed side by side on the holographic screen. One clearly recorded the miraculous revival of Leitais within 5 minutes. The other demonstrated the shocking regeneration of a severed limb by Canabad's subordinate within half an hour. Gula rhythmically tapped the armrest of his throne, the sound echoing in the silent hall. His face, far more ruthless than Frisia's, revealed no emotion, yet ripples stirred deep within. 5 minutes, half an hour, whichever it was. The level of life technology represented far exceeded the common understanding of the current universe. This was not merely a medical tool, it was a strategic weapon. If mastered, his legion would gain unparalleled sustained combat capabilities, and the attrition rate of elite warriors would plummet to freezing depths. What an intriguing toy, Gula whispered, his voice laced with yearning. This efficient technological pathway did not resemble the so-called righteous inventions of the Galactic Patrol. His cold gaze fixated on the mysterious name of Adonis. Shaviza. Gula's voice was low yet carried an undeniable authority. A tall, stern-faced alien clad in specialized battle gear instantly appeared below the throne. Kneeling on one knee, Great King Gula, at your command. He was one of Gula's most capable subordinates. Notify the intelligence department, activate all infiltrated agents, and monitor all communications and movements of Merchant Canabad at any cost. I want to see the precise coordinates of the planet Adonis and a detailed dossier on its behind-the-scenes leaders, along with a source analysis report of this cradle core technology. In the shortest time possible, Gula's command was clear and cold. Yes, my king. Shaviza responded solemnly. Gula paused, a glint of cold light flashing in his multifaceted eyes. Additionally, personally select a team of elite operatives skilled in stealth and capture. The mission objective, bring Canabad before me, and simultaneously, recover a cradle. Remember, it must be returned intact. As long as I can obtain a sample, with his technological team and resources, reverse engineering and even optimizing improvements will merely be a matter of time. Until we have thoroughly discerned the intricacies of Adonis, especially the strength of its leadership, it would be unwise to act personally. Reckless actions could either alert the enemy or lead to unknown traps, but this delectable prize is one I am determined to seize. In contrast to Gula's scheming, King Kurd of the North Galactic Star Domain, having learned of the cradle through his own channels, traced his robust fingers across the screen displaying the cradle's effects, his eyes igniting with the fervor of discovering a rare treasure. This rapid repair chamber for warriors was tailor-made for his empire. It should be in the hands of the universe's mightiest ruler, King Kurd. How could it be allowed to drift into the hands of that scoundrel Gula? Dorium. King Kurd's voice echoed through the palace. A similarly robust and fierce-looking subordinate hurried forward. My king, immediately dispatch our men. Keep a close watch on Kanabad. And also monitor the riffraff sent by Gula. King Kurd grinned broadly, revealing a savage smile. Such a fine treasure must not be allowed to be monopolized by my capable son. Let them have some fun, and you know what to do if necessary. Understood. My king. Dorium's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light. King Kurd stroked his chin. Also, find a clever intermediary to approach Kanabad. Inform him that our Kurd legion is sincerely interested in cooperation and can offer friendship and substantial orders in exchange for priority rights. Let us see if we can secure this line for ourselves. Meanwhile, at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, in the command center, a grave atmosphere pervaded the meeting room. The diminutive figure of Jack, resembling a salted egg superhero, wore a serious expression as he pointed at the comprehensive report on the main screen, briefing his superiors and colleagues. The screen clearly displayed the astronomical bidding triggered by the cradle in the black market, abnormal fund flow charts, and detected unusual mobilization signals from Gula's and King Kurd's subordinate fleets. Jack's tone was unprecedentedly grave, based on reliable intelligence. The medical device known as the cradle exhibits performance levels that far exceed the currently recognized technological limits of medical science in the universe. This is no ordinary technological breakthrough. Chapter 98, An Imperfect Retreat. Jack switched the screen to display analytical graphs. We believe its emergence could potentially trigger a series of severe consequences. Firstly, it will significantly enhance the survival and sustained combat capabilities of illegal armed forces, space pirates, and other nefarious entities. Disrupting the fragile equilibrium among existing powers may precipitate a sharp escalation of localized conflicts, thereby threatening interstellar peace. A bespectacled alien official, with skin the hue of verdant foliage, adjusted his glasses and added, the direst scenario would be if this technology fell into the hands of nefarious entities such as Gula or Kurd Wong, who could potentially forge legions far more formidable and challenging to confront, with catastrophic consequences. Jekan nodded gravely. Indeed, the crux of the matter lies in the origin of this technology, Adonis, an entirely obscure organization. We possess no knowledge regarding its organizational structure or technological prowess. A force capable of suddenly unveiling such cutting-edge technology harbors unknown dangers. He retrieved the files on previous border planet incidents, in conjunction with earlier unresolved occurrences of Frisia's remnants, Vegeta and his ilk, mysteriously vanishing in this star region. We have substantial grounds for suspicion. There exists a plausible connection between Adonis and those events. They are likely a newly emergent armed group wielding perilous technology with ambiguous intentions. The command center fell into a heavy silence, as all present recognized the gravity of the situation. Jekka raised his voice. Therefore, I propose, and it is approved, that we immediately initiate an investigation into the forces of Adonis and their cradle technology. He turned to a steadfast, trim captain of the Cosmic Patrol, Captain Moxigan. Yes, Commander. Captain Moxigan stood at attention, saluting. It is your responsibility to select the most adept and skilled operatives in disguise and intelligence gathering to form an elite reconnaissance team. Your mission is not combat, but infiltration and investigation. Jekka emphasized that the primary objective is to ascertain the precise location of Adonis Star. Secondly, to evaluate the scale, technological level, and social structure of this force as comprehensively as possible, particularly the intentions of its leaders and the potential threat level to cosmic safety. I require an objective and detailed assessment report. Understood. I assure you the mission will be accomplished. Captain Moxigan's gaze was sharp. Jekka added, simultaneously, attempt to establish any official or unofficial channels available to us, preferably through the merchant Kanabad, to send a formal contact signal to Adonis. Convey the principles of cosmic law and order, demanding clarification regarding the origins and safety of the cradle technology, and express our willingness to accept necessary oversight. We must endeavor to bring them within a controllable scope to prevent abuse of the technology and the situation spiraling out of control. The three factions, each with differing objectives and mindsets, have cast their eyes toward the distant Adonis. An invisible net is slowly being cast. The Greyrock industrial wasteland, perpetually shrouded in mining dust and the cacophony of machinery, is a chaotic yet concealed locale, ideal for conducting shadowy transactions. Today, a trade regarding the cradle is set to occur here. 3 elite warriors handpicked by Shaviza, skilled in energy shielding, electronic infiltration, and formidable combat, stealthily infiltrated Greyrock Star. Clad in specially designed battle suits, they flawlessly evaded life detection scans. The Shadow. According to intelligence, the guarding forces here are average, but Canabad undoubtedly has escape tunnels. Our primary target is to capture him alive. We must strike without fail and grant him no reaction time. The Shadow whispered through a bone conduction communicator. Is the shielding complete? Lingchua? All set. I have seized control of the external surveillance and internal systems. Lingchua's voice carried a hint of technical triumph. Iron Anvil, prepare to breach the door. The quieter, the better. Iron Anvil nodded, pressing his hands against the heavy alloy door. The metal was eroded by white light, swiftly melting into a passageway. The entire process was completed in an instant. The trio effortlessly penetrated the interior, heading straight for the core area. There, Canabad was grinning foolishly at the substantial funds that had just arrived, while the cradle, displayed as a showcase piece, awaited a buyer nearby. Almost simultaneously, another group of uninvited guests approached the core area from different directions. A squad dispatched by Kurd Wong, markedly different in style, embodied the archetype of aggressive reconnaissance. Led by Skull Crusher and his 2 subordinates, they utilized their formidable physical strength and relatively crude, yet practical cloaking technology to violently dismantle the upper ventilation ducts. Crashing directly inside, boom, the resounding noise and swirling dust shattered the momentary tranquility. Ha ha ha, Canabad. Our king has taken a liking to your little toy. Come along with us. Willingly, Skull Crusher roared, his massive form exuding an oppressive presence as he charged toward the stunned Canabad. Just as Skull Crusher's hand was about to seize Canabad's collar, swish, 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 3 concentrated energy beams shot forth from the shadows, striking Skull Crusher's 2 subordinates with pinpoint accuracy. It was the Shadow making their move. Enemy attack. The 2 members of Kurd Wong's squad fell instantly, incapacitated. How dare you ambush us? Skull Crusher bellowed, pivoting to abandon Canabad, unleashing a furious aura as he hurled a punch toward the location where the Shadow trio was concealed. The wall crumbled as if made of paper. Iron Anvil surged forth, similarly enraged, colliding with a punch. Boom. The 2 immense forces clashed, sending shockwaves throughout the room, causing cargo to fly and instruments to shatter. Lingchua, the plan has been disrupted. The subordinates of Kurd Wong are truly brutes. But this may work in our favor. As Iron Anvil grappled with Skull Crusher, the Shadow seized the opportunity, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He swiftly operated a portable terminal, not attempting to quell the chaos. Instead, he simulated the unique energy signal frequency of Kurd Wong's forces, amplifying it and sending a brief message of encountering resistance, requesting support toward the Cosmic Patrol's direction. Stir the waters. Let the fools under Kurd Wong attract the patrol's fire. Trouble. It's the signal of the Cosmic Patrol. We've been played. Skull Crusher, in a fit of rage, believed their own people had drawn the Cosmic Patrol. Iron Anvil, withdraw. Change of objective. Take the machine. The Shadow decisively declared. Extracting Canabad amidst the current melee carries too much risk. Obtaining the prototype of the cradle is the baseline. Iron Anvil repelled Skull Crusher with a punch and turned to seize the silver-white cradle prototype, hoisting it onto his shoulder. Meanwhile, Skull Crusher realized that further delay might indeed lead to being encircled by the Cosmic Patrol. He roared, scanning the chaotic scene, and spotted Canabad, who had just rolled behind a stack of cargo, attempting to crawl into an escape tunnel. Trying to run, Skull Crusher extended a massive hand, a powerful suction tearing apart the cargo pile, lifting the plump merchant as if he were a chick. No, don't kill me. I have money. I have plenty of money. Canabad pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Humph. Your value will be determined by our king. Boom, boom. Both parties simultaneously crashed through the walls, with the Gula squad carrying the cradle prototype and the Kurd Wong squad escorting Canabad, transforming into 2 streaks of light as they hurriedly fled the scene. Chapter 99. Cast a long line to catch big fish. The Kurd Wong squad, escorting merchant Canabad, transformed into a streak of light, rapidly fleeing the scene. Clutched under Skull Crusher's arm like a mere parcel, Canabad felt the intense wind pressure and weightlessness of high-speed flight, his inner fear reaching a zenith. He understood that once brought before Kurd Wong, given the tyrant's temperament, He would either be drained of all value and discarded like refuse or subjected to unimaginable torment to extract secrets regarding Adonis. Cannabad, it's over, it's over. I'm doomed. Kurd Wong is far more brutal than Gula. My little wits are utterly insignificant before him. No, I cannot die like this. I still have so much money to spend. I have a bright future ahead. Ah, Lord Kafiza, the adult will surely return for me. During the previous skirmish, taking advantage of their inattention, an urgent distress signal was sent out. Time rewinds to the handover process of the other 2 treatment capsules. This is a special delivery from Lord Kafiza meant for you. Dr. Gu Luo, who is in charge of transporting the treatment capsule, handed over a small black box with an air of mystery. Kana Bada opened it, but before he could discern its contents, a burst of white light shot into his body. Dr. Gu Luo, what was that? Kana Bada inquired cautiously, fearing that the other party might turn against him. Lord Kafiza mentioned that it serves as a safeguard for you. I am not entirely clear on its specific function. However, rest assured, the Lord would never harm you. To kill you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Relieved that it was not a malevolent act, Kana Bada sighed deeply. Having feared he might not see the next day, he then picked up the personal terminal communicator left in the box. This is Lord Kafiza's exclusive communication device. From now on, you can report your work directly to the Lord. Remember to keep it with you and do not lose it. On the planet Adonis, Lord Kafiza, undergoing treatment in the capsule, abruptly opened his eyes. He sensed a faint distress signal emanating from the mental energy that had previously inhabited Kana Bada's body. He could clearly feel the overwhelming fear and panic of the individual involved. At that moment, the system urgently prompted, "Host, something is wrong. Your personal terminal just received a distress signal. That merchant is in trouble. You must go save him." However, rather than displaying concern, Kafiza's lips curled into a knowing, even playful smirk. He stepped out of the treatment capsule. There is no rush. Everything is as anticipated. The kidnapping happened even faster than expected. Gula and the King of Kuerda are indeed quite impatient. Yet, it aligns perfectly with their character. Such conspicuous strategic resources as the cradle could not fail to attract their attention. Fortunately, I had already left a contingency plan with Kana Bada. System. Open the information panel. Name, Kafiza, current world, Longzhu, race, Saiyan, age, 8, combat power, 86, 240, 000, skills, Saiyan flight, artificial moon, basic energy attack, great ape transformation. Barrier, reincarnation eye, all abilities, status rewind, times transcended, 5, energy charge, max, excellent. After this near-death revival, my base combat power has surged directly to 80 million. An increase from 50 million previously. The leap of 30 million is quite exhilarating. The threshold of breaking 100 million in base combat power is just around the corner. Host, do not indulge in vanity. If you do not hurry, your employee will leave you. Beautiful moments are often interrupted. In response to the system's repeated urgings, Kafiza nonchalantly replied, "Do not worry, he is still quite safe. The mental imprint on Kana Bada remains, and it can save him at a critical moment. It is not as dire as you suggest." The system muttered softly, "I am only concerned for you." After clearing the residual liquid from his body, Kafiza pressed the communication device installed by Dr. Gu Luo in the base. Beep, beep, beep. At the same time, the 3 members of Vegeta, who had just finished their recuperation in the treatment capsule, received an urgent signal to assemble. "Lord Kafiza, what task do you require of us?" The 3 knelt on one knee, their voices resonant and powerful. The recent monotony of life had caused the violent genes within the Saiyans to become restless. They were eager to engage in a grand battle and stretch their limbs. Each day consisted of eating, training, entering the treatment capsule, and sleeping. Now that they finally had the opportunity to venture out, their excitement was palpable. "You 3 have significantly improved your strength recently." The 3 did not conceal their powerful auras, and Kafiza understood this was a display of their prowess. "Indeed, Vegeta, your combat power should now be 200,000, Naba, 100,000, Raditz, 80,000. Indeed, Lord Kafiza, this is all thanks to you. Without your treatment capsule and that miraculous fruit, we would never have achieved this level." Upon finishing, the 3 subdued their auras and bowed their heads, awaiting further instructions. Seeing the 3 display such understanding, Kafiza felt reluctant to diminish their self-esteem with a show of strength. However, he He felt a slight disappointment at not being able to demonstrate his own power. Returning to the matter at hand, Kafiza informed them of Kanabada's abduction. Gula and the king of Ku dared to provoke Lord Kafiza. We shall take on the rescue mission. We will ensure Kanabada returns safely. Those who offend your dignity shall not return alive. In response to their request, Kafiza did not immediately authorize action. He merely instructed them to continue their training, as a brutal battle awaited them soon for them to showcase their abilities. Upon hearing of an impending fight, the Saiyan blood in Vegeta and his companions surged, eager to engage in a battle at once. Their hearts raced, and their hands trembled with excitement. As for the rescue plan for Kanabada, it was not important at the moment. No one could quell the Saiyan's thirst for battle. The three eagerly began a new round of intense training. System, are you truly disregarding Kanabada, host? No. As the saying goes, one must cast a long line to catch a big fish. I plan to use Kanabada to deal directly with King Ku. Possessing the skill of Yomi no Kawa, he could teleport directly to Kanabada's side at any moment. While it may not be as convenient as instant transmission, it still allowed for back-and-forth travel. His formidable mental power instantly connected with the kidnapped Kanabada. Chapter 100. I do not know where I am. I only know I am ready to unleash a massacre. 1 week later, King Ku-erda's reconnaissance fleet finally arrived at a concealed base located at the edge of the northern galaxy after days of travel. Kanabada was roughly thrown into a specially designed cell, and to be cautious, his limbs were restrained with energy suppressors, making even the slightest movement of his fingers a challenge. Endless fear crashed over him like icy waves, assaulting his nerves. At that moment, Kanabada's inner thoughts were, "This is it. It's over. In this dreadful place, can Lord Kafiza still find me? Is that contingency truly effective? How will King Ku-erda torture me?" In his moment of despair, a calm, yet familiar voice, like a ray of dawn piercing through layers of barriers, resonated in the depths of his mind. Kanabada. It was Lord Kafiza's voice. Kanabada trembled with joy, nearly moved to tears. He desperately called out in his heart, "My lord, is it you? Please save me. I have been captured by King Ku-erda on his base planet. The guards here are formidable." "I know." Kafiza's voice remained unfazed. "Listen carefully. Calm down. Do you remember what I asked you to do earlier?" Kanabada recalled the scene when Kafiza first contacted him. He too was alone at the time when Kafiza's voice suddenly appeared in his ear. He had thought it was merely a figment of his imagination. Hesitant to respond, it was only when a black fissure opened before him and Kafiza personally appeared to teach him a lesson that Kanabada realized it was not a hallucination. I remember. Lord Kafiza, I have always remembered your instruction to guide you with the coordinates. I was about to report to you on the progress of the task. I have now reached the base planet of King Ku-erda, where the guards are most formidable, and the most prominent building on the planet is the main palace and command center of King Ku-erda. Well done. You have worked hard during this time. Ka-feja calmed Kanabada's emotions. Now that they had arrived at the enemy's stronghold, it was time to strike back. On the planet Adonis, as Ka-feja concentrated his mental energy, a teleportation portal was swiftly established. The coordinates were locked. Vegeta, Naba, Raditz, assemble. After several days of anticipation, the three Saiyans, unable to contain their excitement, instantly materialized before him, radiating an aura of fierce battle intent. "Sir, are we ready to depart?" Vegeta inquired eagerly, yearning to test his surging power in combat. "Indeed," Ka-feja replied, his gaze sweeping over the three. "Our target is the base of King Ku-erda. The mission is to rescue Kanabada and, while we're at it, deliver a surprise to that old cosmic overlord." He said no more, instead moving his hands slowly before him. In an instant, a massive rift tore through the space ahead, revealing the dark void of Huang Quan by Liang Zaka. On the other side of the portal, a similar rift appeared in the cell where Kanabada was imprisoned. "Let us go." Ka-feja stepped into the portal first, followed closely by Vegeta and the others, showing no hesitation. They cared not where the dark gateway led, only that the long-awaited battle was imminent. At the base of King Ku-erda, under the astonished gaze of Kanabada, Ka-feja's familiar silhouette stepped forth first, his demeanor calm, as though taking a leisurely stroll after a meal. Following him, Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz emerged, their murderous intent unmistakable, filling the cramped cell with palpable tension. "My lord, you truly came," Kanabada exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement, nearly brought to tears. This sensation of being saved from despair immediately heightened his loyalty to Ka-Fei-Jia to its zenith. Well done, Ka-Fei-Jia casually waved his hand, shattering the energy restraints binding Ka-Na-Bada. You have completed your task, now just watch. He turned his gaze towards Vegeta and the others. His tone calm, yet commanding. Vegeta, clear all obstacles. The louder the commotion, the better. Naba, Raditz, assist Vegeta in coordinated combat. As for King Kurda, a flicker of excitement crossed Ka-Fei-Jia's eyes. He is mine. Understood. Vegeta grinned wickedly, his aura erupting as he unleashed over 200,000 battle power, shattering the cell door and rampaging through the base's corridors. Haha, Kurda's minions. Your grandpa Naba has arrived. Naba cackled as he followed, firing energy blasts that obliterated the guards rushing to intercept them, along with the passageway itself. Though Raditz possessed the lowest battle power, he too was ablaze with excitement, swiftly eliminating all enemies on the flanks with precision. The base was soon engulfed in chaos, alarms blaring as foes converged from all directions. Ka-Fei-Jia, however, moved with the ease of a leisurely stroll, his formidable aura already locking onto the strongest and most malevolent energy source on the planet, King Kurda. While King Kurda could not sense his enemies through energy, he had detection devices. With the blatant presence of the Saiyans, everyone was acutely aware of the intruder's location. However, due to the overwhelming power of the three, all detection devices simultaneously reached their limits, rendering them ineffective. How is this possible? The enemy's battle power exceeds the detection limits. When did such formidable beings appear in the North Galaxy? Quickly, summon the captain. The captain was just blown to pieces by that Saiyan's energy blast. What about the vice commander? That was the vice commander being tossed around like a ball. The entire base descended into chaos, filled with explosions and cries for help. Hearing his subordinates' reports, King Kurda remained unfazed, dismissing them as worthless. 3 insignificant monkeys cannot possibly hinder me. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Who dares intrude upon my palace? Guards, kill him. Ka-Fei-Jia dodged past several attacking guards, continuing his advance. The guards behind him were sent flying, crashing heavily onto the stone floor, lifeless. Clap, clap, clap. King Kurda applauded, praising Ka-Fei-Jia. What splendid speed. No wonder Frieza was defeated by you. To be honest, I am quite intimidated by your velocity. How about joining me? Together, we could make the entire universe bow at our feet. As for the grudge against Frieza, I can let that slide. King Kurda confidently extended his right hand, inviting Ka-Fei-Jia to join him, believing the latter merely relied on his speed to ambush and eliminate the unprepared Frieza. If it came to a direct confrontation, he was certain he would not be Frieza's match. Now that he was prepared for defense, he assumed the other party would know how to choose wisely. However, the confident smile on King Kurda's face vanished in the next moment. I refuse. Chapter 101. Impossible. This must be a lie. I refuse. Ka-Fei-Jia calmly declared, causing King Kurda's expression to darken instantly. Unappreciative fool. Then perish. You insolent wild monkey. Boom. King Kurda unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, a deep purple aura flaring up as his battle power soared to 110 million, barely weaker than Frieza in his prime. But unlike Frieza, he did not transform. He thrust his palm forward, and a torrent of destructive energy swiftly engulfed Ka-Fei-Jia. Half the base was reduced to ruins by this strike. Dust and debris filled the air. Humph, easily dispatched. King Kurda sneered, but suddenly his pupils constricted in shock. As the dust settled, Ka-Fei-Jia floated unscathed. Even the corners of his attire remained intact. He casually raised a hand, and an invisible purple barrier effortlessly blocked the cataclysmic assault. How is this possible? King Kurda was astonished. How did he manage to so easily deflect an attack that contained 70% of his strength? This was inconceivable. So weak. If your power is merely this, I am thoroughly disappointed. Ka-Fei-Jia shook his head, his arrogant tone further infuriating his opponent. Ignorant wild monkey. King Kurda roared as he charged forward, delivering a colossal punch. Ka-Fei-Jia met it head-on with his own fist. Boom. The collision of their fists generated a shockwave that radiated outward like a nuclear explosion, flattening all structures and hills within several kilometers. The soldiers engaged in battle with Vegeta, and the others were sent flying like leaves caught in a tempest. Both combatants at the center of the clash were propelled backward. King Kurda grunted, astonished that he was forced to slide back several hundred meters, a tingling sensation coursing through his fist. He could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed at Ka-Fei-Jia. This seemingly slender figure harbored such terrifying strength. Damn it. I never expected this guy could genuinely kill Frieza. Those incompetent informants failed to gather such crucial information. In the distance, Vegeta and the others gasped in awe at the scene. He actually managed to repel King Kurda. Vegeta clenched his fists. Just how strong is he? Naba laughed heartily. Haha, did you see that, Vegeta? That old man was pushed back. Go, Ka-Fei-Jia. Raditz gulped. Ka-Fei-Jia hasn't even transformed yet. Neither Ka-Fei-Jia nor King Kurda spared each other a moment's respite. Just as they regained their footing, they charged at one another, instantly engaging in hundreds of exchanges. The entire sky resonated with the sonic booms of their clashes. Both sides were growing faster and fiercer with each exchange. As the final contest of strength concluded, they separated. The warm-up concluded, and gratitude filled the air for the prolonged companionship. Ka-Fei-Jia took a step back, his aura beginning to shift. In the next moment, a golden flame erupted into the sky. Ka-Fei-Jia's hair transformed into a brilliant gold, his eyes gleamed emerald, and a platinum tail emerged, enveloped in a golden blaze as the Super Saiyan 1 made its grand entrance. The earth trembled under the immense pressure of his energy, causing the ground to crack and clouds to disperse. Vegeta and his companions instinctively paused their battle, mesmerized by the overwhelming aura radiating from the direction of the golden pillar of light. This was the might of a transformed Super Saiyan. Vegeta's voice was hoarse, brimming with desire, for this was the unattainable ideal he yearned for. Naba's jaw dropped in disbelief. This intensity. Raditz's legs trembled. Is he really a Saiyan like us? King Cooled, at the forefront of this overwhelming force, felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Instinctively, he sensed that this golden-haired Saiyan's energy level had completely surpassed his own. The belief that he could never be defeated began to waver. What a joke. The legends are true. Saiyans can indeed transform into Super Saiyans. Now, the second round commenced. Ka-Fei-Jia's voice resonated, and in an instant, he vanished. So swift. King Cooled's pupils narrowed as he barely had time to cross his arms defensively. A deafening crash resounded as King Cooled's massive form shot, like a purple comet, crashing through dozens of colossal mountains before finally coming to a halt, carving a deep chasm into the earth. Spitting out blood, King Cooled bore a distinct imprint of a fist on his chest, his arms throbbing with pain, and shock finally reflected in his eyes. Ka-Fei-Jia offered no respite, continuing his relentless assault. In a flash, he appeared above King Cooled, delivering a crushing blow. King Cooled was treated like a mere punching bag, struck from above down into the depths below, his body battered and bruised. With another devastating hit, King Cooled was once again driven deep into the ground. The ensuing battle became a one-sided massacre. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Ka-Fei-Jia's combat prowess had surged to a staggering 4 billion, far eclipsing King Cooled's 110 million. Speed, strength, and energy, he dominated in every aspect. King Cooled's once prized power crumbled before Ka-Fei-Jia, his violent energy attacks easily dispersed. He was reduced to a mere punching bag, struck from the skies to the earth and back, utterly defenseless, his enormous body marred with wounds, blood staining the ground. King Cooled's heart was a tempest of emotions. Impossible. How could I, a mere wild monkey, lose? I am the Cosmic Emperor, King Cooled. I cannot perish here. The entire universe awaits my conquest. Having dispatched the remaining foes, Vegeta observed the overwhelming combat with a complex heart. This is the power of a Super Saiyan. When will I ever reach such heights? Naba and Raditz cheered excitedly, fists pumping. Well done. Keep beating him. That's right, Lord Ka-Fei-Jia. Teach those scornful ice demons a lesson. Show them that we Saiyans are not to be trifled with. Ka-Fei-Jia, observing the now gasping King Cooled, expressed regret. It is time to bring this to an end. Just as Ka-Fei-Jia concentrated energy into a colossal sphere, preparing to deliver the final blow to the barely conscious King Cooled, a sudden death beam shot from the distant horizon, targeting not Ka-Fei-Jia, but rather the energy sphere in his grasp. Ka-Fei-Jia furrowed his brow and instinctively redirected the energy sphere to collide with the incoming death beam. The collision unleashed a tremendous energy storm in the sky. Amidst the smoke and dust, an unexpected voice emerged. How unfortunate, Father. Chapter 102. The importance of rooting out the problem. Gula descended slowly with his 3 subordinates, Behind him were his strongest followers, Xiaoweijia, Nazi, and Delay. He cast a grave look at the injured King Cooled, but more so. His gaze shifted to Ka Feijia's golden figure with a mixture of concern and greed, realizing that the tales of the Golden Saiyan were indeed true. Vegeta and his companions immediately became alert. Gula, Frisia's brother. What brings him here? Vegeta's expression hardened. He was stronger than King Cooled. Naba clenched his fists. Another one has arrived. Raditz took a nervous step back. This is not good. Suspended in midair, Ka Feijia's golden flames continued to blaze. He mockingly regarded Gula. So you finally decided to show up. I thought you would stay hidden until your father met his end. Gula sneered, arrogant scion. Do you believe that turning gold grants you the power to challenge us? Ka Feijia remained silent, allowing his golden aura to rise once more. Today, I shall collect the lives of you and your father. The battle entered a new phase. Vegeta and his companions held their breath, preparing for an even more intense confrontation. Gula's cold gaze remained fixed on Ka Feijia as a forgotten memory surged forth. The day Planet Vegeta was destroyed, he happened to be passing nearby. His scouter had detected 2 faint life signals, each escaping in small spacecraft. Initially, he intended to create a bit of trouble for Frisia, relishing in his frustration later. However, he never anticipated that one of those small rodents would grow to this extent. Gula regretted not eliminating the threat back then, observing the nearly defeated King Cooled. A plan suddenly formed in his mind. What astonishing power! I wonder if, considering I spared you and another Scion back then, you could grant me a small request? Ka Feijia was taken aback, utterly unaware of when he had been spared. Oh, then pray tell, when did you spare me? If that is indeed the case, I wouldn't mind granting your request. Gula smirked, thinking he had outsmarted the foolish wild monkey. He then recounted the incident when Frisia destroyed Planet Vegeta and how 2 Scions had escaped. Ka Feijia quickly inquired within his mind to the system. System, it is true, Gula did not deceive you. Upon receiving confirmation, Ka Feijia nonchalantly replied, let us consider that a fact, then speak your request. Gula's gaze swept over the nearly lifeless King Cooled. Then, may I request that you spare my father? At Gula's words, Ka Feijia raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Spare him? Very well. Before his words had fully left his mouth, he shifted slightly, and everyone only saw a blur before hearing a dull thud. Ka Feijia carelessly kicked the battered King Cooled, sending him flying towards Gula. The speed was unhurried, yet the aim was precise, as though he were not kicking a fearsome cosmic emperor, but a mere insignificant sack of sand. A flicker of anger flashed in Gula's eyes, but he reacted swiftly, catching the incoming King Cooled while commanding, delay. Yes, Lord Gula. Among the trio, the tallest, a blue-skinned alien named Delay, stepped forward. Carrying the silver cradle he had seized from Kanaba, Delay expertly opened the hatch, swiftly placing the near-death King Cooled inside. As a light green nutrient solution filled the chamber, initiating the healing process. Observing this scene, Ka Feijia's golden pupils narrowed slightly. So you've come prepared today? Even bringing the cradle. It appears that Gula is far more cautious and cunning than his brutish father, having somehow acquired the healing pod in advance, seemingly intending to engage in a protracted battle. While observing the condition of the Kurd king within the cradle, Gula sought to buy time. Prepared? No. My initial objective was merely the merchant in my father's grasp, along with the intelligence he possesses regarding you. I did not anticipate this outcome. He glanced at Kafiza, a flicker of cold light in his eyes. The situation had unfolded in an unforeseen manner. Gula ceased his idle chatter, unleashing a powerful crimson aura that eclipsed even the strength of the Kurd king, stabilizing at a staggering 470 million, far surpassing Frisia. Yet that was the limit of his prowess. Enough of idle talk. Allow me to personally ascertain whether this golden legend holds true merit. In an instant, Gula vanished, reappearing at Kafiza's side, delivering a devastating hand strike with the force capable of rending space itself. Kafiza raised his hand to block, resulting in a blinding collision of golden and crimson energies that erupted with a deafening roar. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of attacks and defenses, their figures flickering unpredictably, each collision unleashing violent energy shockwaves. Gula's speed and strength undeniably surpassed that of his father, with attacks more cunning and ferocious, and his energy control markedly more refined. Nevertheless, Kafiza continued to toy with Gula. With a battle power of 4 billion in his Super Saiyan state, he effortlessly countered Gula's fierce onslaught, even managing to block with a single hand. Gula grew increasingly fearful, cursing, "His power is simply unfathomable. My attacks cannot even make him flinch. I must delay, waiting for my father to recover. Together, we might have a glimmer of hope." His thoughts raced, prompting him to alter his strategy, employing speed and technique to engage in a battle of attrition. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Vegeta and his companions were locked in fierce combat with Gula's other two subordinates, Shaviza and Nizi. Shaviza, Gula's premier warrior, boasted a battle power of 230,000. With exceptional combat skills adept at exploiting opponents' weaknesses, remaining calm and composed. Nizi, a speed-oriented fighter, possessed a battle power of approximately 200,000, moving with lightning agility, excelling in rapid movements and continuous strikes. Dre, a strength and defense specialist, held a battle power of around 210,000. Tasked with safeguarding the Kurd king within the healing pod and not directly participating in the fray. The battle powers of Vegeta's trio were as follows: Vegeta at 220,000, Naba at 110,000, and Raditz at 90,000. On paper, they appeared to be at a disadvantage. "Ha! Gula's lackey, come and fight me," Naba bellowed, muscles bulging as he conjured a massive energy sphere to smash down upon Shaviza. "Humph, wild monkey." Shaviza sidestepped, firing several energy beams aimed directly at Naba's joints. Naba was unable to evade in time, his shoulder armor pierced, letting out a pained grunt. "Naba, be careful." Raditz attempted to assist from the side, unleashing a series of ki blasts to disrupt. Too slow. Nizi appeared behind Raditz, striking down with a hand blade that left a lingering afterimage. Raditz hastily turned to block, but was sent flying by the immense force, crashing into a distant mountainside. "Your opponent is me." Vegeta's gaze sharpened, his energy surging as he intercepted Nizi, who sought to pursue Raditz. With a powerful punch, Nizi narrowly evaded thanks to his speed, countering with an energy blade aimed at Vegeta. Vegeta did not flinch or evade, directly blocking with his arm, while his other hand rapidly coalesced a dazzling, flash Gallic gun. Boom! Nizi was struck head-on, grunting as he was sent flying back. Caught off guard, he hadn't anticipated this young warrior's formidable combat prowess. His battle power was not inferior to Nizi's. Chapter 103. Concerning the matter of winning while burdened with two deadweights. Seeing the turn of events, Shaviza promptly abandoned his duel with Naba, joining forces with Nizi to encircle Vegeta. Naba and Raditz, having climbed from the mountainside, roared in fury as they joined the fray. In an instant, energy blasts rained down, explosions echoing continuously. Vegeta, relying on his superior combat power, barely managed to withstand the combined onslaught of Shaviza and Nizi. While Naba and Raditz harried from the periphery, the five engaged in chaotic melee, energy waves surging, creating an extraordinarily intense scene, temporarily resulting in a stalemate. Vegeta thought, "This is troublesome. These two opponents are difficult to handle. I must break this deadlock swiftly, or else it will be problematic when the Kurd king recovers." The situation on the battlefield was exceedingly unfavorable for Vegeta's trio. Shaviza and Nizi's coordination was seamless, their offensive relentless, while Naba and Raditz, despite their valiant efforts, could only provide limited distractions due to the significant disparity in power, failing to genuinely threaten their foes. Boom! Naba was once again struck in the chest by a precise energy beam from Shaviza, sent flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. "Raditz, watch your left." Just as Vegeta blocked Nizi's quick attack, he noticed Shaviza silently appearing at Raditz's side, a lethal energy blade already formed. Raditz hastily attempted to defend, but was violently knocked away by the impact of the energy blade, a deep wound visible on his arm, blood streaming. Damn it! Vegeta watched Naba struggling on the ground and the severely injured Raditz, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. "If this continues, all three of us will perish here." "Naba, Raditz, close your eyes. If you don't want to die, don't look." Vegeta suddenly roared, leaping back a distance. Shaviza and Nizi were taken aback, confused. Vegeta raised both hands high, energy wildly converging in his palms, forming a glowing energy sphere, a man-made moon, that hovered in midair. "What is that?" Nizi instinctively looked up, his expression changing dramatically. "Not good. Quickly stop him." Shaviza, more experienced, immediately recognized the peril, realizing this was the most renowned technique of the Saiyans, the Great Ape Transformation. Meanwhile, Naba and Raditz kept their eyes tightly shut, crouching on the ground. Roar! A thunderous roar, primal and wild, reverberated through the heavens. Under the astonished gazes of Shaviza and Nizi, Vegeta, illuminated by the artificial moonlight, began to swell rapidly, as if inflated. His black hair grew wildly, muscles bulging. And in an instant, a towering great ape, several dozen meters tall, with blood-red eyes and a terrifying aura, emerged on the battlefield. Great ape transformation. A tenfold increase in battle power. Originally at 220,000, Vegeta's aura now surged past an astonishing 2 million. The immense shadow cast by his colossal form nearly enveloped Shaviza and Nizi entirely. A monstrous creature. Nizi, witnessing this horrifying sight, instinctively recoiled. Shaviza's face drained of color. Yet he forced himself to remain calm. Stay composed. A larger size means a larger target. Attack his eyes and vital spots. They swiftly executed high-speed maneuvers, transforming into streaks of light, launching an assault from different angles toward the great ape Vegeta, energy beams and blasts raining down like a torrential downpour. However, great ape Vegeta did not lose his reason. Instead, the crimson glow in his eyes radiated a cold, proud light that belonged to Vegeta himself. Insects trembled before the power of this prince. His enormous hand, slicing through the air with a fierce wind, struck down with an astonishing speed that belied his size. Too fast. Shaviza was filled with dread, desperately dodging, yet still caught by the edge of the gust, sent crashing back as if struck by a meteor, blood spewing forth. Nizi attempted to launch a surprise attack from behind, but great ape Vegeta's thick tail lashed out like a steel whip. Crack! Nizi was flung away like a broken kite, crashing into the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. No, it's impossible. How can the great ape transformation retain its reason? Shaviza struggled to rise, his eyes filled with disbelief as he beheld the terrifying giant ape drawing ever closer. He shouted hoarsely at Dre, who had been steadfastly guarding the healing pod. Dre, forget everything else. Come help us. We cannot withstand him. Dre glanced at his two companions, who had instantaneously succumbed to despair, and then at the healing pod, where King Kurd was on the verge of recovery. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a formidable aura from his massive form and charged toward the giant ape, Vegeta, like a heavy tank. 3 against 1. Perfect. The giant ape Vegeta remarked with a deep voice, laced with disdain. Facing the trio's desperate onslaught, his colossal frame exhibited astonishing agility. Each punch, kick, and tail sweep bore the weight of cataclysmic power, leaving Shaviza and his companions utterly powerless to retaliate, forced to rely solely on their speed and coordination to barely evade disaster. This stalemate could not persist. Vegeta resolved to end the battle. He inhaled sharply, his immense chest expanding as if it were siphoning the very light around him, the air crackling with a heart-stopping surge of energy. A blinding radiance flared to life, rapidly expanding. Shaviza, Nez, and Dre felt the apocalyptic energy coalescing, their faces turning pale as they sought to flee, but it was far too late. Let it end, declared the giant ape Vegeta. Giant ape mouth blast. Boom. A solid energy beam, exceeding 10 meters in diameter and charged to the utmost, erupted from Vegeta's mouth like a world-ending torrent. The blinding light instantly engulfed Shaviza, Nez, and Dre, who had attempted to resist. The dazzling brilliance silenced the entire battlefield, even drawing the attention of Kafiza and Gula, who were locked in combat high above. As the light dissipated, only a bottomless chasm of molten rock remained, the edges still hissing with the sound of melting stone. The strongest warriors under Gula, Shaviza, Nez, and Dre were reduced to naught but ashes. Panting heavily, Vegeta reverted from his giant form to his human shape, landing on the ground, his breath labored. The continuous, intense battle and transformation had drained much of his stamina. Yet a triumphant pride adorned his features. He cast a glance at Naba and Raditz, who remained with their eyes closed, trembling with fear, and scoffed, "You worthless fools. You may open your eyes now." Only then did Naba and Raditz dare to look up, gasping at the scene before them, especially the massive lava pit. Their gazes towards Vegeta filled with envy. With the immediate threat temporarily neutralized, Vegeta and his companions quickly turned their eyes toward the sky. The true decisive battle awaited them there. At that moment, the indicator lights on the cradle healing pod shifted from red to green, emitting a soft beep. King Kurd's healing was complete. In the heavens, Gula and Kafiza continued their high-speed clash, energy surging as their combat left trails of distortion. Though Gula found himself at a disadvantage, his deft techniques and delaying tactics allowed him to hold his ground against Kafiza for a considerable time. Noticing the cradle healing pod slowly opening below, a glimmer of cunning triumph flashed in Gula's eyes. Success! Father has recovered. Together, we shall have a fighting chance against this wild monkey. Perhaps we might even vanquish him. He leapt backward, creating distance from Kafiza. His gaze now filled with arrogant anticipation as he declared, "It seems time is on my side. Your demise approaches, Saiyan." He eagerly awaited the emergence of his father, King Kurd, to fight by his side and eradicate this significant threat. The cradle pod's door slid open, revealing King Kurd, restored to full strength and seemingly even more potent than before, as he abruptly sat up within the pod. His massive form radiated power, his eyes ablaze with fury and a hint of unmasked terror. "Father, join forces with me," Gula shouted, ready to strategize. However, the next scene left Gula and the victorious Vegeta trio, who were watching from below, utterly dumbfounded, scarcely believing their eyes. King Kurd did not even glance at Gula, ignoring his call entirely. In an instant, as he exited the healing pod, his energy erupted, but rather than directing it toward Kafiza, he fled in the opposite direction, towards the vastness of outer space, like a frightened animal, accelerating to an extreme speed without looking back. "What?" Gula's expression of triumph froze, his eyes narrowing in sheer shock, his mind nearly blank. Vegeta's trio gaped, nearly dropping their jaws to the ground. He fled? King Kurd actually ran away. Naba rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? That old man actually took off." Raditz stammered in disbelief. He is King Kurd, a powerful being in the universe. How could he? The most incomprehensible reaction came from Gula. He watched his father's desperate retreat, wishing he could grow 2 more legs to chase after him, as an absurd thought surged within him, transforming into a volcanic rage of betrayal. "Why? Why are you fleeing? We had a chance together. You are King Kurd. How could you dare abandon me and run away?" Kafiza hovered in the air, observing King Kurd shrinking into a distant speck, then glancing down at the petrified figures below, his shoulders shrugging in resignation as disappointment etched across his face. "How dull." He sighed softly, his tone tinged with a sense of regret from his lofty perch. "I had expected a bond of paternal affection to yield at least a semblance of resistance to pique my interest. But is this truly all there is?" He slowly raised his right hand, aiming at the direction of King Kurd's escape, his palm transforming into a black hole of the cosmos. Universal attraction, a terrifying, irresistible force capable of distorting space, erupted. King Kurd, who had fled far, suddenly felt the surrounding space solidify. A gravitational pull 1,000-fold stronger than his full-speed flight yanking him back. No amount of thrashing or roaring could prevent his return, as he was drawn back at a speed even greater than when he fled. "No." King Kurd's desperate and unwilling roar echoed as he helplessly watched himself draw closer to that golden demon. In the next moment, Kafiza's hand gently pressed down upon King Kurd's head. "Farewell." Without a cataclysmic explosion, King Kurd's massive form, robust bones, and surging energy instantly collapsed and vanished under Kafiza's seemingly casual touch, like a punctured balloon, reduced to the tiniest cosmic dust, leaving not a trace behind. The once dominant King Kurd, ruler of the North Galaxy for years, had now completely fallen, perishing in silence. With a dismissive wave, Kafiza brushed away the remnants as if swatting away a speck of dust, then turned his gaze toward Gula, who remained engulfed in the shock of betrayal. Yet to regain his senses, it was only then that Gula jolted awake. He watched in horror as his father was effortlessly obliterated, recalling Kafiza's earlier demeanor, which had been so relaxed and even tinged with mockery. A chilling, stark truth struck him like lightning. He was never ensnared by me. He was merely toying with me, like a cat with a mouse, observing my self-important performance. From beginning to end, we were nothing more than laughable toys in his eyes. An endless tide of humiliation, rage, and the sting of betrayal and death from his father, combined with his pride as the ruler of the South Galaxy, shattered Gula's sanity in that moment. "Ah, I want you dead." Gula emitted a hysterical roar, his crimson aura blazing fiercely like an uncontrollable star, expanding with fervor. He poured all his might, all his rage, and all his despair into this final strike, transforming into a comet that tore through the starry sky, recklessly hurtling towards Kefisa. In the face of this ultimate sacrifice that encapsulated Gula's entire life and will, Kefisa merely raised his fist calmly, the golden flames swirling gently around him. Then, with a single punch, he struck. There was no grandiose display, no elaborate technique. It was a simple, unadorned blow, yet it contained an absolute power. Boom. At the instant of contact between the fist and the comet, Gula's frenzied flames extinguished as if cast into a black hole. His formidable body, his surging energy, all his fury and resentment crumbled beneath that punch, disintegrating like a sand sculpture swept away by a tempest, ultimately reducing to the most fundamental particles, dissipating into the cosmic void. The ruler of the southern galaxy, the last hope of the Ice Demon clan, Gula, had fallen. Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz gazed up at the sky, watching Kefisa, who remained composed as he withdrew his fist, the golden flames gradually subsiding. The three stood as if ensnared by a spell, rendered speechless. A decisive annihilation. A true and unequivocal instant kill. The two sovereigns of the Ice Demon Empire appeared as fragile as infants before Kefisa. Kefisa slowly descended before the trio, observing their still astonished faces, and remarked, "Well, that was a decent warm-up. Remember, never be deceived by the facade of your enemies, nor underestimate your opponents. Clear the battlefield and prepare to return." Chapter 105. What strategies do you propose? A week after Kefisa led Vegeta and the others, along with Kanabad, back to Adonis. The news of Gula and King Coold's demise swiftly spread to every corner within the jurisdiction of the Cosmic Patrol. The Northern Galaxy, and even more distant star systems, were engulfed in tremendous turmoil upon receiving this news. Impossible. How could King Gula and King Coold fall? Who exactly is that Golden Saiyan? Quickly, destroy all records of cooperation with the Ice Demon Legion. Remove their banners. Prepare the fleet. We must immediately express goodwill towards Adonis. The vassal races that once submitted to the Ice Demons, after a brief period of confusion and disbelief, fell into extreme panic. The protective umbrella and the tyrannical ruler they relied on had vanished overnight, leading not only to chaos and the power vacuum, but also to a profound fear of the mysterious Golden Scion and the forces behind Adonis. Some races began to obliterate all traces of their association with the Ice Demon Legion, while others frantically sought ways to pledge allegiance to the new overlord. Forces opposed to the Ice Demons, after a brief revelry, were soon replaced by deeper concerns. To so effortlessly erase the existence of Gula and King Coold posed a danger that likely far exceeded that of the father and son duo. Arms dealers, pirates, and independent civilizations across the universe urgently convened supreme councils to reassess the cosmic landscape, issuing strict orders to their subordinates to avoid provoking anything associated with Adonis. Chaos, observation, fear, and calculation permeated the starry seas. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Cosmic Patrol, the atmosphere in the Supreme Council Hall was so tense it felt almost palpable. Seated at the vast circular conference table were the senior officers of the patrol forces and the special advisor, Gak. The central holographic projection repeatedly displayed fragments of footage transmitted back by team members at great peril. Among them, one could clearly see King Coold's desperate flight and subsequent capture by an unseen force, as well as the fleeting image of Gula disintegrating into ash. Esteemed colleagues, the intelligence has been confirmed, intoned a serious-faced officer, whose insignia denoted him as the commander of the galactic sector. King Coold and Gula have been confirmed as fallen. The executor is identified as Kefisa, the leader of the emerging force known as Adonis, a scion capable of transforming into a golden form with immeasurable combat power. A heavy silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of labored breaths. Colleagues, do any of you have insightful suggestions or thoughts to share for our collective consideration? Gak wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and was the first to shatter the silence. Officers, I believe this presents an opportunity. Kefisa has eliminated the three great scourges of the universe. In essence, he has accomplished what we have long wished to achieve, but could not. We should attempt to engage him and bring him into the fold of those maintaining peace in the cosmos. Absurd. An officer immediately retorted. Gak, have you been so intimidated by his power? Look at his method of combat. King Coold was but a plaything before him. The spies embedded near King Coold transmitted video footage. Who can guarantee the nature of such an entity? If he can casually obliterate the ice demons now, he could just as easily annihilate any civilization in the future. His threat level is greater than that of King Cooled, Frieza, and Gula combined. We must gather all our strength while he is still unsteady and eradicate him completely. Eradicate. Another, older officer slowly shook his head. Officer, please enlighten me. How much force would we need to muster, and what cost would we incur to eliminate one capable of instantaneously dispatching the ice demons? Our patrol forces struggled even to clean up the remnants of Frieza's faction. The officer who had spoken earlier hesitated at this remark, yet his stance remained firm. Even at great cost, we must eliminate this threat. Otherwise, the universe will never know peace. Perhaps we could consider an alternative perspective, the elder officer continued. Strictly speaking, Kafiza and his forces have not yet violated cosmic law, at least not with clear evidence. Their conflict with the ice demons is of a personal nature. We might attempt to establish a communication channel, observe him, guide him, or even engage in limited cooperation. At the very least, we must understand his intentions. Observe? By the time he obliterates several star systems, it will be too late. The meeting erupted into fierce debate, with factions for eradication, engagement, and observation each passionately arguing their positions, unable to convince one another. The Galactic King, reminiscent of an octopus, sat silently in the main seat, his profound gaze sweeping across the assembly before finally resting on the desolate starfield projected before them. After a long pause, he slowly raised a tentacle, and the clamor subsided instantly. Silence. Kafiza and Adonis present an unprecedented situation for our cosmic patrol since its inception. Their power level exceeds our conventional response capabilities. He paused, issuing commands. First, the reconnaissance team is to withdraw immediately. Their observations are to be classified as top secret, with no leaks permitted. Second, all divisions of the Cosmic Patrol are to elevate to a Level 2 combat readiness status. All patrol fleets are to steer clear of Adonis and its surrounding star systems. No form of conflict with them is to occur without headquarters approval. Third, we shall establish a special response group for Adonis, which I will lead directly. Gak. Present. Gak stood at attention. You have had indirect contact with their commercial agent, through Canabad, and you will be responsible for attempting to establish an unofficial communication channel. Convey the Cosmic Patrol headquarters concerns to Adonis and invite them to send a representative for informal discussions. Remember, it is an invitation, not a command. Exercise utmost caution in your wording. Understood. Gak exhaled, relieved that this at least marked the first step toward peaceful engagement. At this moment, Meyer had not yet joined the Cosmic Patrol. He had only recently become a member prior to Moro's escape. Meanwhile, on Adonis, Kafiza listened to Canabad's report through the communicator, which was imbued with flattery and excitement regarding the reactions from various factions across the cosmos, as well as a flurry of declarations of friendship and lists of tributes, all pertaining to the countless powers seeking refuge or collaboration. He lazily responded, understood. Filtering out the valuable information while discarding the trivialities, he ended the communication, feeling somewhat fatigued. He soared to the pinnacle of the spirit tree, gazing down at the three individuals, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, who were fervently training within his barrier. Kafiza acknowledged a twinge of eagerness for battle but deemed it inappropriate to intervene directly without a reasonable justification. Chapter 106. The Initiation of the Sheru Plan. The trio had just concluded a round of practice and were catching their breath when Kafiza's voice resonated clearly in their ears. Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz. The three immediately straightened up, directing their gaze towards the figure atop the tree. Your recent performances have been somewhat lackadaisical. As Kafiza descended closer, an invisible pressure loomed. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. He wanted to retort, but was reminded of the image of Gula being obliterated in one punch, forcing him to swallow his words. From today onward, I shall personally oversee your training. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of Kafiza's lips. Endure my assault for 10 minutes. He did not articulate the consequences of failing to do so, but Vegeta and his companions were acutely aware of the implications. The training would both refine their skills and leave them without excuses. Thus, real combat was the optimal choice. Additionally, this would allow him to more clearly ascertain their current limits. The ensuing days felt like a descent into hell for the trio. Kafiza, without needing to transform into a Super Saiyan, utilized his absolute speed and strength in his normal state to toy with them effortlessly. Each session was accompanied by excruciating pain and the terror of near-death experiences, followed swiftly by their placement in the healing pod, only to resume training afterward. For the first time, they loathed the cradle, as it compelled them into an endless cycle of training. Under this extreme pressure and near-death recovery routine, their potential and combat instincts were relentlessly squeezed. Vegeta's perception and application of ki improved at a visible pace, while Naba and Raditz gradually learned to coordinate more effectively in battle, seeking opportunities. However, they still could not withstand Kafiza's might for a full 10 minutes. Though their endurance was gradually extending, after several days, Kafiza temporarily halted the training. Observing the trio, now imbued with greater strength, he stated, "Now, an important mission is entrusted to you." He summoned Canabade through the communicator. "Present, my lord. Please give your orders." Canabade's virtual image materialized immediately, displaying utmost respect. "It is time to address the mess left by the frozen demon. You are responsible for screening, negotiating, and acquiring all valuable planetary assets, resources, technology, and fleets. Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz will heed your commands, responsible for military deterrence and clearing obstacles. I expect to see the mark of Adonis on the territory that once belonged to the Kurd king of the North Galaxy in the shortest possible time." "Understood. Your wisdom is unparalleled." Canabade's voice trembled with excitement, as this signified immense power and operational latitude. Although the trio held slight reservations about following the merchant's directives, Kafiza's command was indisputable, and they yearned for genuine combat and conquest. Under Canabade's leadership, the trio commenced their mission. They boarded a modified warship, gliding through the star systems that had previously fallen under the frozen demon's dominion, akin to 3 unsheathed blades. With Vegeta's formidable combat prowess, Naba's ferocity, Raditz's coordination, and the recent notoriety of Kafiza, the acquisition process unfolded remarkably smoothly. The few factions attempting resistance or opportunistic plundering melted away like ice under the sun before their overwhelming power. An abundance of resource-rich planets, rare minerals, advanced warship schematics, and even several remnants of fleets began to be seamlessly integrated into the Adonis framework. Canabade adeptly navigated these resources, engaging with various factions through trade or intimidation, swiftly weaving a vast network of interests centered around Adonis. Simultaneously, the renown of Adonis, along with the allure of cradle technology, attracted numerous powerful individuals and exceptional talents from across the universe, all yearning for strength or seeking refuge. A diverse array of mercenaries, each with unique abilities, and scientists proficient in various technological fields, albeit far inferior to Dr. Gero, came forth, even entire weaker races seeking survival under the wings of this new sovereign. Kafiza welcomed all, with Dr. Gero initially screening the technological talents, while Vegeta and his companions assessed the strength and temperament of the combat personnel, each establishing their own teams. Adonis' influence began to swell like a snowball, evolving from merely a few elite warriors into a genuine cosmic-level organization. Amidst all this commotion, Dr. Gero's underground laboratory transformed into a realm rife with cold machinery and bizarre life research. Following the acquisition of the Frozen Demon's technological legacy, particularly cutting-edge materials concerning bioengineering and genetics, Dr. Gero's studies entered a phase of rapid advancement. He grew dissatisfied with merely optimizing the cradle or producing ordinary combat robots. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the blood samples of Vegeta and his companions, as well as the cells extracted from Gula and the remnants of the Kurd king, which belonged to the Frozen Demon lineage. A mad yet alluring notion took root in his mind, swirling like an incantation. The Saiyans' ever-increasing combat prowess, their potential for near-death evolution, and the Frozen Demon's inherently formidable foundation, combined with their absolute adaptability to cosmic environments, formed a perfect complement. If he could breach the barriers of race, merging the advantageous genes of both, supplemented by the nearly limitless life energy of the spirit tree's fruit as a catalyst and stabilizer, he would create a miracle. Initially, his attempts remained confined to the cellular level, and the results invariably ended in violent energy clashes and the collapse of genetic chains. Yet, he remained undeterred, obsessively adjusting energy ratios and experimenting with various gene sequence combinations. Throughout this process, a more grandiose and ambitious blueprint for a perfect life form gradually crystallized in his mind. He envisioned not merely a fusion warrior but a being that embodied the strengths of many, possessing infinite evolutionary potential and unwavering loyalty to its creator, Kafiza. This plan was silently designated the code, named Sheru, in his mind. Although the path to realizing this vision was still exceedingly distant, the direction was now unmistakable. He began secretly utilizing the acquired resources to establish a larger, more clandestine biological cultivation center deeper within the laboratory. He believed that given sufficient time and resources, he could create a masterpiece that would astonish the entire cosmos, even moving Kafiza to awe. Dr. Gero failed to realize or perhaps deliberately ignored the unpredictable and enormous risks inherent in forcibly merging the genes of different top combat races from the universe. This was not merely a transgression against the ethics of life. It could potentially breed a monster beyond anyone's control. Chapter 107, The Harbinger of Death. Everything on Adonis was operating efficiently according to Kafiza's will. Dr. Gero was engrossed in the forbidden research of merging frozen demon technology with Saiyan cells, and minor explosions occasionally erupted in the depths of the laboratory. At the peak of the spirit tree, Kafiza appeared to supervise everything while silently engaging in an inner dialogue with the system. System, where do you foresee the future of this universe heading? System, host, why have you suddenly shown concern for this world? It is merely a sanctuary I have designated for you. Since you have activated the traversal function, I can change the locked world at any moment should you encounter one that captivates you. Thus, even if this universe were to be annihilated by Quan Wong in the future, it would matter little. However, this world harbors a few of my treasured friends and a burgeoning force that has finally begun to stabilize. Frankly, if this universe is destined for destruction, I would prefer it to reach the end of its natural lifespan rather than be obliterated by Quan Wong. Ka Fei Jia raised his right hand as if to grasp the sun itself. System, host, if you wish to protect these people and matters, you must possess commensurate strength. In the Dragon Ball world, no matter how high your combat power, it pales in comparison to Quan Wong. Only by breaking free can you hope to surpass him. Yes, he does possess a system that allows traversal across myriad realms, making it a trivial endeavor. Currently, Adonis does not require much interference from him. Thus, it would be wise to utilize this time to explore other worlds. Resolute in his decision, Ka Fei Jia created a long-lasting avatar to oversee the base, ensuring nothing was overlooked before summoning the system to initiate traversal. Host, traversal complete. You are currently in the realm of Shinigami. The specific timeline remains for you to explore. After a brief disorientation, Ka Fei Jia's feet touched solid ground. Upon opening his eyes again, the surroundings had transformed dramatically. He stood on an expansive modern street, the setting sun casting long shadows from the architecture. The air was infused with an essence distinctly different from that of the Dragon Ball universe, an energy wave more attuned to the spiritual and soulful realms. Could this be the spiritual particles mentioned in the realm of Shinigami? He could acutely sense the presence of numerous souls of varying strengths, along with a twisted spiritual pressure lurking deeper within the space, filled with hunger and a desire for destruction. This was indeed the realm of Shinigami. Upon his arrival, Ka Fei Jia discerned a subtle, yet palpable malice emanating from the entire world, as if it instinctively rejected him as an outsider. This feeling of rejection is unfamiliar. Could it be the Spirit King? System, you are correct. The development of this world has followed the Spirit King's will from beginning to end. As an outsider not subjected to the Spirit King's control, it is only natural for you to be ostracized. Is the Spirit King the cornerstone or the prisoner of this world? Intriguing. I wonder what chance I have against an omniscient wielder. Perhaps he has foreseen the possibility of being cornered and thus refrains from acting. In that case, I shall not hold back. With a crisp snap of his fingers, a well-fitted deep blue tracksuit instantly replaced his previous attire. This was a small trick utilizing energy to briefly distort reality for material reconfiguration. As for the conspicuous silver tail at his waist, he casually wrapped it around himself, using the hem of his shirt to obscure it slightly. In this era of eccentric fashion, it would merely be regarded as a unique accessory, drawing no attention. Preparations complete. In the next moment, an immense yet intangible perception emanated silently from him, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Karakura town. It brushed past ordinary souls, penetrating through the barriers of buildings, meticulously scanning every corner of the city. Concurrently, in Urahara Shop's underground training space, Urahara Kisuk, having just finished renovations, fanned himself with a folding fan, while Urahara Yuruchi languidly lounged nearby, grooming her paws. Suddenly, both paused in unison. Urahara Kisuk's squinting eyes snapped wide open. Yuruchi immediately raised her head, her golden feline eyes brimming with alertness. Did you feel that, Mr. Yuruchi? Urahara Kisuke's voice lost its usual levity. Yes, a presence so vast it is beyond description. Yuruchi conveyed through thought, her tone grave. It is not spiritual pressure, yet it blankets all of Karakura town. It feels as if everything has been laid bare. In that fleeting moment, they both distinctly sensed an overwhelming sensation of being thoroughly exposed, as if all their secrets, including their underground training space, were laid bare before that intangible gaze. The sensation came swiftly and departed just as quickly, yet the shock lingered. This was not a technique from the Soul Society, nor was it a method from Hueco Mundo. Urahara Kisuke lightly tapped his palm with the fan, his brow furrowing. It is an energy form I have never encountered, and it seemed to see us before vanishing. Could it be directed at us? Yuruchi inquired. Uncertain, but the possibility is high, Urahara Kisuke replied, moving to the monitoring screen to review the footage around the shop. The presence had not concealed its probing actions, but quickly withdrew afterward. Was it a display of power? While the majority of souls had spiritual pressures faint as fireflies, several points of light, bright as beacons, immediately captured Ka Feija's attention on the energy perception map. Their energy intensity far exceeded that of ordinary souls, and among them, the two most potent signatures congregated at the same location. Interesting. He retracted his probing energy, vanishing from his original spot. The next moment, his figure materialized in an inconspicuous corner of Karakura town. From the outside, it appeared as a somewhat antiquated traditional Japanese grocery store, save for the warm curtain draped at the entrance, emblazoned with the name Urahara Shop. So it is Urahara Kisuke and Urahara Yuruchi, along with Kuraka Shunsui. A slight smile graced Ka Feija's lips, a stroke of luck indeed. Encountering a brilliant inventor upon his arrival. With a thought, Ka Feija's overwhelming aura receded like a tide, meticulously contained within the depths of his being. At that moment, from the spiritual perspective, he resembled an ordinary person of slightly above average build. Simultaneously, he honed his control over the energy, further diminishing his presence within the environment. Unless one were to actively search or possess exceptional sensitivity, it would be easy to overlook his existence. He needed to ascertain the current timeline. Was it before the plot's commencement? In progress? Or had it already concluded? This would determine how he should intervene. Just then, he sensed a faint energy fluctuation emanating from the direction of Urahara's shop. Not an attack, but rather an instinctual alertness and counterprobe following his prior coverage of the city. Clearly, the immense nature of his energy probe, though distinct from spiritual pressure, had nonetheless raised the vigilance of those two experts. He did not wish to startle them. As a newcomer, intelligence was paramount. Ka Feija resolved to gather information on key figures, the distribution of forces, and particularly the precise whereabouts and status of the Hogyoku before engaging with these individuals. He turned, walking in the opposite direction of Urahara's shop, his figure swiftly blending into the sparse crowd. He intended to assimilate into this city, adopting the perspective of an observer, patiently awaiting the opportune moment, or actively creating advantageous circumstances for himself. Chapter 108. Establishing identity with the assistance of the system's positioning and his own energy perception. He quickly pinpointed the residence of the protagonist, Kurosaki Ichigo. There were 4 individuals in the room. Rukia was absent. Was the plot yet to commence? Ka Feija sensed the room again through his energy, confirming only 4 individuals were present, leading him to wonder if he had arrived too early. Suddenly, he noticed the calendar on the wall displaying July 31st, confirming he had not come too early, but rather too late. By this time, Rukia had already been taken back to the Soul Society by Kichiki Byakuya for judgment. Kurosaki Ichigo, with the assistance of Urahara Kisuke, has regained his Shinigami powers. Soon, the main characters will embark on a journey to the Soul Society to rescue Rukia. It is indeed an unfortunate timing, as the Hogyoku currently resides within Rukia's body, accompanying her back to the Soul Society and remaining in the Siriidi. This signifies that the primary objective of his journey cannot be easily accomplished in the living world. To obtain the Hogyoku, a visit to the Soul Society becomes imperative. However, a new dilemma arises. How shall he traverse to the Soul Society? The Soul Society exists as a realm of souls, with a formidable barrier separating it from the living world. Conventional methods necessitate a Shinigami to utilize a Senkaman to open a passage, or possessing extraordinary technical skills akin to those of Urahara Kisuke. The power system of Kafiza. derived from the energy of the Dragon Ball universe, is immensely potent and capable of tearing apart space. Yet, he lacks the crucial methods to navigate the specific spatial structure and the rules governing the materialization of souls in the Shinigami realm. As for where he might end up by forcibly breaking through the barrier, no one can ascertain. The disturbance caused by such an act could potentially attract the attention of the entire Soul Society, and should it raise Aizen's vigilance, resulting in the Hogyoku being taken away in advance, it would be a significant loss. Thus, the only remaining shortcut seems to be seeking Urahara Kisuke's assistance. This former head of the Technical Development Bureau possesses the capability and methods to safely and discreetly deliver him into the Soul Society. However, what would be the justification? Urahara Kisuke is a person of extreme caution and suspicion, unlikely to assist a stranger of unknown origin and power system without a valid reason. Kafiza harbored no doubts that his previous citywide perception scan had certainly aroused Urahara's wariness. To proactively seek help would be akin to walking into a trap, inviting deeper suspicion and scrutiny, and he might even be regarded as a more dangerous adversary than Aizen. Forcing a breach would create too much commotion, while relying on Urahara lacked justification. Standing on the rooftop, buffeted by the wind, Kafiza lamented, why had he not arrived sooner? He possessed the power capable of shaking the very foundations of this world, yet he was constrained by rules and information. Feeling as though he struck a punch against cotton, forceful yet ineffectual. System, aside from relying on Urahara Kisuke, are there other stable methods to access the Soul Society in this world? Or, are there any relatively weak spatial nodes that can be utilized? He silently inquired. The system promptly responded, Host, stable passages are essentially monopolized by the Technical Development Bureau of the Soul Society and Urahara Kisuke. Spatial nodes do exist, but their locations are random and unstable. Forcibly traversing them carries significant risks, and precise landing points cannot be guaranteed. The host is advised against pursuing this option. Kafiza took a deep breath. The response was as expected, suppressing his agitation. The protagonists of this world were striving to enter the Soul Society, while he, as an outsider, was hindered at this initial step. He must not rush, he reminded himself. Power is fundamental, yet wisdom is equally vital, especially in this new world. Since it was temporarily impossible to enter via conventional channels, he must seek alternative entry points or devise a scenario that would compel Urahara Kisuke to collaborate with him or seek assistance from other factions. Firstly, there were the Vizards, a faction endowed with Shinigami powers and a close relationship with Urahara. These former captains of the Godai 13, forced to leave the Soul Society due to Aizen's holofication experiments, possessed knowledge of methods to return to the Soul Society. In the original narrative, they collectively ventured to the Soul Society to partake in the Battle of Karakura Town. However, after deeper contemplation and logical deduction, Kafiza reached a conclusion. It was nearly impossible for the Vizards to aid him in accessing the Soul Society. The reasons for their refusal were both compelling and pragmatic. The Vizards themselves were victims of the power struggles within the Soul Society, deemed fallen by the Central 46 and sentenced to severe penalties. This painful history instilled in them a profound skepticism and vigilance towards any outsiders or unknown entities. A person of ambiguous identity and unknown power system, non-spiritual pressure, appearing suddenly in Karakura Town would be perceived as a threat, potentially more suspicious than Aizen himself. They were fugitives wanted by the Soul Society and had to act with utmost caution. Assisting an individual with unclear motives to breach the Soul Society would not only expose their existence, but could also incite an all-out assault from the Godai 13, jeopardizing the sanctuary they had painstakingly established, and they could find themselves cornered by both the Soul Society and Aizen. Such risks were utterly intolerable. Therefore, they would never easily disclose methods to enter the Soul Society to a stranger, as that would be akin to revealing their secret pathways and vulnerabilities to potential enemies. After dismissing both Urahara Kisuke and the Vizards as viable options, Kafiza's thoughts shifted once more to other groups in the living world that might possess interdimensional capabilities. Soon, another name surfaced in his mind, Skushin, the organization composed of Fullbringers. These humans possess the ability to attach the power of materialized souls to specific objects and manipulate them. In the original narrative, their leader, Jinjo Kugo, wielded a special method to use Kurosaki Ichigo's substitute badge as a medium to project himself into the Soul Society for communication, suggesting that there indeed existed a means of interaction with the Soul Society. System, please retrieve and confirm the current timeline status of the Fullbringers organization execution, including its active status, member composition, and the interdimensional technologies they possess. The system quickly replied, retrieval complete. According to the current timeline, the Scution organization has been preliminarily established by Jinjo Kugo, with core members gathering. However, their main activities remain highly clandestine. The technology they possess for soul embedding and medium transmission essentially constitutes a high-precision soul projection, enabling the transfer of consciousness and partial power across dimensions. But it does not facilitate physical crossing. They have not mastered stable methods for physical traversal and still rely on Urahara Kisuk for the Senkaman. Upon hearing the system's analysis, Kafiza agreed. If they had possessed the means for physical traversal, they would have already sought vengeance against the Shinigami in the Soul Society. Suddenly, the system proposed, host, how about disguising yourself as a human who inadvertently acquired Fullbring abilities and then seek Urahara Kisuk's assistance? The system's suggestion illuminated a new path for Kafiza. Indeed, this was the solution. Chapter 109. A heavy burden. The disguise plan proposed by the system pierced through the fog obscuring Kafiza's mind. He had previously found himself in a dichotomy, either forcefully intrude or seek assistance, neglecting the option of playing a role. Power cannot resolve all issues. Yet the conjunction of wisdom and strength often yields remarkable results. He swiftly devised a plan. First, he needed to create a flawless persona. After a moment's contemplation, Kafiza declared, the backstory, a test subject used by the Shinigami Aizen for experiments on the incomplete Hogyoku, abandoned after a failed experiment, now seeking revenge. Perfect. It was the ideal scapegoat for Aizen's clandestine and unsavory experiments to achieve his Hogyoku. Urahara Kisuk would never suspect a thing. As for the explanation of the energy, with a Fullbring background, it would be easily justified. Each Fullbring is unique, highly reliant on the user's personality and the characteristics of the object it embodies, with effects that vary wildly, unlike the unified systems of Shinigami powers. In short, don't ask, it is simply a new form of Fullbring. Within the expansive training space beneath Urahara's shop, Kisuk Urahara tapped his chin lightly with his fan, watching the security footage of Karakura Town on the screen. The massive gaze he'd felt earlier still lingered in his mind. He'd reviewed months of footage without finding anything amiss. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he snapped his fan shut. A customer had arrived, and with a rather interesting spiritual pressure. He lowered his hat brim, concealing the research-oriented look in his eyes. Yuruchi in her cat form also instantly looked up, a flicker of wariness in her cat-like eyes. Not a Shinigami, a hollow, and certainly not a Quincy. It felt somewhat similar, but not entirely the same. When Kafiza reached the shop entrance, Kisuk Urahara was already there, leaning on his cane, sporting his signature smile. Yay, welcome to Urahara's shop. This customer looks unfamiliar. What would you like to buy? Urahara smiled warmly, but his eyes held a deep scrutiny. Kafiza met Urahara Kisuk's scrutinizing gaze, not directly answering the question about shopping. Urahara Kisuk, former captain of the 12th Division, founder of the Research and Development Bureau. He paused deliberately, pleased to see Urahara's fingers tighten slightly around his staff. I'm not here to buy anything. Kafiza raised his right hand, a power flowing through his palm, radiating a fluctuation completely different from his spiritual pressure. Then, in a low, hate-filled tone, he said, I'm here to make a deal with you. About Aizen, about the Hogyoku, about revenge. Urahara Kisuk's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes turned utterly cold, and he opened his fan to cover half his face. My sir, I don't understand what you're talking about. You understand. Kafiza stepped forward, his voice clear. Aizen used the incomplete Hogyoku for experiments, and I was one of the failed test subjects. He thought I was dead, but I survived. The energy in his palm suddenly changed. See that? That's Fullbring. I think you know what Fullbring is, so I don't need to explain further. But mine is different. This power was forcibly twisted by the Hogyoku. Yuruchi's hair stood on end, and she let out a warning growl. Urahara Kisuk was silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. An interesting story. But how are you going to prove it's true? I don't need proof. Kafiza looked him straight in the eye. You know very well what kind of person Aizen is. Do you think he'd stay in Soul Society and do research obediently? This question precisely struck at Urahara's doubts. As one of the few who knew Aizen's danger best, he knew that man's style all too well. Go on. Urahara's voice was no longer frivolous. I know Kurosaki Ichigo is going to Soul Society to rescue the Shinigami Rukia. Kafiza paused. Then continued, let me join you. I have a score to settle with Aizen. And they need everyone who can fight against Soul Society to rescue their former friend. Urahara Kisuke tapped his palm lightly with his fan, lost in thought. He could sense the genuine hatred in the man's words, and the altered energy fluctuations did indeed resemble Aizen's experiments. More importantly, if this man was truly a survivor of Aizen's experiments, his understanding of Aizen might be a valuable source of intelligence. The Soul Society is very dangerous. You know, he said, and judging from your appearance, you're still just a child. Is seeking revenge really all right? Changing the subject, Urahara Kisuke continued, even if I agree. Ichigo and the others might not accept a companion of unknown origin. That doesn't matter, he said. I'm after all seeking revenge. Acting alone is fine. On the contrary, I might even be able to help them. Urahara Kisuke suddenly laughed, this time a genuinely amused laugh. That's quite a bold move. However, he lowered his hat brim, I agree. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, isn't it? Kafiza sneered inwardly, knowing that Urahara Kisuke didn't fully believe his story and was merely using him. But this suited him perfectly. Mutually beneficial relationships were often the most stable. Well then, it's a pleasure to cooperate. Kafiza nodded slightly. When do we depart? Soon. Ichigo and the others' training will be over soon. Trust me, it won't be long. Urahara turned and pushed open the shop door. Come in and have a seat, Mr. Avenger. We need to discuss your Fullbringer. As Kafiza stepped into the shop, he knew the first step was a success. Now, he only needed to continue this perfect performance in the upcoming tests until the moment he entered Soul Society. Please come in, Mr. Avenger. Urahara Kisuke stepped aside, his smile returning to its usual flippant tone, but a sharper edge appeared in his eyes. Kafiza strode into the seemingly ordinary general store. The shop was dimly lit, its shelves overflowing with all sorts of strange and unusual goods, from ordinary snacks to small items emitting faint fluctuations of spiritual energy. Mr. Tessai, could you please watch the shop? Urahara called out towards the back. Soon, a tall man wearing sunglasses and a hat emerged from behind the curtain. It was Tessai, one of the shop's employees. He glanced expressionlessly at Kafiza, nodded slightly, and then silently walked behind the counter, standing like a loyal guard. Urahara turned to Kafiza and gestured with his fan. This way, please. Let's go downstairs and talk in detail. He pushed open a hidden trapdoor, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Chapter 110 Gaining Trust. Successfully descending the stairs, they arrived at an underground space far more spacious than the shop above ground. The place was brightly lit despite the lack of sunlight, clearly revealing various training equipment and technological devices of unknown purpose, a fully functional secret base. Kuro Niko Yuru leaped onto a high crate, looking down at Kafiza with a scrutinizing gaze in his golden cat-like eyes. Urahara Kisuke casually leaned against a massive weighted instrument, getting straight to the point. So, before discussing specific cooperation, could you please explain your situation in detail? For example, your name, when and where Aizen conducted the experiment on you. What were the specific details of the experiment? And how did you escape and survive? His questions came like a machine gun, each one hitting the nail on the head. Kafiza was already prepared with his answer, his face somber. My name is Kafiza. Due to the pain and forced hollowification, I don't remember much of that memory. I only remember a space filled with instruments and cold liquid, feeling like I was inside a glass vessel. Aizen, please allow me to call him that. Because I heard someone call him Captain Aizen. He seemed to want to use the incomplete Hogyoku to forcibly alter the hollowification of the test subjects, attempting to test the limits of the Hogyoku's ability to modify the soul. Kafiza raised his hand, his palm once again gathering that unique aura. I am the sole survivor of that batch of test subjects. The experiment failed. My soul structure was distorted, granting me this power that is neither Shinigami nor hollow, but my body is on the verge of collapse. They thought I was dead. A Shinigami with bandages around his eyes discarded me as a failed experiment. I struggled to survive, driven by hatred, and then discovered I possessed this unique ability. Oh, a unique ability? Urahara lightly tapped his chin with his fan, his gaze shifting to the black cat on the box. Yoruchi-san, what do you think? Yoruchi flicked her tail and spoke in human language. Sounds plausible. That Aizen guy, he's certainly capable of doing something like that. However, Yoruchi stared intently at Kafiza. You said your power is a variant of Fullbring? As far as I know, the abilities of the practitioners of the complete manifestation technique are often linked to the objects they cherish. What, then, is your medium? Kafiza had long since anticipated this question. He replied calmly, "Perhaps it is the very life I salvaged from the brink of hell." After awakening his powers, he discovered that he could directly manipulate a unique form of energy, one that emanated from his altered soul rather than any external object. This must be the mutation brought about by the experiment with the Shattering Jade. Kafiza attributed all inexplicable details to the Shattering Jade experiment and mutation, a nearly omnipotent excuse. Urahara and Yoruichi exchanged glances. Although there were still doubts regarding his statement, it logically held together and perfectly explained why his powers felt so peculiar and were intertwined with Aizen. "Well, that does sound like a rather tragic experience," Urahara said. Covering his mouth with a fan, his tone laced with sympathy, yet his gaze remained composed. "So, Mr. Tetsuzai, what do you think?" The ever-silent Tetsuzai, who had been like a mere backdrop until now, adjusted his sunglasses and spoke in a low voice. The energy fluctuations surrounding him indeed exhibit unnatural distortions, bearing some resemblance to known holification experiment samples. However, the internal structure appears more chaotic and unique. There is a possibility of deception, but the descriptions regarding the experiment align with Aizen Sosuke's typical behavioral patterns. Tetsuzai's conclusion was quite objective, pointing out uncertainties while also acknowledging their validity. Urahara Kisuke, upon hearing this, made a soft sound of contemplation, as if weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he snapped his fan shut, revealing a determined smile. "Very well, Mr. Kafiza. While your story requires further validation, your value and objectives indeed merit our willingness to take a risk. I agree to allow you to join Ichigo and the others on their journey to the Soul Society." However, Urahara's tone shifted before we depart. "You must undergo some basic adaptive and coordination training to ensure you do not hinder us at a critical moment or engage in any irrational behavior. After all, our primary goal is to rescue Rukia-san. I hope you will always keep this in mind. Your quest for vengeance cannot supersede this objective." Kafiza understood this as Urahara's warning and constraint, but he feigned agreement. "I understand. I will abide by the rules. Rescuing Kurosaki Rukia is paramount, and I will bide my time regarding my grievances with Aizen." "Excellent." Urahara's smile brightened. "Then welcome aboard, Mr. Kafiza. From this day forth, you are a member of the Rukia rescue team. I hope our collaboration will be fruitful." Their handshake symbolized a temporary alliance, each harboring their own clandestine intentions. Kafiza recognized that Urahara did not fully trust him, but at least the path to the Soul Society had been paved. Meanwhile, Yoruichi and Tetsuzai continued to observe him with wary eyes. Just as Urahara and Kafiza reached a preliminary consensus, a commotion arose at the entrance of the training area on the opposite end of the underground space. "Hey, Urahara, when does today's training start?" "Chad, don't push me," came a slightly timid voice from a girl. In came Inoue Orihime and Chad Yasutora, one after the other. Inoue, dressed in her school uniform, with vibrant orange hair and a gentle smile, appeared lively. Chad, towering with a muscular build, had long bangs obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression unreadable. They had evidently just finished warming up, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Upon seeing Kafiza standing beside Urahara, both were taken aback. "Ah, Inoue-san, Chad-kun. Your timing is impeccable," Urahara said with a smile, gesturing with his fan towards Kafiza. "Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Kafiza, your new companion." "New companion?" Inoue blinked her large eyes, curiously surveying Kafiza. When she noticed his youthful face, she realized it was rather impolite to stare. A faint blush creeping to her cheeks as she whispered to Chad, "Chad-kun, he looks so young." Chad, more direct, furrowed his brow and stepped forward, his imposing figure exuding a sense of pressure as he asked in a low voice, "Urahara, why did you not mention him before?" Chad's gaze, hidden beneath his bangs, scrutinized Kafiza, curiosity piqued by the sudden addition of a stranger, particularly one recommended by Urahara himself. "Well, Chad-kun, the situation is as follows," Urahara explained naturally, lightly tapping his forehead with his fan. "Mr. Kafiza is a special ability user who has been independently investigating certain truths. I only recently learned of his existence and circumstances through some, shall we say, unconventional channels." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Mr. Kafiza harbors deep personal grievances with certain factions in the Soul Society. Upon discovering our intentions to rescue Rukia-san, he approached us seeking collaboration. I believe that having an additional ally with insight into the methods of the Soul Society can only benefit us. Chad remained silent for a moment before asking in a straightforward tone, "What is your ability?" Kafiza calmly raised his hand, and the unique silvery aura reappeared. "It is a perception and basic manipulation of energy," Kafiza stated succinctly. "It may provide assistance in locating targets or responding to certain situations." He neither boasted nor elaborated further, maintaining a demeanor that reflected his tragic experiences with detachment and restraint. Inoue gazed at the soft glow and then at Kafiza's youthful yet expressionless face, her innate sympathy beginning to swell. She gently tugged at Chad's sleeve and whispered, "Chad-kun, it must be difficult for him to investigate alone. Besides, our goals align. We should be able to trust him, right?" Just then, a hurried footfall and an even more impatient voice echoed from the entrance of the underground space. "Hey, Urahara. Are we training today or not? I can sense both Inoue and Chad's spiritual pressures." "Huh?" Kurosaki Ichigo, with his signature orange hair and wielding a massive Zanpakuto, barged in mid-sentence, momentarily stopping upon noticing the unfamiliar Kafiza. Following him was Ishida Yuryu, who adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a scrutinizing glint. "A stranger?" Ishida's tone was cool and analytical. "At such a critical moment? Urahara, could you please clarify?" "Ah, Ichigo, Yuryu, you have arrived," Urahara said with a beaming smile, seemingly oblivious to Ichigo's impatience and Ishida's skepticism. "Perfect timing. Since everyone is here, let me formally introduce Mr. Kafiza, a friend with special powers who is also in pursuit of certain truths and is willing to assist us in rescuing Rukia." Pursuing truths? Ichigo's attention was captured by this phrase, directing his gaze towards Kafiza with a newfound curiosity. "Are you also connected to the Soul Society?" Kafiza met Ichigo's gaze, acutely aware of the remarkable spiritual pressure and pure sense of justice that resided within this young man. Truly the protagonist, Ichigo's spiritual energy was striking. Nodding, Kafiza recounted the background of the experiment survivor, deliberately obscuring the specific identity of the perpetrator. The emphasis lies solely on a forbidden experiment spearheaded by a prominent figure in Saiyan, subtly suggesting a potential connection to Rikkyu's current predicament, as the experiment pertains to the realm of souls. Thus, the journey to Saiyan serves not only to uncover the truth and seek justice, but also to resolve my own power issues. This might indirectly aid your mission to rescue Kurosaki Rukia. Mr. Kafiza concluded, his tone calm. Yet the deliberate aura of lingering pain from the experiment was bound to evoke resonance. After hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo furrowed his brow, sensing ominous undercurrents hidden within Saiyan while simultaneously feeling empathy for Kafiza. He, being a passionate fool, was easily trusting of his companions, especially those who shared similar experiences, believing Kafiza to be another victim of Saiyan's machinations. "I understand." Ichigo placed his Zanpakuto down from his shoulder to the ground, his gaze resolute. "Given that our objective aligns in rescuing people from Saiyan, and with Urahara's endorsement, we shall proceed together. The more allies, the greater the strength." Ishida Yuryu maintained his rational demeanor, adjusting his glasses. "The manipulation of special energy? It does not conform to the power systems of Shinigami or Quincy. In the unknown realm of Saiyan, any unconventional abilities could introduce unforeseen variables. I hope your powers prove as useful as you claim." As a Quincy, he approached any unknown power system with tactical caution. Urahara Kisuk interjected at an opportune moment. "Well, the coordination of specific abilities and tactical arrangements is indeed the aim of our forthcoming training. Mr. Kafiza will also need time to acclimatize to our rhythm. In summary, from this moment on, Kafiza is our companion, and I hope everyone can coexist harmoniously to collectively strive for Rukia's rescue." Thus, under Urahara Kisuk's skillful introduction and logical groundwork, Kafiza was successfully presented to the main cast. Although Ishida Yuryu remained skeptical, Chad and Inoue Orihime were moved to tears by Kafiza's persuasive words, filled with sympathy. Meanwhile, atop the box, the black cat Yuruchi observed everything with its keen golden eyes. Urahara Kisuk gently waved his folding fan, his gaze shifting between Kafiza and the youths. "Mr. Kafiza's abilities are indeed quite unique. However, it is imperative that we commence adaptive training promptly. Today's combat practice will include Mr. Kafiza, allowing him to familiarize himself with teamwork." Kurosaki Ichigo nodded enthusiastically, patting Kafiza on the shoulder. "No problem. Since we are to act together, we must first understand one another." However, he looked at Kafiza's empty hands. Slightly puzzled, "Don't you use weapons?" Kafiza raised his hand, a halo swirling at his fingertips. "My ability serves as the finest weapon." He deliberately controlled the energy's output, rendering the radiance gentle and non-aggressive. Ishida Yuryu adjusted his glasses, calmly analyzing. "With just this, it may not suffice to operate within Siriidi. "Hey, Ishida," Ichigo interrupted. Dissatisfied, "Don't start off by discouraging us." "I'm merely stating the facts," Ishida replied calmly. "If we cannot even manage basic tactical coordination, we may hinder each other." Chad silently stepped into the center of the training field, assuming a battle-ready stance. "Real combat is the best test." His succinct words conveyed his determination. Inoue Oraheim quickly intervened. "Let us all get along. It's rare for someone to join us. We can gradually find our rhythm." Just as the atmosphere grew slightly tense, Urahara suddenly pointed with his fan to the other end of the training ground. "Today's first task: traverse the obstacle course and hit the target under limited spiritual pressure. Mr. Kafiza, would you like to give it a try?" Kafiza silently smirked, recognizing that the performance must continue. With pleasure, he stepped onto the training ground, a silver halo gently rotating in the palm of his hand. Chapter 112. The first clash in the underground training area of Urahara's shop. The atmosphere was tense. Thus, the first round of adaptive combat begins. Urahara Kisuk's voice echoed in the vast underground space. "Everyone should be cautious. This friend is quite formidable, so please take it seriously. Ichigo, carefully consider the techniques I've entrusted to you. They will aid in understanding each other's combat styles." Kurosaki Ichigo inhaled deeply, gripping his massive Zanpakuto. His gaze sharp. "Enough chatter. Watch me cleave him in two. Be careful," he growled, unleashing a powerful spiritual pressure. His figure instantly blurring as he charged toward Kafiza at breakneck speed, his blade slicing downward with a fierce whoosh. Chad and Inoue Oraheim coordinated from the flanks. Chad's right arm flexed, primed for action, while Inoue's hairpin, the Gantenbane shield, shimmered, ready to defend or interfere at a moment's notice. However, facing this onslaught, Kafiza found Ichigo and his companion's speeds rather sluggish. All their movements appeared rife with openings, suppressing the urge for a swift resolution. As Ichigo's blade approached him, he merely slid half a step to the side, twisting his body at the most exquisite angle. The massive blade struck the ground, sending shards of stone flying. "Impressive." Chad noted Ichigo's failed attack and shifted to Kafiza's right side, preparing to strike. Simultaneously, Inoue's, "Too slow." Kafiza leapt back to evade, Chad's attack crashing into the ground, creating a crater and scattering debris. Gantenbane shield. "I refuse." From Inoue's 6 hairpins, the one representing offense, Tsubaki, shot forth, trailing a golden crescent arc toward Kafiza, who had just landed. This decisive strike was effortlessly sidestepped by Kafiza. "What? His speed is astounding." The trio was left in disbelief. Ichigo closed in, but before he could reach, Kafiza pressed down on his wrist holding the blade. Ichigo felt a jolt in his wrist, nearly losing grip on his Zanpakuto, stumbling forward. "Hamatsu Kikyo." Inoue reacted swiftly, summoning the Sanrei shield between the two to separate them. "Huh." Chad's low growl resonated as his right fist, charged with energy, aimed for Kafiza's side, a punch capable of shattering boulders. Kafiza did not evade. He simply raised his right hand, fingers splayed, effortlessly catching the blow that could cleave mountains. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Contrary to expectations, Kafiza did not get sent flying. Chad's powerful strike was firmly caught by what appeared to be a delicate hand, the opponent's arm not trembling in the slightest. Chad's eyes widened in shock, his bangs concealing his astonished gaze. It felt as though he had struck an immovable mountain. Observing from the sidelines, Ishida Yuryu adjusted his glasses, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, completely inscrutable. There are no fluctuations of spiritual pressure. Relying purely on physical prowess is astonishingly strong. In just a few exchanges, the opponent had not initiated an attack, effortlessly neutralizing the combined assault of Ichigo and his friends with unfathomable physical strength and combat experience, exhibiting mastery. Kurosaki Ichigo steadied himself, glancing at his slightly numbed wrist, then at Chad's easily caught punch and Inoue's defenses that had been disregarded. Their exhaustive training appeared utterly futile before this enigmatic figure. Kafiza slowly retracted his hand, addressing the 3 who had fallen into silence. The Shinigami of Saiyan, particularly the captains and vice-captains of the 13 court guard squads, possess powers far beyond mine. At your current level, attempting to infiltrate Jinglingting to rescue someone is quite the challenge. He paused, not continuing, yet the implication of his words was unmistakable. This statement pierced through Ichigo's heart like a needle. He recalled the overwhelming power of Kurosaki Byakuya and thought of Rukia, who was still awaiting salvation. A sense of unwillingness and fury surged within him, but more than that, it was a feeling of urgent awakening. Enough. Ichigo abruptly lifted his head, his eyes igniting with an even fiercer flame. Today's training ends here. Urahara, increase the intensity of our training tomorrow. 1 fold is insufficient. Make it 2. 3 times. He turned to Kafaza, his expression complex yet devoid of resentment, only resolute fighting spirit. Thank you for helping us see reality. However, we shall never surrender. Rukia, we will definitely rescue you. Chad silently nodded, clenching his fists. Inoue Oraheim wiped away the slight moisture in her eyes, her gaze becoming steadfast. Even Ishida Yuryu silently adjusted his training plan in his heart, observing the young men who, rather than being disheartened, had ignited a stronger resolve. Urahara Kisuk tipped his hat slightly, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Truly remarkable, Mr. Avenger. Yet, without you, Ichigo and the others might still be lost in their complacency. Kafaza remained unfazed. His objectives had been achieved. Today's moderate display of strength had established his standing within the group, while indirectly motivating his companions to survive better in the upcoming rescue mission. Perhaps even drawing more attention to himself. As for Urahara Kisuk's probing, it was of little consequence. Once he had visited the Soul Society, leaving his mark, it would merely become his own garden, easily accessible at will. Days later, all preparations were complete. Under Urahara Kisuk's ominous reminders, everyone gathered in front of the shop. While Kafaza had been residing there for the past few days. Everyone is here, how splendid. Now, it is time to reveal the method to enter the Soul Society. So pay close attention, otherwise, if you perish, I cannot be held responsible. Urahara mysteriously led them to a secret underground base. A massive stone frame stood erect in place. Ding ding ding. This is the gateway to the Soul Society, the passage between worlds. What a colossal door. While the others marveled at Urahara's craftsmanship, Kafaza wore an indifferent expression. Urahara Kisuk continued, as always, to explain the door's function to Ichigo and the others. In simple terms, it can transform material objects from the real world into spiritual particles, allowing those bound by the chains of causality to enter the Soul Society in their current state. The previously tense group suddenly understood. There was nothing dangerous here. Urahara was merely showcasing his invention. However, they took the risks of detention within the realm and the timing of the doors opening very seriously. Allow me to guide you. Do not be confused. Do not be afraid. Do not stop. Do not look back. Just keep moving forward. Those who can do so, come forth. In her black cat form, Yoruchi stood before the passage, reiterating her instructions. Kurosaki Ichigo, Inoue Oraheim, Chad, Ishida Yuryu, and Kafaza stood solemnly before the door. After days of almost frenzied, hellish training, their gazes were resolute, and none stepped back. Forward. With Urahara's command, the gateway radiated a brilliant light. The 5 of them, along with the cat, surged forward without hesitation. Chapter 113. Leave it to me. As the light of the passage closed behind them, they were instantly thrust into a bizarre and surreal tunnel of the realm between worlds. On either side were viscous, purple barriers, and beneath their feet lay the only visible path. The air was thick with an oppressive sensation, and time flowed erratically here. Keep close to me. Do not fall behind. Yoruchi's voice rang out ahead as her black cat form sped through the warped light. The barriers will ensnare spiritual bodies. If caught, it will be troublesome. Move quickly. No sooner had she spoken than the sludge-like barriers, exuding a terrifying aura that devoured all, surged toward them. Wow. Is this what the barriers are like? Oraheim exclaimed. Run. Ichigo shouted, propelling himself forward with all his might. Just as the barriers were about to ensnare Ishida's clothing, Kafaza subtly intervened, blocking the barriers. At that moment, everyone was desperately rushing forward, so no one noticed anything amiss. To be cautious, someone needed to slow the pace, and Kafaza chose to remain at the back of the group. However, these barriers, enough to trap an ordinary Soul Reaper when nearing Kafaza's vicinity, seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, naturally diverting and sliding away, unable to touch him at all. He did not make any overt movements. He merely maintained his speed. as if all surrounding dangers were irrelevant to him. Yoruichi glanced back and noticed this scene, a hint of astonishment flashing in her golden cat eyes. The speed of the barriers seemed somewhat off. Yet, the current situation left her no time to ponder. All could be discussed later. Just as they spotted the exit's light ahead, something even larger rushed toward them from behind. Accompanied by a deafening roar, an enormous spherical entity known as the Kajitsu emerged. It served as the janitor of the realm, destined to consume all that lingered here. This is bad. It's Kajitsu. Hurry. Move faster. Yoruichi urged anxiously. Everyone exerted their utmost strength to sprint. The exit was within reach. However, Kajitsu was faster, its massive shadow nearly engulfing them all. In this critical moment, without a surge of spiritual pressure or earth-shattering techniques, the originally ferocious Kajitsu seemed to be struck by an invisible massive hammer. Its forward momentum abruptly halted, and the colossal sphere emitted a faint, pained whimper under the weight. Its surface displayed fleeting, almost imperceptible distortions and cracks. In that brief moment of stasis, it was enough. Charge. Seizing the opportunity, Yoruichi dashed through the exit first, with the other for closely following. Kafaza was the last to step through leisurely, and just as he departed, the entrance to the realm completely sealed shut, trapping the temporarily dazed Kajitsu behind. After a brief moment of dizziness, they found themselves grounded, fresh air flooding their lungs. They had successfully arrived in the Soul Society, standing in an open field, with the towering white walls of Jinglingting visible in the distance. We did it, Orihime exclaimed, her chest heaving as she felt a lingering apprehension. Did Kajitsu suddenly stop for a moment? Ishida adjusted his glasses, a puzzled expression crossing his face. He sensed something was amiss in that final moment. Whatever. We made it out, Ichigo declared boldly, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of Jinglingting. Rukia, we have arrived. Yoruichi cast a deep look at Kafaza, whose expression remained unchanged, choosing not to inquire further. She began leading the group toward the nearest entrance, the white path to the west. Soon, the massive white gate came into view, guarded by an exceptionally large and dark-skinned giant known as the Shidambo. Oh, no pass to enter, then you must first get past me. Shidambo's booming voice echoed as he descended, wielding two massive axes, imposing in stature. According to the original plan, Ichigo was supposed to confront him. However, Kafaza stepped forward directly. Hey, leave this guy to me. Ichigo's words trailed off abruptly, as Ka-Fei-Ja proceeded without pause. He casually raised his right hand, and, from a distance of merely a dozen meters from Si-Dan Fong, pressed down gently. An invisible yet weighty force, as formidable as a mountain, suddenly descended. Si-Dan Fong had no time to react. He felt an overwhelming power pressing down upon him, causing his massive frame to collapse to the ground with a resounding thud. The dual axes in his hands clattered to the floor, and he was pinned down, unable to move even a finger, his eyes filled with endless terror and bewilderment. What had happened? He had no idea. Ichigo, Inoue, Chad, Ishida, and even Yoruichi were left in stunned silence. They had merely witnessed Ka-Fei-Ja raise his hand, and the seemingly invincible guardian giant had knelt without any warning. Disregarding the astonishment of the others, Ka-Fei-Ja walked directly to the imposing white gate. He extended a single hand and pressed against the bottom of the extraordinarily heavy door that Si-Dan Fong could only lift with all his might. Then, to the astonished gaze of everyone present, he effortlessly raised the entire white gate with just one hand. Enter, he uttered with a calm simplicity. Just as the gate opened and the crowd was still absorbed in the display of Ka-Fei-Ja's terrifying power, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A voice, cold and mocking, echoed through the air. Ah, what remarkable guests have arrived. It was Jin Ikamaru, the captain of the 3rd Division. His smile remained, yet a dangerous glint flickered in his narrowed eyes. The blade of his Zanpakuto, already unsheathed, aimed directly at Ka-Fei-Ja. To kill him. The thought had barely formed in Jin's mind when, in an instant, his smile froze. An incomprehensible force struck him sharply in the abdomen. With a gasp, Jin's body bent into an exaggerated arc as if struck by an invisible meteor, blood spewing from his mouth as he was hurled backward with even greater speed than he had arrived, vanishing like a purple comet from sight, leaving only a faint metallic taste of blood in the air and the sound of rushing wind. From Jin Ikamaru's appearance to his swift disappearance, the entire sequence unfolded beyond the limits of visual perception, without even a ripple of spiritual pressure to indicate a clash. Before the white gate, silence reigned. Ichigo's eyes widened in disbelief. Had something just flown past? Inoue shook her head in confusion. I didn't see it clearly. Chad and Ishido wore equally bewildered expressions, feeling only a gentle breeze, as if nothing had transpired. Only Yorichi felt a chill run down her spine. At the moment she saw Jin about to release his Zanpakuto, it seemed Ka-Feija's right hand moved, though it might not have moved at all. And then, Jin was sent flying. What kind of speed? What kind of power? Urahara Kisuke, it seems you have brought in someone extraordinary. Ka-Feija appeared to regard the incident as a trivial matter, maintaining his posture of holding the door with one hand as he calmly stated. What are you dawdling for? Let us go? The group awoke from their stupor, suppressing the tumult within their hearts, and hurriedly passed through the gate. Ka-Feija was the last to enter, casually lowering the white door behind him. Chapter 114, The Presumptuous Challenge. Behind the door, Ka-Feija brushed off the dust from his hands, and before Ichigo and the others could inquire about what had just transpired, he spoke first. Well then, as a token of gratitude for bringing me to the Soul Society, our collaboration ends here. Until we meet again, bye-bye. In the next instant, Ka-Feija's figure completely vanished into the intricate white streets of Siriidii, moving with such speed that even Yorichi could not trace his path. Hey, wait, you. Ichigo's outstretched hand froze in midair, his face etched with shock and dissatisfaction. What is going on? Didn't we agree to rescue Rukia together? Ichigo. Yorichi's voice, laden with unprecedented gravity, interrupted him. Let him go. Why? He is so powerful. If he is with us, precisely because he is too strong. And his intentions are unclear. Yorichi scanned the direction Ka-Feija had departed with a wary expression. His logic is utterly unpredictable. Forcing ourselves together may introduce greater uncertainty. For now, we should proceed to find Rukia as planned. Though reluctant, Ichigo recognized the validity of Yorichi's reasoning and, along with Inoue, Chad, and Ishida, stealthily moved in the opposite direction of Ka-Feija. After all, such a commotion had drawn the attention of nearby Shinigami. They needed to leave swiftly. In the 5th Division headquarters, within the captain's chamber, Sosuke Aizen sat at his desk, calmly perusing documents as the alarms from the outside world increasingly resonated. Suddenly, a figure emerged unsteadily from the shadows of the division. It was Jin Ikamaru. He still squinted his eyes and wore that fox-like smile. Yet his complexion appeared paler than usual. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, not entirely wiped away, and one hand discreetly pressed against his abdomen. Ah, Captain Aizen, I'm back. Jin's voice was lighthearted, but the slight tremor did not escape Aizen's keen ears. Aizen set down his documents and raised his gaze, his calm eyes resting on Jin. Jin, it seems you have encountered some trouble. Trouble? I suppose you could say that. Jin approached a nearby chair, seemingly intending to sit, but hesitated imperceptibly before opting to lean against the wall instead. I encountered a rather intriguing calamity. Oh, Aizen's expression shifted to one of measured interest. It was at the white gate to the west. A seemingly young fellow casually pressed Si Danfong down and lifted the gate with a single hand. He paused, his smile diminishing slightly. I wanted to test his caliber. But the moment I drew my Zanpakuto, I was sent flying back. Aizen leaned forward slightly. Elaborate on the process of being sent back. The process? Jin tilted his head, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. There was no process, Captain Aizen. I didn't see or feel anything. There were no fluctuations in spiritual pressure. No traces of a strike. Even the sensation of wind pressure was only felt after being struck. It was as if the entire world itself repelled me. An incomprehensible and irresistible force acted directly upon me. He gently rubbed his abdomen. If it weren't for the fact that the opponent seemed to have held back, I might not have returned. Aizen fell silent, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. He understood Jin's strength all too well. To be so severely injured that he could not even react or perceive the attack exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary captain. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Aizen's eyes, an unforeseen variable. He turned to Jin. Your injury? Some internal displacement, a bit of disarray in my spiritual pressure cycle. A bit of rest will suffice. Jin waved his hand dismissively. However, Captain Aizen, what should we do next? This variable may disrupt your script. Aizen reclined back into his chair, his expression returning to one of serene control. No matter. The nature of a script is that it can be revised at any time. Observe him, Jin. A powerful variable may bring unexpected amusement and even become the key to advancing the plot. As for his intentions, Aizen's gaze seemed to pierce through the walls, directed towards a certain place in Siriidi. Soon, we shall discover. The area of Jinglingting far exceeds Kafizius' estimates, and its architectural style bears a striking resemblance. Moreover, having never encountered Rukia, he was unable to lock onto her presence using his spiritual energy. The system proved unreliable as well. After searching several structures reminiscent of cells, he found nothing. Just as despair began to envelop him, a wild and violent spiritual pressure erupted ahead, locking onto him with ferocity. Ha! Found you. A formidable opponent indeed. A tall man with golden, spiky hair. A long scar across his face, and an eye patch covering one eye emerged from the alley, wielding a chipped Zanpakuto. His face radiated the thrill and ecstasy of the hunt. It was none other than the captain of the 11th Division, Gungmu Jinba. Hey, you don't look like a Shinigami. Are you a traveler? Come and fight me. Jinba offered no chance for Kafiza to respond, as his damaged Zanpakuto came crashing down with a howl that tore through the air. The strike was devoid of embellishments, embodying pure power and a desire for destruction. Kafiza furrowed his brow. He wished to avoid unnecessary complications, but this battle maniac would clearly not let him leave easily. Moreover, as a captain, Gungmu Jinba should know the location of the cells. Facing a strike capable of cleaving through an ordinary vice-captain, Kafiza did not flinch or evade, merely lifting his right hand. Boom! The Zanpakuto struck his seemingly slender palm, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against metal. The violent shockwave of spiritual pressure radiated outward, fracturing the walls of the alley. Jinba's excitement instantly morphed into astonishment. He felt as though he had struck the hardest metal in existence. The recoil left his hands numb while his opponent remained unmoved, not even causing a crack in the ground beneath him. How could this be? This is simply too interesting. Jinba's single eye ignited with a desire for continued combat. I have no time to play with you. Kafiza coldly grasped the blade's edge, exerting immense force with his right hand. Jinba felt an indescribable power surge through him, lifting him as though he were a fragile porcelain figure hurled toward the ground. Chapter 115. The Hunter is in position. Boom. A thunderous crash rang out, debris flying, dust swirling. The solid ground was smashed into a massive pit, with Jinba lying at the bottom, his eye patch askew, blood spilling from his mouth, and his bones presumably shattered beyond count, leaving him unable to rise. Kafiza looked down at him from above, his gaze as placid as ever. So, defeated, can you tell me the exact location of the cell where Rukia is held? Jinba struggled to rise, his single eye burning with unyielding fighting spirit, yet the agony coursing through his body caused him to collapse once more. Grinning, revealing bloodied teeth, he laughed wildly. Ha ha, impressive. Truly impressive. Tell me your name. Kafiza leaned down, meeting Jinba's fervent gaze. Answer my question. In anticipation of their next exhilarating battle, Jinba gasped for breath, laboriously uttering a few words. The highest tower behind the 6th Division's headquarters. Very well. Kafiza straightened up, no longer regarding the severely injured man in the pit, and with a flash of his figure, he vanished from sight. Moments after his departure, the enormous commotion attracted nearby Shinigami. Upon discovering the wounded captain of the 11th Division, renowned for his combat prowess, all were engulfed in unparalleled shock and fear. The news spread like wildfire, faster than any prior chaos. Captain Gungmu of the 11th Division has been slain in an instant by a traveler. The entire Godei 13 was thrown into disarray. Captain Commander Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni issued the highest alert, commanding all captain-level Shinigami to be on high alert. An entity capable of effortlessly defeating a captain-level opponent necessitated heightened vigilance. Now, the focus shifts to Kafiza's quest to find Rukia and the challenges of obtaining the Hogyoku. At the 6th Division's monitoring tower, the heavy door creaked open, revealing Kumu Baizai, his expression as inscrutable as ever. He had just concluded his routine silent visit with Rukia. Inside the cell, Rukia bowed her head, her expression obscured, just as Baizai prepared to depart. Hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor's end. Rukia. Asanai Renji appeared around the corner, breathless and unable to mask his urgency. Upon spotting Baizai standing outside the cell, he abruptly halted, instinctively straightening and lowering his head. Captain. Baizai's cold gaze swept over him, yet he remained silent. Renji took a deep breath, summoning his courage, his voice trembling with suppressed excitement. Captain. I have just received word that Central 46 has ordered Rikio's immediate transfer to the deepest prison of the Central Palace. This news struck Kumu Baizai's heart like an invisible hammer. His pupils constricted almost imperceptibly, and he tightened his grip on Senbenzakura. The transfer to the Central Palace indicated that her execution was in its final stages, leaving no room for negotiation. But as a member of the Kumu family, he had to adhere to the rules and uphold the family's honor. It was his duty. Yet beneath this responsibility lay a promise to his late wife, Hongjin, to protect her sister. Lord Baizai, please ensure that you find my sister and protect her in my stead. But now, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to fulfill his promise. The internal struggle and guilt surged within him like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating him. In a haze, he could almost see Hongjin's worried and reluctant expression from her final moments. The deep-seated remorse buried beneath his icy exterior ignited at that moment, scorching his very soul. Would he ultimately be the one to send her down the path of destruction? Kumu Baizai closed his eyes, forcefully suppressing all emotions. And when he opened them again, his demeanor had returned to its usual coldness. He offered no response to Renji, simply walking past him as if he had heard nothing. Yet the slight stiffness of his back betrayed the turmoil within. Renji watched the captain's departing figure, gritting his teeth, and suddenly pushed open the cell door, rushing inside. Rukia, did you hear? They are going to transfer you. The conversation within the cell held no interest for Kafiza, who remained concealed in the shadows, akin to a true specter, merging his presence with the darkness. Just moments ago, he had been mere steps away from Kumu Baizai and Asanai Renji, yet none had perceived him. His attention was wholly consumed by the communication with the system in his mind. Tongzi, is it truly impossible for me to extract the Hogyoku with my energy control precision? The system replied, Host, the issue lies not in energy control precision, but in the manner in which the Hogyoku is connected to the soul. Conventional energy intervention for extraction would trigger a collapse of the soul's circuitry, resulting in the host's demise and the disappearance of the target item. Forcibly severing the connection equates to negating a part of its existence, leading to a chain reaction of soul-level collapse. Any form of forced extraction will trigger a chain collapse of the soul structure, causing the Hogyoku to enter a self-protective closure due to the loss of its stable vessel. Kafiza furrowed his brow. So, in other words, brute force will not suffice. Urahara Kisuke truly plays a clever game. Are there any alternative feasible solutions? Indeed. This is why, in the original narrative, Aizen did not seize the Hogyoku immediately. According to the existing database analysis, there are two external forces in this world that meet the criteria. First, to seek and utilize a special energy that shares a source with the Hogyoku to induce it to separate willingly. Currently, relevant energy samples and specific operational data are lacking. Second, the specific techniques mastered by Aizen Sosuke. It is speculated that his methods involve understanding and guiding the knowledge related to the Hogyoku, rather than brute force. Kafiza's gaze pierced through the wall, landing upon the oblivious young girl, Rukia, confined within her cell. The situation had become intriguing. Despite possessing overwhelming power, he found himself confronted with a dilemma that required adherence to certain rules for resolution. It seemed he had two options, to await execution or to wait for Aizen to take action. Kafiza pondered. Thus, he resolved to allow the execution to proceed as scheduled. He would not intervene. Rather, he would ensure that the process unfolded smoothly. Only when the waters were stirred would the fish emerge. Since direct extraction was not feasible, he would guarantee that when the Hogyoku manifested, it would swiftly fall into his grasp. He could surprise Aizen when he attempted to seize the Hogyoku. He cast one last glance in the direction of the cell before his figure gradually vanished. The hunter was already in position. Now, all that remained was to await the opportune moment, perhaps even to create a slight variable. Chapter 116. Gratitude for Aizen's bestowal of the Hogyoku during the brief days leading up to the commencement of the Shuangji execution, Kafiza did not remain idle. Instead, he borrowed a shinta from someone, who, without hesitation, readily agreed. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from the continuous vigilance caused by recent calamities, the individual fell into a deep slumber immediately after lending the shinta, impervious to any calls from others. Who wouldn't desire a weapon capable of resonating with one's soul and evolving alongside its master? However, when Kafiza attempted to communicate with the Zanpakuto, he received no response. Regardless of how he tried, the system mockingly remarked, Surely the host has forgotten the malice that accompanied their arrival in this world. It would be a miracle if you could successfully communicate with the Zanpakuto. Nevertheless, it was not entirely fruitless. After days of research, he had developed the ability to freely create the precursor to the Zanpakuto, the Shinta, at will. His creative capacity stemmed from the fusion of yin-yang techniques from the Naruto world and his own energy. While it was not omnipotent, as long as he understood the structure of an object well enough, replicating it was relatively straightforward. As for the efficacy, the sole king of this world might disagree. But that did not preclude success in another realm. At Shuangji Hill, the characters followed the original storyline. Ichigo Kurosaki and Byakuya Kachiki engaged in a fierce battle. Aizen's conspiracy was revealed, and the truth of the slaughter of Central 46 had long been unveiled. Ultimately, under the bewildered gazes of Ichigo and Rinji Abarai, Aizen Sasuke calmly approached Rukia, who was restrained. Holding a specially designed extractor, he wore a serene smile that conveyed mastery, pressing it against Rukia's chest. At last, "I have you," he declared. A radiant light flickered as an irregular gemstone, exuding a profound blue glow, was slowly drawn from Rukia's body, landing in Aizen's palm. He scrutinized the small gem, the result of considerable effort, with a hint of reflection in his eyes. It was unexpectedly small, after expending so much effort. This was all he received. However, before his victorious musings could fully take shape, a calm voice abruptly resonated in Aizen's ear, as if spoken from just beside him. "Indeed, it is quite small, and since you cannot grasp it, it now belongs to me." Aizen's smile instantly froze, his pupils constricting violently. He had not sensed any approaching entity with spiritual pressure. Who was it? In the fleeting moment that he reacted, a hand materialized beside him. Seemingly slow, yet impossibly swift, 2 fingers deftly intercepting the Hogyoku. An irresistible force surged forth, causing Aizen's fingers to tingle. The Hogyoku had already changed hands. He quickly turned to see the figure of Kafiza, who had appeared at his side without warning. Kafiza held the azure Hogyoku, casually inspecting it, as if he had merely picked up a common stone. "You." Aizen's composure shattered, disbelief etched across his face for the first time. His Kyuka Suigetsu had granted him no warning? How had this individual breached his hypnosis and approached so silently? "Shoot him, Shinso." Silver Shihoin reacted swiftly, having learned from past mistakes. Almost instantaneously, as Kafiza appeared, his Zanpakuto was unleashed, the blade extending at sonic speed, aiming directly for Kafiza's back. This strike was ruthless and precise, attempting to secure a swift kill. Kafiza, however, showed no inclination to turn around. He held the Hogyoku steady in his left hand, while his right hand casually swept back, as if swatting a fly, his fingertips perfectly meeting the tip of the Shinso. With a crisp sound, Shinso, known for its unerring precision, met Kafiza's fingertip, as if colliding with the hardest substance in the universe. Not only did it fail to penetrate, but a terrifying backlash surged back through the blade, causing Silver's grip to fracture and his entire arm to go numb. The Shinso emitted a mournful cry, instantly retracting to its original form, while Silver staggered backward, his eyes filled with horror. He had blocked the unleashed Shinso with his bare hand. In that moment, whether it was Aizen and his associates or the incapacitated Ichigo and Rinji, a tumultuous wave of shock surged within them. Kafiza's strength far surpassed their comprehension. Ichigo recalled the warning from Yoruichi when he had just learned his Bankai, advising him to be cautious of Kafiza and avoid confrontation. He hadn't understood then. But now it was clear. He was far too powerful. Kafiza glanced at the pale-faced Aizen and the tense Silver. "I have taken what I came for," he stated flatly, as if declaring an undeniable truth. "You may support me or oppose me. Who exactly are you?" Aizen's expression darkened, his meticulously crafted plan now in disarray. "Stop him." Aizen could not allow a century of effort to be so easily snatched away. The Zanpakuto Kyuka Suigetsu had been drawn, its blade shimmering like water, instantly enveloping Kafiza as he sought to pull him into a realm of complete hypnosis. Illusions? A tedious trick. Kafiza stepped forward. With that step, it seemed he shattered an invisible barrier. The meticulously constructed domain of hypnosis wavered violently, rippling outwards from him before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Aizen felt as if struck, letting out a muffled groan. His Kyuka Suigetsu had been forcibly unraveled, not through discovering its true form, but with absolute power. It had been brazenly torn apart. Shatter. Kyuka Suigetsu. Aizen, unwilling to accept defeat, attempted to release his Zanpakuto once more. Just as Aizen uttered the release command, Kafisa stored the Hogyoku in his spatial pocket and, with his fingers poised like a blade, seemingly slow yet transcending time, thrust directly at Aizen's chest. So fast, Aizen's mind struggled to keep pace with Kafisa's speed. His pupils narrowed to pinpoints as he desperately raised Kyuka Suigetsu to block his chest. Clang! Aizen felt an indescribable force emanating from the blade. His famed Zanpakuto, Kyuka Suigetsu, emitted a pained wail. The terrifying might pierced through him, his sternum cracking audibly. He was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Blood spewing from his mouth in a ghastly arc bang. Aizen crashed to the ground, rolling several meters before barely coming to a stop. Kneeling on one knee in a disheveled state, stripped of all his previous composure and elegance. Aizen-sama, are you all right? Silver feigned anxiety, yet internally he was restless. His gaze never straying from Kyuka Suigetsu. In that moment, he hesitated, contemplating whether this was the optimal time for revenge. Chapter 117. Come down, you. Aizen-sama, you are injured. Dong Xianyao had just concluded a fierce battle with his closest friend when he unexpectedly returned to find Lanran gravely injured. He hurriedly approached to assess the wounds. It's nothing to worry about, just a minor injury, Lanran said, raising his hand to stop Dong Xianyao's concern, struggling to stand upright. Seeing this, Shizumaru Jin, after a moment of internal conflict, concluded that it was not the opportune moment to act, choosing to let Lanran be, at least for the time being. However, as Lanran finished speaking, a tempest of powerful spiritual pressure descended upon Shuangji Hill. Led by Captain Commander Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni, numerous captain and lieutenant-level Shinigami began to emerge in succession. Lanran. Yamamoto's voice boomed like thunder, his gaze, filled with unbridled fury, fixated on the heavily wounded and chaotic Lanran. Yoruichi Shihuin and Soifin swiftly restrained Lanran. While Shizumaru Jin's arm was firmly grasped by the suddenly appearing Ranjaku, and even Dongxian, Yao found himself under the control of the unexpected Shinigami. You have nowhere left to escape. Lanran Sosuke, why have you betrayed the Soul Society? Faced with the interrogation, despite being completely restrained and the conspiracy seemingly fully exposed, a chilling smile lingered on Lanran's face. Sadly, the time has come. Yoruichi sensed something amiss and immediately ordered Soifin to distance herself from Lanran. Suddenly, a black void opened in the sky, and the Ajuchas rushed forth in fear. Several massive golden beams of light pierced through the void, enveloping Lanran, Shizumaru Jin, and Dong Xianyao with precision. The others attempted to attack, but the captain commander sternly commanded, "Stop. That light is called the anti-membrane, used by Ajuchas to assist their kin. Once enveloped by that beam, the world inside and out is completely isolated, rendering attacks ineffective. Those who have battled Ajuchas know that we can no longer touch Lanran." Under the protection of the anti-membrane, the bodies of the three began to ascend slowly. Furukawa gazed at the departing Lanran, puzzled, and asked, "I never expected you would collaborate with Ajuchas. Why do this? To seek a higher place. You have ultimately fallen. Your words reek of false nobility, Furukawa. No one has ever stood atop the heavens. You, even the gods are not." As he spoke, Lanran removed his iconic black-framed glasses, slicked back his previously neatly styled brown hair with gel, allowing a strand to fall over his forehead. This transformation obliterated his former genteel teacher persona, his gaze turning profound. Yet the unbearable vacancy of the throne of heaven is about to end. From now on, I shall stand above. Farewell, fellow Shinigami. And the Hogyoku will be temporarily entrusted to you. Kafisa, do ensure it is not taken from you. However, just as everyone believed the outcome was sealed and could only watch the traitor depart unscathed, a calm, yet resolute voice echoed, "Did I permit your departure?" Kafisa's figure had appeared before the anti-membrane, having opted to observe initially, but Lanran's air of control prompted him to slightly intervene in the strings of fate. Under the incredulous gazes of all, the three impenetrable golden anti-membranes shattered as if struck by an invisible hammer, cracks rapidly proliferating from the top. With a resounding crash, the three beams of light simultaneously shattered into a cascade of golden particles, resembling a golden rain. Impossible. The smile on Lanran's face froze, replaced by unprecedented shock. The anti-membrane has been broken. This has never happened before. All captains, including Captain Commander Yamamoto, widened their eyes in disbelief at this spectacle. To break the anti-membrane required unfathomable power. Shizumuru Jin's eyes, which had been narrowed, opened wide in astonishment, while Dongxian Yao, unable to see, sensed the sudden disappearance of the solid protection, plunging him into profound confusion. Just as the anti-membrane shattered and the golden particles had yet to fully dissipate. In that moment of stunned silence, Kafiza subtly moved his left hand behind his back. An extremely covert spiritual mark silently shot into the sky, into the still open spatial rift connecting to the realm of the hollows. Having completed this task, he casually clapped his hands, as though brushing away non-existent dust. Kafiza turned to the now stiff-lipped Lanran and remarked, "It seems your kin are rather unreliable. As the saying goes, the heights are cold. Look, even your hairstyle has been disheveled by the wind. Perhaps you should come down and cool off. No need to thank me. It is what I ought to do." Originally enveloped by the beams of light and ascending slowly, Lanran, Shizumuru Jin, and Dongxian Yao were abruptly yanked downward by an irresistible force, losing all support. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 heavy thuds, the trio fell to the ground of Shuangji Hill like birds with severed wings, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lanran, in a particularly disheveled manner, lay sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise, but feeling as if the very space around him had solidified, pinning him firmly in place. He laboriously lifted his head, his face smeared with dirt, the earlier composure and pride he displayed now shattered. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. All captains, lieutenants, and even Kurosaki Ichigo and Asano Kinsei stared, spellbound, at this incomprehensible scene. To break the anti-membrane was already a fantasy. Yet to effortlessly pull back those who had been guided by the anti-membrane and were about to flee from the sky was a display of power that could only belong to a deity. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni gripped his cane tightly, his knuckles whitening from the force, even his eternally calm demeanor showing signs of profound tremor. Kafiza slowly withdrew his hand, as if merely having accomplished a trivial task. He looked down at the prostrate Lanran, who was desperately attempting to lift his head, and spoke softly. "The heavens are not a place you can ascend to at will." Before his words faded, Kafiza vanished without a trace, leaving no trace of spiritual pressure behind. The Shuangji Hill fell into a deep silence. "Ranjaku, I never expected we would meet again so soon. Ha ha ha." Shizumuru Jin awkwardly greeted Ranjaku behind him, attempting to shift the blade of his Zanpakuto away from his neck. Clearly, she paid him no mind, the blade pressing closer against his throat. "Oh dear, oh dear. This truly is a farcical ending." Lanran observed the infuriated Captain Commander Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni up close, the disparity in strength and numbers rendering him unable to maintain his confidence, forcing him to surrender to his defeat. Chapter 118. I shall make my move. Just as the Soul Society was thrown into chaos due to Lanran's capture, Kafiza sat leisurely atop the desolate pale sands of the Hueco Mundo. "I must say, host, your taste in selecting experimental venues has become increasingly extraordinary." The system's voice echoed in his mind, dragging out its tone, filled with unabashed mockery. "The previous sites were at least normal planets. And now you've downgraded to a soul desert? Are you planning to cultivate without soil in a black hole next?" Silence. "Have you not noticed the abundance of spiritual particles here?" Kafiza dismissed the system's banter, focusing intently on the rich yet desolate spiritual environment surrounding him. "You cannot possibly intend to plant that precious sapling in this barren land, where even the sand craves to consume." The system gasped exaggeratedly. "Pardon my candor, but if it truly possessed consciousness, it would likely have already penned its farewell letter, merely awaiting your eulogy." Ka Feijia directly dismissed the system's sardonic remarks, as radiant light swirled in his palm, coalescing into a seed of a spiritual tree infused with peculiar life waves. After a brief contemplation, he retrieved the deep azure-hued crystal known as Chongyu. "Hey, what do you intend to do with this precious gem?" The system's voice escalated, tinged with alarm. "This is a concept rewriter, not just some ordinary trinket. Recklessness could lead to catastrophic consequences. Should an indescribable entity emerge, we would be forced to flee." "I am well aware of my limits," Ka Feijia replied nonchalantly. His intention was not to entirely distort the essence of the spiritual tree, but rather to utilize the boundary-breaking nature of Chongyu to develop a novel dietary regimen for it, ideally achieving a self-sustaining cycle. Under the guidance of his creative power, Chongyu gradually melded into the core of the spiritual tree seed. The seed trembled gently, its surface patterns becoming increasingly enigmatic, yet its overall form remained unchanged. Is that all? I expected at least a glorious transformation into a radiant entity, the system remarked, clearly disappointed. The effect achieved is sufficient, Feigning discerned. Feeling the seed's interior now imprinted with an acute affinity for spiritual pressure energy and a predatory instinct. He casually tossed the enchanted seed into the boundless sea of sand beneath him. The seed silently submerged into the sand, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. 1 second, 2 seconds, it appears to be an ill-fated venture. As it succumbed to the inhospitable environment, the system resumed its habitual mockery. However, before its words could fully escape, a resounding boom erupted from the depths. At the point where the seed had descended, the surrounding sand collapsed instantaneously. This was not a physical sinking, but rather a vacuuming of the spiritual particles contained within the grains, transforming them into utter silence and ashen dust. A massive pit emerged, revealing thick roots adorned with dark blue, mysterious patterns, writhing like a waking serpent, wildly extending deep into the earth and around. Subsequently, a colossal tree erupted violently from the sand sea, thrusting skyward, piercing the illusory heavens of the void realm. The trunk exhibited an ominous dark blue hue, while its canopy bore semi-transparent azure leaves, exuding a soul-chilling spiritual pressure. Unlike previous iterations that absorbed light energy, this mutated spiritual tree's core had transformed into a devourer of spiritual pressure. It resembled an insatiable black hole of spiritual pressure, greedily siphoning the abundant spiritual particles that permeated the void realm. One could even observe with the naked eye the delicate streams of spiritual particles in the air, drawn toward the dark blue giant tree as if rivers returning to the sea. Wow, host, it has begun to feast. It is consuming spiritual particles, the system exclaimed, brimming with excitement as if reveling in the unfolding spectacle. This is quite the debacle. You have essentially planted a spiritual disaster in the void realm. Suspended in midair, Feigning surveyed the towering tree with satisfaction. He could distinctly sense the giant tree rapidly purifying and compressing the vast amounts of spiritual pressure it absorbed. As if gestating something remarkable, the new dietary regimen has been successfully adapted. Not merely successful, just you wait, local property management will soon come knocking. The system proclaimed with glee. As if to validate its ominous prediction, a powerful surge of spiritual pressure, imbued with a sense of cruelty and savagery, swept in like a tempest from the distance. On the horizon, a massive figure, draped in a bone mask, appeared suddenly, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. This was a grand hollow of the Aukasi class. It was evidently incensed by the spiritual tree's unrestrained plundering of spiritual pressure, perceiving it as a dire intruder that must be eradicated. Yet, this unfortunate grand hollow, before it could penetrate the spiritual tree's immediate influence, collided with an invisible wall of despair, its speed plummeting. It was horrified to discover that the spiritual pressure upon which its existence relied was uncontrollably pouring out, forcibly siphoned by the eerie giant tree in the distance. It let out a defiant roar, struggling desperately, yet the rate of spiritual pressure loss was dishearteningly swift. Its form rapidly became ethereal and transparent, ultimately disintegrating amidst anguished cries, transforming into a stream of exceptionally pure spiritual particles, completely devoured by the spiritual tree. TSK. Another instant kill, the system mimicked a whistling sound. This tree is essentially an automated defense tower, complete with a super leech aura. However, this was merely an inconsequential prelude. After taking root in the void realm, the mutated spiritual tree's influence extended far beyond mere consumption. In the initial hours, the spiritual particle density in small areas may have appeared unusually thin, yet soon, centered around the giant tree, a vast realm of spiritual particles was nearly drained, forming an absolute dead zone that began to expand outward at an astonishing pace, akin to ink diffusing in water. A group of several hundred Kyrian, instinctually migrating, unknowingly approached the edge of this dead zone. Their massive white forms, upon contact with this area, melted away like snow under the blazing sun. A piercing and chaotic wail erupted, only to extinguish instantly. The foremost Kyrian, with their enormous masks and bodies, seemed to be erased from existence by an invisible force, rapidly disintegrating and vaporizing from the edges, returning to the primordial stream of spiritual particles, forcefully dragged toward the dark blue giant tree. The Kyrian behind attempted to escape, but the terrifying suction had already formed a massive vortex. They twisted and struggled, yet were ensnared in an invisible quicksand, being dragged, disassembled, and consumed inch by inch. In mere seconds, this considerable swarm of hollows was utterly annihilated, leaving only the turbulent spiritual particles in the air, whispering of their former existence. The spiritual tree's domain of consumption continued to expand mercilessly. Once abundant with low-level hollows, the valleys and caves now resembled prisons of death. Countless hollows, akin to disturbed locusts, surged from their hiding places, yet they faced not a tangible enemy, but the omnipresent obliteration. Spiritual particles were completely drained, the sand reduced to lifeless powder. And even the bizarre plants of the void realm, which clung to life through spiritual particles, withered and turned to ash. This area was inexorably sliding from desolation into complete nothingness. Now this is more like it, Ka Feija remarked to the system, a hint of barely perceptible anticipation in his tone. Let me see what these willingly offered resources can nurture in my sapling. Chapter 119. One wave subsides. Another rises in the span of mere days. Within the eternally silent pale kingdom of the void realm, it was but a fleeting moment. Yet an unprecedented wave of panic began to spread like a plague among the lower-level hollows, triggered by the abnormal depletion of spiritual particles, ultimately alarming the apex entity seated at the pinnacle. In the palace of the Void Knight, between thrones, this was not the immaculate palace later remodeled by Lan Ran, but a grand hall more ancient and rugged, constructed from massive, pale bones and rocks. The air was thick with the scent of decay and absolute power. Seated upon the enormous throne was a colossal figure, crowned with a skull-like headdress and shrouded in dark energy, by Lugang Ru Isun Bang, the self-proclaimed emperor of the Void Realm. At this moment, he was the undeniable ruler of the palace of the Void Knight. His hollow eye sockets, embodying the forces of aging and death, cast a shadow over the entire hall. With a resounding crash, his massive bony claw slammed down upon the throne's armrest, causing the entire palace of the Void Knight to tremble. Useless, a bunch of worthless fools. Before them stood several figures, each distinct in form, yet radiating an overwhelming spiritual pressure. They were the Espadas, the core combat force under by Lugang's command. As Aizen had not joined the Hueco Mundo, the Espadas had neither been replaced nor altered. Your Majesty, reported a figure resembling a great rhinoceros, exuding a weighty spiritual pressure, Vashtarot. We have confirmed that the anomaly originates from a gigantic tree that has suddenly appeared deep within the desert. Its ability to consume spiritual pressure is terrifying, having created a vast dead zone, resulting in considerable losses of our lower-level hollows and patrol teams. A tree. Bai Lu Gang's voice brimmed with incredulous fury. A mere tree dares to shake the very foundation of Hueco Mundo. Under my reign, Your Majesty, that tree is extraordinary, interjected a calm female voice. The speaker was a tall woman adorned with an antelope skull mask, the Espada Neliela Duode Shafang. At this moment, she remained an essential member of Bai Lu Gang's ranks. One of the Espadas. Her emerald green eyes reflected a grave concern. Any being approaching it will be instantly drained of spiritual pressure, including even the Ayuka's level. Furthermore, beneath the tree, there is a figure devoid of spiritual pressure, which is quite peculiar. The flames of rage blazed in by Lugang's eyes. Unable to detect spiritual pressure? Yet, the dignity of the emperor shall not be provoked. Before my deathly power, all is but an illusion. His voice carried a chilling intent to kill. Convey my orders. All Espadas, assemble. Accompany me into battle. I shall witness that tree, along with the one hiding within, reduced to dust. His command resonated with undeniable authority, and his formidable spiritual pressure swept through the entire Hueco Mundo like a tempest. In a barren expanse of sand dunes within Hueco Mundo, a man named Koyata Shurtake, with shoulder-length black hair and tattered clothing, sat languidly upon the sand. Beside him, a blonde girl named Lilinette kicked at his calf in dissatisfaction. Shurtake, you fool Shurtake. Do you not feel it? The spiritual particles are thinning and becoming chaotic, Lilinette exclaimed, her cheeks puffed with irritation. At this rate, we will have nowhere left to sleep. Ah, what a bother, Shurtake yawned broadly, scratching his head. It seems that tree is up to no good. That old man by Lugang must be going mad. He sensed the furious spiritual pressure emanating from the direction of Hueco Mundo. So what shall we do? What else can we do but hide far away? Shurtake sighed. rising to brush the sand from his clothes. Fighting and killing are the most troublesome matters. Let them contend amongst themselves. He chose to leisurely walk with Lilynette in the opposite direction of both the tree and Hueco Mundo, continuing his aimless wandering. Within Hueco Mundo, as the Espadas gathered, Nellielu observed her fellow Espadas receiving the command with reactions ranging from excitement to indifference and solemnity. Her thoughts were tumultuous. She sensed the threat posed by the tree, while simultaneously harboring dissatisfaction with Bai Lugang's tyranny. This expedition would likely not proceed smoothly. "My lady Nelly, if it becomes dire, shall we flee?" suggested her subordinate Pikeskady, alongside Dongdikia Kaburstan, who were both anxious about the mission. "Nonsense. How could my lady Nelly flee?" they retorted. Nellielu whispered. "That tree and that person give me an exceedingly ominous feeling." In the Soul Society, within the Technology Development Bureau, a piercing alarm shattered the usual silence, interrupted only by the hum of machinery. The massive spiritual particle monitoring screen displayed a graph representing the overall spiritual particle quantity in Hueco Mundo plummeting at an unprecedented rate, while the corresponding graph for the Soul Society's spiritual density exhibited slight fluctuations. No, this is bad," a technician clad in Shinigami attire exclaimed, scrambling to the central control panel with terror in his voice. "The spiritual particles from Hueco Mundo are being extracted on a massive scale at high speed. The balance is being disrupted." Seated high upon an instrument chair, Nimue Kuratsuchi abruptly turned, his face adorned with purple stripes revealing a mix of excitement and gravity. He licked his lips, his golden pupils gleaming with the thrill of discovering a new toy. "Oh my, what astonishing data! The extraction efficiency is akin to a cosmic pump siphoning from Hueco Mundo. I am utterly captivated." He deftly maneuvered the control panel to access more detailed data streams. Lock onto the source. The area with the most concentrated energy response lies deep within Hueco Mundo. This is neither a conventional spiritual pressure pattern nor any known form of energy. "Fascinating. Truly fascinating, Captain," his aide Nimue Asano reminded expressionlessly, "according to the law of balance. The large-scale loss of spiritual particles from Hueco Mundo will lead to an increase in spiritual particle flow into the living world, potentially destabilizing the barrier between the living world and the Soul Society. Should we report this to the Captain General?" "Report? Of course we shall report." Kuratsuchi chuckled, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he generated an urgent report. Such an intriguing development must certainly be known to old Yamamoto. However, before reporting, let me gather more data. Perhaps I can analyze this unknown energy's composition and develop new weapons or pharmaceuticals. In the 1st Division's headquarters, Captain Commander Jinryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto scrutinized the report submitted by Kuratsuchi, filled with complex charts and technical jargon, yet arriving at a disturbingly ominous conclusion. His hand, gripping the cane, tightened slightly. "The overall spiritual particles from Hueco Mundo have drastically diminished." His deep voice echoed within the room. He raised his gaze to the standing lieutenant, Shirogane Jiro. "Jiro, what is your perspective on this matter?" "Captain Commander, this is a grave situation," Shirogane replied respectfully. "The balance of the three worlds is the cornerstone of stability. Should a significant upheaval occur in Hueco Mundo, the number of spiritual particles in the living world may spiral out of control, and the barrier could produce unpredictable chaos. We must ascertain the cause promptly." Yamamoto fell silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. "Relay orders to the 12th Division to continuously monitor changes in Hueco Mundo's spiritual particles. Any anomalies must be reported immediately. Simultaneously, share this intelligence with the Kido Corps, instructing them to enhance their monitoring of the barrier in the living world." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "Furthermore, notify all captains to remain vigilant. Whatever is transpiring in Hueco Mundo may be connected to the recent incident involving the theft of the Hogyoku and the shattering of the barrier." The orders were swiftly disseminated throughout the Godii 13, while outwardly maintaining order. An undercurrent of tension surged among the higher-ups due to this urgent report from the Technology Development Bureau. They had just dealt with Aizen's rebellion and the disappearance of the Hogyoku, and before they could catch their breath, a potentially greater unknown variable threatening the stability of the three worlds loomed on the horizon. Meanwhile, deep within the Technology Development Bureau, Kuratsuchi gazed at the screen, marked with the unknown energy source, a dangerously marked red, his face betraying a near-obsessive grin. The allure of the unknown, the promise of undiscovered technology, how marvelous. If only I could capture you, or obtain your core, my collection would gain yet another perfect masterpiece. Chapter 120, A Waterloo-like Expedition. The will of Bai Lugang Rukenbang was an absolute command within Hueco Mundo. The ancient and rugged gates of the Hueco Mundo burst open, unleashing a torrent of terrifying spiritual pressure, mingled with decay, death, and various frenzied attributes, surging forth like a breached river of the underworld into the depths of the pale sandy sea. Bai Lugang himself sat upon a grotesque throne constructed from countless massive hollow bones, drawn by several enormous Iukas-level hollows, suspended in midair. His unrestrained spiritual pressure, emblematic of decay, signified his uncontrollable wrath. The aura of aging and death spread around him like a domain. Before and around his royal carriage, a multitude of figures, diverse in form yet formidable in spiritual pressure, accompanied by Legong. Among them stood the solemn Neely Ilu duo Ishio Fanku. As they drew closer, the immense silhouette of a dark blue giant tree came into sharp focus, its boundary of devouring spiritual pressure manifesting a dead zone, where spiritual particles were ensnared by an invisible force, twisting into luminous bands that flowed into the tree. A suffocating sense of void enveloped the area. Halt! Bai Legong raised his skeletal claw, and the army came to a standstill, his hollow eye sockets fixated on the giant tree and the languid figure atop it. Is it the bug that has stolen my world? Bai Legang's voice was frigid. Go, bring me its head. As commanded, 2 members of the 10 Blades eagerly stepped forward. One transformed his arms into massive bony cannon barrels, while the other opened his gaping maw, gathering a highly compressed red energy blast. Boom, whoosh. 2 attacks, powerful enough to flatten mountains, sliced through the pale sky, accurately targeting the trunk of the spiritual tree. However, the moment these potent assaults entered the vicinity of the dead zone surrounding the tree, an anomaly occurred. There was no explosion, no impact, not even a ripple. The ferocious spiritual cannonade and crimson energy blast vanished, as if they were droplets merging into the ocean, upon contact with the invisible force. Their constituent energies were instantaneously dissolved and assimilated. They twisted, morphed, and were swiftly stripped of their original assault forms, transforming into pure streams of spiritual particles, akin to tamed wild stallions, submissively merging into the surging flow of spiritual energy directed towards the giant tree, nourishing it. The 2 10 Blades, taken aback, stared in disbelief as their full-force attacks were so effortlessly consumed. Useless. Bai Legong furiously dismissed those 2 subordinates. Altogether, I refuse to believe it can absorb every attack. The remaining 10 Blades, aside from Neely Ilu who hesitated slightly, unleashed their most potent spiritual pressures simultaneously. In an instant, various forms and colors of energy blasts, waves of spiritual pressure, and corrosive energy assaults poured forth like a tempest from all directions toward the spiritual tree. The spectacle was magnificent, as countless destructive energy beams wove together into a net, enveloping every angle of the giant tree. Yet the outcome was eerily identical. All spiritual pressure attacks, regardless of their properties or the magnitude of the energy contained within, upon entering that realm of death, dissolved silently and without a trace. Their sole function seemed to be to amplify the torrent of spiritual particles flowing towards the tree, causing the tree's bluish fruits to gleam even more brightly. The entire battlefield fell into an absurd silence. The most powerful warriors under Bai Legang's command could not even make the tree tremble. Rather, it seemed they were merely augmenting its feast. How could every single spiritual pressure attack be ineffective? 1 10 Blade murmured, his voice filled with despair. Bai Legong sat upon his throne, refusing to accept the notion of absolute nullification. It was merely a matter of insufficient power, which failed to stir any ripples. His massive bony claw suddenly lifted, and terrifying, deathly spiritual pressure surged forth. I refuse to believe. Before my death, all shall decay. Decay, O skeleton emperor. Bai Legong directly unleashed his blade, cloaked in the garb of death, wielding a deathly battle axe. The black spiritual pressure, symbolizing the end of all things, spread forth. He swung the massive axe, unleashing an attack imbued with the essence of decay, aimed directly at the spiritual tree. This was his ability, the toucher, wherein all matter and energy meet their end. However, this attack, potent enough to instill despair in even captain-level Shinigami, encountered the same fate as the others upon entering that domain. The black torrent of death, a power capable of eroding even space itself, was mercilessly dismantled and absorbed. It inflicted no harm upon the giant tree. Instead, due to its higher energy level, it enhanced the spiritual pressure emanating from the tree. By Legang's laws, his ultimate power became mere nourishment before that bizarre tree. No, what a joke! Bai Legong roared in disbelief. The power upon which he had relied to dominate the Hueco Mundo and look down upon all beings had been utterly nullified. Atop the tree, Kafiza rose, brushing off non-existent dust. He looked down condescendingly at Bai Legong, who was engulfed in shock and rage as his power was absorbed, mocking him. As the king of the Hueco Mundo, who would have thought your strength was so lacking, so easily breached? How embarrassing. Kafiza made no move to attack, merely observing Bai Legong and his 10 blades. In the next moment, an overwhelmingly potent and unfamiliar force suddenly descended. It was not spiritual pressure, but the key from the Dragon Ball world. Boom. The space surrounding Bai Legang's royal carriage seemed to freeze in an instant. All beings within it, whether Bai Legong himself, the powerful 10 blades, or the nearby Au Karkas, found themselves immobilized, as if trapped in amber. They struggled desperately, releasing spiritual pressure. But all efforts were futile before that absolute power. They were firmly held in place, whether suspended in midair or on the ground, unable to move a single finger. Their eyes wide with unprecedented fear and despair as they gazed at the figure atop the tree. To be honest, having refrained from making a move for so long, he found himself quite bored. What a rare delight to have toys delivered right to his doorstep. Oh, am I simply too strong? Why is everyone so motionless? Kafiza, initially intent on toying with them, quickly lost his desire to engage, for his opponents were far too weak. Even a cat might play with a captured mouse before delivering the fatal blow. They were less than that. Kafiza shook his head, seemingly disappointed. He plucked a newly formed bluish fruit from a nearby branch, bringing it to his lips to taste. It was quite pleasant, reminiscent of a blue sports drink. Meanwhile, Bai Legong, rendered immobile, was filled with humiliation and anger, along with a hint of confusion when confronted with a power he could not comprehend. His empire, his dignity, appeared utterly ludicrous at that moment. Chapter 121 more. Completely trapped in place, unable to muster even a hint of spiritual pressure, Bai Legong and his 10 blades could only convey their fury and despair through their eyes. They could not accept that this was their final battle. Before such overwhelming power, their once proud spiritual pressure could not even stir a ripple. The last flicker of expectation in Kafiza's eyes faded. After all, they were not the protagonists, unable to unleash their latent potential merely by recalling memories. Boring. His words seemed to draw a curtain on this highest display of power in the Hueco Mundo. He no longer regarded those Hueco Mundo overlords, akin to insects trapped in amber, but shifted his gaze toward the towering giant tree beneath him. Under his control, the colossal aura enveloping Bai Legong and his entourage transformed abruptly. Beams of deathly energy shot forth from his palm, striking all enemies with precision, leaving only one unharmed. The other beings were reduced to basic spiritual particles, disassembled and absorbed by the spiritual tree. Confronted with death, Bai Legong let out a defiant roar. No. I am the emperor of the Hueco Mundo. The death beam pierced through Bai Legong, and his roar was abruptly silenced. His massive form, now entwined with the essence of death, crumbled like a weathered sand sculpture, disintegrating into the purest stream of spiritual particles. Eagerly consumed by the roots of the spiritual tree below, his hollow eye sockets, filled with endless unwillingness and disbelief, ultimately vanished. Following him were the remaining 10 blades. The enormous rhinoceros-shaped espada emitted a muffled final lament. Its heavy spiritual pressure drained away. The leopard-shaped espada struggled in vain. Speed became meaningless in the face of absolute power, and its form quickly faded. The other distinct Vasto lords, regardless of their abilities, encountered the same fate, forcibly reverted to the most primal form of spiritual energy. Once at the pinnacle of the food chain in the Hollow Realm, they were objects of fear and reverence for countless hollows. Yet now they had no room to struggle and became mere nourishment for the otherworldly tree. The entire scene was eerily silent, devoid of fierce combat. Only the quiet demise and plunder. The immense, unimaginable quality of spiritual pressure surged like a flood into the spiritual tree. The colossal tree erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The patterns on its trunk writhed as if alive. Its crown swayed violently, and the collision of branches and leaves created a whispering sound akin to the murmurs of souls. The ethereal blue fruits at its branches expanded at a visible pace, growing ever more resplendent. At the very core of this mutated spiritual tree lay the original catalyst, the core of the crumbling jade. At this moment, it radiated a deeper and more intense blue light than ever before. Like the heart of the tree, it pulsed powerfully, greedily absorbing the immense spiritual pressure that had undergone preliminary purification. Host. Activity in the heart of the crumbling jade has increased dramatically. The system's voice resonated with excitement. It is digesting the power of the Vasto Lords. But it craves more, something more fundamental, more essential. The analysis of its energy resonance points to the Spirit King, that which is regarded as the cornerstone of the Soul Society, the human world, and the Hollow Realm. The Spirit King? Kaifiza could distinctly sense a wave of nearly insatiable desire emanating from the heart of the jade, targeting an existence concealed behind layers of spatial barriers, exuding an aura of eternity and stability. Indeed, the Spirit King is the foundation of balance in this world, with fragments of his body containing the most fundamental rules of stability. The heart of the jade inherently possesses the ability to transcend boundaries. It instinctively yearned to devour the opposing rules of stability to complete itself and achieve transcendence. If it could acquire a portion of the Spirit King's power, this tree, infused with the crumbling jade, might undergo an unimaginable transformation. The system's words were highly provocative. Host, since you are destined to depart, why not take a bold gamble? Go to the Spirit King's palace and obtain a fragment of the Spirit King as the ultimate nourishment for this tree. This would undoubtedly be the pinnacle of rewards in this world. Kaifize sensed the intensifying desire of the heart of the jade, alongside the entire spiritual tree seemingly reaching a point of evolutionary bottleneck, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. A fragment of the Spirit King? That holds some merit. As a parting memento, it is quite fitting. He made his decision. The experiments in the Hollow Realm had reached a climax ahead of schedule, thanks to the selfless contributions of individuals like Bailugan. Yet the end was not here. His gaze pierced through the void, as if he could see the Spirit King's palace, suspended above the Soul Society. Just then, a resolute voice broke through. Please, wait a moment. Kaifiza lowered his gaze to find the source, which belonged to Nililu Duode Shifank, who had also been among those imprisoned. She had not been immediately disintegrated, not due to Kaifiza's mercy, but because she had initially shown no hostility or spiritual pressure, merely resisting the omnipresent devouring force. Kaifiza watched her with keen interest, curious as to why she did not flee and dared to speak to him. Nililu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her fear and shock, kneeling on one knee and lowering her head adorned with an antelope mask. Powerful being, I, Nililu Duode Shifank, wish to submit to you. I am familiar with the Hollow Realm and can guard this divine tree, maintaining order here. I beseech you to spare my life. Having witnessed the instantaneous annihilation of Bailugan and her colleagues, she deeply understood that the power of the individual before her transcended her comprehension. Submission was her only path to survival. As for fleeing, that was a non-starter. Kaifiza regarded her and then glanced at the buzzing spiritual tree beneath him. Having a local observing this crucial material seemed advantageous. Very well, he acquiesced, and a spiritual mark instantly embedded itself within Nililu's body. Keep a close watch on it, especially the heart of the tree. Should anything arise, I shall be aware at once. Yes, I shall heed your command. Nililu felt the indelible imprint within her body and responded with a sense of solemnity. She also vaguely perceived the heart of the tree pulsating with a disquieting rhythm. After a brief exchange, Kaifiza did not linger. He stepped forward, his form appearing in the sky. He cast a final glance at the pale desert, transformed by his whim, and at the newly appointed guardian beneath the towering tree. He hoped she would not act foolishly. Kaifiza's silhouette gradually faded under the illusory moonlight of the Hollow Realm. While the heart of the jade seemed to sense the impending feast, its blue light surging dramatically, illuminating the surrounding sand as if it were transparent blue crystal. Chapter 122, Floating Bamboo. I feel like someone is watching me. A dark fissure opened, and Kaifiza's figure tore through space, precisely arriving once more in the Soul Society. In the vicinity of Siriidii, it was still that familiar cluster of structures forged from spiritual particles, but the tense atmosphere in the air seemed even more palpable than before, likely due to the widespread news of the anomalies in the Hollow Realm. He made no effort to conceal his presence, abruptly appearing in the center of a broad street. Almost simultaneously, a familiar aura brimming with battle intent and wildness surged toward him like a shark sensing blood, rapidly approaching from the street's end. Ha! It's you. That incredibly powerful fellow. Amidst his iconic maniacal laughter, the towering figure of Zaraki Kenpachi descended like a cannonball before Kaifiza, sending debris flying. He still bore the chipped Zanpakuto on his shoulder, his single eye burning with even greater fervor and combativeness than before. Perched on his shoulder was the petite and adorable Yachiru Kusajishi, her pink hair catching the light as she gleefully looked at Kaifiza. "Little Ken said you were back?" And she was super happy. Yachiru waved her small hand. Kaifiza gazed at the battle-crazed Kenpachi, feeling a sense of exasperation as he rubbed his forehead. "Why is it you again?" He remembered the last encounter when he effortlessly pressed this fellow into the ground. He hadn't expected him to recover so quickly, and he seemed eager for another round. "Cut the nonsense. I didn't get to finish last time. This time, I'll definitely take you down." Zaraki Kenpachi had no intention of wasting the rare opportunity for combat, removing his eye patch and unleashing a violent spiritual pressure that erupted like a storm. Swinging his Zanpakuto with an unadorned ferocity aimed directly at Kaifiza. The power of this strike was evidently stronger than during their last encounter, the surrounding buildings trembling under the released spiritual pressure that cracked their surfaces. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Kaifiza did not even shift his stance, merely raising his right hand. Fingers of his index and middle together, gently flicking the side of the descending blade. Clang! A sound rang out, clearer and more resonant than before. Echoing throughout the street, Zaraki Kenpachi felt an indescribable force surge from the blade, more ferocious than last time. His robust arm went numb in an instant, his palm splitting, blood pouring forth. The Zanpakuto that had accompanied him through countless battles emitted a mournful cry under the strain, being sent soaring high into the air from the flick. Even Kenpachi himself staggered backward several meters before managing to regain his balance, his eyes filled with even wilder excitement, blood boiling within him. This was the thrill he craved. That's the power. Absolutely fantastic. He roared, disregarding the numbness in his arm, switching hands to grip the sword, and charged forward once more. The grass deer, Qianlu, beside him wore a radiant smile, utterly unconcerned about whether Jinba would meet his demise. How entangled they were. Kaifiza sighed, feeling no genuine interest in an opponent who relied solely on instinct and brute force. He couldn't even be bothered to lift a finger, merely stirring his thoughts. A hum resonated as an invisible aura expanded instantaneously around him. The momentum of Yamamoto Jinba abruptly halted, as if he had collided with an intangible rubber wall, all his force rebounding back, causing him to spit blood. Meanwhile, Qianlu sensed the anomaly and had already distanced himself from the scene. Yamamoto Jinba desperately channeled his spiritual pressure, striving to break free from this unseen restraint, veins bulging on his forehead, only to find his once proud strength utterly laughable in the face of this absolute confinement. It seemed the lesson from their last encounter had not been sufficiently profound. Kaifiza approached the immobile Yamamoto Jinba, observing his distorted face from the effort. "I have no interest in slaying you. Answer one question, and consider it your compensation for this encounter." A beast-like growl erupted from Yamamoto Jinba's throat as he glared fiercely at Kaifiza. Ignoring the animosity, Kaifiza inquired directly, "Tell me, where is the Spirit King Palace? How does one ascend?" "The Spirit King Palace?" Yamamoto Jinba paused momentarily before breaking into a grotesque and mocking grin. Who knows how to get to that cursed place? I am only interested in those I can slice." Kaifiza furrowed his brow. It appeared no valuable information could be gleaned from this battle-mad, empty vessel. He then shifted his gaze to Qianlu, who had suddenly reappeared beside Jinba. As Qianlu felt his gaze, she blinked her large eyes, seemingly attempting to articulate something, but momentarily at a loss. After a while, she finally recalled. I know. The Spirit King Palace is very high above the jingling court. One must be led by the Royal Guard, the Zero Division, to ascend via the Heavenly Pillar. It cannot be seen or felt normally. Kaifiza was already aware of this information. He had initially thought the real world would differ from the anime. Yet it was indeed the same. This posed a bit of a dilemma. Nevertheless, Kaifiza merely nodded and turned to leave, acknowledging the intelligence provided. "Hey, don't think you can escape. Continue battling me," Yamamoto Jinba bellowed, struggling fiercely. Kaifiza cast a glance at him, and then at the innocent-looking Qianlu, or rather, one who was entirely oblivious to the situation. Considering your subordinate has provided some information, I shall let this end here for now, Kafiza stated coolly. Next time, your luck may not be so fortuitous. With that, he paid no further attention to the now-freed Yamamoto Jianba and the giggling Qianlu, vanishing in an instant. Yamamoto Jianba gazed in the direction Kafiza had disappeared, gripping his Zanpakuto, his eyes not filled with defeat, but rather ignited by a more fervent desire for battle. The Zero Division and the Spirit King Palace were indeed formidable targets. He licked his lips, contemplating how he might ascend to greater heights. Perhaps the old man would possess different clues. Meanwhile, Kafiza had already cast aside the duo of Yamamoto Jianba. To him, they were merely minor interludes on his journey. His true objective, the Spirit King Palace suspended high above the jingling court, along with the fragment of the wedge that maintains the world's balance, awaited his arrival. Perhaps it was time to pay a visit to the Technology Development Bureau, or perhaps create a significant disturbance to lure out those so-called royal guards. It was known from the original plot that they typically remained at the Spirit King Palace, only emerging during major incidents affecting the Soul Society. If they stayed cooped up within the palace, he, too, would be unable to reach the Spirit King and extract the body. What should he do? Such vexation. The system reminded him, "Ahem, host, it is now my time to take the stage. If you cannot reach the Spirit King Palace, have you forgotten that another person possesses a fragment of the Spirit King's body?" Chapter 123. If you have the ability, come find me in Hueco Mundo. The system's reminder illuminated a path through the fog for Kafiza. Indeed, Futuzu Shijiro possessed the right arm of the Spirit King, deeply intertwined with his power, bound by his very life as both vessel and restraint. A flicker of clarity crossed Kafiza's eyes. Although it might not be as useful as the fragment from the Spirit King Palace itself, this power entwined with Futuzu's essence would suffice as bait for Shushin Bingyu to taste. Compared to the heavily guarded and elusive Spirit King Palace, this target situated within the jingling court was evidently more accessible. Furthermore, forcibly severing this connection would undoubtedly provoke a violent disturbance in the wedge maintaining the balance of the three realms, enough to alert the Zero Division. Truly a twofold strategy. Kafiza immediately resolved to act, an immense aura spreading like an invisible web, precisely locking onto the unique presence of Futuzu Shijiro. Deep within his essence, a tranquil yet vast power resonated subtly with the foundation of the entire world. This power was not an addition, but an integral part of Futuzu Shijiro's existence, sustained at the expense of his lungs and entire being. I found it. In a tranquil courtyard near the 1st Division S barracks, three powerful spiritual pressures converged. It was none other than Futuzu Shijiro, Hiraka Shunsui, and Yamamoto Jinryu Sai Shigekuni, engaged in a leisurely tea session. How elegantly serene. Kafiza's figure swiftly vanished, reappearing above the courtyard, his aura descending like an invisible mountain. Below, beneath the ancient pine tree, the three captains were engaged in idle chatter. Kafiza's abrupt arrival caused the air to freeze. Who? Hiraka Shunsui was the first to sense the disturbance, hand already on his sword hilt. Yamamoto, the captain commander, suddenly lifted his gaze, and for the first time, a look of profound shock crossed his usually placid face. You, the calamity of reality. You dare to come again? Futuzu Shijiro was equally shaken, coughing violently, acutely aware of the cold stare locked onto the power intertwined with his very essence. Kafiza wasted no words. His target was clear, the Spirit King power bound to Futuzu's life. Universal attraction. Kafiza extended his right hand towards Futuzu Shijiro, grasping at the air. In an instant, Futuzu found himself seized by the throat, held captive in Kafiza's grasp, leaving Kiraku and Yamamoto momentarily hesitant to act. Then, an immense aura began to sever the connection between Futuzu and the Spirit King's right arm. Futuzu Shijiro let out an unprecedented, anguished wail. His body arched violently, as if something fundamental was being ruthlessly torn from his very soul. Though no wounds marred his exterior, unstable spiritual pressure began to emanate from him. His life essence poured forth like a flood, not merely a loss of spiritual pressure, but the very foundation of his existence as Futuzu Shijiro crumbled. Futuzu. Kiraku Shuinsue's eyes widened in horror, the calm demeanor replaced by an unprecedented fury. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Kafiza was forcibly severing the Spirit King's right arm's power bound to Futuzu's life. This was tantamount to annihilating the foundation of Fatuzu's existence. You dare to desecrate the Spirit King. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni erupted in a thunderous roar. The calm he had maintained for a millennium vanished, leaving only an overwhelming intent to kill and fury. He possessed a deeper understanding of the significance of the Spirit King's right arm than Jinghua. It was one of the crucial wedges that maintained the balance of the three realms. Should this object be lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, this traveler dared to brazenly attempt to seize it. Captain Yamamoto's spiritual pressure, dormant like a volcano, erupted with a thunderous roar, all things returning to dust. Raiken no Hoka. Shirkai? Without holding back in the face of this crime that endangered the very foundation of the world, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni chose to unleash his Zanpakuto. Fiery flames surged skyward, painting the heavens crimson, scorching the vegetation in the courtyard to ashes and melting the stone slabs. With both hands gripping the blazing katana, he struck toward Kafiza with the intent to incinerate all. The flames engulfed the city walls. Endless flames transformed into a colossal hemispherical barrier, instantly consuming the entire courtyard, aiming to trap and eliminate Kafiza while severing all ties to the outside. Simultaneously, Jinghua Chunshue was utterly enraged. Blossoms disturbed, the flower god wept, the heavenly winds stirred, the heavenly demons sneered. Hantian Kwangu. With dual blades in hand, Jinghua Chunshue's spiritual pressure became deep and chaotic, enveloping Kafiza in a realm of childlike rules. The dual blades radiating a chilling intent aimed directly at his vital points. In this moment, the carefree demeanor he usually displayed vanished, replaced only by a resolute determination to protect his dear friend and defend the foundation of Siriai. Facing the furious strike from Captain Yamamoto and the rule-bound domain of Jinghua Chunshue, Kafiza commented that he didn't even bother to glance at the flames or the approaching dual blades. As the fiery barrier was about to close in and the dual blades approached, a tremendous, invisible force surged forth like a tsunami. The flames that burned all, upon contact with this force, emitted a mournful hiss, extinguishing in vast swathes, as though cast into absolute zero. The powerful strike from the millennia-old Shinigami was forcibly dismantled. Jinghua Chunshue's Han Tian Kwang Gu domain shattered like fragile glass, unable to withstand even a moment under the weight of this pure force. He himself was jolted back, his insides shaken, eyes wide with horror. He could sense the Spirit King's power, entwined with the essence of Fuju, being forcibly extracted by the opponent. Though the process was brutal, its efficiency was unmatched. Fuju Shijuro collapsed to the ground, his breath faint as if a flickering candle in the wind. At this moment, Kafiza had already retracted his right hand. In his palm lay a twisting, shifting orb of unstable light, the very essence of the Spirit King's right arm, forcibly stripped from Fuju Shijuro's life source. Without the support of this power, Fuju's life hung by a thread. Captain Yamamoto gazed at the dissipating flames of the barrier, feeling Fuju's feeble breath and the power that had been seized, essential for maintaining the world's balance. His fury and murderous intent nearly solidified. Traveler, return the Spirit King's power. Otherwise, I shall rend your corpse to pieces. He roared, as the flames of Raiken no Hoka surged once more violently, as if wishing to ignite all of Siriai. Jinghua Chunshue, with blades pointed at Kafiza, his eyes cold as steel, declared, "You have no idea what you have done. Hand it over, or there will be no end to this." Kafiza hovered in the air, looking down with indifference at the two enraged captains. His voice, calm yet laced with mockery, replied, "Tell the Zero Division to come find me in Hueco Mundo if they have the guts." With that, Kafiza activated his teleportation ability and returned to Hueco Mundo. His act of seizing the Spirit King's right arm, severely wounding the captains, and provoking the Zero Division was no longer a mere challenge. It was a brazen assault on the very foundation of Siriai and the Three Realms. Chapter 124. Request for external assistance. The silence left in Kafizu's wake was more suffocating than any clamor. The courtyard lay scorched and desolate, spiritual particles in disarray, and the residual air remained scorching hot. However, more pressing than this physical devastation were the urgent concerns harbored by Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni and Jinghua Chunshue regarding Fuju Shijuro's faint spiritual pressure, which seemed as if it could extinguish at any moment, along with the forcibly seized power that upheld the balance. Cough, cough, cough. Fuju lay in Jinghua Chunshue's embrace, his face pale as parchment, each breath accompanied by the agony of tearing insides and the dispersal of spiritual particles. Without the support of the Spirit King's right arm, the essence of his life as a vessel was rapidly collapsing. Fuju, hold on. Jingyue Chunshue, devoid of his usual nonchalance, bore an expression of desperation, continuously channeling his own spiritual pressure into Fuju in an attempt to stabilize his crumbling life force. But it was akin to pouring a cup of water into a vast ocean. Captain Yamamoto stood resolutely, the flames of Ryokan no Hoka in his hand now retracted. But his grip on the sword trembled slightly from the exertion, fingers whitening. This was not from fear, but from an overwhelming rage, coupled with a rare feeling of helplessness that he had seldom experienced in his 1,000-year existence. He gazed upon his dying disciple, sensing the subtle tremors rippling through Siriidii and the entire Soul Society due to the extraction of the Spirit King's power, tremors imperceptible to ordinary individuals. This traveler was not only unfathomably powerful, but his methods were ruthlessly decisive, targeting the very foundation of the world. This situation had far surpassed the ordinary scope of a traveler invasion or a captain-level rebellion. Chunshue, Captain Yamamoto spoke, his voice hoarse yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Immediately transport Fuju to the 4th Division. Inform Omida Ikaku to spare no expense in stabilizing his life. This is an order. Jingyue Chunshue did not dare to delay, lifting Fuju and vanishing from sight, racing toward the medical center. Alone amidst the ruins, Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them once more, all emotions had settled, leaving only a steadfast determination akin to rock and a hint of a do-or-die resolve. The situation was beyond the capability of the 13 court guard squads to handle independently. He muttered softly to himself. The power and intentions of this traveler, along with the threat to the world's foundation, had reached the limits of Siriidi's protective system. Only the Zero Division, with its transcendent status and deeper knowledge and power, could address such a crisis. To summon the Zero Division to the Spirit King's palace required a key. Captain Yamamoto turned, facing the depths of the 1st Division's barracks. He raised his cane, Ryokan no Hoka having reverted to its original form, and, with a unique and ancient rhythm, began to infuse his vast spiritual pressure into the ground beneath him, channeling it into Siriidii. Simultaneously, he recited the incantation known only to generations of captains. This was not Kido, but a ritual. As he performed the actions and chanted, deep beneath the 1st Division's barracks, in a certain highly confidential barrier space, an ancient and complex device was activated. Buzz. A golden light erupted from the 1st Division's barracks, not an aggressive spiritual pressure, but a penetrating wave resonating with a higher dimensional space. This light shot straight toward the unreachable dimension above Siriidii. Moments later, the sky rippled like a water curtain, and the ethereal silhouette of the 10 pillars descended slowly, one end hovering before Captain Yamamoto. The 10 pillars were empty, yet their mere existence signified that the Zero Division had received the signal and opened a pathway. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni cast a final glance at the chaos unfolding in Siriidii, unhesitatingly stepping onto the 10 pillars. The staircase swiftly retracted, pulling him into the rippling sky, disappearing from sight. He intended to personally venture to the Spirit King's palace, to meet with the Zero Division, and report the earth-shattering crisis that threatened reality, Hueco Mundo, and the very existence of the Soul Society. At the same time, in the Technical Development Bureau, the screen before Nimyu Kuratsuchi displayed a rapidly declining curve of Fuju Shijuro's life signs, along with the unusual spatial fluctuations and subtle tremors of the world reported by various spiritual particle monitoring points throughout Siriidii. His face, painted with oil, bore an unusually grave expression, tinged with a rare anxiety. A significant problem had arisen. The power of the Spirit King's right arm had been forcefully stripped away, creating a breach in balance, and the barriers between the present world and the realm of the void had begun to waver. Even more troubling was that the culprit had fled to the realm of the void. His sharp fingers quickly tapped on the control panel. It was imperative to eradicate this threat swiftly, reclaim the power, or at the very least, seal it permanently within the realm of the void. However, his deputy, Nie Ming, calmly pointed out the crux of the issue. The Research and Development Bureau was still in the theoretical stage regarding the stabilization of the passage to the realm of the void, rendering them unable to support an expedition. The conventional techniques for opening black cavities were unstable and easily detectable, susceptible to interference from the realm of the void. TSK. Nia Jelly clicked his tongue in frustration. He knew that Meng was speaking the truth. The large-scale invasion of the realm of the void by the Shinigami had always posed a technical challenge, especially the need for precise localization of the area where the calamity might reside. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. A glimmer of insight flashed in his golden pupils, only to be replaced by a thick reluctance. It appeared that he had no choice but to seek help from that traitor. The traitor he referred to was none other than Urahara Kisuke, who was equally proficient in technology, perhaps even surpassing in certain aspects, and undoubtedly possessed the means to traverse the realm of the void freely. Although he was extremely reluctant to bow to Urahara, the gravity of the current situation overshadowed personal feelings. Nia Jelly quickly sent an urgent communication request of the highest priority to Urahara Kisuke, who was in the present world. Via a secret channel, a modified Hell Butterfly, along with some non-core data sufficient to convey the severity of the situation. The message was simple. Captain Yukate's Spirit King power had been seized, the perpetrator was in the realm of the void, and the Jinglingting required stabilization technology for a passage to specific coordinates in the realm of the void, immediately. In the present world, beneath Urahara's shop, Urahara Kisuke examined the encrypted message he received, and his perpetually squinting eyes slowly opened, revealing a sharp gaze beneath. Indeed, something significant had occurred, Mr. Kafiza. He murmured to himself, to dare extract the power of the Spirit King's right arm. Could it truly be the Spirit King himself? This was utterly unexpected. He waved his fan, and his face resumed the enigmatic smile he was known for. However, since Captain Yamamoto had personally gone to the Spirit King's palace, it seemed the Research and Development Bureau had little choice but to relent. Action was unavoidable. He turned to enter his deeper workshop, where he had long prepared certain special equipment he had never expected to actually need. Due to this sudden upheaval, both the Jinglingting and the present world began to act nervously in their respective ways. At the center of the storm, in the realm of the void, Kafiza held the flickering essence of the Spirit King's right arm, standing beneath the towering spiritual tree. The core of the tree, the shattering jade, seemed to sense the most enticing appetizer before the feast, emitting an unprecedentedly greedy cheer. Chapter 125. The mobilization of Jinglingting as the light of the Tianzhu Lien faded. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni stepped onto a ground that was no longer Jinglingting. Here lay the Spirit King's palace, suspended above all, guarding the world's wedge. Contrary to expectations, there was no grand reception from the Zero Squad. Only one figure awaited. This individual was tall, bald, with a thick black beard and sideburns, none other than the leader of the Zero Squad, Bashabu Achibe. He clasped his hands within his sleeves, wearing a seemingly gentle yet profoundly inscrutable smile. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni, it has been a millennium since we last met. What urgent matter requires the Captain Commander's personal presence? His voice was deep, imbued with a leisurely tone. Captain Yamamoto had no intention for pleasantries. His expression was solemn as he succinctly yet weightily recounted the emergence of Kafiza, the theft of the shattering jade, the defeat of Aizen, the journey to the realm of the void, and the recent forcible stripping of Yukate's Spirit King power. He particularly emphasized the opponent's unfathomable power structure, not spiritual pressure, their ruthless and decisive methods, and the likely ultimate goal of targeting the Spirit King. This adversary's power was unfathomable, their intentions directed squarely at the Spirit King. Their very existence posed a severe threat to the foundation of the balance among the three realms. I beseech the members of the Zero Squad to take action and eradicate this great menace within the realm of the void, reclaiming the stolen power. Captain Yamamoto's voice carried a rare gravity of urgency. However, upon hearing this, Ichibe's smile did not wane. Instead, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes. Ah, I see. Is it that the foreigner covets the power of the wedge? He nodded slightly, but did not immediately exhibit the shock or urgency that Yamamoto had anticipated. The power within Yukate's right arm, though transformed from the Spirit King's strength, was ultimately but a fragment. He shifted his tone, conveying the unique tranquility of the Zero Squad. As long as the Spirit King, the core of the wedge, remained unharmed, the loss of a few fragments, while it may incite localized turmoil, would not suffice to overturn the fundamental balance. The equilibrium among the three realms is far more resilient than you might imagine. Captain Yamamoto furrowed his brow. He discerned the underlying implication in Ichai's words. The primary duty of the Zero Squad was to protect the Spirit King's body. As long as the Spirit King's palace remained intact, they did not believe the loss of a fragment warranted a full-scale response. Bashabu Ichai. This adversary's strength is formidable, and their intent is clear. The Spirit King. Should they be allowed to accumulate power in the realm of the void, even using the fragments as bait, there is no guarantee they will not discover a method to threaten the Spirit King's palace. By the time we react, it may be too late. Yamamoto argued with conviction, fully aware that Kafiza's threat was far more than mere localized upheaval. Ichai stroked his beard, pondering for a moment. You make a valid point. The foreigner indeed requires handling to prevent a larger calamity from arising. He made a decision. Very well. The Zero Squad will dispatch personnel to assist. After all, the matter pertains to the Spirit King's power leakage, and it is essential to investigate the foreigner's methods and objectives. He paused before adding, however, the defense of the Spirit King's palace is of utmost priority. We cannot afford to be lax. For this mission, let us send Nemea Otsu. He possesses keen insight into the perception of both tools and power, and may be able to discern the foreigner's true nature. The rest must remain to guard the Spirit King's palace. Only one person? Captain Yamamoto felt a sense of heaviness in his heart, yet he understood this was the greatest concession the Zero Squad could make. He refrained from further comment. Bowing slightly, thank you, Bashabu Ichai. Please, let Otsu depart at once. Rest assured, he will rendezvous with you in Jinglingting. Ichai nodded. Yamamoto Jinryusai. Manage the affairs of the Soul Society to stabilize morale. The expedition against the foreigner will require ground forces to cooperate. Captain Yamamoto did not linger. Returning to Jinglingting via the Tianju Lian. Although he had secured only one member of the Zero Squad, he had ultimately gained higher-level support. In the 1st Division barracks, an emergency meeting of the captains convened. All available captains and vice-captains gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension. The news of Yukate's life-threatening condition had spread, and the severity of the Spirit King power's theft, even without Captain Yamamoto detailing all the particulars, was enough to weigh heavily on everyone's hearts with the implications of jeopardizing the balance among the three realms. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni sat in the main seat, reiterating the course of events, omitting certain dialogues from the Zero Squad, and the gravity of the situation to all present. His voice was low but carried an undeniable decisiveness. Currently, the plunderer has fled to the realm of the void with the Spirit King's right-arm power. Jinglingting cannot remain passive. We must gather our strength, launch an expedition to the realm of the void, reclaim our power, and eliminate this threat. An expedition to the realm of the void. Several captains displayed expressions of reluctance. The conditions in the realm of the void were harsh, the number of hollows endless, and, more importantly, there was a lack of stable and safe passage. The Research and Development Bureau could not provide a reliable group passage. Na Jianli, with a solemn expression, directly addressed the pressing issue. The conventional black cavity could not meet the demands for large-scale, precision deployment, especially in situations where the enemy might interfere. He then shifted his tone, casting his gaze over the entire assembly. However, the issue of the passage has been addressed through external assistance. While he did not explicitly mention Puyu and Shiju, the seasoned captains present shared an unspoken understanding. This expedition carried significant peril. The strength of the enemy was already well known to all present. Consequently, I have made the decision to enlist the assistance of the orange-haired youth, Heichi Ihu, who had just been summoned urgently, his face still reflecting shock and anger. We invite Heichi Ihu to participate in this expedition as a representative of the Shinigami. The announcement sent a wave of astonishment throughout the room. Gungmu Jianba grinned widely, eager to engage with a stronger opponent. Komu Baizai remained expressionless, though his eyes flickered, while Najianli scoffed dismissively. The other captains and vice-captains displayed a variety of expressions. Why me? Heichi Ihu could not help but step forward, having only just breathed a sigh of relief over Ru Chiya's recovery and the Soul Society's return to tranquility, only to be thrust into such a terrifying situation. Moreover, the target was none other than the enigmatic Kafeiza, who had saved Ruchiya but also seized the Hogyoku. Because you must take responsibility, Captain Yamamoto declared sternly, his gaze piercing into Heichi Ihu. Had you not intruded into the Soul Society, provoking a series of events, this individual might not have been embroiled in matters concerning the Hogyoku, and the Soul King so soon. The adversary this time is extraordinary, so Kayaku requires every possible strength. Heichi-Ihu opened his mouth, intending to retort, but recollecting the gravely injured Captain Yucatec, who had once supported him, and the near execution of Ruchiya, he clenched his fists in silent acquiescence. The expedition will be personally led by me. Captain Yamamoto continued with his directives. The participating captains include Gingmu Jinba, Komu Baizai, Najin Li, responsible for technical analysis and support, along with the special envoy from the Zero Division, Wang Yue. Heichi, who will be accompanied by his comrades Ishida Yuryu, Shadow Yasuhiro, and Inoue Orihime. The remaining captains must diligently protect Sokayaku and the human realm. Prepared for any potential upheavals, he rose, his authoritative gaze sweeping over everyone. This battle pertains to the dignity of the Soul Society and the balance of the three realms. I urge you all to unite in purpose. The captains responded in unison, their spiritual pressure reverberating through the meeting room. Chapter 126, Devour in the Hollow World. A pallid sea of sand. Ka-Fei-Za hovered above the mutated spiritual tree's canopy, holding the ever-twisting and changing right arm of the Soul King. Below, the colossal tree seemed to sense the power of the wedge that shared its origin, beginning to emit a low, resonant hum. The blue light of the Hogyoku at the heart of the trunk surged, nearly breaking through the bark. Go! Ka-Fei-Za released his hold, and the source of light slowly descended. The instant it touched the canopy, a profound resonance erupted. The entire dark blue spiritual tree trembled violently, each leaf swaying wildly, producing a sound akin to a multitude of souls whispering in unison. The peculiar patterns on the trunk bulged like veins, radiating an increasingly intense ghostly blue light. The right arm of the Soul King seeped into the tree's structure like a drop of ink dispersing in clear water, gradually and resolutely infiltrating every part of the colossal tree. Where it passed, the trunk's hue transitioned from dark blue to a deep indigo, reminiscent of a starry sky, while the translucent quality of the leaves became more pronounced, revealing the flowing currents of spiritual pressure within. The Hogyoku at the heart of the tree rejoiced, greedily savoring this power derived from the world's foundation, as the surface blue light began to intermingle with pure white. This was a manifestation of stable rules, creating a strange complement and opposition to its inherent nature of breaking boundaries. Host detected a qualitative change in the tree structure. The system's voice carried an unusual seriousness. The Hogyoku attempted to integrate the stabilizing properties of the Soul King's right arm into itself. If successful, the evolutionary trajectory of this tree would be utterly unpredictable. That's precisely what I desire, unpredictability. Ka-Fei-Za observed the colossal tree undergoing transformation with calm detachment. The monotonous growth was far too tedious. He sensed that the entire tree was undergoing a fundamental metamorphosis. It was no longer merely a black hole devouring spiritual pressure, but began to resonate with the rules of the hollow world and beyond. The ghostly blue fruits forming on the branches started to reveal intricate golden patterns akin to circuit boards within. At that moment, a faint yet distinct cracking sound emanated from the core of the trunk. Ka-Fei-Za's gaze sharpened. A slender fissure had quietly appeared on the surface of the trunk. Is it attempting to break free? The system's tone was peculiar. Surely this thing does not intend to transform from a tree into something else? Ka-Fei-Za remained silent, merely observing the crack. Perhaps, as the system suggested, it might ultimately shed its arboreal form. He could feel the Hogyoku leveraging the power of the Soul King's right arm to attempt to transcend certain constraints, not just its own, but possibly the limitations of the tree's plant-like form. In an instant, the spiritual particles within the hollow world surged towards the colossal tree with renewed ferocity, even forming a visible storm of spiritual particles in the air. The surrounding seas of sand fell utterly silent, as all spiritual particles were drained, leaving the grains to become lifeless grayish-white dust scattered by the wind. In the distance, toward the direction of the Void Knight Palace, Nili Lu Duo De Xiofan knelt on a dune, gazing at the transforming colossal tree, feeling the increasingly terrifying vortex of spiritual pressure in the air. Filled with awe and fear, the spiritual imprint within her began to warm slightly, as if reminding her to guard this place, no matter what transpired. Is this a divine miracle? She murmured softly, her eyes reflecting the distant tree that increasingly resembled anything but a tree. Simultaneously, in the human realm, beneath the Urahara shop, The massive interdimensional gate device was operating at full capacity, emitting a deep hum. Urahara Kisuk, unusually without his hat, his light yellow hair slightly disheveled, rapidly adjusted the parameters on the instruments as complex spatial coordinate data rolled across the screen. The passage stability is at 89, with the error margin barely controlled within 3 spiritual particle units. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to face the assembled crowd behind him. Captain Yamamoto, Gungmu Jinba, Komu Baizai, Najianli, Heichi Ihu, Ishida Yuryu, Chado Yasuhiro, Inoue Orheim, and a stranger. The stranger was tall, clad in the distinctive haori of the Zero Division, with a uniquely designed zanpakuto hanging at his waist. He wore a nonchalant smile, twirling the ends of his hair with his fingers. So, this is the trouble you have caused? Wang Yue raised an eyebrow at Urahara Kisuk, an outsider capable of breaking the barrier and forcibly seizing the Soul King's power? This sounds even more intriguing than what the monk described. Wang Yue, this matter concerns the balance of the 3 realms. It is no trifling matter, Captain Yamamoto stated gravely. I understand. Wang Yue waved his hand dismissively. But I am more curious about what exactly this outsider's power is. It is not spiritual pressure, yet it can overpower captain-level opponents. How fascinating. He turned to Urahara Kisuk. Hey, shopkeeper, how long can this passage hold? One-way passage, at most 30 minutes, Urahara Kisuk replied sternly. After that, the passage will collapse. To return, we will need to establish a new coordinate point in the hollow world to reopen the black cavity, or wait for me to recalibrate in the human realm. 30 minutes. Najianli chuckled darkly. That will suffice. If 30 minutes cannot resolve the issue, then no amount of time will. Heichi, who tightened his grip on his zanpakuto, his expression complex. He recalled the fleeting figure that had briefly traversed the Sozirii, only to depart abruptly. He remembered how that individual effortlessly lifted the Byadoin, sending Hirako Shinji flying with a mere flick of their hand. He thought of the casual yet devastating blow that shattered the barrier atop Xuanji Hill. Truly, they were formidable. Ichigo murmured, strength is desirable. Kenpachi Zaraki grinned, a fervent battle spirit igniting within his single eye. Otherwise, this journey would be exceedingly dull. All personnel, prepare. Captain Yamamoto leaned on his cane, his voice resonating with authority. Upon entering Hueco Mundo, their primary objective was to reclaim the power of the Soul King's right arm, with the extermination of the foreigners being a secondary concern. Should circumstances dictate, self-preservation would take precedence. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Urahara Kisuk conducted a final check of the instruments, inhaling deeply. Then, let the passage be opened. He pressed the button on the control panel. A hum echoed as the dimensional gate erupted with blinding white light, the space rippling like a water curtain to reveal an extraordinarily stable passage. At the other end, a pale sandy sea could be faintly discerned. Let us proceed. Captain Yamamoto was the first to step through, followed closely by the others. As the last individual entered, Urahara Kisuk gazed at the countdown timer on the screen, softly murmuring, "What exactly are you plotting, Mr. Kafiza?" Chapter 127, Escape. Flee. Hueco Mundo. The transformation of the colossal tree had reached a fever pitch. The cracks on the trunk's surface multiplied, spreading like a web. Within each fissure surged profound darkness intermingled with the blue light of the Hogyoku. The tree's height appeared to ascend further, its crown nearly brushing against the false heavens of Hueco Mundo. The fruits at its branches had fully morphed into translucent crystalline forms, their internal golden veins pulsing as if breathing. Kafiza hovered above the crown, suddenly gazing toward the distant sky. They have arrived. No sooner had he spoken than the empty, pale sky was abruptly torn as if by an invisible hand, creating a neat fissure. Light burst forth, and figures stepped through, landing upon the sandy expanse. Among them were Yamamoto Jinryu Sai Shigekuni, Kenpachi Zaraki, Byakuya Kachiki, Kisuk Urahara, Ichigo Kurosaki, and the Zeroth squad's Otsunemeya. Upon witnessing the scene before them, even Captain Yamamoto could not help but narrow his eyes. The towering tree, poised to pierce the heavens, alongside the crystalline fruits emitting eerie fluctuations and the ominous glow seeping from the myriad cracks in the trunk, surpassed their comprehension. Is this what the foreigners have cultivated? Otsu squinted, resting his hand upon the hilt of his zanpakuto. Fascinating, utterly fascinating. This is no mere tree. It is an egg. Kisuk rapidly manipulated the device on his wrist, the data on the screen spiraling chaotically. The concentration of spiritual particles is abnormal. The readings are off the charts. This tree is voraciously consuming the spiritual particles of the entire Hueco Mundo. Moreover, there is a high-energy reaction within it, akin to the Hogyoku, yet more chaotic. At that moment, Kafiza descended slowly from the crown, landing 100 meters in front of the crowd. The efficiency of the Soul Society exceeds my expectations. He observed the formidable expedition team before him, astonished. Even the Zeroth squad has sent reinforcements? Foreigners. Captain Yamamoto stepped forward, his blade, Ryujin, already drawn half an inch. The scorching spiritual pressure began to rise. Surrender the power of the Soul King's right arm and yield. This is your final warning. Kafiza did not respond, merely redirecting his gaze toward Otsu. The Zeroth squad forged all the Shinigami's Zanpakuto. Can your blade sever my aura? Otsu smiled. Shall we find out? In the next instant, the battle ignited. Kenpachi Zaraki was the first to charge, his fragmented Zanpakuto unleashing a ferocious spiritual pressure as he swung downwards. Let us engage in battle. Almost simultaneously, Byakuya Kachiki's Senbenzakura transformed into a flurry of petals, sweeping in from all directions. Yamamoto's Ryujin ignited with raging flames. Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho tore through the air. Ishida's spiritual arrows, Chad's giant fist, Inoue's Santen Keshu. All manner of attacks rained upon Kafiza like a torrential downpour. Faced with this onslaught capable of obliterating a city in an instant, Kafiza merely raised his right hand. You seem to have misunderstood one thing. He pushed his palm forward. Quantity holds no significance before me. Boom. An invisible force surged forth like a tsunami, and every incoming attack, be it flame, blade, flash, arrow, or fist, was obliterated upon contact with that power, collapsing as if striking an impenetrable barrier. Kenpachi Zaraki's Zanpakuto once more struck Kafiza's palm, producing a resounding clash. Before both he and his weapon were sent flying hundreds of meters away, Byakuya's petals disintegrated upon nearing Kafiza's vicinity. The flames of Ryujin were forcibly suppressed and extinguished. Urahara's poison mist recoiled. With a single strike, every assault was rendered futile. How is this possible? Ichigo's pupils dilated. Indeed, it was not merely spiritual pressure. Otsu's narrowed eyes fully opened, fixated upon Kafiza. Kafiza withdrew his hand, addressing Otsu. Have you discerned anything? God of Swords? Otsu offered no reply, instead slowly drawing his Zanpakuto. The moment the blade was unsheathed, the very fabric of Hueco Mundo seemed to shudder. Otsu grinned. I have forged all the Shinigami's blades, but my true ability lies in comprehending the essence of the instrument and severing it. He gripped the sword with both hands, assuming a peculiar stance. Come, foreigner, allow me to witness what manner of power you possess. For the first time, interest flickered in Kafiza's gaze. Very well. He raised his hand, a sphere of white energy coalescing in his palm. Let me demonstrate. The pale sandy expanse of Hueco Mundo had now devolved into a battlefield. Kenpachi Zaraki, bloodied and battered, had his fragmented Zanpakuto sent flying once more. He knelt on one knee, panting heavily, yet his single eye burned with near-maniacal excitement. Just like that. Again, Byakuya bore a gaping wound on his chest, blood seeping forth, yet he stood resolutely, his expression devoid of emotion, though his tightly clenched fist betrayed his inner turmoil. Ichigo's Bankai status had been forcibly shattered, the bindings of his Zangetsu disintegrating. He collapsed, struggling to rise, only to find he lacked the strength even to lift a finger. Yamamoto, leaning on Ryujin, bore charred marks upon his chest, remnants of Kafiza's energy wave grazing him. Had he not defended with the remnants of his blade, he would likely have turned to ash. Inoue's Santen Kesha shattered completely, the light of her dual shields flickering uncertainly in her hands as she desperately tended to Chad, whose right arm was shattered and half his body a bloody mess. Ishida leaned against a sand dune, his spiritual bow splintered, glasses shattered, vision blurred. Urahara lay at the bottom of a deep pit, nearly 70% of his bones broken, his painted face revealing a semblance of near collapse. This is impossible. This is not merely a disparity in power, it is a difference in dimensions. In the center of the battlefield, Kafiza floated above, untouched by even a speck of dust. He gazed down at the strongest Shinigami below, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if scrutinizing a throng of struggling ants. This ends here. His voice resonated calmly across the battlefield. Otsu Namea stood at the forefront of the group. As a member of the Zeroth squad, his condition was relatively intact, but only comparatively so. His Haori lay in tatters, and the grip of his sword bore cracks, blood dripping from the blade. The Outlander Wang Yu flashed a smile, yet it bore an unprecedented gravity. Your spirit, I cannot sever. Drawing in a deep breath, Wang Yu suddenly turned to gaze upon the gravely injured comrades behind him. His eyes flickered, as if he was grappling with a momentous decision. At that instant, Captain Yamamoto let out a final, desperate shout. Lord Wang Yu, flee. Return the intelligence to the Spirit King Palace. As long as the Zero Division exists, there is still hope. Kenpachi Zaraki laughed heartily. Hey, Zero Division, if you dare die here, I swear I will haunt you. Get out of here. Byakuya Kachiki remained silent, silently positioning himself before Wang Yu, shielding him from Kafiza's gaze with his battered body. Ichigo Kurosaki struggled to rise, once more raising his broken blade. We can still fight. Chapter 128. Cast a long line to catch a big fish. Witnessing this scene, Kafiza's eyes glimmered with amusement. The opportunity has arrived. How foolish their unity is. He declared loudly, raising his right hand, a colossal energy orb coalescing in his palm, larger than any before. Since you wish to perish together, allow me to grant your wish. The aura emitted by the energy orb caused the very fabric of Hueco Mundo to tremble. Everyone below sensed that this strike would annihilate them all. Run. Oraheim in no way cried out in despair. Wang Yu gritted his teeth, aware that Yamamoto was right. If they were annihilated here, the Spirit King Palace would remain oblivious to this Outlander, making their next encounter all the more perilous. Yet, to abandon his comrades, do not let our deaths be in vain, came the hoarse voice of Neutra Jaruga from the depths of the pit. In this dire moment, Kafiza made his move. He seemingly carelessly hurled the terrifying energy orb downward, but the angle was subtly altered. All personnel, defend. Captain Yamamoto unleashed his final spiritual pressure, the remnants of his flame-wreathed sword igniting one last time in an attempt to withstand the onslaught. Kenpachi Zaraki, Byakuya Kachiki, Ichigo Kurosaki, and Chad Yasutora all gathered their last vestiges of strength, forming a fragile yet resilient barrier. Wang Yu beheld this scene, determination flashing in his eyes. He had to survive. He must return with the intelligence. In the instant the energy orb collided with the barrier, an unprecedented explosion engulfed the battlefield. The sands surged into towering waves, and a tempest of spiritual particles raged, obliterating visibility. At the epicenter of the explosion, Wang Yu felt a gentle yet irresistible force push him backward, skillfully avoiding him while engulfing everyone else in the heart of the blast. Cover. This was the window of escape that everyone had forged with their lives. Wang Yu hesitated no more, turning to sprint towards the still open exit. I am sorry, everyone. Just as he was about to vanish, Kafiza's gaze fortuitously met his. Their eyes crossed in the air for a fleeting moment. What Wang Yu did not see was the subtle curve of Kafiza's lips, an almost imperceptible smile. An invisible spiritual mark had silently adhered to the surface of Wang Yu's clothing during their brief contact. This mark was exceedingly covert. Wang Yu felt no anomaly. It was like a drop of water merging with the ocean, a leaf falling into the forest. Then, Wang Yu disappeared. The space sealed shut. The aftershocks of the explosion gradually subsided, the dust settling. On the battlefield, Captain Yamamoto had been reduced to charred remains. Kenpachi Zaraki was left with only a severed arm clutching his Zanpakuto. Byakuya Kachiki and Neutra Jaruga had been reduced to mere ashes. Only the candidate for the Spirit King, Ichigo Kurosaki, had survived, his face adorned with the distinctive red and white mask of his hollow form, a significant portion of his body writhing uncontrollably. It appeared he was on the brink of demise when his inner white Ichigo timely emerged, utilizing his accelerated regenerative abilities to save him. However, this reprieve was limited. Kafiza descended slowly to the ground, a bone spike materializing from thin air. Our paths diverge. Without a moment's hesitation, the bone spear surged toward the approaching Ichigo Kurosaki with a sound that cleaved the air. This technique specifically targeted ordinary immortal beings and regenerative abilities. As expected, it struck Ichigo directly in the chest. Experiencing the sensation of death once more, the hollow-formed Ichigo emitted a beastly roar. His accelerated regeneration desperately attempted to mend the chest wound that was turning to ashes, yet all efforts proved futile. As the wound's damage expanded, the hollow Ichigo ultimately ceased his cries. System, has the marking been completed? He silently inquired. Completion confirmed, host. The system's voice brimmed with excitement. The spiritual mark has successfully adhered to the target, with coordinates being updated in real time. Once he returns to the Spirit King Palace, we will be able to pinpoint its precise spatial coordinates. Excellent. His gaze turned to the void, as if piercing through countless spatial barriers to behold the palace that floated above all. The Spirit King Palace. The remnants of the Spirit King. He whispered, soon. When Wang Yu returns to the Spirit King Palace, the mark will fully activate. At that time, I shall be teleported directly to the heart of the Spirit King Palace. He turned, striding toward the colossal tree undergoing transformation. The trunk bore an increasing number of fissures, revealing the pulsating core of the shattered jewel within. The entire tree was experiencing a fundamental metamorphosis, evolving from a mere tree into something of a higher existence. Host. The activity of the core's shattered jewel has reached a critical point. The system reported. It is projected to complete its transformation within 12 hours. At that time, it will fully integrate with the stable characteristics of the Spirit King's right arm, becoming an unprecedented entity. Kafiza reached out to touch the trunk. He could sense the yearning emanating from the heart of the tree, a longing for more fragments of the Spirit King. Rest assured, he murmured, soon. You shall feast on something far greater. In the distance, in the direction of the ruins of the High Palace, Nellie L. Duodexu Fanku observed everything from afar. Her body frozen in terror, she witnessed the overwhelming battle, the defeat of the Soul Society's strongest forces, and the Soul Reaper's narrow escape. Yet, she sensed something amiss. If there was the capacity to eliminate everyone, why let that individual go? Was it a mistake? Or was it intentional? She dared not ponder further, lowering her head silently to fulfill her watchful duty. At that moment, in the pale skies of Hueco Mundo, a line visible only to Kafiza pierced through layers of space, extending toward a certain exalted direction. This was the coordinate signal from the spiritual mark. At the other end of the line lay the Spirit King Palace. Hurry back, God of the Sword. Kafiza looked skyward, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Lead me to the treasure you have guarded for a millennium. In the Soul Society's Technology Development Bureau, the screen before Urahara Kisuk abruptly displayed a complete signal disruption representing the Hueco Mundo passage. The passage has collapsed, he murmured. It has not yet been 30 minutes. Was it sabotage? Or, his expression darkened significantly. This meant the expedition team was trapped in Hueco Mundo. Just then, a faint yet distinct spatial fluctuation emerged, signaling a return. Only one person has returned. Urahara Kisuk sprang to his feet. He gazed into the sky above Siriidii, where a gravely injured presence was being guided back. It was Wang Yu of the Zero Division. Urahara Kisuk tightened his grip on his fan. Captain Yamamoto, Ichigo. Everyone he dared not contemplate further. Above Siriidii, a golden pillar of light slowly descended, welcoming Wang Yu's return. This was the radiance of the heavenly pillar. Chapter 129. Bring it here. At this moment, in the Spirit King Palace, the first lieutenant of the 1st Division stood before the reception hall, watching as the 2nd Lieutenant Wang Yu returned from Hueco Mundo in disarray. Wang Yu was covered in wounds, his haori tattered, and the previously carefree demeanor on his face was replaced by profound exhaustion. Wang Yu, how is the situation? A soldier from the military headquarters inquired solemnly. Wang Yu knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse. The captain and all the others fought valiantly to cover my retreat. They may have already. He did not finish his sentence. The soldier from the military headquarters fell silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. Describe everything you witnessed in detail. Wang Yu began to recount the tale of the bizarre giant tree, the overwhelming power of the stranger, the desperate battle, and ultimately, the opportunity for escape that was bought with the lives of his comrades. What he did not realize was that at the moment he returned to the Lingwang Palace, an invisible mark clinging to his clothing had begun to send precise coordinates of this location to a certain entity. At that moment, in the Hueco Mundo, Kafiza stood beneath the giant tree, eyes closed. His consciousness followed that invisible thread, traversing countless spaces, and he clearly beheld a magnificent palace, the Lingwang Palace. The coordinates were locked in. Excellent, the plan is a success. Kafiza opened his eyes in an instant, gazing at the transforming giant tree before him. He would directly descend upon the Lingwang Palace, and yet, everyone within remained blissfully unaware. They believed that the returning Wang Yu had brought precious intelligence, unaware that he carried back a spear aimed directly at their hearts. Kafiza opened his eyes, employing his spatial transportation ability, Huangquan Biosaka. The black fissure on the other side led to the Ling Wang Palace. The soldier from the military headquarters stood before the Ling Wang Palace, brow furrowed. Ever since Wang Yu's return, he had sensed an unusual feeling emanating from Wang Yu himself. "Monk, do you feel it too?" A petite figure stepped out from the shadows. It was Senju Maru from the Zero Division, her multiple arms behind her gently swaying, each holding threads of different colors. An abnormal fluctuation appeared in the fabric of space. Senju Maru's tone was laden with seriousness. Something is attempting to connect directly to this place. The soldier from the military headquarters fell silent for a moment. Then suddenly his expression changed. "Not good. It's that stranger. He has somehow pinpointed this location." No sooner had he spoken than a black fissure abruptly unfolded. Kafiza's figure stepped forth. He surveyed his surroundings, and at the center of the space, within a massive transparent cube, floated a fragmented body. The body was missing its right arm, a colossal void gaped in its chest, and its limbs were riddled with cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. Yet, this incomplete body exuded an aura that resonated with the very foundation of the world. The Ling Wang, or rather, the remnants of the Ling Wang, finally found. A glint flashed in Kafiza's eyes. Impudence. The soldier from the military headquarters roared, his brush-like Zanpakuto already in motion. No turning back now. Countless black characters transformed into a torrent, surging toward Kafiza with the force to obliterate everything. A rule-level attack capable of erasing names from existence. Simultaneously, Senju Maru's multiple arms swung in unison, feathers of death. An array of threads wove a celestial web, each thread infused with different rules of restraint. Other members of the Zero Division manifested in an instant. Korinji Tenjiro's hot spring domain erupted, attempting to disrupt the enemy with a duality of high temperature and healing rules. Yasuhiro's culinary abilities transformed into a barrage of exquisite food projectiles, each infused with the power to alter life's form. Though severely injured, Wang Yu gritted his teeth and drew his Zanpakuto, making another attempt to strike. Facing the onslaught of the entire Zero Division, Kafiza merely raised his right hand. "No time to play with you." His palm thrust forward with force. Boom. All incoming attacks, the black characters, the web of threads, the hot spring domain, the food projectiles, and the strikes, halted in midair. In the next instant, except for the remnants of the Ling Wang, everyone, including the attacks and structures, was sent flying, unhindered by outside interference. Kafiza stepped closer to the Ling Wang remnants, reaching out to touch it. The surface of the cube instantly became riddled with cracks and shattered. The remnants of the Ling Wang were exposed to the air, and the aura of the world's foundation became even more pronounced. Kafiza could sense that merely approaching this remnant triggered a violent resonance within him, not desire, but a primal repulsion. The rules of two different universes were clashing in opposition. A bit of awareness, but to me, it's merely fertilizer. Kafiza reached for the Ling Wang remnants. In an instant, the entire Ling Wang palace trembled violently. The Soul Society, the human world, and the Hueco Mundo all felt an unprecedented quake. This was not a physical earthquake, but a deeper, foundational tremor of the world itself. Cracks appeared in the sky, the ground began to fissure, the ocean roiled with tumult, and the sandy seas of Hueco Mundo collapsed chaotically. The balance of the three realms began a countdown to collapse. Yet Kafiza remained unperturbed, stowing the Ling Wang remnants into his personal space. Turning to face the hurriedly arriving members of the Zero Division. "Thank you for guarding for so long," Kafiza said, a smile gracing his lips. "Now, it belongs to me." A black fissure opened once more behind him. The soldier from the military headquarters was filled with despair and fury. He wished to intervene, but it was all too late. The remnants of the Ling Wang had already been taken. "It's over." Senju Maru collapsed to the ground, the threads in her hand drooping helplessly. The Ling Wang had been seized, and the balance of the three realms was on the brink of collapse. The soldier from the military headquarters looked skyward, lost in silence. In the Hueco Mundo, Kafiza stepped through the portal, the black fissure behind him slowly closing. He gazed at the Ling Wang remnants in his hand. Even in their fragmented state, they radiated a disquieting energy. It was the very power of the world, the keystone that maintained all existence. He approached the now utterly mutated spirit tree. At this moment, the spirit tree bore no resemblance to its former shape. Its trunk had transformed into a translucent crystal form, within which the spiritual pressure flowed like veins. The crown morphed into a swirling silver halo, with crystalline fruits suspended within, twinkling like stars. At the heart of the tree, the core, fused with the power of the Hogyoku and the Ling Wang's right arm, pulsed rhythmically like a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. With each beat, the spiritual particles of the Hueco Mundo were drained away. Centered around the giant tree, the sandy seas of Hueco Mundo had turned into lifeless dust, and the air no longer contained any spiritual particles. Come now, the final nourishment. Kafiza hurled the Ling Wang remnants toward the spirit tree. Chapter 130, Out of Control. The moment the remnants touched the halo of the crown, a resounding hum erupted. The entire spirit tree began to tremble violently, the heartbeat within quickening. As if on the verge of explosion, the Ling Wang remnants were instantaneously consumed by the halo, disintegrating into countless specks of light, merging into every structure of the spirit tree. Those crystalline fruits began to grow wildly, morphing, their internal golden patterns becoming increasingly intricate, ultimately forming eye-like patterns on their surfaces. Within the translucent crystal of the trunk, countless images began to emerge, billions of years of history from the Soul Society, the births and deaths of countless lives, the formation and evolution of rules. The omniscient properties contained within the Ling Wang remnants were being absorbed by the spirit tree. Host. The energy level of the core at the heart of the tree is climbing exponentially. The system reported with excitement. It is about to break through a critical point. Once it does, it will evolve into an unprecedented existence. Kafiza's expression was one of exhilaration as he floated before the spirit tree, awaiting the final outcome. He could sense that the spirit tree was undergoing a fundamental transformation. That was not merely a transformation of form, but rather an elevation of essence, evolving from a tree that devours energy into a being of a higher order. Perhaps it would become a concept akin to the world tree, or something even greater. Time passed, second by second. The remnants of the Spirit King had been entirely absorbed, and the metamorphosis of the spirit tree entered its final stage. The pulsation at the heart of the tree reached its zenith, and the entire tree began to radiate a blinding light. This was no ordinary illumination. It was a light imbued with the essence of rules. Where the brilliance reached, the fabric of the void began to twist and reorganize, as if new laws were being birthed. Soon, a flicker of anticipation crossed Kafiza's mind. However, just as the spirit tree was on the verge of completing its transformation, an unexpected anomaly occurred. The light of the spirit tree suddenly began to contract inward. This was not a dissipation, but a compression. The towering tree, several thousand meters high, was as if grasped by an invisible hand, shrinking at a visible rate. The trunk, branches, crown, and fruit all collapsed inward frantically, as if destined to condense into a singular point. What was happening? Kafiza furrowed his brow. An ominous premonition washed over him as the system's voice grew urgent. Host. Anomalous energy reaction detected. The core of the heart of the tree is actively compressing itself. It is attempting to reconstruct. Reconstruction? What is it reconstructing? I do not know, but the energy readings have exceeded the monitoring limits. Under Kafiza's gaze, the spirit tree continued to shrink, from several thousand meters to hundreds, then to dozens, until it dwindled to less than 10 meters. Then, it ceased its contraction. No, it did not stop. It had compressed to its limit. In the next moment, an indescribable explosion occurred. Rather than an explosion, it was more akin to a creation of new life. The tree, compressed to its utmost, blossomed not back to its original state, but transformed into countless points of light, reassembling in the void. The light coalesced, spun, solidified, and arranged itself. Ultimately, to Kafiza's astonished eyes, it coalesced into a humanoid form, a being composed entirely of pure light. That figure slowly opened its eyes. In those eyes, there were no pupils, only an endless flow of stars, as if containing the truths of the entire universe. Kafiza's pupils constricted. He sensed it, a presence that was entirely of the same origin as the remnants of the Spirit King, yet more complete, more profound, more vast. The Spirit King. This was not a newly born entity, nor a product of fusion. This was the true, original Spirit King of the realm of the dead, undivided before its fragmentation. The system's astonished voice echoed in Kafiza's mind. So that was it. From the moment the spirit tree absorbed the remnants of the Spirit King's right arm, it began its evolutionary attempt. The will of the Spirit King had never truly perished within the remnants. It utilized your assistance, host. And through the evolutionary process of the spirit tree, it is resurrecting. No, not resurrecting. Kafiza's expression grew grave. It never died. It merely chose to be divided, to be bound, to serve as a tool for maintaining balance. And now, it is unwilling to remain the cornerstone of the three realms. It seeks to reclaim its completeness. The being of light, the Spirit King, slowly raised its head to gaze upon Kafiza. There was no anger, no hatred, only a serene detachment. Wanderer. The Spirit King spoke, its voice resonating with the world. You have taken my fragments, awakening my dormant consciousness. Yet you do not comprehend that I am one with this world. I am the wedge, and the wedge is me. To divide me is to divide the world. To consume me is to consume the very essence of existence. What you have nourished the tree with is not merely power, but the history of this world spanning eons. The rules, the causality, and myself. Kafiza fell silent for a moment, realizing the folly of his actions, then suddenly laughed. So, you intend to erase me now? Erase? The Spirit King gently shook its head. No, I come to correct. To rectify this world that is on the brink of collapse because of you. At the instant those words fell, the entire space of the void became utterly frozen. No, it was not the space that froze. It was the rules that were taken over. As the wedge of the world, the Spirit King held the highest authority over this realm. It did not need to forcibly alter the rules with strength as Kafiza did. It was the very source of the rules. Kafiza felt himself being interfered with, being stripped away. This was not an attack, but a more fundamental rejection. This world was rejecting him, the outsider. Rejecting the power structure that did not belong to this realm. You are indeed formidable, the Spirit King continued calmly. Your energy originates from another universe, which should be insurmountable in this world. But this is my world. Here, the rules are defined by me. I can make your energy not respond to your control. I can make space refuse your traversal. I can accelerate or reverse time upon you. And I can cause causality to directly negate your existence. Omniscience and omnipotence are not exaggerations. For all past, present, and future of this world are recorded in my consciousness. I am aware of all possibilities, and thus can choose every outcome. Kafiza gazed at this true embodiment of the world's will before him, and a smile spread across his face. The blood of the Saiyan coursed through him, boiling with excitement. Omniscience and omnipotence. He clenched his fists. Then let me see which is mightier, your omniscience and omnipotence, or my strength. Chapter 131. Omniscience and omnipotence versus absolute power. The energy within Kafiza erupted completely. The terrifying energy from the Dragon Ball universe, capable of annihilating star systems after countless enhancements, surged forth like a flood that had burst its banks. He no longer cared about the strength of this world. He aimed to shatter the rules with sheer force. The Spirit King observed all of this calmly. Futile. It raised a hand and gently pointed. The terrifying energy that Kafiza unleashed, upon reaching the space before it, collided with an absolute barrier of rules, forcibly transforming into the spiritual particles of this world, then dissipating into the void. I told you, this is my world, the Spirit King said indifferently. Here, all energy ultimately returns to the foundational system of the world. And your energy is no exception. Kafiza's pupils constricted. He sensed that his energy, upon leaving his body, was being forcibly assimilated by this world, transformed into spiritual particles. Though the conversion efficiency was low, his power was indeed being diminished. So this is what omniscience and omnipotence entails. It is not merely about immense strength, but fundamentally controlling all the rules and energy systems of this world. In this realm, the Spirit King is akin to a deity, a creator, the very essence of the rules. Rules? Kafiza laughed unabashedly. That also depends on whether the rules can withstand my strength. He suddenly stepped forward. The moment his foot landed, the space around him began to violently distort. It was not the Spirit King altering the rules. It was Kafiza attempting to break the limits of this world's capacity with pure strength. Do you know? Kafiza's voice turned cold. When the internal pressure of a container exceeds its bearing limit, the container will explode. A more terrifying energy erupted from within Kafiza. This time, the energy was released not in the form of aura but as the purest physical shockwave. The Spirit King could control the rules and convert energy. However, it could not eliminate pure physical shockwaves, for shockwaves are an expression of existence itself. To eliminate the shock would mean to eradicate existence itself, which implies the destruction of a part of this world. As the wedge of the world, the Spirit King's primary duty is to maintain the existence of the world, not to destroy it. Thus, for the first time, Ka-Fei's fist struck the Spirit King directly. Bang! An indescribable thunderous roar erupted. The Ling Wang was propelled several meters back by this punch, ripples coursing through its body of light. In its eyes flickered a glimmer of astonishment, not from injury, but from the tactical ingenuity of Ka-Fei, utilizing the constraints imposed upon me to sustain the existence of the world. Employing a purely physical assault to bypass the defensive rules, the Ling Wang's voice carried a hint of admiration. A clever approach indeed. However, that is all it is. In an instant, its figure materialized behind Ka-Fei. This time, it did not invoke rule modification but raised its hand instead. In that hand coalesced the weight of the entire world. Allow me to demonstrate what true world power is. The hand descended. Ka-Fei raised his hand to block. The moment their hands collided, a resounding crack echoed. The entire virtual realm began to disintegrate. This was not mere physical destruction, but a fundamental collapse of existence itself. The pale sands of the sea transformed from existence to non-existence. The illusory sky shifted from being to nothingness, and all matter and energy returned to the primordial void. The Ling Wang wielded its supreme authority as a wedge, negating the very concept of existence in localized areas. This was one of its ultimate powers as the foundation of the world. In this area gradually succumbing to the void, two figures stood opposed. One, a traveler from another world, possessed the power to annihilate galaxies, attempting to forcibly shatter the rules with sheer strength. The other, the supreme existence of the death god world, possessed omniscience and omnipotence, embodying the very rules themselves. This was a confrontation of absolute power versus omniscience and omnipotence. A battle between the outsider and the will of the world. Continue. It has been a long time since I have encountered such a formidable opponent. How exhilarating this is. Ka-Fei gazed at his arm, which was beginning to verge on the void, his eyes ignited with an unprecedented battle spirit. Omniscience and omnipotence are indeed formidable. Ka-Fei suddenly leaped back, distancing himself from the Ling Wang. His breath firmly locked onto that figure of light. A long-dormant stirring from deep within his bloodline began to awaken. It seems that the normal state of qi is indeed insufficient to unsettle the very essence of your world. Ka-Fei murmured softly, his hands slowly clenching into fists at his sides. In the next moment, a suppressed yet explosive roar erupted from the depths of Ka-Fei's throat. Centered around him, an unimaginable golden aura surged skyward. This was not an ordinary release of energy, but a qualitative transformation of life itself. The sound crackled and fizzled. His originally black hair, washed in the golden flames, stood upright and visibly transformed into a dazzling gold. What is this? Even the perpetually calm Ling Wang saw for the first time a clear ripple in its starry eyes. It was no longer merely an enhancement of energy, but an indication that this being was undergoing a fundamental evolution or liberation. Ka-Fei's body slightly crouched, his muscular contours becoming strikingly defined amidst the golden flames, brimming with explosive power. His platinum tail swayed joyfully behind him. He slowly lifted his head. His hair ablaze like a burning flame, his emerald eyes icy and sharp. Surrounded by golden flames, he appeared as a war god descended to the mortal realm. Super Saiyan Stage 1. The virtual realm, already on the brink of collapse, emitted a mournful cry under the sudden surge of power amplified by 50 times. Large chunks of space shattered like broken glass, revealing the chaotic void beyond. Time itself became thoroughly disordered, as matter and energy were thrown into utter chaos by the violent aura. Merely the stance of transformation already surpassed the full power explosion of his prior state. The Ling Wang's raised hand hesitated momentarily. It could sense that the energy released by the opponent, known as qi, had reached a critical point in terms of density, strength, and the pure will of destruction and conquest contained within it. The efficiency of its rule transformation began to falter. Ling Wang, Ka-Fei's voice, infused with the cold and madness characteristic of the Super Saiyan state, pierced through the howling energy. Are you not the rules of this world? He suddenly stepped forward. In that instant, pure power brazenly curtailed the spread of non-existence. Then I shall use this brute force to convey the answer. Ka-Fei's figure vanished in an instant. When absolute power exceeds the limits defined by the rules, upon reappearing, he found himself directly in front of the Ling Wang, a fist enveloped in golden flames and lightning, launching towards that calm visage of light in the most direct and ferocious manner. The so-called omniscience and omnipotence are merely a thicker sheet of paper. Boom. The clash of the fist against the wall of rules resounded, no longer a mere impact sound, but an explosive sound mingled with the terrifying rupture of spatial structure. The rule wall before the Ling Wang trembled violently, spiderweb-like cracks appearing visibly. Though it was still rapidly repairing, for the first time, that speed could not keep pace with the rate of destruction. Ka Feijia's fist, pressing against the continuously fracturing and reconstituting rules, steadfastly advanced inch by inch. The speed at which the stars swirled in the Ling Wang's eyes suddenly quickened, and it raised its hand again, gathering an even greater force of world energy, attempting to crush this audacious fist that dared to challenge the rules. Futile, Ka Feijia roared. The golden flames surrounding him surged once more, and his emerald eyes reflected nothing but absolute battle intent. Explode. Boom. This time, the shockwave capable of obliterating stars on a physical level struck with concentrated force at a single point. The Ling Wang could manipulate the rules, could convert energy. Yet, against this blow from the Super Saiyan that surpassed conventional energy realms, the efficiency of rule conversion was reduced to its minimum. To neutralize this shock, it would require erasing the very concept of Ka Feijia and Super Saiyan power itself, which meant engaging in a fundamental confrontation with this peak power from another world. The Ling Wang's body, composed of light, was struck squarely for the first time by this fist, which amalgamated absolute mass, speed, and destructive energy. Bang! An explosion far exceeding the previous one erupted. The Ling Wang was sent flying backward by this punch, rippling through its luminescent form, even experiencing a momentary flicker of light and dark. Wherever it passed, the void was briefly ignited by the golden flames. By utilizing power that transcended the conventional energy levels of the world, the absolute intensity of the attack was forcibly enhanced, causing the interference at the rule level to require a greater price, or even to temporarily become ineffective. The Ling Wang steadied itself, its voice remained calm. Yet beneath that calm lay a hint of scrutiny and gravity, a rather crude, yet effective method. Its figure flickered once more, instantly appearing beside Ka Feijia. In its hand, the gathered energy was no longer merely the world's power, but a radiant force infused with more concepts of existence and stability, as if holding up a small piece of the world in urgent need of maintenance. Now, let me see if your brute strength from another world can withstand the immense pressure of sustaining the world itself. The hand descended. Ka Feijia, undaunted, thrust his fist, enveloped in golden flames, against the oncoming force. The moment their fists collided again, crack. This sound transcended the realm of sound. At the point of collision, an extreme black dot emerged. Centered around that black dot, the conflict between existence and non-existence, rules and brute force, the world and the outsider erupted in totality. The entire virtual realm began its irreversible collapse. On this battlefield, hastening towards ultimate nothingness, the golden aura blazed like an eternal sun, engaged in a decisive confrontation with the luminous embodiment of the world's essence, an encounter that would determine the fate of existence. Proceed. Ka Feijia shook his somewhat numb fists, the golden flame continuing to burn fiercely, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. As you wish. The Spirit King radiated brilliance, gathering the weight of the world in his grasp. Your power indeed transcends the comprehension of most entities in this realm. The Spirit King's voice remained calm, akin to the declaration of an objective truth. However, transcendence of understanding does not equate to an inability to respond. My omniscience allows me to extrapolate the operational patterns of your power. My omnipotence enables me to mobilize the world itself to counteract it. Ka Feijia's emerald eyes fixated intensely on the Spirit King. The might of the Super Saiyan granted him the qualification to confront directly, yet, as the Spirit King noted, it resembled a struggle against the world's corrective force through brute strength, a war of attrition unfavorable to him. Is that so? Ka Feijia's lips curled into a smile. What if there exists more than one power that transcends understanding? The Spirit King's luminous form hesitated momentarily. In the next instant, the golden flames enveloping Ka Feijia underwent a sudden transformation. 9 pitch-black orbs of Chiu materialized silently behind him, rotating quietly. Each orb contained the powers of Yin and Yang, embodying a creation that surpassed both bloodline limits and bloodline elimination, possessing formidable offensive and defensive capabilities in their own right. In the Spirit King's starlit gaze, he perceived yet another completely independent, self-contained system of power, equally touching the realm of rules, manifesting within a single entity. Kaifiza flexed his neck, producing a faint cracking sound. The golden aura intertwined with the subtle power of the six paths, amplifying his presence into something more peculiar and potent. Taste this. With a thought, one of the Chodao Yu instantly transformed, elongating into a pitch-black spear entwined with golden lightning, hurtling towards the Spirit King at a speed beyond perception. The Spirit King raised a hand, and the shield of the world re-emerged. However, this time swoosh. The black Chodao Yu spear pierced through the edge of the world's shield, as if it were butter. Though it lodged only a fraction before being halted and eroded by the stronger force of the world. It undoubtedly demonstrated that the assault of this primordial power carried greater penetrative capability against the Spirit King's rule-based defenses, constructed upon spiritual particles. Interesting, this different rule-based creation. The Spirit King remarked, as the pierced world shield swiftly repaired itself, while more luminous chains extended from the void, entangling Kaifiza. Not yet finished. Kaifiza bellowed. His nine-tomo reincarnation merging with his Saiyan bloodline to form a mutated dual pupil that widened dramatically. For the first time, the Spirit King made a discernible evasive maneuver. His omniscience seemed capable of sensing attacks from imperceptible dimensions, yet the response required time, and the rules needed to decipher the essence of such an assault. Puff, puff, puff. Universal annihilation. Seizing this opportunity, Kaifiza manifested several gray bone spikes in his palm, radiating a terrifying aura that promised to extinguish all life and reduce it to dust. Launching forth. Yet, in the face of this lethal attack capable of obliterating any being, the Spirit King merely watched calmly as the bone spikes approached. The spikes penetrated the Spirit King's luminous form, yet evoked no change. No disintegration, no transformation into dust, merely passing through an illusion. Ineffective? Kaifiza furrowed his brow. My existence is not life. The Spirit King's voice elucidated his confusion. I embody the will of the world, the incarnation of rules. The keystone maintaining balance across the three realms. The concept of death holds no significance for me. How can your attempts to terminate life affect the world itself? Kaifiza's heart sank. Indeed, the universal annihilation, targeting living entities, proved futile against the Spirit King's existential form. One of his most formidable techniques lay rendered useless. The Spirit King seemed disinclined to grant him further contemplation. With hands raised, the disintegrating void, or what remained of it, appeared to come alive. An inexhaustible tide of world power coalesced into a tangible surge of light, compressing towards Kaifiza from all directions. The pressure surged. Kaifiza roared, unleashing the might of the Super Saiyan and the power of the six paths to their utmost limits, as the nine Chodao Yu rapidly revolved before him, forming a dark barrier to withstand the onslaught of the luminous tide. Chapter 133, Quadruple Overlapping State. Crack, crack. The Chodao Yu barrier began to fissure. Confronted with the overwhelming force of the world's power, even the creations of the bloodline net seemed powerless. Damn it, if that is the case. A flicker of resolve crossed Kaifiza's eyes. The golden aura of the Super Saiyan surged once more, but this time, its form began to undergo radical transformation. It no longer merely erupted outward. Instead, it began to outline and coalesce around him. A colossal, semi-transparent blue skeletal frame rapidly constructed itself, centered around Kaifiza. However, this skeletal form was not the traditional humanoid shape of Susanoo, but rather a giant ape roaring towards the heavens. The mutated Susanoo, giant ape edition, the towering blue energy skeleton, hundreds of meters high, enveloped Kaifiza at its head. This was a fusion of the Saiyan great ape transformation and the defensive and offensive form of Susanoo, resulting in a bizarre evolution. But that was not the end. Within the skeletal frame, Kaifiza howled, and his body underwent further transformation. Muscles bulged, bones cracked, and his form began to swell within the giant ape skeleton, rising higher. His body hair grew wildly, and in an instant, he forced his way into the great ape transformation while in Super Saiyan state. Golden fur covered his entire body, his simian visage more fearsome than ever. And the already terrifying power surged exponentially with the enhancement of the great ape transformation, tenfold amplification. At this moment, he embodied the quadruple overlapping state of the Super Saiyan great ape mode encased within the Susanoo skeleton. Roar. A roar that could shatter the very stars erupted from the mouth of the energy giant ape skeleton. The tangible sound waves, mingled with the tempestuous aura, forcefully dispersed a significant portion of the encroaching tide of light. The Spirit King's luminous form momentarily retreated in the face of this unprecedented composite power. The forced fusion of multiple overlapping rule systems from different universes caused the stars in the Spirit King's gaze to flicker intensely, seemingly striving to analyze this intricately complex state. This surpassed the realm of conventional evolution. It was the forced assembly of a monster. The best monsters are those that can kill you. The Kaifiza within the giant ape skeleton, in giant ape form, unleashed a thunderous roar, commanding the massive blue skeleton to smash down. The Spirit King, no longer overconfident, thrust his hands forward, summoning an incredibly solid light shield, seemingly compressed from countless world visions. Boom! At the moment of impact between fist and shield, the entire void battlefield seemed to freeze for an instant, before all concepts of existence and non-existence were stirred into the most primordial chaos around the point of collision. The shockwave even briefly created a small pocket of temporary space governed by basic physical laws, only to be utterly obliterated by the subsequent waves of power. The Spirit King's light shield appeared extensively cracked, while Kaifiza's Susanoo giant ape skeleton's fist shattered significantly. Effective. Kaifiza's spirit surged, disregarding the toll, as another colossal skeletal fist followed suit, and the Chiao Dao Yu behind him transformed into various weapon forms, launching a torrential assault. The Spirit King's figure flickered amidst the onslaught, deflecting and counterattacking. The battle escalated into a full-blown frenzy. Kaifiza unleashed all his tactics, revealing the trump cards accumulated through traversing multiple worlds, utilizing Chiao Dao Yu to defend against inescapable rule-based attacks. Confronted by the terrifying might of the Susanoo's colossal skeletal frame, one could either engage directly or utilize the Yomi Hirazaka to breach spatial barriers for a surprise assault. Even the formidable 6 paths of Earth explosion stars were employed in an attempt to establish a seal, yet all endeavors were effortlessly unraveled by the Spirit King. With an absolute dominion over this world, the Spirit King adeptly countered every move. He could instantaneously analyze the principles behind the majority of Kaifiza's attacks, save for the core essence of Ki and the 6 paths power, which remained somewhat elusive, and responded with minimal expenditure of his worldly strength. The battle raged on, seemingly fierce, yet Kaifiza's heart grew increasingly heavy. He sensed a gradual suppression enveloping him. Despite his terrifying power in the quadruple overlapping state, maintaining such a form exacted a monumental toll on his spirit and energy. The Spirit King, however, appeared to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of worldly strength as his backing, with each of his responses being both efficient and precise, consuming far less than Kaifiza's. Even more daunting was the fact that the Spirit King continually learned and adapted during the conflict. His understanding of Ki and the 6 paths power deepened, making his counteractions ever more composed. Many of Kaifiza's unique techniques that initially bore significant results diminished drastically upon subsequent attempts. With a resounding crash, one side of the Susanoo's skeletal form was shattered by the torrent of the Spirit King's worldly strength, sending Kaifiza reeling, his blood spilling from the corners of his mouth in the great ape form. Your power, after all, has its limits, the Spirit King's voice resonated, his radiant form seemingly unyielding. My strength, however, is derived from this world. As long as the world remains intact, my power is boundless. I have witnessed nearly all your tactics. Your defeat is inevitable. Gasping for breath, Kaifiza felt the rapid depletion of his strength. The transformation into Super Saiyan was becoming increasingly unsustainable, while his great ape form was straining his stamina, and the reserves of 6 paths power and ocular strength were dwindling. Was he truly destined to fall here? No. He still possessed one final trump card. A profound and enigmatic wave emanated from Kaifiza's eyes. Oh, a new ability? The Spirit King, sensing a hint of caution, began to erect a more fortified defense with his worldly power. The technique of state reversion manifested strange ripples centered around Kaifiza, sweeping over his form. In the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded that even made the Spirit King flinch. The scars upon Kaifiza, the shattered Susanoo frame, the waning aura, all unfavorable conditions rapidly reversed, as if rewinding a video. The broken bones were restored, wounds healed, and the nearly depleted energy surged back to its peak state. Only the forms of Super Saiyan and the great ape remained intact. the state reversion ocular technique. At the cost of an immense amount of ocular power, approximately 1/3 of his total reserve, forcefully reverted him to his prime condition. It could be applied to oneself or others. What? The Spirit King's omniscience seemed unable to fully comprehend this illogical phenomenon at first glance. Though he could manipulate the rules of time, it was based on the framework of this world. The operational principles of Kafaza's ocular technique appeared to touch upon a more primordial concept of time. The battle had only just entered its second round. Kafaza, nearly at full capacity once more, though the ocular power was significantly drained, commanded the restored Susanoo skeletal frame to unleash a thunderous roar, charging once again towards the Spirit King. The Spirit King paused for a moment, the brilliance in his starry eyes intensifying. It seems I have underestimated your aberrant nature. Thus, I must engage more earnestly. He no longer merely drew upon worldly strength to respond, but slowly raised both hands. The entire void battlefield, on the brink of collapse, suddenly fell silent. Kafaza then sensed not only the worldly power, but also the very fundamental rules that constituted this realm of death, converging towards the Spirit King's grasp. Chapter 134, the second round? The visage of the Spirit King, composed solely of pure light, seemed to reveal a faint, contemplative fluctuation. No, this is merely the prelude to the finale. As he gradually raised his hands, the void began to seethe. This was neither an accumulation of energy nor the generation of matter, but rather something far more essential. The foundational rules that make up this realm of death were being forcibly extracted and manifested. Kafaza's heavy gaze narrowed. Before him, the world transformed into an immense web woven from countless delicate threads. These threads represented the boundaries of life and death, the cycle of spiritual particles, the flow of time, the structure of space, and the connections of causality. At this moment, within the area between the Spirit King's hands, several of the most robust and core rule threads were being forcibly stripped away, twisted, and condensed. Your power indeed originates from beyond this world, its complexity defying conventional categorization. The Spirit King intoned, his voice resonating like the whispers of countless laws of existence. Then, I shall converse with you using the roots of this world. The first principle, the lock of the spiritual particle cycle. The Spirit King grasped with his left hand, summoning an ethereal chain composed of countless intricate runes and the luminescence of souls. The moment the chain emerged, all spiritual particles within the void battlefield fell into a peculiar stasis, ceasing to flow and respond to any call, as if rendered immobile by invisible shackles. Kafaza immediately perceived that the energy required to maintain the Susanoo skeletal frame had become exceedingly sluggish. The radiance of the frame dimmed slightly, and its movements grew somewhat uncoordinated. The second principle, the anchor of existence definition. With a gentle touch of his right hand, an unassuming yet radiant anchor, a manifestation of certainty, reality, and existence, slowly descended into the void below. In that instant, Kafaza felt a sudden intensification of rejection and negation emanating from the very fabric of the world. His existence itself, along with the powers that did not belong to this world, and even the concept of his being an outsider, felt as though they were being pinned down by an invisible anchor, while the foundational rules of this world vehemently repelled and compressed him, attempting to erase him. The consumption required to maintain the Super Saiyan form surged dramatically. The third principle, the ring of causal convergence. Before the Spirit King's voice had even finished, Kafaza roared and launched his attack. He could not allow him to continue. With each additional fundamental rule invoked, his situation would worsen exponentially. Roar. The fully manifested Susanoo skeletal frame clenched its fists, entwined with golden flames and the power of the black Taoist orb, hurtling towards the Spirit King like two fallen meteors. Kafaza himself, positioned within the head of the great ape frame, opened his heavy eyes wide, attempting to disrupt the Spirit King's control over the rules with his ocular power. In the face of this cataclysmic onslaught, the Spirit King merely gave a gentle shake of the spiritual particle cycle lock in his left hand. With a resounding clatter, the ethereal chains instantly extended and diversified, transforming into countless delicate nets of rules that enveloped the entire area of attack. The fists of the Susanoo skeletal frame, capable of obliterating planets, experienced a staggering deceleration of 90% upon entering the net of rules. It was as though they had sunk into an invisible quagmire, their power diffused and nullified layer by layer. The energy constituting the fists exhibited unstable fluctuations, as if the chains were forcibly dismantling them back to their primordial spiritual particle state. Under the influence of the existence definition anchor, the 9 Taoist orb spears faced severe interference, their effectiveness rendered hollow and feeble, nearly incapable of posing any genuine threat to the Spirit King. The third principle, the ring of causal convergence. The Spirit King's voice calmly concluded its declaration. A luminous ring, woven from countless intricate lines of causality, appeared behind him, slowly spinning. In the next moment, all of Kafaza's attacks, whether physical strikes, energy impacts, or the thrusts of the Taoist orbs, were forcibly interfered with and distorted in terms of cause and effect. The fist that was destined to strike the Spirit King inexplicably veered off by a nearly imperceptible degree at the last moment, grazing the luminous form of the Spirit King. The trajectory of the Chiu Dao Yu spear was subtly altered, resulting in a collision between them. Even the mental interference initiated by Ka Fei Jia through his ocular power was diverted by the ring of causality, rendered ineffective in the void. All attacks, utterly futile. What? Ka Fei Jia's heart quaked with disbelief. He could comprehend defense and negation, but this direct manipulation of causality that rendered his attacks impotent was simply unfathomable. This was no longer merely a clash of power, but a manipulation of fate itself. Your strength is indeed formidable. Under the protection of the web of rules and the halo of causality, the Spirit King's figure seemed invincible. Yet, in this world, reason resides in my hands. Your might cannot reach the correct cause, and thus cannot yield the desired effect. As the words fell, the Spirit King lightly touched Ka Fei Jia's Susanoo skeletal frame with his right index finger. There was no grand display, no terrifying energy fluctuations. Yet Ka Fei Jia felt an irresistible force of correction emanating from that finger, acting upon his Susanoo skeleton. The blue energy that formed the skeleton began to disintegrate from its fundamental structural level. It was not violently shattered, but rather its very existence was denied by the conjunction of the ring of causality and the anchor of existence, subsequently dismantled by the lock of spiritual particles, returning to the cycle of the world. Crack, crack. The hundreds of meters high Susanoo skeleton crumbled like a weathered sand sculpture, transforming inch by inch into the most primordial points of spiritual light, dissipating into the void. Despite Ka Fei Jia's frantic attempts to rewind time, the speed of his recovery could not keep pace with the rate of disintegration. His thrice daily temporal rewinds had already exhausted his ocular power. Roar! In his giant ape form, Ka Fei Jia let out a defiant roar, bursting forth from the collapsing skeleton, enveloped in a tempestuous golden aura, charging towards the Spirit King like a golden meteor. Since ranged and energy attacks were ineffective, he would engage in close combat, utilizing the primal might of his Super Saiyan Great Ape form. The Spirit King neither flinched nor evaded, merely raised his left hand, and the lock of spiritual particles coiled around Ka Fei Jia as if it possessed life. Ka Fei Jia's heavy eyes spun wildly, attempting to predict the trajectory of the chain. His speed was astonishing, leaving countless afterimages in the air, shifting positions hundreds of times in an instant. However, the chain seemed to foresee all his evasive maneuvers, blocking him with precision each time. Even more terrifying was that wherever the chain passed, the properties of space were temporarily altered, filled with repulsion and inertia against Ka Fei Jia's power. Finally, after an extreme maneuver that failed to completely evade the chain, its end lightly grazed Ka Fei Jia's robust arm transformed by the great ape form. Hiss! There was no tangible sensation. Yet Ka Fei Jia felt the surging power within his arm abruptly halt. It was as if the channels through which his energy and life force flowed had been temporarily sealed. Although it lasted only an instant, and he quickly broke free under his full charge, that brief pause was enough to expose a flaw in his movements. Chapter 135, Escape. The Spirit King's right hand, bearing the weight of the world, had silently landed upon Ka Fei Jia's chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Ka Fei Jia's giant ape form was sent hurtling backwards at a speed faster than his approach, trailing a copious amount of blood. He felt his internal organs shift, his bones groaning under the immense strain, the aura of the Super Saiyan flickering dangerously, almost slipping away. The fourth fundamental, the wedge of life and death. The Spirit King's voice resonated like a death knell, once more reverberating through the air. A wedge of light, shifting between the verdant hues of life and the ashen tones of death, materialized before him. The moment the wedge appeared, Ka Fei Jia felt his vitality begin to fluctuate erratically, as though being forcibly dragged from the realm of life to the shores of death, only to be pulled back by some unseen force. This was not merely a physical injury, but an erosion that directly impacted the essence of life itself. His self-healing abilities and recovery speed were severely hindered and suppressed. Cough. Ka Fei Jia steadied himself from a distance, coughing up clots of blood from his great ape form. His heavy gaze fixated on the four fundamental constructs floating beside the Spirit King: the lock of spiritual particles, the anchor of existence, the ring of causality, and the wedge of life and death. Each one effectively countered one or more of his abilities. The combination of the four nearly sealed off all possibilities of breaking through. Power, Super Saiyan Great Ape Transformation, was interfered with by the ring of causality, making effective strikes difficult. Energy, Chi and Chakra, was restrained by the lock of spiritual particles, with sluggish operation and significantly diminished external attack efficacy. Existence itself, the outsider, was repelled and negated by the anchor of existence. Vitality was eroded and disrupted by the wedge of life and death. A desperate situation. Ka Fei Jia could feel his strength rapidly depleting under the impact of that last strike and the persistent erosion of the wedge of life and death. The Super Saiyan transformation was nearing its limits, and the great ape form was exhausting his already dwindling stamina. While his ocular power was on the verge of exhaustion due to the previous time rewinds and sustained high-load operation. Could this truly be the end? Faced with an opponent capable of wielding the fundamental rules of the world and standing nearly invincible, did he have a chance of victory? The Spirit King slowly approached him. Surrounded by the four fundamental constructs, akin to a deity wielding authority. Warrior from a foreign land, you have displayed astonishing resilience and strength. The Spirit King's voice bore no trace of emotion. But the journey of invasion and plunder ends here. Your existence, your power, shall be reclaimed by this world to mend the destruction hastened by your presence. Accept your end. The lock of spiritual particles coiled like a constrictor. The light of the anchor of existence locked onto his soul. The ring of causality spun, heralding the conclusion of his defeat. The wedge of life and death flickered, ready to consign his life to the realm of death. The fourfold execution of fundamental rules was imminent. Under the immense pressure, his mind operated at an unprecedented speed. The fundamental rules the Spirit King could invoke, for it was the wedge of the world, a part of the rules. A wildly audacious thought, like a flash of lightning in the darkness, coursed through his mind. His gaze fixed intently upon the four constructs of fundamental rules beside the Spirit King, especially the wedge of life and death that continually shifted between life and death, wagering everything on one last desperate gamble. Just as the fourfold execution of rules was about to descend upon him, the deep-seated unwillingness within Ka Fei Jia erupted. He chose not to defend or evade, but instead boldly rushed towards the wedge that fluctuated between life and death. The Spirit King seemed taken aback by his suicidal action, pausing imperceptibly for a moment. Now is the time. Ka Fei Jia's hands clasped together in front of his chest, forming a shallow strike, the essence of the Zanpakuto. The most fundamental rules of the Soul Society. The power of creation ignited. Not to create an external object, but to forcibly construct the most primitive and purest shallow strike between his palms. A blade, blank and resonating with no soul, merely a conceptual prototype of the Zanpakuto. A pitch-black blade, covered in undefined patterns, instantaneously formed in his hands. It bore no special abilities, did not amplify spiritual pressure, nor did it carry any rules. Its sole characteristic was that it belonged to this world, the very root of the Soul Reaper power system of this realm. The fourfold execution of the Spirit King was upon him. The lock of spiritual particles coiled around his limbs. The light of the anchor of existence enveloped his entire being. The ring of causality signified his demise, and the wedge of life and death aimed directly at his heart. Ka Fei Jia grasped the freshly birthed pitch-black shallow strike with both hands. He understood no swordsmanship, nor any techniques of cutting. He could only perform the most primitive of actions, channeling all the remnants of his strength, the aura of a Super Saiyan, and the raw power of a great ape into this blade, then striking fiercely at the pivotal wedge of life and death. This was not aimed at the true form of the Spirit King, but rather at the rule-based entity that was undergoing the transition between life and death. For the first time, a semblance of astonishment flickered in the Spirit King's starry eyes. He had not anticipated an assault on the very fabric of rules. Nor did he foresee that the weapon employed would be such a primal and orthodox creation of a Shinigami. The shallow edge of the blade grazed the cusp of the life and death wedge's transformation, in that delicate moment straddling existence and oblivion. Where the rules had yet to be fully defined, a faint yet distinct sound of fracture echoed. The luster of the life and death wedge suddenly became chaotic. Its rhythm of transformation interrupted. The deadly array of quadruple rules faltered momentarily due to the anomaly within one of its components. The restraints of the Lingzi lock loosened slightly. The repulsion of the existence anchor weakened, and the causal loop's movement hesitated for an instant. Yet, Kafiza paid a grave price. Forcibly creating and wielding that strike nearly drained him of his last vestiges of strength. The Super Saiyan state dissipated, the great ape transformation receded, and the Susanoo framework collapsed entirely, leaving him in a state of utter exhaustion. His chest was grazed by the residual energy of the life and death wedge, a horrific wound erupting that nearly exposed his innards. Fortunately, having consumed the fruit of the divine tree, he possessed a formidable self-healing capability. These injuries were but trifles to him. He had awaited this moment. System, now is the time. Return to the Dragon Ball universe. Received. No time for nonsense. Go. Buzz. The light instantly engulfed Kafiza's battered form. The Spirit King quickly regained his composure, directing the full force of the remaining 3 rules toward that orb of white light, attempting to completely seal and crush this space. Just before the white light was obliterated, it broke free from the constraints of the rules, vanishing into the void like pencil marks erased by an eraser. Only a small fragment of space remained, utterly disheveled and chaotic, alongside the remnants of the black shallow blade that had just been birthed and was now disintegrating without a master. The Spirit King hovered quietly amidst the chaos as the disrupted wedge of life and death gradually stabilized, albeit with a significantly dimmed radiance. He raised his hand, observing the fragments of the shallow blade dissipate into specks of light. With the tools of this world, one can strike at the rules of this world. The Spirit King's voice echoed in the void. Outsider, your capacity for learning and adaptation exceeds expectations. What a pity that new substitute materials could not be retained. The flow of light reversed rapidly, and everything within the realm of the Shinigami began to regress swiftly, returning to the moment before Kafiza's arrival. Everything began anew. Chapter 136, The Desire for Divine Authority. In the Dragon Ball world, on the planet Adonis, a beam of white light tore through space, and Kafiza's figure plummeted to the cold ground like a kite with severed strings. He gasped for breath, the ghastly penetrating wound on his chest a shocking sight, its edges still radiating faint, yet stubborn, anomalous fluctuations. Intense pain engulfed his body, but at this moment, that pain paled in comparison to the relief of having survived. He coughed and struggled to half kneel, feeling the indomitable Saiyan vitality within him battling against the encroaching rules that did not belong to this world. The recovery was agonizingly slow, with both stamina and energy nearly depleted. Without the slightest hesitation, Kafiza retrieved a senzu bean from his spatial pouch and swallowed it whole, yet the effect was minimal. Perhaps it was entangled with the power of the rules. Since one bean was insufficient, he consumed several more. 2, 3, 4, until he had exhausted the entire small pouch of senzu beans. Only then did the wound begin to visibly heal, and his depleted energy surged anew. In mere moments, his gravely injured state was replaced by a full revival. Phew, I'm alive. Kafiza exhaled a long breath, feeling a lingering dread as he touched his chest. Restored to its original state, I almost met my end there. The Spirit King's eyes, reflecting the stars, and the power that could rewrite rules with a mere gesture, nearly omniscient and omnipotent, were deeply etched in his mind. This was his first direct confrontation with a deity who governed the very essence of the world, and the outcome was a harrowing defeat and flight. Had it not been for that fleeting moment of inspiration that birthed the shallow blade, disrupting the operation of the wedge of life and death, coupled with the system's relentless compulsion to traverse realms, he might have truly become the new wedge of the Shinigami world, replacing the Spirit King. No matter how high his combat power, facing a genuine mechanistic anomaly left him utterly at its mercy. Kafiza shook his head with a bitter smile. This lesson was indelibly etched into his memory. In the realm of Shinigami, he possessed the explosive potential to annihilate star systems, yet the Spirit King easily neutralized, mocked, and countered him using the fundamental rules of the world. Pure strength appeared so clumsy and powerless in the face of higher dimensional authority and rules, reigning in his thoughts. Since he had returned, the urgent matter was to grasp the developments in the Dragon Ball universe during his absence. He reached out mentally, summoning a remaining avatar. The avatar instantly materialized before him, merging into his essence like a stream of light, and a wealth of memories swiftly coalesced in Kafiza's mind. First came the report from the business manager, Kanabad. The Universe Patrol organization had sent a formal invitation, hoping to meet with the highest authority of the Adonis faction to discuss issues related to maintaining stability in the cosmic region. Due to the main body's absence, the Avatar had not provided a clear response. Dr. Jero remained absorbed in his heavily fortified private laboratory, focused on the development and enhancement of the android series, with his loyalty to Kafiza having been firmly established under mental suggestion. Meanwhile, the number of members under the Adonis organization had increased significantly since his departure, though they were primarily expendable characters. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, now each leading their own teams, acted as efficient pacifiers during the expansion of the Adonis faction, systematically quelling stubborn resistance on newly acquired planets. Their frequent battles, coupled with the assistance of cradle treatment pods, led to steady increases in their strengths. Vegeta's combat power had surged to 300,000, Nappa to 180,000, and Raditz to 130,000. Vegeta, the battle fanatic, showed no signs of slackening. After reviewing the information, Kafiza tugged at the corners of his mouth. He could easily imagine the fierce expression on Vegeta's face, always determined not to be outdone as he trained relentlessly to catch up with him. He truly is giving it his all. However, having just teetered on the brink of death, he had once again awakened the potential of his Saiyan physiology. He accessed his personal panel. Name, Kafiza Current World, Dragon Ball Race, Saiyan Age, 8 Combat Power, 400,000,000 Skills, Saiyan Flight Technique, Artificial Moon, Basic Energy Attack, Great Ape Transformation, Barrier, Reincarnation All Abilities, Status Rewind, Creation Power, 400 million Combat Power. Vegeta wants to catch up? Without miraculous fortunes or decades of arduous training, it is utterly impossible. Yet, this is still insufficient. He recalled the truly transcendent beings within the Dragon Ball universe: Ko, Kaioshin, gods of destruction, angels, and even Xeno. They do not pursue the extreme aura like the Saiyans. They wield the powers of creation, destruction, and time, the very essence of the universe. That is true strength. The Universe Patrol. Kafiza's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the throne. This organization maintains order in the 7th universe and may have some connection or indirect communication channels with the Ko and Kaioshin. Their supreme leader, the King of the Galaxy, might serve as a crucial entry point. Through them, he could connect with the Kaioshin and learn the true power of divinity and creation. A clear plan began to take shape in Kafiza's mind. He need not abandon the path of Saiyan combat evolution, but he must address the fatal shortcoming in understanding rules and divine power. He requires a more systematic and professional mentor to guide him in mastering the divine powers, ultimately allowing him to harness the forces of creation and ascend to divinity. Solely pursuing destructive capabilities will invariably lead to mediocrity. The true essence of strength lies in the ability to create and define the very rules of existence. Suddenly, new garments materialized, replacing his tattered beggar's attire. Subsequently, a command was swiftly communicated through the messaging device to the busy crowd. 3 days later, within the deliberation chamber of the Adonis organization, key officials gathered. Vegeta and his companions returned from their field mission, still radiating an aura of unresolved intensity. The virtual projection of Dr. Guo appeared in his designated seat, while Kanabade arrived via teleportation from the trading space station. Upon seeing Ka Fei Jia in good health and exuding an even stronger presence than before, the group visibly breathed a sigh of relief, initially fearing a dire situation. Let us address the matter at hand. Kanabade, regarding the invitation from the Galactic Patrol, please provide the details. Kanabade promptly retrieved the information. The invitation originated from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, expressing a desire for a face-to-face meeting. The contact person is an officer named Gabe, and the invitation was formally worded, indicating interest in our cradle technology and our model of expanding influence. As for the time and place, they expressed flexibility, suggesting any time in a public star domain or a designated safe area of our choosing. Respond to them that we shall convene in 2 months at the Hermes space station, specifically in the Cradle Flagship Exhibition Hall's conference room. I will attend personally. Ka Fei Jia concurrently decided to prepare a gift, a sealed essence of the spirit tree. The essence? Na Ba appeared puzzled. To present to those soft-hearted officers? It serves as both a display and a means of introduction. Ka Fei Jia elaborated. The essence of the spirit tree can safely enhance strength and is a strategic resource for any organization. Bestowing it upon Gabe will convey goodwill and a commitment to collaboration, allowing the Galactic Patrol behind him to recognize our value firsthand. Simultaneously, we shall observe their reaction and the degree of importance they place on our non-technological methods of enhancing combat effectiveness. Dr. Guo's electronic voice chimed in. I recommend biologically encrypting the essence to prevent large-scale replication or reverse engineering. Rest assured, I have already encrypted it biologically. It is impossible for anyone to replicate or reverse engineer it on a large scale. Canabade, you have full authority to arrange the meeting. Enhance the security of the space station to the highest level while maintaining a relaxed exterior and a tight internal structure. Vegeta, each of you should select members to lead teams, ensuring they can showcase our strength. Understood. The group acknowledged their orders. Dr. Guo, Ka Fei Jia turned to the virtual image. I have high hopes for your android project. I require stronger, more reliable, and absolutely loyal advanced combatants. Resources will be prioritized. Thank you for your trust, my lord. I vow to create androids that will meet your expectations. Dr. Guo replied, taken aback by the praise. Ka Fei Jia finally addressed the assembly. Our meeting with the Galactic Patrol aims not only to address immediate concerns, but also to establish a channel towards higher realms. He did not explicitly mention the King of Realms or the King of God, yet the underlying significance of his words was not lost on the core individuals present. Chapter 137, Business Cooperation Meeting 2 months later. In the exclusive training chamber, Ka Fei Jia deactivated the gravitational field and approached the combat power testing device. This apparatus was meticulously crafted by Dr. Guo, capable of measuring values up to 1 billion. The screen displayed 48.7 billion, a remarkable increase of nearly 1 billion from 400 million 2 months prior. Yet, no joy illuminated Ka Fei Jia's countenance. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. However, what good was it? Before the omniscient and omnipotent Spirit King, even a tenfold increase in strength would render him merely a puppet at the mercy of the rules. The issue lies not in quantity, but in quality. His confrontation with the Spirit King revealed his fatal flaw. Despite possessing numerous techniques, none truly grasped the essence of the rules. The Spirit King wielded the fundamental laws of the realm of death, cycle of souls, definitions of existence, and the cause and effect web, elements that constituted the source code of the world. In contrast, Ka Fei Jia's utilization of Qi was merely an application layer skill. No matter how formidable, it remained confined within the framework of rules, unable to transcend its limitations. He needed a power that could touch the very rules themselves, or at the very least, to learn how to contend against those rules. After deactivating the testing device, Ka Fei Jia changed out of his tattered training garments and exited the quiet room. Utilizing the intelligence system, he promptly transmitted an urgent assembly notification. Half an hour later, in the deliberation hall, Lord Ka Fei Jia, the trio of Vegeta arrived first, followed closely by Dr. Guo's holographic projection appearing in a seat, with Canabade also connecting remotely. Excellent. Since everyone is present, let us commence with the agenda. Dr. Guo, what is the status of the androids? Report, my lord. Android number 1 has achieved 98 stability, while the energy cores of number 2 and number 3 have just passed testing, with steady progress, though no significant breakthroughs as yet. Dr. Guo displayed the experimental logs. I am continuously improving the designs and expect to have them ready for deployment shortly. Ka Fei Jia nodded. Very well, I look forward to your results. He turned to Canabade. Any news from the Galactic Patrol? My lord, since your last agreement to meet, their supreme leader, the Galactic King, has expressed eagerness to engage with you. Additionally, they inquired about potential commercial collaborations with our planets. After a moment of contemplation, Ka Fei Jia consented to the collaboration request and entrusted Canabade with full responsibility, recognizing his expertise in this domain. Thank you for your trust, my lord. I will ensure it is handled well. Canabade responded. Vegeta, what is the status of the spirit tree essence? Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately stood to report. The second batch of spirit tree essences has fully matured and been harvested. Please provide further instructions. Excellent. The time has come. Ka-Fei-Jia then commanded. Dr. Gua, as per our previous plan, personally select one essence to serve as our gift for the meeting with the Galactic King. Furthermore, Canabate, contact the Galactic Patrol immediately. We shall convene in 3 days at the Hermes space station. He then turned to Vegeta and his companions. How has the selection of team members progressed? I do not wish for anyone to embarrass me this time. Naba, who was in charge of personnel selection, replied, Rest assured, my lord, the accompanying personnel have been selected per your requirements. All 3,000 combatants are elite, with a minimum combat power starting at 1,000, ensuring no errors will occur. Ka-Fei-Jia lightly tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought before stating, Not sufficient. A mere 1,000 combat power fails to reflect the true strength of Adonis. Vegeta, take a portion of the spirit tree essences, extract their juice, dilute it, and distribute it. I require these individuals to possess a minimum combat power of 10,000. Upon hearing this, Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz trembled with excitement. It is important to note that, even among the former Frieza force, those with combat power exceeding 10,000 were but a handful. Now, they were about to command 3,000 such advanced combatants, all under their management. To be able to serve alongside Lord Ka-Fei-Jia is truly a privilege. The three gazed at Ka-Fei-Jia with fervent eyes, making him somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to hastily conclude the meeting. 3 days later, at the Hermes space station. Within the conference room, Ka-Fei-Jia sat at the head of the table, with Vegeta and his companions standing behind him. The corridor was filled with escort personnel boasting combat powers exceeding 10,000, serving as a formidable presence. As the hatch opened, the Galactic Officer Gabe, resembling a character from a cartoon, and the Galactic King, resembling an octopus, entered. Both bore serious expressions, evidently intimidated by the formidable escort outside. Even among the Galactic Patrol, members with combat powers exceeding 10,000 were scarce, predominantly consisting of individuals with powers in the thousands or hundreds. This emerging force possesses such an impressive array of advanced combatants. It was fortunate they chose dialogue over conflict in the past. The Galactic King sensed the tranquil yet profound aura emanating from the young man in the main seat. The 3 Saiyans behind him emanated an astonishing sense of oppression. Their prowess remarkable. Ka-Fei-Jia spoke first. Welcome, esteemed guests from afar. It has come to my attention that the patrol headquarters has shown some interest in our Adonis. Gubei steadied himself. Indeed, the cradle technology has made significant contributions, and the headquarters hopes to establish formal procurement channels. Furthermore, your rapid expansion has sparked discussions. Are we to be the next frozen demon? Ka-Fei-Jia smiled enigmatically. Gubei's heart raced with anxiety, regretting his acceptance of this assignment. The Galactic King, however, admitted calmly, the universe requires order. Although you possess formidable strength, such might can be wielded for destruction or preservation. Excessive devastation will only incite the displeasure of the deities, inviting punishment. As the Galactic King, he was acutely aware of the existence of deities like the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai, hence he cautioned. You are correct. After all, I am also a peace-loving Saiyan, which is why I am here to discuss the maintenance of stability in the cosmic regions. Subsequently, Ka-Fei-Jia picked up a nearby sealed container and introduced. This is another one of our achievements, the spirit tree fruit. It is safe, without side effects, and can enhance combat power. One of these can approximately increase one's power by around 100,000. Gubei and the Galactic King's pupils dilated. An increase of 100,000 in combat power? This holds strategic value far surpassing that of a healing pod. Observing their astonished expressions, Ka-Fei-Jia pushed the container toward them. Let this serve as a gift for our initial collaboration, a testament of goodwill. Gubei solemnly accepted it. The Galactic King, aware that such a gift would not come without strings attached, directly inquired. Thank you for your generous gift. Such a valuable item must come with a request. Am I correct? Please, do not hesitate to articulate it. Perhaps I can assist. The Galactic King was indeed astute. Ka-Fei-Jia smiled. I hope to have the opportunity to personally meet the Supreme Kai, or the God of Destruction. The Galactic King felt a shiver. I did not expect you to be familiar with these two deities. As the Galactic King, I possess the authority to recommend others. I shall convey your request. Thereafter, both factions engaged in profound conversations regarding the establishment of cosmic peace and mutual technological exchanges, laying a solid foundation for future cooperation. Chapter 138, Saiyan. Defeating Frieza requires nothing more than a single finger. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the Galactic King arrived through a unique method, carefully cradling the sealed container in his hands. Before him stood two purple-skinned cosmic deities, Dong Jie Wangshin Saiyan and his attendant, Jie Baite. The Galactic King maintained the utmost respect, for since long ago, all the Kaishins had perished during the Majin Buu incident, leaving the young Saiyan as the sole remaining Supreme Kai, with Jie Baite serving as both his attendant and protector, although they had never officially interacted. As the guardians of cosmic order, the Galactic King was well aware of the existence of this solitary Supreme Kai. Galactic King? Saiyan's voice carried the unique pride of a deity. I remember you, the overseer of the Galactic Order. What brings you to the Supreme Kai realm today? It is an honor that you remember me, Lord Supreme Kai. The Galactic King bowed slightly. I come unannounced due to a matter that may require your attention. He presented the container. This is a gift from the leader of a burgeoning faction, known as the Spirit Tree Fruit. It is said to safely enhance combat power. However, I dare not use it recklessly, hence I brought it for your inspection. Jie Baite took the container, opened it, and examined the fruit meticulously. After a moment, a glimmer of astonishment crossed his eyes. The aura of creation, Lord Supreme Kai, Jie Baite whispered. Though rough, it indeed bears traces of creation. It is not the complete authority of creation, but rather an imitation, or perhaps it merely grazes the edges of that realm. The Galactic King was taken aback. The power of creation? Is that not a prerogative reserved for the Supreme Kai? Saiyan was equally astonished and inquired, what is the origin of the individual who bestowed this gift? A Saiyan named Ka Feijia, ruler of the planet Adonis. The Galactic King reported faithfully. He appeared suddenly in the universe about a year ago, vanquished Frieza, and rapidly established his own faction. He commands a considerable number of warriors with combat power exceeding 10,000, and has developed the Cradle Healing Pod technology. The Spirit Tree Fruit is reportedly their latest achievement. To think he could defeat Frieza, this Saiyan is indeed formidable, Saiyan mused. He recalled the warrior race, which typically leaned more towards destruction rather than creation and had previously aided Frieza's nefarious deeds. However, the ability to produce a fruit infused with the essence of creation was quite extraordinary. Saiyan fell into contemplation. Since the demise of the four preceding Supreme Kais, many ancient legacies had been severed. How could a mere mortal attain the power of creation? Logically, this should be a right exclusive to the Supreme Kai. Damn it. All because of Majin Buu, which led to the severance of our lineage. Saiyan gritted his teeth, wishing to obliterate Majin Buu at once. Yet, he and Jie Baite had searched the cosmos for centuries without discovering any trace of the sorcerer Bibidi. He gazed at the fruit in his hand. This Ka Feijia, regardless of how he accessed the threshold of the power of creation, is worth meeting. The power of creation should not be misused, but if someone can comprehend it correctly, they may bring a new balance to this universe. He made a decision, arrange a meeting. Jie Baite, you will go and bring him here. I shall await him. Yes, Jie Baite bowed in response. The Galactic King hesitated for a moment before asking, what about the fruit? Leave it here. I need to study the essence of creation contained within, Saiyan replied. With the purpose achieved, the Galactic King no longer lingered. With Jie Baite's assistance, he swiftly returned to his headquarters and simultaneously sent a message to Ka Feijia. Saiyan stood alone on the grass, his expression pensive. He had heard of the Spirit Tree. It was supposed to be a nefarious entity that plundered the life essence of planets. Yet, this fruit was now pure and vibrant with life. Although the method of creation was crude, the direction was correct. Could it be that a mortal has found the path to divinity? Saiyan murmured. Or is there something far more dangerous lurking behind this? He recalled the tragedy of Majin Buu, where the sorcerer Bibidi sought to create the ultimate life form, resulting in the sacrifice of 4 Supreme Kais to ensure the survival of the universe. I hope history does not repeat itself. Saiyan's gaze hardened. But if this Ka Feijia truly possesses the talent to access the power of creation, perhaps he can assist me. The current universe is too unbalanced. I find myself somewhat powerless. On the planet Adonis, Ka Feijia received the Galactic King's message. He set down the communicator. He had not anticipated that Dong Jie Wangshin Saiyan would send an attendant to escort him, which was somewhat unexpected but also a pleasant surprise. With Jiebai's help, he could reach the Supreme Kai realm instantaneously, saving him considerable trouble. He quickly arranged matters. Vegeta, during my absence, you will be fully responsible for Adonis. Dr. Gero will continue to advance the android project, and Kanaba will maintain commercial operations. The second batch of spirit tree fruits will be allocated for use as planned, prioritizing the enhancement of core combat power. My Lord Kafeja, is it truly safe for you to go alone? Vegeta inquired, frowning. Fear not. Although they are deities, their strength is not particularly impressive. In the original story during the Majin Buu arc, the Supreme Kai indeed gave the impression of immense power, claiming that defeating Frieza would require nothing more than a single finger. His personal combat power is estimated to be around 2 billion, while his attendance power is roughly equivalent to my base state of around 400 million. Knowing that my Super Saiyan form offers a 50-fold increase. With over 24 billion in combat power, who could possibly stand in my way? Remember, maintain the situation while I am away. Contact me through the emergency channel in case of any significant changes. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Kafeja boarded the prepared small spacecraft and set the coordinates for the Galactic Patrol headquarters, the agreed-upon transfer point with the Galactic King. Shortly thereafter, Kafeja's vessel was guided to land on the designated platform. The Galactic King awaited. Your Excellency Kafeja, Lord Jebite, will arrive shortly. Please follow me. They entered a tranquil reception room. Moments later, the space shimmered slightly, and the figure of Jebite materialized, dressed in the traditional attire of the Kaishin realm. His sharp gaze scrutinized Kafeja. You are Kafeja? Jebite's voice was calm. The Kaishin wishes to see you. Grasp my shoulder. Kafeja complied. In the next instant, he sensed a peculiar distortion in the surrounding space. In the blink of an eye, the scenery transformed entirely. Welcome to the Kaishin realm, Saiyan. A haughty voice resonated. Kafeja turned to see the East Kaishin, a diminutive figure with a white punk hairstyle, purple skin, adorned with patera earrings, and clad in the Kaishin uniform, exuding an air of superiority. Were it not for his awareness of the true strength behind this demeanor, Kafeja might have been overwhelmed. Nevertheless, respect was still due, for he was the only Kaishin in this universe at present, excluding the sealed former Kaishin. He slightly inclined his body, adopting a respectful yet not servile posture. The East Kaishin scrutinized the Saiyan before him, sensing an extremely faint but fundamentally profound aura of creation. This essence resonated with the spirit tree's fruit, drawing closer to the very essence of creation. I have seen the gift you presented to the Galactic King. The East Kaishin raised his hand, and the spirit tree fruit floated in his palm. Now, tell me how you came to possess the power of creation? Chapter 139. I have heard of a divine sword. The power of creation? Kafeja feigned appropriate confusion. Kaishin, I do not quite comprehend your meaning. The East Kaishin maintained his divine arrogance, yet a more intense curiosity flickered in his eyes. Within this fruit lies the traces of the rules of creation. Though crude, it undeniably touches upon that realm. Therefore, tell me, how did you achieve this? Kafeja pondered for a moment before responding. To be honest, I am not entirely certain myself. About half a year ago, during an energy control training, I suddenly felt something awakening within me. It was a wondrous sensation, allowing me to perceive the flow and composition of life energy more clearly. Later, when I fortuitously discovered the spirit tree, I instinctively infused that sensation into the cultivation process, attempting to alter its genetic state. The result was a fruit that not only possessed purer energy, but also altered its energy requirements. However, I cannot ascertain what it truly is. I merely sense that this power should be related to a higher existence. The East Kaishin narrowed his eyes slightly. This explanation seemed plausible, yet it was too coincidental. The power of creation was not something that could be awakened so casually. So, you sought an introduction from the Galactic King to meet me for this reason? The East Kaishin inquired. Indeed, Kafeja nodded. After reviewing some ancient texts, I learned of the divine Kaishin who governs the power of creation in the universe. I thought perhaps you could enlighten me and guide me in properly understanding and utilizing this sudden power. The East Kaishin silently regarded Kafeja, needing to ascertain the truth of his words. Having confirmed this, the East Kaishin stepped forward, extending his hand. Welcome to the Kaishin realm, Kafeja. In appreciation of your proactive pursuit of guidance, I permit you to temporarily stay here for learning. This gesture appeared amicable, Yet Ka Feijia understood that the East Kaishin intended to employ mind-reading. Host, detecting faint mental probing waves. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. The other party attempts to establish a mental link. Would you like to block it? Block, but do so discreetly. Ka Feijia responded mentally. He calmly extended his hand to shake with the East Kaishin. At the moment of contact, he sensed a subtle mental force attempting to penetrate his consciousness defenses. However, that force collided with an invisible wall, unable to delve any deeper. Ka Feijia was somewhat astonished. The East Kaishin indeed proved to be the most inept Kaishin, unable to breach even his own mental defenses, let alone the subsequent system protections. He had previously worried that his traversal might expose him, yet this was rather laughable. The East Kaishin's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Was the mind reading ineffective? That was impossible. Unless the other party's mental defenses were extraordinarily formidable or some special power was shielding him. He glanced again at the seemingly oblivious Ka Feijia. Moments later, the East Kaishin released his hand, his expression somewhat complex. He had gleaned no useful information, only sensing a vague barrier. This Saiyan was truly remarkable. Ka Feijia, the East Kaishin resumed, his tone no longer as imperious as before. Since you possess the talent to access the power of creation and have sought guidance, would you be willing to become my disciple? Upon hearing this, not only Ka Feijia was taken aback, but even Jebite beside him displayed a look of astonishment. Puahaha! The system's reaction in Ka Feijia's mind was one of uncontrollable laughter. Host, does he wish to take you as a disciple? A deity with combat power inferior to yours, seeking to teach you. A being capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan and having battled omniscient entities? Ka Feijia found this absurd as well, yet he had to maintain appearances. He lowered his head slightly, appearing very respectful. It is my honor to be recognized by the Kaishin. However, he raised his head, shifting his tone, to be candid, prior to my arrival. I had heard a legend about the Kaishin realm. It is said that an ancient divine sword resides here, containing endless mysteries. As a warrior, I am deeply curious about this sword and wonder if I might witness it for myself. The East Kaishin's expression became subtly intricate. The divine sword? Where did you hear of this? This was a secret of the Kaishin realm. A mere mortal could not possibly know. Ka Feijia had already prepared his response. In some exceedingly ancient, fragmented starship texts, there were sporadic mentions. It is said that the Kaishin realm possesses a sword that has existed since ancient times, symbolizing divinity. I had thought it merely a legend. Yet now that I am here, I cannot help but wish to confirm its existence. Ka Feijia displayed a perfectly appropriate yearning, characteristic of a warrior's instinct for formidable weapons. If possible, even just to see it from afar would fulfill a long-held wish. The East Kaishin scrutinized Ka Feijia. Although this request was peculiar, considering he was a Saiyan, a race innately obsessed with immense power, it seemed reasonable for him to yearn for the divine sword to become stronger. A faint smile graced the East Kaishin's lips, reminiscent of a villain unable to restrain a laugh. That sword was not something just anyone could draw. Even he himself had yet to succeed. Allowing this self-assured Saiyan to attempt it might serve to temper his arrogance. Since you are so curious, the East Kaishin turned. Follow me. Jebite, you come along as well. The three traversed the grasslands of the divine realm, arriving at a seemingly ordinary platform. At the center of the platform, an ancient-looking long sword stood upright in a stone pedestal, its blade partially embedded, the exposed portion covered with the marks of time. This is the sword. The East Kaishin stood at the platform's edge, his tone tinged with subtle pride. It has stood here for countless ages. Legend has it that only those deemed worthy can draw it. However, he gazed at Kafiza, his eyes reflecting the divine aloofness and scrutiny unique to deities. I advise you not to harbor excessive hopes. Countless aspirants have come before you, yet few have succeeded. Kafiza approached the platform, his gaze fixated on the sword before him. It was indeed the Jian Wang Shin Jian, the sword of the King of Worlds. Within it lay the seal of the ancient King of Worlds, a being profoundly adept in the power of creation and possessing knowledge of the divine energy transformation methods. Most importantly, he was also bound to the god of destruction, Virus, by a life connection. Xian observed Kafiza's focused silhouette, silently musing. What a naive mortal you are. When you fail to draw the sword, you will naturally comprehend the chasm between mortals and deities. At that point, your inclination to take on disciples should be tempered with humility. Yet, Xian remained oblivious to the fact that Kafiza's ambition had never been to become his disciple. Kafiza's hand slowly grasped the hilt of the sword. Chapter 140. The Indomitable Divine Sword Breaks. Kafiza gripped the hilt of the divine sword. He exerted his strength, yet the sword remained immovable, as if it were fused with the stone pedestal below and the entirety of the King of Worlds realm. Indeed, Saiyan's voice drifted from behind, laced with an air of expectation. This divine sword had been sealed here for countless ages, intertwined with the foundation of the divine realm. For a mortal to attempt to shake, it was nearly impossible. Kafiza offered no reply, merely inhaling deeply. In the next moment, a golden aura erupted from within him. Ugh! Amidst the roar, Kafiza's ebony hair transformed into a resplendent gold, standing upright, and the fierce battle intent ignited within his emerald eyes. The Super Saiyan form granted him a 50-fold increase in power. The violent wave of energy caused the entire platform to tremble. Saiyan and Jebite's expressions shifted dramatically. They sensed that this Saiyan's aura had surged to an astonishing level, even causing Saiyan, the King of Worlds, to feel pressure. Kafiza gripped the hilt tightly, the golden aura surging into his arms. The stone slabs beneath his feet began to crack, and the divine sword finally started to budge. How is this possible? Saiyan widened his eyes in disbelief. With a thunderous shout, the divine sword was entirely withdrawn from its pedestal. Kafiza stood firm on the platform, sword in hand, as the blade emitted a low hum, seemingly resonating with the power of its wielder. What a heavy sword, Kafiza mused, weighing the divine sword in his grasp, its heft exceeding his expectations. He released his transformation, returning to his normal state, yet the sword remained firmly in his grasp, albeit with some effort. Saiyan was utterly stunned at this moment. The divine sword, which had eluded the grasp of generations of kings of worlds, had been forcibly drawn by a mortal, no, by this seemingly mortal Saiyan, who concealed a terrifying power within. Jebite, too, bore an expression of shock, regarding Kafiza with a newfound wariness and respect. Indeed, it is a magnificent sword. Kafiza pretended to swing it a few times, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp sound. King of Worlds, I wonder if you can procure something for me to test the sharpness of this sword? Saiyan regained his composure, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes. However, he quickly adjusted his expression, resuming the proud demeanor of a deity. Since you are so inclined, Saiyan raised his hand, the power of creation swirling. A line of test objects appeared around the platform. Thick alloy plates, energy shield generators, and high-density crystal columns, each composed of the hardest known materials in the universe. Kafiza waved his hand nonchalantly. Swoosh! The blade flashed, and the alloy plate split cleanly in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The energy shield disintegrated at the instant the sword's edge made contact. The crystal column was effortlessly severed, as if it were mere tofu. Indeed sharp, Kafiza assessed, though his tone deliberately hinted at a lack of sufficient excitement. Saiyan furrowed his brow, recognizing that these test objects were far too simplistic for the divine sword. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand once more. This time, a block of dark golden metal materialized in the center of the platform. This was feigning, the hardest naturally occurring metal in the known universe. Testing with it should reveal the sword's limits. Kafiza felt a surge of determination. He gripped the divine sword tightly, positioning himself for a full-force strike. The sword began to tremble slightly, as if sensing something. With a decisive swing, the sword descended. The moment the blade made contact with the feigning, a piercing metallic distortion erupted. Dark golden sparks flew, but immediately after, crack. A crisp sound of fracture resonated. To Saiyan and Jebite's astonishment, the ancient divine sword, steeped in legend since the dawn of the King of Worlds realm, had broken in two. The upper half of the blade spun away, embedding itself in the nearby grass. From the fracture, a dense purple mist surged forth, swiftly coalescing into a figure. It was an elderly King of Worlds, appearing older than Saiyan. Finally out. The old King of Worlds stretched his limbs, his voice brimming with the ecstasy of newfound freedom. 15 generations. I have been trapped in there for a full 15 generations of Kings of Worlds. What? Saiyan was utterly bewildered. The divine sword had sealed a senior King of Worlds within. Kafiza feigned surprise at the opportune moment. Who might this be? The old King of Worlds then noticed the others present. His gaze first fell upon Saiyan, and his brow furrowed. You possess the aura of a King of Worlds. Yet it is so feeble. What has happened to the lineage? I am the East King of Worlds, Exine. Exine hurriedly bowed. Senior, who are you? I am the king of worlds from 15 generations ago, sealed within this sword by that scoundrel god of destruction, Virus. He must have feared my power, hence this act. In response, Kafiza thought that the old king of worlds was quite adept at self-aggrandizement. Had it not been for the life bond with the god of destruction, who would care to seal you away? The old king of worlds continued to vent his indignation, then began to survey his surroundings. How has the king of worlds realm changed so much? Why are there so few people? Where are those young ones from the four directions? Exine's expression dimmed. The four seniors perished in battle against the Majin Buu. Now, I am the sole survivor. Majin Buu, the old king of worlds exclaimed. That creature created by the sorcerer has re-emerged. Wait, you say you are the only one left? What of the lineage? What of the god of destruction? Do you know anything about these? Exine shook his head in confusion. The lineage has been severed in many places. As for the god of destruction, I have never heard of him. What? The old king of worlds was infuriated. You don't even know about the god of destruction? The king of worlds and the god of destruction jointly maintain the balance of the universe. This is fundamental knowledge. And what of the angels? What of Lord Zeno? Surely, you cannot be ignorant of these matters as well. As Exine's face grew increasingly pale, the old king of worlds began his lengthy and detailed exposition. He elucidated the division of responsibilities between the king of worlds and the god of destruction, the role of angels as overseers and guides, and finally, the supreme deity, Lord Zeno, who could erase the entire universe with a mere thought. The old king of worlds recounted the entire cosmic hierarchy he knew. Exine listened with rapt attention, astonished. It was the first time he realized the universe's balance was so meticulously structured, and as the last remaining king of worlds, he was woefully ignorant of most of it. Therefore, one must absolutely avoid provoking that fellow Virus. Should he become enraged, an entire galaxy could vanish in an instant. Chapter 141. The Wisdom of the 15th Generation King of Worlds. Returning to the matter at hand, young man, are you the one who released me? Yes, senior. Kafiza respectfully bowed. Although the method was rather crude, breaking such a fine divine sword. The old Kaioshin gazed at the sword, now severed into two pieces on the ground. Feeling a twinge of sorrow, yet, he soon waved his hand dismissively. At least it allows me to see the light of day once more. Speak. What reward do you desire? As long as it is within my power, I shall consider it. Kaifiza raised his head, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Senior, I do indeed have a request. He cast a glance at Exine, who was still recovering from his shock, and continued, although I possess a certain degree of power, I have come to realize my limitations in battles against certain extraordinary beings. My strength remains tethered to the mundane realm, lacking an understanding of the rules, and I am unable to grasp true creation and divinity. Thus, Kaifiza articulated, I wish to learn two things from you, senior. First, the true power of creation is not mere crude imitation but the mastery of the authority over the rules of creation. Second, how to elevate the mundane essence into the unique divine aura of deities. The old Kaioshin stroked his chin, scrutinizing Kaifiza carefully. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, interesting. There are indeed traces of creative power within you, albeit faint. As for the divine aura, the fact that you were able to draw this sword and release me indicates a certain fate between us. However, the old Kaioshin's tone shifted. Learning these things is not an overnight endeavor. Moreover, to transform divine aura, you must first comprehend what constitutes the divine mindset. Do you possess the patience and awareness for this? Kaifiza nodded without hesitation. I do. No matter how long it takes or what sacrifices are required. Having experienced the battle with the Spirit King, he understood better than anyone that only by mastering higher dimensional power could he hope to confront those omniscient and omnipotent beings in the future without being relegated to a passive role. The old Kaioshin turned to Exine. What do you say, lad? This person is your guest, is he not? At this moment, Exine had managed to regain his composure and looked deeply at Kaifiza. This Saiyan was far more complex than he had imagined, possessing not only terrifying power but also secrets that even he was unaware of. Since Senior is willing to teach, I naturally have no objections, Exine replied. Kaifiza, you may reside temporarily in the Kaioshin realm. However, he then turned to the old Kaioshin. Senior, could you elaborate further on Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and the angels? I wish to understand how to re-establish our connection with them and restore the balance that the universe ought to have. Well, The old Kaioshin stroked his chin. Beerus is probably still sleeping in the realm of destruction. As for the angels, you must first locate Beerus. But do not rush. These matters must be approached step by step. Let this young man begin his studies, and I shall assess his qualifications. Kaifiza clenched his fists. The path to divine power had officially opened before him. This time, he would not merely pursue the numerical value of combat prowess, but rather seek to master creation, the rules, and the true power unique to deities. Yet, before commencing his studies, there was another matter for which he required the old Kaioshin's assistance. Developing potential? The old Kaioshin surveyed Kaifiza from head to toe, a peculiar expression crossing his face. The energy within you is composed of Saiyan Ki, that peculiar power brought by your eyes, and a hint of barely related creative essence, all tangled together. To untangle this and unearth your true potential is no simple task. Kaifiza respectfully bowed. Please guide me, senior. The old Kaioshin walked a few steps while stroking his chin. This process will require at least 25 hours. However, my method may differ from what you envision. He cleared his throat and suddenly struck an exaggerated pose, bending his legs slightly, opening his arms, and tilting his head back slightly. The first 5 hours will be the ritual preparation phase, the old Kaioshin said earnestly. I must adjust my state to resonate with the universe. Then, to the astonishment of Kaifiza, Saiyan, and Jebet, the old Kaioshin began to dance. It was an indescribable series of movements, exaggerated and comical, at times twisting his waist and swaying his hips, at others waving his arms. Accompanied by an odd melody he hummed, la 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 la, ula. Saiyan's mouth twitched slightly. Jebet quietly turned away, pretending to admire the distant scenery. Kaifiza was also taken aback. As a first-time participant in such a peculiar method of enhancing potential, had he not known this was genuine, he would have left in embarrassment, for it was utterly mortifying. The old Kaioshin's method of potential development was indeed quite unique. Do not just stand there, the old Kaioshin shouted while dancing. Step over to that open space and relax your body and mind. Although my ritual appears ludicrous, it condenses the wisdom of 15 generations of Kaioshins. Kaifiza complied, moving to the center of the clearing and sitting cross-legged. He tried his best to ignore the bizarre scene before him and, following the old Kaioshin's instructions, attempted to relax both body and spirit. The old Kaioshin's movements became increasingly fervent, and the melody he hummed grew more complex. Gradually, Kaifiza noticed subtle fluctuations in the surrounding space. It was not the surge of energy, but rather a fundamental alteration of some underlying rule being invoked. The old Kaioshin traced arcane patterns with his hands in front of his chest, and his dance suddenly took on a solemnity. Hidden power, reveal your true form. As he sang and danced, Kaifiza felt his body begin to warm. It was not a burning sensation, but rather a gentle warmth radiating from within. The Saiyan Ki, the power of the Rinnegan, and the essence of creation within him seemed to be gently stirred by an invisible hand, slowly adjusting their positions. For 5 hours, the old Kaioshin did not pause for a moment. When he finally concluded the ritual preparation phase with a spinning motion and knelt on one knee, Kaifiza's internal energies had undergone a noticeable rearrangement. Haha, the first phase is complete. The old Kaioshin stood up, breathing heavily and wiping the sweat from his brow. I'm exhausted. Nevertheless, the results are promising. The chaotic energies within you have been temporarily organized. Kaifiza felt the changes within his body. Indeed, the sense of conflict among the various energies had diminished significantly, and their operation had become much smoother. The next 20 hours would be the true awakening of potential. The old Kaioshin's expression suddenly turned serious. This process will be quite painful. Are you ready? Kaifiza nodded. Chapter 142. Creation begins with understanding. This time, the old Kaioshin style of dance shifted dramatically. No longer were the movements exaggerated and comical. Instead, they transformed into a slow, solemn, and rhythmic ceremonial dance. Each step landed precisely on a certain beat, and the trajectories traced by his hands seemed to weave an invisible network within the void. The breath of the universe flows through this body. The old Kaioshin's voice became deep and powerful. The dormant power awakens at this moment. Time passed. Though Kaifiza had fallen asleep in anticipation, suddenly, he was jolted awake as excruciating pain enveloped his entire being. This was not mere physical pain, but a tearing sensation emanating from the deepest layers of life itself. It felt as though every cell was being forcibly opened, restructured, and transcended. He gritted his teeth, sweat instantly soaking his clothing. The bloodline of the Super Saiyan boiled. This was not merely an increase from transformation, but a roar of deeper possibilities in the evolutionary chain of his entire race. The Rinnegan's dual pupils burned with fervor. The power of the six paths seemed to come alive, autonomously merging more deeply with his physical form. Hold on. The old Kaioshin's voice echoed, his dance accelerating. Sweat saturating his Kaioshin robe. This is merely the beginning. Time dragged on in waves of pain. 5 hours, 10 hours, 15 hours. Kaifisa's consciousness ebbed and flowed amidst the torment. 20 hours felt as though they spanned 2 decades. As the old Kai concluded his final dance with both hands raised towards the heavens, Kafisa collapsed onto the ground, drenched and gasping for breath. Yet, he sensed a transformation within his being. There was a sense of clarity and lightness, as if countless invisible shackles had been cast aside. The once stagnant energy within him now flowed with astonishing fluidity. He attempted to rise, although the old Kai was too fatigued to stand, and seated himself directly on the ground. His tone conveyed satisfaction. Kafisa took a deep breath and stood up, first attempting to summon the energy within him, now more powerful than ever before. A glance at the combat power displayed on the system revealed an astonishing figure of 10 billion. This represented a 20-fold increase from before. He then activated the heavy eyes. The energy consumption was noticeably reduced, and the speed of his techniques improved significantly. How does it feel? The old Kai inquired. It feels as though I have been reborn. Kafisa replied honestly. Many of the precise controls he had previously struggled with could now be executed with ease. The development of your potential merely helps to align your body and energy to their optimal state, the old Kai nodded. How far you can truly go depends on your own efforts. Now that the basics are complete, it's time to learn something truly profound, he declared, leading Kafisa to a stone platform at the edge of the quiet valley. Xian and Jebet followed closely, evidently intrigued by the forthcoming teachings. Let us begin with the essence of divine energy, the old Kai stated directly. The energy you currently wield is a manifestation of the vitality of material life, breathing, blood circulation, cellular metabolism, and emotional fluctuations all give rise to energy. However, divine energy is distinct. He extended his palm, revealing a sphere of energy that appeared ordinary yet radiated a unique charm. The source of divine energy is existence itself. It is not derived from the activities of life, but rather from the energy inherent in the very fact of existence. It is more stable and closely aligned with the fundamental rules of the universe. To perceive it, you must first grasp the concept of the divine state of mind. The divine state of mind? Kafisa listened intently. It is about relinquishing worldly attachments without discarding emotions, comprehending the vastness of the universe without adopting a stance of cold detachment, the old Kai articulated slowly. Just as you stand here observing this valley, you see the flora and fauna, which represent material existence. Yet, what the divine perceives are the underlying principles. Why the grass is green, why water flows downward, and why life is born, grows, and ultimately perishes. Principles, Kafisa pondered. Indeed, principles. But it involves more than mere understanding. It requires a mindset of inclusivity and guidance. The old Kai continued. The Kaioshin uses the power of creation to guide the principles towards life, while the god of destruction employs the power of destruction to maintain balance in the direction of annihilation. Both forces are essentially different manifestations of divine energy. He instructed Kafisa to close his eyes. Now, do not attempt to feel your energy or mobilize any power. Simply quiet your mind and acknowledge the fact of your existence. Feel yourself seated here, breathing, and contemplate the reasoning behind these actions. Kafisa complied, initially sensing nothing at all. However, the clarity afforded by his potential development gradually allowed him to perceive something unusual. It was not the flow of energy he sensed, rather, it was a more fundamental and stable pulse, as if emanating from his very existence, a faint resonance arising from Kafisa's position within the universe. I can feel it. Kafisa opened his eyes, a subtle yet undeniable truth. The old Kai expressed surprise. So soon? It appears that the effects of potential development surpass my expectations. Remember this sensation. It is the seed of divine energy. Dedicate time each day to meditate and solidify it, allowing it to grow gradually. Once it reaches a sufficient strength, you will be able to attempt to envelop and transform your existing energy with it. He paused, adding, however, bear in mind that transformation is a lengthy process. Many deities spend their entire lives transforming only a portion. How much you can transform will depend on your own insight and perseverance. Kafiza nodded earnestly. I understand. And what of the power of creation? Ah, the power of creation, the old Kai mused, stroking his chin. I observed the traces you left on the fruit of the spiritual tree. The direction is correct, but the technique is rather crude. Creation is not merely about fabrication, but involves understanding the essence of a thing, and then guiding energy to naturally form according to that understanding. He picked up a stone from the ground. Take this stone, for instance. When you wish to create a stone, you do not conjure a shape that resembles a stone out of thin air. Rather, you must comprehend its composition, structure, and the process of its formation, as well as its place in the natural world. Then, you guide the energy to expedite that process. The stone in the old Kai's hand began to glow, its shape gradually transforming into a stone flower, each petal's texture appearing vividly natural. This is true creation. What you attempted before was merely forcing energy to shape something that resembled a fruit, then infusing it with life energy. You achieved only the result, devoid of the process. No matter how similar your creation appeared, it was ultimately false, for it was not recognized by the world. Simply put, within your jurisdiction, a black household abruptly emerged. Kafiza contemplated these words carefully. He recalled the moment he created his shallow cut. Did he truly understand the essence of the Zanpakuto at that time? Not entirely. He had merely employed the power of creation to mimic the form and basic structure of the shallow cut, endowing it with the concept of a weapon from the realm of Shinigami. The old Kai pointed to a nearby blade of grass. With your creative energy, perceive the life structure of this grass. Do not rush to create anew. First, understand why it is as it is. Kafiza approached the grass, extending his hand as his creative energy gently probed. After the development of his potential, his control over this energy had become significantly more refined. He immersed himself in the perception of the life structure. Watching Kafiza's focused demeanor, the old Kai remarked to Saiyan, "This lad's aptitude exceeds my expectations." Moreover, those chaotic energies within him, after potential development, may lead him down an extraordinary path. East Kaishin Saiyan gazed at Kafiza with mixed emotions. He recalled the years he had spent learning this knowledge, while this Saiyan had merely begun and was already on the threshold of understanding. In the valley, Kafiza was wholly absorbed in sensing the blade of grass before him. Under the influence of his creative energy, this simple plant revealed an astonishing complexity, cellular arrangements, energy flows, and the transmission of life information. Gradually, he began to comprehend the old Kai's meaning. Chapter 143. Are you interested in becoming a Kaishin? On a morning a month later, Kafiza stood with his eyes closed, his hands raised gently before his chest. A strand finer than a hair, yet radiating pure creative energy flowed within his palms, gradually coalescing into form. It was a meticulously structured flower of energy, each petal's vein clear and natural, even revealing the lustrous flow of energy within its virtual leaf veins. Stop, that will suffice, the old Kai's voice resonated. Kafiza opened his eyes, and the energy flower in his hands dissipated. From perceiving the life structure of a blade of grass to perfectly recreating the foundational structure of a flower on the energy level, the astonishment in the old Kai's tone was unmistakable. You accomplished this in only a month. I heard from Saiyan that it took him over 3 years to reach this stage. Saiyan, observing from the side, felt a slight flush but did not dispute the truth of the matter. Kafiza exhaled. Thanks to your guidance, senior. Moreover, after potential development, my perception and control of energy have improved significantly. Not just significantly, the old Kai stepped closer, scrutinizing Kafiza. Most individuals require an extended period to ponder and mimic. Yet you, he paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully, you appear to perceive the structure directly and then analyze and reconstruct it in your own unique manner. Though the technique remains somewhat unrefined, the talent I have witnessed today is unlike anything I have encountered in my long existence. A flicker of emotion stirred within Ka Feija. He understood that this might be connected to his traversals across multiple worlds and his exposure to various systems of power, likely intertwined with the unique perspective granted by his mutated reincarnation eye. The old Kaishin fell into a moment of contemplation before abruptly inquiring, Ka Feija, what are your thoughts on the position of the Kaishin? This question piqued the curiosity of both Saiyan and Jiebaite, the creator and balancer of the universe. The guardian of life, Ka Feija replied with caution. If I were to tell you that Xian's experience is still woefully insufficient? The old Kaishin spoke candidly. The sacrifices of the 4 previous Kaishins have left a significant rupture in the lineage. He requires time to grow and companions to share the heavy burdens. Xian lowered his head in embarrassment, feeling awkward upon hearing such words from the elder. After all, it was the truth. The old Kaishin turned his earnest gaze upon Ka Feijia. Your innate talent for creation surpasses my expectations. Furthermore, you have already sown the seeds of divine energy within you. Although the path to transformation is long, the direction is clear. I wish to formally accept you as my disciple and impart all my knowledge to you. In the future, you may qualify to assist Xian or even succeed him as the Kaishin. This proposition cast a sudden weight upon the atmosphere. Ka Feijia fell silent for a few moments before bowing deeply. It is my honor, but the responsibilities of the Kaishin are immense, and I do not yet believe I am ready. If possible, I would prefer to follow you as a disciple for now, and we can discuss the rest later. He did not outright refuse, yet he did not immediately acquiesce either. To become a Kaishin meant being forever bound to this universe, bearing the sacred duty of protection, conflicting with his journey of traversing worlds, and he was reluctant to bind himself to the god of destruction. The old Kaishin seemed to anticipate this response, nodding. Very well. Let us establish the master-disciple relationship for now, and we shall take things slowly. From today onward, I will begin teaching you the deeper applications of creation rules and advanced techniques for the transformation of divine energy. Yes, Master, Ka Feijia corrected himself. Xian's expression was complex. On one hand, he indeed needed support. On the other, witnessing a Saiyan so effortlessly gain the favor of the old Kaishin left a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Suddenly, Ka Feijia recalled something. By the way, Master, I need to return to Adonis Star to handle some matters. I will be gone for several days. Go ahead. The old Kaishin waved his hand. Let Jia accompany you. His instant transmission is far more convenient than your own teleportation. There is no need to worry about positioning. Jia stepped forward, placing a hand on Ka Feijia's shoulder, and in an instant, the two vanished from the realm of the gods. On Adonis Star, within the council chamber, Vegeta, who was studying the star charts, immediately stood up. Lord Ka Feijia, welcome back. Naba and Raditz also hurried over from the training room upon hearing the news. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Jia. Ka Feijia nodded at him. The latter inclined slightly and activated instant transmission once more, preparing to return later. Vegeta and the others surrounded Ka Feijia. They all keenly sensed that upon his return, his aura had subtly changed yet again. It was not the oppressive feeling of a surge in combat power, but rather an elusive sense of void, the perception of his energy being intermittent, as if there were some interference. Vegeta spoke directly, his eyes glinting with unmasked eagerness. My lord, every time you return, there are significant changes. Is the Kaishin realm truly that conducive for cultivation? Ka Feijia took his seat. The environment there is indeed unique, but most importantly, you have the direct guidance of the old Kaishin. He briefly recounted his recent developments, the cultivation of divine energy, his studies in the power of creation, and his recent acceptance as a disciple. The reactions of the three were varied. Vegeta's eyes burned with fighting spirit. I want to go too. On Adonis Star, all the subordinate planetary forces are completely under control, and the resistance has been thoroughly eliminated. Routine affairs are managed by Dr. Jero and Kanaba. We three are quite idle. The tone in which Vegeta mentioned being idle sounded as if he were on the verge of boredom. Naba nodded repeatedly. Yes, my lord. Recently, aside from regular training, there have been no worthy opponents. The strongest individuals on the planets we've taken over only possess a few tens of thousands of battle power. They are utterly insufficient, leaving us with nothing to do. Not even a decent warm-up. Raditz, relatively calm, added, My lord, if you require guards or assistance during your training in the Kaishin realm, we are always at your service. Ka Feijia understood their sentiments. The Saiyans were a warrior race, and the absence of formidable opponents would naturally lead to restlessness and boredom. After all, the Kaishin realm was a divine domain, not a place accessible to just anyone. However, let me consult with my master. Perhaps we can arrange for you to visit or receive some foundational training. Vegeta's eyes brightened. That would be wonderful. Raditz suddenly interjected. My lord, do you remember my brother Kakarot? Ka Feijia certainly remembered. When they departed from Earth, Goku had already begun to be groomed by the old Supreme Kai as the next successor. I wonder if I can bring him along for training? That place on Earth, To be honest, Ka-Fei did not believe that Goku's battle power would see significant improvement. He was genuinely curious, however, since the old Supreme Kai had uncovered the Saiyan's secret of rapidly growing stronger after near-death experiences. Moreover, upon his departure, it seemed they had begun cultivating vast amounts of Senzu beans in the temple. Given that he was running low on Senzu beans here, replenishing his supply was indeed necessary. Raditz, since you were so concerned about your brother, why not accompany me back to Earth to check on him? I recall that the Supreme Kai had intentions of training him as the next successor. Vegeta snorted. What a waste of talent, letting a Saiyan become the Earth's Supreme Kai. Since Kakarot has potential, he should come to Adonis Star to receive proper training. Naba Rare aligned with Vegeta. Exactly. What can be achieved on such a primitive planet as Earth? Come to our place, with the fruits of the Tree of Might, and in the gravity chamber. His battle power would skyrocket far quicker than training alone. Chapter 144. Journey to Earth. This question had indeed crossed Ka-Fei's mind as well. However, primarily, it was about the Saiyan Goku, who was destined to become the savior of the universe in the original timeline. If he were to bypass the connections on Earth and directly acquire power beyond his own comprehension, would he still retain the same pure heart, as depicted in the original story, to protect the universe and the safety of Earth? For a moment, he found himself indecisive. Host, your very existence has already introduced a multitude of uncertainties into this universe. The future has long since galloped away. Would it not be better to take control of everything in your grasp? The system in his mind could no longer remain silent and offered a reminder. Have you heard of the butterfly effect? A single butterfly flapping its wings can incite a tempest. How much more so for a stone rolling directly down a mountain? The system's words struck Ka-Fei like a revelation. It was correct. The future was fraught with uncertainties. Rather than dwell on trivial matters, it was far more prudent to seize the present. Ultimately, Ka-Fei made his decision, casually opening a black rift leading to the Earth Temple. Let us go and see how Kakarot has been faring lately. He then added, as for your wish to train in the Kaioshin realm, I will consult with my master to see if I can bring you along. Regardless of the outcome, remember that this is a divine domain. Temper your tempers. Yes. The three responded in unison, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, believing that this was a foregone conclusion. The black rift widened instantly, and Vegeta and the others followed closely behind Ka-Fei as they entered. Earth, temple. Boom, boom. Two formidable energy waves collided fiercely in the temple square, erupting in a deafening roar. The shock waves shattered the ground beneath, sending debris soaring into the air. Amidst the swirling dust, two identical figures were hurled backward, tumbling several times before both sank to one knee, gasping for breath. Remarkably, these were two versions of Sun Wukong, one the genuine article, and the other a replication conjured from his hair through the temple's arcane magic. How impressive! The authentic Sun Wukong exclaimed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes sparkling with vigor. I feel so strong. The replica remained silent, a mere construct of battle without true consciousness, yet it mirrored its original's combat stance, exuding an energy indistinguishable from that of the true Sun Wukong. At the edge of the temple, the old Kai and Mr. Popo stood side by side, observing the clash. A look of awe crossed Mr. Popo's dark face. Leaning on his staff, the old Kai's gaze deepened. The Saiyan race possesses a unique trait. Reviving from near-death results in a tremendous power surge, coupled with the assistance of the Senzu beans. His growth rate is extraordinary. Initially, I intended to guide this child towards a righteous path, to prevent him from becoming a harbinger of destruction driven by instinct. However, after the visit from Kafiza, I altered my perspective. If a Saiyan can grow stronger through near-death experiences, and Senzu beans can instantly heal injuries, why not combine the two? Thus began a rigorous yet efficient training regimen. The old Kai and Mr. Popo observed closely, using Senzu beans at critical moments to revive Wukong. With each revival, Wukong's power would leap forward. Even more astonishing was Wukong's remarkable aptitude for martial arts. The temple's library housed the legacies of Earth's martial artists, including the techniques used by Master Roshi when he sealed the Demon King Piccolo, along with other lost arts. During his training, Sun Wukong perused these texts, managing to grasp their essence on his own. The temple not only taught him the art of combat, but also imparted knowledge. The Kamehameha wave was among these teachings. Mr. Popo, with a hint of concern, quietly inquired, is it truly safe for him to be gaining strength at such an accelerated rate, Lord Kai? He is still just a child. I understand your concerns, the old Kai sighed. Rapid growth and strength can indeed be perilous if one's mindset does not keep pace. Yet, as you can see, Wukong possesses a pure heart. He revels in battle but harbors no bloodlust. He yearns for strength, yet remains humble. He gazed skyward. Changes are occurring in the universe. I am old and nearing my departure. Earth requires a stronger guardian. Wukong has the potential. I am merely laying a solid foundation for him. In the arena, the two Sun Wukongs clashed once more. Kamehameha, they shouted in near unison. Two spheres of blue energy coalescing in their palms before being unleashed simultaneously. A thunderous explosion ensued as the energy waves collided, radiating blinding light at their point of impact, sending shockwaves that uprooted the stone slabs of the entire square. The force even shook the temple's main structure, dust cascading from the walls. As the dust settled, both Sun Wukongs lay unconscious on the ground. Mr. Popo rushed forward, administering a senzu bean to the true Sun Wukong's mouth. Moments later, Wukong abruptly opened his eyes and sprang up with a flourish. Wow, incredible, he exclaimed, excitedly stretching his limbs. I feel even stronger. Indeed, the aura surrounding him was noticeably more robust than before the battle. Just as the old Kai was about to speak, he suddenly turned his attention to the side. Several figures emerged from a dark rift, led by Kafiza, followed closely by Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. They landed gracefully in the temple square, unfazed by the chaotic scene before them. After all, wherever the Saiyans went, destruction was sure to follow. A pristine landscape would have surprised them more. Lord Kai and Mr. Popo, it has been a while, Kafiza greeted with a smile. The old Kai and Mr. Popo welcomed Kafiza warmly. Although the old Kai regarded him with a hint of surprise, sensing a peculiar aura emanating from him. Divine, yet somewhat different. Kafiza, it is wonderful to see you back. Wukong exclaimed, eagerly approaching the group, his eyes sparkling with an eager desire to challenge strong opponents. Raditz's gaze fell upon Sun Wukong, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Kakarot, this boy possesses remarkable potential. His power is nearly catching up to my previous battle power of over 1,000. Such a rapid improvement would have surpassed Vegeta in the past. Yet now, he could only dismiss it as a mere drizzle, insignificant and unworthy of consideration, lacking even the qualifications to contend with his subordinates. Suddenly, an unexpected voice rang out from the other side of the temple. Kafiza, I knew you would come here first. The group turned to see a girl in a white lab coat sprinting from the temple. Bulma. Kafiza paused. Bulma? What are you doing here? Bulma stood before Kafiza, hands on her hips. Why can't I be here? I was utterly bored at home. So I took my newly invented high-speed flying device to visit the temple and check on Wukong. I didn't expect to stumble upon such an unexpected turn of events. Grabbing Kafiza's arm, she insisted, no matter what, you have to take me with you. What? Kafiza was taken aback. The universe. Adventures. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. I've always wanted to see the universe, but never had the chance. Now that I've run into you, I'm going along. Kafiza was both amused and exasperated. Truly, the saying held true. You can evade the initial challenges, but not the subsequent ones. Bulma, the universe can be dangerous. Kafiza attempted to reason with her. Though Frisia and his family have been dealt with, there are still numerous unknown threats lurking in the cosmos. That is precisely why I want to join you. Bulma retorted confidently. You are so strong. Protecting one weak girl should be a piece of cake, right? Plus, I can help. Technology, navigation, data analysis. These are all things you could use. Leaning closer, she lowered her voice. Besides, you promised to take me to see alien landscapes. Have you forgotten? Kafiza recalled the conversation they had. He had not realized she had held on to that promise. Observing Bulma's eager expression and the old Kai's warm smile nearby, he considered the current state of the universe, where threats to him were minimal. Taking Bulma back to Adonis Star didn't seem unfeasible after all. Very well. Kafiza finally conceded. But you must follow the plan and not wander off. Additionally, you need to obtain your parents' consent first. Yay, I knew you would agree. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. My parents won't mind. I've already persuaded them. Kafiza shook his head, realizing she had come prepared. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others, noticing their leader being besieged by the Earth Girl, tactfully led Sun Wukong away. Vegeta and his companions encircled Wukong, arms crossed, surrounded by their formidable auras. Wukong felt no fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. What powerful energy! Son Wukong exclaimed, his tail swishing excitedly behind him. Let us have a fight. Raditz sighed, pressing his forehead in despair. How should he describe his brother? Should he commend his bravery or label him a fool? The disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident. Yet he still dared to challenge them, truly a testament to his sheer foolishness. Upon hearing that Kakarot intended to challenge them, Vegeta and Nappa could no longer contain their laughter. The mockery from his companions caused Raditz to feel a flush of embarrassment, prompting him to teach his oblivious younger brother a lesson. He then released a hint of his own aura. Boom! A colossal sense of oppression instantly enveloped Wukong. His expression shifted, and he staggered backward 2 steps. Even the old Kai and Bobo felt the pressure, their expressions growing grave. The disparity in power between them had become alarmingly apparent when they had departed from this place. Their strength had not been so terrifying. What say you, Kakarot? Do you perceive the gap in power? Do you still wish to challenge me? I could snuff you out effortlessly with a mere hand. Without even a finger. Raditz wished for his brother to be intimidated by his strength. Yet he also hoped for Kakarot to muster the courage to confront him. It was a complex anticipation as he awaited Kakarot's response. Yet, rather than being disheartened, Son Wukong felt a surge of excitement. Marvelous. In that fleeting moment, I felt as though I had perished countless times. Raditz, my elder brother, please enlighten me on how you became so powerful. I too wish to attain such greatness. Upon hearing this, Raditz let out a slight sigh of relief. Although he was an idiot, at least he possessed a basic sense of crisis. But who permitted you to address me by my name? Just call me brother, you foolish sibling. After receiving a punch from Raditz, Wukong squatted on the ground, grimacing in pain for a while before recovering. If Kakarot desires to grow stronger, he must leave Earth with me. On Adonis, you will become increasingly formidable. Conversely, on Earth, you will never catch up to us. Is that where you and the others reside? Are there many powerful beings there? Indeed, far more than you can imagine. Son Wukong replied without hesitation, I want to go. Excellent. As expected of my brother, Raditz nodded with satisfaction. Vegeta and Nappa exchanged glances, smirking at the prospect of future entertainment. Wukong, thrilled to learn that his elder brother was willing to take him to a place filled with powerful beings, hurried to ask the old Kai if he could accompany them. The old Kai, leaning on his staff, pondered for a moment before turning to the overseer. Lord Kafiza, I trust your character. Wukong truly needs a broader stage. But please promise me one thing. Do not let him become lost in the pursuit of mere power. His heart is more important than his strength. Kafiza solemnly promised. I will guide him, not just train him. That is reassuring. The old Kai nodded and turned to Bulma. Miss Bulma, do take care in the cosmos. Remember to keep in touch with home. Understood. Bulma replied cheerfully. With all arrangements settled, Kafiza opened a vast black rift and instructed Vegeta and the others. You take Wukong back to Adonis first. I still have matters to discuss with the old Kai and will join you shortly. Yes, sir. Vegeta cast a glance at the exuberant Wukong and scoffed. Come on, don't lag behind. Yes. Wukong responded loudly, completely unfazed by Vegeta's demeanor. The 3 of them swiftly flew into the rift with Wukong. Bulma tugged at Bobo to gather their belongings, remarking that it was entirely normal for a girl to have a bit more luggage. The square was left with only Kafiza and the old Kai. Thank you, old Kai. For nurturing Wukong, Kafiza said earnestly. Your methods have proven effective, even exceeding my expectations. I'm merely aligned with his characteristics. The old Kai smiled. However, you, Lord Kafiza, your aura has changed since your last visit. It is deeper, more akin to that of a deity. Kafiza was not surprised by the old Kai's keen perception. This elder from Namek, who had safeguarded Earth for centuries, may not have been powerful in combat, but his understanding and perception were extraordinary. I have recently been learning from a mentor, Kafiza simply stated, about creation, about rules, about divinity. A glimmer of clarity flashed in the old Kai's eyes. No wonder. That must be a true deity? Indeed. The old Kai suddenly asked, Lord Kafiza, what do you believe is the meaning of power? This question momentarily caught Kafiza off guard. Power itself holds no intrinsic meaning. It is the wielder and the purpose behind the power that imbue it with significance. The essence of power used for protection, for destruction, or for understanding is fundamentally the same, yet the meanings are vastly different. The old Kai smiled, clearly pleased. As long as you understand this, I am at ease. I entrust Wukong to your care. Rest assured, I will take good care of him. By the way, please assist me in preparing some more Sensibine seedlings. I wish to experiment with their cultivation on Adonis. Of course, no problem at all. The old Kai readily agreed, and soon had all the cultivated senzu bean seedlings packed and organized for Kafiza. Kafiza stored all the seedlings into his spatial pouch. He bid farewell to the old Kai and, with Bulma, used a portal to return to Adonis. Meanwhile, in the temple square, the old Kai gazed up at the sky, feeling a sense of wonder. It seemed that this era would be truly remarkable. Chapter 146, a constant feeling of being deceived. In Adonis, the biological cultivation area, several vibrant green seedlings swayed gently in specially designed cultivation dishes, exuding a pure life essence. So, these are the senzu bean seedlings? Bulma leaned over the glass box, examining them closely. They don't seem all that different from ordinary plant seedlings. Kafiza wholeheartedly agreed. Had he not confirmed that these were indeed senzu beans, he would have thought they were mere ordinary bean sprouts. The yield of senzu beans on Earth is limited. I hope you can establish a stable cultivation system here. Optimize the growth conditions, increase the yield, and even attempt to improve the varieties. We need to achieve senzu bean freedom. Bulma's eyes lit up with excitement. Leave it to me. I thrive on challenges like this. She promptly opened her portable capsule, releasing a set of portable detection equipment to scan the soil composition, light data, and energy fluctuations within the cultivation dish. Kafiza retrieved a sealed test tube from his storage space containing a pale golden liquid, which was the juice of the spirit tree fruit after multiple dilutions. Here, take this as well. He handed the test tube to Bulma. Drinking a small sip daily will gradually enhance your physical quality and energy perception. While you may not fight like a Saiyan, it will allow you to adapt better to the cosmic environment and extend your lifespan. Bulma accepted the test tube, curiously shaking it. Is this the secret to your strength? Kafiza smiled. Would you like to tour my base? Absolutely. Bulma eagerly replied, putting away her tools. I've always wanted to see what an alien base looks like. For the next 2 hours, Kafiza guided Bulma through the Adonis base. They passed towering energy towers, bustling training areas, and intricate production workshops, strolling beneath the warmly glowing spirit tree, marveling at the grand spectacle rarely seen on Earth. The base members they encountered greeted Kafiza, but when their gazes fell upon Bulma, they couldn't help but steal extra glances. After all, this was their first time seeing Lord Kafiza personally escorting an unfamiliar woman through the base. Is she to be the future lady? She seems like a remote earthling. Shoo, speak quietly, or you'll be overheard. Whispers arose quietly behind them. Bulma, however, was wholly indifferent, brimming with curiosity and occasionally posing various technical questions. Kafiza patiently answered her questions while discreetly observing her reactions. It must be said that Bulma is indeed a genius. She can even deduce various technical principles from a single example. After the tour concluded, Kafiza led Bulma to a heavy metal door deep within the base. This is Dr. Jiro's laboratory. Kafiza entered the password, and the door slowly slid open. He is our chief scientist, responsible for many cutting-edge projects. I believe you will find common ground. Inside the laboratory, a different scene unfolded. Countless floating holographic screens displayed complex data streams, and various precision instruments emitted a low hum, while several researchers in white lab coats busied themselves. At the central console stood an energetic elder, meticulously adjusting the parameters of an energy core, Dr. Jiro himself. Dr. Jiro, allow me to introduce you to an assistant. Dr. Jiro turned, and electronic devices scanned Bulma. Earthling? Girl? His tone carried a hint of disdain. I am Bulma Brief, the future heir of Capsule Corporation. Bulma introduced herself without hesitation, stating her focus on applied physics and mechanical engineering, with some knowledge of biotechnology. A flicker of recognition crossed Dr. Jiro's eyes as he recalled, the daughter of Dr. Brief. I have read his papers on spatial compression technology. I must admit he is indeed a genius. However, whether she possesses the same talent as her father remains to be seen. Feeling challenged, Bulma angrily approached an analyzer and quickly inputted several parameters. Look, there is clearly an error here, and you haven't even noticed it. Your scientific spirit leaves much to be desired. Dr. Jiro fell silent for a few seconds, realizing he had been mocked by a young girl. Quite amusing. I want her. Perhaps she can provide me with some new insights. Kafiza secretly rejoiced at the success of his plan and turned to say, Bulma, you shall assist Dr. Jiro for the time being. Feel free to ask for anything. The resources within the base are at your disposal. Wonderful. Bulma eagerly began to examine the instruments around her. Where should I start? Observing Bulma quickly immerse herself in her work, Kafiza quietly exited the laboratory. This arrangement perfectly catered to Bulma's scientific enthusiasm while providing Dr. Gero with a capable assistant, ensuring she would remain focused. Truly a twofold benefit, with the potential for unexpected surprises. After addressing matters within the base, he ventured alone to the Kaioshin realm. Master, Kafiza respectfully bowed. Ah, Kafiza. The old Kaioshin lay in a rocking chair, perusing a magazine. What brings you here? Have you encountered issues with the power of creation again? No. I wish to inquire if I may bring a few individuals to the Kaioshin realm for training. They are my subordinates, endowed with considerable talent and a strong desire to grow. The old Kaioshin set aside his magazine and adjusted his sunglasses. How many? For science. The old Kaioshin's interest peaked. Bring them over for me to see. But first, let me make it clear that the Kaioshin realm has its own rules. Do not act recklessly. Additionally, the training methods will be under my guidance. Of course. Kafiza sighed in relief, thanking his master. Jebet accompanied him back to the base. Kafiza immediately summoned Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, and the ever-enthusiastic Goku, who was enjoying himself in the gravity chamber. Kafiza addressed the four. The environment there is entirely different from the outside world, and the training methods will be quite unique. You must prepare yourselves mentally. Vegeta's eyes burned with fighting spirit. As long as it makes me stronger, I can endure any training. Nappa and Raditz nodded in agreement. Goku, appearing innocent, asked, Special training? Is it fun? Kafiza offered no further explanation, instructing everyone to grasp Jebet's shoulders the next moment. In the Kaioshin realm, when the four Saiyans regained their senses after the instantaneous movement, the scene before them took their breath away. Where's this? Nappa murmured. The divine realm. Kafiza briefly explained. The Kaioshin realm, the dwelling place of the universe's creators. Chapter 147. Individual training. The old Kaioshin and Shin awaited their arrival. The old Kaioshin pushed up his sunglasses, scrutinizing the newcomers, particularly lingering on Goku for an extended period. He emitted an unintelligible nasal sound, suddenly approaching Goku and squatting down. Boy, what is your name? Goku. Goku replied loudly, curiously gazing at the old Kaioshin. Grandpa, you look quite strange. Vegeta's expression shifted. Kakarot, mind your manners. The old Kaioshin chuckled. No worries, no worries. Children speak without restraint. He placed a hand on Goku's head, closing his eyes for a moment, then revealed a look of surprise. Pure, so pure. Such a mindset. Appearing in a Saiyan. He then examined Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz in turn, remarking, You two, Nappa and Raditz, have a decent foundation, but your potential development is lacking. As for you, Vegeta, your arrogance has become a hindrance. Vegeta furrowed his brow, but dared not retort. Well, since you're here, let's get started. The old Kaioshin clapped his hands. First, everyone runs 100 laps around this planet. No using energy, no flying, just basic physical endurance. What? Raditz and Nappa stared at the endless grasslands, feeling a wave of dread. How long will this take? You will begin formal training once you finish. The old Kaioshin reclined back in his rocking chair, flipping through the magazine to continue his enjoyment. Kafiza nodded at the four. Follow what the master says. This is the foundation of all foundations. Vegeta gritted his teeth and was the first to charge forward. Nappa and Raditz followed closely behind. Although Goku didn't fully understand, he happily joined in, running. I'm the best at that. But soon they realized something was amiss. What kind of training is this? Nappa had barely completed 3 laps before he began gasping for breath. The Kaioshin realm is vast, immensely larger than the sun, and the gravity on the planet is quite extreme. Enough chatter. Vegeta, though drenched in sweat, maintained a determined gaze. If Lord Kafiza can endure, why can't we? Goku, on the other hand, lagged behind, having only completed a lap and panting heavily, swaying unsteadily but refusing to give in. On a distant stone platform, Shin observed this scene and quietly asked the old Kaioshin, Elder, does this really help? The environment of the divine realm is the best tempering ground. The old Kaioshin replied without looking up. Suppressing their energy is to help their bodies relearn the most basic application of strength. The gravity of this planet will hone their adaptability and control over their surroundings. After they train here for a while, returning to the outside world will lead to a qualitative leap in their power. He paused, adding, especially that lad named Goku. His purity of heart is astonishing. Perhaps he will be the one to adapt the quickest. Kafiza stood nearby, observing the four running on the grasslands. while also contemplating the creative energy flowing through his hands. Divine energy, the power of creation, understanding of rules. His own training continued. Master, he suddenly inquired. If they complete the basic training, what comes next? The old Kaioshin revealed one eye from behind the magazine. What comes next? That depends on how far they can go. However, I am curious to see just how far these Saiyans can persevere in this realm. 3 months later in the Kaioshin realm, on the grasslands. For figures were training in a seemingly self-inflicted manner. Vegeta's muscles bulged, clad in a special gravity suit. He took each step forward. With every footfall, the ground trembled, leaving deep impressions. 9997, 9998. He gritted his teeth while counting, beads of sweat cascading down like a waterfall, pooling into little depressions on the grass beneath his feet. 3 months prior, even normal running was a significant challenge for him. Now, he was capable of a light jog. This was a special regimen bestowed upon him by the old Kaioshin, who believed that those with lofty aspirations require heavier burdens to smooth their rough edges. Not far away, Naba and Raditz were engaged in combat training, relying solely on their physical strength and combat skills to spar. Their movements were as swift as lightning, with the sound of their fists and feet colliding creating a resounding sonic boom. There was an opening in his left shoulder. Raditz seized the opportunity, landing a powerful elbow strike. Naba staggered back, but grinned, declaring it was intentional. He swiftly pivoted, launching a sweeping kick aimed at Raditz's lower body. Over the course of 3 months, their physical prowess had increased several-fold. The old Kaioshin had stated that only when their physical strength matched the level outside, while completely suppressing their ki, could they consider it a true foundation for training in the divine realm. Most astonishing was Son Goku. Perched at the edge of the stone platform, Goku sat cross-legged, eyes closed in deep meditation. His body emitted a faint glow. Not the brilliance of ki, but a softer, more subdued pearlescent luminescence. That brat, Vegeta, set down a boulder, panting as he glanced at Son Goku. A complex mix of emotions flickering in his eyes. Among the four, Goku's progress had been the slowest. In the first month, he could not complete 10 laps. In the second month, he barely managed to finish 100 laps, always coming in last. And in the third month, the old Kaioshin abruptly instructed him to cease physical training in favor of meditation. His heart was too pure, and it was more beneficial for him to meditate than to engage in physical training during the early stages, allowing for a more rapid enhancement of his abilities. Now, Goku could enter a deep meditative state for several hours. Occasionally, the stone beneath him would gently rotate, and the surrounding grass would sway without a breeze. It's not fair, Naba muttered. We toil tirelessly, while he just sits there and grows stronger. Shut up, Vegeta retorted coldly. If you possessed his temperament, you could sit as well. Unwilling to accept that he, the Prince of Saiyans, had been surpassed on some level by a lower-class warrior, Vegeta felt a profound sense of humiliation. On a distant stone platform, Kafisa was engaged in advanced training in the power of creation under the guidance of the old Kaioshin. Not bad, the stability has improved. The old Kaioshin remarked with satisfaction. However, your understanding of the concept of life cycles is still incomplete. Creation is not about manufacturing a static object, but about constructing a self-sustaining, evolving system. Kafisa nodded, continuing to adjust the energy structure. He sensed that his comprehension of the power of creation was deepening from form to principle. Each act of creation brought him closer to understanding life, existence, and the laws of the universe. As for the divine ki, that strand of seed had already taken root and begun to sprout within his energy core. Although the conversion rate was still low, approximately only 1% of his ki had transformed into divine ki, the qualitative difference was already evident. Divine ki was more stable, had a higher affinity for the laws, and consumed less energy while exhibiting greater precision when wielding the power of creation. Suddenly, Kafisa inquired, Teacher, does Goku's meditative state already satisfy the fundamental prerequisites for divine ki? The old Kaioshin glanced at the meditating Goku. That lad is quite special. His unique conditions allow him to more readily calm his mind and approach the threshold of divine ki than others. Chapter 148, The Duplicity of Adults. Meanwhile, in Adonis's laboratory, Bulma was unleashing her fury at a holographic projector. I will say it again, Doctor. The emotional simulation system cannot simply be constructed through logical algorithms. You are creating a machine, not a living being. The projection displayed the emotional module architecture of Android 13, with its dizzying array of logical circuits, emotional parameters, and behavioral decision trees. In Dr. Gero's design, all emotions were calculable, predictable, and controllable variables. The essence of emotion was merely a synthesis of biochemical electrical signals and hormonal secretions. Dr. Gero remained unfazed, asserting that as long as he perfectly simulated the operation of neurotransmitters and the endocrine system, he could reproduce any emotion. But that is not genuine. Bulma pointed to her chest. True emotions possess uncertainty, contradictions, and irrationality. Your design is too perfect, too flawless to resemble a human. Androids are not human to begin with. Dr. Gero scoffed, retorting, "What a naive notion. They are higher beings. Eliminating the uncontrollable aspects of emotion while retaining functionality is the optimal solution." Their arguments had persisted for a month, with surrounding research personnel hesitant to interject, caught between one possible future mistress of Adonis and a leading figure in their field. With their voices marginalized, they could only feign ignorance to avoid entanglement in the dispute. Bulma steadfastly maintained that a true android should possess a heart, the potential for growth, and an allure found in imperfection. Conversely, Dr. Gero believed that efficiency and controllability were paramount. Interestingly, their divergence catalyzed unexpected results. During a debate on how irrational emotions influence decision-making efficiency, Bulma had a sudden inspiration. What if we designed the emotional module to be capable of growth? Much like an infant, starting from basic emotions and gradually complexity through experience? Dr. Gero fell silent for about 10 minutes before pulling up an entirely new architecture diagram, an emotional evolution model based on deep learning neural networks. The initial state was blank, accumulating data through interactions with the external world, self-optimizing emotional response patterns. Bulma's eyes lit up. Yes, exactly. But we should also incorporate random variables to introduce unpredictability into the learning process. The new system would no longer preset all emotional parameters, but instead endow it with the ability to learn and evolve. This implied that they would possess unique personalities and growth trajectories. Questioning the professionalism of Dr. Gero, Bulma warned sternly that this could be dangerous. Uncontrollable growth might yield unforeseen consequences. But isn't it also wonderful? Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. We are not merely creating tools, we are birthing life. As the two prepared to embark on yet another round of debate, the other personnel in the laboratory buried themselves in their work, resembling ostriches. Unsurprisingly, the morning's debate concluded with Dr. Gero emerging victorious. When asked how he achieved this, the answer was, of course, his universal rhetoric. You are just a child. You cannot possibly comprehend my thoughts. Come back to refute me when you've grown up. Thus, Bulma stormed off in a huff to the place where she cultivated the senzu bean seedlings. That damn old man. What is so superior about living a few more years than I have? Wait until I return and create equipment even more impressive than yours, just to spite you. Humph. With a kick, she swung open the training room door and habitually opened the experimental log. The senzu bean seedlings, after extensive observation, had adapted to the growing environment of Adonis, accelerating their growth rate to 5 times that of Earth. Yet she was not satisfied. She aspired to enhance the senzu beans further. The healing principle of the senzu beans was merely a concentrated form of life energy at an extraordinarily high density. Bulma wrote in her experimental journal that the fruit of the spirit tree was similarly rich in life energy and possessed sustainable absorption and easy transformation characteristics. If the two could be combined, perhaps something extraordinary would emerge. Thus, she embarked on a daring hybrid experiment. The first batch ended in utter failure. The genetic sequence differences between the senzu beans and the spirit tree were too vast to merge. In the second batch, she attempted to soak the senzu bean seeds in spirit tree juice, resulting in an immediate energy overload and explosion. In the third batch, she shifted her approach, no longer pursuing genetic fusion, but rather guiding the two plants to form a symbiotic system. She transplanted a portion of the Saiyan seedlings beneath the Shengjing tree, utilizing an energy field of a unique frequency to facilitate the interaction of their root systems. Initially, the two plant species repelled each other. The Saiyan seedlings appeared listless while the Shengjing tree remained unaffected. This continued until Bulma introduced a harmonizing agent, an idea that struck her when she learned that Kafiza possessed the ability to create objects. Upon injecting the potion into the cultivation chamber, a miracle unfolded. The roots of the Saiyan entwined with those of the Shengjing tree, initiating a circulation of life energy between the two plants. The Shengjing tree provided high-purity energy to the Xiando, which in turn offered a unique stabilizing factor that rendered the energy output of the Shengjing tree more serene. 3 months later, the first symbiotic organism matured. It resembled a Xiando vine, yet bore silver patterns on its leaves, a hallmark of the Shengjing tree. The pods produced were larger than those of ordinary Xiando, containing an abundance of beans. Bulma carefully plucked one and took it to the medical chamber for testing. The results were astonishing. A single vine could yield 50 pods, each containing 3 to 5 beans, with a growth cycle only half that of regular Xiando. Success! I told you I was a genius. Let us see if that old coot dares to underestimate me again. Bursting with excitement, Bulma immediately began large-scale cultivation. Upon hearing the news, Dr. Gero's eyes twitched uncontrollably, reluctant to admit it for the sake of pride. He still didn't want to acknowledge that Bulma had indeed surpassed him in the realm of science. Ahem, an interesting experiment, Dr. Gero remarked with a hint of disdain as Bulma approached him to boast. But have you considered that such modifications might alter the intrinsic properties of the Xiando? Prolonged consumption could result in unforeseen side effects. Therefore, you still require further testing. Isn't science a continuous process of trial and error, of relentless optimization? Bulma retorted playfully. Doctor, you're not jealous of me, are you? Ahem, how could I be? What is there for me to envy? He replied dismissively. It's merely a simple biological hybridization experiment after all. Now, I must return to my busy android experiments and cannot indulge in your antics any longer. Unbeknownst to Bulma, as Dr. Gero turned to leave, he discreetly collected a sample of the symbiotic organism. As one of the foremost scientists in Adonis, his pride would not allow him to be outdone by a mere child. Chapter 149, The Little Matters of Life. After 3 months of continuous training in the realm of the Kaishin, Kafiza temporarily returned to Adonis with Vegeta and the others. While the environment and guidance of the divine realm were indeed precious, as a leader of a faction, he could not remain distant from his foundation for too long. The expansion of power required careful planning. The newly incorporated planets needed integration, and the ceaseless scourge of cosmic pirates required eradication. In summary, there were numerous urgent matters necessitating his personal attention. In the council chamber, Kafiza was listening to the recent quarterly report from Canabade. The trade corridor at the edge of the North Galaxy had been opened, and a formal diplomatic agreement with the Namekians had been signed. Dr. Gero requested an increase in the quota of rare materials for the android project, claiming a breakthrough was imminent. Subsequently, Canabade's holographic image displayed data charts. Additionally, we have monitored 3 small pirate groups active in the border star regions, with combat capabilities reaching up to 5,000. Patrol teams have been dispatched to address the situation. Kafiza, growing impatient, tapped the table lightly and issued orders. Increase patrol frequency. While those pirates may not be formidable, their disruption of trade routes can tarnish our trade reputation. Vegeta, I entrust the matter of the pirates to you 3. Keep a close watch. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, his gaze sharp. It's the perfect opportunity to test the training results of the new recruits this month. Naba chuckled. I've been feeling a bit restless lately. Raditz, however, was more concerned with another issue. My lord, when shall we return to the Kaishin realm? Kakarot is left their training alone. It's quite disheartening. Kafiza dismissed the concern lightly. Fear not. Once we've handled these affairs, we shall return. Just then, before he could finish his sentence, the automatic doors of the council chamber swung open, and a heated argument approached. You are plagiarizing. Utterly brazen theft. Bulma's furious voice led the charge. Clad in a simple white lab coat that radiated authority. Following closely was Dr. Gero, his face ashen, brandishing a data pad. Absurd. Why would I, Dr. Gero, need to steal your ideas? It's an insult. The two burst into the council chamber, completely disregarding the ongoing meeting. Kafiza pinched his temples in exasperation. Managing interpersonal relationships seemed far more arduous than engaging in combat. This marked the 3rd occurrence this month. Kafiza, you must arbitrate, Bulma declared, striding directly to the head table and placing her hands firmly on the surface. The subsequent energy absorption system for the Android series was clearly a concept I proposed in my experimental log last week. Now, Dr. Gero's design bears a striking resemblance, 90% similarity, and he claims it as his own independent work. Dr. Gero scoffed, slapping the data pad onto the table. Such basic applications of energy science are within reach of any competent scientist. Am I not entitled to similar thoughts? Similarity? This is no mere resemblance. Bulma countered, projecting a comparison of their system architectures. Look here and here. The activation treatment of biological tissues and mechanical interfaces is something I discovered while researching the regenerative mechanisms of the Saiyan. The two images displayed side by side, revealing an astonishing 87% similarity. The council chamber fell into an eerie silence. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, silently retreating alongside the other two, observing the clash of intellects. Kanabade's holographic image wisely chose silence, discreetly disconnecting. Kafiza sighed. Doctor, please explain. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Dr. Gero's face, but he quickly regained his composure. It is common for similar discoveries to arise in scientific exploration. I admit to having reviewed her experimental log. As the head of the android project, it is my duty to examine all related documents. She is my assistant, and I have the right to access relevant materials. You admit to having reviewed my log. Bulma seized upon the key point. Just as the argument threatened to escalate, Kafiza raised a hand to intervene. He turned to Dr. Gero, and under the unspoken pressure, Dr. Gero fell silent. I did indeed borrow a portion, he reluctantly conceded. Bulma's eyes lit up, ready to speak, but Dr. Gero quickly added, but I have optimized it. Her original design had excessively high energy consumption. I improved the energy circuit, increasing efficiency by 28%. This is a brand new system. You did not cite your sources, nor did you mention it in team discussions. Dr. Gero faltered, his face growing warm and his voice diminishing. Bulma's anger subsided somewhat, yet she remained steadfast. Science demands honesty, Doctor. We can collaborate and inspire one another, but we cannot conceal our sources. Very well, Kafiza pronounced, Doctor. You shall append the citation in subsequent documentation and publicly acknowledge Bulma's contribution to the research team. Bulma, are you willing to accept the doctor's optimization as a joint achievement? The two exchanged glances. Dr. Gero huffed first, agreed. However, the optimization portion must bear my name. Of course, Bulma finally smiled. Your efficiency improvements are indeed remarkable. I've spent 3 days trying to comprehend how you accomplished it. This sincere compliment softened Dr. Gero's demeanor somewhat. Naturally. My experience in energy circuit design surpasses the meals you've consumed. Just as the storm appeared to settle, Bulma suddenly recalled something. Oh, by the way, there's something I've been meaning to report. There has been significant progress in the cultivation of the Saiyan. She excitedly retrieved another set of data. I have successfully established a symbiotic cultivation system for Saiyan and Jingshinshu. After extensive cultivation, our monthly yield has now reached dozens of times that of the original seeds brought to Earth. In an instant, Kafiza sat up straight. The holographic display switched to a vast indoor cultivation facility. Rows of vines were neatly arranged, each bearing plump pods. Mechanical arms were automatically collecting and retrieving the harvest. We have achieved a fully controllable environmental cultivation system, shortening the growth cycle to 22 days, with an average yield of 48 pods per plant. Bulma's voice brimmed with pride. Dr. Geluo added, her creativity in the symbiotic system is indeed crucial. I once thought the energy spectra of these two plants would not be compatible, but her design of the harmonious field is quite ingenious. This was the highest praise Dr. Geluo could offer. As Kafiza gazed at the endless stream of Saiyan, a weight lifted from his heart. The freedom of Saiyan meant Adonis's warriors could engage in more rigorous training. Simultaneously, the cradle could be marketed on a large scale, no longer relying on hunger marketing tactics. Suddenly, Vegeta spoke up. Now that Saiyan is in mass production, I propose to increase the construction of gravity chambers for combat personnel and enhance their performance. Kafiza nodded. Vegeta's suggestion could effectively solidify the strength of the team members, avoiding excessive reliance on the Jingshinshu's effects, thereby improving their capabilities in multiple aspects. The treatment pods in the cradle should also be equipped. Additionally, Naba, Ratizi, assist Vegeta in formulating new training plans to ensure the strength of your team members. Yes. 3 weeks later, after finally handling all matters within the base, Kafiza reflected on how much easier cultivation had become. When Kafiza returned to the Kaioshin realm with Vegeta and the others through instant transmission, he carried a sealed box. As for how he learned instant transmission, that was, of course, after stepping into the threshold of divinity, seeking guidance from the old Kaioshin. This was a powerful skill that one must learn after reaching the divine threshold. It does not require sensing energy, but only necessitates knowing the precise coordinates of the destination to arrive directly, even if no life forms exist there. It also allows the transportation of others for long-distance travel. However, it has its limitations, as it cannot transcend the boundaries of the universe or travel directly to other universes. The old Kaioshin lay in a rocking chair basking in the sun, merely lifting his eyelids upon seeing them return. "Oh, you're back? Did you bring gifts?" Vegeta and the others conscientiously resumed their unfinished training, and seeing that no one was around, Kafisa quietly opened the box, revealing an array of neatly organized magazines and books specially collected from Earth. The old Kaioshin eagerly picked one up, his tone filled with excitement. "Humph, humanity is truly corrupt. Hurry and give it to me. Let me critique it thoroughly." With that, he took the box to a corner, his face flushed with indignation as he began to critique. Chapter 150, Sublimation? Transformation? Time quietly passed during everyone's training. In July of the year 740 of the AG, Kafisa sat cross-legged in the center of the grassland, surrounded by a faint milky white halo, the embryonic form of divine energy. After 6 months of dedicated cultivation, under the meticulous guidance of the old Kaioshin, his understanding of the power of creation had deepened from mere imitation of form to comprehension of essence, and the conversion rate of divine energy was nearing perfection. He felt the pulsations of rules rather than the flow of energy. The old Kaioshin sat leisurely on a stone platform, guiding him slowly. The Saiyan's energy was wild and outwardly expressive, while divine energy was reserved and constant. What you must do is not suppress, but guide, allowing the energy to naturally settle and then sublime. Kafisa closed his eyes in concentration. Within his perception, it felt as though there were two parallel energy systems within him. One was the familiar golden aura, tumultuous and fierce, representing the inherent nature of the Saiyan warrior. The other was the nascent milky white aura, flowing quietly like a stream, resonating subtly with the surrounding flora, gentle breezes, and even the breath of the earth beneath him. "Master, I sense a certain critical point." He opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flickering in the depths of his pupils. The old Kaioshin adjusted his sunglasses, scrutinizing him closely. You've accumulated quite enough. However, to truly step into that realm, a catalyst is still required, a complete comprehension of the divine realm." In another training area, Vegeta roared through gritted teeth, "More. This is still far from sufficient." Sweat poured down like rain. At this level, I can't even see Kafisa's silhouette. Not far away, Saiyan Wukong concluded a round of meditation and curiously approached. "Vegeta, why don't you try cultivating divine energy? The old grandpa says it's very important." Vegeta halted, casting a cold glance at him. "Divine energy? Humph, it's merely a technique for concealing one's aura." Naba also paused, wiping his sweat and scoffing. "Kakaluot, you've cultivated divine energy for so long, yet we can still easily take you down. Last time we sparred, I only used 50% of my strength, and you couldn't even get up, haha." Ratizi nodded in agreement, affirming his teammates' perspective that divine energy was worthless. Currently at a combat power of 2 million. Saiyan Wukong scratched his head, somewhat puzzled, but the old grandpa said divine energy is a higher form of power. "Higher?" Vegeta paused his training, laughing derisively. "I've seen the so-called divine beings on Earth, that guy called Tiantian. His divine energy can indeed conceal one's aura. But what about his true strength? He probably doesn't even measure up to Ratizi back then." The unexpectedly targeted Ratizi coughed awkwardly. "That's true." Vegeta continued, his tone filled with the unique pride of a Saiyan prince. "Power is power. No matter how it's packaged, it ultimately must manifest in destructive force, speed, and defense. Rather than wasting time pondering such tricks of concealment, it's better to solidify and enhance foundational strength." He pointed at himself. "In these 6 months, my foundational combat power has risen to 3.5 million. This is achieved through rigorous gravity training, near-death revivals, and battle accumulation. Not by sitting there meditating." Naba nodded repeatedly. "Exactly. Kakaluot, even though your aura becomes strange during meditation, when it comes to real fighting, I could take down 10 of you now. Combat power of 2 million. Saiyan Wukong felt a bit confused but still insisted. "But Big Brother Kafisa is also cultivating divine energy. Kafisa is different." Vegeta's tone shifted immediately. He was pursuing a higher level of breakthrough based on overwhelming foundational strength. That's merely the icing on the cake. "So, you all are desperately enhancing your foundational strength so that you can learn divine energy in the future?" Saiyan Wukong seemed to understand. Vegeta noncommittally huffed. "Interpret it however you want. I only know that in the face of absolute power, all techniques are but illusions. This dialogue inadvertently drifted to Kafiza's ears, who opened his eyes thoughtfully, gazing at the perspiring Vegeta and the others in the distance. They seemed to believe their foundation was insufficient to reach that level. Thus, they were striving to enhance their combat power, hoping that quantitative changes would lead to a qualitative leap, solidifying their foundation before delving into the realm of the divine. The old Kaioshin also heard this, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, an interesting misunderstanding. Master? Kafiza looked at him in confusion. It's nothing. The old Kaioshin waved his hand. Everyone has their own path. Their choice, in a certain sense, is not incorrect. It's just. He did not elaborate further. But the depth in his eyes made Kafiza vaguely feel that Vegeta and the others seemed to have misunderstood something. Just then, the divine energy within Kafiza trembled slightly. This was a normal occurrence after the complete transformation of divine energy. It was not an act of mobilization, but rather a natural resonance, harmonizing with the omnipresent creative rules of the Kaioshin realm, resonating with the rhythm of life cycles, and connecting with the essence of the universe's existence. A surge of enlightenment cascaded through his heart like a clear spring. Power is not merely a force of destruction, but also a means of protection. It is not solely about conquest, but also about understanding. It is not just possession, but also coexistence. The realm of the divine is not characterized by indifference or callousness, but rather by transcending the narrow confines of the self and merging into a more expansive existence. In that fleeting moment, Kafiza felt as though he had brushed against a threshold. Master, I seem to. Before he could finish his sentence, an unexpected event transpired. A gentle yet profoundly deep crimson aura surged forth, centered around Kafiza. This was not an explosion of energy, but rather the manifestation of a more essential form of existence. His ebony hair stirred as if caught in a breeze, the tips gradually tinged with a resplendent scarlet hue. His pupils shifted to a deep crimson, and a serene yet heart-stirring pressure began to emanate from him. The old Kaioshin abruptly rose to his feet, his glasses tumbling to the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief. On the other side, Vegeta and his companions halted in astonishment, turning to gaze in shock. What is happening? Nappa exclaimed. Raditz felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. It resembled the kind of training Kakarot undertook, yet its essence was entirely different. Vegeta fixated on the distant crimson aura, his intuition suggesting that this was not merely a surge in battle power, but rather a sublime elevation of life itself. Chapter 151, Examination Choices. The crimson aura intensified, gradually enveloping Kafiza entirely. His black hair transformed instantaneously into a rich burgundy, his pupils deep as rubies, his fiery tail vibrant. Surrounded by a subtle red flame that was neither violent nor ostentatious, yet seemed to merge seamlessly with the entire Kaioshin realm. The god of the Saiyans was born. It was a success. The old Kaioshin exhaled deeply, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. I knew it. As my disciple, you would undoubtedly achieve this. Moreover, it is a perfect transformation, not through ritual, but through your own understanding. Remarkable. Kafiza gazed down at his hands, feeling the new divine energy coursing through him. Congratulations, host. With your extraordinary talent, you have successfully embarked on the path of divinity. Please continue to strive for excellence, aiming to strike down the god of destruction and kick the Omni King. The system's congratulatory message echoed in his mind, causing him to smile. This entity had become utterly engrossed in the cosmic network since their return to the Dragon Ball world, now firmly resembling an internet addiction system. Just after offering congratulations, it had vanished without a trace. If not for the presence of the interface, one might have thought it had been replaced. Nevertheless, he dismissed it. His current state was entirely distinct from the ephemeral Saiyan divinity, created by 5 virtuous Saiyans infusing their righteous energy into a 6th. He had no time constraints, for the entire energy system was composed of divine energy. Master, this feeling, he began softly, his voice resonating with an ethereal echo. This is the god of the Saiyans. The old Kaioshin stepped closer to observe closely. With a mortal body, you have touched the realm of the divine. Every ounce of your strength in its normal state now carries divine attributes. Just then, Vegeta and his companions hurried over. Lord Kafiza, what is this? Vegeta's voice faltered. Faced with Kafiza's new form, he felt not a pressure of battle power, but an instinctual sense of oppression. It was akin to an ant gazing up at a human. Even if the humans stood still, the disparity in life levels was suffocating. He, along with Nappa and Raditz, instinctively took a half-step back, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Sun Wukong awoke from his meditation, staring blankly at Kafiza's crimson-haired state. How impressive. It's completely different from mine. Kafiza turned to them with a smile. This is the complete form of divine energy. He raised his right hand and gently swept it towards a distant mountain peak. There was no energy wave, no accumulation of power, not even a sound. Yet, in the next instant, that towering mountain, as if erased by an eraser, vanished without a trace. The surface where it once stood was smooth and even. The pupils of the onlookers shrank to the size of pinheads. Nappa's mouth gaped open, unable to utter a single word. Raditz stood rigid, cold sweat soaking his back. What? What is this power? Vegeta's voice was hoarse and dry. That mountain, without a hint of energy fluctuation, seems as if it never existed. Kafiza himself was somewhat astonished. He had merely intended to showcase the characteristics of divine energy, never expecting the result to be so astonishing. The old Kaioshin, with his hands clasped behind his back, explained with pride, "This is the power of one who has transcended mortality. Unlike ordinary deities, he has not only mastered divine energy, but also the power of creation. Thus, his attacks are not merely material, they define the very existence of matter. To achieve such a level upon becoming a god indicates this lad's extraordinary talent. He has not squandered my diligent teachings." Ha. He looked at Vegeta and his companions, adding meaningfully, "Now, do you still believe that divine energy is merely a trick to conceal one's aura?" Vegeta's complexion shifted from pale to flushed. He recalled his previous bravado. Before absolute power, all techniques are mere illusions. He never anticipated being so swiftly slapped in the face by reality. True absolute power encompasses mastery over the rules. Vegeta attempted to speak, his lips moving, but ultimately he could only bow deeply. "I have learned much, Lord Kafiza." Nappa and Raditz hurriedly followed suit, their gazes devoid of any trace of contempt. "Brother Kafiza is so incredible. I must work harder to become as strong as you." Wukong's eyes sparkled as he circled around Kafiza. Kaioshin, Xian, and Jebet, though belatedly, arrived, equally astonished by Kafiza's divine form. Xian stammered, Kafiza, you actually did it. You have transformed from a mortal into a deity. This is a miracle that countless mortals have failed to achieve in their lifetimes." Jebet expressed further, "In all my years, this is the first time I have witnessed a mortal ascend to divinity. You are truly a miracle in this universe." Xian and Jebet, one on each side, regarded Kafiza as a rare treasure, examining him from top to bottom. The two younger ones were so overwhelmed that the old Kaioshin thought, since they were so curious, he would assign them the task of testing the abilities of the god of the Saiyans, allowing him to continue critiquing the cultural detritus of Earth. Of course, he had no intention of shirking his responsibilities. With the blessing of the ancestral spirit, the two divine beings could no longer contain their desire for exploration. Without further ado, they began a thorough examination of Kafiza's abilities as a newly ascended god. After a while, Kafiza, who had nearly been stripped bare by the two, finally concluded the spectacle of being treated like a monkey. Kaioshin, Xian, and his attendant Jebet confirmed that Kafiza, in comparison to true deities, was merely lacking a job title or, in other words, a rank or identity certification. However, these were not insurmountable issues. Currently, the positions of Kaioshin in the west, south, and north were vacant. As long as Kafiza was willing, the old Kaioshin indicated that he could be appointed at any time. As one whose life was intertwined with the god of destruction, he certainly had the capability to facilitate this. The subsequent task would simply involve drafting a report, a straightforward matter. "So, have you decided which Kaioshin you wish to become?" The old Kaioshin rummaged through the storage for 3 contracts, inquiring about Kafiza's aspirations. Kafiza harbored considerable skepticism. Is it truly sufficient for that teacher to merely inscribe my name? Surely, this seems rather frivolous. I ascended to the position of Kaioshin in much the same manner. Indeed, I can attest that for millennia, the appointment of deities has consistently followed this protocol. There can be no error in this. Dong Kaioshin stands ready to testify. Our ancestors have not deceived us. However, I do have one matter I wish to clarify. Upon my ascension to Kaioshin, will my life become intertwined with that of the god of destruction? What a fanciful notion. The elder Kaioshin elaborated with a tone of pride. Establishing a life bond with the god of destruction is contingent upon certain criteria. Only a Kaioshin of high virtue, exceptional wisdom, and profound experience, who embodies both beauty and intellect, can achieve such a connection. As for you, my young friend, you would do well to toil for several millennia more. Perhaps by then, the next appointment will be yours. Chapter 152, A Transformation Anew. I choose the North Kaioshin. Kaifiza pondered briefly. In truth, any selection would suffice, so he carelessly opted for one. Kaioshins are the deities responsible for the creation and maintenance of the universe. They do not govern individual planets, but oversee the grand tasks of cosmic creation and civilization guidance. The distinctions of East, South, West, and North merely serve to identify the respective Kaioshins and do not imply a division of the universe into 4 parts. Once his rank was confirmed, Kaifiza inscribed his name on the parchment. In stark contrast to the commotion surrounding his ascension to divinity, this appointment was rather mundane, devoid of any remarkable occurrences. Is this it? Indeed, unless you desire something more? The elder Kaioshin, assuming the demeanor of an experienced mentor, effortlessly stowed the contract away. Glancing at the North Kaioshin attire that had materialized upon him and the patera earrings adorning his ears, Kaifiza confirmed that no further transformations had taken place. For reasons unknown, a subtle wave of disappointment washed over him. This was certainly not due to the absence of the resounding celestial phenomena typically heralding such moments. He was not so superficial. If it is to be so, then so be it. With a mere thought, he relinquished his Saiyan god form, not due to an inability to maintain it, but rather to avoid the appearance of pretentiousness. Yet, in an unexpected twist, a surge of golden energy erupted uncontrollably. The Super Saiyan transformation activated automatically. What? Kaifiza was taken aback. He had clearly reverted from his transformation. Moreover, he sensed that this was not a temporary state, but a permanent one. His current base form was now that of a Super Saiyan. Teacher, what is happening? He looked towards the elder Kaioshin, who also displayed a look of astonishment. Approaching Kaifiza, the elder placed his hand upon his forehead, closing his eyes to sense the situation. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his expression a mixture of complexity and understanding. I see, you are indeed an exceptional case. Teacher? Kaifiza maintained his Super Saiyan state, golden flames swirling around him in a natural flow. The elder Kaioshin withdrew his hand and began to explain slowly, under normal circumstances. A Saiyan aspiring to reach your current life level would require an extensive period of training, countless life and death battles, and the complete activation of their racial potential. This could take a century, or even a lifetime, to achieve. He paused, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. But you are different. Within you lies a trace of a wish. A wish? Kaifiza felt a stirring within. Yes, if I am not mistaken. You once made a wish to the dragon Shinran concerning your potential, growth, or evolution. The power of that wish resonates with the hidden evolutionary codes embedded deep within the Saiyan bloodline, coinciding with your recent experiences of near-death, rapid power surges, and most crucially, the elevation of your life level. The convergence of these factors has enabled you to complete the most critical step in your racial evolution chain, the metamorphosis of your life essence. The elder Kaioshin placed a hand on his shoulder, his tone laden with sentiment. Thus, from this day forth, Super Saiyan shall be your norm. Your base combat power is equivalent to what others must transform to achieve. Moreover, upon this foundation, you may continue to grow stronger, and perhaps, you will tread a path even I have yet to witness. A gentle breeze wafted by as Kaifiza reveled in his newfound state, feeling effortlessly at ease. Devoid of the burdens of transformation, truly a state of perfection. In the distance, Vegeta and his companions beheld Kaifiza, enveloped in golden flames, and overheard the elder Kaioshin's revelations. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. Did we misunderstand something? Nappa questioned, incredulous. We are utterly mistaken, Raditz added in disbelief. Vegeta remained silent for a prolonged moment before clenching his fists, determined to become the next Super Saiyan god. The divine energy is the key to higher dimensions. The meditation, tranquility, and perception of rules that they previously scorned, seemingly unrelated to combat, are, in fact, the foundation for mastering that terrifying power that erases existence. Their perspectives were still far too narrow. Lord Kaifiza, Vegeta stepped forward, bowing deeply. Please allow us to realign our training focus. we shall not neglect our foundational training. But we hope to commence our divine energy cultivation starting now. Kafiza regarded the fire of determination igniting in their eyes, devoid of prejudice. Of course, my friends. The elder Kaioshin waved his hand lazily. Very well, very well. Teaching a few more is still teaching. However, let it be clear that divine energy is not something to be grasped in an instant. Your temperaments may take months or even years to approach the threshold. We possess patience, Vegeta declared solemnly. Nappa and Raditz nodded emphatically. Goku, brimming with joy, leaped in excitement. Wonderful. We can train together from now on. As the sun set, the Kaioshin realm was bathed in a warm golden-red hue. Kafiza stood atop a grassy knoll, feeling the invigorating strength bestowed by his dual transformations. His base form as a Super Saiyan now encapsulated the essence of divine energy. Meanwhile, his understanding of divine realms had elevated his comprehension of power to an entirely new dimension. The elder Kaioshin approached him, offering a cup of tea seemingly conjured from thin air. How does it feel? Quite marvelous, Kafiza replied. Accepting the cup, it is akin to having previously floundered in a swimming pool, only to discover I now stand upon the surface of the ocean. A fine metaphor. The elder Kaioshin sipped his tea. But remember, the ocean you now perceive is merely a larger swimming pool within an even grander world. Kafiza's expression shifted with realization. You mean to say that the Saiyan God, in the eyes of mortals, is unattainable, yet within the true hierarchy of deities. The elder Kaioshin gazed into the distance, towards the realm of the god of destruction. You have merely acquired your entry ticket. He turned to Kafiza, his demeanor unexpectedly serious. Yet your ticket is rather unique. I have lived long enough to witness the divine form of a Super Saiyan as a norm for the first time. Cultivate this distinctive trait well. It may yield surprising results. He understood that today's breakthrough was merely a beginning. The divine form of a Super Saiyan as a norm signified that his starting point had already far surpassed that of an ordinary Saiyan god. This was both a privilege and a responsibility. He must forge a path that had never been traversed before. Below, Vegeta and his companions commenced their inaugural formal meditation. Though they would not immediately attain the desired state, their focus and determination illuminated the potential of the future in Kafiza's eyes. Goku sat beside them, playfully assuming the role of a small teacher, despite his own understanding being somewhat rudimentary. Chapter 153, Leading the Way. In the next moment, the elder Kaioshin seized Kafiza, who appeared ready to depart, with a serious expression. By protocol, the newly appointed Kaioshin must take a tour, allowing the overseeing deities to recognize your face. Now, indeed, immediately. Without delay. First stop, Kaioshin Realm. Beijia Wangxing, a diminutive celestial body, once a grand abode for the KO, has been reduced to a mere palm-sized planet. This unfortunate transformation occurred during a game of hide-and-seek with the wrathful god of destruction, Bylus. At present, the stout and rotund Beijia Wang reclines on his planet, which boasts a gravity tenfold that of Earth, indulging in watermelon alongside his pet gorilla Babu Lucy and Goulet Goli. Their leisurely moment is abruptly interrupted by an unexpected visitor. Cough, cough. Your Excellency, the old KO. Your sudden arrival is unforeseen. How may I assist you? Beijia Wang hastily rises, and in his fluster, accidentally drops the watermelon. To his astonishment, the long-sealed old KO has re-emerged, accompanied by a young man clad in the attire of a KO. Who might this be? He is my disciple and the newly appointed Beijia Wangshin. Kafeja. The old KO introduces him nonchalantly. I pay my respects to the new KO. Beijia Wang interjects. I have been diligently working. Recently, I even crafted several new jokes. I assure you I have not been slacking off. No one wishes to hear your jokes, the old KO interrupts. Take us to meet the other three KO. Beijia Wang shrinks his neck. As long as they do not pursue his slacking, he is amenable. Yes, yes. However, the Dongjia Wang has been rather busy, so it may not be convenient. Let's talk. On Shijia Wang Xing, the Shijia Wang, of a stature akin to Beijia Wang, receives the trio with surprise. Your Excellency the old KO, you have returned. What splendid news. Should you wish to contact me, simply reach out directly. There is no need to involve this fellow, Beijia Wang. The relationship between Beijia Wang and Shijia Wang has always been strained, and this rare opportunity to intimidate him is too good to pass up. Cough, cough. This is the new Beijia Wangshin, Kafeja. They have come to inspect the work of the various KO. I have heard that you have been rather idle. Is this indeed the case? The Shijia Wang is taken aback, but upon noticing the calm demeanor of the two KO, he realizes Bei Jia Wang is merely attempting to intimidate him. You foolish fatso, once those two leave, I will deal with you. Collecting his thoughts, he proceeds to relay the work report of the Shi Inha over the past few millennia. An exhaustive account akin to an old woman's bound feet, both lengthy and tedious. Stop, Ka Fei Jia raises a hand, insisting on brevity. The Shi Jia Wang, momentarily stunned, lists 78 potential threats, 3 of which may erupt within the next century. Please provide me with a list. Yes, on Nanjia Wangxing. It is rumored that this KO can render foes powerless with her song, even leading them to their demise. Taller than the other 3, she is also the mightiest among them. Upon seeing the old KO, she is startled. You remain unchanged. The old KO grunts, spare me your pleasantries. Bei Jia Wang and Shi Jia Wang exchange knowing glances, fully aware of the unspoken bond. As the old adage states, if the friend dies, the monk shall not perish. In their shared understanding, they embellish the intentions of the two KO, leaving the non-Jia Wang trembling in fear, apprehensive of the repercussions for her years of idleness. Without a moment's delay, she promptly reports the safety concerns that have emerged in the non-Inha in recent years, amounting to merely a handful of documents. Only later does she realize she has been duped by the two tricksters, leaving her gnashing her teeth in frustration. On Dongjia Wangxing, the KO is a robust woman who relishes racing her car against others, her temperament volatile. Upon their arrival, she is in the midst of a reckless speed race, entirely oblivious to her colleagues and superiors trailing behind. The Nan, Bei, and Shi Jia Wang share a knowing smile, as another unwitting victim emerges. Please, esteemed KO, grant me this one reprieve. I have not neglected my duties. After understanding the situation, the Dong Jia Wang collapses in fear, tears streaming down her face. Today was truly an exceptional circumstance. I do not usually behave this way. This car appeared before me unexpectedly, and I could not resist. Please, believe me. Behind her, 3 colleagues are doubled over in laughter. The old KO shakes his head. He is aware these individuals are unreliable, yet he never anticipated their level of negligence. Following his ceiling, they have accomplished nothing but languish in idleness. He promptly commands all 4 KO to compile a comprehensive summary of the work left unreported over the millennia, ensuring nothing is overlooked. Their next destination, Yinjian, Yinmadian. The sky is a dull yellow, and a seemingly endless line of souls awaits. Within the grand hall, the towering Yinlua Wang is tirelessly working. Next, Earthling, deceased from a car accident, previously stole wallets 3 times. Sentenced to 100 years in the first layer of hell. The soul plummets into the abyss. Sensing the presence of 2 deities, Yinlua Wang hurriedly lifts his head. Your Excellency the KO, what brings you to my realm? Please, take a seat. He descends from his elevated platform, shrinking to a more human size. Ultimately, Yinlua Wang, with a beaming smile, respectfully sees the 2 KO off. From Yinjian, they proceed to the realm of the god of destruction. During their journey, the old KO exhibits a countenance resembling one suffering from constipation. Understanding this demeanor, Ka Fei Jia recognizes that the old KO is reluctant to encounter Bylus, the god of destruction, who had imprisoned him within a sword. Were it not for the protocol necessitating a meeting with all deities, he would likely avoid the realm of destruction for eternity. Sensing his mentor's unwillingness, Ka Fei Jia recalls that in the original tale, Bylus and the angel race are particularly fond of Earth's delicacies, to the point of obsession. Even a simple instant noodle can captivate them. He promptly suggests they first visit Earth to procure some local specialties as gifts for their encounter with the god of destruction. The old KO agrees, very well, but that fellow has a rather irritable temperament. Bringing gifts should mitigate any unpleasantness. Fortunately, Ka Fei Jia has mastered instant transmission, and their journey is completed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 154, A Day Tour of the God of Destruction's Realm. With several boxes of earthly treasures in tow, Ka Fei Jia and the old KO stand at the entrance to the realm of the God of Destruction. Before them lies a landscape of pale purple earth, with pyramid-shaped structures levitating in midair, radiating soft, golden light. The old KO takes a deep breath, his expression akin to one facing execution. He lowers his voice. Remember, if that fellow awakens, speak with caution and utmost respect. Ka Fei Jia nods, carrying the boxes behind him. Shortly after their entrance, they overhear a conversation ahead. So, that dream was indeed quite vague. The languid tone emanates from a prophetic fish residing in a staff-shaped aquarium. However, the elements of the Saiyan god and Lord Bylus engaging in combat are quite clear. A gentle, melodious voice responds. The speaker is an imposing figure with blue-green skin and long white hair, violet pupils and lips. Adorned with a large light blue halo around his neck, a celestial being named Wace, who always carries a long staff. The two stroll leisurely through a garden. The old KO clears his throat. Wace turns, his eyes sparkling with delight. Ah, a rare guest. You, the old KO, have emerged, and who might this be? His gaze settles momentarily on Ka Feija. The prophetic fish flipped over in its bubble, exclaiming, "Oh, a new face? Dressed in the attire of the Kaishin. And yet a Saiyan?" Ka Feija set down the box he was holding and introduced himself. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Angel Whis, Mr. Prophetic Fish. I am the newly appointed North Kaishin, Ka Feija." The old Kaishin added, "He is my disciple." Whis gracefully inclined his body. "This is quite remarkable. Another Kaishin has emerged. However, Lord Beerus remains in slumber, so I shall temporarily host you both." He glanced at Ka Feija, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Speaking of which, we were just discussing the dreams of the prophetic fish, which foretold of a Saiyan deity who would engage in a great battle with Lord Beerus." Whis paused, smiling. "Could it be you, perhaps?" The prophetic fish leaned closer to the edge of the bubble, squinting as it scrutinized Ka Feija. "Very similar, yet somewhat different. The Saiyan deity in the dream had red hair, while you have golden hair. It is somewhat akin to, well, I cannot see clearly. It is too vague." The old Kaishin scoffed. "Ka Feija is indeed a Saiyan, but he cannot possibly be the one from your prophecy." "Nonsense. Currently, there is no one in this universe qualified to contend with the god of destruction, Beerus. It could be fatal. Therefore, it is imperative not to acknowledge it." "When will Lord Beerus awaken?" Whis pondered, tapping his chin lightly. "Based on his current depth of sleep, it may take several decades. However, if he experiences a strong stimulus, such as the aroma of delicious food, he might awaken sooner." As he spoke, his eyes subtly darted toward the box on the ground. The prophetic fish blew a bubble from its bubble. "In any case, he will not wake up in the short term. You arrived just in time. If he wakes and sees the old Kaishin here, there might be an argument." The old Kaishin's expression darkened. Ka Feija promptly interjected, lifting a box. "Since Lord Beerus is still asleep, we have brought gifts." He opened the box to reveal an assortment of earth delicacies: instant noodles, potato chips, chocolate, senbei, and several thermos containers filled with mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, and other Chinese stir-fried dishes. Whis' eyes instantly lit up. "This is..." He floated closer, his elegant demeanor betraying a hint of urgency. "Earth specialties. I have heard that both you and Lord Beerus have a keen interest in gourmet cuisine, so I prepared some." The old Kaishin scoffed, "Spoiling that fellow." Whis had already picked up a cup of instant noodles, carefully examining the text on the packaging. This requires hot water. Does it not?" With a gentle tap of his staff, a cup of hot water appeared out of thin air. Following the instructions, after 3 minutes, Whis lifted the lid of the cup. A rich aroma wafted through the air. The prophetic fish poked its head out of the bubble. "What is that delightful smell?" Whis twirled a strand of noodles with the accompanying fork and elegantly brought it to his mouth. Chewing, pausing, his eyes widened slightly. "Delicious," he murmured, taking another bite, his pace quickening as he devoured 7 or 8 cups in succession. The old Kaishin stared in disbelief. "You are eating all of that? What about leaving some for Beerus?" "Lord Beerus is still asleep," Whis replied nonchalantly. "I will safeguard it for him to prevent spoilage. It is the duty of an angel." Whis continued to taste the mapo tofu, his eyes turning into crescent moons from delight. The balance of spiciness and numbing flavors, combined with the smoothness of the tofu, is splendid. The prophetic fish protested, "Let me have some too." Ka Feija retrieved a lollipop from the box, unwrapped it, and handed it to the prophetic fish. The fish caught it in its mouth, savoring it in the water, emitting a satisfied gurgle. Observing Whis and the prophetic fish immersed in their culinary delight, Ka Feija seized the moment to suggest, "If Lord Whis enjoys it, I can arrange to send some regularly in the future." Whis lifted his head from the kung pao chicken, his expression still elegant, yet his fork did not pause. "How could I refuse such a kind offer? However, since it is your goodwill, I shall not decline." The old Kaishin rolled his eyes at the side. Whis feigned ignorance, opening a bag of potato chips and crunching away with grace, yet at an astonishing speed. As he ate, he inquired, It seems that the old Kaioshin has some grievances regarding Lord Beerus? Grievances indeed. The old Kaioshin retorted angrily. If it were not for his recklessness back then, how could there be only one Kaioshin left among the four? The balance of the universe is in disarray. And he sleeps for so long. Whis felt a jolt of surprise. All the Kaioshins had perished, yet thankfully, the old Kaioshin remained unharmed. Indeed, this matter is a failure on Lord Beerus's part. When he awakens, I will remind him to fulfill his responsibilities as the god of destruction. His tone was gentle, but Kaifiza sensed a hint of coldness. The prophetic fish, still holding the lollipop, interjected, however, even if Beerus wakes, he likely will not cause chaos in the short term. Before his last slumber, he seemed somewhat, how should I put it in human terms, remorseful? Remorseful? The old Kaioshin scoffed in disbelief. Just a little. The prophetic fish blew a bubble, indicating a size. The atmosphere softened slightly. Whis finished his last bite of twice-cooked pork, wiping his mouth in satisfaction, though his lips were not greasy, and resumed his completely elegant posture, as you have traveled from afar. How about I show you around the realm of the god of destruction? The old Kaioshin initially intended to decline, but Kaifiza spoke first. It would be an honor. Whis smiled slightly, tapping his staff. The three of them, along with the fish, slowly ascended. They glided past gardens and training grounds of the god of destruction, finally stopping before a massive pyramid structure. This is Lord Beerus's palace. Although he is currently asleep, it is best not to approach. His temper upon waking can be quite fearsome. The old Kaioshin snorted. How fearsome could it be? Can it be more terrifying than him breaking the Kaioshin's sword and stuffing me inside? Whis smiled silently. After the tour concluded, Whis escorted them to the exit. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Whis, Kaifiza said politely. And thank you for your gifts. Whis smiled, retrieving a button from his sleeve. This is a temporary credential. If you encounter difficult bottlenecks in your training, feel free to come here and seek me out. Of course, it is best to avoid times when I am napping or indulging in gourmet food. Kaifiza accepted it solemnly. The prophetic fish waved its fins. Next time, remember to bring more lollipops. On their way back to the Kaioshin realm after leaving the realm of destruction, the old Kaioshin remained silent. Whis seems to have a favorable impression of you. Is it because he enjoys earth food? Not only that, he can perceive your uniqueness. Giving you that credential signifies his acknowledgement. However, do not become complacent. The road ahead is long. Sooner or later, Beerus will awaken, and when he does, Kaifiza understood his implication. The Saiyan deity, when the god of destruction awakens, would he truly stand on equal footing? I will be prepared. Chapter 155, Divine Duties and Mundane Affairs. In the early morning of the Kaioshin realm, sunlight spilled across the planet. Before Kaifiza lay 4 small mountains constructed from A4 paper. These were the accumulated affairs of the 4 Kaioshins from the east, south, west, and north, which had gone unaddressed for thousands of years. Each mountain stood approximately 30 meters tall. The old Kaioshin reclined in a rocking chair, gleefully swinging his feet. One of the duties of the Kaioshin is to supervise the Kaioshins to prevent laziness. Congratulations, now you know just how lazy they can be. Kaifiza casually picked up the top report and massaged his temples. Have these Kaioshins been left unattended? Of course, the old Kaioshin took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly. The method of management is merely to record them and address them later. Then later becomes thousands of years. He pointed to the nearby mountain. These are only the major matters requiring divine intervention. The issues below pertain to civilization development guidance, species evolution monitoring, and resource distribution suggestions. TSK. I should have suggested removing all 4 of them back in the day. Kaifiza paused momentarily, deciding to seek external assistance. On the planet Adonis, within the council chamber, stood 4 figures, Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, and Sun Wukong. Vegeta, staring incredulously at the projections of 4 mountains, questioned, So, is this the mess that has been accumulating in the universe for thousands of years? Kaifiza nodded in acknowledgement, stating, The Kaioshins have failed to act. Someone now must take charge. I have consulted with the Cosmic Patrol, but the Galactic King indicated that they are understaffed. Only the Adonis faction is currently suitable for this task. Nappa inquired, Master, do you mean for us to resolve all of these issues? Most of them, Kaifiza replied. I have filtered out the more complex matters that necessitate divine intervention. What remains consists primarily of eradicating pirates, mediating conflicts, guiding civilizations, and eliminating dangerous creatures, tasks you excel at. Raditz perused a transmitted task list, his eyes widening. Master, There are 372 tasks listed, spanning for galaxies. Thus, a team is required. Vegeta, you will oversee combat assessments and task allocations. Nappa and Raditz will assist. Deploy elite units from the base's combat forces to execute these assignments in groups. A fierce determination ignited in Vegeta's eyes. Understood. This is the perfect opportunity to test the results of their training. Relying solely on the spirit tree's fruit will only yield a bunch of useless warriors. I want to join, exclaimed Sun Wukong, his tail wagging with excitement. This sounds incredibly fun. Kafisa turned to him. Wukong, these tasks are not games. Some adversaries may be formidable, and certain situations are complex, not to be resolved through brute force. I understand. Sun Wukong clenched his fist. I can help. Besides, I'm nearly bored to death in the Kaishin realm. Vegeta snorted dismissively. Kakarot, don't be a hindrance. I can do it. Sun Wukong protested. Last time we trained, I was able to keep up with your speed. Nappa casually rubbed his impeccably smooth head. That was because I was letting you. Raditz patted his brother's shoulder. If you wish to join, come with me. But you must follow orders. Ultimately, Kafisa nodded. Very well, Wukong will join as well. Vegeta, you will manage the arrangements. At the port of Adonis, 30 medium-sized warships stood in orderly formation, each carrying 20 combatants, all elite warriors with power levels exceeding 10,000. Vegeta stood on the command ship's deck, facing a holographic star map. The first to the 10th squads were assigned to eliminate pirates in the northern galaxy's debris belt. Intelligence indicated that the Black Sail faction possessed 30 main warships, with an average pirate combat power of 300. Do we really need to deploy 10 squads for such trash? Nappa queried, pulling up detailed data. The records indicate that the Black Sail faction has an antique planetary cannon capable of obliterating asteroids. While it poses no threat to us, it is a significant danger to merchant vessels. Then we shall send one squad, Vegeta decided, dismissing 9 squads. The remaining 9 would be dispersed to tackle the other 17 pirate strongholds in the Northern Galaxy. I want the Northern Galaxy routes cleared within 3 months. Yes. The 11th to 20th squads were dispatched to the Southern Galaxy to mediate a long-standing dispute. 8 centuries without resolution, and yet these two factions thrive. In the past, this would have been free labor. Now they are merely fortunate, Vegeta observed. Raditz, you will lead the team. Raditz nodded. Understood. Will force be necessary? If needed, yes. Vegeta replied, but mediation should be the priority. The Kaishin have stated that their principle is guidance rather than domination. We must not exert undue influence. Vegeta continued to assign tasks, systematically reducing the list. Depart. I want to see these mountains cleared within 6 months. The fleet ascended in succession, transforming into a cascade of shooting stars, disappearing from sight. In the Kaishin realm, Kafisa reviewed the reports of the task execution with growing satisfaction. Having subordinates indeed made the workload significantly lighter. Vegeta's allocations were astute, efficient, direct, and leaving room for flexibility. The Adonis combat forces gained practical experience from these tasks, while the accumulated issues in the universe were swiftly resolved, all while expanding the organization's influence. It was truly a win-win situation. Well managed, remarked the old Kaishin. Though these are mere trifles, you are now ready to engage with the true responsibilities of a Kaishin. In the ensuing time, Kafisa commenced a systematic study of the Kaishin's rights and responsibilities, creating planets, guiding the evolution of life, and maintaining cosmic balance, each aspect necessitating a profound understanding of and application of the rules. However, challenges soon arose. Before Kafisa lay a miniature planetary model, complete with mountains, rivers, atmospheric layers, and even simulated microbial communities, yet it was lifeless. Lacking genuine life cycles and autonomous evolutionary capabilities, it was merely an exquisite energy sculpture. The old Kaishin paused, sighed. This is not your fault. It is a flaw inherent in the universe. What do you mean? Kafisa inquired. Since the incident with Majin Buu, for Kaishins have fallen, resulting in a disruption of the cosmic creation cycle. The old Kaishin's expression turned grave. Complete creation necessitates a balance between destruction and creation, the cycle of life and death. Presently, the god of destruction lies dormant, and the only creator left is a novice, causing the cosmic regulatory balance to tilt. He gestured toward the miniature planet. The impediment you now perceive is the universe's self-protective mechanism. It does not permit the emergence of new, complete creations. for that could exacerbate the imbalance and potentially trigger a collapse of the rules. Kafiza retracted his energy, causing the model to dissipate. So, my creative power cannot advance any further? The old Kaioshin continued, unless Beerus awakens to fulfill his duties, or a new god of destruction is born to restore balance. However, the former may take decades, and the latter. Kafiza, admitting a twinge of disappointment, reassured himself that it was of little consequence, for he possessed the ability to traverse the myriad worlds. Host detected to be facing a bottleneck at the level of rules. Do you require my assistance? After several days, the system finally resumed its previous operations. Without hesitation, Kafiza sought an excuse to bid farewell to the old Kaioshin. The space shimmered with ripples, and Kafiza's figure gradually faded. Meanwhile, on the distant end of the universe, the fleet of Adonis fervently executed task after task. Vegeta smashed a pirate flagship with a single punch. Naba showcased miracles before primitive civilizations. Raditz struggled to mediate the conflict between two factions, and Sun Wukong joyfully assisted aliens in digging canals. Chapter 156. The divine presence at the execution stage. The world's fracture commenced with a subtle, yet piercing sound that caused the hearts of tens of thousands to stop. Upon opening his eyes, Kafiza was first struck by an unsettling sensation beneath his feet. Not the reassuring ground, but a cold, hard, and slightly trembling metallic surface. Next, an overwhelming cacophony engulfed him, filled with roars, lamentations, the clash of blades, and the whistling of cannon fire, crashing against his senses like a tsunami. He stood atop a height, with two crossed long swords embedded deeply into a wooden platform. Beneath the blades lay a severed head, the blades stained with glaring crimson. A headless body knelt nearby, its neck severed with precision, clearly freshly decapitated, still twitching in its death throes. Time seemed to elongate. Kafiza looked down to see black hair, freckles, and wide eyes filled with astonishment and confusion frozen at the moment of life's end. Poor Gas Diaz. He recognized the face. Images from before his crossing flashed through his mind. The Fire Fist Ace, son of Whitebeard, brother to Luffy. So, this is the Marineford War. Ace. The cry was not singular. It erupted simultaneously from the throats of thousands in the Marineford Square, a tumultuous chorus of shock, grief, and fury. The uproar nearly threatened to rend the heavens asunder. The first figure to solidify was the one beneath the execution platform. No, not Ace. The eyes of Monkey D. Luffy instantly lost all their brilliance, appearing hollow as if his very soul had been extracted. Subsequently, his skin began to flush unnaturally, steam mingling with the uncontrollable eruption of Haushikahaki, causing several marine officers nearby to collapse without uttering a sound, their eyes rolling back in defeat. The reason for their repeated fall was that he had inadvertently unleashed his haki moments before, which had been enough to fell the executioner. Two long blades crossed each other, leading to the serendipitous arrival of Kafaza above. I will kill you. Luffy did not employ any techniques. He resembled a beast that had completely lost its sanity. Propelled by instinct as his rubber fist, imbued with the strength capable of shattering rock, struck the figure on the execution platform. Adorned with golden hair and clad in peculiar attire, with lightning speed and utter disregard for form. Following closely was a torrent of azure flames. You scoundrel! The Phoenix Marco transformed into a blue firebird, launching himself with a velocity surpassing the eye's perception, his tears and murderous intent equally fierce. Diamond Jozu roared as he transformed half his body into diamond, crashing his massive form against the base of the execution platform. The swords of Flower Sword Vista were drawn, delivering swift and lethal slashes towards Kafaza's position. At that moment, all captains and pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates cast aside their confrontation with the Marines, pouring forth their hatred and strength unreservedly towards the suddenly appeared, accursed stranger on the execution platform. The Marine side also fell into a brief state of chaos. What is happening? Fleet Admiral Sengoku shouted at the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on the execution platform. Ace was dead, but not by the hands of the Marines. This outcome took everyone by surprise. The unfamiliar face did not resemble that of a pirate. Admiral Akainu Sakazuki wore a grim expression, magma beginning to drip from his arm. Is he a devil fruit user? What kind of ability allows for such a sudden appearance? How terrifying! Admiral Kazuru Borsalino smirked, his fingertips sparkling with golden light. However, since he appeared on the execution platform and aided us in executing, could he be considered an ally? Sengoku quickly glanced at Akiji. Understood. Akiji Kuzan instantaneously transformed into his elemental form, spreading an icy path directly beneath the execution platform. Regardless of who he was, he must not allow the pirates to kill him in front of the Marines, at least not now. The stance of justice became delicate and awkward at this moment. This mysterious individual had killed the son of the Pirate King, seemingly aligning with the Marines, yet his methods were strange, and his identity remained unknown. For both public and private reasons, the Marines could not stand idly by as he was torn apart by the enraged Whitebeard pirates. On the execution platform, Kafaza finally regained his bearings from the brief disorientation and the shocking reality before him. He had arrived at the wrong time, in the wrong place, and in an irretrievable manner. The corpse of Ace lay beneath him, surrounded by the frenzied attacks of pirates and the complex, vigilant attitudes of the Marines. All became clear in an instant. Luffy's fist was the first to reach him. The fist contained not only power but also the anguish and murderous intent of utter devastation. The fist collided with an invisible, yet absolutely solid barrier. Mere inches from Kafaza's cheek. Thud! A dull roar echoed. The barrier remained unmoved, yet Luffy's fist cracked with the sound of bone fracturing. Nonetheless, he seemed impervious to pain, as his other fist came crashing down with even greater fervor, followed by his legs, a tempest of attacks raining upon the barrier, producing a continuous series of muffled thuds, yet failing to even stir the hem of Kafaza's garments. Next came Marco's flying kick, the azure flames colliding with the barrier, creating ripples. Vista's slashes glided across the surface of the barrier, leaving not a trace. Josu's diamond charge caused the entire execution platform to tremble violently, cracks forming in the base, yet Kafaza remained steadfast as a rock. The icy spears of Akiji also struck from the side, not to attack Kafaza, but to thwart Marco and the subsequent pirate onslaught, ice and fire clashing outside the barrier, erupting with force. Kafaza found himself at the center of this chaotic storm. A blend of pirate vengeance and marine protection, his gaze sweeping below. He saw Whitebeard, the towering giant akin to a mountain, who at that moment remained silent. Yet in his eyes, which had once encompassed the vastness of the sea, there now resided only boundless darkness and chill. His hand, gripping the Naginata Yun, whitened at the knuckles, the colossal presence of Haushiko Haki no longer serving as indiscriminate intimidation, but instead as the sharpest needle, firmly locking onto Kafaza. It was a vow, a promise that at any cost, this person must be utterly annihilated. He also perceived Sengoku atop the marine platform, the three admirals, and the countless shocked, suspicious, and vigilant marine soldiers. Their protection was not born of goodwill, but was rooted in order, stance, and caution towards the unknown. Additionally, there were those scattered across the battlefield, equally enraged or stunned by Ace's death. The clown Buggy, whose mouth gaped wide enough to fit a cannonball, the escapees from impelled down beside him glancing uncertainly. Crocodile narrowing his eyes, Jinbei, his face a mask of sorrow and disbelief. So that was it, Kafaza murmured softly, his voice drowned amidst the cacophony of attacks. He had not intended to intervene, but the outcome could not be altered. He had unwittingly become the epicenter of this world's grievances, viewed as a mortal enemy by the pirates and a variable to be controlled by the Marines. Luffy's assault continued unabated. He had completely lost his mind. His fists raw and bloodied, yet he relentlessly pounded against the barrier, bellowing Ace's name. Chapter 157, The Annoying Bug. Kafaza observed the collapsing Luffy, the raging Whitebeard pirates surrounding him, and the battlefield below, twisted and seething with hatred due to his unexpected arrival. To become the focal point of animosity from hundreds of thousands in such a manner, truly, it was a first for him. An unforeseen circumstance, his fingers slightly splayed. Facing the oncoming barrage of attacks, be it Luffy's fists, Marco's azure flames, the Marines' icy spears, or the overwhelming murderous intent permeating the air, he gently pressed downward. Silence. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no dazzling bursts of energy. Centered around Kafaza, an invisible wave instantaneously spread. All physical attacks directed at him, rubber fists, azure kicks, diamond shards, and flying slashes, upon contact with the area of influence, slowed dramatically as if they had crashed into a realm of absolute viscous amber, ultimately freezing in midair several meters away from his barrier. Not only the attacks but sounds seemed to be stripped away. The thunderous roars of battle, the sounds of cannon fire, the cries of anguish. In that fleeting moment as the wave passed, were suppressed to near silence, leaving only a heart-stopping, vacuum-like stillness. Even more astonishing was the suppression of momentum. The uncontrollable Haoshiku emanating from Luffy, the needle-like concentration of murderous intent from Whitebeard, and the boiling battle spirit and fury of Marco and the other captains were swept away by the invisible wave as if they were mere candle flames in a tempest. Flickering violently, it was not a cancellation but a higher-tier existence, naturally dominating the lower-tier energies and wills. Time seemed to freeze once more. On the battlefield, an extraordinarily bizarre scene unfolded. Only that golden-haired figure stood silently upon the execution platform, with Ace's corpse beneath him, gazing down at the dazed crowd below. He made no superfluous movements, merely raised his hand in the simplest manner, allowing this corner of the most intense battlefield to descend into an absolute stillness, governed by him. Whitebeard's pupils constricted to pinpoints. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sengoku's forehead. Akainu's magma froze upon his arm. The Huang Yuan ceased to utter his chilling thoughts. His mouth slightly agape. The frigid aura emanating from Qing Ji halted its encroachment. All who witnessed this scene, whether pirates or navy, elite warriors or ordinary soldiers, were engulfed by a singular thought, laden with an overwhelming sense of dread. What on earth is this power? No, what is this entity? A devil fruit? Haki? An ancient ultimate weapon? No, none of those fit. It was as if he could articulate his will, bending the physical laws of this realm to his command. Kafiza's gaze swept across the astonished and bewildered faces, ultimately locking onto the abyssal eyes of Whitebeard. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in this forcibly silenced space. This is merely an accident. I did not come here for this, nor do I intend to take his life, though he shall perish soon enough. His words were calm, devoid of remorse, merely stating a fact. Yet, to the members of the Whitebeard pirates at this moment, it felt akin to the cruelest mockery. An accident? Each word from Whitebeard was imbued with the anguish and fury capable of tearing everything apart. You stand beside the corpse of my beloved son, and tell me this is an accident? His naginata was raised once more, and although the intangible waves suppressed his haki, the sheer mass of Whitebeard's form was akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. I care not who you are or what powers you possess. Today, you shall accompany Ace in death. Whitebeard pirates. Before he could finish his roar, Kafiza shook his head, aware that failing to resolve this matter today would lead to a host of troubles. He glanced upward at the smoke and ominous clouds thickening over Marin Fander, then looked down at Luffy, who remained momentarily paralyzed, teetering on the brink of madness due to the attack's stasis. This opening was disastrous. Unfortunately, he had no time to dwell on this unexpected predicament. His exploration of the world's rules was the purpose of his traversal, and here, it was evidently not a place conducive to research. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, he stepped forward. With that single step, his figure vanished from the execution platform, frozen in a myriad of attacks. The next moment, he appeared in midair 100 meters away, perfectly positioned between Whitebeard and the Marine Headquarters building. Though the golden flames did not surge, the power he had just displayed rendered him the sole focal point of the heavens and earth at that moment. My time is exceedingly precious. I have no interest in indulging you in your game of revenge. As his words fell, Whitebeard's massive naginata, Tokosetsu, was already enveloped in a white halo capable of inciting tsunamis and earthquakes, cleaving through the very fabric of space, with the might to split the sea and shatter islands. It descended with ferocious intent. This was a strike encapsulating his lifetime of anger and sorrow, the title of the world's strongest man crystallizing into pure destructive force. The air trembled, the ice shattered, and even space itself seemed to fracture like a mirror. Simultaneously, Luffy, breaking free from control, unleashed a primal roar from his throat, a sound devoid of humanity. He cared not whether the attack would bear fruit, nor did he concern himself with his own fate. He poured every ounce of vitality, every shred of will, and all his despair into the reckless strike of his fist. He charged madly into the sky. Marco transformed into a blue-flamed phoenix. Josu's diamond body gleamed brilliantly, and Vista wielded his twin swords with chilling precision. All the captains, every remaining member of the Whitebeard pirates, and some of the escaped prisoners enraged by Ace's death surged forth like meteors ablaze with the fire of vengeance, crashing towards Kafiza from all directions. The navy, led by Sengoku and the three admirals, followed suit with a barrage of attacks. The Buddha Palm shockwave, the lava giant's fist, freezing blizzards, and the 8 Shakayoko, all converging in a torrent of offensives. Though tinged with the intent to probe and obstruct the pirates, they utterly enveloped Kafiza. Faced with this annihilating barrage capable of toppling a nation, Kafiza's gaze finally exhibited a faint shift. It was neither fear nor gravity, but rather an impatience akin to that of an ant provoked repeatedly. Truly a troop of jesters. This time, he merely stirred his thoughts. Boom! An energy more terrifying and fundamental than Whitebeard's tremor erupted before him, akin to a supernova exploding in proximity. The purest golden flames, centered on him, erupted like an absolute domain. The first to be obliterated was Whitebeard's earth-shattering Naginata strike. The shockwave that tore through space, upon contact with the golden flame domain, was as if waves crashed against an immovable divine mountain, failing to even stir a ripple. It was silently negated by that despairingly pure force. Next came Tokusetsu itself. This supreme weapon, upon touching the edge of the golden flames, disintegrated without even the process of shattering, transforming entirely into the most basic metallic particles, vanishing within the raging tempest of energy. Whitebeard's pupils constricted, yet true to his experience as one of the 4 emperors, he instantly unleashed his haki to its utmost, enveloping his entire body, crossing his arms to withstand the approaching golden tempest. Chapter 158, Flee! Flee! Bang! The sickening sound of bones cracking was distinctly audible. Whitebeard's arms, enveloped in top-tier haki, grotesquely twisted and broke, his chest visibly caving in, blood mingled with fragments of his insides gushing forth from his mouth and nose. His colossal form was hurled backward like a meteor, crashing through the main mast and upper structure of the Moby Dick, ultimately embedding deep within the ship's hull. Buried beneath the collapsed wood and debris, lost to life and death. Almost simultaneously, the torrent of golden flames engulfed all others. Marco's blue flames were extinguished in an instant. As if he had never existed, his body crashing onto the ice like a rag doll, bones shattered beyond reckoning. Josu's diamond form was marred by spiderweb-like cracks, collapsing unconscious. Vista's twin swords were shattered, blood spewing as he was propelled backward. All the charging pirate captains and members fell like wheat stalks swept down by an unseen scythe, either dead or grievously wounded, without exception. Luffy's fist, infused with all his sorrow and life, crumbled before the golden flames, weaker than paper. He was struck back as though by a high-speed train, hurtling with greater velocity into the unforgiving ground beneath the execution platform, creating a deep crater. Lying there, only the faint rise and fall of his chest remained, his eyes hollow and despairing. Tears mingled with blood silently streamed from his wide-open eyes. Even the Navy's assaults, upon reaching the edge of the golden flame domain, were forcefully repelled and negated by that vast, unyielding energy. Sengoku and the others felt as though their strikes had vanished like a cow into the sea, easily swallowed by a power far grander and more brutish. By the sheer force of its eruption, it shattered the wrathful strike of the world's strongest man, sweeping away all elite forces of the Whitebeard pirates, and halted the combined assault of the Navy admirals. The entirety of Marin Fander descended into a silence more profound and soul-freezing than before. This time, the disparity in power was absolute, rendering any thought of resistance utterly untenable. Old man, Marco, barely clinging to consciousness, struggled to gaze towards the direction of the Moby Dick, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. Amidst the ruins, Whitebeard's breath was faint to the extreme, yet not entirely extinguished. However, Kafiza's patience seemed to have reached its limit. He surveyed the devastation, yet countless vengeful gazes were still directed toward his pirate crew, and cast a glance at Luffy, whose eyes were vacant in the deep pit. Truly an indomitable little cockroach. His voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. It seems that merely defeating you is insufficient to impart the lesson of disparity. No longer holding back, his figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, he had already appeared above the Moby Dick, facing the wreckage of the cabin where Whitebeard lay buried. With a casual motion of his right hand, he pressed downward. There were no extravagant light effects, nor intricate maneuvers. It was merely the simplest release of energy. A beam of golden light, refined to perfection, shot forth from his palm, precisely penetrating the ruins. At the instant the beam entered, time seemed to freeze for a frame. Then, a thunderous roar erupted, far more muffled and terrifying than Whitebeard's tremors. The sound of an internal explosion resonated from the depths of the Moby Dick. The entire colossal ship, from keel to deck, from bow to stern, suddenly expanded and transformed into a horrific fireball of fireworks. The shockwave swept across the sea, violently rocking all nearby vessels. Under the assault, Whitebeard's formidable life force, which belonged to the world's strongest man, extinguished abruptly like a candle in the wind, leaving no trace of sound. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, Kafiza's left hand subtly curled its fingers. A minuscule amount of creative power quietly overflowed, instantly shaping into the most ordinary of apples. Just as Whitebeard's essence completely vanished, a profound rule was triggered. An invisible and formless fragment of a rule, imbued with the concept of tremor authority, seemed to be drawn forth, crossing space and instantly embedding itself within the newly formed apple. The surface of the apple, at a visibly rapid pace, revealed countless intricate and arcane gray-white spiral patterns, as if the waves of the earthquake were eternally etched into its skin. The Jinjin fruit, in this unnoticed manner, quietly fell into Kafiza's control. With a slight movement of his finger, the newly birthed fruit silently disappeared, claimed into his personal space. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the entirety of Marineford. Was Whitebeard dead? The man who stood as the king of the seas, rivaling Roger, and the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, had been annihilated alongside his ship. The Navy soldiers gaped. The three admirals wore unprecedentedly grave expressions, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku's fists cracked ominously. On the pirate side, a chilling despair and devastation prevailed. Father, kill him. Avenge father. The remaining captains and countless pirates, their eyes bloodshot, were consumed by endless grief and rage, struggling to charge towards that golden figure in the sky, even knowing it was akin to moths to a flame. Stop. Everyone stop. At that moment, a hoarse yet forceful roar, laced with tears, pierced through the tide of sorrow. It was Marco. He had somehow struggled to half kneel, half of his body drenched in blood, as the blue flames flickered back to life, attempting to mend his grievous wounds. His face was streaked with tears, his eyes filled with boundless sorrow and despair, yet a spark of reason flickered fiercely within that despair. He fixed his gaze upon the indifferent figure in the sky, using all his strength to roar at his companions and the entire battlefield. Look closely. Everyone, see clearly. That is not an enemy we can contend with. No. His voice was painfully torn. Ace is dead, father is gone. But we cannot all perish here. We must not allow father's and Ace's will to be severed. Captain Marco. Some pirates cried out in anguish, unwilling to accept it. This is an order. Marco nearly shouted until blood came forth. I am the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now I command all who can still move. Take the injured. Bring Luffy with you. Retreat. Immediately retreat. Leave this place. His shout was filled with an undeniable resolve. The surviving pirates looked at the figure in the sky, then at the ashes of the Moby Dick and the pit where Luffy lay, and an overwhelming fear finally eclipsed their boiling hatred. They wept bitterly, yet began to help one another, lifting their severely wounded comrades, in a disheveled yet swift rush towards the remaining vessels at the port. A few pirates familiar with Luffy, who had fought their way out of Impel Down, such as Jinbei and Ivankov, bore their grief and fear, gritting their teeth as they rushed to the ruins of the execution platform, lifting the unconscious Luffy, who resembled a broken doll. Without looking back as they sprinted towards the retreating fleet, the Navy's cannon fire symbolically obstructed their path a few times. But both Sengoku and the three admirals were primarily focused on Kafiza in the sky, with no one truly pursuing the already crumbling remnants of the pirate fleet. Chapter 159, Undercurrents Emerge. The cheers of Marineford swept across the square like a tsunami. Victory! The Navy has triumphed. Whitebeard is dead. The Whitebeard pirates have been defeated. Soldiers tossed their caps into the air, embracing one another in tears, as the smoke of cannon fire still lingered, joy overwhelming their rationality. Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood beside the ruins of the execution platform, his expression devoid of any relief. He gazed up at the golden figure in midair, the one who single-handedly ended the war, yet also brought forth deeper unrest. Who on earth was that man? Akainu's arm, still flowing with magma, remained fixated on Kafiza in the sky. Kizaru, rarely, merely adjusted his sunglasses. The question now is he friend or foe? Akiji silently observed the retreating remnants of the pirates, the ice reflecting the burning wreckage of the Moby Dick. Regardless, the justice of this war has been thoroughly distorted. Garp, however, was filled with concern. After all, Luffy was his grandson. Though he was in the Navy, he still hoped Luffy could escape safely. At the edge of the battlefield, amidst the shadows of the damaged shipwrecks. Blackbeard Teach clung desperately to the edge of the ship, his nails nearly embedding into the iron plate. His face, usually twisted in laughter, was now contorted with rage, unwillingness, and fear, silencing those around him, such as Burgess. Father is dead. Teach's voice was ominously deep. The Jinjin fruit was supposed to be mine. Van Oka adjusted his sniper scope, calmly analyzing. Captain, that man with golden hair displayed a power that far exceeds common sense. He effortlessly obliterated the world's strongest man, our current strength. I know. Teach interrupted, his chest heaving violently. I know the disparity. That is why I am even more unwilling. His original plan was flawless, to utilize the chaos of Impel Down to form the strongest crew, to make a grand entrance at the climax of the Marineford War, personally slaying the wounded Whitebeard to seize the Jinjin fruit, becoming the only double fruit user in history, and then accept Whitebeard's territory and prestige as a savior. But now, Whitebeard is dead, yet it was by the hands of an inexplicable individual. The Jinjin fruit is nowhere to be found. According to the reincarnation rules of devil fruits, it should currently be coalescing on some nearby fruit. However, where on this battlefield could one find an intact fruit? Lafitte elegantly twirled his cane. The more troublesome aspect is that if the Navy discovers we are here, and with level 6 prisoners from Impel Down. Before he could finish, a Navy signalman's announcement echoed from afar. All warlords of the sea, assemble. Fleet Admiral Sengoku has commanded. Blackbeard's expression darkened. Retreat. While everyone's attention is on that golden-haired monster, we must leave immediately. But the Jinjin fruit. Burgess clenched his fists in frustration. The fruit will not disappear after reincarnation. We still have a chance to find it. Teach cast one last deep glance at the golden figure in the sky, a glimmer of resentment flashing in his eyes. But I will remember that man. One day, I will make you pay, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ships of the 9 snake pirates were slowly departing from the harbor. Sister, please remain calm. Sonia stopped Hancock, who was about to leap off the ship. That man could kill Whitebeard with a single blow. Rushing in like this is just suicide. Let me go? Boa Hancock's beautiful eyes burned with rage. She turned to look at the deep pit below the execution platform. The direction Luffy had been carried away, her heart breaking. Luffy, he's injured him so badly. How can I just leave like this? Marigold also stepped forward to dissuade her. Sister. Straw Hat Luffy has already been rescued by Jinbe and the others. The most important thing now is to heal his injuries. If we fight that monster here, we'll only delay the rescue. You don't understand. Hancock shook off the two, her stunning beauty enhanced by anger. I am the most beautiful woman in the world, and I love Luffy. If I see my beloved being hurt and dare not help, what right do I have to say I love him? She leaped, her high heels lightly tapping the ice, her slender figure shooting towards the center of the battlefield like an arrow. Big sister. In midair, Kafiza was mentally arguing with the system. It's all your fault. What a terrible landing spot you chose. Every time I appear, it's dangerous all around. If you do this again, I'll ban you from the Dragon Ball world. The system. Looking aggrieved. This isn't fair. The landing spot is always random. I can't control it. It's just bad luck, host. Besides, you should be grateful you even came to this world. With so many devil fruits incorporating rules, once you've thoroughly studied them, your strength will surely rise several levels. Sweet breeze. Sensing a pink heart-shaped beam of light approaching from below, Kafiza didn't turn around. Golden flames automatically formed a barrier beside her. The beam vanished the moment it hit the barrier, without even a ripple. Hancock landed on a shard of ice, her long legs crossed, one hand on her hip, the other pointing to the sky, her posture as haughty as an empress. Insolent fool. Get down here. Kafiza looked down, seeing that captivating face and the burning rage in her beautiful eyes, and raised an eyebrow slightly. Boa Hancock, I remember you. So, you've come to avenge that Straw Hat Luffy? Since you know who I am, you should understand the consequences of harming Luffy. Hancock's long hair moved without wind, and her conqueror's haki erupted, causing the already shattered ground around her to explode again. No matter how strong you are, I will make you pay the price. What a nuisance. He had no intention of making enemies of this world, but it seemed that from the very beginning, the chain of hatred automatically extended. The Whitebeard pirates wanted revenge. And now even one of the 7 warlords of the sea wanted to get involved. I said it was an accident. Kafiza slowly descended to Hancock's level, his golden aura receding, but the invisible pressure of his godlike presence still sent a chill down Hancock's spine. Hancock's long leg shot out with a powerful kick, captive arrows. Countless pink arrows rained down, each containing a curse capable of petrifying. This was the power of the awakened love fruit, even without feelings of love. A mere graze from one of these arrows would gradually turn one to stone. Kafiza simply raised his right hand, palm facing forward. All the arrows stopped abruptly 3 meters away from him, as if struck by invisible amber, before shattering into points of light and dissipating. What? Hancock's pupils contracted slightly. Your ability is interesting. It's a distorted application of the rules governing the concept of beauty. Kafiza commented as if reviewing an experimental sample. But it's ineffective against me. Not because of its strength, but because of the difference in our levels of existence. Gods are not cursed by the rules of mortals. God. Hancock sneered. I've seen plenty of self-proclaimed godlike madmen. Fragrance kick. Her figure vanished instantly, reappearing beside Kafiza, her high heels. Imbued with armament hockey, aimed a powerful kick at his temple. This strike was enough to shatter a warship's armor and possessed the ability to petrify anything it touched. Kafiza didn't dodge. Bang! The kick landed solidly, but Hancock felt as if she had struck an ancient, unchanging mountain. The recoil caused excruciating pain in her ankle, while Kafiza didn't even flinch, let alone become petrified. Chapter 160 Offending the Abbot and Trying to Leave. Hancock used the momentum to flip backward, her face paling for a moment, but her eyes blazed with even greater fury. How could this be? My attack actually, sister. Please retreat. Sansonia and Marigold shouted anxiously. The Navy is starting to notice this. If we drag this out any longer, we'll be surrounded. Hancock gritted her teeth, glaring at Kafiza, then looking in the direction Luffy was being carried away. Finally, she bit her red lips in resentment. I'll remember you. This humiliation will be avenged. She turned and leaped towards the Kuja pirate ship. In that instant, Kafiza raised his hand. Did I allow you to leave? His calm voice echoed across the battlefield. Not loud, yet it made everyone who heard it stop in their tracks. Golden flames condensed in his palm into a miniature sphere of light, seemingly gentle, yet radiating a chilling aura. Sengoku's pupils constricted. Wait. Too late. Kafiza gently tossed the sphere of light onto the sea. The sphere expanded rapidly the moment it left his hand, transforming into a destructive torrent 100 meters in diameter, completely evaporating the air in its path and creating a vacuum. Hancock turned back in midair, her beautiful eyes reflecting the overwhelming gold. Luffy. She uttered that name one last time, then was engulfed by the light. The golden torrent first swept over the Kuja pirate ships. The wooden hulls disintegrated at the molecular level the moment they touched the light, along with all the crew members, including Hancock, who had leaped into the air, and Sandersonia and Marigold on the ship. They vanished silently, like pencil drawings erased by an eraser, without explosions or screams. The light didn't stop, it continued to sweep across. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, the captains Marco, Jozu, Vista, and others who had just boarded the escaped ships, and thousands of surviving pirates. What was that? Get out of the way. It was too late. The golden light swept across the sea, completely obliterating everything in its path. Ships, bodies, weapons, flags, leaving not even ashes behind. Only ripples on the calm sea proved that something had once been there. 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. The Kuja pirates were wiped out. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates were wiped out, and only a few impelled down escapee ships some distance away remained on the sea. And where are the ships? Where did everyone go? Jinbe roared on the ice. He and Ivankov, carrying the unconscious Luffy, stood at the edge of the ice, facing an empty sea. The ship they were supposed to board had vanished in a golden light. All the escaped ships had been destroyed. They were trapped on the ice of Marineford. Kafiza stood in the air, looking down at the scene he had created, his expression unchanging. Having acted, he had to bear the consequences. He raised his left hand, and the power of creation surged. Dozens of various fruits appeared out of thin air, floating beside him. Apples, bananas, pineapples, grapes, each one utterly ordinary. The next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The devil fruit users who had just died, Marco's mythical Zoan Phoenix fruit, Jozu's Paramecia diamond fruit, Hancock's Paramecia love fruit, were reborn in this way, all gathering around the murderers who had killed them. Kafiza, looking at the dozens of devil fruits surrounding him, couldn't help but remark, kill a devil fruit user, prepare fruit nearby, and the fruit's rules will allow it to regenerate nearby. Such a convenient recycling mechanism, don't you think? System? The system, on the other hand, greatly admired the protagonist's indiscriminate killing spree. In the outer seas of the battlefield, aboard an inconspicuous pirate ship, Blackbeard Teach stood at the bow, wielding an extraordinarily long-range telescope crafted from a special crystal, enabling him to discern details several kilometers away. His laughter echoed, deep and eerie. Did you see that? Did you see? Bajis leaned in, inquiring, Captain, what did you see? That blonde man. Teach handed the telescope to Lafitte. He is collecting the devil fruits. By eliminating the users, the fruits will respawn nearby. I never expected he knew this secret. Lafitte adjusted the focus elegantly, his pupils narrowing slightly. What a breathtaking sight. To witness dozens of devil fruits simultaneously reborn is indeed a rare occurrence. Van Oka calmly analyzed. This implies that the tremor fruit must also be in his possession. No, wait. A mad glint flickered in Teach's eyes. Opportunity. This is our chance. Van Oka, fully aware of the captain's intentions, hastily cautioned, have you lost your mind, Captain? Are you truly going back to confront that monster? Yes, yes. Teach grinned widely. To Marineford. It is time to collaborate with the Navy. His laughter reverberated across the sea, infused with greed and ambition. On the surface of the ocean, Jinbei cradled the unconscious Luffy, standing at the edge of the ice with Ivankov and others, surrounded by the vast sea and the merciless encirclement of the Navy. We have no ship. All have been destroyed. Ivankov's voice was filled with despair. Suddenly, with a splash, a yellow submarine surfaced not far away, emblazoned with the striking emblem of the Heart Pirates. The hatch on top of the submarine opened, and a young man wearing a spotted cap and wielding a long knife leaned out. Trafalgar Law? Jinbei exclaimed in shock. Law calmly surveyed the battlefield, his gaze locking onto Luffy in Jinbei's arms. In 3 seconds, the Navy will open fire on you. Board the ship, or face death. Why are you saving us? Ivankov asked warily. Monkey D. Luffy is the son of Dragon. That reason is sufficient. Law stated succinctly. Jinbei and Ivankov exchanged glances, then looked around. Indeed, the Navy was regrouping, their cannons turning towards them. There was no time to hesitate. Go. Jinbei leaped towards the submarine, carrying Luffy, with Ivankov, Crocodile, and others following closely behind. Just as the last person entered the submarine, Law closed the hatch, and the submarine rapidly descended. Chapter 161, Powerless. In the air, Kafiza observed it all with curiosity. The technological development of this world was truly peculiar. The emergence of a submarine, such a high-tech marvel, contrasted sharply with the primitive weapons wielded by the soldiers. He pondered how the higher-ups of the world government perceived this. Were they wary of ancient weaponry, deliberately neglecting weapon technology? Yet it seemed futile. To him, targeting a single insect or a swarm required the same mental exertion. He extended his right index finger, aiming at the submarine's descent. A golden light coalesced at his fingertip, not the broad erasing energy from before, but a highly concentrated penetrating ray, akin to a fine needle capable of piercing through paper without disturbing the surrounding air. He had located it. His perception pierced through 100 meters of seawater, clearly locking onto the submarine's position and the life signatures within. Luffy, Law, Jinbei, Ivankov, Crocodile, all locked on. Just as he was about to unleash his attack, a hoarse yet forceful roar erupted across the silent battlefield. Stop! The once silent Carp squeezed out those 2 words from his throat. His former comrades stared at him in astonishment, seeing the profound agony etched across the face of this naval hero. The man who had sent countless pirates to prison now trembled, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes wide with despair. As Luffy's grandfather, he could not bear to witness his bloodline perish before his eyes. He took a step forward, just 1 step. Below the deep sea, inside the Heart Pirate submarine, Law leaned against the control panel, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Captain, that feeling of being locked on has vanished. Bepo's voice trembled. Law wiped the sweat from his brow, his fingertips quivering slightly. That was close. We almost perished. Jinbei, cradling the unconscious Luffy, asked in a low voice. Was that the killing intent of that blonde man? Law closed his eyes, seemingly still feeling that cold gaze penetrating through the depths of the sea, intent on annihilating them. But for some reason, he paused, his voice somber. He has given up. Ivankov exhaled a long breath of relief. Regardless, we survived. The Straw Hat Boy needs urgent medical attention. Law nodded, turning towards the medical room. Follow me. Though uncertain how much time he could buy for Luffy, he was determined not to let the captain die here. A heavy hand, unknown when it had come to rest firmly on Carp's shoulder, gripped tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Sengoku's voice rasped like sandpaper. Do not forget. You are a Marine Vice Admiral. Carp froze, his eyes bloodshot, unable to take that step forward. Faith, duty, and a lifetime of justice transformed into the coldest chains, binding him in place, forcing him to watch helplessly. Kafiza expressed regret. He had anticipated a poignant scene unfolding. For that, he had even halted his attack. Only to be met with this? Truly, it was all for naught. The golden light at his fingertip shot forth silently. No earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling display of light. Only a slender golden ray, almost imperceptible, quietly submerged into the sea. The water did not even ripple. But the next moment, a dull tremor resonated from the depths of the sea. It was the rumble of an explosion, the faint ripple produced when something was completely erased from existence. The submarine vanished, along with all its occupants. Trafalgar Law, Jinbei, Ivankov, Crocodile, Bepo, and the entirety of the Heart Pirates. And Monkey D, Luffy. All disintegrated at the molecular level, without pain, without struggle, as if they had never existed. Above the sea, Kafiza retracted his finger and raised his left hand once more. The power of creation surged quietly, and several fresh fruits materialized from thin air, floating beside him. He waited in silence. An apple's skin began to change color, revealing the distinctive spiral pattern of the surgery fruit. A banana twisted gradually, displaying the strange design of the hormone fruit. A grape subtly mutated, hinting at the characteristics of the Suna Suna fruit. However, the Gomu Gomu fruit was conspicuously absent. All the previously departed user's devil fruits had resurrected beside him, save for that one. Kafiza frowned slightly, his divine perception sweeping across the sea below, scanning every inch of space meticulously. Nothing. In the area cleansed by his attack, there was only seawater, devoid of anything else. Monkey D, Luffy should have been completely eliminated. How could this be? Host, stop searching, the system's voice echoed in his mind. That fruit is special, it possesses self-awareness. At this moment, it has likely already respawned in another corner of this planet, quietly hiding away. This is intriguing. Ka Fei Jia murmured softly, a glimmer of inquisitiveness flickering in his eyes. On the periphery of the battlefield, amidst the naval formation, stood Mr. Lu Fei. Kubai stood dazed in the ranks, his rifle clattering to the ground. It seemed he was oblivious, his eyes wide, fixated on the desolate expanse of the sea. Gone. Nothing remained. The boy with the straw hat who once laughed and said to him, "You want to be a Navy? That is splendid." The figure he had secretly admired after the events at Judicial Island, whose adventures he followed in the newspapers. The embodiment of a pure and fearless will to freedom he so yearned for was now, with a mere stroke, erased from existence. Not a trace was left behind. A suppressed, animalistic whimper escaped his throat, followed by tears that burst forth, mingling with the blood and smoke on his face, scalding as they trickled down his chin. Why? Why? He could no longer hold himself together, his knees buckling as he fell upon the icy ground, his hands clawing into the earth, oblivious to his shattered nails. Mr. Lu Fei did nothing wrong. Ace did not either. They only wished to save his brother. Kubai's shoulders trembled violently, his sobs escalating from choked cries to heart-wrenching wails. In his cries, there was no fear of mighty foes, only the deepest, most helpless sorrow. But now, it was all over, in such an utterly cruel manner. The surrounding sailors watched in silence as the boy wept uncontrollably, many turning their faces away, their expressions mirroring the same confusion and heaviness. Ka Fei Jia waved his hand, collecting the surrounding devil fruits into his spatial pocket. Casting one last glance at the silent battlefield below, Carp knelt on the ground, his eyes vacant, as if his soul had been drawn away. Sengoku's face was ashen, his fists clenched, knuckles whitening. The three admirals stood silently, their eyes interwoven with profound vigilance and helplessness. Tens of thousands of naval soldiers stood frozen, none daring to utter a sound. Only the mournful sea breeze wailed, mingling with the distant, uncontrollable cries of grief. Meanwhile, on a nameless island in the distant New World, the fruit of a banana tree began to twist and deform, its skin revealing a unique rubber-like texture, adorned with ancient and mysterious spiral patterns. Chapter 162. Walking into the Trap. Chapter 160. Embers and Iron Order's golden light dissipated in the sky, as if it had never arrived. Marineford Square fell into an almost vacuum-like silence. The wind swept through the smoke and the scent of blood across the icy surface, yet it carried no breath of life. Tens of thousands stood frozen in place, their gazes still fixed on the spot where Ka-Fei-Ja had vanished, as if that golden figure still hovered above them. Sengoku was the first to break free from that intangible pressure. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the resolution of the Marine Admiral had solidified in his gaze. All units, stand by for orders. His voice was not loud, yet it shattered the frozen silence like a hammer breaking ice. Immediately clear the battlefield, account for casualties, and attend to the wounded. Medical teams first, logistics follow. Unit commanders, report battle losses. I expect to see a report in 1 hour. As the orders were issued, the officers aboard the warships awakened from their stupor, shouting as they began to direct operations. The Navy moved like rusted gears, transporting the injured, extinguishing flames, and gathering the deceased. Initially, their movements were stiff and slow, but gradually, they found a semblance of rhythm within their repetitive duties, though no one spoke loudly. Only the suppressed gasps and occasional sobs drifted through the ruins. Before the ruins of the central platform, the remnants of the Shichibukai were gradually summoned. What a tragic sight, Don Quixote Doflamingo remarked as he stepped over the charred wooden planks, his pink coat fluttering in the wind of the embers, surveying the surroundings with a playful smile. However, I suppose we can call this a victory, can we not? Admiral Sengoku? Dracul Mihawk stood silently to one side, his black blade, Yoru, sheathed. His gaze swept over the empty sea, a fleeting ripple passing through his hawk-like eyes before settling into tranquility. The journey of the Straw Hat Boy had, it seemed, reached its end here. The towering, expressionless figure of Bartholomew Kuma stood silently, his thoughts concealed beneath his mechanical exterior. Moonlight Moria appeared somewhat listless, his massive frame slightly hunched, his eyes evasive. His performance in this great battle had been utterly lacking. Sengoku's gaze passed over the group before he spoke solemnly. To those who answered the call of the world government and fulfilled their duties as Shichibukai, the Marine headquarters acknowledges your contributions. He paused slightly, then shifted the tone of his address. However, the Shichibukai, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, openly defied military orders during the war, attacking Allied forces, and has been eliminated by an unknown powerful foe. Her title as Shichibukai and all privileges are hereby revoked. The Kuja pirates and the Amazon Lily Kingdom will be immediately taken over and cleansed by the Navy. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. The cold command signified the end of a once mighty pirate faction and nation. Sengoku turned his attention to Moria, scrutinizing him. Moonlight Moria, upon assessment, your performance and strength in this war no longer meet the expectations of the world government for the Shichibukai. Your title is hereby revoked, effective immediately. Given that you answered the call, you will not be held accountable this time, but you are to leave Marineford within 3 days. Moria trembled, his face paling instantly, his lips moving as if to argue. Yet in the face of Sengoku's unwavering gaze and the pressure from the surrounding admirals, he could only hang his head in defeat. As for you all, Sengoku looked towards Doflamingo, Mihawk, and Kuma. Your titles are temporarily retained, pending further arrangements from the world government. You may disperse now. Doflamingo let out an ambiguous chuckle as he turned to leave. Mihawk nodded slightly, his figure vanishing without a sound. Kuma silently turned away, his steps heavy and measured. As the Shichibukai departed the harbor, a nondescript wooden boat wobbled through the floating debris, approaching the damaged dock of Marineford. On board were 2 figures, Marshal D. Teach and his helmsman Lafitte. Teach stood at the bow of the boat, striving to maintain his signature toothless grin, though a hint of barely perceptible anxiety lurked in his eyes. The Gura Gura no Mi must surely be in that person's hands. As the wooden boat docked, Teach leaped down, arms wide open, his voice booming yet betraying a hint of dryness. Haha, Admiral Sengoku. It seems the fierce battle has just subsided. I, Marshal D. Teach, have come to assist upon hearing of formidable foes stirring the pot. Where is that golden-haired fellow? Let me have a word with him. His gaze eagerly scanned the ravaged battlefield and the sky, but there was no sign of that haunting golden figure. It had vanished. Sengoku turned, his expression impassive as he regarded him, not responding immediately. The other Shichibukai who wished to depart also paused, curious to see what would unfold next. At that moment, a messenger rushed in, hastily handing Sengoku a confidential report just received via Den Den Mushi. Sengoku quickly scanned the document, his expression darkening abruptly, his aura plummeting. He lifted his gaze, his eyes like icy blades, piercing into Teach. Marshal D. Teach. As a Shichibukai, you not only defied the call, absenting yourself from the Marineford War, but also took advantage of the chaos to infiltrate Impel Down, releasing multiple heinous criminals, including former Level 6 inmates, causing the largest riot in the history of Impel Down. He slammed the report down before Teach, the pages rustling violently in the wind. According to reports confirmed by surviving guards and Chief Magellan, you have formed a new pirate crew in collusion with several notorious criminals. Have you come here to deceive the Navy, thinking we are unaware? Or do you have other intentions? The truth was suddenly revealed, and Teach's smile froze in an instant, color draining from his face. Behind him, Lafitte, with his ever-elegant smile, subtly twitched the corners of his mouth, lightly tapping his cane upon the ground. It seemed the captain had misplayed his hand against Jean Gua. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Teach hastily protested, cold sweat beading on his forehead. I came upon hearing of the Navy's ambush, here to offer support. The matter of advancing into the city was a fabrication. Fabrication? Akainu stepped forward, molten lava swirling around his arm, an aura of lethal intent radiating from him. Did the Level 6 prisoner simply vanish without a trace? Also a fabrication? Was the attack witnessed by Director Magellan merely a fabrication? Akiji's icy aura silently enveloped, cutting off the retreat of Teach and his companion. The figure of Kizaru had appeared on the opposite side of the dock, his fingertips shimmering with golden light. Revoke Marshal D. Teach's title of Warlord of the Sea, Jean Gua declared, each word deliberate, as he pronounced the sentence, for the crimes of pillaging Advanced City, releasing dangerous criminals, and threatening vital world government facilities. Arrest him immediately. Should there be any resistance, execute him on the spot. Attack. The three admirals sprang into action. Akainu's magma hound tore through the air, Akiji's ice spear sealed the sea's surface, and Kizaru's lightspeed kick arrived in the blink of an eye. Lafitte spun his cane urgently, attempting to conjure an illusion, only to be repelled by Mihawk's distant slash. Doflamingo had not yet departed, his web quietly unfurling. Laced with malicious mockery, sensing danger, Teach unleashed the darkness surging from his palm, attempting to engulf the incoming attacks. Yet, he was met with the full force of the Navy's supreme power. Chapter 163, Post-War Arrangements. Jean Gua's golden hand descended from above, radiating Buddha's light, as his domineering shockwave clashed violently with the hastily summoned shockwave from Teach. Boom. The impact utterly shattered the already damaged dock. Teach groaned as the darkness was torn apart by the Buddha's light and magma, ice creeping up his ankles. Lafitte attempted to take flight, only to be kicked down to the ground by Kizaru, blood spewing from his mouth. Captain, we may very well perish here. Have you prepared an escape route? Ha ha ha, no Dark Star. After breaking free from his restraints, Blackbeard Teach's countenance was grim, solely focused on offense. The absolute disparity in strength and the sudden ambush rendered the battle devoid of suspense almost from the outset. Within mere rounds, Teach was heavily injured by Akainu's magma punch. Akiji's ice locks bound his limbs, and sea-stone shackles snapped shut, firmly securing his wrists and ankles. Lafitte was similarly captured, his elegance lost, lying bloodied on the ground like a beaten dog. Teach was firmly pinned down by two elite vice-admirals, his face pressed against the cold, shattered stone. Rage boiled within him, eyes brimming with resentment and bitterness. Damn it! Had he known that fellow would flee so swiftly, he would not have returned. His ambitions, his plans, all lay in ruins. Transport him to the battleship's lower confinement chamber, under strict surveillance. Jean Gua commanded coldly. Once the battlefield has been preliminarily cleared, he shall be immediately transported to Advanced City, incarcerated within Level 6, the Infinite Hell. Blackbeard Teach, the once patient and ambitious schemer, had not even begun to stir up turmoil in the New World before he fell into such a wretched state, becoming a prisoner. Meanwhile, his Level 6 companions, secretly placed elsewhere and yet to reveal themselves, remained lurking in some corner of the vast ocean, poised to become unpredictable variables in the future. They were all notorious criminals. Now that Captain Teach had been captured, they would have to painfully select a new captain. As for a rescue, what a joke. Have you seen the forces arrayed against us? The 3 admirals of the Navy, along with several warlords, are all present. Charging in now would be madness. They had only just escaped from that hellish place called Advanced City, and would not wish to return, thus they could only endure for their captainess' sake. Holy Land, Mariehua. In the conference hall where the 5 elders convened, the atmosphere was so tense it could be wrung dry. A colossal projection snail incessantly replayed the footage transmitted from Marineford. The golden figure, annihilating all in his wake, culminating in a scene of vanishing light, repeatedly struck the nerves of the 5 highest authorities in the world. Completely unknown. The sword-bearing elder spoke in a low voice. This is not any known fruit ability, nor hockey, nor an ancient weapon. His level of power has surpassed the conventional realm of combat. The handsome, golden-haired elder lightly tapped the table before him. Whitebeard was as powerless as a child. The most critical aspect is his intent. The long-bearded elder crossed his arms, pondering. He should have little interest in power, otherwise he would not have departed without taking further action after defeating Whitebeard and his crew. However, he did take the devil fruit, including the Gura Gura Nomi. Such behavior resembles that of one collecting or conducting research, perhaps even preparing for his future subordinates. The elder, resembling a steward, raised his gaze, regardless of his purpose. His existence itself poses the greatest challenge to the authority of the world government. The battle at Marineford displayed the Navy's impotence in his presence to the entire world. If this impression remains unaltered, order will be shaken. Yet, he is not a pirate. The last elder, wearing glasses, slowly spoke. We have no reason to issue a bounty. More importantly, we cannot afford the cost of provoking him. The 5 elders exchanged glances, each discerning the trepidation and caution within one another's eyes. Then let us issue a special intelligence bounty. The sword-bearing elder ultimately decided, in the name of the world government, to solicit all information regarding this individual from intelligence brokers, news organizations, and even the general populace across the seas. Location of sightings, physical characteristics, behavioral patterns, details of abilities. Any verified intelligence will be handsomely rewarded. The bounty amount. The golden-haired elder mused for a moment. Shall tentatively start at 5 billion berries. It may be increased depending on the value of the information. Agreed. The other 3 nodded in succession. The long-bearded elder added, strictly order the Navy and all government agencies not to actively track, engage, or provoke this individual. All efforts should prioritize intelligence collection. We must cautiously seek to understand everything about him. Additionally, arrangements for the recovery of the Gomu Gomu Nomi must be made swiftly and discreetly. It must not be allowed to circulate any longer. Agreed. X4 following the meeting. The orders from the 5 elders swiftly disseminated to government agencies and intelligence nodes around the world. An unprecedented special bounty began to circulate quietly, targeting not a criminal or pirate, but an unknown entity, shrouded in mystery regarding identity, purpose, and whereabouts. Marineford, late at night. The lights in Jean Gua's office shone brightly, the desk laden with mountains of battle reports, alongside a freshly delivered directive from Mariehua. He read it word for word, gently placing the document down, his expression devoid of surprise, only bearing a deep weariness. Special intelligence bounty starting at 5 billion berries, he murmured, gazing out at the pitch-black, empty sky. Even the 5 elders chose the most cautious approach. Akainu's complexion was ashen, his fists clenched tightly beneath the table, yet he did not voice any opposition. Akiji leaned against the wall, watching his breath crystallize in the air. Kizaru sat unusually silent, his fingers no longer toying with the golden light. Execute the orders. Zhangguo finally declared. Include the entity in the highest classified files, codename Unknown-01. All reports of sightings regarding him must be encrypted and archived. He paused, his voice growing heavier. Simultaneously, notify the entire military and all intelligence networks associated with us to initiate a protocol of silent observation. Our foremost task is to restore order and stabilize the seas, particularly monitoring the recent movements of the other 3 emperors. Zhangguo left his sentence unfinished, but everyone understood the unsaid words. That entity, surpassing all rules, had streaked across the sky like a meteor. Where he has gone, no one knows. Whether he will return remains uncertain. The world government can only observe in silence, wait in observation, and pray in expectation. One hopes that he will not become the next Roger, the formidable force of terror that even the Navy headquarters can do nothing against. Chapter 164. the forgotten one in a corner of the ruins of Marin Fander. A few charred wooden planks and a broken mast barely formed a narrow triangular space. A pair of beady eyes peered through a gap, scrutinizing the movements outside. Everyone is dead. Whitebeard is gone. Those captains have perished. Even that fearsome woman is no more. The clown Baki huddled in the cramped space, his body covered in dust. His signature red nose twitching slightly, his teeth chattering with fear. That golden-haired monster is not human. It must be an ancient weapon disguised in human skin. I almost met my end. He recalled the cataclysmic golden light sweeping across the sea as he attempted to sneak away on a small boat. At the critical moment, he tripped over his own feet and fell into a heap of collapsed ruins, unnoticed by his subordinates who were also trying to escape. It turned out to be the luckiest moment of his life. I must find a way to leave this wretched place. Baki tried to split his body into smaller pieces to slip through the gap. As he moved, a dull pain shot through his chest, a result of being struck by flying debris or collapsing wood, causing him to grimace in pain. Rubbing the sore spot, he realized that while he could still use his abilities, the pain hindered his focus. Damn it, this hurts. He grimaced. But the essence of his splitting fruit allowed him to divide his body. The injury wound didn't directly affect his powers. It was merely the pain that made concentration difficult. Just then, heavy footsteps and voices echoed from outside. Are there any survivors here? Search carefully. Yes, sir. The Navy. Baki froze, even holding his breath. Through the gap, he saw several mud-covered military boots approaching. This is it. After navigating the Grand Line, albeit mostly while fleeing and imprisoned, am I to be captured by these cleanup troops? What will become of my reputation as Captain Baki? The footsteps halted in front of the barrier. There seems to be something stuck here. Let us pry it open and see if there are any injured. No. Baki internally screamed. His eyes darted around, and he suddenly noticed a blood-stained white cloth partially obscured nearby, likely torn from a navy coat. Acting quickly, he snatched it up and wrapped it around his head to conceal his conspicuous blue hair and clown makeup. Though the round red nose was too large to be entirely covered, leaving its tip stubbornly exposed. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully thrust his back against a loose plank. Cough, cough, Navy brothers. He feigned a hoarse, weak voice, staggering out and collapsing in front of several astonished Navy soldiers, deliberately turning his face to hide the red nose. Help me. I'm from the logistics unit. I was injured by pirates. The young sailors stared at the pitiful figure before them. With a suspicious cloth wrapped around his head, tattered clothes, and a face smeared with dirt, but with a glaring red nose peeking through, momentarily bewildered. Logistics unit? Which division? What is the unit number? A frowning officer inquired, his gaze fixated on the red nose. Baki was stumped. He had no idea about the Navy's divisions. In a moment of desperation, he pointed randomly towards a burning ruin in the distance, summoning all his acting skills, his voice barely a whisper. My team was over there. They're all gone. As he spoke, he even managed to squeeze out a couple of tears. Perhaps the horrors of war had left the soldiers shaken. Or perhaps it was Baki's disheveled appearance and the portrayal of a grieving comrade that softened their gaze. The officer motioned to two nearby soldiers. Take him to the medical area for examination. Be careful. Yes, sir. Baki felt a surge of joy, nearly bursting into laughter. Success. I truly am a genius. He quickly lowered his head, continuing to feign weakness as two soldiers lifted him onto a makeshift stretcher, plotting to escape once he reached the medical area, where there would be more eyes and opportunities. The stretcher wobbled towards the medical tent. Baki secretly opened one eye to observe the route. However, he had rejoiced too soon. As they passed a makeshift registration point for the injured, a middle-aged Navy lieutenant was frantically busy with paperwork. New arrival? Which section? What is the injury? Without lifting his head, he instinctively glanced at the stretcher, his gaze sweeping over Baki's wrapped head, ragged clothing, and then fixating on the unmistakably red nose peeking out from the fabric. The lieutenant froze. He set down his pen, adjusted his glasses, leaned forward, squinting to examine closely. The shape of that nose, its color, and the strangely familiar disheveled demeanor. Baki sensed the sharp gaze and his heart raced, quickly pulling his face deeper into the stretcher to conceal his nose. But the lieutenant stood up and hurried over, blocking the stretcher. Wait. His voice carried a hint of confusion that was gradually replaced by certainty. He bent down, and in Baki's alarmed gaze, grasped the edge of the cloth. The lieutenant stared into Baki's panicked eyes, slowly pulling away the fabric with an expression that suggested he had anticipated this. The signature blue hair, the flamboyant clown makeup, and that unparalleled red nose, now exposed under the sunlight, trembled slightly from fear and pain. Eyes locked, the air became thick with tension for several moments. The lieutenant's eyes widened, mouth agape, his finger trembling as he pointed at Baki. You are the escapee from Impel Down, the clown Baki. The pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries. I have seen your face and that nose countless times on the wanted posters. At once, the gazes of all nearby soldiers, injured, and medical personnel converged upon him. The earlier atmosphere of sympathy or busyness evaporating, replaced by shock, vigilance, and even a hint of excitement. Baki lay on the stretcher, watching the encircling Navy soldiers. His facade of weakness vanishing in an instant, replaced by a fierce expression. You fools. Since you've discovered me, I shall no longer pretend. I am destined to be the future pirate king. You wretches, get out of my way. Seize him. Someone shouted, lunging towards Baki. Chapter 165. The changing world situation. In a desperate bid for escape, Baki disregarded his chest pain. Survival was paramount. With a thought, his body instantly fragmented into dozens of pieces, shooting off in different directions. Thus, a comical scene unfolded. His head flew out, colliding with a medic's stomach who was holding a medical box, bouncing back, stars dancing before his eyes. His torso and legs ran in the wrong direction, tripping over each other and rolling in a heap on the stretcher. Several arms flailed in the air, one accurately swatting away a pair of handcuffs just drawn by a nearby soldier, while another inadvertently snagged a Navy officer's sword sheath. Ouch! My stomach! The handcuffs! Don't touch my sword! You kicked me! The scene descended into chaos as several soldiers scrambled to catch the scattered parts of Baki. Ultimately, it was a seasoned Navy officer who, as Baki's head attempted to take flight once more, swiftly snagged it, holding it tightly against his chest. Simultaneously, another soldier finally picked up the high stone handcuffs. Release this esteemed lord at once. You insolent wretch. Baki's head struggled in the embrace of the Navy, cursing profusely while his other dismembered parts writhed futilely on the ground. When my loyal crew arrives, you shall pay dearly. My first mate, Machi and Chief of Staff, Kabaji. He recalled that he had long lost contact with his subordinates amidst the chaos of Marineford, and his voice involuntarily weakened. The Navy, expressionless, snapped the high stone handcuffs onto Baki's wrist, which had just crawled back beside his torso, attempting to reconnect. The powers of the devil fruit were instantaneously suppressed, and the severed body parts lost their vigor, thudding to the ground, before being swiftly drawn back to the torso, as if pulled by invisible strings, forming a complete Baki, now handcuffed, with a look of utter despair. The pain from his chest wound became painfully clear, and he gasped sharply. Take him away, solitary confinement, and have a medic examine his injuries, ordered the Navy, rubbing his arm which had been struck by Baki's head. He watched as soldiers dragged Baki off the stretcher, still mumbling, unable to conceal his terror and anguish at the thought of lost treasures. Shaking his head, he thought it was quite absurd to encounter such an unexpected result amidst the cataclysmic war. As Baki was escorted by two soldiers, he stubbornly glanced back towards the pile of ruins, sorrow overtaking him, and he lamented with a voice choked with emotion, my treasure. The wealth I painstakingly brought from Impel Down, and my grand dream of dominating the Grand Line. His wails, more concerned with the loss of treasure than his fate, gradually faded into the solemn aftermath of Marineford, becoming a comical yet poignant interlude amidst the heavy cleanup operations. The smoke of Marineford had yet to fully dissipate 3 days later. A peculiar silence enveloped the air, a collective muteness experienced by hundreds of thousands who had endured a terror beyond comprehension. The reconstruction efforts at the naval headquarters were proceeding in an orderly fashion, yet each soldier moved with an unsettling mechanical quality. At Mary Geos, the 5 elders sat around the round table that symbolized the pinnacle of global power, cluttered with disorganized reports gathered from naval branches worldwide, their credibility in question. In East Blue, Rogue Town, fishermen claimed to have seen a golden meteor streak across the sky, descending towards the calm belt. On an island in the West Blue, residents reported seeing a glowing figure walking on the surface of the sea. Yet the dispatched reconnaissance ships found nothing. Similar sightings were reported in the South and North Seas. The elderly man with blonde hair tapped the table with his fingertips, visibly displeased. These are all vague hearsay, lacking any substantial evidence to confirm the identity of that person. What of the Gomu Gomu no Mi? The bespectacled elder slowly removed his glasses to wipe them. That fruit must be recovered. The government has planned for 8 centuries to ensure this. And we cannot afford any mistakes at this critical juncture. A highest priority directive has already been issued to all branches. Should any signs of the Gomu Gomu no Mi's reappearance be detected, it must be reclaimed at all costs. However, the problem lies in whether that person is also interested in the fruit. The conference room fell into a brief silence. Let us focus on intelligence gathering first. The elder finally concluded. Increase funding and expand the intelligence network. Even rumors from the populace must be filtered. It is better to overreport than to miss anything. Agreed. In the new world, Onigashima. Kaido, here is the summary of the battle report from Marineford. The Plague Queen placed the collated intelligence on the table. Whitebeard is dead, and the Whitebeard pirates are nearly annihilated, all at the hands of a suddenly appearing golden-haired man. Kaido's massive form leaned against the stone seat as he gulped down a large mouthful of alcohol, his bell-like eyes scanning the brief descriptions on the report. Hoo hoo hoo. His laughter echoed through the hall. That old man Whitebeard fell so easily. Should we take action, Captain? Asked the fire disaster Ash. Take action? Kaido poured another drink, the liquid flowing down his beard. If even Whitebeard was crushed like an ant, do you think I would benefit from seeking out that monster now? He slammed the bottle heavily on the table. But hoo hoo hoo. Kaido's eyes ignited with a fervent gleam. Whitebeard's territory. Those islands. Those resources. They are now unclaimed land. Ash, dispatch the fleet to seize all islands that were under Whitebeard's protection. Crush any resistance. And what about that golden-haired man? Queen tentatively inquired. Send someone to investigate. But do not approach. Kaido grinned wickedly. The world government and the Navy are undoubtedly more anxious than I. We shall take advantage of the chaos to expand our territory. And once we ascertain that monster's true nature, we will act accordingly. Yes. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters on Baltigo, Monkey D. Dragon stood at the cliff's edge, the sea breeze stirring his deep green cloak. What he held was not a detailed battle report. Nearly all survivors from Marineford were Navy personnel, and the Revolutionary Army had lost nearly all its infiltrators in that massacre. Instead, he clutched a copy of a special bounty notice quietly disseminated by the world government, as well as analyses from comrades regarding the government's unusual mobilizations. 50 billion berries for mere information. Dragon murmured to himself. The government has never been this cautious, nor this fearful. Sabo approached from behind, his youthful face displaying undeniable sorrow. Captain, according to fragmented information relayed from our informants within the Navy, Luffy, Ace, and Law, who attempted to rescue them, have all been confirmed dead. Dragon's breath hitched, his fists tightening beneath the cloak. That golden-haired man, codename Unknown-01. Sabo continued his report, his whereabouts and intentions shrouded in mystery. Yet the world government is frantically gathering any information about him, even relaxing their surveillance in certain areas of the Revolutionary Army. Their resources are being diverted. Dragon turned, his gaze as profound as an abyss. The government's turmoil is our opportunity. Adjust the action plan and intensify our activities across the seas. Simultaneously, instruct everyone that upon spotting any signs of this individual, they must evacuate immediately and avoid contact at all costs. Sabo nodded and promptly made arrangements. Meanwhile, 10,000 meters beneath the sea, Fishman Island, Ryugu Kingdom. King Neptune's expression was grave as he reviewed the report. An urgent communication from allies in the New World. The Whitebeard pirates have been confirmed annihilated. Even Whitebeard. The voice of Prince Sharkstar quivered. Fishman Island has lost its protector. Father, according to rumors. That golden-haired man causes the devil fruits to reincarnate directly beside him after he slays their users. He has taken at least 30 fruits. Now, various factions in the New World are likely stirring, eager to seize Whitebeard's territory. We must find a new protector as swiftly as possible. Neptune remained silent for a long while before slowly speaking. Communicate with the big MOM pirates. Charlotte Linlin is dangerous, but at least she is willing to negotiate. However, Big Mom's conditions, Sharkstar hesitated. In the face of survival, conditions can be negotiated. Neptune wearily stated, prepare a list of offerings until a new balance is established. This is the only option. Chapter 166, Echoes and Shattered Dreams. West Blue, Karaikaga Island, the ancient castle. Zoro sheathed the last whetstone, the 3 swords gleaming coldly under the moonlight. Having been flung to this eerie island by Bartholomew Kuma for several months, he fought daily against the island's ferocious hybrid beasts, honing his swordsmanship on the brink of life and death. Gently polishing the blade of Sandai Kitetsu, his increasingly resolute face reflected on the blade. The ancient castle serves as the dwelling of the renowned eagle-eyed Jorikuro Mihaku, the world's foremost swordsman, who may currently be indulging in fine wine elsewhere. Zoro remains here to grow stronger, to escape the helplessness he felt in the Sabaody archipelago, and to keep pace with his captain. The night breeze sweeps through the shattered window panes, carrying the distant roars of the creatures in the shadows. Everything is as foreboding as ever until Perona, her face ashen, drifts into the training room, clutching a newsbird bulletin that was just delivered by a seagull to the castle. Her hands tremble, the paper rustling audibly. Swordsman, her voice, devoid of its usual buoyancy, carries an unusual weight. Zoro furrows his brow and turns, taking the damp, due to the island's fog, newspaper from her. The bold, black headline and the blurred yet shocking image strike him like a hammer against his forehead. The war on the summit ends. Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Luffy confirmed dead. Whitebeard falls. An unknown power emerges. The photograph, though hazy, still reveals the destroyed scaffold of Marineford, the golden figure in the sky, and the blank markings on the sea, where ships should have been. The text is cold and detailed. Luffy rushes to the scaffold to save his brother, only to witness Ace's murder, and then, alongside the remnants of Whitebeard's crew, is obliterated by a mysterious golden-haired man, leaving no trace behind. The world wobbles before Zoro's eyes. He clutches the newspaper tightly, his knuckles turning white, as the edges of the paper crumble silently under his grip. Impossible. He hears his own voice emerge from his throat, strange and hoarse. How could that fool, the one who smiled at me in Rogue Town and said, to become the world's greatest swordsman, just follow me, that reckless guy who declared war against the world government for Robin on Eni's lobby, that rubber idiot who always defies common sense yet repeatedly leads them to survival, Luffy. A primal roar erupts from Zoro's chest, a violent fury mingled with endless sorrow exploding forth. The floor of the training room cracks around him, the candle flames on the walls flicker violently, and the three swords hum and tremble, emitting a mournful wail akin to a dragon's cry. Perona is forced to retreat by this sudden surge of energy. She gazes in terror at the swordsman, usually so focused on training, who now resembles an injured beast howling at the sky, veins bulging in his neck. His single eye blood red as if it were about to bleed. The roar reverberates through the castle, gradually becoming hoarse, ultimately transforming into a heavy, suppressed gasp. Zoro slowly lowers his head, staring at the now distorted remnants of the newspaper in his hands, at the indistinct golden figure. He remains silent for a prolonged moment, long enough for Perona to feel that the castle might collapse under his murderous intent. Then, he bends down and retrieves the fallen Wado Ikemonji. What are you going to do? Perona asks, her voice trembling. Zoro does not respond. He methodically sheaths his three swords, each movement imbued with a haunting weight. He lifts his blades and turns to walk deeper into the castle, towards the hall where Mihaku often resides. Mihaku, seated in a high-backed chair, savors his red wine alone. As Zoro enters, still cloaked in lingering bloodlust, Mihaku raises his hawk-like eyes. It seems you've received some bad news. Mihaku's voice is calm. Zoro throws the tattered newspaper onto the table before him, pointing at the golden figure. Do you know who this person is? Mihaku glances at the newspaper, a faint ripple of emotion passing through his eyes. The god of Marineford. The world government knows nothing about him, except that he is incredibly powerful, beyond all conventional norms. I want to become stronger. Zoro's voice is hoarse, yet each word strikes like a hammer on an anvil. 10 times, 100 times stronger. Strong enough to cut through anything. Please, tell me how. Mihaku sets down his wine glass, observing the young man before him, consumed by grief and fury. He has encountered countless swordsmen, but the light in Zoro's eyes at this moment is one of resolute determination, transforming despair into fuel. Power driven by hatred is often too impure, prone to breaking, Mihaku remarks softly. Then let it break. Zoro growls. I will not break before I sever that bastard. Mihaku remains silent for a moment before rising. Follow me. He leads Zoro to the edge of a cliff outside the castle, where the roaring waves crash against jagged rocks below. From today onward, your training ground is here. You will contend with the waves, the hurricanes, and the very essence of this island. It is not about cutting baboons, but about severing the obstacles. When you feel sufficiently strong, I will tell you the next step. Zoro does not speak further. He draws his 3 swords and strides toward the cliff's edge, facing the violent sea winds, embarking on a new, more frenzied and painful regimen. Each swing of his sword seems to echo a cry for his fallen captain, each strike akin to challenging that distant golden figure. Perona watches from afar, observing the silhouette standing steadfast against the storm, for the first time refraining from uttering any negative or mocking words. She silently drifts away, returning after a while with some clean water and bandages, placing them by the cliff's edge. The Grand Line, the small sky, Island Visalia. Nami has just completed a complex meteorological data analysis, stretching her arms as she exits the room filled with charts and instruments. Being flung here by a bear was unexpected. Yet the scholar's vast knowledge of meteorological sciences fuels her eager thirst for learning, pondering how this newfound knowledge could aid Luffy in sailing more safely and swiftly. Hauritas drifts over on a cloud, holding a newspaper, his expression unusually solemn. "Little girl, you should take a look at this." Nami accepts it, still smiling. In the next moment, her smile freezes and color drains from her face. The newspaper slips from her trembling hands, fluttering to the ground. She stumbles backward, leaning against the cold wall, barely managing not to collapse. "Lies," she mutters, her azure eyes widening, reflecting the shocking headlines and images on the front page. Luffy and Ace. This must be fake news, right, Haurita's grandpa? The newsbird can sometimes make mistakes, can't it? Hauritas shakes his head in silence, his eyes filled with pity. No, it can't be. Nami slides down the wall to the ground, hugging her knees tightly, burying her face in them. Her shoulders begin to tremble uncontrollably. Silent tears surge forth, instantly soaking her pants. There is no wailing, only muffled, shattered sobs. The boy who had said, "You are my friend," rescuing her from Arlong. The captain who trusted her to chart every sea route, always charging to the forefront. The rubber fool dreaming of finding all blue and becoming the pirate king. After losing her family in Cocoa Village, she has once again lost a companion she considered family. Time passes, and the sobs gradually weaken. Nami lifts her head, tear-streaked, but with a new resolve replacing the sorrow in her eyes. She wipes her tears, slowly stands up, and picks up the newspaper from the ground, gazing once more at the photograph of the golden figure. Haurita's grandpa. Her voice is hoarse, yet remarkably clear. "Please help me apply for the highest level access to the library and observation deck. I need to study. No, research. All about the anomalous energy fluctuations and their global climatic correlations. As quickly as possible." Haurita stares at her in astonishment. "Little girl, I want to become stronger," Nami interrupts, her fingers gripping the newspaper so tightly that it nearly crumples. Chapter 167. Echoes and Remembrance to Alabasta Kingdom, Alyabarna Palace. Princess Weiwei had just concluded a meeting regarding irrigation schemes for arid regions and wearily returned to her chamber. Outside the window, the kingdom, once shrouded in the conspiracies of Crocodile, was now struggling to revive under her diligent efforts. She often reminisced about the adventures shared with the Straw Hat crew, traversing the desert, their laughter, and Luffy's declaration of "You are my Nakama," which served as a wellspring of strength deep within her heart. However, her thoughts were interrupted when a pale and trembling maid delivered an urgent newspaper to her desk, unable to meet her gaze. Curiously, Weiwei picked up the paper, and the moment she beheld the headline and accompanying image, the world seemed to fall silent. "Luffy." The newspaper slipped from her grasp. Unlike others who would scream or weep, she staggered back until her back pressed against the cold wall, barely managing to remain upright. Tears surged forth silently, instantly blurring her vision. The boy from Alabasta, who had believed in her against all odds and declared war on the 7 warlords for her country. The foolish captain who had told her, a princess, not to cry. The benefactor who had shown her the vast ocean and true friendship, and Ace, Luffy's brother. The gentle youth who had briefly crossed her path in Alabasta and offered her encouragement. "Why?" she whispered, her voice shattered. She had never anticipated that the conclusion would arrive in such an absolute and cruel manner. Grief weighed heavily upon her heart, nearly suffocating her. She wiped her tears, inhaled deeply, and forced herself to regain her composure. For the sake of the country and people she wished to protect, she must rise again. On the Grand Line. In the kingdom of Trino, the bird kingdom, Chopper was diligently caring for a giant bird with a broken wing, skillfully applying his newly learned medical knowledge combined with local herbs. Initially frightened by being transported to this land of birds, he soon found solace in their friendliness and need. He happily thought about how he would show this marvelous place to Luffy and the others once they found him. Suddenly, a bird-like messenger, a wise raven wearing a tiny crown, fluttered in anxiously, clutching a rolled-up newspaper in its beak, and dropped it before Chopper, emitting an urgent and sorrowful cry. Confused, Chopper picked up the newspaper and unfolded it. Thud! His medicine bottle fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The liquid mixed with herbs splattered onto his furry feet. But he felt nothing. The blue ball rolled out of his pocket. Chopper stared blankly at the newspaper, his eyes wide with terror and his pupils trembling. He reached out with his tiny hoof, seemingly wanting to touch the blurred image of Luffy on the page, yet hesitated. He let out a dissonant whimper, his small body beginning to tremble violently. Luffy! Luffy! A piercing scream erupted, filled with boundless fear and sorrow. Chopper lost control in an instant, his form wildly shifting between various shapes, ultimately collapsing to the ground, reverting to his small reindeer form, burying his head deep in his forelegs and sobbing uncontrollably. Doctor! Doctor! Doriel! Luffy is dead. Luffy is gone. Why did it come to this? We were Nakama. We promised to adventure together. We promised to become the panacea. His cries were heart-wrenching, imbued with the despair of an abandoned child. The surrounding birds seemed to sense his sorrow, descending to offer soft, mournful cries, gently touching his trembling body with their wings. To Chopper, Luffy was not merely a captain. He was the sun that had drawn him from loneliness, granting him courage, confidence, and the precious meaning of companionship. With the sun's descent, his world appeared to plunge into darkness and coldness. On the Grand Line, in the future kingdom of Barkamo, the mechanized island, Franky stood before the prototype of his supersized General Franky, stroking his chin as he contemplated improvements for the energy core. Having been transported to this island of machinery and inventions felt like a dream come true. The inspiration for Super was about to arrive. When Luffy and the others sailed nearby and saw this latest creation, they would surely be astonished. He chuckled heartily. Suddenly, a cyborg subordinate, partially mechanized, rushed over. The display screen in his chest projecting news footage and summaries. Franky's smile froze on his face. He slowly turned his head, his eyes behind the sunglasses fixated on the projected images and text. Within his modified mechanical body, a buzzing sound of components overloading resonated. Hey, this joke isn't super at all. His voice trailed off. The subordinate silently shut off the projection. Franky stood still, motionless. His massive mechanical arms hung at his sides, the steel fingers slowly tightening, producing an ear-piercing squeak. The cola energy reactor within him began to fluctuate erratically, the power gauge inching toward the red zone. With no tears, a roar combining sheer anger, sorrow, and metallic tremors erupted from Franky's chest. The sound waves reverberated, causing nearby components to hum. He slammed his fist against a nearby experimental steel plate. Boom! The thick steel was dented with a massive indentation, the edges twisted and torn. That bastard with the golden hair. Franky's eyes turned crimson, steam erupted from his body, and his mechanical parts whirred into high gear, emitting a dangerous roar. Get my captain back. Get my brother back. Get that straw hat kid back. He rampaged like a mechanical beast, destroying everything in sight, violently venting his uncontainable sorrow and rage. Only when the energy alarm blared sharply did he pause, panting heavily, simulated breathing system, surveying the wreckage around him. Not enough. This power is far from sufficient. He glanced down at his sparking fists, his voice hoarse. I must be stronger. I need to create a more powerful weapon, super weapons capable of combating those monsters. Weapons that can protect my Nakama. He turned and began redesigning his General Franky, along with more perilous ideas. In the impoverished kingdom of Namakura, the destitute country of Halahitania, Brook had just completed a small touring concert in a dilapidated square, his skeletal fingers gracefully gliding over the strings of his violin as he bowed to the ragged children below, their eyes sparkling with hope. Yo-ho-ho. Thank you for your appreciation. Music can bring joy, even if just a little. He dedicated his next song, Binks Sake, to commemorate all the free-spirited souls yearning for the sea. Having been transported to this dire kingdom, he sought to provide comfort through his music while awaiting a reunion with his companions. The melodies resonated, vibrant yet tinged with subtle sorrow. Brook immersed himself in the music, missing Laboon and the companions he held dear. After the concert, he returned to his temporary abode, preparing to polish his bones. A newspaper, carefully placed on the table by the local children, caught his attention. Today's news? Brooke picked up the newspaper, his hollow eye sockets, lacking eyeballs, scanning the front page. The violin slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ground. Yet, he remained oblivious, maintaining his reading posture. The skeleton stood motionless. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly lowered the newspaper. Luffy-san, he murmured, his voice devoid of its usual comedic lilt, now low and flat. The promise remains unfulfilled. Laboon is still waiting for us. We had made a pact. He bent down to retrieve the violin, gently caressing its body as if it were a tombstone for his departed companion. There were no tears left to shed. Yet an endless sorrow engulfed him like the deepest ocean, drowning his hollow shell. After 50 years of solitary waiting, the captain and companion he had finally discovered to entrust his life and dreams vanished suddenly. He approached the window, gazing out at the barren land and the gray sky, taking his violin and resting it on his shoulder. This time, there was no joyful tune of Bink Sake. Instead, a somber, slow melody, unheard by anyone before, flowed from his strings, resonating with a stubborn defiance, as if emerging from the depths of the river of the dead, scattering across the night sky of the impoverished kingdom. Within the melody lay an endless remembrance of the departed, a questioning of fickle fate, and a deeply buried resolve that began to quietly sprout. Music, too, could be a form of power, a means of seeking truth and commemorating existence. Chapter 168. Echoes and Remembrance in the Kingdom of Kamabaka, the Kingdom of the Crossdressers. Sanji had just concluded a torturous pursuit by the crossdressers and culinary training. Leaning against a tree, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Being flung into this terrifying yet marvelous place felt like a nightmare, yet it had also introduced him to the martial arts of the new human race. He stared at the blue sky, thinking of his companions at sea, of Miss Nami, and that foolish captain. What were they doing now? Were they eating well? A pale crossdresser, responsible for contacting the outside world, rushed over, stumbling, clutching a crumpled newspaper. Mr. Sanji, something terrible has happened. There's news from Marineford about Straw Hat Luffy. A sudden tightness gripped Sanji's heart as he took the newspaper. Just a glance was enough for his cigarette to drop to the ground. The smoke curled up, obscuring his vision, yet the words on the newspaper seared into his eyes like a red-hot iron. Silence. A deathly silence. Sanji stood frozen, motionless. Only the knuckles of his fingers crunched the paper with a faint crackling sound. The color drained from his face until he looked as pale as paper. Mr. Sanji? Please say something. The crossdresser official looked at him with concern. Sanji slowly raised his head, his golden bangs falling over his eyes. He bent down, picked up the half-burnt cigarette from the ground, and put it back in his mouth, relighting it. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled the smoke slowly. I understand. His voice was calm, devoid of any ripples. You may go about your business. The official hesitated but eventually retreated. Sanji stood alone in the forest, taking one drag after another. Enveloped in smoke, his expression was hidden in the shadows. Only the hands gripping the newspaper, veins bulging, betrayed the tumult within him. The rubber idiot, who called him a cook and always snatched food, had brought him out of the sea restaurant and given him true dreams and a place to belong. The burning cigarette but scorched his fingers, but he remained oblivious. After a long moment, he discarded the burnt cigarette on the ground and crushed it underfoot. Then, he turned and walked deeper into the kingdom of crossdressers. His voice, though soft, carried an unsettling chill, increased the training intensity to my physical limits. Additionally, please gather all information regarding the mysterious blonde man from the Paramount War. I need every detail, even rumors. He did not utter words of vengeance for Luffy, but the fleeting, icy glare in his eyes as he turned held more weight than any oath. He needed strength, needed intelligence, needed to comprehend the existence that could so easily take his captain's life, even if it meant associating with these abnormalities. In the East Sea, in the kingdom of Bridge, Tequila Wolf, Robin stood upon a vast bridge, observing the slaves, many of whom were sympathizers or disguised members of the Revolutionary Army, laboring below. Thrown here by Kuma, she unexpectedly forged a deeper connection with the Revolutionary Army and utilized this refuge to continue her research into the historical texts. Sometimes, Luffy's brother Sabo would also be active in this area. Sabo hurried over, his face pale and filled with utter despair. He held no newspaper, but his eyes, usually vibrant, now lacked their luster. Robin, Sabo's voice was hoarse as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, unable to form coherent sentences. Robin's heart sank heavily, a foreboding sensation gripping her. What is it? Sabo closed his eyes, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. Luffy, Ace. Marineford. He could not finish. But Robin understood. The calm facade on her face shattered instantly, and she staggered back, grasping the rough bridge railing for support. Luffy. The boy who had pulled her from the abyss of darkness and despair, who proclaimed to the world that she was his companion, the captain who insisted on her survival, whose smile chased away years of gloom in her heart. A chilling sensation spread from her fingertips to her entire being. The sunlight fell upon her, yet she felt no warmth. She did not cry. She simply gazed silently at Sabo, observing the man who had also lost his beloved brother. Watching the tumultuous pain and rage swirling in his eyes, almost consuming him. The shared agony was suffocating. After a long while, Robin managed to regain her composure. As Sabo recounted the events that transpired in Marineford, including the existence of that mysterious blonde man, Robin listened in silence for a long time. The truth of the historical texts, the blank century, the ancient weapons, she murmured softly, her voice drifting. If even the sun, who vowed to change the world and create the future, can be so easily extinguished, what significance remains in pursuing the shadows of the past? But in the next moment, her gaze refocused, becoming more resolute than ever. No, it is meaningful, she asserted to herself and to Sabo. It is precisely because there are those who seek to erase the future and conceal the truth that we must bridge the past to the present and unveil everything. I need to know more about that God, about the reaction of the world government, about the potentially hidden, more ancient secrets behind all of this. The sorrow was buried deep, transformed into a silent yet powerful drive. Her archaeological knowledge, her research into the historical texts, and her connection with the Revolutionary Army all gained a new, heavy purpose at this moment. Without uttering a sound, she silently wept, wiping away what seemed to be an unending stream of cups and tears. In the East Sea, the tavern door swung open, and several villagers entered. Witnessing the silent tears of Makino behind the counter, their eyes instantly reddening as they noticed the newspaper beside her, she continued to wipe the glasses again and again. Her movements gentle yet steady. Yet crystalline tears, without warning, cascaded down in large droplets onto the polished glass, splashing tiny droplets of water. The two children from Windmill Village would never return. In the vicinity of the uncertain endpoint of the Kingdom of Goa, in the makeshift village of Dayton, she had brought out all the alcohol from the village and sat on the ground with her subordinates, drinking in silence. She drank the most fiercely, her face glistening, indistinguishable between alcohol and tears. Those two little rascals, she hiccuped, her voice hoarse as she cursed, one more troublesome than the other, just up and left. How heartbroken must that old man feel now? She recalled the years past when Garp had tossed her the two snot-nosed little boys, reminiscing about their mischief in the mountains and forests as they grew. Finally unable to contain herself, she cried out like a child, "My Ace! My Luffy!" Her cries echoed through the mountains and forests, coarse and filled with despair. In the New World, near Elbaf, aboard the Red Force ship, the banquet was only halfway through. With joyful music and the aroma of wine filling the air, red-haired Shanks was merrily drinking with his crew, while Beckman sat quietly by, indulging in his cigarette. A news bird alighted on the ship's railing, and Locky Lou purchased a newspaper, instinctively glancing at the headlines. In the following moment, the smile on his face vanished, and the morsel of meat he held fell onto the deck. "Captain," Locky Lou's voice was hoarse as he handed over the newspaper. Shanks took it, and the raucous festivities abruptly cooled in response to this sudden silence. The crew watched as their captain, usually adorned with a carefree smile, gradually transformed into a visage of gravity, ultimately settling into a profound solemnity. He read the report word by word, his gaze lingering on the indistinct golden figure, as well as the passages detailing the fates of Whitebeard, Ace, Luffy, and others. After a long pause, he passed the newspaper to Beckman, picked up his cup, and slowly poured its contents into the sea. The crew followed suit in silence, spilling their drinks into the ocean in tribute to the departed Whitebeard, Ace, Luffy, and all the lives lost in that cataclysmic war. What an extraordinary individual! Shanks raised his head to gaze at the sky, his eyes shimmering with a complex light. A single strike had concluded the paramount war, obliterating Whitebeard and his remnants. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice low, asserting that such power had surpassed the realm of mere strength. While the newspaper's characterization of him as a deity might be exaggerated, it was not entirely unfounded. Shanks nodded, acknowledging that the balance had been irrevocably disrupted. The immense void left by Whitebeard's fall would incite an unprecedented melee in the new world. What was even more troubling was the emergence of this unknown variable. What could his intentions be? Yasubu furrowed his brow, pondering that if he were interested in domination, action should have been taken by now. Yet he appeared merely to be passing through, merely taking some devil fruits. This was the most unsettling aspect. Shanks spoke gravely. An entity with the power to upend the world yet lacking clear desires and objectives renders its actions exceedingly unpredictable. The world government must now feel like ants on a hot pan. He rose, striding to the ship's bow, the sea breeze billowing his cloak. Notify all factions connected to us to tighten their intelligence networks and closely monitor any news regarding this deity, but absolutely avoid direct contact and do not attempt provocation. We shall refrain from participating in the territorial conflicts of the new world for the time being, maintaining a position of observation. What about Luffy's companions? A crew member whispered. Shanks paused before responding. That is their journey now. Everyone must confront loss. He gripped the hilt of Griffin's sword, remaining silent. The atmosphere aboard the Red Force had shifted from joyous revelry to one heavy with impending storm. Members of the Straw Hat crew and their loved ones, scattered across the globe, were each experiencing this heart-wrenching anguish in their own ways. The thread connecting them, known as the Straw Hat Pirates, seemed to snap irrevocably at that moment. Chapter 169, Heaven and Mansabadi Archipelago, Area 13. Backstage of the black market gold-plated toilet auction house. The air was thick with a unique blend of money, desire, and a hint of brine. Kafiza lounged on an excessively opulent velvet sofa, legs crossed, while a manager of the auction house stood before him, sweating profusely and nervously rubbing his fingers. On the table lay 5 uniquely shaped fruits. Are you saying? The manager's voice trembled with excitement. You wish to acquire all 5 of these devil fruits, and not participate in the auction, but take them all directly? Indeed, Kafiza replied, lifting a glass of what was claimed to be a century-old sparkling coral wine, taking a sip. It was unpleasant. It tasted only slightly better than plain water. Why keep it? It serves no purpose and takes up space. Host, if those who would raise cities for a single fruit heard you, their fragile hearts would shatter. The system's voice chimed in his mind, laced with mockery. I am merely speaking the truth, Kafiza retorted in his mind, setting down the glass and casually pointing at the purple fruit adorned with spiral patterns on the table. But these are merely inferior products. The manager looked bewildered. He was only concerned with value and risk. Esteemed guest, he said, retrieving the devil fruit encyclopedia, recognizing the fruits before wiping his brow, the hormone fruit and this sasa fruit are both well-known sought-after items in the black market. This ancient saber-toothed tiger fruit is particularly rare. The other two, while their nature is not immediately discernible, possess genuine markings and texture. Our package price is this amount. He extended 2 fingers, then hesitated and added another. 3 billion berries? Kafiza raised an eyebrow, as if finding it a bit lacking. The offer seemed insubstantial. No. 130 billion. Cash payment. The manager nearly shouted. His face flushed. If this deal went through, his commission would be enough to purchase a small island for retirement. The system immediately began calculating. Host, would you like me to devise 100 billion berries bankruptcy plan for you in 3 days? Guaranteed, thrilling. Let's finalize the deal first and spend later. Kafiza nodded to the manager outside. He was not particularly sensitive to numbers. What use was money? However, experiencing the fleeting thrill of immense wealth, only to squander it away rapidly, seemed a touch more entertaining than an unchanging existence of invincibility. The manager, elated, hurried off to complete the paperwork. Meanwhile, Kafiza casually picked up a catalog of auction items in the VIP room and began to peruse it. Most of the items listed were jewels, renowned swords, exotic sea creatures, and even slaves, interspersed with a few so-called ancient weapons or incomprehensible stone tablets. He found little interest. He was not a scholar, and these items meant no more to him than stones found by the roadside, mere creations of ordinary people, at best dusted with historical residue. Kafiza closed the catalog. Insightful. So, you truly intend to use your wealth solely for indulgence and recreation? What else would I do? Am I to use this berries to crush the Yonko? Let's go. The money should be arriving soon. Let us see what high-class entertainment Sabaody has to offer. Soon, whispers began circulating through the top-tier dens of iniquity in Sabaody. A young man with golden hair, dressed in seemingly ordinary attire, yet exuding an extraordinarily striking aura, was extravagantly squandering an unbelievable fortune at a breathtaking pace. He was at the Gold Roulette Casino, wagering 100 million berries, playing for half an hour, winning little and losing much, and upon leaving, casually tipped the dealer 10 million. He dined at the Mermaid's Tier restaurant, ordering a feast sufficient to satiate a sea king, tasting only a bite of each dish, then critiquing a salad crafted from rare fruits and vegetables with the remark, "I might as well gnaw on the fruit directly. It would be more authentic." He even ventured to the slave auction house, where, under the anxious gaze of the crowd, he merely watched the shackled individuals for a while before tossing a bag of money to the auctioneer. "Buy a decent meal for all the unsold goods, and keep the rest as your reward." With that, he turned and left, leaving a room full of stunned spectators. Host, your approach to experiencing life is truly filled with arrogance and nonchalance. The emotional spectrum surrounding you has been recorded, ranging from envy and jealousy to suspicions of your sanity. Additionally, your money flow rate has reached 200 million berries per hour, setting a new record. Money is among the most trivial creations of the Creator. Whenever he wishes, he can plunge this world's economy into chaos. There is no limit to gold. Do not underestimate the power of creation. However, engaging in such acts feels akin to cheating in a game. It quickly loses its appeal. Kafiza now sat in the finest viewing bubble cable car in Sabaody, gazing down at the dreamlike forest floating with colorful bubbles. Spend quickly in order to earn again. That provides a reason to earn. Which fruit do you think I should sell next? The surgery fruit? It should fetch a hefty price. The host, despite having unraveled the secrets of the devil fruit, was deemed to have gone too far. Ka Fei Jia, initially enthusiastic about his research on the devil fruit, gradually lost interest as he stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. The devil fruits were, in fact, man-made, specifically crafted by an extraterrestrial civilization. Their intended purpose seemed to be the annihilation of the indigenous cultures within the pirate world. Sea stone, he realized, was an ancient weapon devised to counter the devil fruits, not a product of nature. The outcome suggested that the ancient civilization had triumphed, albeit at a tremendous cost, leading to a direct rupture in history. Nevertheless, this mattered little to him at present. His focus lay instead on a bubble camera he had just purchased, attempting to capture a photograph of a massive bubble jellyfish below. The imaging principle of the device was rather intriguing. The cable car descended slowly, coming to a halt at the viewing platform in Area 79. As Ka Fei Jia stepped down, the cacophony of the crowd enveloped him. "Get out of the way, filthy commoners. Can't you see Lord Charlemagne is passing through?" A brutish voice boomed, accompanied by the crack of a whip slicing through the air. There stood a celestial dragon, adorned with a transparent bubble helmet and clad in absurd, cumbersome attire, riding atop a muscular yet vacant-eyed slave, using a jeweled whip to lash out at several unsuspecting tourists. The surrounding bodyguards, clad in black, shoved the crowd aside as if swatting away flies. The throng hastily retreated, anger suppressed. Yet this time, some gazes froze upon noticing the golden-haired youth who had just alighted from the luxurious cable car. "Wait, look at his face. It's in the newspapers. Marin Fando. Golden hair. That's him, the one who, oh my God, it's him." Whispers of astonishment spread like wildfire amidst the panicked crowd. The war above had recently concluded. The terrifying image of that golden figure obliterating everything was indelibly etched in the minds of many witnesses, despite the blurred quality of the footage. The striking hair color and an oppressive aura that could be felt even through a screen gradually converged with the presence of the uniquely charismatic golden-haired young man before them. The fear that gripped those who recognized him was purer and colder than that felt in the presence of the celestial dragon, clutching at their hearts with icy fingers. Their faces drained of color, legs weakened, they found themselves frozen in place, eyes darting anxiously between Ka Fei Jia and the celestial dragon. Chapter 170. Everyone wants to poke the bubble. Charlemagne also sensed the unusual silence of the crowd and the shift of attention. Following their gazes, he spotted Ka Fei Jia, fiddling with a bubble camera at the edge of the viewing platform. "Hey, you, the filthy golden-haired one." The audacity of someone disregarding him ignited Charlemagne's arrogance. He detested anyone who overshadowed him. "Why aren't you kneeling before me? What toy do you have in your hand? Show it to me." Ka Fei Jia cast a fleeting glance at the celestial dragon, his expression akin to that of one regarding a bothersome insect, marked by disdain. That single glance. Those who recognized Ka Fei Jia felt their hearts nearly stop. They seemed to witness once more that golden figure presiding over the battlefield, deciding fates with a mere gesture. Charlemagne, taken aback by that gaze, felt a shudder run through him, his face losing composure beneath the bubble helmet, and in a fit of rage, he spat. "You dare to ignore me. Seize him. Make him my new slave." Though his bodyguards felt a twinge of unease from the crowd's strange reactions and Ka Fei Jia's unervingly calm demeanor, the command of the celestial dragon was absolute. Several black-clad men charged forward with aggression. Yet Ka Fei Jia had no desire to engage. He deemed it beneath him to soil his hands. The advancing bodyguards suddenly froze, as if an invisible force had hindered their progress. Their once fierce expressions morphed into sheer terror and confusion, as though they had instantly lost control of their bodies and the capacity for thought, reduced to mere biological instincts trembling before an incomprehensible presence. The slave beneath Charlemagne buckled and collapsed to the ground, unseating his master. Charlemagne fell face first, his bubble helmet askew. Initially furious, but soon engulfed by an indescribable chill and insignificance emanating from deep within his soul. He gaped at the still composed golden-haired man, suddenly feeling that the surrounding bubbles, the crowd, even his own identity and power, had turned ethereal and unreal. The entire viewing platform fell into a profound silence, broken only by the faint sound of popping bubbles. Ka Fei Jia appeared to have merely performed a trivial act. He glanced at the slightly out-of-focus photograph from the bubble camera, feeling dissatisfied. "What a letdown," he murmured, uncertain whether he was addressing the celestial dragon or the poorly captured image. Then, as if oblivious to the fallen celestial dragon and the stiffened bodyguards, or the nearly suffocating crowd, he traversed the quiet scene towards a luxurious bubble taxi parked nearby. Just as the celestial dragon and his bodyguards felt relief at having escaped a calamity, their bodies began to gradually fade away. Some screamed, others fled in terror. Yet none could halt the silent process of vanishing. Charlemagne, in a state of panic, reached out desperately towards the direction of Ka Fei Jia, tears streaming down his face, as if attempting to salvage something. His voice seemed stifled, unable to utter a single word, and he, along with his sycophants, disappeared from the view of the crowd. To the coding factory, he instructed a similarly stunned passerby, tossing a few large bills their way. The bubble taxi sped away from Area 79 as if in a hasty escape. It was only once that golden figure had completely vanished that the air, previously frozen, seemed to flow once more. Only then did someone dare to take a deep breath, slumping to the ground. Was that really him? A deity? The celestial dragon appeared as a mere jester before him. He didn't even lift a finger. No, he didn't even bother to look closely. "Quick! Report to the Navy. No, to the newspapers. This is huge news. A god has appeared in Xiangwudi." The crowd erupted into a frenzy, belatedly realizing the significance of what had transpired. After the fear came exhilaration and a fervor for spreading the news. The celestial dragon had been punished by a god. The news spread like wildfire through the mouths of witnesses, telephone bugs, and news birds, swiftly reaching Xiangwudi and beyond. A god has manifested in Xiangwudi, disregarding the celestial dragon, seemingly indulging in extravagant shopping. What will be the reaction of the world government? With the golden figure's return, what waves will the ocean churn? Ka Fei Jia reclined comfortably in the bubble taxi, gazing at the rapidly passing bubble scenery outside. Host, that celestial dragon was truly fortunate. If it were me, I would have dismembered him for his insolence. The system in his mind still lingered over the earlier scene. Who said I would let the celestial dragon go? Ka Fei Jia relaxed against his seat, indifferent, for he had long since issued an extermination order against the celestial dragons. Such vermin were best eradicated in one fell swoop. The thought of killing them one by one was simply too distasteful. The bubble taxi halted at a seemingly ordinary, even somewhat chaotic stretch of coastline. Here, the enchanting bubble landscapes of Xiangwudi were absent, replaced by a mingling scent of resin, special coatings, and seawater. Several vessels of varying sizes lay stranded along the shore, where workers busily applied a viscous liquid that shimmered with iridescent hues onto the hulls. They then employed specially designed spray guns to produce enormous bubbles, enveloping the entire ship. This is one of the coating factories in the Xiangbidi Kun Islands, reputedly a place where the legendary god of the underworld, Zirbazili, occasionally lends a hand. Kafiza paid the fare and alighted from the taxi, his gaze immediately captivated by the peculiar coating process. In his perception, the iridescent liquid was not merely a chemical concoction. Its composition appeared rather intricate, seemingly related to the resins secreted by the Yarkaman mangrove and some unique minerals found beneath the sea. The process of bubble creation further entailed a delicate mastery over surface tension and gas pressure. Quite intriguing. He murmured to himself as he approached the nearest merchant ship undergoing the coating, eager to observe the details. Host, you truly have an interest in such manual labor? Wouldn't it be easier for this system to scan the composition and principles of the process for you? The system quipped. Observing and analyzing on one's own is, after all, a source of delight. It is akin to watching a film. Knowing the ending in advance is hardly comparable to experiencing the narrative unfold. Cannot refute that. Yet this system believes you are merely idle. Kafiza paid no mind to the system, having reached the side of the merchant vessel. His attention was wholly absorbed by the colossal bubble gradually taking shape on the hull, and he extended a finger, longing to touch the surface of that flowing, iridescent sheen. Hey, kid, don't touch that. The coating isn't stable yet. If you puncture it, you'll be liable. A gruff voice called out from nearby.